Brother, your skills in Gamoku are quite lacking. I could easily make moves on both, and how are you going to block me? Zhao Yi and Shun Feng were hidden beneath the desk, engrossed in a game of Gamoku. On a piece of paper, crooked lines were drawn, with Zhao Yi's black pieces forming 2 sets of 3 in a row, making it impossible for Shun Feng to block him. Shun Feng, in a state of distress, scratched his head, drenched in sweat. When did you become this good at Gamoku? It defies logic. Zhao Yi boasted, I didn't pay attention to a single word of Master Mice lecture. I've been honing my Gamoku skills instead. You stand no chance against me. Ahem. Both turned around, startled out of their wits, as Master Mei stood behind them. Very well, playing Gamoku during class. It seems you are quite confident in your studies. Master Mei. What? The freckled, slightly plump homeroom teacher stared at them wide-eyed, her face wrinkled in disbelief. The surrounding students couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Yi hastily pointed at Shun Feng. He insisted I play Gamoku with him, despite his lack of skill. How could I possibly play Gamoku during your class, teacher? This rascal lured me into it. You must see the truth, teacher. Shun Feng was left speechless. This guy was utterly shameless, fabricating lies without a second thought. Teacher, this fellow is talking nonsense. He's the one who approached me. Master Mei was not easily deceived. She looked at Zhao Yi coldly. Regardless of who initiated it, since you played, does that mean you possess knowledge in all subjects? More or less. Zhao Yi scratched his head, his gaze drifting elsewhere. To admit ignorance at this moment would be tantamount to courting disaster. Master Mei crossed her arms. Then tell me, when encountering a wormhole, how should the interstellar route be altered? At what speed should one leap to avoid danger? What? Zhao Yi was taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the question. Isn't this a class on science and nature? But wait, doesn't our school lack such a course? Moreover, this question would be outrageous even for a science and nature class. Teacher, who could possibly know this? Please don't toy with me. Toy with you? Master Mei regarded him with disdain. Zhao Yi, I initially thought you might have some foundational knowledge, but it seems you don't even grasp this question. Shun Feng, unable to bear it any longer, chimed in. Zhao Yi, this is excessive. This fundamental question is basic knowledge. You should stop pretending. Pretending? Aren't we in a language arts class? Is this a question pertaining to language arts? If you asked me what a meteor shower signifies in terms of the author's emotions, I could at least respond, but wormholes and spatial leaps? Who knows about that? Do you know? Shun Feng smiled slightly, his demeanor calm and composed. Of course I know. When encountering a wormhole, the interstellar route should be deflected by 30 degrees, adopting the alpha route, and maneuvering within a distance of 0.3 light-years from the wormhole. Zhao Yi was stunned. Was this guy actually serious? This was utterly foreign to him. After finishing, Shun Feng proudly declared, so about your language arts class, I've never heard of such a thing. You're not experiencing delusions from playing too much Gamoku, are you? Zhao Yi, realizing Shun Feng was not joking, glanced around. This is my classroom, but why does everything feel so off? A quick look out the window left Zhao Yi utterly astounded. Are skyscrapers flying? Flying cars, spaceships, interstellar aircraft carriers? Is that an octopus floating in the sky? The world outside was no longer blue, star, it wasn't even necessarily a planet. Zhao Yi saw not a trace of land, only metal. Above, a protective dome enveloped the sky, as if the entire world resided within the cosmos. Holy cow, did I just traverse dimensions while playing Gamoku? Seeing Zhao Yi feigning madness, Master Mei shook her head helplessly. Zhao Yi, pretending is of no use. You are to depart tomorrow, and your current state worries me greatly. Depart? Where am I going? Zhao Yi's eyes widened in shock. He had barely settled into this new reality when he was to leave. Of course, to the front lines to participate in the war against the Solar Empire. Va? Why me? Because you're the worst student, consistently ranking last each year, and must go to the front lines to fight, unless victory is achieved. Otherwise, you won't return. Shun Feng explained. Zhao Yi was at a loss for words. What kind of nonsensical rule is this? What use is a poor student like me on the front lines? Shouldn't those excelling be the ones to fight? You want me, someone utterly clueless, to go to the front lines? How could I possibly win? Shun Feng shook his head. You don't understand, do you? The capable remain to cultivate our planet, while the less skilled go to fight for our protection. This has been tradition since time immemorial. If you're not going, then who will? There was a semblance of logic in that. So how is the war with that solar empire faring? Zhao Yi countered. Not too well. We've lost 3 or 4 resource planets, but sustaining ourselves for a century or 2 isn't an issue, Shun Feng replied. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. You keep sending the underperformers, how can that work? Will they even know how to command? I believe this rule should be revised. To achieve victory in the war against the solar empire, we must send capable individuals. I will not be going. Master Mei interrupted the two. Enough, Shun Feng, don't jest. If Zhao Yi goes, next year it may well be you. Shun Feng, now sweating profusely, fell silent. Zhao Yi raised his hand. Is there any use in me studying hard now? None. You depart tomorrow, now sit down. What are the consequences if I refuse to go? Zhao Yi asked quietly. Around him, students cast shocked glances. Master Mei's gaze sharpened. If you refuse to go, according to Article 132 of our Solar Federation's war law, you could be immediately executed for desertion. I was just joking. Zhao Yi chuckled as he took a seat. He could differentiate between dying now and dying later. Going might not guarantee death, but refusing surely would. Shun Feng leaned over and drew another Gamoka board on the paper. Come on, let's play 2 more games. This time, I will definitely win. You are leaving tomorrow, Master Mei won't bother you. We can play quietly. Play what? Zhao Yi exclaimed in frustration. I'm about to head to the battlefield. And you still want to play Gamoku? Is this how you treat brother? Moreover, with your advanced technology, why are you still playing Gamoku in class? Shun Feng retorted. What else should we play? How the hell should I know? This is madness. The fact that Gamoku has endured through the ages is already absurd enough. What's even more bewildering is how I ended up here. No, I must read some books. Last-minute cramming may not be efficient, but it's better than nothing. There are beauties within the pages, knowledge to be found. Zhao Yi flipped through the book, feeling dizzy. While he recognized the characters after his sudden arrival, the combinations made no sense. What on earth is all this? This is absurd having traversed here. How could I lack knowledge in this area? Where the hell is the system? Zhao Yi set the book down, taking a deep breath. All right, let's just play Gamoku. If I can't comprehend this book, what else can I do but pass the time with Gamoku? I knew you were addicted, Shun Feng remarked, drawing a circle on the paper. Master Mei looked at the two, shaking her head in resignation. Currently, the war against the Solar Empire does not bode well, with a commander casualty rate reaching 30. Given Zhao Yi's state, his prospects seem grim. Let the last moments of joy be disregarded. Zhao Yi inquired as he played, what kind of soldier would a student like me become? A mere foot soldier. In this age of advanced technology, do we still need to charge in a battle? Shun Feng rolled his eyes. What foot soldier? Don't jest with me. Speak up quickly, or I shall make it 4 in a row. Seeing that Zhao Yi had indeed connected 3 in a row, Shun Feng hastily retracted his previous statement. Of course, we would serve as commanders. Commanders? With my level of skill? Absolutely. You're the only one alive on the entire ship. If you're not the commander, then who is? Zhao Yi fell silent, realizing the truth in those words. Just me? Am I to go to war alone? Why not simply tie me to a missile and launch me? That would save some expense. Besides, I wouldn't even know how to operate ship. Shun Feng, recognizing Zhao Yi's impatience, reassured him. As long as all goes well, I will accompany you next year. Strive to survive until then together. We shall surely conquer the universe. Who said we were like the legendary duo? The MA Master. Isn't that a compliment to us? Get lost. Ding dong. The bell signaling the end of class rang through the room. The MA Master stood at the podium, declaring, all right, everyone, today's lesson concludes here. See you tomorrow. As the students rose, Zhao Yi hastily stood as well. Goodbye, teacher. In the next instant, the entire classroom vanished, including Shun Feng. Zhao Yi. The MA Master looked at Zhao Yi and asked, why aren't you leaving? Do you have something else to attend to? How can I leave? The MA Master approached to comfort him. Are you too tense? It's all right. Although the casualty rate is quite high, I believe you will surely survive, so long as you do not become the commander of the gospel. Gospel? What is that? The MA Master furrowed her brow, but continued patiently. The gospel is a frigate converted from a cargo vessel, and it currently has a vacant commander position. As long as you are not the commander of that ship, you have a chance to live. What if I do become the commander of the gospel? The MA Master fell silent, merely patting Zhao Yi's shoulder before turning to leave the classroom. Wait, how do I leave? Zhao Yi glanced at the desk and noticed a button had mysteriously appeared. He pressed the button and, in the next moment, found himself in a bedroom. Truly remarkable technology. Attending school could be accomplished in an instant. Regrettably, he was to go to war tomorrow, otherwise, this world would be quite enjoyable. What a predicament! Zhao Yi, feeling disheartened, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Ding dong. Zhao Yi rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily. Ding dong. Here it comes. Zhao Yi got up and walked to the living room, where a knock at the door echoed once more. Who is it? Commander, we have come to escort you. Huh. Zhao Yi suddenly remembered he had crossed over, and today he was to go to war. Just as he was about to open the door, something felt amiss. Hadn't he been told he would be the only one on the fleet? Who was this person? Moreover, the voice sounded feminine, gentle, and it invoked the image of stunning beauty. Who are you? The voice on the other side hesitated before replying. Commander, please do not joke. We are pressed for time, so kindly open the door. Upon opening the door, Zhao Yi stood frozen in place. At the threshold stood a girl clad in military attire, exuding a striking presence. Her fair skin and long silver hair billowed in the breeze, resembling a character from comic. Her figure was flawless and well-proportioned, though her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Chapter 2. They are not human. The girl across from him saluted and said, Commander, according to Article 227 of the Federal War Code, I shall now assume the duties of your deputy commander. We will be departing for the J-2034 star system today. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Zhao Yi stood frozen in place. Deputy commander? Wasn't I told I was the only one on the fleet? I thought this vessel was fully automated. Yet there is indeed someone aboard. He felt a flicker of joy. He was not well acquainted with the vessel, and having a deputy commander would certainly ease his burden, allowing him to take a more relaxed approach. The girl seemed momentarily taken aback, her eyes revealing a mix of surprise and sorrow. Her slender frame trembled slightly, as if concealing immense emotions, yet she restrained herself. Commander, please do not jest. We are not human. Not human? Are you robots? Zhao Yi mused, stroking his chin. It seemed plausible in this futuristic world. Yet how could they resemble real people? Suddenly, he grasped the girl's hand, which felt smooth and warm, surprisingly soft to the touch. He couldn't help but linger for a moment. In his lifetime, he had never touched a beauty like this, let alone spoken to one. Surely, touching a robot should pose no issue, yet it felt indistinguishable from a human. He marveled at the experience. The girl blinked in shock, swiftly retracting her hand, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, accompanied by a hint of anger. Commander, what are you doing? According to the Federal War Code, while I am currently your property, it does not mean that I will not resist. If the commander has thoughts beyond the scope of war, I shall refuse even unto death. Resist? Aran and Apos, to you a robot? The girl's lips quivered, her expression darkening, but she suppressed her emotions, lowering her head and adjusting her military cap. Please do not humiliate me further, Commander. You have 3 minutes left to prepare. Zhao Yi felt utterly bewildered. The beauty before him was clearly human. Robots wouldn't resist. Yet why did she claim otherwise? Admittedly, he had erred in touching her hand impulsively, driven by curiosity about what a robot would feel like. No need to prepare. Let's go. Yes, the silver-haired beauty replied, leading the way with Zhao Yi trailing behind. Commander, are you not bringing anything? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. In her experience, commanders from the Federal Academy usually prepared for excursions as if embarking on a leisurely outing. Yet Zhao Yi seemed to carry nothing at all. Nothing worth bringing, he replied. All right, should you need anything aboard, you may seek me out. With that, she fell silent, marching forward with her chest held high. Zhao Yi, feeling a bit bored, asked, What is your name? Designation 9844. She replied earnestly, That is my name. Do you know my name? Zhao Yi countered. She halted and stood still. Are you trying to boast? Your name is Zhao Yi, 21 years old, leading a life of mediocrity, with poor academic performance and no girlfriend. Enough, enough. I didn't expect you to know so much about me. Naturally, you are our commander. We are aware of some of your basic information. Zhao Yi scratched his head. What I meant to ask was for your real name. For instance, I am Zhao Yi. What do I call you? You have only told me your designation. The girl did not respond, instead pointing to the sky. We have arrived. Zhao Yi looked up to see a metallic warship floating in the air, its size comparable to 4 football fields. It resembled a mobile fortress, and its imposing presence was eerily silent. How cool. 9844's lips twitched slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain as she regarded Zhao Yi. While it was true that the commander was academically underwhelming, he should not appear so naive. There was only one possibility. He was mocking both her and the warship. Commander, this is a transport vessel converted into a frigate. The weaponry and aircraft on board are pitifully sparse, merely at the T1 level. Please do not jest. Zhao Yi replied earnestly. But I truly think it looks impressive. This is my first time aboard a warship. By the way, what is the name of your vessel? Fuyin. Fuyin? Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that the warship mentioned by the master of Amei? Had he truly become the commander of this vessel? The master of Amei had indeed spoken ominously. Noticing the change in Zhao Yi's expression, the girl appeared somewhat pleased. Indeed, people from the Federation react as if they have seen a ghost upon hearing the name Fuyin. Commander, do you know what we refer to the Fuyin as? She asked with keen interest. Zhao Yi shook his head. I do not. A grave. The girl gazed at the ship in the sky. It is not only my grave, but also yours, Commander. Hey. We do not share any deep-seated animosity, do we? And why would you curse yourself? Zhao Yi felt a wave of unease. He had initially found the girl's smile enchanting, but now it sent shivers down his spine. She said nothing more. Walking up to the ship, 9844 and the commander are preparing to board. In the next moment, a beam of light shot forth. Zhao Yi felt his body lift off the ground, while passers-by paid him no mind, not even lifting their heads. After boarding the vessel, Zhao Yi noticed numerous silver-haired girls bustling around, all resembling one another, engaged in various tasks. So there are so many people aboard? The girls paused their actions, shivering slightly as they regarded Zhao Yi with astonishment. Did I say something wrong? Zhao Yi felt uneasy. Commander, please return to your quarters to rest. We will hold a meeting shortly after departure for introductions. Oh, okay. How long will it take to reach our destination? The Federation requires us to arrive in 3 days. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to complete this mission. And if unforeseen circumstances arise? The girl replied coldly, according to the Federal War Code. If we fail to complete the mission, we will be sentenced to death for desertion. How ruthless, Zhao Yi remarked. 9844 turned to a short-haired, silver-haired girl. 10,235. Take the commander to rest. Understood. The others returned to their tasks, aiming for the J-2034 star system. Yes, the commander followed 10235 to a room. Zhao Yi observed her. This girl, 10235, was even smaller than 9844, resembling a little sister from next door, her face bearing a youthful innocence. Commander, this is your room. We will notify you for the meeting later. Oh, all right. The quarters were similar to his bedroom, but considerably larger, surrounded by metal. With a single potted plant in the corner, the only hint of greenery. Zhao Yi lay back on the bed, relieved. He had initially thought there would be no living souls aboard this vessel. Yet, to his surprise, there were many people, albeit they appeared somewhat peculiar. While lost in thought, a projection appeared before him, revealing the face of Shinfeng. Hey, Zhao Yi, have you set off? Shinfeng said cheerfully. Zhao Yi sat up. So it's you. Shinfeng shook his head. Since you left, no one has played Go with me. Zhao Yi replied. Let's put that aside. I have some questions for you. Shinfeng boasted. Then let this scholar enlighten you. Feel free to ask any question. Weren't you the one who said I would be the only person on the ship? There are indeed many beautiful young ladies, aren't there? Oh, beautiful young ladies? Where? You should only have one. Shinfeng seemed to grasp the situation and paused for a moment. Are you referring to autonomous humanoid weapons? Oh, they are robots. Zhao Yi felt somewhat dazed. These robots appeared far too lifelike. Their expressions and emotions were exceedingly realistic. And the discomfort and confusion exhibited by 9844 previously were also strikingly authentic. Shinfeng shook his head. They are not robots, yet they are not humans either. Chapter 3. The Timorous Federals. What is that? It is a self-propelled humanoid weapon. Shinfeng looked at Zhao Yi. Please, Do not jest. This is no laughing matter. Just focus on giving commands and leave them be. What is truly happening here? Shenfeng did not respond directly. You must not harbor any misguided thoughts. These autonomous weapons harbor a profound hatred for Federals. Though they may appear beautiful, according to the Federation's laws of war, should you develop feelings for them or engage in any actions, both of you would meet your demise. They are fiercely protective of their own bodies and obedient in combat matters, but do not entertain any other notions. Be wary of mutual destruction. Zhao Yi was momentarily speechless. I am not that desperate. Shenfeng reassured him. It is not unusual. Any normal person would have certain thoughts upon encountering humanoid autonomous weapons. Get lost. By the way, do you remember the name of the vessel? I possess some knowledge of history and can provide you with an analysis. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, harboring deep skepticism regarding Shenfeng's claims. What level of expertise can someone who cannot even beat himself in Gamoku possess? Nonetheless, Zhao Yi was quite intrigued by the earlier mention of the beautiful women. Grave, I am aboard the gospel. Shenfeng's expression instantly stiffened, tinged with a hint of sympathy. So that is the case. Quite fortunate. What do you mean? Shenfeng elucidated, the history of the gospel is not extensive, merely a century old. Coinciding with the emergence of the fleet title associated with the silver-haired maidens. Curiously, the gospel is decommissioned every year, only for a new vessel to inherit its title. Zhao Yi felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder the deputy commander is referred to as Grave. It is a vessel that meets its end and reappears annually. This is akin to a tailor-made coffin, isn't it? The words of the MA master and Shenfeng's explanation left him feeling unsettled. Am I truly destined to perish this time? How does this decommissioning occur? Is it due to casualties or the ship reaching its time? Shenfeng shrugged. That I cannot ascertain. However, you are on the gospel, where you can research the history of this title. Yet, even without delving deep, it is evident that warships cannot be decommissioned annually. Zhao Yi continued to inquire about the silver-haired maiden. If they are indeed human, why are they referred to in this manner? If you truly wish to know, consult the Federation Chronicle. Their introduction is on page 135. With that, Shenfeng severed the connection, evidently unwilling to elaborate further. Federation Chronicle? Commander, what do you require? A nearby instrument suddenly inquired. The Federation Chronicle. Understood. A book radiating light appeared on Zhao Yi and Appo's desk. He approached to examine it and flipped to page 135, soon grasping the situation. These silver-haired maidens originated from another planet known as J381. In the conflict against the Solar Federation, they were classified as the Vanquished. However, the Federals discovered that these maidens were valiant warriors, possessing remarkable skills in mechanical piloting. In simpler terms, they exhibited an innate sharpness and advantage in combat. With minimal training, their combat prowess could be significantly enhanced. Thus, the Solar Federation established a training program for the silver-haired maidens, a technique that has since matured considerably. To distinguish them from their own human populace, they cannot be referred to as humans, but rather as self-propelled humanoid weapons. Furthermore, when they perish, it is merely termed as attrition, not counted among the casualty lists. Nevertheless, the Federation has granted these silver-haired maidens a glimmer of hope. Should they serve in combat for 5 years, they may attain Federation citizenship. Strangely, despite the Federation utilizing silver-haired maidens for over a century, not a single one has managed to serve a full 5 years. Ding. The host observes the Federation Chronicle, possessing extraordinary talent. You have become familiar with the circumstances of this world. Ding. The host observes the Federation Chronicle, possessing extraordinary talent. You have attained comprehension ability LV. Max. What? Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Having traversed from Blue Star, he was quite acquainted with systems. He had not anticipated that the system would activate upon boarding the fleet. In an instant, a wealth of foundational knowledge and insights regarding this world flooded into Zhao Yi's mind. This left Zhao Yi increasingly perplexed. From his understanding, the inhabitants of the silver-haired maidens planet included males, yet the fleet consisted solely of females. If the men were annihilated, how could these silver-haired maidens have come into existence? Gospel. Present. Please check the status of the vessel. Understood. Ship title, Gospel. Specifications, Zeus T1 class frigate. Self-propelled humanoid weapon configuration, 300 personnel. Related armaments, 1 T1 Thunder class main cannon, 2 T1 electromagnetic rapid-fire secondary cannons, 12 T1 class Xiong long fighter jets, 10 multifunctional robots. Remaining energy crystals, 58. Zhao Yi found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he had been oblivious to these details, but now, through the system, he had gained an understanding of this world. What purpose could a fleet of this caliber serve? The firepower of certain cosmic merchant vessels surpassed that of his own. Was this truly a frigate? It could hardly protect itself. No wonder the silver-haired maiden had looked at him with such incredulity when he remarked on his own handsomeness. He was akin to a bumpkin from the countryside. Curiously, while this interstellar frigate was poorly equipped, it boasted a substantial personnel configuration of 300 individuals. For such a small warship, merely 30 crew members would suffice. There were numerous inconsistencies to ponder. Zhao Yi opened the personnel list, or rather, the self-propelled humanoid weapon roster. The silver-haired maidens were all rather young, none older than himself, yet each had served for 4 years. Zhao Yi pondered deeply. All 300 personnel were silver-haired maidens who had completed 4 years of service. It was astonishing that at such a young age, they had already spent 4 years on the battlefield and survived. This year, they had been reassigned to the Gospel from various fleets. Logically, seasoned veterans such as these should be treasured assets, rich in experience and skill, yet they were to be commanded by someone like him, a mere academic underachiever. This felt akin to not wanting them to have it too easy. While Zhao Yi was lost in thought, the Gospel began to move, and the silver-haired maidens convened for a meeting. A short-haired maiden, bearing scars on her face, plopped down at the conference table and chuckled, "Boss, do you think our new commander was scared to the point of soiling himself upon hearing our title?" Laughter erupted among the others at this remark. This was their favorite part, the discussion of the new commander. The previous one had fainted at the thought of coming aboard the Gospel, and after being revived by Su Chun, had still been in a daze, questioning whether he was dreaming. I recall we told him it was not a dream, and he fainted again. Indeed, in the end, he abandoned us and fled, leaving only himself to perish. What a disgrace. 9844 gazed at her fellow sisters. This commander may exhibit some emotional fluctuations, but it is not so exaggerated. He must be feigning. Exactly. What federal does not fear the Gospel? Once aboard this vessel, it is akin to facing a death sentence. 9844's eyes darkened as she recalled Zhao Yi's earlier reaction, then a smile broke through. This commander seems a bit foolish. When I went to invite him, he actually thought I was a robot. Is that for real? How could he be so foolish? Impossible. The Federation is well aware of our existence. How could he mistake us for robots? He must be pretending. 9844 shook her head. I genuinely believe he was serious. He did not appear to be acting like an absolute simpleton or someone unaccustomed to the world. The short-haired girl clenched her fist. This fellow must be mocking us. Upon boarding the fleet, he remarked on our numbers, clearly aware of everything. The others fell silent, a bitter smile gracing their lips. They were undeniably human, yet referred to as humanoid autonomous weapons. Now, a Federation member had the audacity to assert their humanity. Was it anything but a jest? 9844 sighed. Su Huan, do not be too agitated. If the Federation wishes for our demise, then let us become thorns in their sides. Indeed, we shall frighten them to death. It is quite amusing how the Federation possesses such cowardice that they dare not even tread the battlefield. Let us ensure that none of us perish. 9844 applauded. All right, let us prepare to summon the commander. Do remember not to call each other by name. It is quite troublesome, as using numbers often leads to mistakes. Though the group was displeased, they had no choice. The commander held the power of life and death over them. Any violations could lead to their immediate and unaccountable destruction. Su Ran, please bring the Federation member here. Yes, boss. 9844 brushed her fingers over the hand previously held by Zhao Yi, feeling an unfamiliar sensation. So this is what it feels like to have one's hand held. Chapter 4. Are there pirates here? Zhao Yi lay in his quarters, exhaling deeply. Everything felt exceedingly strange. As the commander of the Gospel, he could not access the vessel's history. "Sorry, your permission is insufficient," came the mechanical, electronic voice of the Gospel. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, pondering why the Gospel changed its warships annually. However, he could ascertain that the silver-haired maidens aboard were all exceptional talents. This realization somewhat alleviated his worries. With their assistance, survival seemed plausible. "Commander." "Who?" Zhao Yi inquired, rising. 10235 reporting for duty. Vice Commander 9844 requests your presence in the conference room. Zhao Yi felt overwhelmed, wondering which genius decided to assign numbers to the silver-haired girls. With such designations, who could tell who was who? Yet, it was understandable. The Federals cared little about the lives of these silver-haired maidens, so why would they concern themselves with identities? "All right, I'm coming out." Upon opening the hatch, Zhao Yi was greeted by the same silver-haired girl who had previously escorted him. She had a rather cute appearance, and having reviewed some data earlier, he had taken notice of her. She was the youngest in the fleet, which explained the sisterly vibe she exuded. Remarkably, she had survived 4 years on the battlefield at such a tender age. 10,235 bows her head. "Commander, please follow me." "Very well." Upon entering the conference room, Zhao Yi saw 7 or 8 silver-haired maidens seated inside. They varied in appearance, yet all possessed striking beauty, particularly 9844, who sat beside the commander and Oppo's seat, radiating an almost surreal allure. Seemingly sensing Zhao Yi's gaze, 9844 stood and commanded, "Stand." Though the silver-haired maidens were somewhat displeased, they complied, stating, "We have met the commander." This display left Zhao Yi flabbergasted. Just a moment ago, he was merely a student playing Gamoku, and now he was expected to command a starship and bear responsibility for his subordinates. Although this interstellar escort vessel had been converted from a cargo ship, it was still a daunting transition. "Please, you may sit." Zhao Yi gestured for them to take their seats. The maidens exchanged glances, stifling a giggle. As seasoned veterans of the battlefield, they could easily discern that Zhao Yi was a novice. This was likely his first departure from a peaceful planet. The thought of him facing the battlefield was amusing. His reactions would surely be entertaining. Commander 9844 turned to Zhao Yi. "I will now introduce you to the distribution of our humanoid autonomous weaponry." Zhao Yi opened his mouth to interject, but ultimately refrained. Even if he requested them not to refer to him in such a manner, they probably would not heed his request, possibly perceiving it as mockery. The expressions they wore when boarding the ship were still vivid in his mind. "This is 10235, whom you may have met. Her role is to ensure your safety. You may think of her as the captain of your guard." 9844 indicated the cute girl from before. She stood and saluted Zhao Yi, who hastily returned the gesture. "Commander, I would appreciate it if you refrain from moving while I make introductions. It places me in a difficult position," 9844 remarked, exasperated. "Oh, my apologies. This is 11,525. Her role is as a combat team member, though she exhibits emotional instability. Any commands you wish to convey can be relayed through me, and it is advisable to minimize direct contact with her." 9844 introduced another member. Zhao Yi glanced at the silver-haired maiden, who was casually chewing on a pen, appearing somewhat indifferent. She had darker skin and a scar across her face. She scrutinized Zhao Yi in return, a mischievous grin forming on her lips. "Wait." Zhao Yi interrupted 9844's introduction. "Hold on. Is there a problem, Commander? This is quite difficult for me." "No. It's just that your designations are too lengthy for me to remember." 9844 replied earnestly. "Commander, there is no need for you to memorize them. We are merely going through the motions. Any commands can be given through me. It is inconsequential if you cannot remember them. They are merely weapons, replaceable components." After all, the previous commander treated them the same way. Zhao Yi was at a loss for words. Is this truly necessary? We are aboard a ship together. If one of us dies, we all perish. 9844 continued. According to Article 1377 of the Solar Federation's War Code, humanoid autonomous weapons cannot. Silence. The silver-haired soldiers in the conference room were taken aback. They had not anticipated this commander to be quite so fierce. Typically, one would expect a novice fresh from school to be flustered and obedient to the vice commander's suggestions. Why had he suddenly become incensed over designations? Zhao Yi stood, asserting, "According to the Federation's war code, you are to unconditionally obey my commands." The room fell silent. The maiden's teeth clenched. They truly had no means to defy the commander's orders. A small bomb had been implanted in each of their bodies at birth, which the commander could easily detonate. "Yes," Zhao Yi nodded. "Then it is settled. From now on, I expect you to address each other by name. Otherwise, I shall find it impossible to remember." "What?" The group was dumbfounded, gazing at Zhao Yi as if he had mispronounced their names. The Federals had always regarded them as mere tools, never caring for their names, nor allowing them to possess one. This commander actually desired to call them by their names. "Haha, Commander, you truly are infuriating. What significance does addressing us by name hold? After all, you will not engage with us. We are merely weapons, not human beings," the combat team leader with darker skin retorted. Zhao Yi met her gaze. "Regardless of your thoughts, my words are now orders. Consider it a means for me to remember you." The combat team leader approached Zhao Yi, speaking softly. "Commander, do you have other intentions regarding us?" Zhao Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. As a normal male, still a novice, it was disingenuous to claim he had no thoughts facing this group of beauties. Yet, he genuinely did not. Number 9844 pushed the combat team leader aside. "Allow me to reintroduce everyone to you. I am Su Xin, Vice Commander of the Gospel. This is Su Ran, your Captain of the Guard." The adorable Su Ran stood again, saluting earnestly. Zhao Yi refrained from interrupting Su Xin this time. Otherwise, he would surely be met with disapproval. "This is Su Huan, the combat team leader." The dark-skinned Su Huan returned to her seat, propping her long legs on the table, clearly displeased. Su Xin explained, "Please forgive her, Commander. Her abilities are exceptional and can be of great use to you." Zhao Yi nodded slightly, remaining silent. "This is Su Yen, the head of research. This is Su Wan, our chief mechanic." After the introductions were complete, Su Xin spoke. "Commander, our stock of energy crystals is insufficient, necessitating a route through riskier areas, where we may encounter meteor showers. However, rest assured, our operators are experienced." Zhao Yi nodded. "I leave it to you." At that moment, a silver-haired maiden burst through the door, appearing flustered. She glanced at Zhao Yi and turned to report to Su Xin, "Vice Commander, we have encountered interstellar pirates." "What?" Chapter 5. Utilizing terrain for battle. Su Xin was taken aback. They were still within the confines of the Federation and yet encountered interstellar pirates? The Federation was indeed becoming increasingly incompetent. "Let us head to the command room," she declared. Upon entering the conference room, they found it deserted. Zhao Yi followed suit. Upon reaching the command room, they discovered two luminous points on the screen approaching them. "Report the situation," Su Xin commanded. "Currently, 2 interstellar pirate warships have detected us and are advancing. Their firepower is equipped with 2 T1 class main cannons, which have a superior range compared to ours." Su Xin pondered for a moment. With a total of 4 main cannons, their range exceeded her own. Engaging in direct confrontation was out of the question. Her armor was merely basic protective plating and would be ineffective against even a single shot. However, to Su Xin, this was child's play. With 4 years of battlefield experience, she had witnessed every conceivable disadvantage. Yet, this battle would inevitably require some sacrifice. "Prepare for combat," she instructed. "Yes," came the reply. Just then, Zhao Yi entered and surveyed the room. "What are your plans for the attack?" The deputy commander was surprised to see Zhao Yi here. Shouldn't he be cowering in his quarters, trembling with fear? "Commander, their firepower surpasses ours, and they have 2 warships. Our only option is to take them down one by one. We should dispatch 10 Falcon fighters to harass one of the ships. Given that they are equipped with T1 class main cannons, their defenses are likely as rudimentary as ours. The Falcons should prove somewhat useful. At the same time, they would focus all defensive armor to the front to withstand incoming fire and return fire with their main cannons, hoping for a fortunate strike to destroy one of the enemy's ships." Notification: you observe Su Xion's command. Her exceptional talent has granted her command ability LV. Max. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. Top-tier command capability? Suddenly, a flurry of tactics and ideas flooded his mind, and together with his prior knowledge, 3 or 4 viable strategies emerged. Zhao Yi nodded silently. Even if you manage to destroy one of their warships, how will you handle the other when you go to retrieve the Falcons? They might not even last long enough for us to reach them. Su Xin replied earnestly. I do not intend to bring them back. Their mission is to attract the other ship. They must approach their task with the resolve to sacrifice themselves. Our Star-class frigate cannot simultaneously destroy both of their Star-class destroyers. Zhao Yi was momentarily speechless, observing the reactions of those around him, who seemed to find this arrangement perfectly reasonable. But aren't they your comrades? You would abandon them so easily? Su Xin turned to Zhao Yi. Of course they are my comrades. Compared to you, they are my kin. But my kin consists not only of those who fall in battle, but also those aboard the starship. Without sacrifice, we cannot escape. The boisterous Su Huan chuckled. Very well. Let me lead the charge. After all, I and Apos VE lived long enough. These individuals were indeed mad. This is absurd. How can we allow such sacrifices? Su Xin replied solemnly. We are weapons. Some wear and tear is permissible. Rest assured, Commander, I have a 70% chance of destroying one of their vessels. Afterward, we will initiate an accelerated retreat. The other ship will not be able to catch up with us. This is still Federation territory. They will not dare to pursue for long. Zhao Yi shook his head. I disagree. Since the commander opposes this, do you have a better plan? Su Xin found Zhao Yi's stubbornness frustrating. Was she truly supposed to allow her comrades to perish? Just then, a monitoring officer exclaimed in alarm. We just detected an energy fluctuation from the enemy after they collided with debris. They must be equipped with energy shields. Our T1 class main cannons will require at least 4 or 5 shots to breach them. Su Xin was stunned. The previous combat plans had assumed the enemy's armor was as basic as their own. If they were indeed equipped with energy shields, then there was no feasible solution. T1 class Falcon fighters would be ineffective against such shields. To break through, they would need T1 5 class main cannons. Even if the enemy stood still, it would take a considerable amount of time to breach their defenses. Nevertheless, the plan to serve as bait remained unchanged. The entire fleet would shift all defensive armor to the side. They could not retaliate and must rely on speed to escape. As long as they were not hit by 2 simultaneous shots, survival was likely. Fortunately, the enemy was equipped with T2 class energy shields, although their main cannons were still T1 class. Yes. Wait, I have an idea. Zhao Yi interrupted the discussion. You? Su Xin was skeptical. After all, Zhao Yi was a poor student at school. Even a top student would not possess the combat experience of seasoned veterans like them. Moreover, Su Xin had commanded over 100 battles. Her combat experience was vast. Su Xin, your command is commendable, but you have overlooked one crucial aspect. What aspect? She inquired. I am more familiar with this environment than you are. Su Xin fell silent. Indeed, had she not come to retrieve the commander, she would not have been present in this place. What does that matter? How does it relate to our escape? Zhao Yi continued. There is a planet nearby called V12. Its surface is unique. A corrosive mist envelopes it, rendering all energy shields ineffective. It was deemed uninhabitable and abandoned by the Federation 40 years ago. What is your point? Su Xin asked. Zhao Yi smiled. If we approach this planet and enter the mist, their energy shields will be rendered useless. We can then utilize the terrain to our advantage. Su Xin interjected. But if we enter the mist, we won't be able to see them either. As soon as she spoke, she realized her oversight. This was still Federation territory. If the enemy could not track them, they had only 2 options. One option was to give up and flee, especially since the Federation patrols would surely arrive if they detected someone using a spatial jump to this location. The other option was to follow them into the mist and quickly dispatch them. However, once the enemy entered, their energy shields would no longer protect them. Their armor would not withstand the T1 class cannon fire. Quickly investigate whether this planet is nearby. Yes. A short while later, the young woman in the command room exclaimed in delight. Found it. If we leave now, we will arrive in an hour. An hour? How long will it take for these space pirates to catch up with us? Approximately 2 hours. That is sufficient. Let us proceed. After giving her command, Su Xian cast a complex glance at Zhao Yi. She had initially thought he was here to cause trouble, but it turned out he had some merit after all. This was the first time she had encountered a commander who could offer her advice. He was certainly not just a fool. Zhao Yi continued. To be on the safe side, we also need to upgrade our fighters. In the mist, the performance of the fighters will be crucial. But we only have 12 Falcon fighters. How can we upgrade them? Inquired the mechanic, Su Wan. Does he really think that just because he proposed a good idea, he now knows everything? While the Federation-S schools did teach mechanics, it was merely theoretical knowledge, far removed from the practical experience of someone like her who had spent 4 years repairing and designing on the battlefield. That would be like performing martial arts in front of a master. If these Falcons could truly be upgraded, I would have done so by now. Why wait until now? Zhao Yi smiled. Previously, I wouldn't have been able to, but now with the system, I should be able to grasp some concepts simply by observing. Take me to the hangar. Su Wan shrugged and led Zhao Yi there, with the others following suit. They were curious to see what the commander intended to do. Upon reaching the hangar, Zhao Yi beheld the Falcon fighters aboard the vessel, a type of T-1 class fighter jet, which has long been phased out by the Federation, is characterized by its affordability and modest functionality. However, it is more than sufficient for the silver-haired girl who serves as a mere accessory. Zhao Yi gently caresses the aircraft, noting the rust that suggests a lack of maintenance over time. This neglect is not due to Su Wan's unwillingness, but rather a shortage of materials and resources. With her arms crossed, Su Wan gazes at Zhao Yi and inquires, Commander, you have seen the interstellar fighter. What are your plans now? Ding, you have observed the Falcon fighter jet. Extraordinary talent acquired. Mechanical engineering LV. Max. Ding, you have observed the Falcon fighter jet. Extraordinary talent acquired. Research studies LV. Max. Chapter 6. I will not hide indeed. Zhao Yi and Appo's mind was now enriched with extensive knowledge of mechanics. Observing the Xiongling fighter jet before him, he deemed it utterly inadequate. Its armor was flimsy, its firepower lacking, and its endurance insufficient. Zhao Yi promptly crawled beneath one of the Xiongling jets and began dismantling it. Bring me some tools, he commanded. This left Su Wan bewildered, prompting her to exclaim, Commander, what are you doing? We are about to engage in battle, and you are dismantling our aircraft? The others, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of astonishment and confusion. Was this commander truly stripping away their last glimmer of hope? Just moments ago, they had felt a flicker of goodwill towards him, but now it had vanished entirely. It seemed that all Federals were the same. Su Ran felt tears welling up. As the youngest among them, she wished for just one more day of life. Yet, this commander was unwilling to grant them even that. The pirates were already upon them, and he chose to dismantle their starship. Surely, this commander would flee in an escape pod, just like the previous one. Emerging from beneath the aircraft, Zhao Yi stated, even if we manage to fly this starship, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, we must battle amidst corrosive fog, and this armor is utterly ineffective. I am well aware of that, Su Wan replied. But we lack any spare armor or materials. Zhao Yi did not elaborate. I will find a way. You need not worry. Aren't you all busy making other preparations? But Su Xian grasped Su Wan's arm and shook her head. Su Wan boldly declared, let him tinker away. I never planned to return alive from this venture anyway. As long as he doesn't damage the power source and weaponry, it will suffice. The group let out a collective sigh. If Zhao Yi insisted on this course of action, there was little they could do. They could only whisper their grievances behind his back. Openly defying a commander who held their lives in his hands was unthinkable. As they exited the hangar, Su Wan, filled with frustration, punched the wall beside her. How infuriating. Can't he just stay in his quarters? Must he come out to wreak havoc? Does he believe he understands starfighter mechanics better than I do? Su Xian gently patted her head. It's all right. We will surely survive. Su Wan, feeling a bit aggrieved, responded, I know these fighters are inadequate, but I painstakingly assembled them from scrap. How can he just destroy them? Enough. Let us hurry and prepare. We can at least position the starship armor to absorb 2 main cannon shots. While this may weaken the defenses elsewhere, our enemies will only approach from the front. Fortunately, there were enough sisters in this fleet to mobilize and accomplish the task. As for Zhao Yi, they resolved to put him out of their minds. In the hangar, Zhao Yi spent a few minutes dismantling a fighter jet. Keenly, he discerned that these jets were merely patched together. It was astonishing that the Federation had provided them with such weaponry. Did they not realize that the silver-haired maiden was safeguarding their safety at the border? The peace maintained between the capital star and other planets was bought with her life. Yet, they were denied any semblance of fairness. Gazing at the aircraft before him, Zhao Yi understood. The gospel was a graveyard because the higher-ups intended for these maidens to perish here. Why were all the maidens sent here nearing their 4th year? It was because the Federation had promised that if the silver-haired maidens survived the battlefield for 5 years, they would be granted citizenship. Thus, the best strategy was to gather those nearing 4 years from various fleets, provide them with the most inferior warship and the weakest commander, and let them die. If they perished, they would not complete the 5 years. Zhao Yi chuckled bitterly. He was indeed the weakest commander. One could easily guess the history of the gospel. The previous silver-haired maidens had likely vanished into the cosmos. However, this time would be different. He would save himself while also rescuing these maidens. Without time to ponder further, Zhao Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Transforming these fighters into T2 level was evidently unattainable. Even with blueprints and expertise in mind, the lack of materials was a significant barrier. A skilled artisan cannot forge without resources. Nevertheless, upgrading these fighters to T1, 5 level was within reach. To achieve this, Zhao Yi needed to dismantle half of the aircraft and required a substantial amount of steel. Where could he obtain such materials? There were no spare materials aboard the ship. Wait, there seemed to be a place. A sudden inspiration struck Zhao Yi, and he promptly instructed the multifunctional robots within the fleet to assist him. At that moment, Su Xian noticed with surprise that all the robots had fled. She shook her head in resignation. This commander was indeed a handful, even depriving them of the use of robots. Boss, look, the robots have all run away. Is this Zhao Yi and Apos' doing? Su Huan remarked, somewhat disgruntled. Forget about him. Let us focus on our tasks. Meanwhile, 2 pirate warships pursuing the gospel were taken aback to discover that their quarry had seemingly vanished. How strange. Where did they go? I don't see any spatial fluctuations. They shouldn't have used a space jump. Space jumps require preparation time. They must be hiding nearby. Search the surroundings. Soon, one of the pirates reported a discovery. Commander, there is a planet nearby shrouded in corrosive fog. They must be hiding within. Are these fools attempting to buy time? Report. We've spotted the Solar Federation patrol. They must have detected anomalies from our previous jump point and are here to investigate. How much time do we have? 2 hours. That will suffice. Let us eliminate these fleeing ones, seize their resources, and prepare to leave once more. Understood. The pirates would not let the gospel escape. Their resources were insufficient for a space jump, leaving them with no option but to raid for supplies. Time passed, and Zhao Yi emerged from beneath one of the jets in the hangar. Glancing at the clock, he realized that 2 hours had elapsed, and he had successfully modified 5 starships. Initially, I had anticipated the possibility of acquiring an additional aircraft or 2. However, the previous JF-17 fighters were regrettably inadequate, resulting in a mere assembly of this nature. Commander, Su Ran entered the room, astonished. The entire hangar lay in disarray, with components and oil strewn across the floor, and the 12 aircraft that were once neatly arranged had dwindled to a mere 5. As the impending conflict loomed, our combat capabilities had significantly diminished. Su Ran bit her lip, perplexed. It was evident that this commander was merely a decorative presence in the room, leaving the substantial responsibilities to Su Xian. Yet, for some reason, he insisted on this course of action. Was it to ensure their lives were not overly comfortable? Zhao Yi, unaware of Su Ran's changing expression, looked up and inquired, "What is it?" Su Ran snapped back to reality. "The interstellar pirates have already entered the mist. I believe we shall encounter them shortly. The deputy commander has sent me to inform you to seek a safe place to hide." Zhao Yi cast aside his tools and donned his coat. As the commander, how could I possibly hide away? Take me to the command room. Chapter 7. Allowing the beauty to strike is no problem. Su Ran was taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered such a commander. Over the course of 4 years, she had met numerous commanders. But their common trait was their detachment from humanity. They rarely engaged in perilous missions themselves. Rather than viewing the Federation personnel as commanders, it would be more accurate to consider them as overseers managing the silver-haired maidens. Many war decisions were issued by the deputy commander, who was also a silver-haired maiden. Is this fellow planning to stir up trouble again? Zhao Yi sensed Su Ran's confusion and remarked, I may differ from others, but my aim is for your survival. Survive. No one from the Federation truly wishes for our survival, Su Ran thought, her demeanor indifferent. Her experiences from childhood were not easily swayed by Zhao Yi and Appo's mere words. Let us go, Zhao Yi stated, refraining from further discussion. Yes. The two entered the command room, where they found Su Xian issuing precise orders. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, Su Xian saluted and said, Commander, I did not expect your presence. It is wartime. Please return to your quarters, as we lack the capacity to protect you. Zhao Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need for protection. I am merely here to observe. Hey. Su Huan, standing nearby, crossed her arms and expressed her displeasure. Commander, didn't Appo's you just mention modifying the aircraft? Why are you here now? Could it be that the aircraft modifications are incomplete and you've come to meddle in other matters? Deputy Commander Su Xian interjected with a hint of reproach. Su Huan, do not speak that way. Her concern was not for Zhao Yi's feelings, but rather for the possibility of Zhao Yi retaliating against Su Huan. Zhao Yi, unfazed, replied, The aircraft modifications are complete and can take off at any moment. Complete? Su Huan and Su Huan exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. In just 2 hours, he had managed to upgrade 12 aircraft? Is that true? Su Xian glanced at the two of them and said, Since the commander has upgraded the aircraft, Su Huan, lead the combat team to the hangar and prepare for takeoff. Yes. Su Huan, you will lead the robots to stand by within the warship for repairs. Yes. The reconnaissance team should be ready to report at any moment. It is easy to encounter danger in the mist. Understood. Su Xian issued commands with remarkable composure. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi admired her intelligence and decisiveness, recognizing her capability to make necessary sacrifices for victory. She undeniably embodied the role of a commander. If the Federation could collaborate normally with the silver-haired maidens and provide them with adequate weaponry, they would not be suffering so severely in their conflict with the Soul Empire. Su Xian, you are commanding excellently, but I have a suggestion. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Yi. Surely he does not believe that his few years of schooling grant him superior insight compared to the deputy commander who has faced countless life-and-death situations. Su Xian turned back. Intrigued, she sensed that Zhao Yi was unlike any commander she had encountered before. Commander, if you have any suggestions, please feel free to share. I have no objections to your other arrangements. You understand these autonomous weapons better than I do. However, I think the fleet should reposition to this location. Zhao Yi clicked on a coordinate, which illuminated on the screen. A 38 area? Why this location? Su Yin expressed her confusion. As a researcher, she felt that this position was unwise, being too close to 2 star-class pirates. Su Xian chuckled softly, recognizing the naivety of a student emerging from academia. Commander, I must remind you that the A38 area is of no strategic use. Once the enemy enters the mist, fearing our escape, they will deploy all their interstellar fighters, while the 2 starships will search in opposite directions. Our objective should be to delve deeper into the mist, allowing us to confront only one ship at a time. Even if the other ship arrives, we would have some time to prepare. If we remain in the A38 area, we would have to face all the enemy fighters and 2 starships simultaneously. Although their energy shields may be down, I believe we would still struggle. With that, a smile played upon Su Xian's lips, making her exceptionally charming. The other silver-haired maidens felt elated. It was a delightful moment to challenge the Federation personnel. Zhao Yi shook his head. You are correct in your assessment. However, I have my reasons for directing the vessels to the A38 area. Oh, what reasons? Su Xian blinked, initially expecting Zhao Yi to concede, but he did not. Zhao Yi explained, We are currently within corrosive mist, and we do not know how long we will remain. The main armor plating has been modified by you. If we venture too deep, we may not be able to retreat. Su Xian paused, realizing the validity of his point. Indeed, they were engulfed in corrosive mist, capable of dissipating energy shields and eroding metal. Though the process was slow, venturing too deep with insufficient armor posed a risk. Zhao Yi continued. Another reason is that planet V12 has 2 natural satellites, one of which will pass through the A38 area. Su Xian stood rooted, her face a picture of astonishment. Satellites? He knows even this. But wait, was he not a poor student in school? How could he remember such details so clearly? Previously, Su Xian had reviewed Zhao Yi's records, noting that he had failed every subject, some with astonishingly low scores. Was he deliberately striving to come in last? But why would he do that? Was it for the sake of the gospel? Su Xian shook her head, regardless of Zhao Yi's intentions. This was indeed a viable strategy. If the satellite truly returned to the A38 area, it would serve as a natural barrier. In the mist, where visibility was obscured, the enemy's attacks would likely strike the barrier instead. Su Xian turned to a silver-haired maiden operating nearby, who confirmed, indeed, planet V12 possesses 2 natural satellites. Everyone was astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief at Zhao Yi's unexpected knowledge. Very well, let us move to the A38 area. The other silver-haired maidens were taken aback. Su Xian, you cannot genuinely believe this, Commander, can you? What if the satellite does not arrive? We would be doomed. Su Xian shook her head. He is also aboard the vessel. The Federation personnel fear for their lives. He would not make such claims without assurance. Fear for my life. Zhao Yi chuckled. Indeed, I fear death, which is why I plan to return to enjoy life after my service ends. Not just for me, but I hope none of you perish either. A heavy silence fell over them. They were uncertain whether Zhao Yi genuinely wished for their survival or simply feared the repercussions for himself. Survive? Let us hope we can survive. A resolute expression crossed Su Xian's face as she commanded, adjust the fleet's direction. Proceed to the A38 area. Understood. Su Huan and Su Wan approached the hangar, only to be overwhelmed. The aircraft. There were only 5 left after he had disassembled them. Su Huan raked her fingers through her short hair, exasperated and agitated. Su Wan surveyed the chaos and sighed. Oh dear, this is quite the predicament. Our firepower was already insufficient, and now we are down by half. Su Huan clenched her fists, her temper flaring. She longed to confront Zhao Yi immediately. Yet, she was unable to leave, as the interstellar pirates were right before them, and they could be called into action at any moment. Zhao Yi, if I survive this time, I will definitely give you a punch. The gospel sailed through the mist, soon spotting several pirate starships. Elated, they launched an attack. Various energy beams darted through the cosmos, striking the gospel. The entire ship began to tremble, but it held firm. In the command room, Su Xian issued the order, return fire with the electromagnetic secondary cannons. Su Huan prepared to embark on her mission, which was to locate the opposing flagship. It was imperative to remain composed and await the enemy's main cannon fire, for that would reveal their position. The hangar of the Evangelion opened, and 5 modified Falcon fighter jets soared into the mist, vanishing from sight. Su Huan, piloting her interstellar craft, was momentarily taken aback. Whether it was merely an illusion, she felt that the speed and performance of this aircraft had notably improved. Surely, it was just a trick of the mind. The surge of adrenaline indeed imparted a unique sensation. Dear sisters, let us first deal with these pirates, and upon our return, we shall collectively confront the commander, she declared. Understood, Su Huan, came the reply. In the command room, Zhao Yi and Appo's lips twitched. He was still on the communication channel. However, if they managed to return alive, allowing these enchanting ladies a chance to strike him would be out of the question. Zhao Yi approached the observation point in the command room and surveyed the scene outside. The 2 electromagnetic secondary cannons of the Evangelion had already commenced their counterattack. The enemy aircraft were being obliterated one after another. The pirates had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. The electromagnetic secondary cannons were striking swiftly and accurately. Realizing the dire situation, The pirates engaged in frantic communication. Contact the flagship. Prepare for bombardment. Chapter 8. Are you certain that the enemy possesses only 5 interstellar fighters? Indeed. At this moment, 2 interstellar pirate warships, lying in wait, altered their course. The colossal main cannons aboard them locked onto the Gospel, situated several hundred kilometers away, capable of launching their assault in the blink of an eye. The main guns had acquired their target and began charging up. Main cannon charging at 50. 100. Ready to fire at any moment. The immense energy cannons glimmered ominously, brimming with formidable power. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi aboard the Gospel noticed that the surrounding pirate fighters had departed. This indicated that the main cannon was imminent. Su Xian furrowed her brow, understanding that the moment of life and death was upon them. At that juncture, a silver-haired girl responsible for reconnaissance spoke up. Sister Su Xian, we have detected a satellite from V12 approaching. Upon hearing this news, everyone was filled with joy and regarded Zhao Yi with a newfound respect. He was indeed different from the previous commander. He exhibited a modicum of competence. However, given the satellite's velocity, it seemed unlikely it would arrive in time. What? The group was taken aback. Their earlier admiration appeared to have been misplaced. Zhao Yi smiled gently. The satellite and Oppo's movement is not uniform. It will accelerate towards us and linger for 10 minutes. This revelation left the others exchanging skeptical glances, unable to believe it. Remembering the planet's peculiarities was one thing, but recalling the characteristics of its satellites was quite another. After all, how many satellites existed in the cosmos? Nevertheless, they had no choice but to press forward toward the designated location. Full speed ahead. Understood. Not far away, hidden within the mist. Su Huan and her team members silently prayed. If the enemy's main cannon did not fire, they remained oblivious to their position. However, should the main cannon be unleashed, it could signify the end for them all. Suddenly, an unusual light flickered through the fog, moving at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed half the distance. Su Huan and her comrades' pupils reflected the brilliance of the light. 1, 2, 3, 4 energy main cannons fired. If these struck the Gospel, even with armor modifications, it would be obliterated. Battle team, move out. Su Huan and her team dashed toward the source of the light. Sister Su Huan, this fighter is moving more than twice as fast as before. Su Huan noticed too. She had sensed something was amiss earlier, but thought it was merely her imagination. Now, at full speed, she realized this fighter was indeed different. Its controls felt smoother, and its speed and responsiveness had markedly improved. With such a fighter, Su Huan believed she could hold her own against several T1 level fighters. Could this be the work of some commander? No way. He managed to modify the fighter in just 2 hours? Su Huan gazed ahead, as if she could already see the enemy. Everyone, stay alert. We will soon uncover the truth behind this fighter upon our return. Understood. In the command room, Zhao Yi and the others had already seen the dazzling light. The energy main cannon was on its way. It seemed they were out of time. A faint sadness washed over Su Xian. If all 4 shots hit, resistance would be futile. She pondered how Su Huan and her team were faring. If possible, she still hoped they could escape this perilous situation. The group fell silent, acutely aware that death had cast its shadow upon them, now merely waiting for the scythe to descend. The entire Gospel began to tremble in anticipation of the impending energy attack. It's here, Zhao Yi stated calmly. The others felt the command room darken suddenly and looked up to find a colossal satellite looming above them. This is one of the satellites of V12. A radiant flash erupted in the cosmos as the satellite was struck by the 4 main cannon shots, disintegrating into fragments and, due to gravitational forces, drifting toward the V12 planet. Prepare for impact. Su Xian had already adjusted the steel plating to the front. The vessel shook violently as satellite debris collided with it. Fortunately, the 4 main cannon shots had reduced the satellite to mere remnants. Otherwise, even hiding would have been perilous. Lock onto the enemy's position, Su Xian commanded swiftly, her face alight with excitement and gratitude as she glanced at Zhao Yi. Yes, they had successfully locked onto the enemy's location. Main cannon prepared to fire. Affirmative. The energy main cannon began charging, a massive energy blast returning along its original trajectory, aimed at the interstellar pirates. At that moment, the pirates remained oblivious to the impending danger, toasting with champagne. They assumed their earlier actions had secured a successful hit. With these 4 shots, they should be finished. Let's hurry and recover whatever remains. I told you 2 shots would suffice. Why fire so many? What's the worry? The energy crystals won't be damaged. And it looks like this ship has nothing of value. Just as they were speaking, a sudden light appeared ahead. Everyone was stunned. The light emanated from the energy main cannon, and the entire vessel resonated with a roaring sound and red glow. How can this be? They were struck by 4 main cannon shots and remain unharmed? Damn it. If it weren't for this mist, we would know the situation. Did we miss all 4 shots? Impossible. Stop pondering and adjust course. Send the fighters to eliminate them. Even if they survived, they must be severely weakened. As Su-hwan advanced, she observed the radiant light with elation. This indicated that Su-xin and her team were still alive. Sisters, let us quickly eliminate the enemy. Everyone is waiting for us. Understood. With a resounding crash, one of the pirate warships was pierced by the energy blast. The energy shield failed to activate, and the ship was reduced to cosmic debris. Curse it. The other pirate warship seethed with rage upon witnessing this. They had thought it an easy task to deal with the gospel, only to lose one of their starships. Have we locked onto their position? Yes, we have. The main cannon is recharging, expected to be ready in 5 minutes. Good. All fighters, deploy. Do not let them fire again. Understood. Dozens of fighters surged forth from the pirate ships, racing toward the gospel. Identify the unknown flying objects ahead. Destroy them. Judging by their fighters, they are undoubtedly worthless. Swish, swish, swish. Energy blasts erupted throughout the cosmos. Yet, they failed to hit their target, sending the pirates into a frenzy. What is happening? How can their fighters respond so swiftly? Could they be T2 level fighters? No way. If they possessed such technology, they wouldn't need to hide from us. Just deploying their interstellar fighters would be enough to overwhelm us. We can't keep up. This is bad. I've been hit. A cacophony of noise filled their ears as flames blossomed in the cosmos. Su-hwan and her comrades grew increasingly exhilarated. They had initially believed they were doomed, but the fighters' performance exceeded their expectations. They were decimating the enemy without resistance. This sensation was exhilarating. Su-hwan had never experienced such a thrilling skirmish. Their skills played a part, but the fighter's capabilities were equally essential. She was utterly enamored with this fighter. Laughing heartily, Su-hwan squeezed the trigger. A pirate fighter erupted into sparks before her. The pirates, disoriented, scrambled back toward their ships. Sister Su-hwan, they are retreating. Is anyone injured? My propulsion system has sustained some damage, but I can hold on. Su-hwan was astounded. In that battle, they had eliminated at least half of the enemy and Oppos as fighters. Ultimately, we found ourselves with only 1 damaged aircraft, merely grazed. So let us proceed. The pirates hastily retreated to their vessel, leaving the pirate commander bewildered. Why have you returned? Did you not swiftly vanquish the enemy? No, their warplanes are outside. The commander stood frozen. They possess their star-class warplanes. Why did you flee? Engage them. Their aircraft are of T2 grade. We are simply no match. We have already lost half our forces. What? The commander's pupils constricted in shock. How could there be T2 class warplanes? Such aircraft should be in the hands of the patrol fleet. Perhaps they just returned to carry out a mission. Suddenly, the vessel trembled ominously. Captain, star-class warplanes are approaching. Return fire with the secondary cannons. How long until the main cannon is ready? 3 minutes remaining. The surface of the pirate ship erupted with numerous energy machine guns and turrets, unleashing fire upon Su-hwan and the others and Oppos aircraft. However, the nimble maneuvers of Su-hwan and Oppos' team rendered them nearly untouchable. Zhao Wu, destroy the left side secondary cannon. Understood. Xiaozhua, take out the right side. Got it. 5 aircraft darted in different directions, explosions rippling across the ship and Oppos' surface. Warning, turret destroyed. Warning, ship sustaining severe damage. Warning, power system compromised, speed reduced by 30. Listening to the announcements from within the vessel, the pirates were left in a state of disbelief. Were there truly only 5 aircraft? Chapter 9. Did you dismantle this? The 5 interstellar fighters had been reduced to this state. When had they ever endured such humiliation? How infuriating. If only the energy shield could be activated, how could we possibly be at a disadvantage against them? Immediately adjust the course and escape the corrosive mist. Once we leave the mist, we can activate the energy shield. Affirmative. The space pirates made a swift retreat, while Su Huan and their companions piloted their modified starfighters, relentlessly pursuing them. The entire pirate warship began to smoke and ignite, with massive explosions occurring intermittently. The gospel ship accelerated, determined not to let them escape while they were vulnerable. In the command room, Zhao Yi inquired, "How long until the main cannon is ready?" 3 minutes remaining. That is sufficient. Fire. Everyone was momentarily stunned, until a silver-haired girl explained, "The current firing power is insufficient, and the cannon tube will explode if not cooled down." Understanding dawned on Su Xian, who exclaimed, "Fire. They must leave the mist. Once they activate their energy shield, we won't stand a chance." Understood. Zhao Yi glanced at Su Xian, appreciating the presence of a perceptive individual, which made things considerably easier. Although the main cannon was not in optimal condition, the enemy's armor had been significantly weakened by Su Huan and the others. Without the energy shield, the opposing starship's armor was inferior to that of the gospel. Ironically, what was once deemed useless armor had now become crucial. The main cannon of the gospel erupted with a brilliant light, and a dazzling beam shot into the distance. Boom! Bang! The main cannon tube could not withstand the immense energy, resulting in a massive explosion that sent everyone in the command room tumbling to the floor. Just as Su Xian was about to fall, Zhao Yi acted swiftly and caught her. "Are you all right?" Su Xian, taken aback by Zhao Yi's close proximity, felt her cheeks flush. Despite the Federation and Oppo's denial, she was still human and felt a sense of embarrassment. She hurriedly stood up, glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed their moment. "Thank you, Commander. I'm fine," she whispered, realizing the warmth of being protected by someone. Until now, she had always assumed the role of the leader and had never experienced such care. "As long as you're fine. We'll be having a celebration banquet soon. I certainly don't want my deputy to be injured." Su Xian tucked her silver hair behind her ears burning red. "Rest assured, I'm not so fragile." Zhao Yi smiled faintly. Though he was the strategic deputy on the battlefield, he was, after all, still a girl. This made the situation somewhat awkward. In the distance, the pirate warship was struck by the energy cannon, erupting in an enormous blaze before disintegrating into fragments. Everyone stared outside, some in disbelief. "Report the ship and AMP, Oppo's status. Ship damage at 35, power system damage at 11, main cannon damage at 99. Upon hearing this, Su Xian let out a sigh of relief. Aside from the main cannon, everything else was within her expectations. The crowd erupted in cheers, their eyes sparkling with excitement and disbelief. They had expected to meet their demise, yet they had destroyed 2 enemy warships and survived. This was nothing short of miraculous. "Commander, your strategy was incredibly effective. Indeed, you seem different from others. It feels as though you don't look down on us." "Commander, how did you know the satellites would arrive?" To their astonishment, they had achieved such a splendid victory even before reaching the battlefield. The admiration for Zhao Yi grew among them, realizing he was unlike any commander they had encountered before, wise, decisive, and meticulous. Su Xian leaned against the wall, observing Zhao Yi, surrounded by silver-haired girls, with a faint smile. Despite their scarcity, there were still commendable individuals among the Federation. Zhao Yi felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, surrounded by beautiful girls. "I learned this in class, but I took a gamble, and it seems I've won. This is not solely my achievement. You all performed admirably. Without you, I would not have succeeded." The eyes of the crowd sparkled with a unique light. It was the first time they had been acknowledged. Previously, no matter how well they had performed, they had merely been regarded as insignificant in the eyes of their commander. "Hey, what on earth did you do?" A furious Su Huan stormed over. The crowd was taken aback, suddenly recalling Zhao Yi's earlier modifications to the fighters. Could it be that there was an issue with the aircraft? Su Xian frowned, fearing Su Huan would resort to violence. Su Huan, if you have something to say, please speak to me. The commander just orchestrated a battle and is now exhausted. Absolutely not. Su Huan glared at Zhao Yi, enunciating each word. This guy actually managed to tune the fighters to such an exceptional level. How did he accomplish this? Teach me. Everyone was left in shock. What was happening? Even Su Huan, who usually harbored immense disdain for the Federation, was now expressing admiration for the commander. Su Xian was perplexed. Su Huan, Su Xian, you have no idea how our 5 fighters left the opposition in disarray. I and Amp, Oppos, VE never piloted such an excellent fighter. It was absolutely exhilarating. The other combat members chimed in. Indeed, it felt as though we were not piloting fighters, but rather extensions of our own bodies. Although the firepower was still lacking, the performance was exceptional. Su Huan was taken aback. Hey, I previously tuned your fighters, and you never praised me like this. Su Huan rolled her eyes. The commander's upgraded fighters are far superior to yours. I wanted to criticize you earlier, but I was afraid you wouldn't repair our fighters. Now that we have the commander, it doesn't matter. You. Su Huan was left speechless, infuriated that this person had belittled her skills. How outrageous. From now on, if your fighters have issues, don't come to me, Su Huan retorted. Su Huan stuck her tongue out playfully. If you don't want to, then don't. We have the commander now. The surrounding silver-haired girls burst into laughter. Even Su Xian couldn't help but smile. How delightful. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Su Xian seemed to notice, turning her head shyly. Commander, thank you. Without you, my plan would not have saved everyone. Zhao Yi shook his head. No need for thanks. You are all my subordinates. Protecting my subordinates is my duty as a commander. The crowd was stunned. It was the first time they had heard such words. Was this truly the duty of a commander? Regardless of whether he was sincere or not, they were deeply grateful for his assistance this time. Su Xian clapped her hands. All right, Su Huan, gather the maintenance team to repair the internal systems of the warship. The exterior will be handled by the robots. Understood. Navigation personnel, proceed to the wreckage of the starship and salvage anything useful. Affirmative. Commander, you must be hungry. Come with me to eat. Very well. Zhao Yi had to admit he was indeed feeling a bit famished. He had been so engrossed in the battle that he hadn't noticed until now that he was quite hungry. As they walked through the corridor of the warship, Su Huan curiously asked, Commander, where did you obtain the raw materials for upgrading the fighters? Even if we dismantled all 12, it wouldn't be enough, right? Zhao Yi nodded. I used up the steel from the warehouse, and when that wasn't sufficient, I dismantled some internal facilities. Facilities? What facilities? What did you dismantle? Su Xian was also taken aback, fearing he might have disassembled something crucial. Fortunately, it seemed nothing catastrophic had occurred. This one. Zhao Yi pointed ahead. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Zhao Yi had actually dismantled the commanderess. Chapter 10. This is simply delicious. This is the largest structure aboard the vessel. The Federation is known for its appreciation of comfort, as evidenced by the luxurious design of the commander's lounge. However, no one anticipated that Zhao Yi would take such an action. Su Ran chuckled softly. Commander, if you dismantle this place, we currently lack the materials to restore it. Where do you intend to sleep? Where do you all sleep? Zhao Yi countered. Su Xian lowered her head. This ship originally had a lounge for us, but it was only designed for 30 people. Now, with 300 of us aboard, we just sleep wherever we can. After all, the ship has a temperature control system, so we won't fall ill. Su Ran added, it's just not very comfortable. The steel floor is rather hard. Then I shall do the same, Zhao Yi replied. You? Everyone was taken aback. Every commander was accustomed to luxury, yet Zhao Yi seemed different. Zhao Yi assumed they were hesitant to speak. Indeed, there are distinctions between the sexes. How about I sleep in the original lounge, and you find another place? Su Xian and the others exchanged glances. Distinctions between the sexes? They had never considered this before. Commander, that is not what we meant. We only worry that you. Su Xian murmured. Zhao Yi shook his head. It's fine. If you all can rest like this, then so can I. Although the Federation does not recognize you as human, to me, you are no different from myself. Su Xian refrained from arguing this time. The others could sense from Zhao Yi's attitude and reactions that he genuinely regarded them as human beings rather than mere instruments of war. Their initial rejection morphed into acceptance and even a hint of admiration. Su Xian raised her head. "Commander, I truly do not understand. The Federation wishes for our ship, the Gospel, to perish. You could have left without a word and taken the escape pod, thereby distancing yourself from us. Yet you." Su Xian's eyes blinked, leaving her thoughts unspoken. Zhao Yi smiled. "I received no such orders, and even if I had, I would not have followed them. However, there is something I am quite curious about." "What is it?" "Although you silver-haired girls are under the Federation's control, you still possess a degree of resistance. While I could easily detonate the bombs inside you, it does not mean I could react in time. You could easily find other means to eliminate me." Su Xian smiled. "Indeed, we could poison you or conduct a covert assassination. Although we would subsequently be destroyed by the Federation, killing one of you would still be worth it. But if we did that, wouldn't we be no different from you Federation personnel?" Zhao Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the silver-haired girls would willingly serve the Federation simply to avoid becoming what they loathed most. Compared to the cunning and malevolent Federals, they were the true humans. "We know the Federation will never acknowledge our existence, even looking down upon and despising us. But we have loved ones waiting for us, and individuals like you who genuinely care for us. For their sake, we will fight to the death and hold the front lines." Zhao Yi felt a pang of sympathy. "But you all will eventually." "Yes, we will all die, and we know that coming to the Gospel is akin to signing our death warrants. Yet we take pride in that." The silver-haired girls around them straightened their chests, their youthful faces radiating determination and honor. This was their own code of conduct, and none felt it was wrong. Su Xian smiled. "Let us not dwell on this." We've arrived at the mess hall. Oh, the mess hall was quite rudimentary, with tables and chairs that were missing limbs. Su Xian led Zhao Yi to a relatively decent table. "Commander, please enjoy your meal." Zhao Yi glanced at the dishes laid before him. They looked satisfactory. Although the portions were somewhat small, there were vegetables, a fish, and a bowl of rice. He sat down and took a few bites, and perhaps due to hunger, he found it surprisingly delightful. The youngest, Su Ran, swallowed hard, her eyes wide with anticipation. Zhao Yi curiously remarked, "Why are you all staring at me eat? Join me. We will eat later." "What? Do you not wish to sit down and dine with me, a federal?" "That's not it." The others exchanged glances and sat down. A silver-haired girl responsible for the mess brought over several bowls containing a black substance that looked rather peculiar and emitted a faint odor. "What is this?" Zhao Yi inquired. "Protein porridge, made by grinding protein worms and cooking them, with a bit of vegetables added to ensure nutritional balance." Zhao Yi was taken aback. Was there actually a worm in this bowl? He even spotted a tentacle, likely a remnant from the grinding process. Su Xian, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "We didn't mean to avoid dining with you. We were just concerned it might spoil your appetite. Let us eat elsewhere." Zhao Yi held back Su Xian, urging her to stay seated. "You all eat this." Su Xian clarified, "We occasionally have other food, but you understand that a warship's budget is fixed, and our Gospel has personnel that far exceeds the standard by tenfold, so the budget only allows for this." Aware that Zhao Yi disliked their self-reference as weapons, Su Xian amended it to personnel. This was her first time referring to herself in such a manner, and it felt quite peculiar. Zhao Yi gasped. Indeed. How had he overlooked this matter, allowing them to watch him eat? Staring at the black protein porridge before him, Zhao Yi stated, "Bring me a bowl." "Huh." Su Xian thought she had misheard. "Commander, what did you say?" "I want to try this protein porridge and see what it tastes like. I've grown weary of such food back on Capital Star." Growing weary. Su Ran was left speechless, wondering what kind of miraculous life it was to grow tired of rice. Wiping away the drool that had betrayed her, Su Ran hurriedly fetched a bowl of protein porridge for Zhao Yi. "Commander, you don't have to force yourself to eat like us, even though the budget is tight. Yours is separate," Su Xian urged. The commander was consuming something entirely foreign to her. Even if the last of their funds remained, the commander would first fill his own stomach, while the silver-haired girls could starve without consequence. "It's fine. I want to try it," Zhao Yi insisted. He took a bite and nearly gagged. The taste was overwhelming, shocking him with its intensity. Su Xin and the others felt a mix of emotions. "Commander, it's nothing. I just need to adjust," Zhao Yi replied, and after another couple of bites, it became clear he was not pretending but rather showing respect towards them. A federal had no need to put on airs before the silver-haired girls, nor did he need to curry their favor. "Then let us eat." Su Xin turned to the other sisters. All right. They began to eat, though the first bite made them grimace. Yet, they quickly adapted. "Oh, this flavor is indeed difficult to swallow each time," Su Huan remarked, her carefree nature eliciting laughter from the group. Zhao Yi forced himself to finish the last bite. Turning to Su Ran, he said, "Su Ran, I haven't touched my fish and rice much. If you don't mind, please have some." Huh. Su Ran was taken aback, noticing that Zhao Yi had only eaten a few bites of rice. This was food from the commander, and as a member of the guard, she often found herself by his side, always wanting to know what such food tasted like. Su Xin encouraged, "Since the commander has suggested it, you should eat." I. The other silver-haired girls felt no objection. Su Ran was the youngest, much like their little sister. Her position in the guard was meant for her protection. If something were to happen, perhaps I could escape alongside the commander. For her duty is to remain by the commander's side. Su Xin, aware of Su Ran's slight embarrassment, stood and said, "Commander, allow me to show you another place." Very well. The group rose and departed the dining hall, leaving only Su Ran behind. Her cherubic face wore a look of confusion as she grasped a piece of fish from the table with her hands and stuffed it into her mouth. Before she had even finished the fish, she seized a handful of white rice. "How strange it is that I am crying. There truly exists such delectable fare in this world. It is a blessing to be alive. How wonderful it would be if I could savor these delights every day." Chapter 11. The Cube of Six Faces. Zhao Yi and Su Xin, along with others, stealthily observed from the outside, sharing a knowing smile. "Thank you, Commander. Su Ran should be quite pleased," Zhao Yi remarked, gazing ahead. "Such trivial matters do not require gratitude. Once we acquire wealth, we can indulge in this daily, perhaps even in greater luxury. For now, I shall partake in the same fare as you all." The group stared at Zhao Yi in disbelief. Was he serious? Could it truly be possible? A silver-haired girl timidly inquired. Had it been any other commander, she would likely have been reprimanded for her audacity, daring to suggest sharing the same meal. Of course, it is genuine. By the way, how severe are the battle damages? The hull has sustained minimal impairment. However, the main cannon is rendered inoperative. Upon reaching the mission site, we shall undoubtedly encounter complications. And the personnel? 2 crew members sustained minor injuries during the collision. Otherwise, there are no significant issues. At that moment, a young girl rushed over, breathless. "Su Xin, Commander, we discovered this while salvaging the wreckage." With that, she produced a black cube. "This is the Cube of Six Faces," Zhao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such an artifact. "What is it?" Su Xin asked, intrigued. After years of service, she had never seen anything like it. Observing Zhao Yi and Appo's reaction, she sensed he recognized its significance. "This is a preservation device, capable of storing files and data. It requires a key for access." Su Xin furrowed her brow. "How could this end up in the hands of space pirates?" "Unknown, unless we can unlock it." "Is it possible to open?" "It is challenging. Any misstep may trigger a self-destruction." The silver-haired girl trembled at the thought. Zhao Yi chuckled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Its self-destruction merely obliterates its contents. It poses no threat. Please, take it." "Commander, it is yours." Zhao Yi accepted the cube, weighing it thoughtfully. Opening it would likely require specialized equipment. "Let us set it aside for now. It cannot escape." "Commander, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to rest." "Very well." After Su Xin and the others departed, Zhao Yi wandered aimlessly within the ship. The silver-haired girls greeted him warmly, their fondness for the new commander evident after their harrowing battle. Meanwhile, in the X-22-star region, the Black Bear Lord furiously slammed a report to the ground, causing the attending beauty to cower in fear. "You cannot even retrieve a single item correctly? You jumped into the territory of the Solar Federation?" The subordinates knelt in silence, afraid to speak. My lord, they were ambushed after securing the item, forcing them to escape via interstellar jump, which resulted in a slight miscalculation in positioning. The Black Bear Lord's imposing frame trembled with rage. He had expended a considerable sum to acquire the Cube of Six Faces, believing that dispatching a fleet would suffice, only to be thwarted. The two fleeing ships vanished within the Solar Federation's domain. How did the last two starships meet their demise? Who possesses the Cube of Six Faces? A trembling underling replied, My lord, based on the final images transmitted, it seems they were eliminated by the Gospel. The Gospel? The most inferior warship of the Solar Federation? The one dubbed the Grave of Silver-Haired Girls? Indeed. Damn it, what are these fools doing? They cannot even defeat a starship that barely qualifies as T1. The Black Bear Lord was at a loss for words. Despite the previous damage sustained by the fleeing starships, they were still equipped with energy shields as pseudo T2 class destroyers. To be outmatched by a vessel devoid of energy shields was utterly humiliating. Boss, the Solarian Empire is currently at war with the Solar Federation. This item must not fall into the hands of the Federation and Oppos. As president, a strategist-like figure interjected, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. I am well aware. But the Solar Federation is on high alert. We cannot recklessly infiltrate. The Gospel is likely engaged at the front lines. Allow me to retrieve the Cube of Six Faces. A one-eyed man volunteered. Very well, Brother Sean. You will lead the Mingyang, Fengshan, and Violet. Ensure the Cube of Six Faces is recovered. Understood. The Black Bear Lord felt a sense of relief. The opposition was merely a T1 class frigate. Sending a fleet should pose no issues. 2 days later, Zhao Yi lay on the ground, finding the hard surface quite uncomfortable. However, having already settled in, he had no choice but to endure. Su Xian approached him, her heart fluttering at the sight of him. Commander, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but we are nearing the frontline city of Alandra. Noticing Zhao Yi still appeared drowsy, Su Xian smiled. Commander, we anticipate arriving in Alandra at 6 this morning, an hour and 36 minutes ahead of schedule. Please prepare your attire to avoid any complications. All right. Zhao Yi rose, stifling a yawn as he began his morning routine. Shortly thereafter, an announcement resonated through the fleet. All self-propelled humanoid weapons, attention. The Gospel is approaching Alandra. Please prepare to dock, deactivate energy reactors, and automatic weapons for inspection. Zhao Yi peered out at the starship exterior, his mouth agape in astonishment. Before him loomed a vast city, entirely suspended in the air, constructed of metal and concrete. At that moment, 3 interstellar destroyers approached, appearing to be of T2 classification, quickly expelling the water from his mouth. Zhao Yi donned his clothing and lined up at the entrance. The Gospel fleet opened its hatch, and several disdainful men in military attire entered, adorned with red armbands that read inspection. What bad luck, it's the Gospel. Indeed, we must ensure to clean ourselves thoroughly after this. These fellows reek. They are not even human. Of course, they smell like swine. The group unabashedly mocked in front of Su Xian and the others, their gazes greedily surveying the silver-haired girls. Regardless of the perspective, these silver-haired maidens were exquisite, with flawless features and figures. To indulge in their company would be sheer delight. Had they only submitted, they could have been cherished by the elite, yet they chose to put on airs. The silver-haired girls remained silent, having long grown accustomed to such treatment. In truth, Zhao Yi's prior actions were the anomaly. This was the typical reaction of the Federation's people upon encountering silver-haired girls. Zhao Yi approached with a smile. Gentlemen, may I assist you? One rotund man, belly protruding, scrutinized Zhao Yi. Are you the commander? Indeed. Zhao Yi replied, locking eyes with the rotund man. What are you staring at? The man bristled, irked that a mere commander of the Gospel dared to be so disrespectful. Zhao Yi responded earnestly, Sir, there appears to be an Ami parasite egg on your face. What nonsense is this? The man was taken aback. I have never heard of such a thing. Unbeknownst to you, this Ami parasite egg can survive in space, preferring to reside within the human body. If left untreated, it will drain you dry. The rotund man remained bewildered. What are you babbling about? I have worked here for 30 years and have never heard of such a parasite. Should you doubt my words, I can demonstrate. With that, Zhao Yi swiftly slapped the man, leaving him dazed and causing his hat to fly off. Chapter 12. I am not targeting you. Upon seeing the situation, others immediately drew their sidearms, aiming them at Zhao Yi. Raise your hands. Assaulting your superior is tantamount to seeking death. Su Xin and the others stood in shock, believing Zhao Yi would not act so impulsively. Su Huan, brimming with emotion, clenched her fists, ready to charge forward, but was restrained by Su Xin. These individuals harbored no qualms about killing them. Rushing in would surely lead to their demise. Moreover, such an act would only implicate Zhao Yi further. The stout man shook his head and, glaring at Zhao Yi, spat, "You bastard. I'm going to kill you." The stinging pain on his face made it evident that this young man truly dared to strike him. Zhao Yi raised his hands with a grin. "Commander, is there a smear of blood on your face?" The stout man, startled as he touched his face, discovered that he indeed had blood from the earlier slap. "You've drawn blood from me." Zhao Yi replied earnestly. "Commander, that is not your blood. It is the blood of the Amibug, which I just squashed for you. If it were truly your blood, it would be oozing from your mouth, not your face." A nearby inspector handed over a towel, and the stout man wiped his face. Realizing there was no blood left, save for a handprint. So there were no wounds. Where did this blood come from? Could it really be from the Amibug? He turned to the other inspectors, asking, "Have you heard of this bug?" They all shook their heads. Zhao Yi explained, "The Amibug has a camouflage that makes it hard for the average person to detect. I only recognized it through experience. The blood you saw is from it sucking your blood, which burst out after I squashed it." The stout man pondered for a moment and seemed to concede as it indeed explained the blood. "All right, I and Appos, LL believe you this once. Do I have any more Amibugs on me?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "No, but several around you do. If they are not removed, what then? Where are they? Help us squash them." Zhao Yi raised his hand and murmured, "Commander, it's not that I am unwilling, but if I kill them, wouldn't you blame me for overstepping my authority? Spare your excuses. We'll take care of you if you delay." They waved their fists and shouted. Since it was the commander's request, Zhao Yi could only comply. He rolled up his sleeves and struck each person squarely across the face. Each individual staggered, their faces marred with blood. Indeed, there was blood. It was authentic. How can such strange bugs exist? One mused. Isn't it our family that has been parasitized? Upon seeing actual blood, the group felt no displeasure but rather excitement, as blood signified the Ami-bugs had been exterminated. The silver-haired girl stifled a laugh, her expression twitching. Even Su Xin found Zhao Yi's antics amusing. The commander had played these individuals. The blood was from prepared pouches hidden between his fingers, easily ruptured with slight pressure. Surprisingly, they genuinely believed there were bugs. The Federation members were indeed rather foolish. They touched their swollen, hot cheeks and asked, "Is it all right now?" "Yes." The entire crew of the Gospel is ready for inspection. Zhao Yi stood at attention and saluted, exuding a touch of command. The group began to casually inspect. Why is the hull so battered? How did the main cannon get destroyed? Report, Commander, we encountered space pirates on our way here, which caused the damage. Pirates? Nonsense. With your dilapidated escort ship, you could flee from pirates? Commander, we would never joke about such matters. Upon checking the fleet records, they indeed discovered they had encountered pirates. Their eyes widened in disbelief. This fleet had managed to take down 2 T-1 class destroyers. How outrageous. How is the inspection going, gentlemen? Returning to reality, they scoffed. Stop at position 398. Understood. Once they departed, Su Huan collapsed in laughter. Amibug, what on earth is that? Commander, you're quite the storyteller. They actually believed it? The Federation is doomed. What a bunch of misfits, and they're on the front lines? Su Xin interjected. Commander, you need not concern yourself with us. We are accustomed to such matters. Su Ran nodded in agreement. Yes, Commander, let them say what they wish. It's nothing. I simply find them irritating. Su Xin glanced outside. The ship had now docked at the designated position. Outside was the sprawling fortress city of Elda, bustling with activity. Starships continuously entered and exited the sky, and not far away was a starship teleportation portal, allowing ships to arrive from distant locations. However, due to the immense energy required and point-to-point limitations, it was seldom used. Zhao Yi was awestruck, witnessing such a scene for the first time. Su Xian adjusted her attire and approached Zhao Yi. "Commander, we need to report to the armory. Let us depart." "Agreed." Su Xian added, "During our absence, ensure the gospel is repaired, at least to enable the main cannon to fire." Yes, this was Zhao Yi's first close-up view of the border floating city. Rather than a city, it resembled a massive fortress. When necessary, this fortress would serve as a line of defense. "Look, they're S-9844. 9,844? ISNT that the gospel? How did it end up here? The previous commander was killed by them, and I heard there is a new commander. Don't underestimate 9,844. It looks quite formidable." Su Xian trembled slightly. The previous commander had abandoned everyone, escaping in a lifeboat to meet his demise, yet it was twisted into being their fault. Zhao Yi glanced at her, remaining silent. In this border fortress city, many recognized the silver-haired girl, but it was surprising how many remembered Su Xian. This was not a good sign. "Is this the place?" Zhao Yi inquired, as they stood before a massive concrete structure adorned with the Sun Federation emblem. Numerous armed soldiers and combat robots moved about the entrance. Su Xian snapped back to reality. "Yes, let us go inside." Upon entering, Zhao Yi registered his position and name, soon being summoned to a room. Inside, a bald officer with a mustache scrutinized their documents. "Zhao Yi." "Yes, sir. I heard you encountered pirates on your way here and emerged victorious." "I briefly reviewed the video and report. Your performance was commendable, truly a brave warrior of our Federation." Zhao Yi replied, "Neither humble nor arrogant. You flatter me, sir. Our victory was greatly aided by the vice commander." Su Xian looked at Zhao Yi in astonishment, then bowed her head. The bald officer glanced at her and continued, "Your next mission is to conduct reconnaissance on planet M787. The flames of war are fast approaching, and we must keep the Soul Empire at bay." "Reconnaissance?" Zhao Yi was taken aback. This task seemed rather straightforward. The officer raised his head. "Indeed, after the reconnaissance, you will remain on standby for further orders." "Understood, but our hull sustained damage during the attack, and the main cannon has been destroyed. I request to repair in Elda and replenish our armaments and fighters." The officer shook his head. "That is not possible. While we can provide a repair ship for the hull and main cannon, we cannot supply fighters and weapons." "Why not?" Zhao Yi countered. "We lost all but 5 fighters in the battle with the pirates. Without replenishment, our firepower will be insufficient. Moreover, this mission is likely to encounter the fleet of the Soul Empire, and without sufficient firepower, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to accomplish our objectives. The war with the Soul Empire is currently at a critical juncture, and all fleets are inadequately armed, not just yours. If you require fighter jets, you must devise a solution independently." Zhao Yi intended to voice further objections, but Su Xian restrained him with a shake of her head. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi inquired, "Very well, how long can we be afforded for repairs?" "Your mission is urgent. You can only remain in Anamo for a week." "A week?" Zhao Yi felt speechless. Whether the hull could even be repaired in that time was uncertain. There are currently no provisions for replenishing fighter jets. As for the military wages, we can provide them, albeit at half the previous amount. "What?" Zhao Yi was somewhat infuriated. It was evident that these individuals were targeting them, with a clear intention to prevent their safe return. It was utterly ridiculous. Formidable enemies were on the verge of assaulting. Yet the Federation was preoccupied with how to deal with the silver-haired girl. "You, step outside," the bald man commanded Su Xian, who bowed her head and exited the room. The bald man turned to Zhao Yi and solemnly asked, "Do you believe we are conspiring against you?" Chapter 13. The inevitable demise of the Federation. The Federation is surely doomed, isn't it? We're embarking on a mission before our ship is even repaired, and without adequate fighter replacements. This operation takes us into the Solan Empire's territory. The danger is palpable. The bald man arose and approached Zhao Yi. "You possess formidable abilities. I and Oppos am uncertain how you became the commander of the gospel, but allow me to offer some counsel. Maintain a distance from them. What you perceive as targeting you may not be the case." Zhao Yi comprehended the implication. The directive concerned the silver-haired women, whose 4-year military service was nearing its end. It's perplexing. Shouldn't these silver-haired women receive unwavering support if we aspire to triumph in the war against the Solon Empire? They are intelligent, adaptable, and superior to the Federation and Oppos as soldiers. The silver-haired women aboard the Gospel, in particular, would undoubtedly be elite forces elsewhere. Yet, instead of the Solon Empire eliminating them, we are intent on their destruction. How can we possibly prevail? The bald man gasped, taken aback by Zhao Yi's audacity. Confide these sentiments to me, but refrain from voicing them publicly. The existence and disposal of autonomous weapons are beyond our authority. We must adhere to the directives from above. He paused, then continued. The autonomous weapons aboard the Gospel must be eliminated. Otherwise, the Federation and Oppos' prior commitments would become a self-inflicted humiliation. Since you are aware of this matter, you should recognize it as the prevailing trend. But why not grant them citizenship? I'm confident they would choose to remain on the front lines. The bald man waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Even if the Federation were to be annihilated, it would never acknowledge these autonomous weapons. Such an admission would render the Federation a laughingstock throughout the universe. The Federation is destined to perish. You may leave. The military expenditure will be remitted to the Gospel subsequently. Understood. Seize an opportunity to escape. Your combat prowess is exceptional. Upon your return, I will arrange for your reassignment as the commander of another fleet. The bald man stated finally. Zhao Yi offered no response, instead exiting the room. Outside, Su Xian leaned against the wall, idly kicking her shoe. Upon seeing Zhao Yi emerge, she inquired curiously, "What did he say?" "Nothing of consequence. He merely instructed us to depart in 7 days. It's of no import. I've encountered worse. In fact, I'm more surprised that they're allowing us to refit at all." Su Xian quipped. This was the first instance she had witnessed a commander argue vehemently on their behalf. "Let's return." "Very well." Upon Zhao Yi's return to the warship's location, he observed a colossal repair vessel hovering above the Gospel. Su Ran and the other silver-haired women were diligently engaged in repairs, periodically wiping perspiration from their brows. Meanwhile, the crew of the repair vessel indulged in drinking, conversing, and playing cards, occasionally taunting the silver-haired women. As Federation citizens, they would never deign to work for silver-haired women. Lending them the repair vessel was already a significant concession. "Commander, you've returned." "Affirmative. We will refit here for 1 week, then we depart." "Understood." With that, Zhao Yi retreated to the vessel's research laboratory. "I require solitude. Refrain from disturbing me." "Commander, it's of no consequence," Zhao Yi declared, closing the door behind him. He had 1 week to produce a genuine Tier 2 fighter. Tier 2 fighters necessitated schematics, and their enhanced capabilities far surpassed those of Tier 1 fighters. Tier 2 fighters even possessed their own energy shields, proving invaluable for both offense and defense. "Sister Su Xian, what has befallen the commander?" Su Ran whispered. "I'm uncertain. Let us attend to our duties. We depart in 1 week. Keep a close watch on the repairs." "Understood." Su Xian initially dismissed it, assuming Zhao Yi was merely struggling to adapt to the situation. However, Zhao Yi remained sequestered in his laboratory for 2 days. Su Xian attempted to knock on the door on several occasions, but was rebuffed each time. "Commander Yu." 2 days later, the crew gasped as Zhao Yi emerged. He was disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, indicating a prolonged lack of rest. Su Ran rushed forward to support him. "Commander, what have you been doing in there?" Su Huan crossed her arms, somewhat exasperated. "Hey, try not to do anything reckless. I don't wish to have to replace another commander." Zhao Yi chuckled weakly. "I wouldn't abandon you. In 2 days, I designed a Tier 2 fighter." "What?" The crew was stunned. Tier 2 fighters were typically reserved for elite warships and piloted by Federation citizens. It was inconceivable that a silver-haired woman would pilot one. Moreover, their development and testing required extensive time. Yet, Zhao Yi had single-handedly designed a Tier 2 fighter in just 2 days. Zhao Yi nodded. "While this mission is ostensibly a reconnaissance, I sense something amiss." Su Xian interrupted Zhao Yi. "Commander, you haven't eaten in 2 days. You should have something." Su Ran helped Zhao Yi into a chair and hurried to fetch food. Upon seeing the white rice and fish on the table, Zhao Yi frowned. "Why am I not having energy porridge?" Su Xian sat beside Zhao Yi. Don't overexert yourself. Energy porridge is insufficient after 2 days without food. Didn't you say energy porridge is packed with nutrients? Zhao Yi smiled. Even so, you must eat this today, Su Xian insisted, her tone unwavering. There was no possibility of Zhao Yi consuming energy porridge today. Zhao Yi ceased his objections and began to eat the rice slowly. After 2 days without food, it was crucial to eat sparingly and deliberately. After a short while, Zhao Yi regained some energy and produced a blueprint from his pocket. This is the Tier 2 fighter I designed, the Xinwei. Su Yan pushed through the crowd to examine it. As a research and development specialist, she typically handled such tasks. Consequently, she found it difficult to believe that Zhao Yi could have developed a Tier 2 fighter in just 2 days. Upon closer inspection, Su Yan gasped. The Tier 2 fighter's blueprint was indeed extraordinary, featuring laser cannons and an energy shield, while also boasting enhanced speed and stealth capabilities. Furthermore, its design and coding enabled it to absorb any reconnaissance waves, rendering it virtually undetectable unless approached at close range. This was indeed a Tier 2 fighter. Commander, you're a monster. You actually developed a fighter. A Tier 2 fighter? Is this what I'll be flying in the future? Several crew members exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Yi addressed the crew. With this fighter, our chances of survival increase. The crew was taken aback, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. No Federation citizen would care for them as Zhao Yi did. He was like a beacon of hope illuminating their hearts, evoking a sense of excitement. Commander, you needn't treat us this way, Su Xian said, her eyes dimming. She did not want Zhao Yi to be harmed, especially not while striving to help them. They were merely lowly silver-haired women. Yes, you mustn't exert yourself so much in the future, others chimed in with their admonitions. Zhao Yi felt a warmth in his heart. It was gratifying to be cared for by so many beautiful women. By the way, has the military expenditure arrived? Yes, but the amount is somewhat peculiar. Peculiar? Zhao Yi recalled the bald man's words about the discounted expenditure, wondering how much had been reduced. This was a time when they desperately needed funds. How much is it? Our fleet's monthly expenditure is 5,000 energy crystals, with the commander's meals costing 30 energy crystals per day and the rest of the crew receiving 100 each, totaling approximately 4,000 per month. The remaining 1,000 is allocated for maintenance and navigation. This month, we received an astonishing sum of 6,000. 6,000? Zhao Yi was taken aback. Had the bald man not mentioned offering them a discount? How could the amount have increased? Are you certain? Indeed. The moment you entered the studio, this money was transferred. However, it is peculiar that it arrived in 2 separate installments. Zhao Yi pondered this, yet chose not to dwell on it further. Will my T2 level blueprint fetch a good price? Su Xian rested her chin on her finger, responding, it certainly could. But if discovered, it would lead to complications. T2 level weaponry typically remains under military control. If it were to circulate outside, it could provoke issues. Zhao Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Should we be concerned about that? Who knows when our time is up? Su Xian continued. If sold, it could command around 10,000. 10,000. Zhao Yi mused, considering this a fair price, given that T2 level aircraft are not particularly rare. Do you have any connections? Chapter 14. Do you have T2 class fighter blueprints? Su Xian nodded. Since the commander has said so, I can attempt to sell them. All right then, Su Yan. Make a copy of the blueprint for Su Xian to take and sell. Understood. I also have some materials prepared for constructing interstellar fighters. Su Ran. You should go buy enough provisions for about 4 days, and use the remaining money to purchase materials. Su Ran paused for days. Will that be enough for us? Zhao Yi chuckled. The M787 planet we are heading to was originally a resource site for energy crystals belonging to the Solar Federation, but it has been seized by the Solaro Empire. The defenses there must have been destroyed. Su Xian's pupils constricted suddenly. You plan to go to M787 to steal energy crystals? Indeed. Relying on the Federation's logistics, we will eventually meet our demise. Isn't that too dangerous? That's why we must be adequately prepared, expanding our current firepower as much as possible. 4 days' worth of food should sustain us for at least a week. As long as we can return alive, replenishing our supplies won't be a problem. If we don't make it back, no amount of food will matter. The group fell silent. Indeed, if they didn't return, nothing would hold significance. Su Ran glanced at Su Xian and then at Zhao Yi, ultimately nodding, yes. I assure you I will complete the task. Zhao Yi yawned. By the way, don't buy energy porridge. For these 4 days, let everyone enjoy something better. But there are over 300 of us. If we all eat normally, the consumption for these 4 days will be considerable. Never mind. Once we seize the energy crystals, we will have everything we need. Having said that, Zhao Yi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After several days without sleep, he suddenly relaxed and succumbed to drowsiness. I'll take a break first. The rest is up to you. Upon returning with the materials, Su Yin and Su Wan, you two will be responsible for using the repair ship to create the fighters. Since they refuse to provide us with aircraft, we shall construct our own. Understood. Su Yin and Su Wan nodded earnestly. With blueprints and materials in hand, their only task was to bring them to life. If we can't accomplish this, then we might as well not exist. After Zhao Yi retired to rest, Su Xian and Su Ran ventured out to procure supplies. In the graceful marketplace, passers-by showed little interest in the 2 silver-haired girls and even expressed disdain, ignoring them entirely, as if conducting business was beneath them. Sister Su Xian, where shall we go first? Su Xian pondered, resting her finger on her chin. Let us sell the commander's blueprints first. That will give us some assurance. All right. Su Ran responded sweetly. The two made their way into an alley, where the bustling crowd began to fade. The walls on either side of the alley were dilapidated, with rust in several spots. Su Xian had visited this city numerous times and was aware of a black market here, although she had only heard of it and never ventured in. However, acquiring the necessary funds to assemble fighter jets was imperative. Su Ran tightly grasped Su Xian and Appo's hand as several grinning men appeared around them. The leader was a man whose body was mostly replaced with prosthetics, resembling a robot. He seemed excessively proud of his mechanical limbs, showing no desire to conceal them. The right hand, crafted from metal, emitted a clattering sound as it effortlessly carved a groove into the alley wall. Silver-haired girls? What brings you here? The man asked in a voice reminiscent of machinery. Su Xian could only see him speak without witnessing his lips move. We are here for business. Business? The crowd erupted in laughter, finding it absurd that the silver-haired girls would come to the black market for trade. I've heard that silver-haired girls are quite protective of their bodies. You two are different. Yet you still wish to engage in business? However, given your looks, we'll reluctantly agree. After the men finished speaking, they licked their lips. It was disingenuous to say they were not tempted. The silver-haired girls were stunning in both face and form. Yet, their excessive determination could lead to dire consequences. They remained indifferent to the opinions and insults thrown their way, refusing to retaliate or engage. However, any attempt to touch them would not be tolerated. Su Xian and Appo's expression turned icy. What nonsense! I possess a fighter jet blueprint. Are you interested? A fighter jet blueprint? What level? We have no interest in T1 blueprints. They are far too common. T2 class. T2? What a joke. T2 blueprints are in the military's possession. You silver-haired girls belong to the military as well. You are hardly considered anything significant. How could you possibly have T2 blueprints? Su Xian turned as if to leave. If you don and Appo's T1 it, then forget it. This left the men bewildered. Could it be that the girls truly possessed a blueprint? Otherwise, why would they risk coming here to toy with them? Was it not courting death? I warn you, if you dare to mess with us, you will both meet your end. With that, the half-robotic man led the way, with Su Xian and Su Ran following closely behind. They soon arrived at a room. In the center sat a rotund, bald man, embracing a woman in a revealing dress, his hands wandering over her body without a hint of shame. Upon noticing the newcomers, he paid them no mind, instead increasing his grip on the woman. Xiao Bao. What an amp. Appo's the matter. Boss, there are people looking to sell T2 class fighter blueprints. T2 class fighter blueprints? The bald man paused slightly, recognizing the potential value of such items. While neither the Federation nor the Empire had much need for T2 fighters, they could be sold to smaller nations. More importantly, these blueprints could be sold multiple times, attracting larger pirates or private lords seeking them. Is it really them? The silver-haired girls? Indeed, it's them. The bald man smirked, his gaze roving over the two girls. I have never conducted business with silver-haired girls before. Show me the blueprints. You first tell me how much you're offering. Negotiate with me. The bald man's face darkened with anger. It's a tremendous honor for you to even be in my presence. However, given your looks, if you present the blueprints, I can allow you to stay here and avoid the battlefield. His gaze held a lewd and expectant glint as he pushed the woman beside him aside. Compared to the silver-haired girls, the other women seemed utterly mundane. The unique resilience and youthfulness of the silver-haired girls were captivating and made one want to conquer them. If you are not interested in doing business, then we shall take our leave. With that, Su Xian grasped Su Ran's hand and began to walk away. The half-robotic man blocked their path. Our boss has not finished speaking. Where do you think you are going? Su Xian turned. If you desire it, then name your price. The bald man narrowed his eyes. A price? What could be worth more than your lives? Lay down the blueprints, and you may live. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. Su Xian sneered, her exquisite face flashing with disdain. She was acutely aware that trading in the black market was fraught with danger, and she had long anticipated such a scenario. Do you truly think we fear death? We are mere weapons, hardly regarded as human. Our demise would bear no consequence. But should we perish, what will become of your precious fighter blueprints? It seems our worth pales in comparison to that of a mere blueprint. The bald man found himself at a loss when faced with such fearless individuals. Threats, fear, and coercion held no sway over them. The silver-haired girls likely faced the prospect of death daily. Their deaths would indeed have no repercussions, yet his goal was to acquire the blueprints, not to entertain himself. Fine. 1 million energy crystals should suffice. 1 million too. Su Xian countered firmly. Are you insane, or am I? A T2 class fighter is not a warship or main cannon. You dare to ask for 1 million too? This blueprint of mine surpasses that of the typical T2 class fighter jet. Who would believe it? Chapter 15. Wishes shall ultimately come to fruition. Su Xian retrieved a folded blueprint from her pocket and tossed it over. The bald man picked it up and examined it. Indeed, it was a design for a T2 class fighter jet. Compared to the conventional T2 models, this design exhibited numerous modifications. The materials were more economical. Unnecessary designs had been minimized, and alternative superior methods were employed to enhance strength and flight capability. While its power and defense were comparable to other T2 jets, its lighter weight and increased speed constituted its distinct advantages. Why is this only half? The bald man asked, perplexed. The other half will be discussed once you provide the payment, Su Xian replied coolly. The bald man scrutinized the half blueprint in his hands. If it were a conventional design, his subordinates could easily recreate or modify the remaining half. However, this T2 fighter jet was evidently unconventional, with all its designs and concepts hanging by a thread, without the complete blueprint. Attempting to design the other half could very well result in an aircraft that couldn't even take flight. Fine, 12,000 it is. Just hand over the money, he said, seething with frustration. In this alluring city, he was a prominent figure, yet this was his first experience conducting business in such a manner, especially with two silver-haired maidens. Give it to her, he commanded, as the half-robotic companion reluctantly produced an energy crystal card. Su Xian hurriedly took it, clutching it tightly as if no one could wrest it from her grasp. We will deliver the complete blueprint once we return, Su Xian stated nonchalantly. Are you toying with us? The bald man erupted in fury. Did these two truly underestimate his temper? Time and again, they tested his limits. Fear not. We are merely providing this at present. Do you think you would allow us to leave otherwise? The bald man's expression darkened as he considered his options. He had indeed planned to do just that. Once they unveiled the complete blueprint, he would blow their heads off. Although the silver-haired maidens belonged to the military, they were not even human. What harm was there in killing them? The two sides exchanged glances, and ultimately, the bald man relented. Killing them was always an option. But that was not his goal. His true objective was to obtain the blueprint. Then how do you propose we proceed? Su Xian inquired. Release us, and I will have the blueprint delivered, she continued. The bald man contemplated for a moment when the half-robotic companion exclaimed, Boss, We cannot let them go. Enough. Let them leave, he ordered. What? Are you serious? I've heard that the silver-haired maiden is highly protective of her kin. If you dare deceive me, you can await the retrieval of your dear sister and Apos' corpse, he warned, waving his hand dismissively, signaling for them to depart. Though the half-robot hesitated, a path was ultimately cleared for the two. After they had left, the bald man inquired, "What is her designation?" 9844, came the reply. Realization dawned on the bald man. So she is 9844. Sir, is she well known? The half-robot asked, scratching its head. The bald man nodded slightly. Indeed. 9844 is quite renowned in the military, having participated in numerous battles and surviving each time, outliving many commanders. She is referred to as the goddess of misfortune among the Federation forces. Will they deceive us? No. The silver-haired maiden may disregard others' opinions, but she holds her compatriots in high regard. She wouldn't gamble with their lives. No wonder she possesses such audacity. The bald man licked his lips. The half-robot quickly understood. Boss, it seems you have taken quite a liking to her. Like or not, there is only one outcome should I choose to act. Either she dies, or I do, the bald man replied. Once Su Xian and Su Ran exited the dim alley, they breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xian, you were incredible. I didn't dare utter a word just now, Su Ran exclaimed. Su Xian smiled. I felt the same. If we are not afraid of death, what else is there to fear? Su Ran raised the energy crystal in her hand. With this much money, the commander will surely be pleased. Su Ran, what do you think of the commander? Su Xian asked as they walked. The surrounding pedestrians increasingly revealing expressions of derision and disdain. The two remained unfazed and continued their conversation. He's quite impressive. He feels less like a typical Federation person and more like an older brother, Su Ran remarked. Indeed, yet such a person could lose his life because of us. Su Xian said, her gaze darkening. The Federation would not allow these silver-haired maidens, who had served in the military for 4 years, to continue living. The forthcoming missions would be increasingly perilous. If Zhao Yi accompanied them, he would undoubtedly perish. What should we do? One step at a time. If that day truly comes, I will ensure he survives, Su Xian stated resolutely. Recalling the first time she met Zhao Yi, she chuckled at the thought that he might have genuinely believed himself to be a robot. Su Xian, you are truly beautiful. No wonder others are captivated by you. Su Ran said, awestruck. Only you would say that. Let's go buy something delicious, Su Xian suggested. All right. Upon arriving at the various stalls, they fell silent. Fruits, snacks, rice. These items were far more expensive than they had anticipated. However, it was understandable. In an era of advancing technology and population surges, these basic commodities were naturally in high demand, driving prices skyward. How exorbitant! Su Ran exclaimed. Indeed, even if we only purchase wilted greens and moldy rice, it averages out to 5 energy crystals per person per day. For 300 people, that and Apos' 1,500 a day, and over 4 days, it totals 6,000. Su Xian lamented. Su Ran was taken aback, glancing at her energy crystal card, initially believing 12,000 to be a substantial sum. Yet, it was swiftly diminishing. Su Xian sighed. The primary issue is our sheer number. If we were to calculate based on a standard size, 30 people could get by with far less over 4 days. With that in mind, Su Xian ultimately set down the wilted greens. The vendor, visibly irritated, snapped, quit browsing. If you're not buying, then scram. You paupers think you can afford vegetables? Su Xian chuckled awkwardly. She was accustomed to such insults. And being called a pauper was relatively mild. What should we purchase then? Let us buy something suitable for the commander. The rest can be energy porridge. That way, we can keep our daily consumption under 100, totaling only 400 energy crystals over 4 days. Su Ran nodded, somewhat disheartened. All right. Next came the task of sourcing materials. Although the merchants similarly regarded them with disdain, they could not refuse the money in hand. After a circuitous journey, the two finally returned. Following their acquisition of materials and energy porridge, others would naturally deliver supplies. Su Xian, you've returned, exclaimed the other silver-haired maidens aboard the starship, greeting them enthusiastically. Where's the commander? Su Xian inquired. Still asleep. Su Exine, you seem to care quite a bit for the commander, Su Huan teased. You return and immediately ask about him, while you haven't shown such concern for your sisters. Su Exine flushed. What nonsense. He has merely been overworked. We've been quite busy too. Look at my hands, all bruised from repairing the starship. Desperate for Su Exine's attention, Su Huan extended her hand. Su Exine swatted it away. Get lost. After some playful banter, Su Exine addressed the group. I have something to share. What is it? They inquired. The commander instructed us to procure better quality ingredients. Yet I still bought energy porridge. You want to hold it against me, will you? The group chuckled. And here we thought it was something serious. Su Huan placed her hands behind her head. Honestly, I'm more concerned about when the materials will arrive. I desire T2 class fighter jets more than food. Exactly. I cannot afford to fall behind the commander. If he can develop T2 class jets, we must assemble as many as we can. We have never been outdone by the Federation. This time, we shall work tirelessly to produce results. Do not fret. It will arrive shortly. Zhao Yi slumbered for an entire day and night, awakening with a refreshing clarity, though he felt a twinge of hunger. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Su Ran nestled beside him, her little head drooping, a trickle of drool escaping her lips, as if she were dreaming of delectable delights. Zhao Yi shifted slightly, rousing Su Ran from her slumber. She wiped the corner of her mouth and, upon noticing Zhao Yi, exclaimed in delight, Commander, you're awake. Yes, what time is it? He inquired. We have 3.5 days until our departure, she replied. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, his stomach growling in protest. Su Ran quickly retrieved the prepared meal, saying, Commander, you only had energy porridge last time. You should eat something different. As he gazed at the food before him, Zhao Yi swallowed hard. It would be disingenuous to claim he didn't crave a hearty bowl of rice after the porridge. Then I shall not hold back. Zhao Yi seized the meal and devoured it ravenously, perhaps due to genuine hunger, savoring the flavors as they danced upon his palate. Have you eaten? He asked, noticing her distracted demeanor. Why yes, I've eaten, she stammered. From the looks of you, it seems you haven't had your fill. If you don't mind, why not join me? There's plenty here. Su Ran hurriedly waved her hands. No, I and Oppos. V had enough. Zhao Yi dismissed her protests, confident that they had indeed returned with food. Did you manage to procure all the materials? Yes, we did. Sister Su Xin is quite remarkable. She sold your blueprints for 12,000. Though the money has even warmed in our hands before it vanished. Zhao Yi, unable to resist, affectionately tousled Su Ran's hair. No worries, in the future. We shall have even more funds. Then, you can indulge in whatever you desire. Really? Sister Su Xin and I found the food to be rather pricey, she replied. Of course, not only rice, but in the future, we shall relish cakes, barbecued meats, ice cream. No matter the cost, we shall afford it. Ice cream. Su Ran's mouth watered at the thought, and she quickly wiped her lips. All right, I shall head to the maintenance ship to check on things. With his appetite satisfied, Zhao Yi prepared to assess the progress of the silver-haired maiden's work. Yes, she affirmed. Chapter 16. You may depart from here upon arriving at the maintenance ship. It was evident that no Federation personnel were present. For the silver-haired girl, the time allocated for repairs was essentially a holiday for these individuals. No Federation member would assist the silver-haired maiden in her endeavors. This was fortuitous, as Su Yin and Su Wan were currently overseeing the manufacturing of T2 class fighter jets. The gospel ship may lack in many aspects, but it certainly had an abundance of manpower. Oh my goodness, Zhao Yi exclaimed as he stepped into the workshop, only to be greeted by a chorus of gasps from above. Su Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, It must be Su Huan again. Let us go take a look. The two made their way over to find Su Huan leaping atop a fighter jet, her movements reminiscent of someone who had been electrocuted. What on earth are you doing? Su Huan noticed Zhao Yi's arrival and immediately jumped down from the aircraft, rushing over to him. She slapped his shoulder enthusiastically, exclaiming, Commander, this fighter jet is absolutely magnificent. I adore it. I feel incredibly powerful right now. With just a command from you, I could take down a T2 class battleship. Zhao Yi rubbed his shoulder, noting her surprising strength. Is that so? If you like it, that is all that matters. However, Our gospel ship is lacking in firepower, and many future missions will require your fighter jets for support. Rest assured, she replied cheerfully. Zhao Yi glanced back at the gospel ship, which was undergoing repairs. Normally, a frigate would serve only a protective and interceptive role, lacking the capability to carry fighter jets. Yet, with only one battleship at their disposal, it was forced to assume multiple roles. He wondered when they might acquire another ship. How many fighter jets do we have now? He inquired. There are currently 4. Based on Su Wan's estimates, we should have enough materials to assemble 10 jets, she replied. 10. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Although he had made some modifications to reduce costs, he didn't expect it to be so economical. Or was it? Su Huan continued, her excitement unabated. Not only that, but we also have enough leftover materials to construct a few combat robots. If we engage in ground operations, we will need those robots as well. Zhao Yi understood, turning to Su Ran. Did you all forget to purchase food? Su Ran shook her head, looking a bit aggrieved. I want to check. But the food prices were exorbitant, so I took the liberty of making a swap. If there is a need for punishment, then it should fall on me. Su Xian approached, appearing somewhat apologetic, bowing her head in anticipation of reprimand. Zhao Yi sighed. I should be the one apologizing. If I could earn more, we wouldn't have to be so financially strapped. Su Xian looked up at him gently. Commander, please don't burden yourself with too much pressure. We are quite content with our current way of life. If we could continue like this, that would be even better. As for food, we have long since adapted. There are things far more valuable than mere sustenance right beside us. Zhao Yi surveyed the silver-haired girl around him. All right then. Let us work together to complete this reconnaissance mission. You all must return safely. Understood. By the way, do we have any money left? What remains? Let us purchase some mining robots. Mining robots? Su Ran was puzzled, yet complied with the suggestion. Mining robots were not expensive, as both the technology and materials required were quite affordable. In the following days, the maintenance ship above the gospel was filled with the sounds of labor, persisting even through the night. After 7 days, the gospel ship emerged renewed. Not only were all prior damages repaired, but it also underwent a thorough maintenance. Bathed in the light of the stars, it radiated a golden sheen. No trace remained of its former dilapidated state. Now, the gospel resembled a formidable interstellar frigate. Target, Planet M787, commenced departure. Zhao Yi commanded from the command room, with Su Xian standing nearby. Full speed ahead. In the city of elegance. The bald man watched the departing gospel in silence. Zhao Yi's words echoed in his mind. Despite the urgent situation at the front lines, the officials on Capital Star were still preoccupied with schemes against the silver-haired girls. Nevertheless, these girls continued to fight for the Federation. As a Federation member himself, he felt a profound sense of shame. Yet, altering a tradition that had persisted for over a century was no trivial matter. Major, someone just brought in some documents, including a blueprint for a T-2 class fighter jet. A T-2 class fighter jet? The bald man was taken aback. Such things were under military jurisdiction. And T-2 class fighters were exclusively equipped on vessels manned by Federation personnel. Ironically, the starships equipped with T-2 or even T-3 class fighters were tasked with patrolling and surrounding Capital Star and other planets, while the front line still relied on T-1 class fighters. How could this blueprint possibly be here? His subordinate replied. The fat man claimed it was sold to him by a silver-haired girl. He wishes to exchange it for some market connections or perhaps to secure his own safety in the future. The bald major forced a smile. It seems the fat man is also sensing the crisis in elegance. He is preparing to spend money to save his life. A silver-haired girl sold it to him? Which one? 9844, the gospel ship? Indeed. Should we call them back for inspection? The bald man shook his head. No need. They likely won't survive this mission. But as long as the objective is achieved, that suffices. Keep this T-2 class blueprint confidential. Yes, sir. 2 days later, the gospel ship reached the outskirts of planet M787. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous wrecks, starships, fighter jets, and corpses, along with some mercenaries from other star regions. It was evident that the battle here had concluded. Su Xian gazed out the window, her eyes betraying a deep sadness. She spotted several silver-haired corpses drifting in the void of space, some frozen in icy sculptures, destined to remain in the cosmos forever. It seemed the Federation had indeed lost the battle here. What was the purpose of sending them for reconnaissance? Who knows? Su Ran replied, curiosity evident in her voice. What do we do next? After their discussion, they turned to Zhao Yi, surprised by his sudden decision-making. Zhao Yi rose. Planet M787 should now belong to the Solar Empire. However, following a recent battle, their fleet has likely returned for repairs. This area is currently a vacuum zone where anything could happen. From this point forward, we shall shut down the energy reactor and all communication devices, and drift towards the planet. Understood. Since they were on a reconnaissance and looting mission, caution was paramount. Though most fleets had withdrawn from planet M787, there would likely be 1 or 2 remaining fleets on standby. They could only hope to avoid encountering them. Before shutting down, Zhao Yi informed the bald major of his decision. Otherwise, the major might mistakenly believe that the silver-haired girls had defected, leading to disastrous consequences. The bald major fell silent for a moment before agreeing to the plan, arranging a follow-up communication in 3 days. After ending the call, Su Xin expressed her surprise. I thought he would disagree. Perhaps he too recognizes the current plight of the Federation and has granted you a bit more authority, Zhao Yi replied, gazing out at the vast expanse of space beyond the starship. Would they truly remain undetected in this boundless universe? This is a splendid opportunity. A splendid opportunity? Su Xin was puzzled. Zhao Yi nodded. The bombs implanted within you have a range limit. Once you leave the Solar Federation's territory, they will become ineffective. We are currently at the border of the Solar Federation, and 3 days will be sufficient to escape this range. You will be free. Su Xin smiled. Thank you, Commander. But what will you do if we leave? I am a Federation citizen. I have nothing to fear. Do not conceal the truth from us any longer. Altering the mission unilaterally and allowing us to depart, even if you are a member of the Federation, is punishable by death. Even if you accompany us. The peril amidst the conflict between the Solaro Empire and the Solar Federation remains substantial. As long as we are aboard this starship, the forces of the Solaro Empire will not permit our easy escape. Others nodded in agreement. Observing this, Zhao Yi chose to remain silent. At that moment, a red alarm light suddenly illuminated within the ship's interior. Warning, warning, the starship has been locked onto. Zhao Yi was taken aback. What is happening? Who has us in their sights? Chapter 17. The speed of the warplane is extraordinary. They shut down the energy reactor and other devices. The Solaro Empire should not have detected them, unless their warships had been tracking them from the very beginning. A fleet was trailing behind us, and as we powered down, the distance between us was diminishing. A silver-haired girl, after ascertaining the situation, exclaimed anxiously, "A fleet? How many ships? Corvettes, destroyers, battleships? A total of 8. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Despite their strength, they were ill-equipped to confront a fleet of 8 starships. Commander, what should we do now? Su Xin asked, surprised. In previous encounters, it was always the commander seeking her assistance. Yet now, she found herself naturally turning to Zhao Yi for help. Is this force from the Solaro Empire? No, but I cannot ascertain their identity. Upon hearing that they were not from the Solaro Empire, Zhao Yi's tension dissipated with a smile. Do not panic. This is a battlefield between the Solaro Empire and the Solar Empire. They have only 2 choices. Wait for us outside the M787 reconnaissance range, or shut down their energy reactors and follow us. Shall we proceed? Indeed. Everyone nodded slightly. They would obey Zhao Yi's decision, even if it led them into a dead end. Behind them, a subordinate clad in a black cloak was reporting to Sean. Lord Sean, we have tracked the 6-sided cube, but ahead lies the battlefield of the Solaro Empire. Should we avoid it? Otherwise, if discovered by the Solaro Empire, it could lead to complications. Sean, arms crossed and seated in his chair, pondered. If we abandon the pursuit of the gospel now, we may never find it again. And it could encounter unforeseen circumstances in the M787. However, if we continue, a conflict with the Solaro Empire is inevitable. Shut down the energy reactors and keep moving. Everyone was taken aback. Shouldn't we consider this a bit more? Shutting down the reactors and then restarting them will surely attract attention. And we may not be able to explain ourselves then. Enough chatter. Sean narrowed his eye, causing everyone to hurriedly comply. Commander, trouble is brewing. A silver-haired girl shouted in alarm. What is it? We have been tracking the fleet behind us, and their speed has noticeably decreased. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. These individuals have chosen to follow us into the M787 range. What grudge do they hold? Why do they recklessly pursue us? Have you offended anyone prior? He inquired of Su Xin. Su Xin shook her head. No, we have only fought against the Solaro Empire. We have not engaged with anyone else. Even if there were mercenaries, they would not distinguish who among us harmed their loved ones during the chaos of battle. Zhao Yi decided to dismiss the thought. Let it be. Since they wish to follow, we shall prepare a surprise for them. What surprise? The Divine Might warplane possesses a certain level of stealth capability. As long as they are not directly monitoring us, we can proceed unnoticed. We will fly this warplane over, activate the broadcast, and the Solaro Empire will become aware. At that moment, we can have them deal with those trailing us. Whoever they may be, if they target us, they are undoubtedly our foes. Su Huan, thrilled, playfully punched Zhao Yi. Commander, your wit never ceases to amaze me. I shall take care of it right away. Zhao Yi rubbed his shoulder. No rush. Let them delve deeper first. Once they do, escaping will be impossible. And please, refrain from punching me next time. I feel as though I might fall apart. The others chuckled. Su Huan, slightly embarrassed, remarked, Commander, your physique is too frail. When we return, you must engage in some rigorous exercise. Otherwise, you may struggle to find a partner in the future. I have no interest in that, Zhao Yi retorted disdainfully. Why should he exert himself when he could use his intellect? After some time, when the moment seemed right, they all arrived at the hangar. Inside were 10 newly polished Divine Might warplanes, exuding an aura of cold lethality. Su Huan, there will still be dangers ahead. Keep your distance from the enemy. Your task is solely to attract the attention of the Solaro Empire, Su Xin cautioned. I understand. Why are you being so nagging, like the commander? You weren't like this before. Su Xion's face flushed as she cast a furtive glance at Zhao Yi. She indeed had not been this way. In past battles, she would make necessary sacrifices. After all, everyone would face death eventually. Some simply took the lead. Though she would later retreat to cry alone, she would never display a hint of softness in front of others. Yet, after interacting with Zhao Yi, she found herself wanting to continue living, or rather, she had discovered a glimmer of hope for survival. All right, hurry there and back, Zhao Yi urged. Understood. Upon my return, I shall refrain from punching you. Su Huan laughed heartily, piloting the T-2 warplane into the skies. In a flash of brilliance, the warplane vanished from sight, becoming a star in the cosmos. Sean and his crew remained oblivious to the impending danger until the T-2 warplane was merely 1,000 kilometers away. Lord Sean, an aircraft is approaching. An aircraft? Where? Just ahead, not far from us. It should arrive in a few minutes. Sean shot upright, fury flashing across his face. How did you not detect it sooner? One subordinate replied, somewhat aggrieved. Did you not instruct us to shut down unnecessary equipment? Moreover, this warplane possesses a certain level of stealth, making it difficult to detect. Sean resumed his seat. Is it from the Solaro Empire? How many aircraft are there, and can they evade detection? It is not from the Solaro Empire. If they had discovered us, they would have warned us. It should be the Gospel, and only one aircraft. The Gospel? Sean furrowed his brow. Based on the previous reports from 2 incompetent subordinates, the Gospel only had T1 level warplanes. Though capable, they were at most of 1.5 level, significantly inferior to T2. In such a short time, have they equipped themselves with T2 level warplanes? I've never heard of the Federation arming the silver-haired girl fleet with T2 weapons. However, it is just one aircraft. There is no need for alarm. Dispatch 10 Yunfei T1 level warplanes to intercept it. Understood. With a flurry, 10 Yunfei T1 level warplanes launched from the battleship's deck. This aircraft was the primary combat vessel of Lord Sean. Although the opposing force might be T2 level, 10 T1 level warplanes would suffice for an interception. Seated in her warplane, Su Huan smirked, accelerating towards her target. Let me see your speed. The 10 intercepting warplanes felt a rush of shadows past them. In the next moment, the warplane had vanished. Each warplane had its strengths. Some excelled in firepower, while others boasted formidable defenses, yet the divine might was distinctly swift. With reduced weight and altered design, its maximum speed approached that of T2. 5-level warplanes. Chase, chase, chase. The fleet of warplanes adjusted their trajectory, pursuing Su Huan. This was their first encounter with such a rapid interstellar warplane. As Su Huan soared around the fleet, she gazed into the distance, unable to suppress her awe. Before her lay a fleet composed of 8 starships, all present and accounted for. There were corvettes for defense, destroyers for close combat, battleships for bombardment, and finally, an interstellar carrier laden with numerous warplanes. This fleet is quite impressive. It has everything one could desire. I wonder when the commander will command such a fleet. Bayou. In the distance, a pirate destroyer emitted a blinding flash as its secondary cannons began to target Su Huan. So fierce. With a swift maneuver, Su Huan evaded the attack and continued to rotate around the vicinity. This sensation caused Sean considerable discomfort, akin to the incessant buzzing of a fly hovering near his ear, while his small weapon proved ineffective against it. Noticing that the time was nearly right, Su Huan activated the communication device to broadcast to everyone. M787, stationed here, is Major Jerry of the Solaro Empire. His mission is to use M787 as a transit station to facilitate the Empire's continued advancement. The remaining energy crystals are of no concern. To exploit these residual energy crystals on a large scale, specialized equipment is necessary. However, the remaining energy crystals have already depleted. Mining them might not even recoup the cost of the equipment. Major Jerry, we have received a cosmic transmission. A cosmic transmission? Who sent it? Unknown. But you might want to take a look. Jerry entered the planetary command room, where he was greeted by the image of a woman's face appearing on the screen. A silver-haired maiden? Chapter 18. The Star Destroyer. This feature was too conspicuous. Jerry immediately recognized it after battling the Federation for so long. On the battlefield, the true troublemakers were not the Federation forces, but these silver-haired maidens, who seemed utterly oblivious to fear and mortality. Hello? Can you hear me? In the midst of the broadcast, Sun Huan was fiddling with the device for the first time, tapping the launch mechanism. It should work, right? I represent the Solar Federation to warn you. The Solaro Empire on planet M787 must surrender immediately, or else our army will arrive and annihilate you all. Do you see the fleet behind me? This is merely an appetizer. You better tread carefully. I repeat, surrender at once. Having delivered his message, Sun Huan turned and fled. Sean, who was pursuing the gospel, was furious. They had concealed themselves so well, yet the silver-haired maidens had broadcast their location to the entire area. Don't let me catch them. Sean trembled with rage, but now that the enemy was aware of their presence, he had to deliberate whether to retreat or press forward. At the ground command center of the Solaro Empire on planet M787, Jerry scrutinized the earlier broadcast and inquired, "What is the location of the broadcast?" "Just 50,000 kilometers away." "Damn it. How did we not detect them at such a close range?" There was no choice. They shut down their energy reactor, making them undetectable. Precise detection requires immense energy, and the vastness of space around M787 makes it impossible to monitor every inch accurately. They possess a total of 8 warships, 4 of T1 class and 4 of T2 class, including 1 T2 class aircraft carrier. Is that all? Jerry countered. That and Oppos, it. Jerry found it somewhat peculiar. This formation appeared formidable, yet to 2 super empires, it was merely a trivial matter. A staff officer interjected, "Major, the Solar Federation actually dispatched T2 class warships. Does this mean their silver-haired maidens are nearly exhausted?" Jerry replied leisurely, with the Federation's arrogance, "If it weren't for the dwindling numbers of silver-haired maidens, they certainly wouldn't have come out themselves. It's a pity. If these silver-haired maidens could be utilized by our empire, conquering the cosmos would not be an impossibility." The officer responded, "That would be difficult. Up to now, we have yet to capture a silver-haired maiden alive. Are these people mad? Even under oppression from the Federation, they continue to fight so desperately. If I were them, I would simply open the borders. Since they cannot survive, why not let everyone perish together? Jerry chuckled. Precisely for this reason, countless entities in the universe yearn to obtain silver-haired maidens, yet they have fortuitously fallen into the hands of the Federation. Just then, the screen flickered again. Esteemed members of the Solaro Empire, the previous cosmic broadcast was a ruse by the Solar Federation. We are neither Federation citizens nor mercenaries. We merely happen to pass through this area. Jerry glanced at Sean and smiled faintly. Is that so? But your shutdown of the energy reactor to infiltrate isn't a mere coincidence, is it? There are reasons behind this. I hope for your understanding. Sean lowered his head. He was merely a lord among interstellar pirates, unable to contend with a colossal entity like the Solaro Empire, and their territory was far from these nations. Since you claim it was a coincidence, I will grant you 10 minutes to vacate this place immediately. Understood. Sean ended the communication and slammed his fist onto the chair. Damn it, those dog bastards on the gospel better not let me catch them. Lord Sean, what shall we do now? What else can we do? Our position has been exposed. The only option is to withdraw. He sighed moreover. This planet M787 not only has the ground command center of the Solaro Empire, but also a fleet on standby outside. One of his subordinates suggested, my lord. I have a plan. Speak, Sean said, intrigued. We can inform the Solaro Empire of the Gospel's position. This way, they will take action, and we can return to report without incident. The subordinate beamed with pride, seemingly pleased with his cleverness. Perhaps Lord Sean would appoint him as a strategist or officer. Sean slapped him hard, sending the subordinate reeling, landing on the ground, his face burning with pain. Are you foolish or am I? Brother Black Bear instructed me to retrieve the six-sided cube, and you want to invite the Solaro Empire into our affairs. We must not only conceal our position from the Solaro Empire, but also ensure the safety of the gospel, at least until we secure the six-sided cube. They cannot come to harm. Yes, I misjudged the situation. The subordinate quickly adjusted their course. Let's remain outside the range of planet M787. Once the gospel restarts its energy reactor, we will detect it. With that, the entire fleet changed direction, leaving the vicinity of planet M787. Upon learning that Sean's fleet had departed, Su Huan, sitting in her starfighter, felt somewhat bored. She had hoped to witness rivers of blood. To her dismay, they fled without engaging in battle. How cowardly. Having tired of the delay, Su Huan adjusted her course back to the gospel. You're back? Zhao Yi greeted her. Commander, I completed the mission successfully, but they didn't engage in combat. Zhao Yi chuckled. That's normal. The Solaro Empire's fleet is too far for immediate confrontation. He glanced outside the ship, where the appearance of planet M787 came into view. We have arrived. With a thunderous roar, the vessel trembled as it passed through the atmosphere. Before long, the gospel floated above planet M787. Gazing down at the planet, one could see the scars of war everywhere. Commence deployment, Zhao Yi ordered. Since they had arrived, they must act without delay. Yes, sir. Zhao Yi donned his protective suit, preparing to descend with Su Xin and others. As Su Xin turned back, surprised to see Zhao Yi in full gear, she exclaimed, Commander, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I am going down as well. Absolutely not. This reconnaissance mission is for us alone. You must remain aboard the gospel and wait for our return. Su Xin firmly refused. This is the territory of the Solaro Empire. Although they have recently endured battle, most personnel are not present. We may encounter them unexpectedly. Zhao Yi smiled. You handle the reconnaissance, and I shall lead a team to excavate energy crystals. With that, he had already descended to the surface. Reluctantly, Su Xin followed, turning to Su Ran. Ensure the commander's safety. He must not come to harm. Understood, Su Ran replied earnestly. Zhao Yi added, our supplies will last at most a day. Remember not to linger too long. Yes. With a tremendous roar, colossal combat robots descended from above, shaking the ground beneath them. Zhao Yi adjusted to the external environment and, upon looking up, was astonished. What is that? Not far from Zhao Yi and his team stood a massive cannon, reaching skyward and exuding an aura of cold lethality. Just by its caliber, it appeared to measure at least several kilometers wide. A star destroyer. I can't believe the Solaro Empire has installed such a weapon on M787. Chapter 19. Two new abilities arise. What is this? A single energy cannon capable of obliterating an entire fleet, too heavy to be mounted on spacecraft. Can only be installed on planets. I had witnessed its launch once before, resulting in the annihilation of the Fourth Fleet of the Solar Federation. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. Its presence here suggests that the war with the Solaro Empire is far from over. Most of the Solaro Empire's armed forces must be in that direction. You should refrain from proceeding. Understood. After Su Xian finished speaking, she raced off with a group toward the distance. This planet is vast, but given the current technology of the Solar Federation, encircling it would take but a brief moment. Zhao Yi and Su Ran led the remaining personnel and robots in search of energy crystals. Commander, aren't these energy crystals critical resources? Wouldn't it be dangerous for us to go directly? Su Ran remarked as they walked. To avoid detection by the Solaro Empire, they flew at a low altitude, although slower. Their movements remained undetectable. Zhao Yi chuckled. There aren't many energy crystals stored on planet M787, and they were depleted over a decade ago. Otherwise, the Solar Federation wouldn't have relinquished this territory so easily. Ah, so they're nearly gone? Zhao Yi nodded. Indeed, but even if they are scarce, there will still be enough for us to feast upon. Just then, the silver-haired scout returned. Commander, there are Solaro Empire personnel ahead. Although the energy mines were depleted, Zhao Yi was not surprised by the presence of guards. He glanced at the time. Let us scout out the area to determine the extent of their defenses. However, with a planet-destroying cannon here, I doubt the energy crystals are heavily guarded. Understood. Su Ran dispatched a few miniature drones toward the energy crystal mine. Meanwhile, Su Xian led the silver-haired girl to install surveillance devices at various locations on the planet. These intelligent monitors could disguise themselves as other objects, allowing them to observe every movement on the planet. Time passed slowly. Zhao Yi gazed at the screen. Approximately 20 personnel, 8 combat robots, and 10 defensive energy cannons. Their firepower is minimal. Behind Zhao Yi stood dozens of silver-haired girls, along with 10 combat robots. The gospel ship may lack in numbers, but it excels in combat personnel. While space warfare may not be their forte, ground combat is their advantage. Everyone, prepare for battle. Not a single one must escape. Understood. At this moment, within the mine, a group of Solaro Empire troops sat chatting, oblivious to the impending danger. Is the jammer ready? Yes. Launch. Boom. 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 The 10 combat robots launched jammers into the sky and surrounding areas. This jammer could obscure all nearby signals while maintaining the FAAD of previous signals. The Solaro Empire would not suspect anything for the time being. Upon noticing something amiss, the remaining Solaro soldiers hastily armed themselves and scanned the area, while the standby combat robots began searching the surroundings. Their SA situation: contact the Major immediately. That's impossible. There's a jammer. Just as the words left their lips, Zhao Yi launched an attack. The 10 combat robots, designated for offensive operations, advanced while firing, overwhelming the Solaro Empire troops. These combat robots were not comparable to those of the Solaro Empire. Zhao Yi had modified them. Both their firepower and defense had been significantly enhanced, and they also provided cover for the silver-haired girls. It's the silver-haired girls from the Solar Federation. How did the Solar Federation personnel end up here? Stop pondering. Retaliate quickly. Someone must breach the jammer to relay the message to the Major. The Solaro troops were taken aback. They never anticipated that the silver-haired girls could engage in ground combat on the planet. Zhao Yi attempted to charge forward, but was pulled back by Su Ran. Commander, what are you doing? If we delay, they will be finished off. Su Ran rolled her eyes. Stay out of it, or I'll send you back to the gospel ship. You're quite the bossy one. Even Su Xian hasn't said anything. Su Ran retorted. Su Xian entrusted you to me, so I must ensure your safety. With that, she fired her electromagnetic weapon at a nearby Solaro soldier attempting to ambush them, reducing him to ashes. Notification: observing Su Ran in battle. Innate talent recognized. Weapon proficiency LV. Max. Notification: observing Su Ran in battle. Innate talent recognized. Mechanical Control LV. Max. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to gain 2 abilities merely by watching Su Ran fire. Previously, he understood the weapon's function, but using it was out of reach. Now, however, he could command all weapons, including mechs, vehicles, and aircraft. Delightful. Zhao Yi applauded. Impressive. Of course, after all, I've been alive for 4 years, Su Ran said, her nose held high, completely unaware that a combat robot had already locked onto her. Zhao Yi raised his hand and fired. A beam of energy penetrated the robot and Oppo's weakest point, striking its small energy reactor. The combat robot exploded spectacularly, scattering debris. Su Ran stared in disbelief, turning to Zhao Yi. Commander, how is your marksmanship so precise? Zhao Yi chuckled. Perhaps it was mere luck. Su Ran was unconvinced. Taking down a combat robot with a single shot required not only an understanding of firearms, but also knowledge of the robot structure. Before long, Zhao Yi and his team had eliminated the garrison. The Solaro Empire troops were caught off guard by the ambush, and most of their defensive weapons were stationed at the planet-destroying cannon. What remained were merely scattered soldiers. Zhao Yi approached the energy mine, excitement bubbling within him upon seeing the remaining energy crystals. So many energy crystals. We are about to strike it rich. The remaining energy crystals are challenging to extract. What should we do? Zhao Yi smiled. Of course, we will use mining robots. Su Ran recalled. No wonder you had me purchase mining robots earlier. However, those can only extract surface-level energy crystals. These nearly depleted mines should pose a challenge. Wait and see, Zhao Yi replied, ordering the gospel ship to deploy the mining robots. Several metallic pods descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, from which emerged the robots Zhao Yi had modified. Su Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. These are the robots we purchased earlier? Chapter 20. Su Xin is poisoned indeed. What is the matter? Su Ran stared in astonishment at the assortment of robots before her, each varying in size and shape, some no larger than a human head. What a bizarre collection. I distinctly recall the combat robots I purchased previously did not resemble this at all. Zhao Yi elucidated. The conditions of each energy crystal mine vary. This robot is designed to adapt to most scenarios. The mining robots produced by the Federation can indeed perform similarly, but due to cost and other considerations, manufacturing robots of the same specifications allows them to profit more. When did you retrofit them? Su Ran asked, her expression one of shock. The commander had engaged in such activities without their knowledge. I wasn't idly waiting while you were repairing the ship. With that, Zhao Yi gestured, and the robots commenced their excavation of energy crystals in the mine. The multifunctional robots and the silver-haired girl were tasked with transportation and vigilance. Zhao Yi found a stone, brushed off the dust, and sat upon it, feeling grounded as if he had returned to Earth. Su Ran approached, saying, "Yet I still do not comprehend. If the Federation is capable of producing such robots, why not manufacture them directly? Their utility would be greatly enhanced." Little one, it is entirely normal not to understand many matters. If mining robots were too effective, how would other excavation equipment be sold? Capitalism does not permit it. Su Ran shook her head. I do not understand, but I am not a child. Zhao Yi caressed Su Ran and Oppo's silver hair. It matters not if you do not understand. As long as you survive, you will come to know in due time. Su Ran, with her large eyes filled with a hint of confusion, questioned, Can I truly survive? Absolutely. May I ask you something? What is it? Su Ran inquired with curiosity. During your prolonged battles outside, have you heard of the solar system? The solar system? Su Ran pondered, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the sky. I believe I have heard someone mention it, but it is quite distant from us. And it is a level 1 civilization. Other civilizations cannot act against them. With the Federation and Empire being so powerful, would they still adhere to such regulations? Indeed. The prohibition against engaging with lower-level civilizations is a rule. Otherwise, other factions would use it as a pretext for war. Although the Solar Federation is strong, it cannot contend against the multitude of surrounding civilizations. Zhao Yi nodded. Commander, why do you inquire about the solar system? Are you interested? A little, perhaps. Suddenly, Su Huan's voice pierced through, This is bad. Su Xian has been injured. Prepare the medical bay. Understood. Su Ran sat up abruptly. Sister Su Xian is hurt? No. I must go see her. Zhao Yi pulled her back. Do not go. I will handle it. Huh. What do you mean? You stay here and monitor the mine. Excavate as much as possible. If anyone from the Soloro Empire arrives, activate the shield to eliminate them. If we cannot win, retreat. But Su Ran wanted to say more. But Zhao Yi had already dashed away. Upon returning to the gospel, Zhao Yi saw Su Huan and another silver-haired girl carrying Su Xian inside. Su Xian's face was stained red with blood, her snow-white skin marred by a network of red lines resembling spider silk. What happened? Did you encounter the Soloro Empire? Su Huan shook her head. No, while deploying the reconnaissance devices, we were attacked by a monster. A monster? Zhao Yi pondered. This planet harbors many creatures, but few possess toxins. Could it be the snake-tailed monkey? Is it a large creature resembling both a monkey and a snake? Su Huan, momentarily stunned, quickly nodded. Yes, yes. It is fast. It bit Sister Su Xian and then fled. Damn it. If I encounter it again, I'll turn it into a delicacy. Su Huan cursed, wishing she could take Su Xian's place in suffering. Su Chun hurriedly arrived with the medical team, placing Su Xian in the medical bay for examination. Ding. Observing Su Chen's treatment. Gifted, acquired medical skill, LV. Max. In an instant, a plethora of medical knowledge and technology surged into Zhao Yi's mind. He quickly instructed, immediately activate the cryogenic chamber to freeze Su Xian. Huh, is it that severe? No sooner had he spoken than Su Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Chen swiftly adjusted Su Xian's position to prevent choking. Su Huan, aghast, remarked, it indeed appears quite serious. Zhao Yi explained. The snake-tailed monkey possesses a potent venom, and there is no antidote. We must freeze Su Xian immediately. Then procure the antidote. Do you know the antidote? Enough chatter, hurry. Su Chen promptly adjusted the medical bay to a cryogenic state and sealed the hatch. Inside the cryogenic chamber, shards of ice began to form on Su Xian's surface, her body succumbing to a deep slumber. This chamber may not cure the ailment, but it can stabilize the patient's condition. If the toxin continues to spread, even an antidote would be futile. Thankfully, it is the silver-haired girl. An ordinary person could not endure this for so long. Su Chen stated, after analyzing the instruments, it is evident that a toxin resides within Su Xian. We must find the antidote, or she will either remain frozen for eternity or perish upon awakening. Su Huan turned anxiously to Zhao Yi. Commander, you mentioned knowing the antidote? Indeed. Su Chen expressed skepticism. How could you possibly know? I just compared it with the Federation and Oppo's medical database and found that this toxin has been encountered a few times before, yet no corresponding antidote exists. Zhao Yi nodded. On planet M787, the snake-tailed monkeys have indeed bitten several people before, but at the time, the Solar Federation paid them no mind. These creatures only appear in specific locations and did not disrupt energy mining, so the Federation neglected their presence. It is astonishing that these monsters still survive after the bombardments and wars between the Soloro Empire and the Solar Federation. Perhaps it is due to the ongoing conflict surrounding the energy crystal mine. Su Huan inquired, do you know how to obtain this antidote? Zhao Yi replied, the antidote lies in the locations frequented by these snake-tailed monkeys. Where this toxin is found, there must be a remedy for Su Xian. Su Chun furrowed her brow. Commander, how do you possess this information? The Federation's database does not contain it. Experience. Experience? Su Chen was taken aback. Zhao Yi appeared relatively young and had previously studied on the capital star. What experience could he possibly have? Zhao Yi affirmed, generally. Areas where toxins are found also harbor their corresponding antidotes. Do you not understand this principle? This is merely your conjecture, now that Su Xian is poisoned. We should return to Elda, where better equipment and instruments may extract the toxin. Su Huan looked at both, uncertain of what to do. How about this? Grant me some time. If I cannot find the medicinal herbs, we will return. Su Chun could only acquiesce. As the commander, Zhao Yi need not heed her opinions. Even if Su Xian were to perish, it would merely result in the loss of a silver-haired girl, an inconsequential matter compared to the mission and Apos' significance. I will accompany you. I know where the snake-tailed monkeys reside. Very well. Su Huan and Zhao Yi set off once more, their protective suits activating flight mode as they vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed a significant portion of the planet, halting in a charred forest. This is the spot. Sister Su Xian did not notice the snake-tailed monkey that suddenly leaped from below. This creature can leap quite high. Zhao Yi and Apos' brow furrowed. This area had been devastated by war, and even if an antidote existed, it may have been incinerated. Just as the conversation was unfolding, a creature suddenly sprang up from the ground, charging towards Zhao Yi. With remarkable quickness, Su Huan raised her energy gun, only to have Zhao Yi press it down, urging, "Do not kill." Complying, Su Huan drew her dagger and struck at the approaching serpent tail with precision. With a sharp crack, the tail of the serpent monkey was severed. Roaring in fury, the beast let out a cry and took flight, retreating into the distance. Ding! Observing the serpent monkey, endowed with extraordinary talents, biology level. Max acquired. Chapter 21. What? He is not dead? And he has acquired skills again. In an instant, a torrent of biological information from across the cosmos surged into Zhao Yi's mind, and he grasped the characteristics and habits of these life forms with remarkable clarity. Following the serpent-tailed monkey, Zhao Yi and his companions swiftly traversed an unmeasured distance until they arrived in a vast forest. Here, the trees towered magnificently, perhaps spared from the ravages of war due to their distance from the crystal energy mines. The two descended to the ground and ambled slowly into the woods. Zhao Yi surveyed his surroundings, noting the myriad of unfamiliar plants. The universe was vast, with each planet boasting its unique traits. He picked up a blade of grass. Scrutinizing it, this was not the one, nor was this. One by one, he examined the flora, realizing that the poisonous plants and weeds followed a certain pattern. Ultimately, he found himself at an impasse and decided to taste them himself. Su Huan watched in astonishment, never expecting the commander would resort to sampling various weeds in his quest to save Su Xian. This stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Initially, she had harbored a strong aversion towards Zhao Yi upon boarding the ship, but recent events had granted her insight into his character. He truly regarded the silver-haired girl as a person of value. Ugh, not this one. Zhao Yi spit out a leaf and casually stuffed another variety into his mouth. As small red spots erupted on his skin, a wave of itching discomfort washed over him, prompting him to scratch lightly, breaking the skin. "Commander, it's nothing, just a mild allergic reaction. Even if the plants are toxic, the effects won't be severe." But, ignoring her concerns, Zhao Yi continued to experiment with other plants. Eventually, he identified 3 candidates that might serve as an antidote. Find me a live serpent-tailed monkey or procure some of its venom. Su Huan froze at his words. "Commander, what are you planning to do?" "Based on my analysis, the antidote may be among these 3, or perhaps a combination of 2 or all 3. Therefore, I need to infect myself with the monkey's venom to observe the changes in my body. This will allow me to determine which plant contains the antidote, enabling me to study its extraction later. What if your hypothesis is incorrect?" Su Huan and Apos' alarm was palpable. She did not wish for the commander, who would willingly endure such trials for the silver-haired girl, to perish. If he were to die, she doubted she would encounter another like him. Zhao Yi smiled reassuringly. "If I'm mistaken, you all must immediately freeze me and head to Erna." But there are no buts. Su Xian's poisoning has persisted for too long. Even if the antidote is indeed among these, it must be administered promptly. Otherwise, even if we manage to save her, other symptoms may arise. Su Huan clenched her teeth. "You must be all right." Before long, she returned, cradling an unconscious serpent-tailed monkey. "Commander, I caught one." Zhao Yi approached, pinching the head of the serpent at the end of its tail to extract a small amount of venom, which he injected into his own body. A searing sensation and pain overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to faint. Blood gushed from his mouth, startling Su Huan into a flustered state. "Commander, what is happening?" She hesitated to touch him, fear gripping her. "It's nothing," Zhao Yi replied, beginning to taste the first blade of grass. It had no effect. The burning sensation and pain persisted, and he felt his insides begin to suffer. The next one had some effect, indicating it might be the antidote. The final plant also exhibited some efficacy, targeting different symptoms. The antidote should be a mixture of the two plants. Sensing changes within his body, Zhao Yi handed the two plants to Su Huan. Go collect these two herbs. Yes, but you. It's fine. I've temporarily suppressed the toxin. Hurry and return. Su Huan nodded and first escorted Zhao Yi back to the starship. Inside the spacecraft, the silver-haired girl heard of Su Xian's predicament and rushed over, only to find Su Xian in a state of distress. Su Xian had become their anchor. Without her, they were uncertain how to navigate the future. Make way. The commander has been poisoned. The others froze in shock, turning to see that the commander exhibited symptoms identical to Su Xian's. Su Chun, who was studying the virus, was momentarily speechless, staring at Zhao Yi in disbelief. Weren't you supposed to be searching for the antidote? How did it come to this? The silver-haired girl beside him lamented. The commander infected himself with the toxin in order to discover the antidote. Others were equally astonished, unable to fathom that anyone would go to such lengths for the silver-haired girl. Su Chun, feeling overwhelmed, adjusted her glasses and urged, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly freeze the commander." "No, I must wait for the herbs to return." "You're in this state and still want to continue?" "Yes, I will prepare the antidote." Just then, Su Huan returned, arms laden with a plethora of herbs. "Is this enough?" "More than sufficient. Bring the analyzer." Zhao Yi began examining the herbs one by one with the analyzer. The silver-haired girls watched in astonishment. When did the commander learn medicine? It felt as though there was nothing he could not do. Is this safe? The commander doesn't look well. The others hesitated to intervene, wary of disrupting his research. After a considerable period, Zhao Yi commenced the extraction process, producing a light green potion. "Open the hatch." Zhao Yi extracted the potion and approached Su Xian, positioning the syringe towards her. The pale green liquid slowly entered her system. "Unfreeze." "Understood." As the freezing spell dissipated, the red marks on Su Xian's skin gradually vanished, restoring her complexion to its original fair hue with a hint of blush. Even her breathing became noticeably easier. "It's truly effective." The onlookers were filled with elation. Su Chun was even more astounded. She had previously studied this toxin and knew its structure was exceedingly complex. To think Zhao Yi had developed an antidote in just half an hour. Who exactly was he? What happened to me? Su Xian, rubbing her head, sat up within the medical chamber, only to be met with the tear-streaked faces of the silver-haired girls. "What is wrong with you all? Why are you crying?" Su Huan wiped her tears, exclaiming, "Sister Su Xian, you frightened me to death. What happened to me? You were poisoned, but thankfully the commander saved you." "The commander?" Su Xian paused, recalling being bitten by something before succumbing to unconsciousness. Turning her head, she gasped in shock, covering her mouth. "Commander, how could this be?" Zhao Yi bore the same signs of poisoning, yet he reassured her, "It's fine as long as you are well." With that, he collapsed to the ground. "Commander!" Su Xian sprang from the medical chamber, cradling Zhao Yi. "What on earth is happening?" The other silver-haired girl sobbed, "Sister Su Xian. The commander deliberately infected himself with the toxin in order to find the antidote to save you. Now he can no longer endure it." Su Xian faltered, nearly losing her balance as she gazed at Zhao Yi in despair. "Why did it come to this? If I were to perish, it would bear no consequence. Yet your death would plunge the others back into their former lives, perhaps even to death." Tears dripped onto Zhao Yi's face, prompting Su Xian to hastily wipe them away, her heart racing. Su Chun, unable to bear the sight, rolled her eyes. "He is merely exhausted and fainted. It's not as though he is dead." Su Huan gasped, "What? He is not dead?" Chapter 22. Preparing for retreat, Su Xian awkwardly remarked, "I saw them all crying, so I couldn't help but cry too." Su Chun sighed and returned to the instruments, extracting and allocating data according to Zhao Yi's parameters. While the others stood guard over Zhao Yi, Su Xian held Zhao Yi's hand, filled with anxiety. "Could you please hurry? What are you rushing for? I'm already working as quickly as I can." Su Chun hastily prepared a vial of medication. "Just one injection will suffice. Have him lie flat." "Oh." Su Xian promptly sat on the ground, resting Zhao Yi's head on her lap. After the injection, Zhao Yi's complexion improved slightly, which eased the tension among the others. What scent is that? It seems rather pleasant. Zhao Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Su Xian's exquisite face, adorned with a smile and excitement. Commander, you're awake. Are you all right? Zhao Yi, feeling weak, turned his head to discover that he was lying on Su Xian's lap. Wow, a lap pillow. Can I truly indulge in the comfort of such a beautiful maiden's lap? Su Xian sensed the unusual atmosphere, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Commander, please don't move around. You just received the antidote and need to rest for a while. Oh, as long as you're okay. All right. If you're fine, you can all leave now. Su Chun ushered the others away. Su Huan scratched his nose. Then I'll go find Su Ran. That guy should still be anxiously lurking near the mine. Once everyone had departed, Su Xian curiously asked, Commander, why did you go to such lengths to save me? Is there a need for a reason? You are my second in command. If you were to perish, who would assist me in strategizing? But Su Xian's beautiful eyes flickered. Although she was the second in command, the position seemed interchangeable. There is no but. Aren't we both fine now? Please don't move. Let me lie here a little longer. All right, fine. Watching Zhao Yi close his eyes, Su Xian suddenly felt an urge to stroke his hair. This sensation was rather peculiar. After an indeterminate period, Zhao Yi awoke once more to find Su Xian asleep against the wall, drooling slightly. He chose not to disturb her and quietly rose to leave the medical room. Outside, Su Qin spun around in her chair, eyeing Zhao Yi with a mischievous grin. What were you two doing in there for so long? Nothing. I was just a bit tired and took a short rest. Rest? Su Qin stifled a laugh. Zhao Yi hurriedly clarified, don't get any strange ideas. It's not what you're thinking. What idea? I haven't said anything. Why is the commander so eager to explain? With an innocent smile, Su Chun feigned ignorance, leaving Zhao Yi speechless. Forget it. What you choose to do is your own business. By the way, Su Ran and the others just returned. They were looking for you. But I didn't let them in to avoid interrupting your activities. Zhao Yi dismissed the latter part. I understand. After Zhao Yi departed, Su Chun peered into the room, only to find Su Xian still sleeping against the wall, drooling. This guy is really dreaming? Bored, Su Chun rolled her eyes, expecting something more from the two, yet it turned out they were merely asleep. Commander, are you all right? Su Ran dashed over excitedly upon seeing Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi smiled. I'm fine. It's just a minor issue. How's the energy mine situation? We haven't been discovered yet, but if the Solar Empire realizes something is amiss, they will likely send someone to investigate, and then we will be exposed. Oh, where's Su Xian? Is she still unwell? Su Ran looked puzzled after hearing Zhao Yi's response. She had rushed back, concerned about the rumored poison afflicting both Zhao Yi and Su Xian, but was stopped by Su Chun. She was poisoned for too long. Let her rest a bit longer. We need to devise a plan for our retreat. We entered by shutting down the energy reactor and gliding in, which is why we went unnoticed by the Solar Empire. However, leaving this way is clearly impossible. If we activate the energy reactor to accelerate our exit, we will surely be detected and pursued by the Solar Empire, potentially even facing their annihilation cannon. That weapon is no joke, unless your starship is T3 grade. There and Oppos. S only one outcome. Death. This is quite troublesome. How and Oppos? S the extraction of energy crystals going. We have managed to transport back several thousand, but we don't know when we might be discovered. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Let's have them return in 4 hours. Understood. How much food do we have left? Prior to their departure, Zhao Yi had minimized food storage to maximize combat capability. We have enough for one more day. 1 day? Even without food, we won't die immediately after a day, so we can at least remain active for 3 to 4 more days. Zhao Yi approached the central screen in the command room, surveying the surroundings and contemplating their escape. Su Huan spoke with confidence. Commander, let me use the divine might to blow up their annihilation cannon. That way, they will definitely chase after me, and you can take the opportunity to retreat. Zhao Yi shook his head. The Solar Empire's defensive forces are concentrated around their annihilation cannon. If you dare to fly over, you will be eliminated before you even show yourself. Not even divine might will suffice. Not at all. T2 level is ineffective unless it's T3 level. T3 level. Su Huan was momentarily taken aback. T3 starships were her ultimate dream, only equipped by ace fleets or the capital star patrol squads. They were exceedingly expensive and incredibly powerful. After a moment of thought, Zhao Yi continued, however, we can utilize the native creatures of this planet. Creatures? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. You must have witnessed what happened with the second-in-command. This planet still harbors some primitive life forms. We can leverage these creatures to create chaos for the Solar Empire. Although they may not be harmful, they will certainly cause a commotion, allowing us to escape. That sounds good, but why would these creatures listen to us? Su Ran blinked, her curiosity piqued. They aren't human. How could they possibly heed our commands? Approaching them recklessly would only result in bites. Thus, we must observe and discern the characteristics of these creatures. Observe? The group exchanged glances. Had it been anyone else suggesting this, they would have found it pretentious and disdainful. Yet, when Zhao Yi proposed it, they felt a tinge of anticipation. Commander, how come you know so much? Su Ran inquired curiously. I learned it at school. But I heard Su Xian say that all commanders coming here are either foolish or unattractive. You don't seem to fit that mold. Zhao Yi's lips twitched. So this was how everyone perceived him. He patted Su Ran's head. All right, you come with me to observe these creatures. I want to go too. Before Zhao Yi could refuse, Su Huan grabbed a gun and dashed off. With no choice, Zhao Yi had to take her along. The others wished to join but were denied entry. Observing the creatures required minimal personnel, as long as they identified their habits. They could drive or lure them into Solar Empire territory. Chapter 23. The Gospel ship emerges on the other side. The Solaro Empire stationed at the base on planet M787 sensed something amiss. ZG-22, please respond. Acknowledgement required. Jerry entered, inquiring, what is happening? What seems to be the issue? A communications officer hastily stood up. Major, we just received contact from the front lines, but there has been no response from their end. I am attempting to establish a connection. Have you succeeded? Not yet. Jerry sensed something was wrong. There was a fleet standing by just outside the range of planet M787. Although the intentions of this force remained unclear, it was evident that a conspiracy was afoot. The loss of contact with the front lines indicated something was indeed amiss. If we cannot establish communication, send someone to investigate, he commanded. Understood. As Jerry exited the room, he felt the ground begin to tremble, as though something was approaching. Everyone in the Solaro Empire base sensed the abnormality, their gazes drifting towards the distance. A horde of beasts. It is the indigenous fauna of this planet. Beasts. Jerry stood frozen, recalling that this planet indeed harbored some native creatures. These monsters possessed minimal brain capacity and lacked intelligence. Thus, while they generally avoided danger, he had not anticipated them charging towards the base. Prepare for battle. We must annihilate these beasts. Yes, sir. Solaro Empire soldiers arrived at the combat site, some setting up electromagnetic machine guns while others floated in midair. They beheld various wild beasts rushing towards them, among which was a redstone giant measuring at least 5 to 6 meters. Certainly, the electromagnetic weapons of the Solaro Empire were more than sufficient to deal with these creatures. Electromagnetic projectiles soared forth, transforming into mushroom clouds. Yet, the beasts showed no signs of halting, trampling over the fallen bodies in their relentless advance, as if something far more terrifying pursued them. Jerry, observing the video feed, stroked his chin thoughtfully. These fearless beasts pose no threat to us, yet their behavior is exceedingly peculiar. Major, we have detected an energy reactor operational near planet M787. Preliminary scans indicate it is a starship. A starship? How could there be another vessel in this location? Is it another fleet from the Empire? They should have reported to us prior to takeoff. That does not appear to be the case. Please track it for me. Understood. With swift precision, several reconnaissance drones were launched from above the base. These compact machines darted through the air, reaching the vicinity of the Gospel ship in the blink of an eye. The Solar Empire? Upon seeing the insignia of the starship, everyone was taken aback. How had this vessel evaded detection? It was utterly inconceivable. If it was a surprise attack, why had it retreated? Shoot it down. At the Solaro Empire Ground Command Center, A line of anti-aircraft weapons locked onto the gospel ship, preparing to launch. In the next moment, tremendous explosions erupted as 10 Divine Fury fighter jets soared past, obliterating the ready-to-launch anti-aircraft systems. Seated within the starship, Su Huan was exhilarated. Let them taste our might. This is the power of the Divine Fury. Ha ha ha. While we may not destroy the planet Annihilator, dismantling these systems is a commendable feat. The Commander's innovations had been remarkable. Their role was to draw fire. The commander instructed us to maintain a safe distance. Did everyone hear that? Whoever caused the Divine Fury to be damaged will face my wrath upon our return. Yes, sir. Inside the military base, Jerry furrowed his brow upon hearing the sounds of explosions outside. What is happening? Are starfighter jets attacking us? Don't let them escape. Understood. The station ground units immediately armed themselves and retaliated. The weapons struck the starfighter jets, causing ripples to form on their energy shields. An energy shield? This is actually a T2 class fighter. The onlookers were bewildered. Such fighters should not be present here. Everyone knew that the Solar Federation's T2 class weapons never appeared on the front lines. These cowardly Federation troops would only send the silver-haired girl into the fray while they cowered behind. This is troubling. T2 class starfighter jets are not easily taken down. Jerry expressed his concern. Following the onset of interstellar warfare, the focus of weapon development across various planets had shifted towards starships and fighters, resulting in slow advancements in ground weaponry. Most conflicts erupted in space, with starships delivering overwhelming bombardments on terrestrial targets, effectively a dimensional strike. Thus, when Su Huan and her cohort of starfighter jets appeared, they wreaked havoc on the Solaro Empire's defensive forces. This was primarily due to the enemy having traversed the fleet stationed outside planet M787. Otherwise, the situation would not have escalated to this extent. Sisters, it is time. We shall retreat. Yes, ma'am. After Su Huan departed, the gospel ship began to accelerate back towards home. Report. The previously detected starship is accelerating, an officer announced. Jerry stroked his chin thoughtfully. These individuals have likely come to planet M787 for reconnaissance, and they are equipped with T2 class fighters. We cannot allow them to escape. Commander, should we deploy the planet Annihilator? Jerry shook his head. There is no need to use such an extravagant weapon on a single starship. The energy and time needed for the planet Annihilator are excessive. Connect me with the 39th Fleet stationed at the periphery of planet M787. Yes, sir. The screen before Jerry displayed a bearded middle-aged man. Major Jerry, I was just about to reach out to you. We have detected a starship taking off from planet M787. Where did it come from? It is a starship from the Solar Federation. The bearded man paused. You must be joking. How could a Solar Federation starship appear here? We are uncertain how it bypassed our surveillance. It may have powered down its energy reactor days ago and glided in unnoticed. What would you have me do? Jerry replied earnestly. These individuals' intentions for planet M787 are unknown, but they surely harbor ulterior motives. I wish for Major Dawn to eliminate them. Dawn nodded. This is a trivial matter. Since they have only one starship, I shall dispatch 2 interstellar destroyers to ensure its destruction. Jerry shook his head. No? They have another fleet waiting outside planet M787 and may attempt to enter. Exercise caution. If they dare approach, I will annihilate them, Dawn retorted dismissively. He ordered the dispatch of the Ike and Scorpion destroyers to eliminate the enemy. Dawn ended the communication and turned to issue commands. Yes. The other vessels are to move to position D45 and monitor the movements of the fleet outside planet M787. Yes. Meanwhile, news of the gospel ship activating its energy reactor reached Sean. His subordinate hurriedly knocked on Sean's door. Sean was in the midst of revelry with a beautiful woman adorned with a tail. Who is it? Seeking death? My lord, the gospel ship is showing signs of activity. The gospel ship. Sean pushed the woman aside, hastily dressing as he entered the command room, where he observed a flickering light moving across the screen. Indeed, it was the gospel ship. Wait, how are there 2 additional light dots approaching the gospel ship? Chapter 24. There is definitely something amiss with these 2 individuals. What is the current situation? Sean inquired of his subordinate. My lord, The Gospel has recently activated its energy reactor, presumably intending to depart from planet M787. But it has already been detected by the fleet of the Solaro Empire on the outskirts of M787. They have dispatched 2 interstellar destroyers in pursuit. Will they be caught? The Gospel is not particularly swift. It is likely to encounter them in approximately 1 hour, at a distance of 50,000 kilometers from us. Damn it! Having come this far, if the Gospel falls into the hands of the Solaro Empire, what will I have achieved? It would have all been for naught. What about the movements of other Solaro Empire vessels? The other ships remain in position. What shall we do? Sean lowered his head in contemplation. The purpose of this mission was the Gospel. It must not be allowed to sink before his eyes. If the 6-sided cube were discovered by the Solaro Empire, reclaiming it would not be an easy feat. All fleets, heed my command, advance. We must locate them before they destroy the Gospel. Understood. The fleet, comprising 8 starships, entered the M787 system. The captain of the pirate combat team whispered, "My lord, if we enter planet M787, will it provoke unnecessary trouble? The Solaro Empire has already warned us. Entering this time may lead to conflict." Sean was well aware. There was no choice. The 6-sided cube must be retrieved, even at a cost. Inform everyone to prepare for battle. Understood. Sean gazed at the screen before him. This was a race against time. They needed to secure the Gospel before incurring further losses, then retreat swiftly. The Gospel. The crew surrounded Zhao Yi, chattering excitedly, their eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. "Commander, how do you control these beasts?" "Indeed, they are actually heading towards the command center of the Solaro Empire. I just saw it from the starship." The ground command of the Solaro Empire was a dark mass, teeming with all manner of beasts. Zhao Yi smiled. Compared to humans, beasts exhibit far simpler behaviors, driven by instinct. Through my observations, these creatures roam freely wherever they can sustain life, with one notable exception. What place? Curiosity and admiration sparkled in the eyes of the crowd. The commander seemed omniscient, knowing everything. Zhao Yi chuckled. There are no beasts near a volcano, despite the abundance of food and water. Why is that? Commander, please don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Yes, where did you and Sister Su Huan go? Su Xin, standing nearby, tilted her head in curiosity. Sister Su Huan, do share. Su Huan shrugged. I don't know. Su Ran and I were only tasked with protecting him and taking him to various places, but as for the methods, I am at a loss. Just then, the entire ship flickered with red lights and warning alarms. This indicated that they had become a target. The crew dispersed from around Zhao Yi, hastily returning to their combat stations. Zhao Yi rose and took a central position in the command room. Report the situation. Commander, 2 T1 class interstellar destroyers are approaching from position 32 on planet M787. T1 class. Su Huan scoffed coldly, saying, Commander, let me take this one. We can deploy all 10 of our Shenwei fighters. While we may not destroy both, we can at least hinder their advance. Su Huan felt terrifyingly powerful at that moment. Having previously piloted a modest T1 class fighter, she had never felt fear. Now, equipped with the stronger, energy-shielded T2 class fighters, she felt invincible. Su Xian stood silently, eager to observe Zhao Yi's command. She never imagined that one day she would heed the strategies of a Federation citizen in matters of war. Zhao Yi shook his head. No, why not? Our firepower, while insufficient to eliminate them, is still not to be underestimated. They would find it challenging to take down our T2 class fighters. Zhao Yi raised his gaze. Let us not forget our mission. The T2 class Shenwei can indeed restrain these 2 destroyers, but it would only invite greater troubles. Su Huan understood and ceased her protests. At that moment, a silver-haired girl spoke up. Commander, someone is requesting a communication link. Who is it? From the Solaro Empire. Oh, connect them. The screen before Zhao Yi displayed a burly middle-aged man clad in the uniform of the Solaro Empire, his rank seemingly considerable. He surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Zhao Yi. Gentlemen of the Solar Federation, you can no longer escape from planet M787. Here, I offer you a piece of advice. Advice? Pray, share it with us. Zhao Yi lounged in his seat, crossing his legs, his demeanor somewhat arrogant. This irked the man. "You insolent brat. I command you to return to planet M787 and surrender immediately, so you may live a little longer. Once my interstellar destroyers find you, your fate is sealed." Zhao Yi clicked his tongue. Such confidence seems unwarranted. The man, unfazed, chuckled, his beard quivering. "What? Do you think your lone T1 class frigate, whose main cannon is inferior to that of my destroyers, can contend with us? Even though we all possess armored protection, our range exceeds yours, and we will fire first with you unable to defend yourselves." Zhao Yi replied, "While we may indeed struggle against your two destroyers, we have reinforcements." "Reinforcements? Indeed, you must be aware that a fleet is positioned outside planet M787. Zhao Yi intended to implicate another unknown force in Oppo's fleet. Given that they awaited him outside M787, it surely boded ill for him. Just then, Su Xian handed over a report. Zhao Yi glanced at it and smiled. "If your reconnaissance systems are functioning correctly, you should know that this fleet is approaching us." At that point, the outcome remains uncertain. The expression across from him turned serious. "So this is your reliance? Since you refuse to surrender, we shall meet on the battlefield. I will personally shatter your reliance, and then we shall see what you have to say." With that, the man terminated the communication. Zhao Yi looked at the report in hand and smiled. It indicated that the fleet outside planet M787 was indeed advancing. Though uncertain of their motives, this was fortuitous for Zhao Yi. "Commander, who are these new forces?" Su Xian inquired curiously. This fleet was clearly intent on intervening in their conflict with the Solaro Empire. Nearby, Su Xian could not fathom which faction would dare to be so audacious. Zhao Yi shook his head. "I do not know. Report the positions of all factions and simulate the battle scenario." "Understood." The silver-haired girl busily tapped away on the keys. The simulation results indicated that the two Solaro Empire destroyers would engage them first, while other Solaro Empire vessels would clash with the forces outside planet M787. Based on current power estimates, they could evade the pursuit of the two destroyers, while the Solaro Empire would suffer the loss of 5 starships to annihilate the opposing force. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. The strength of the Solaro Empire remained superior to that of the unknown faction. Aside from the 2 interstellar destroyers seeking him, the remaining starships were all T2 class, significantly stronger than the fleet of the unknown force. According to the anticipated trajectory, we only need to contend with 2 destroyers. Su Huan, lead the combat team, but remember not to open fire without my command." "Understood. The commander intends to catch them off guard, does he not?" Zhao Yi nodded and replied, "Indeed, by the time they realize that those 2 interstellar destroyers cannot eliminate us, we will have already made our escape. Even if they wish to pursue us, it will be too late, and their entanglement will make it difficult for them to retreat." "Precisely." Su Huan gathered the team and proceeded to the hangar. 10 divine vessels vanished into the cosmos. Zhao Yi turned to see Su Xian gazing at him curiously and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Do you have something to add?" Su Xian snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing. It seemed she had been lost in thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No, the commander's instructions were quite adequate." "Is that so?" Su Xian turned her head away, saying, "Indeed, if it were me, I might resort to desperate measures to escape, even sending a portion of our forces to intercept those 2 interstellar destroyers. However, our firepower has strengthened now. My previous methods are no longer applicable." "That is not the case. Your judgment remains valuable to me." The 2 exchanged smiles, while Su Ran observed them curiously, sensing something amiss. Chapter 25. A fortuitous opportunity Sean's fleet sighed as they learned of the movements of other starships from the Solaro Empire. As anticipated, the inevitable had arrived. How long could they withstand the onslaught from the adversary? An hour was certainly feasible. With a more cohesive formation, they might even compel the enemy to incur greater losses. Yet, one pressing issue loomed. Sean inquired, "What is our primary objective?" "Our target is the gospel. However, given the current battlefield conditions, it appears they will first encounter the Solaro Empire's interstellar destroyers. According to our simulations, the gospel will be rendered defenseless." Sean pondered deeply. "Which of our starships is the fastest?" "The Falcon A T-2 class spacecraft boasts a multitude of functions. Dispatch the Falcon independently, directing it to the battlefield where the Gospel and the Solaro Empire's 2 interstellar destroyers are engaged. The remaining starships will prepare to ambush the Solaro fleet, and we shall retreat upon acquiring the 6-sided cube. Understood. The Solaro Empire made no response to the changes within Sean's fleet. If they wish to send a starship in pursuit of the Gospel, let them proceed. Sacrificing 2 T-1 class destroyers to ease their frontal engagement was a small price to pay. No one would escape. After eliminating the main fleet, they would turn their attention to the Gospel. Meanwhile, the unusual movements on planet M787 caught the attention of the frontline fortress city, Anwa. This large-scale fleet engagement hinted at something extraordinary. As the bald commander gazed at the changing scenarios on the simulation board, he fell into contemplation, while the other officers remained perplexed. What is happening? Why are the Solaro Empire's forces on planet M787 beginning to mobilize? Indeed, where did this other fleet of starships come from? What is the focal point of this battle? Why has the Solaro Empire suddenly engaged with another fleet? Could this be an opportunity? The officers were bewildered. The bald commander circled around the simulation board and commanded his subordinates to run simulations. Regardless of how they simulated it, this unknown fleet faced inevitable annihilation unless it withdrew. Though the battlefield was ever-changing, the disparity in strength was not easily bridged. Strange, why aren't they retreating? Are they preparing for a head-on confrontation with the Solaro Empire? Why? This fleet must possess a simulation board, yet they charge forward knowing death is imminent. Is there some secret weapon they are hiding? Or is there something compelling them to advance? The commander seemed to have an epiphany and asked, "Where is the Gospel currently located?" The Gospel? The other officers were taken aback. Are you referring to the Gospel associated with the silver-haired girl? Indeed. A subordinate reported, according to the latest data, the Gospel has activated its energy reactor at this position. Here? Yes. Based on the trajectory, it appears they are preparing to return. Their reconnaissance mission seems to be complete. Surprised expressions spread among them. Heading towards M787 was tantamount to courting death, considering the presence of the Solaro Empire's fleet and possibly a planet-destroying cannon. They had not expected the Gospel to return alive, let alone to find themselves amidst a fierce battle. Could the 2 starships that departed be in search of the Gospel? On the simulation board, the 2 Solaro starships had distanced themselves from the main fleet, evidently on separate missions. An unknown force was also advancing towards the Gospel. The officers were perplexed. The departure of the 2 Solaro starships granted a glimmer of hope to the unknown fleet as they faced fewer adversaries. Yet, one of their own ships had also been diverted. Were all their targets the Gospel? Why? A cacophony of confusion ensued. Could it be that this conflict was instigated by the Gospel? Did it harbor something of great value? Was every battle a consequence of its existence? The bald commander, deep in thought, recalled the discovery of T-2 class starfighter blueprints aboard the Gospel. Could this be the cause? Unlikely, as it was not a T-3 class blueprint, and there seemed no need for such a significant conflict over it. Was there perhaps something else of considerable worth aboard the Gospel that compelled both factions to engage? Where is our nearest fleet? A deputy responded, the closest fleet to planet M787 is the G-29 fleet from the Lewis Nebula, currently on standby. This fleet consists of 17 starships, all T-1, class vessels commanded by the silver-haired girl. Commander, what do you imply? This presents an excellent opportunity for an offensive on planet M787. Even if the Solaro Empire annihilates this unknown force, they will likely suffer significant losses themselves. Other fleets cannot reach M787 as swiftly as we can. If we reclaim M787, the Solaro Empire's advance will be severely hindered. The officers nodded in agreement. It made sense. The Solaro Empire's momentum was formidable, and their current lull was not due to fear, but rather the length of their supply lines. As they prepared to establish M787 as a new supply planet for their expedition, once reinforcements arrived, they would undoubtedly continue their advance. If we capture M787, their prior preparations would be rendered futile. However, I have heard that the Solaro Empire has deployed a planet-destroying cannon on M787, which possesses devastating power, capable of annihilating our fleet in a single shot. Wouldn't that lead to our demise? The bald commander asserted. This is precisely why now is the moment to act. The Solaro Empire's fleet is currently moving towards the periphery. Once they engage in battle, the planet-destroying cannon will not target its own forces. But what if it does fire? We could all perish together. Even so, we would have made a worthwhile exchange. Losing 17 T1 class starships against their 10 T2 class vessels is a favorable trade. They can produce those 17 ships in the blink of an eye. The loss of a few commanders is negligible. Our casualty ratio would certainly be more favorable than theirs. Moreover, the Solaro Empire might refrain from firing. The deterrent value of a planet-destroying cannon far exceeds its actual use. Very well, I shall report to General Wynn immediately. Agreed. All factions on planet M787 were closely monitoring the unfolding battle. What began as a skirmish could soon escalate into a full-fledged campaign. Zhao Yi led the gospel ever closer to the two Solaro Empire interstellar destroyers. Commander, there's movement on the other side, Su Xian indicated at the operations console. According to real-time transmissions from various starships, a T2 class interstellar vessel is en route. This new model of starship had only emerged in recent decades. Characterized by its versatile capabilities, defensive armor, energy shields, primary energy cannons, and fighter jets, albeit none particularly formidable, while advantageous for solo missions. Its efficacy in a fleet battle was limited compared to specialized ships. Why is another one coming? The officers were utterly confounded. Was this an incessant pursuit? Facing an energy-shielded spacecraft, Zhao Yi found himself at a loss, knowing it likely carried T2 class starfighter assets. Commander, the two Solaro Empire interstellar destroyers have engaged in combat with the approaching starship, Su Huan reported. Stand by. Zhao Yi nervously bit his thumbnail. The situation was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. He had not anticipated that the unknown fleet would pursue them so relentlessly, even dispatching a spacecraft to confront them. Indeed, Su Huan ended the communication, and Zhao Yi proceeded to engage in the simulation. No matter the strategy employed, their adversary, the cosmic fleet, outclassed them in every aspect. The only path to victory lay in shattering the energy shield. However, a single strike from the opposing forces would spell doom for them. Zhao Yi gazed into the distance, where a flicker of flame illuminated the cosmos. A starship had been obliterated. If he did not devise a strategy soon, he would inevitably meet the same fate. Once the enemy dispatched two more destroyers, they would inevitably turn their attention to him. Commander, we have a connection. Who is it? The graceful Colonel Lin Fuzhong. Him? Chapter 26. Did you leave just as I arrived? Zhao Yi recognized the individual on the line. It was none other than the bald lieutenant colonel. What could be the purpose of this communication? Upon connection, a familiar visage appeared before Zhao Yi, a bald head, a white mustache, and an expression of calmness. This individual seemed to be in a conference room, surrounded by several other generals engaged in animated discussions. Zhao Yi saluted and said, "I greet you, Colonel." The figure on the other end waved his hand dismissively, inquiring about the current situation. We have completed the reconnaissance mission and are preparing to return for a report. But we encountered unidentified forces as well as the pursuit of the Solaro Empire. We are currently devising a means of retreat. What have you gathered from your reconnaissance? What is on planet M787? M787 hosts the ground command of the Solaro Empire. The ecological environment remains unchanged, and the crystal mines are nearing depletion. And what else? Nothing further. Su Xian blinked, gazing curiously at Zhao Yi. Isn't there a Star Destroyer cannon? That is the most critical matter. One shot from that could obliterate an entire fleet. Zhao Yi naturally refrained from mentioning this, knowing that if he did, their mission would shift to the destruction of the Star Destroyer cannon, which could complicate matters for him. Would he even be able to go then? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu stroked his mustache and remarked, "Then how come I heard that there is a Star Destroyer cannon on planet M787? Such a large object should not be overlooked, right? Is your eyesight failing?" Zhao Yi was taken aback. This fellow was clearly asking a question he already knew the answer to. while also teasing him. "Oh, you mean that? I saw it. And it was my first time as well. I was just about to inform you. Stop playing coy. The higher-ups have assigned you a new task." Zhao Yi was at a loss for words. "Colonel, you may not be fully aware of our circumstances. We are currently being pursued. If there is a task, could we perhaps discuss it after we have safely reached Inua? I am well aware of your situation, but the mission must be fulfilled." "What mission?" "It cannot be to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon, can it?" The colonel chuckled, snapping his fingers. "Indeed, that is the task. You are quite astute." Zhao Yi's lips twitched. His thoughts had become reality. The other silver-haired girls were utterly shocked. "How can we manage that? There must be extensive defensive systems surrounding the Star Destroyer cannon. Just our ship, the Gospel, may not suffice. If you cannot manage it, our fleet may suffer grievous losses." "What do you mean?" "General Wen has just issued a new counterattack order. The G-29 fleet from the Lewis Nebula is en route to planet M787 to prepare for battle. If you fail to accomplish the task of destroying that Star Destroyer cannon, its single shot could have catastrophic consequences." Zhao Yi was struck dumb. "If I am not mistaken, this fleet is composed entirely of silver-haired girls, a T1 level fleet. Indeed, they are likely to be lost, and the Federation will suffer the loss of 17 brave commanders." The colonel remarked indifferently. Su Xian stood in astonishment. The entire fleet of silver-haired girls must number in the thousands. Moreover, one of them was someone she knew, Su Yun. Zhao Yi fixed his gaze on the colonel. "This is tantamount to a death sentence. I absolutely cannot agree. I am on the front lines, and I understand the situation here. Sending the fleet is simply not an option. Whether it is a death sentence depends on the status of your mission. The appearance of the unidentified fleet has provided us with a valuable opportunity for counterattack. Otherwise, not only the silver-haired girls, but even the capital star of the Federation may be trampled by the ships of the Soloro Empire. You are the closest to the Star Destroyer cannon. If you do not proceed, you will be defying military orders, and the counteroffensive will not cease. If the Soloro forces flee, then it will be a mutual destruction." With that, the colonel terminated the communication. How could this be? The silver-haired girls slumped to the ground. They were indifferent to their own potential demise, but could not bear the thought of thousands of their compatriots being annihilated by the Star Destroyer cannon. "Commander, 2 interstellar destroyers of the Soloro Empire have been destroyed. The energy shields of the unidentified fleet and Oppo's cosmic ship have also sustained damage from 3 main cannon strikes. One more shot should suffice to break through. Commander, the cosmic ship is accelerating towards us. Commander, the main fleet of the Soloro Empire has engaged in combat with the unidentified fleet. What should we do?" Listening to the flurry of reports, Zhao Yi found himself surprisingly calm. Su Xian stepped forward and whispered, "Commander, you need not worry about us. The Gospel is equipped with a return escape pod. You could board it and reach Inua, but please take Su Ran with you." The other silver-haired girls looked at Zhao Yi. If he were to escape alone, they would not feel discontent, but rather relief. A Federation individual who could think of their well-being should indeed survive. "Commander, please leave quickly. If you delay any longer, it will be too late." Zhao Yi retorted, "If I leave, what will you all do?" "Naturally, we will execute the mission and return to planet M787 to prepare for the task. Even if we do not undertake the mission, we are likely to be annihilated by this T2 level cosmic ship." This Zhao Yi was about to refuse when suddenly a thought struck him, and he excitedly grasped Su Xian's hand. "Thank you. I have an idea." "Huh?" Su Xian was taken aback. Why was he thanking her? She had done nothing. "Your hand." Su Xian felt the pressure on her hand and instantly blushed. "Commander," Zhao Yi, realizing his mistake, hastily released her hand. "Apologies, I was just too excited." What was happening? Zhao Yi explained to the others. "What you just said about returning to planet M787 reminded me that we cannot hope to break through against this T2 level cosmic ship. Our only option now is to return." "Return?" Zhao Yi nodded. "I believe I have figured out the sudden appearance of this fleet." The others widened their eyes in astonishment. And Su Huan asked curiously, "Do you know them?" "I do not know them, but they know us. If you had not made any enemies previously, this group is likely here for this." With that, Zhao Yi produced the 6-sided cube he had been carrying. "The cube?" Zhao Yi affirmed, "Indeed. This is what the pirates carried when they jumped into the territory of the Solar Federation. The fleet that has suddenly appeared is surely coming to reclaim this. Su Xian grasped the situation. So even risking an attack from the Soloro Empire, they are intent on locating us. Su Ran gazed at the cube in Zhao Yi's hand. Is this item truly that significant? Is the loss of an entire fleet inconsequential? Only they would know the contents within. Su Xian nodded slightly. Thus, if we return with this, that fleet will have no choice but to retreat, or they would face annihilation at the hands of the Soloro Empire. Su Ran remarked. But in doing so, we will have to confront the ground forces of the Soloro Empire. Zhao Yi sighed. We can only take it one step at a time. First, we head to planet M787, and then we will devise a plan. Agreed. The Gospel altered its course, targeting planet M787. Su Huan and all others prepared for the return. Safeguarding the Gospel. Understood. Concealed near the cosmic ship, Su Huan piloted the Divine Might, pursuing the Gospel. The T2-level cosmic ship was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Just as its main cannon was charged, the opponent moved out of its firing range. Chapter 27. We must return. The equally perplexed Lord Shan and Major Dun found themselves embroiled in combat. Their respective missions were to thwart each other. One aimed to prevent Dun from engaging the Gospel while seeking to annihilate it with his fleet, while the other sought to prevent the Gospel from rendezvousing with its ally. This exquisite misunderstanding birthed a grand conflict. Both fleets sustained significant damage. As the cosmos echoed with waves of energy and explosions, particles and laser beams flying in every direction. Debris from the destroyed starships cluttered the vast expanse of space. Lord Shan, taken aback, exclaimed as one of his subordinates anxiously shouted, "What?" The commanding Lord Shan was momentarily stunned. He had taken these measures out of concern that the Solaro Empire might preemptively obliterate the Gospel. To his astonishment, the Gospel had retreated to M787? Had his sacrifice of 4 starships been in vain? On the other side, Major Dun was equally astounded. What in the world is happening? 2 of the interstellar destroyers he had dispatched had been annihilated. Just as both sides were poised to meet, one unexpectedly turned to flee. Such a maneuver was unprecedented after such an arduous battle. Major, the enemy is retreating. Retreating? Dun observed the lights on the battlefield map. Indeed. The enemy had commenced their withdrawal. Major, should we pursue? Sir, the G-29 fleet from the Lewis Nebula of the Solar Federation is advancing towards us, seemingly intent on engaging. What? Dun stood frozen, this news more shocking than the enemy's retreat. Following a recent battle, both sides had tacitly begun to regroup, and now hostilities were reigniting. The enemy was unwilling to concede. Major, what should we do? Should we fall back to the range of the annihilation cannon and stand ready? If they dare approach, we shall obliterate them with a single shot. Agreed. With the annihilation cannon at our disposal, there is no need to engage in a protracted standoff. Fortunately, we did not fire it earlier. Otherwise, the Lewis Nebula's G-29 fleet would have already arrived during the cannon's charging period. As long as we refrain from firing, we maintain a deterrent presence. Report the damage status. The enemy lost 4 starships, including 2 of T1 class and 2 of T2 class. We suffered 3 losses, 2 T1 interstellar destroyers and 1 T2 battleship. Wait, don't they have another spaceship returning? Indeed. Destroy it. Yes. With a rush. Over 100 T2 fighters launched from the Solaro Empire's interstellar carrier. Although Shan's fleet was shielded by energy barriers, it could not withstand such a barrage, quickly reducing it to rubble. This battle left Shan heavily burdened, forcing him to seek refuge. Useless. All of them are utterly useless. Shan glared at one of his subordinates and kicked him to the ground, following up with a few harsh blows. The others dared not utter a sound, fearing Shan's wrath. He had initially believed that despite some losses, they would surely capture the Gospel. To his frustration, at a critical moment, the Gospel had fled, infuriating him to no end. Lord, we have detected the fleet of the Solar Federation approaching. If we do not leave soon, we may be caught in the crossfire. What should we do? Shan was at a loss. Returning was impossible, as he had yet to procure the items he sought. However, remaining here served no purpose. The battles between civilizations were beyond his control. Let us find a nearby planet to wait, he instructed. After Sean's departure, war erupted between the Solar Federation and the Solaro Empire. To defend their frontline position, the Solaro Empire mobilized several nearby fleets for reinforcement. Seizing this rare opportunity, the Solar Federation also summoned fleets from various regions. Their sole mission was to intercept the Solaro Empire's reinforcements. The fleet at M787 had just lost 3 vessels, sustaining various degrees of damage. The G-29 fleet from the Lewis Nebula was more than capable of annihilating them, provided they were not struck by the annihilation cannon. In the conference room of the elegant city of Anata, a heavy silence enveloped the attendees. Following the Gospel's return to M787, a miraculous event unfolded. The 2 warring fleets unexpectedly parted ways. Absurd, utterly absurd. Indeed, it's as if they were merely toying with each other. One moment they were locked in a deadly struggle, the next they simply withdrew. I still cannot comprehend the intentions of this unknown fleet. If they sought death, they should have embraced it. Why retreat after losing a few starships? They might as well have refrained from engaging at all. Frustration simmered among the attendees. The flight of Sean's fleet resulted in only minor losses for the Solaro Empire. Colonel, should we proceed with the plan? The bald colonel remained silent. The Solar Federation had initially intended to exploit the chaos of the 2 fleets' conflict, allowing the G-29 fleet to use the battlefield as cover to reach M787. The annihilation cannon would be ineffective against its own fleet, preventing it from targeting the more distant G-29 fleet. As long as the G-29 fleet engaged in melee with the Solaro Empire, the mission would be deemed successful. Whether Zhao Yi could disable the annihilation cannon was irrelevant. The mission was inherently designed to be perilous. However, with the 2 fleets ceasing hostilities and the Solaro Empire retreating, a new dilemma arose. The G-29 fleet's entry into M787 would inevitably expose it to the annihilation cannon's wrath. Let the G-29 fleet wait just outside M787. And what of the unknown fleet? Leave them be. Although they are contending with the Solaro Empire, that does not imply they are our allies. We must not complicate matters. Understood. Beyond the confines of M787, a fleet composed of 17 various starships had arrived at the designated waiting position. A silver-haired girl darted about inside the ship. All fleets were prepared and ready for deployment. Damn it, we were all set for a vacation. Yet here we are, tasked with a mission. Seated in the command position was a relatively young woman dressed rather provocatively, Wang Rushuan. Her family and Oppo's status had secured her the position of fleet commander of the G-29 fleet from the Lewis Nebula. What is the current status of M787? A silver-haired girl stepped forward. Zhao Yi would surely be astonished. Although this girl sported shoulder-length hair, her features bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Xin, even to the point of being identical. M787 recently endured an assault from an unknown fleet. The Solaro Empire lost 3 vessels, and others suffered varying degrees of damage. General Dun has ordered us to ensure the reclamation of M787. Wang Rushuan, growing impatient, interjected, "Why all this unnecessary chatter? Why are we not moving yet?" Though Wang Rushuan was the fleet commander, she typically delegated tasks to the silver-haired girl beside her. General Dun has instructed us to remain here. Advancing further may result in being targeted by the annihilation cannon on M787. So perilous, and there's an annihilation cannon? You could have sent someone else for this death mission. Why was I summoned? Wang Rushuan expressed a mix of annoyance and fear, as she had joined this fleet for training, not anticipating the Solaro Empire and Oppo's aggressive advance that had brought them so close to Anata. Shall we simply wait here? The Gospel is currently engaged in the destruction of the annihilation cannon. Once it is neutralized, we shall advance, the silver-haired girl replied calmly. The Gospel? Can this bunch of incompetents truly achieve that? I suspect we are merely here for show, and soon we will scurry back home. The silver-haired girl tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Indeed, there is a possibility. If the annihilation cannon cannot be destroyed, the lieutenant colonel will likely refrain from escalating the war. Wang Rushuan stifled a yawn. All right, I shall leave the command here in your capable hands. I need to indulge in a beauty sleep. The recent period of excessive toil has caused me to break out. After Wang Rushuan departed, the silver-haired girl approached the window, gazing into the distance at the M787 fine star. Su Xian, so you are here after all. Chapter 28. The mission begins on the planet M787. Soldiers of the Solar Empire were scouring for the returning gospel, yet no matter how diligently they searched, it remained elusive. This planet was neither excessively vast nor particularly small. However, locating a starship that had severed all communication signals proved to be a formidable challenge. A thunderous roar echoed as a divine fury fighter craft soared low overhead, provoking a flurry of curses from the Solar Empire personnel below. Once again, this infernal interstellar fighter was toying with them, flaunting its speed. They were quick to report to command. This was Zhao Yi's strategy. Each time the Solar Empire attempted to locate them, they were thwarted by the divine fury. Their defensive weaponry was stationed too far to pose a genuine threat. Commander, do you have confidence in this endeavor? Su Xian sighed. You should have left earlier. Now it's too late to escape. Zhao Yi smiled. No worries. Once we obliterate the annihilation cannon, we shall depart. Su Xian gazed toward the distant annihilation cannon, its massive barrel seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Can it truly be destroyed? Zhao Yi nodded affirmatively. Certainly, but we must prepare adequately. Prepare for what? Zhao Yi returned to the Gospel's research room and stated, I require a few hours to design a new T2 class piloted mech. T2 class. Su Xian was taken aback. The development of piloted mechs lagged significantly behind that of starships, or rather, it had stagnated entirely. The applicability of such machines was limited, primarily suited for ground combat. The most advanced starships currently were T3 class, and it was rumored that the Solar Empire was even researching T3, 5 class starships, while in more advanced civilizations. T4 class starships were already under study. Meanwhile, the highest classification of piloted mechs was merely T2, an outdated result from a century ago, with recent research stagnating. Yet, in the current combat scenario, mechs were undoubtedly more suitable. The gospel could not afford to reveal itself. It would be annihilated in an instant. Be cautious and avoid detection. Remember to have Su Huan create diversions. Understood. After Zhao Yi's instructions, he entered the research room, while the other silver-haired girls remained vigilant. As time passed, when Zhao Yi finally emerged, night had fallen on M787, revealing a tapestry of stars overhead. Commander, you're out. Su Xian approached with her team. Indeed, this is the T2 class piloted mech I designed, the Qing Huan. Su Huan examined it, though she did not comprehend the mech and Oppo's specifications. It appeared strikingly akin to a phoenix with wings. Is this thing formidable? It is sufficient to deal with the ground defense forces of the Solar Empire. As long as their T2 class fighter crafts do not engage, we are certain to prevail. What if their T2 class fighters do engage? Zhao Yi chuckled. Even if they do, by the time they react, we will already be near the annihilation cannon. If they dare, they can destroy it themselves. The group smiled upon hearing this. However, Su Xian's brow furrowed. Commander, if this mech is as you say, we might indeed complete our mission, but we lack sufficient materials and our weapon stock is inadequate. Indeed, all the materials we previously purchased have been expended. The warehouse contains only the energy crystals harvested earlier, yet we cannot afford to waste them now. The group sighed in unison. Even if they possessed blueprints for T4 class starships, they lacked the materials to construct them. Zhao Yi lowered his gaze in contemplation, ultimately focusing on the gospel. Concealed within a valley, the vessel was well camouflaged by the surrounding vast forest. Then we must dismantle the gospel. Dismantle it? The group was taken aback. It was their sole starship. If we dismantle it, can we still depart? Su Ran expressed reluctance. Although the gospel was their tomb, did they truly have to forsake even that? Zhao Yi addressed them. The gospel is of no use now. We cannot pilot it for our upcoming mission. Whether we survive to return is uncertain, so dismantling it bears little consequence. But the group gazed at the gospel, once dilapidated, but now rejuvenated through their repairs and maintenance. Su Xian turned to them. Enough, everyone. We must hasten to dismantle the annihilation cannon. Otherwise, the G-29 fleet may face annihilation. Agreed. The multifunctional robots and silver-haired girls began to busily transport the internal equipment and instruments from the vessel, subsequently dismantling its structure. Su Yin and Su Wan commenced the manufacturing and production of the mechs while integrating the vessel's defensive weaponry onto them. The main cannon of the starship remained untouched, but the secondary cannons and electromagnetic turrets were valuable assets. Zhao Yi gestured toward the divine fury in the hangar. Move these fighter crafts outside for dismantling. What? Su Huan rushed forward, clinging to Zhao Yi's leg. Please leave me one. Just one. No, Zhao Yi replied firmly. Our mechs are equipped with energy shields and electromagnetic cannons. Capabilities the gospel lacks, so we must dismantle your fighter crafts. Please, no? Su Huan's protests fell on deaf ears as the starfighter crafts were dragged away to be reduced to mere components. One by one, the mechs were produced according to the design specifications. Due to limited parts, only 10 mechs were equipped with energy shields. The others could only be classified as pseudo T2 mechs. Just as dawn approached, the Solar Empire forces located their hideout. I found them. They are here. Upon hearing the commotion from the forest, the Solar Empire unleashed a barrage of powerful energy bombs. A tremendous explosion resounded, leveling the forest to the ground. The group watched as smoke and flames engulfed the area. Surely, they must have perished, they mused. At that moment, mechanical sounds emerged from the smoke, and Su Huan piloted the Qing Wan, emerging from the haze. This mech stood nearly 4 meters tall, armed with the Gospel and Appos' electromagnetic secondary cannon and equipped with an energy shield. Behind it, a contingent of 30 smaller mechs followed closely. Eliminate these foes and proceed to the annihilation cannon's location. Understood. At Zhao Yi's command, all mechs flew low, their automatic targeting systems locking onto the Solar Empire soldiers and combat robots. With a whoosh, the antimatter bombs rained down, creating deep craters in the ground. Return fire. The Solar Empire forces did not retreat. They pressed forward against the onslaught. However, bullets ricocheted off the front line of mechs, creating ripples upon impact. The energy shields, initially capable of withstanding T2 class fighter firepower, easily defended against the ground-based weaponry. Before long, the ground forces sent to search by the Solar Empire were utterly annihilated. The silver-haired girls aboard the Gospel split into 2 groups, one led by Zhao Yi and Su Xian, tasked with charging toward the Solar Empire and Appos' ground command center on planet M787, where the highest command resided. This would undoubtedly prompt a defensive response from the Solar Empire. Meanwhile, Su Huan, piloting her T2 class mech, would rush toward the annihilation cannon and Appos' position. It was not necessary to completely destroy such a massive weapon. Rendering it incapable of targeting or firing would suffice. Chapter 29. A shot for every little friend, Commander. Why don't you and Su Ran find a place to hide? There's no guarantee we'll survive this time. As long as you are alive, the gospel will endure, Su Xian urged from within the mecha. This battle would undoubtedly differ from the previous ones, with casualties likely, even the possibility of total annihilation. Their deaths would be insignificant, provided they could destroy the planet-destroying cannon and save their compatriots. Zhao Yi had no reason to accompany them to their demise. No, my mecha is equipped with a divine energy shield, while the remaining T2 mechas have been taken away by Su Huan. If I leave, it will only make your battle more difficult, Zhao Yi firmly refused. Moreover, as your commander, how can I abandon my post in the face of danger? But people like us are destined to perish. Yet you, Zhao Yi interrupted once more. Enough. Let us not speak of retreating again. I am your commander. While I may not lead from the front, I will face the same fate alongside you. With no further words, Zhao Yi controlled his mecha to soar high into the air for reconnaissance, spotting the ground command center not far ahead. The stationed troops of the Solaro Empire, upon seeing Zhao Yi, looked up in astonishment. It's a mecha from the Solar Federation. How did they end up here? Wasn't he someone dispatched to deal with them? Open fire. We must not let them approach. The response came in the form of explosions and bright flashes. Zhao Yi and Appos' mecha unfurled its wings, launching a barrage of tracking particle beam missiles toward the distance, resulting in tremendous explosions. These weapons, originally designed for space combat, were more than sufficient for targeting ground units. This is a T-2 mecha. Immediately alert Major Jerry. Bring the destroyer over. They could no longer hold their position. They needed to retreat to the second defensive line until the destroyer arrived. In the command room, Jerry furrowed his brow at the sounds of explosions outside. What is happening? What is with the explosions? Commander, it's bad. We are under attack. They're rushing toward us. The Solar Federation? Jerry was taken aback. After the Gospel S landing, he had dispatched personnel to search the area, believing they had eliminated any threats. How can they still be here? Yes, they are advancing directly toward you, Major. How many? There are over 20 T-2 mechas outside. We cannot withstand them. Jerry was astonished. Under normal circumstances, these mechas would pose no threat, as even a group of them could not withstand a single shot from a starship's main cannon. However, the Solaro Empire's fleet was currently undergoing repairs at various planetary docks, and even the surviving 39th Fleet was damaged from previous battles, engaged in urgent repairs while facing off against the Solar Federation. Commander, we need to summon the destroyer, otherwise, we cannot hold them off. If the command room is destroyed, we won't be able to fire the planet-destroying cannon. Jerry mused in silence before finally nodding. Summon the destroyer. Yes. Within the defensive perimeter of the planet-destroying cannon, several T-2 mechas floated about 5 meters high, locking onto their target as they charged toward the command room. Su Huan watched as the mechas departed, silently praying. With so many shielded T-2 mechas and the ground forces of the Solaro Empire, Su Xian, you must survive. As the mechas left, Su Huan and others emerged from their hiding spots. Sisters, we must immediately destroy the planet-destroying cannon and then support the commander. Understood. Just as they spoke, the automated defensive weapons fired laser cannons, prompting Su Huan to maneuver her mecha to evade, with one shot landing on the ground, creating a massive explosion. Su Huan was taken aback, realizing the battle would not be easy. Although the station mechas of the Solaro Empire had departed, numerous automated weapons remained. Warning, warning. The defensive perimeter of the planet-destroying cannon erupted into fierce combat. Zhao Yi and the others gazed at the black mechas appearing in the sky, knowing the toughest challenge had arrived. The destroyer, a T-2 mecha developed by the Solaro Empire, had its funding redirected to starship and fighter research. This was the highest configuration of mechas within the Solaro Empire. It had served without purpose until now, as ground combat situations were rare. Yet today it found itself in action. The Solaro soldiers within the mecha were exhilarated. Brothers, this is our first battle. Let us keep our spirits high. Who would have thought this old relic still had its fighting spirit? As the interstellar war commenced, Zhao Yi felt beads of sweat trickle down his face as he observed the greater numbers of the enemy, equipped with energy shields. Do not act recklessly. Our goal is not to annihilate them, but to delay their advance. In the Solaro Empire's command room, Jerry stared at the footage from the front lines, perplexed. Where did they acquire so many mechas? I don't know. Logically, T-2 mechas should be stationed on their home planets. With this vacancy, they could have deployed some starfighter crafts instead, one of his subordinates remarked, bewildered. Starfighters are far superior to mechas in terms of maneuverability and adaptability. Who would have anticipated the Solar Federation would employ mechas to assault us, rendering many of our anti-air weapons ineffective? The destroyers have arrived? Jerry inquired. They have arrived. Annihilating them will be effortless. I noticed earlier that their mechas hardly qualify as T-2s. Their firepower is marginal, and defensively, they rely solely on steel plating. The group felt a sense of pride. Despite their mechas being relics from a century ago, they were undoubtedly superior to those with mere protective armor. Jerry nodded slightly. Eliminate them immediately. I do not wish to see any errors. Yes, on the battlefield. Su Xian raised her weapon and fired a particle beam cannon at the destroyer in the sky. The surface of the destroyer rippled before it was obliterated into fragments. The crowd was left in shock. Is this the extent of the T-2 energy shield? Commander, what just happened? One shot took out both the pilot and the shield? Su Ran stared in disbelief. Initially, they had anticipated a challenging battle, yet it appeared far from formidable. The strongest ground weapon of the enemy had proved utterly ineffective, failing to withstand even a single round. A sudden silence enveloped the battlefield as everyone stood in astonishment and confusion. Zhao Yi felt a sense of disorientation. Perhaps the enemy's mechas are relics from the last century. Although I've heard that various planetary nations have ceased mecha development, I didn't expect them to be this obsolete. But our mechas are also T2S, and we even possess energy shields, Zhao Yi clarified. Our materials are sourced from starships. Even a T1 starship is significantly more powerful than a T1 from a century ago, with marked improvements in armor and firepower. It seems the destroyers have likely not seen combat since their inception. Though they lack defects, their armor and weaponry are clearly outdated, Su Xian deduced. Are you suggesting that these T2 mechas from the enemy were manufactured a century ago, rendering their weapons and energy shields inferior to our current standards? Absolutely. Technology progresses rapidly, and the reason their mechas appear as fragile as paper is likely due to their weapons and energy cores not being upgraded. The group had not anticipated such a result, and excitement surged within them. They fired upon the destroyers in the sky. Despite their energy shields, these mechas had not been modernized, and they fell one by one under the assault of the starship and Oppo's defensive weapons. Chapter 30. All is lost. Counterattack. The soldiers of the Soul Empire, piloting the destroyer, finally regained their composure, swiftly evading the onslaught while drawing their weapons to retaliate. However, due to the halt in mech development, these armaments remained relics of the previous century. A barrage of tracking interstellar missiles soared towards Zhao Yi and his companions. With a thunderous roar, the missiles, despite their capability to navigate through the stars, proved ineffective. Even the protective armor of the Qinghuan remained unscathed. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, initially expecting an easy victory, only to find themselves at a disadvantage. How could they continue fighting? The enemy struck with their combined forces, while their own efforts seemed merely superficial. Zhao Yi, equally astonished by the turn of events, realized that the cessation of ground weapon development had inadvertently granted them an advantage. Could it be that Su Huan's position was now the most perilous? Perhaps. Su Xian, take a team to support Su Huan. As for this place, I will handle it with Su Ran and the others. I am now more formidable than ever, Zhao Yi declared with a hearty laugh. The enemy's Stargrade missiles could not even breach a mech without an energy shield, so with his own latest energy shield, he felt invincible. Su Xian, feeling somewhat exasperated, instructed Su to protect Zhao Yi while she led a group towards the position of the annihilation cannon. Meanwhile, in the command room, Jerry was bewildered, his head spinning. Staring at the screen in disbelief, he exclaimed, "What is happening? We are both T2 class mechs. How can there be such a disparity? Perhaps their mechs are newly constructed, utilizing superior materials," a staff member suggested quietly. "Our mechs have seen little use since their production. This is their first real engagement, and we haven't even sustained damage to necessitate a replacement. Since the onset of interstellar warfare, who could have foreseen that mechs would still prove useful?" Jerry slapped his forehead in frustration. "This is utterly hopeless. Major, we should retreat immediately. It is only a matter of time before they breach our defenses, and if even the destroyer cannot withstand them, our other weapons stand no chance." Jerry felt a surge of blood as he realized this was the first time in his career that he faced such a situation. In this era of interstellar warfare, how could anyone dare to approach their stronghold directly? If they returned now, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. "Very well, retreat," Jerry conceded, his hands tied. Nearby, after Zhao Yi dispatched a destroyer with a single shot, he observed a group escorting the major as they began their retreat. "Su Ran, I entrust the command here to you." "Huh? What about you, Commander?" Su Ran asked, concerned. "Sister Su Xian instructed me to protect you. I am off to catch a big fish," Zhao Yi replied before soaring towards the fleeing figures. Though Su Ran felt uneasy, she refrained from following him. The mech he piloted was crafted from the most robust armor of the gospel and equipped with the energy shield of the divine might fighter, ensuring his safety. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhao Yi descended from the sky, blocking their path with a smile. Several officers and guards, upon seeing him, brandished their weapons to retaliate, only to be struck down by Zhao Yi's mini-missiles. The scene left only Jerry and two officers standing at a distance. "You, Who are you? One of them inquired, shaken. I am here to capture you, Zhao Yi responded, taken aback that this skirmish, initially intended to stall the enemy's main force, had transformed into an opportunity to capture their commander. Who would believe such a tale? Let me go. I can offer you anything, the major pleaded. Zhao Yi shook his head resolutely. That is not an option. For the sake of military merit, I must claim your head. Meanwhile, on another front, Su Huan and her team found themselves beleaguered within their defensive perimeter, battered and bruised. The advancements in automated weaponry had rendered their previous engagements with the destroyer obsolete, as these new machines served as close-range defense for starships. Damn it, we can't break through, Su Huan exclaimed, anxiety gnawing at her. We wasted too much time here. I wonder how things are faring for Sister Su Xin. The longer they lingered, the more dire the situation would become for the commander. Were they cornered by the advancing destroyers? Yet, advancing step by step was equally perilous. Suddenly, a flurry of figures streaked across the sky. Su Huan gasped in shock. Could it be the destroyers have returned? If so, are Su Xin and the commander? Su Huan, what are you doing? The sight of the Qinghuan hovering above astonished everyone. Watch out. The distant defense weapons detected new enemies, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Su Xin and her team hurried to take shelter beside Su Huan. What are you all doing here? Su Huan asked, bewildered. Shouldn't they be engaged with the Seoul Empire forces? The commander sent us to assist you, one of them replied. What? You must be out of your minds. Return at once. Su Huan struggled to articulate her thoughts, realizing they hadn't yet gone to support the commander, yet he had dispatched them to aid her. If the commander were to fall, she would be consumed by regret. Su Xin smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. The situation there is under control and should be concluding soon. The commander was aware of your difficulties and instructed us to help. Su Huan felt increasingly perplexed. But didn't a multitude of T2 class mechs just fly over? Surely, you cannot contend with such numbers. Indeed, there are many, but they are outdated models. In terms of firepower and armor, they cannot compare to our Qinghuan, Su Xin explained, glancing at the automated defense weapons nearby. In fact, your situation appears more precarious. Do you have a plan? Reassured that the commander was all right, Su Huan breathed easier. Our mechs were too few, but with you here, we are sufficient. These weapons, while fierce and heavily defended, operate in unison. I will draw their fire. Once they focus on me, you can flank and eliminate them. Su Xin furrowed her brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. But that means you will be in danger. How will you manage against such a coordinated assault? Fear not, for I am the captain of the Gospel Squadron, Su Huan declared, her confidence unwavering. While I may not rival you in intellect, my piloting and reflexes are unmatched. Moreover, my mech is equipped with an energy shield. Even if I am struck, I will endure. Seeing no better alternative, Su Xin acquiesced. Very well, but do be cautious. Of course, Su Huan and her team split up, preparing for their respective roles. With everything in place, Su Huan suddenly leapt from her hiding spot, unleashing a barrage of particle beam weaponry towards the enemy. The automated defense turrets swung to target her, unleashing a relentless barrage in return. Su Huan maneuvered her mech with the finesse of an extension of her own body, dodging left and right. Using her energy shield to absorb the hits she could not evade. A deafening explosion erupted as a direct hit struck her mech. Though the energy shield absorbed the brunt of the attack, the force sent her crashing against the wall. Su Xin's expression shifted to one of alarm, her heart racing. Su Huan, ever the fierce warrior, was nonetheless cherished like a sister in Su Xin's heart. She should have been the one to undertake this mission. The defensive weapons within the perimeter zeroed in on Su Huan. It was a dire moment. Chapter 31. Did you truly accomplish it? The silver-haired maidens stood frozen, familiar with the poignant scene of parting life and death. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that since the arrival of the commander, they had not encountered such a circumstance. Now, Su Huan was on the verge of being eliminated before their very eyes. Thunderous roars erupted. At this critical juncture, a figure suddenly appeared, pulling Su Huan to the side. A distant beam struck, instantly piercing through the energy shield of Su Huan's mech. Fortunately, it only obliterated one arm and one leg of the mech, leaving the occupant unharmed. Commander. The onlookers were taken aback by the mech. Was this not Zhao Yi's? Su Huan was astounded to find herself alive, saved by Zhao Yi, which left her feeling both irked and elated. Commander, be cautious, Su Huan warned, as all defensive weapons aimed their attacks at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi swiftly tossed Su Huan aside. Then, utilizing his exceptional piloting skills and the mech's impressive capabilities, deftly evaded a barrage of attacks. The remaining strikes merely impacted the energy shield. Why are you still dawdling? Charge together. Su Xian's words jolted everyone into action as they rushed from their hiding spots. The automated weapons within the defensive perimeter attempted to adjust their aim, only to be obliterated by an onslaught of attacks, engulfing the entire defense base in flames and explosions. Commander, what brings you here? Su Xian piloted her mech closer, noting that most of the automated defenses had been decimated. The rest could be handled by the team. I came to clear that area and check in, only to stumble upon this near-fatal scene. You're the one who's nearly dead. Su Huan emerged from her mech, her tone tinged with irritation. Haha, so it's you. Zhao Yi chuckled. I was wondering who had the audacity to charge headlong into so many defensive weapons. Su Huan blushed, stating, that was merely a fluke. It won't happen again. As they spoke, a tremendous explosion erupted from the towering Star Destroyer above. The group looked up to see sparks igniting along the cannon's length. Even if the 39th Fleet could maneuver the Star Destroyer, it would be futile. The cannon was damaged, and a forced launch could result in misfire or catastrophic explosions. So this is the end. Su Xian gazed at the cannon's gaping wounds, feeling dazed. She had prepared for self-sacrifice to secure victory for the G-29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula. To her surprise, she was still alive. I wonder how the bald commander will react upon seeing we survived. Indeed, it must be quite a shock, Su Huan replied eagerly. I can hardly wait to see his expression. Connect me to Alandra. Yes. In the Alandra command room, a cacophony ensued, as everyone awaited news from planet M787. How much longer must we wait? It's not just planet M787 under siege. All surrounding fleets have joined in to ensure the G-29 fleet remains undisturbed. If we can capture M787, it could at least halt the Solarian Empire's northeastern assaults, perhaps even lead to a counterstrike. But if we fail to take it, the surrounding fleets will suffer heavy losses, and then later will be the next battlefield. The bald commander remained silent, arms crossed, feigning contemplation, but in truth, he was waiting for news from the gospel. Colonel Lin Fu, could you please speak up? Otherwise, we risk sacrificing the G-29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula for a single cannon shot. Within 3 days, the Star Destroyer cannot fire again, and we could deploy troops from Alandra to annihilate planet M787. Planet M787? Are you suggesting we send the escort team or the patrol squad? They are all Federals. What else can we do? Our autonomous combat units are already on the battlefield. Even if there are silver-haired maidens available for service, we lack starships. If we do not secure this, during the defense of Alandra, won't the Federal fleet also be involved? I disagree. Sending Federals into battle is unreasonable. How can I explain that to my subordinates? The bald commander interjected, enough of this noise. Let us wait a little longer. Wait. We and Oppos, VE already waited a day and a night. I've heard that Solarian Empire fleets are 2 days away, and their defensive fleet has been annihilated. If we are defeated, they will face consequences too. What purpose does it serve? A staff member scoffed. Hey, planet M787 still has the Solarian Empire's 39th fleet. A crippled fleet is useless. But two combined, can the G-29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula prevail? Engaging with a single 39th fleet is already a challenge, let alone two. The bald commander felt a headache coming on. These strategists only discussed what was readily apparent, offering no useful advice. All right, enough chatter. The gospel has infiltrated planet M787 to destroy the Star Destroyer. Let us await their report. And what if they fail to destroy it? Are you joking? Although the 39th fleet is wary of the G-29 fleet of the Lewis Nebula, the Solarian Empire's ground forces are no pushovers either. They must have already suffered casualties. Indeed, they should have faced the Solarian Empire's onslaught upon landing. A staff member stood, stating, Colonel, I believe we must temporarily abandon this plan. The G-29 fleet need not remain on standby outside planet M787. If the Solarian Empire discovers an opening, the delicate balance will shatter. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Gospel is on a mission to destroy the Star Destroyer? How can that be possible? This fleet lacks even a single combat robot. Relying solely on manpower won't suffice against the Solarian Empire's ground defenses, especially when they undoubtedly possess automated weapons and mechs. Although mechs have been quiet for some time, human flesh is no match. Colonel, we have a connection from the Gospel. The room fell silent. They were astonished that the Gospel still survived. I suspect they are seeking reinforcements, one person sneered. Reinforcements? Those silver-haired maidens should have perished. How have they managed to survive on the battlefield for 4 years? While this operation yielded little effect, at least this year's objectives were met. These autonomous combat units are remarkably resilient. Why can't they simply perish after 4 years of service? The bald commander ignored the complaints, stating calmly, "Bring them in." Zhao Yi's face appeared before them. "Zhao Yi, what is the current situation? Allow me to show you." Zhao Yi pivoted the view, revealing a massive explosion erupting from the base of the Star Destroyer. The onlookers were astounded, some pinching their own cheeks or wrists to ensure they were awake. Is it true? The Star Destroyer has been destroyed? This is utterly absurd. The bald commander was equally astonished that the Gospel could destroy the Star Destroyer so swiftly, leaving the conference room enveloped in an eerie silence. A stillness, a quietude. Disbelief reigned. Chapter 32. You were sent to be cannon fodder, yet you captured the enemy commander? Did you truly obliterate them? Surely. Wasn and Apos. This the task you entrusted to us? Why does it seem like you and Apos? Re a bit skeptical. Zhao Yi couldn't and Apos. Help, but furrow his brow as he inquired. He was aware that the Federation intended for them to perish, yet articulating it this way might yield better leverage. The bald colonel cleared his throat twice. Well done. Truly exemplifying the valor of our Federation warriors. The Federation is proud of you. The others glanced at one another, realizing the true clown was themselves. It's all right. Primarily thanks to the silver-haired maiden. Without her, I could not have completed the mission. What about casualties? The bald colonel asked curiously. Zhao Yi sighed and shook his head. The others were eagerly anxious. Unforeseen was this twofold accomplishment. All the silver-haired maidens were annihilated, and the Star Destroyer of the Solaro Empire suffered damage. These humanoid autonomous weapons had indeed pushed their limits. The bald colonel reassured. No worries, you destroyed the Star Destroyer. Any price paid is worth it. If necessary, I can reassign you to another fleet. Zhao Yi looked up at him. Colonel, given such significant losses, can we obtain compensation? He elaborated. To obliterate the Star Destroyer, we sacrificed the Gospel and all weapons and equipment aboard. This was anticipated by the bald colonel. The Gospel must have been destroyed just upon returning. A T-1 class starship without energy armor certainly could not withstand the assault from the Solaro Empire. He was just curious how Zhao Yi had accomplished the task. I'm aware of this matter. Upon your return, I shall immediately commission a new ship for you. Could you provide me with materials? I wish to design it myself. The group stood in stunned silence. While they had studied starship design and construction in class, most had only done so for credits, and none were truly capable of designing one. Are you certain? The bald colonel seemed perplexed. Zhao Yi, being a commander aboard the Gospel, must have been a student struggling academically. How could he have the audacity to wish to design it himself? Look, my starship is gone. Isn't it acceptable to design one that I prefer? What if this starship, should any mishap occur? I shall bear full responsibility for compensating the Federation for all losses. The bald colonel agreed. Very well, design it as you wish. You have achieved a great feat in destroying the Star Destroyer. Zhao Yi rejoiced. Then it settled. We shall await you on planet M787. Rest assured, I shall not be long in coming to retrieve you. Hold steady. Although the Star Destroyer had been obliterated, the bald colonel knew Zhao Yi would have paid a significant price, promptly notifying Fleet G-29 to prepare for departure. Zhao Yi smiled. There's no rush. We shall wait here. Wait here? Zhao Yi grasped someone nearby. I have prepared a grand gift for you. This fellow intended to flee in an escape pod, but I captured him. The crowd went wild. Wasn't he this Major Jerry of the Solaro Empire? Though he was a logistics officer, he had encountered them on several occasions. How had he been captured? What? What is happening? No way. The Gospel destroyed the Star Destroyer and captured a commander? This is absurd. Is this real? What about the rest of the Solaro Empire? The bald colonel was also stunned. Major Jerry? Jerry glanced at those in the conference room. Tell your people to show some respect. After all, I am a senior commander. Zhao Yi booted him to the ground, calling out to Su Exine, take him away. Do not let him escape. Senior commander, look at how pathetic you are. Yes. The others stood dumbfounded. They had truly captured him without offering him an ounce of dignity. Rest assured about our safety. Currently, the silver-haired maidens aboard the Gospel are completing final tasks. The ground forces of the Solaro Empire cannot hold out much longer. Is this even human language? One of the advisors slapped himself in frustration. How had this situation escalated so absurdly? They had expected Zhao Yi to stall for time until their rescue. Yet he had captured the commander of the ground command center. Was he not finishing their work? Are you certain it is not the Solaro Empire finishing up? Is it you who are capturing them? No. How many silver-haired maidens were lost? An advisor asked curiously. He had just viewed the footage and noticed there seemed to be quite a few silver-haired maidens remaining. Although there were many aboard the Gospel, after such a battle, it should not have been possible to have so many left. A few were injured and are currently receiving treatment. No more time to waste. I must go to the front lines. Zhao Yi terminated the communication, leaving the attendees in silence. Where did Zhao Yi emerge from? They had sent him with a sacrificial mindset to destroy the Star Destroyer, and not only had he done so, but he had also captured their command center. A talent. This individual might not be exceptional in interstellar warfare, but he was indubitably a genius in ground combat. But wait, I believe the Solaro Empire's ground forces have T2 class mecha destroyers. Though these cannot withstand interstellar fighters, they should be adequate against flesh-and-blood silver-haired maidens, should they not? Who knew what was happening? They could only await his return for answers. Was Zhao Yi not an academic underachiever? How could this be? Quickly, investigate his academic records. The group hastily retrieved his files and were stunned. Every exam had resulted in failure, accompanied by comments from his instructors. Enjoys playing Gomoku in class. Gazing at the documents before them, they were rendered speechless. Surely, he could not have played Gomoku to achieve such feats? The colonel interrupted. What Zhao Yi accomplished will only be revealed upon his return. For now, we must prepare for the more crucial battle. The interstellar conflict at planet M787 is just beginning. The group acknowledged. Indeed, while our fleet is numerous in this star-class war, the opponent's fleet is of higher rank and may not be easily defeated. If the Star Destroyer is destroyed, we must not let our efforts go to waste. Fleet G-29, Xian ordered the silver-haired maidens to awaken Wang Rushuan while commanding the fleet to charge forward. The opponent had 9 T2 class starships, while they had 17 T1 class starships. This battle was child's play for Su Yun. T2 class starships indeed possessed energy shields, but they could not withstand the simultaneous assault of T1 class main cannons. Provided they maintained proper positioning and utilized their resources wisely, defeating the enemy was not a concern. T1 class fighters launched. Frigates advanced to position C-121 to act as a suicide squad. Battleships began charging energy with the target set on the enemy's star-class aircraft carrier, while the light encounter engaged the enemy's energy main cannons. Su Yun stood by the command chair, issuing orders one after another. Her commands were indisputable. To ensure victory, she would also deploy decoys and cannon fodder to lure the enemy into their trap. The operations room door opened from the outside. Wang Rushuan, rubbing her hair, sat in the command chair, yawning. What is the current situation? The Star Destroyer has been obliterated. The colonel ordered us to capture planet M787. The Star Destroyer was destroyed? Who accomplished this? Wang Rushuan's lazily alert eyes revealed a hint of caution. Chapter 33. The man's gaze is unsettling. Is the Gospel ship the starship that the Federation refers to as the Tomb? Indeed. Wang Rushuan leaned back in her command chair and yawned. By the way, does the Gospel ship possess any weaponry? It managed to destroy the annihilation cannon. If I recall correctly, The gospel ship should only have one starship, right? Yes, according to the information. The gospel ship is equipped for ground combat with only 300 humanoid self-propelled weapons. Wang Ruchuan was astounded. No way. How could it possibly destroy the annihilation cannon? When did the Solar Empire become this weak? Wang Ruchuan was well aware of the Solar Empire's capabilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to pressure the Solar Federation to this extent. Yet, this was simply too outrageous. It couldn't possibly be a decline on the part of the Solar Empire. Su Yun redirected the conversation. Commander, we should focus on our mission. Oh right. Wang Ruchuan snapped back to attention. What are our chances? A 90% chance of securing M787, but the losses may be severe. A 70% chance of only losing half the fleet while achieving the objective. Wang Ruchuan nodded, intrigued by Su Yun's confidence. It's fortunate to have you as my deputy. It makes things much easier for me, as I only need to follow your lead. You're too kind. Su Yun nodded slightly. A commander like Wang Ruchuan was indeed easy to work with, although she appeared arrogant and looked down on them. She recognized her own limitations and entrusted command to Su Yun, significantly increasing the hope for survival among the silver-haired maidens. Are you in your 4th year next year? Yes. Wang Ruchuan expressed a hint of regret. There are only 6 months left. I hope to leave this place before you do. It's in your hands now. I'll take a short nap. Wang Ruchuan laid back in her chair, donning an eye mask. To the unknowing observer, she appeared to be on vacation, oblivious to the life and death battle that awaited her. Solar Empire, Fleet 39. Major Jerry has been captured. What? Tang was stunned. He had neglected this after the gospel ship entered the M787 planet, focusing all his attention on G29 and simultaneously dispatching repair ships to fix the damaged hull. If the enemy doesn't move, neither do we. If they move first, the annihilation cannon will strike. Yet, he never anticipated that Jerry would be captured by the crew of the gospel ship. This sudden news from the rear nearly caused him to lose his footing. It's all right. As long as the annihilation cannon is still operational, we can hold out until reinforcements arrive and launch a counterattack. If the G29 fleet dares to come, we'll give them a shot and see if they still have the audacity to act so arrogantly, Tang said fiercely. One of his subordinates quietly added, We just received an alert. The annihilation cannon's targeting system is damaged. If we fire, we might miss the target and end up being hit first instead. What? Tang stumbled and fell to the ground, and everyone rushed to help him. Without the annihilation cannon, the other fleets en route to assist had been ambushed. Does that mean no one can save us? Major, the G29 fleet has already begun to move towards us. What should we do? Retaliate. Yes. On M787. Zhao Yi and his team piloted T2 mechas and captured all the personnel from the Solar Empire. These individuals knelt at the command center's entrance, surrounded by silver-haired maidens armed with weapons. Su Huan. Here. Su Huan joyfully piloted the mecha over. Although his own was damaged, Zhao Yi had lent him his. While he still preferred fighter jets, piloting this was exhilarating, far more thrilling than flying a fighter. Gather all the mechas and destroy them. Understood. Just as Su Huan turned, he felt something was amiss. What? You want me to destroy all the mechas? Yes, what else would you do? Su Huan was bewildered. Wait. You previously had me dismantle the Divine Might fighter, and I didn't question it. Now why must I dismantle the mechas again? What is the plan this time? Beside him, Su Xian chuckled. This time, we're doing nothing. It's just that with the T2 mechas around, it will be difficult to explain things later. You wouldn't want Zhao Yi to be reassigned, would you? Su Huan understood. If the Solar Federation discovered that Zhao Yi could develop fighter jets or mechas, they would undoubtedly refuse to let him go. By then, the gospel ship would surely have a new commander, and Su Huan didn't want that. He hurriedly agreed. Yes. I'll go right now. Commander, please don't leave. I want tea. Hurry and get it done, Zhao Yi urged impatiently. After Su Huan left, Su Xian's eyes flickered, and she finally spoke. Commander, is this truly wise? What do you mean? If you went to the Federation's research department, with your skills, you could play a significant role, and it would be safer than being on the gospel ship. This is a great opportunity to leave the gospel ship. Zhao Yi smiled. Had it been before I came here, I would have certainly chosen the research department over the front lines. But now, I can't bear to part with you lovely ladies. Being with you is far more enjoyable. Su Xn's face flushed slightly. Commander, you remain as unrefined as ever. Other commanders arrive at the gospel ship seeking to extricate themselves, yet you linger without wanting to leave. Just then, fireballs appeared in the sky, streaking through the atmosphere and plummeting to the ground. Starships. Zhao Yi was taken aback. These were fragments of starships, and they belonged to the Solar Empire. They had been destroyed while approaching the M787 planet, and the debris was pulled down by gravity, resembling fireballs from a distance. The silver-haired maidens and the defeated soldiers of the Solar Empire looked up in shock and excitement. This signified that the G-29 fleet had arrived and had defeated the Solar Empire's fleet. Star-class aircraft carrier. A member of the Solar Empire was stunned to see a massive object in the sky. It was the starship carrier of Fleet 39, the most critical component of any fleet, with all starships designed around it. At that moment, the vessel was engulfed in flames, continuously emitting explosive sounds and light. Then, it crashed heavily into the annihilation cannon, erupting into a sea of fire. The soldiers of the Solar Empire collapsed to the ground. The star-class carrier, the Fearless, had been destroyed, and they had lost all hope. Shortly thereafter, 10 starships from the Solar Federation appeared in the sky, all showing signs of damage but victorious, having successfully survived and descended over M787. In the sky, Su Yun detected Zhao Yi's presence and turned to say, "Commander, we have located the commander of the gospel ship. Is that so?" Wang Rushuan rested her chin on her hand, seemingly indifferent. Su Yun was indeed formidable. She had managed to annihilate 92 warships with only 71 starships. Although their numbers were roughly double, in terms of firepower and defense, they were undeniably superior. What were we here for again? Wang Rushuan looked up at Zhao Yi on the screen. So this is Zhao Yi. He looks quite impressive. This individual, fresh out of school, managed to accomplish such a feat following the lieutenant colonel's orders. Recover the silver-haired maidens from the gospel ship and bring Commander Zhao Yi to Eldora. Additionally, station forces outside the M787 planet and repair the annihilation cannon for our use. As for the rest, Wang Rushuan quickly waved her hand. Enough, enough. You handle it as you see fit. Just hearing it gives me a headache. Su Yun inquired. Commander, will you accompany me to the surface? Wang Rushuan shook her head. I won't go. I have social anxiety. Just bring them back. Yes, I shall take my leave now. Su Yun descended to the ground with several silver-haired maidens. So, you are the commander of the gospel ship, correct? Upon witnessing someone descending from the starship, Zhao Yi approached and extended his hand, saying, Indeed, you are. He looked up and was instantly taken aback. Su Xian? Su Yun was momentarily stunned. How could this individual know her sister's name? It was inconceivable that a Federation citizen would possess such knowledge. Weren't you just behind me? Zhao Yi turned around to find Su Xian right behind him, and upon glancing at Su Yun, he noted their striking similarity. Goodness, are you two twins? Perhaps. Su Yun replied uncertainly. In my recollection, I donned Appos. Do you have any memories associated with 9844, though we have indeed collaborated numerous times on the battlefield? Zhao Yi felt a moment of disorientation, but soon found clarity. They might truly be twins, separated at birth. However, if Su Xian was already a silver-haired young lady of 4 years, then the person before him should also be 4. All 4-year-old silver-haired girls should be aboard their own vessel. Su Xian approached with delight, exclaiming, Su Yun. It really is you. Su Yun frowned slightly, glancing at Zhao Yi, feeling somewhat at a loss. How could Su Xian call her by name in front of a Federation citizen? This was against protocol. Su Xian chuckled. It's all right. The commander doesn't mind us addressing each other by name. Is there really such an unusual person? Su Yun exclaimed incredulously. In her view, a commander like Wang Rushuan was already commendable, but she hadn't expected there to be even more eccentric commanders. It was astonishing that a Federation citizen permitted them, the silver-haired young ladies, to use their names. Zhao Yi smiled. You both are quite remarkable, having obliterated the Solarian Empire's fleet. It was thanks to your destruction of the planet-destroying cannon. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have been able to approach the M787 planetary system. All right, Colonel Lin Fuzhong has instructed me to escort you back, so please make haste. Oh, of course. The silver-haired young lady gestured for them to proceed, and the group boarded the G-29 fleet in an orderly fashion. Where is your commander? Zhao Yi inquired with curiosity. She feels a bit fatigued and is currently resting. Resting? Zhao Yi's lips twitched. If his guess was correct, they had just endured a fierce battle. This commander truly had a heart of steel, completely delegating responsibilities to the silver-haired young ladies. Yet, this was a common approach among many Federation citizens. Zhao Yi walked ahead while Su Yun and Su Xian engaged in quiet conversation at a short distance behind. This was a rare opportunity for them. Su Xian, I thought that after our last farewell, I would never see you again. I can hardly believe we've reunited. Indeed, you've become increasingly formidable. You are now the deputy commander of G-29. I'm merely following in your footsteps. Is your commander easy to get along with? Fairly so. At least she is a woman, so she doesn't harbor any peculiar notions about us. Last year, the deputy commander of G-29 was Su Xian. This year, it was Su Yun. Zhao Yi turned back, eyeing the two with suspicion. The more he looked, the more he felt they resembled one another, similar in stature, features, and mannerisms. Save for their hairstyles, it was rather extraordinary. Even twins would exhibit differences due to environmental influences. Achieving complete likeness was improbable. Su Yun whispered, Su Xian, I don't think this Federation citizen is trustworthy. The way he looked at you just now was unsettling. Chapter 34, Fiery Gazes. Is that so? Su Xian's face flushed slightly, and she replied with a hint of embarrassment. What's different? There was a flicker of anticipation in her heart. The commander treated all silver-haired girls well, yet it felt as if he was somewhat different towards her. It was that peculiar, somewhat fiery sensation, strange, indeed. You know, the Federation people actually. Su Yun furrowed her brow. Perhaps you misinterpreted it. Su Xian's cheeks grew even warmer. Fiery? Su Yun was aware that Su Xian was just rambling. Noticing Su Xian's odd demeanor, Su Yun shifted the topic. By the way, how did you manage to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon? When I heard you were on a mission, I knew the Federation's plans had commenced again. This mission must have aimed to ensure you wouldn't return alive. Yet here you are, still breathing. Sister Su Xian, why don't you just run away? I can have someone adjust the course to help you leave the Solar Federation. Su Yun suddenly grasped Su Xian's hand. Su Xian shook her head. No need. I think things are quite good as they are now, and it was only because the commander was present that we managed to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon. Him? Su Yun could hardly believe that this Federation individual was that formidable. She suspected Su Xian was merely being polite. After all, silver-haired girls hardly received credit for their deeds. It was better to attribute the success to the commander, ensuring he would treat them with a bit more kindness. Seeing Su Yun's disbelief, Su Xian insisted earnestly. I mean it. This commander is unlike any before. Upon finishing her sentence, Su Xian's face flushed, and she felt a wave of heat wash over her. Ugh, how cheesy. You don't actually like the commander, do you? Su Yun exclaimed. Of course not. Su Xian deflected. All right, enough of that. We still have matters to attend to on planet M787. Su Yun nodded. Very well. I will arrange for this starship to take you back to Anada. The group waved their goodbyes. Leaving so soon? Can't we chat a little longer? Perhaps you truly are twins, Zhao Yi remarked as Su Xian caught up. Maybe. Just being able to see each other is enough joy for me. I don't understand you. If you want to meet so much, why not stay a little longer? Su Xian shook her head. The longer we meet, the more reluctant it becomes. This is just right. Even if I were to perish, Su Yun shouldn't be too saddened. Zhao Yi found a comfortable spot to lie down, thinking he could finally catch a decent rest after this return. The successful landing of the G-29 on planet M787 stirred quite a commotion. The fleets engaged in battle near planet M787 tacitly retreated to their respective positions. With the catalyst for war no longer present, continuing the conflict seemed futile. Even if the Solaro Empire managed to breach these fleets, they would be unable to strike planet M787. instead providing the Solar Federation with an advantageous opportunity due to their shorter supply lines. The Northeast War Zone once again welcomed a brief period of peace. In the Anata conference room, everyone was elated upon receiving the battle report. I knew it would work. This will surely slow down the Solaro Empire and Oppo's offensive in the Northeast. Indeed, we can look forward to better days ahead. This is largely thanks to Colonel Lin Fuzhong. His keen perception discerned the slightest impossibility and transformed it into reality. Honestly, I initially thought this plan was unfeasible, but to our surprise, it truly succeeded. What a cause for celebration. The bald colonel gazed at the crowd and slowly spoke. Don't you all wish to retaliate? Beyond planet M787, there remains much land belonging to our Federation. I see no necessity. Recovering planet M787 was a stroke of luck, while other planets are firmly under the Solaro Empire's control. Yes, that seems exceedingly difficult. Let's wait for other war zones to conclude before seeking their support. The bald colonel sighed, observing the crowd. At this rate, the Federation will continue to face unending troubles. Aside from the Northeast War Zone, other regions were similarly bleak. To expect them to assist Anata seemed impossible. Colonel Lin Fuzhong, along with the commander and vice commander of the Gospel, had arrived at Anata. Oh, that was rather quick. After glancing at the others, Colonel Lin Fuzhong stated, "Let Zhao Yi in, and let the autonomous weapon wait outside." Understood. No one was surprised. The victory was owed to the valiant soldiers of the Solar Federation. With the silver-haired girls having no connection to it, they were unworthy of entering this place. Glory belonged to the Solar Federation. "Colonel," Zhao Yi announced as he entered. "There's no need to be so formal. Everyone here knows you." Zhao Yi surveyed the crowd and said, "Colonel, the Gospel was damaged in the previous battle, and I am applying for its reconstruction." The bald colonel chuckled. "You're still as impatient as ever. We'll certainly handle the ship's matters, but first, tell us how you managed to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon and capture the commander of the Solaro Empire." Zhao Yi was well aware that the bald colonel would ask this and had prepared a half-true, half-false explanation. "I built a type of simple mech and used it to defeat the Solaro Empire." Mech? The crowd was stunned. "You destroyed the Solaro Empire with just a few mechs? That's impossible. I've heard the Solaro Empire possesses T2 level annihilators. Can simple mechs really take them down? What nonsense. Are you hiding something? If mechs were truly that powerful, civilizations wouldn't have ceased their development long ago." Colonel Lin interrupted Zhao Yi. "While your contribution in destroying the Star Destroyer cannon is significant, the Federation cannot allow you to keep secrets." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "Indeed, it was with the simple mechs that we achieved victory. As for the T2 level mechs, they are relics from the last century, thus lacking firepower and defense. I initially thought I was doomed, but upon engaging, I realized the Solaro Empire's mechs were outdated products." From the last century? The crowd paused, pondering this. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed accurate. After the onset of interstellar preparations, every nation focused on researching starships and aircraft. Who still bothered with mechs? Not just the Solaro Empire. Even our own mechs are remnants from the last century. It dawned on me that our mechs seem to be equipped with star-class missiles. Now that you mention it, I realize our mechs have not been updated in ages. They haven't appeared in reports for quite some time. Exactly. Research funding has gone to starships, aircraft, and main cannons. There's hardly enough for mechs. Zhao Yi shrugged. So, while our mechs are simple, the weapons are taken from the Gospel. Even T1 class starship weapons surpass their mechs in power, and their defenses simply cannot withstand it. Chapter 35. What secrets do you conceal? The assembly exchanged glances, each studying the other. Although the notion still seemed somewhat absurd, it was more convincing than before, at least possessing a semblance of feasibility. So, the Gospel was not destroyed but rather dismantled by its own accord? Indeed, at that time, survival was contingent upon this course of action. Colonel Lin Fu applauded. "Your performance was remarkable, exhibiting order amidst chaos. Given the circumstances, your analysis leading to the dismantling of the Gospel, both in judgment and execution, was indeed exceptional." The assembly nodded in agreement. The idea of dismantling a starship to create mechas was not something that would typically cross one's mind. especially while surrounded by the Solaro Empire, facing certain doom. Most would likely seek refuge. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, neither arrogant nor humble. This was not solely my doing. I had assistance from the vice commander and the silver-haired maiden who piloted the mecha into battle. The expressions of those present darkened at the mention of the humanoid weapon, particularly the 9844 model. Their mere existence was irksome enough, and now Zhao Yi was attributing credit to them. Naturally, Zhao Yi had no intention of winning their favor, for they were entrenched in obsolescence, corruption, and hedonism, utterly disconnected from any matters of significance. Besides leading their subordinates to death, they bore little capability. However, I still have a matter to inquire about. What matter? Colonel Lin Fu's gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yi, the atmosphere shifting from celebration to interrogation. Before the M787 planet was captured, a fleet came seeking you. Are you familiar with it? The assembly shared a collective curiosity regarding the origins of this fleet. The very genesis of the conflict lay in their arrival. Without them, the Solar Federation would not have dared to instigate this war, which involved 4 planets and 100 starships, ultimately reclaiming a stronghold. Yet, no one knew from whence this pivotal fleet hailed. Zhao Yi scrutinized Lin Fu, detecting a hint of mockery and derision in his eyes. Just how much did this man know? What repercussions would arise if he were to lie? The worst outcome would be the exposure of his dealings with T2 class warplanes. I can surmise, Zhao Yi replied. The assembly perked up at his words. Do you know the fleet and Oppos' allegiance? Where did they originate? Wait, we have no information regarding the fleet and Oppos' allegiance. How do you know? Did you not just emerge from the academy? Zhao Yi replied slowly. Indeed, I have just left the academy, but en route. I encountered 2 star-class pirates, a detail that Colonel Lin Fu should be aware of. The assembly turned their attention to Colonel Lin Fu. I am aware of this. But what does it have to do with this faction? After we eliminated them, we discovered a T2 class warplane blueprint. A blueprint? The assembly was taken aback. When did this occur? Why were we not informed? A T2 class blueprint is hardly of great significance. Why the excitement? Where is this blueprint now? Let us see it. Colonel Lin Fu hesitated momentarily. You obtained the warplane blueprint and did not submit it? Zhao Yi responded calmly. I sold it. What? You sold it? The assembly was incredulous. This lad had actually sold the blueprint. While the T2 class warplane blueprint was not of paramount importance, the Solar Federation preferred to keep such technology under wraps. Of course, Zhao Yi declared nonchalantly. The Gospel's funding was insufficient, and the crew needed sustenance. Aside from selling the warplane blueprint to procure food, what other recourse did I have? The assembly was incensed, their frustration palpable. The issue of military funding primarily afflicted the Gospel, a deliberate act to hasten their demise. Yet, they had not anticipated that Zhao Yi would resort to selling the acquired blueprint. Zhao Yi, do you comprehend the consequences of privately selling war spoils? Especially AT2 class warplane blueprint? I only know that had I not sold it, I would not be standing here now, the annihilation cannon would not have been destroyed, and we would not have captured the M787 planet. How audacious! An officer, unable to restrain himself, rebuked loudly. Zhao Yi, do not let your achievements lead to arrogance. Your contributions are indeed significant, yet your troubles are equally considerable. The exposure of the T2 class warplane blueprint could warrant the death penalty. Indeed, do not presume that a minor accomplishment grants you immunity. All present are your esteemed seniors. It would be wise for young individuals to remain composed. Colonel Lin Fu raised a hand to quell the assembly. The exposure of the T2 class warplane blueprint is indeed a grave offense, but fortunately, the blueprint is currently in my possession, so it has not been disclosed. With that, Colonel Lin Fu produced a blueprint and placed it on the table. The assembly hurried over to examine it, astonished. It truly is a T2 class warplane blueprint, though it seems somewhat different. This blueprint exhibits innovation. Its cost and design are quite impressive. While costs have been reduced, the defensive capabilities appear lacking. Are you foolish? What defense could withstand a beam cannon? Moreover, the T2 class warplane is equipped with an energy shield. Once the energy is depleted, its defenses become negligible. In any case, they would fall to a concentrated assault. I find the design of this warplane to be quite imaginative. What a pity we do not know the designer. If they were involved in the development of a T-3 class warplane, we might be pleasantly surprised. Zhao Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed his earlier assumptions were validated. The blueprint had indeed reached Colonel Lin Fu, and had he concealed any details, Lin would have used the blueprint to question him. Fortunately, he had been forthright. Colonel Lin Fu stroked his chin thoughtfully. This blueprint was indeed innovative, but it hardly warranted the relentless pursuit by Star-class pirates, nor a conflict with the Solaro Empire. If not for this reason, then what could it be? Zhao Yi, have you concealed anything further? Aside from this blueprint, there is nothing else, Zhao Yi replied. Colonel Lin Fu spoke slowly. Zhao Yi, your performance in this campaign has been commendable, but due to your sale of the T-2 class warplane blueprint, your merits and demerits balance out. Thus, aside from permitting you to reconstruct a gospel-class starship, there will be no further rewards. Do you accept? Zhao Yi readily acquiesced. Thank you for your understanding, Colonel. I have no objections. You may leave. Zhao Yi had no desire to linger further, saluting before departing. Colonel Lin Fu addressed the assembly. Currently, the M787 planet is once again under our control, a matter of great satisfaction for the General. This evening, we shall hold a celebration banquet. I expect each of you to attend. Certainly, those who charged into battle had no place to hide, while those who cowered in the rear reaped the accolades. Colonel Lin Fu harbored dissatisfaction, yet this was but tradition in the Federation. He rose. I know you are all busy, so I shall not delay your time further. This meeting is adjourned. The assembly dispersed in small groups as Colonel Lin Fu exited the room, inquiring of a nearby guard. What news of Tang In from the Solaro Empire? Chapter 36. The truth he spoke based on the current situation. It appears that the forces plummeted alongside the Invincible. The humanoid self-propelled weapon stationed at G29 is presently scouring for wreckage, though it is feared that no remains will be found. Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly. What of Jerry? He is currently detained in the elegant dungeon, came the reply. Take me to see him. Yes, sir. Upon arriving at the dungeon, Colonel Lin Fu beheld a disheveled Jerry, sprawled on the floor, exuding an air of despondency. This man was not to be executed. He would eventually be exchanged for prisoners with the Solaro Empire. Come to gloat at my misfortune, have you? I never would have imagined that your Federation was secretly developing mechs. What a cunning scheme. Jerry remarked bitterly upon noticing Lin Fu's presence. Lin Fu regarded him and inquired, Are you suggesting that you were defeated by our mechs? Of course. If your mech technology hadn't surpassed ours, how could we have possibly lost? Jerry's eyes revealed a blend of sorrow and despondence. Yet, in the end, our mechs are simply inadequate. Relics from a century ago have proven to be utterly obsolete. Those old fools. I had long warned them that mech development was essential, but they dismissed it, believing ground warfare to be a relic of a bygone era. As a mere logistics manager, I had no standing to voice dissent. Colonel Lin Fu listened to Jerry's lamentations, finding them to align closely with Zhao Yi's descriptions. It seemed that victory was indeed secured through Zhao Yi's rudimentary mech designs. Not wishing to divulge too much, Lin Fu said, I have come to inform you that you should abandon thoughts of death. I will ensure your return to the Solaro Empire. For now, remain here in the dungeon. Rest assured, I will repay this humiliation tenfold. If I am returned to the Solaro Empire, you will surely regret it. With a smile, Colonel Lin Fu exited the dungeon, realizing that his concerns were unfounded. Zhao Yi had not concealed anything. Next, he would have to participate in the tiresome victory celebration and prepare a speech. Zhao Yi returned to the temporary residence of the silver-haired girl, observing Su Xian and others diligently cleaning the expansive workshop. Su Xian, what are you doing? Snapped back to reality, Su Xian replied, Commander, we will be staying here for some time, so I wanted to make it a bit more comfortable. After all, we do not know when we will depart. Zhao Yi surveyed the surroundings, noting that they were in a deserted workshop on the outskirts of the graceful city. Is this how the Federation treats its heroes? Not even a proper place to stay. He sighed, pondering when the Federation would finally recognize the silver-haired girl's worth. Commander, you may rest at the station. Come find us once we are ready to leave. No need. I shall remain here. Su Xian appeared somewhat embarrassed. Commander, resting here may not be comfortable for you. It's unnecessary to concern yourself with us. Zhao Yi chuckled, spreading his arms. With such beautiful company around me, what discomfort could I possibly feel? The silver-haired girls nearby burst into laughter. Commander, you remain as irreverent as ever. Su Xian shook her head in resignation. Very well. There is an office in this workshop that I have already cleaned. You shall stay there while we remain in the workshop. That works. This way, you won't feel awkward. With that, Zhao Yi walked into the office and turned back to say, I intend to design a starship, so do not bother calling me for dinner tonight. A starship? Colonel Lin Fu has already agreed that I shall design our latest gospel ship myself. Thus, I will be reimagining the gospel. Su Xian blinked in surprise. What kind of design do you have in mind? The notion of an individual designing a starship might have prompted laughter among others, but Su Xian found herself somewhat intrigued. What could this man not accomplish? Modifying fighter jets, treating toxins, developing aircraft, and now even crafting a starship? It was evident that the Federation was truly at a loss by allowing such talent to lead the charge. I envision a universe-class vessel. A multidimensional starship would suit our needs, as the gospel typically operates solo. What do you think? Excitement radiated from Su Xian and the other silver-haired girls. Their faces alight with joy at the prospect of having their own new gospel ship. Su Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, even though the previous gospel was a frigate, we managed to incorporate some fighter jets into it. Zhao Yi glanced at the group. You all carry on. I will get to work on the design. As Zhao Yi departed, Su Xian rolled up her sleeves. Ladies, the commander is designing a starship. We must not fall behind. Let's South ensure this place is spotless. Understood. Not far from planet M787, on a desolate world. Damn it, damn it. Sean seethed, trembling with rage as he reviewed his subordinates' report. He had intruded upon the conflict between the Soloro Empire and the Solar Federation, resulting in a resounding victory for the latter. The occupants of the gospel should have been eliminated by the Soloro Empire by now. The six-sided cube was either lost on M787 or had fallen into the hands of the Empire or the Federation. What shall we do now, boss? What can we do? We must return and report that the gospel was sunk by the Soloro Empire. This, a subordinate interjected, I believe there is no need to rush back. Why not? The people aboard the gospel are certainly still alive. Explain yourself. Sean sat back in his chair, scrutinizing the speaker. If what you say is sensible, there will be a reward. If you speak in folly, you shall not escape. The subordinate, aware of Sean's fury, seized this opportunity to rise above, disregarding the disapproving glares of several senior officers. The G-29 fleet of the Solar Federation triumphed over the Soloro Empire, largely because the annihilation cannon did not fire. The reason it did not fire is likely due to its incapacity to do so. Sean pondered. Are you suggesting that the gospel did not perish, but instead destroyed the Soloro Empire's annihilation cannon? Is that even feasible? The footage we received indicated that the gospel was in shambles. Even its fighter jets were in tatters. Other officers chimed in. Indeed, who would dare claim that the gospel is invincible? What weapon could possibly claim to obliterate an annihilation cannon? You must be mistaken. Lord, do not heed his baseless claims. The subordinate smiled slyly. While I do not know how it was achieved, the Soloro Empire would not tolerate the Solar Federation occupying M787 without retaliation. Though it may sound absurd, the only explanation for the annihilation cannon's inaction is that it is no longer operational, thus leading to their defeat. Sean contemplated this perspective. While it seemed far-fetched, he could not conjure a more plausible explanation. He glanced at the other officers. Speak up, will you? You were just so confident a moment ago. If you believe his assertion is incorrect, then tell us why the Soloro Empire would prefer to let M787 be taken rather than fire the cannon. Chapter 37. It is wonderful to be accompanied by beautiful women. The several cadres lowered their heads in confusion, unsure of the situation. Perhaps, as one had suggested, the annihilation cannon was rendered unusable. Sean snorted coldly and turned to his subordinate. Even if the gospel is still alive, they will surely return to Alandra, and there is nothing we can do. They are interstellar pirates. Even if the opponent is unaware, they would never allow a fleet to enter the vicinity of Alandra. They were intercepted by a search team long before they could enter. We could send a merchant ship to Alandra to locate the crew of the Gospel, the subordinate proposed, making a gesture indicating stealth. Unbeknownst to anyone, no one would be aware of the situation regarding this six-sided cube. Sean's eyes lit up. This was indeed a feasible plan. Regardless of whether the Gospel was present at the port, a trip to Alandra would also allow us to replenish the fleet's provisions. "What is your name?" Sean inquired. The subordinate quickly knelt on the ground. "Himao just joined." "Very well. Your idea is excellent. I shall assign you to this task." Himao was taken aback. He had only intended to gain some recognition through his suggestion, never anticipating that he would actually be sent on this mission. The other cadres couldn't help but chuckle. "You wanted to show off. If you fail to find the Gospel, wouldn't that render your earlier words meaningless?" Don't be deceived by Sean and Appo's courteous demeanor. Should you return empty-handed, it will be you who faces the consequences. Sean patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Your plan is commendable, and you are well acquainted with the matter. If you do not go, who else will? Rest assured, I will send several capable individuals to assist you. Upon your return, you shall be credited with a significant achievement." Feeling the weight of Sean's hand on his shoulder, Himao realized that refusing might lead to dire consequences. I trust no one else as much as I trust you. Do you not wish to accept this responsibility?" Himao forced a smile, one that was more pitiable than a frown. "Then I shall make the journey." "Good. Make haste and return swiftly." With no other option, Himao selected a small merchant ship from the star carrier and set off towards Alandra with a few companions. A day later, Zhao Yi emerged from his room, yawning. He was greeted by the sight of numerous silver-haired girls sprawled across the floor, some even lost in dreams, murmuring incoherently. Although they slept on the ground or leaned against the walls, they appeared blissfully content. This scene evoked both a sense of melancholy and amusement. They had fought with a determination to destroy the annihilation cannon, yet the Federation still treated them as before. Looking around, Zhao noticed that this dilapidated workshop had been tidied up, immaculate and spotless. Such beautiful and industrious women would surely be the envy of many on Earth. "Commander, you are out." Su Xian approached, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. "They worked a bit late yesterday and are quite tired. Should we wake them?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "No need. Let them rest. We have ample time this time. Without a starship, they cannot rush us into departure." "Commander, have you finalized the design for the starship?" Su Xian inquired, her large eyes blinking curiously. "Indeed, take a look." Zhao Yi spread out his blueprints, which encompassed several elements: energy shields, hull structure, weapon distribution, and more. He pointed to a section. "Given our numbers, I designed this spacecraft to be quite spacious, capable of accommodating over 300 of us." Su Xian was momentarily stunned by a particular detail on the blueprint. She had casually mentioned that the accommodations for the silver-haired girls were insufficient, leading them to sleep wherever they could. She hadn't expected the commander to remember her offhand remark and incorporate it into the latest ship design. A surge of emotion stirred within her. "What's the matter?" Noticing Su Xian's reaction, Zhao Yi misinterpreted her feelings. "I've actually designed the resting areas to be distributed throughout the ship, even in emergencies. They can quickly return to their posts, so you need not worry." Su Xian turned her head slightly. "I'm fine. I think this starship design is excellent." Zhao Yi scratched his head, realizing he hadn't yet mentioned the weapons, energy sources, and armor. "Well then, if you have no objections, let us commence construction. I'll consult the lieutenant colonel about building the ship." "All right." Zhao Yi gathered the blueprints. "By the way, how much energy crystal did we acquire from planet M787? "About 30,000, Su Xian replied. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "That's quite a substantial amount. If the robots hadn't been dismantled later on, we could have acquired even more." Su Xian smiled, noting how Zhao Yi seemed almost greedy. However, 30,000 energy crystals would indeed bolster their firepower significantly. That should suffice. Any more, and it would be difficult to transport back. Zhao Yi agreed. "True enough. Fortunately, we have many people. If everyone takes a little, no one will notice. By the way, here is something for you." Suddenly, a mechanical arm extended from behind Zhao Yi, startling Su Xian. "Commander, is your hand injured?" Zhao Yi glanced at the mechanical arm he controlled, realizing he now had 3 hands. "No need to be alarmed. This is my multifunctional arm. At times, mechanical limbs can be more precise and convenient than human hands." Su Xian nodded slightly. It was not uncommon in this era for people to use prosthetics. "What is this?" She pointed to a watch-like device on the mechanical arm. "Wasn't the Qingluan mecha dismantled?" "This is the energy core from the Qingluan. I currently have 5 usable ones. I fashioned them into 5 protective shields for you to carry." "Protective shields?" Zhao Yi nodded. "They are personal energy shields. While they may not be effective against particle beam cannons in interstellar warfare, they can withstand energy main cannons and electromagnetic cannons. They should hold up for a while in ground combat." Su Xian inquired with curiosity, "If this device offers defensive capabilities, why doesn't the Federation develop it?" As soon as she asked, she seemed to understand. If a starship were destroyed by an enemy shot, what use would personal energy shields be? They would merely increase costs. Moreover, the Federation would undoubtedly prefer the silver-haired girls to perish. "Take it," Zhao Yi said with a smile. Su Xian carefully accepted it. The watch-like device was rather charming. "Thank you. Don't mention it. You can give the remaining 3 to Su Ran, Su Huan, and Su Chun." "All right." After Su Xian stowed the item away, Zhao Yi proceeded to leave. As he opened the door, Su Xian hurried over, her face slightly flushed, fidgeting. "Commander, what is it?" "I would like to accompany you." "That is fine. It would be nice to have company on the way." Zhao Yi felt indifferent. Having a beautiful companion like Su Xian was indeed a delightful prospect. Chapter 38. You truly are a talent. Upon witnessing Su Xian and Zhao Yi depart, the silver-haired girl, wide awake, stood by the door, her inquisitive gaze ablaze with curiosity. "Sister Su Xian seems increasingly feminine," someone remarked. "Indeed, it's as if she has transformed entirely. Now the commander is our pillar of strength. Do you think Sister Su Xian has feelings for him?" The question ignited a wave of blushes among the group. At their tender age, they had yet to experience the complexities of love. The unpredictability of life left little room for such considerations. Stealing a glance at Zhao Yi and Su Xian walking together, one mused, "Perhaps this is what sweet romance feels like. I wonder when I will encounter my own." It seemed absurd. Survival itself was a challenge, yet they found themselves yearning for love. As they walked, Su Xian inquired, "Commander, the Federation's orders prohibit silver-haired girls from operating starships and warplanes above T2 level. This is partly due to the high costs associated with these vessels, and partly due to concerns about losing control over the silver-haired girls, which could lead to unnecessary consequences. Do you think the Colonel will approve your designs?" Zhao Yi chuckled. "I have prepared 2 sets of blueprints." "2 sets?" "Yes, one for approval and another for construction." "But won't the differences be noticeable?" Zhao Yi smiled. "When I go to borrow the repair ship, how do you think the crew on board will react? They probably won't help us. They'll find a place to rest or might not show up at all." Zhao Yi patted Su Xian's head. "Exactly. To them, borrowing a repair ship equates to a day off. Just like when we were working on warplanes, no one will monitor us. We can proceed as we wish. And once it's done, they can disassemble it, can't they?" Su Xian's mouth fell open. She had never considered such an approach. They had been too compliant, never thinking beyond the confines of rules. "All right, we've arrived." Glancing at the office ahead, Su Xian obediently waited outside. At that moment, Imao and his companions had already reached the bustling city of Anata, feeling utterly bored as they wandered aimlessly. "Higu, this Anata is so vast. How are we supposed to find anyone? Indeed, the Lord only granted us 10 days. I inquired earlier, and the port has no sign of the gospel." Imao felt overwhelmed. He had merely suggested an idea, never expecting to be the one to execute it. With the gospel absent, returning would only lead to doom. Perhaps we should run? But with 5 companions trailing behind, escaping was impossible. Being captured and returned would lead to the same grim fate. Casting a glance back at the 5 behind him, he noticed they were all cyborgs, their bodies equipped with varying degrees of weaponry and prosthetics, commonly featuring energy weapons and missiles. While they posed little threat to mechs and warplanes, they were more than sufficient to deal with an ordinary person. "Higu, What are you staring at? Given that Mao's task was unusual, his companions were relatively polite. I advise you all to be cautious. The absence of the gospel in Anata doesn't mean people aren't present. There's a renowned silver-haired girl aboard that ship, known as 9844. If we find her, we will succeed. Understood. The group ambled forward and soon spotted Su Xian standing at the entrance, her gaze appraising them from head to toe. They had encountered many races throughout the cosmos, each more peculiar than the last, yet none could rival the beauty of the silver-haired girl. Indeed, this silver-haired girl is strikingly beautiful. It and amp, oppos. No wonder there are markets for silver-haired girls throughout the universe. However, these girls possessed fierce personalities. Otherwise, their price would surely be even higher. It and amp, oppos, all trivial. We deal in grander enterprises. As they conversed, Mao sensed something amiss and took a few steps back, staring at Su Xian in surprise. Su Xian was accustomed to such scrutiny and felt unfazed. Ordinarily, they would refrain from venturing out in Anata unless necessary, but now, accompanying Zhao Yi, these concerns seemed trivial. Higu, why are you still gawking? She and amp, oppos, just a silver-haired girl. Shaking his head, Mao led his companions into an alley, swiftly concealing themselves. The others looked bewildered. Higu, what are you doing? Who are we hiding from? We and oppos, hiding from the very person we seek. Mao was exhilarated. He never expected that the path to finding their target would be so effortless. Is this girl truly the 9844 we are searching for? Of course. I inquired about her appearance beforehand, and she fits the description perfectly. Yet, I feel that all silver-haired girls look somewhat alike. Perhaps they are all simply beautiful. Just trust my judgment, it's definitely her. Mao pointed towards Su Xian, who was waiting outside the alley. A pirate clad in a cloak, equipped with a missile launcher. Spoke up. In that case, I will capture her and interrogate her about the location of the six-sided cube. Mao quickly restrained this individual. While these fellows possessed decent combat skills, their intellect left much to be desired. Are you foolish? This is the city center of Anata. Do you dare to capture someone here? Do you truly believe the Federation's defenses are lax? Moreover, what use is it to capture a silver-haired girl? The Federation does not care about their demise. She wouldn't even know where the six-sided cube is. What then? The group scratched their heads. They had failed to encounter anyone previously, yet now that they had, they were hesitant to act. Naturally, we wait for their commander. Their commander is a Federation citizen. These individuals value their lives. Once we find him, a little coercion will reveal the location of the six-sided cube. Ah, I see. The group grasped the situation. You truly are astute. Higu. One disgruntled member interjected. I could have figured that out too, but what if their commander isn't with them? Mao sneered. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Even if the commander isn't present, we can use her fellow compatriots to leverage her. Regardless, we must first locate their residence. A solution will present itself eventually. Indeed, at the office, Zhao Yi entered and stated his purpose, promptly being ushered into Colonel Lin Fu's office. Come in. Zhao Yi entered and saluted. Good morning, Colonel Lin Fu. Ah, what brings you here so early? My starship blueprints have been completed and are ready for your review, Colonel. Oh, that was fast. This piqued Colonel Lin Fu's interest. Previously, Zhao Yi had mentioned developing a simple mech that triumphed over the Soul Empire. He now wondered if this T2 level warplane was also a product of Zhao Yi's ingenuity, albeit attributing the blame to space pirates. After all, only they knew whether or not they had acquired the blueprints at that time. Now, by examining Zhao Yi's starship designs, perhaps he could identify some flaws. Zhao Yi produced the blueprints and placed them on Colonel Lin Fu and Oppo's desk. Colonel Lin Fu eagerly unfolded the blueprints, but upon glancing down, he was left astounded. What is this? Initially believing Zhao Yi possessed some talent in research and design, he now felt he might have overestimated the situation. This was not talent, it was sheer ignorance. Chapter 39. The design genius Zhao Yi expressed his satisfaction. Colonel, what do you think of the starship I designed? Talent. You truly are a prodigy. You've equipped this starship with 8 energy main cannons, 108 electromagnetic secondary guns, and additional beam weapons. Are you constructing a starship or merely adorning a main cannon with a starship? Zhao Yi relished this reaction, feeling even more pleased. Colonel Lin, the reason a T1 starship cannot compete with a T2 starship is due to the latter's energy core, which activates an energy shield for protection. The energy main cannons of a T1 cannot penetrate it. However, my design for this interstellar battleship allows for all 8 energy main cannons to fire simultaneously, capable of breaching even T2 level shields with a single shot. Colonel Lin was infuriated, his previous belief in Zhao Yi's design skills evaporating. While he possessed some tactical talent, his design capabilities were utterly abysmal. It was no wonder he languished at the bottom of his class. You truly are something. Do you expect 4 cups of water at 25 degrees to combine into 100 degrees? Let us not even discuss the cost and consumption of these 8 energy main cannons. If you fire them all at once, won't your star-class battleship disintegrate before the enemy even strikes? Zhao Yi understood this principle all too well, reluctantly suggesting, then let us reduce it to 4 main cannons. Hitting with these should suffice. Colonel Lin, slapping his forehead, resolved not to waste any more breath on Zhao Yi. He genuinely wished for Zhao Yi not to undertake this project himself, yet higher authorities had sanctioned it. Let Zhao Yi forge ahead. If he produced an abomination, he would venture out with a silver-haired maiden and meet his demise, never to be accepted as a citizen of the Federation. Other residents and civilizations would merely mock Zhao Yi for his hubris. 4 main cannons are still excessive. How about you install just 2? The cost and feasibility would not pose an issue. This has been verified by starship development experts. Currently, the stability and strength of the hull cannot withstand the simultaneous firing of 3 main cannons. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Fine, 2 main cannons it is. My 108 secondary guns should pose no problem, right? These are not energy weapons, so they should not impact the design. Colonel Lin was drenched in sweat. Realizing that Zhao Yi's starship resembled a star-class battleship, an enormous vessel typically found within fleets, serving as the main source of long-range firepower. While formidable, it was slow in response and defense, necessitating protection from escort ships and destroyers. Did Zhao Yi genuinely lack understanding, or was he merely pretending? Among all starships, battleships were the least suited for solo missions. As for the secondary guns, their purpose was primarily to defend against interstellar fighters. The presence of 108 secondary guns not only occupied space, but also risked being rendered redundant. What is your budget for this starship? Colonel Lin inquired, taking a sip from the cup on the table. 20,000 energy crystals. Colonel Lin spat out his drink in disbelief. You dare to say that? 20,000 energy crystals would suffice for me to construct a T2 starship. Zhao Yi shrugged. What can I say? The cost for 108 secondary guns is just that high. This blueprint prioritizes expense over practicality and functionality, selecting the most expensive options available. Among the weapons that a T1 starship can carry, energy main cannons and electromagnetic secondary guns are the priciest. I have equipped the entire hull with gun mounts to justify a larger budget. That's simply one to-do. Regardless of your plans, I will only allocate you 10,000 energy crystals. 10,000? That seems insufficient, Zhao Yi murmured, though internally, he was brimming with excitement. Chapter 40. Your appetite is quite impressive. 100,000 has exceeded my expectations. I initially believed that Colonel Lin would allocate a maximum of 80,000. Yet it turned out to be 100,000. Colonel Lin wiped the water off the table and said, all right, 100,000 is sufficient for you to construct a commendable T1 class battleship. If you reduce the size of the hull a bit and allocate the budget towards defensive armor and aircraft, you can develop a multifunctional vessel. Battleships are not suitable for you. Fine, Zhao Yi replied, smirking and feigning resignation. Since you have agreed, let us proceed. I will transfer the budget to you shortly. You may purchase the materials yourself, and I can lend you a repair ship. Zhao Yi remained standing. Colonel, since the budget you provided does not fully meet my requirements, could you possibly offer some compensation? What sort of compensation? May I borrow the glory? What? Colonel Lin abruptly sat up. You want the glory? Zhao Yi was well aware of Colonel Lin's strong reaction. The glory was a large repair ship, classified as T3, and there were very few in the Solar Federation. Such vessels are rare and cannot be constructed within the Solar Federation. While the Federation is currently able to trial-produce T-3 combat starships, the creation of T-3 starships necessitates a T-3 repair vessel, which cannot be built. The T-3 repair ships in the Solar Federation are all procured from external sources, and the technology is strictly controlled. What do you need such a vessel for? A standard repair ship would suffice for constructing a T-1 starship. Moreover, the production schedule for the Glory is already full. There is no way to accommodate you. Zhao Yi chuckled. The 9,844s must have been in service for quite some time now. What do you mean? Feigning difficulty, Zhao Yi continued, Colonel Lin. Would it be better to expedite the construction of a starship for them to undertake their mission, or would you prefer a gradual assembly that stretches on for 5 years? At that point, will the Federation grant them their identities or not? If granted, the Federation may become displeased. If not, other civilizations may seize the opportunity to mock us, potentially even inciting war. Colonel Lin furrowed his brow. He had indeed received directives from higher authorities to restore the gospel to operational status as soon as possible. Thus, he had increased the budget slightly. In half a month's time, we will be able to deploy the gospel for a mission. I will consider it. You may leave now. Yes. After Zhao Yi departed, Colonel Lin took a moment to reflect while smoking a cigarette. Half a month was feasible, indeed. A T-3 large repair ship could significantly hasten the process. Yet, he could not fathom why Zhao Yi was so eager to complete the starship. Was he seeking to rush into danger? Unable to comprehend it, he recalled the many commanders who had fled the gospel, many of whom had wept and expressed their regrets before him. However, none had remained like Zhao Yi. Come in. Yes. Allocate the Glory for Zhao Yi's use for half a month. Understood. Upon seeing Zhao Yi emerge, Su Xian approached him. All done? Yes, Zhao Yi replied, a smile gracing his lips. 100,000 energy crystals. 100,000. Su Xian gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Although she was aware that her destruction of the star cannon might yield a slight increase, she never anticipated it would be this substantial. Zhao Yi, reveling in her admiration, boasted, "This is a mere trifle. If I exerted my full strength, I could have secured even more." There was no greater pleasure than being admired by a woman like Su Xian. Have you been waiting here for long? Not at all. I am simply delighted to be out for a stroll, Su Xian replied, her face aglow with happiness. Chapter 41. At last, I have found you yet. Zhao Yi felt an unsettling dissonance in the air. A mere glance at the passers-by illuminated the truth. Although silver-haired maidens were not an uncommon sight, the disdain and contempt evident in the gazes of those around were unmistakable. Zhao Yi chose not to expose her. Let us proceed. The repair vessel should arrive tomorrow, and we ought to procure the necessary materials first. Agreed. As they departed, Mao and his companions trailed behind at a leisurely pace, their presence easily overlooked amidst the throng of graceful figures. Go. When shall we make our move? Is that person indeed the commander you mentioned? Mao inquired, stroking his chin as he returned a product to its stall. Logically, a federal commander should not exhibit such familiarity with a silver-haired maiden. This is a relationship of superior and subordinate. Moreover, the disdain for silver-haired maidens is deeply ingrained within the Federation. Perhaps they both share a peculiar affinity for one another. The burly narrator interjected dismissively. I maintain that the Federation folk are rather neurotic. The silver-haired maiden is both beautiful and formidable. What reason could they possibly have for scorn? You fail to comprehend, do you not? The Federation's achievements stem from technology pieced together through laborious effort, yet their inherent capabilities and genetics are mediocre, leading to a potential for resentment and jealousy towards a silver-haired maiden such as her. Ah, I see. The group nodded, feigning comprehension. Go. Why is it that there are only female silver-haired maidens, with none among the males? How should I know? Perhaps the males are disposed of at birth. Their chatter continued as they noticed Zhao Yi and Su Xian had already distanced themselves, prompting them to hasten their pursuit. Are we still following them? They are about to escape. Let us keep an eye on them for now. With Su Xian's familiarity with the graceful figures, they spent a considerable part of the day in pursuit. Mao and his companions exchanged glances, perplexed. Are those two on a date? Is that truly the commander? It seems so. The silver-haired maiden harbors her own distaste for the Federation. She would not be out here procuring materials unless mandated. Higu, does it not feel as though we are being toyed with, like a monkey on display? Should we continue this pursuit? Indeed, we must not allow them to slip away. Very well. Zhao Yi and Su Xian remained occupied until dusk before they found a moment to rest. Shall we dine together? Zhao Yi proposed. We have acquired all that we need, save for the energy core and T2 grade main cannon. The energy core for T2 starships can be procured in the black market, while the particle beam main cannon can be designed by ourselves. Su Xian shook her head. Let us return instead. I have never dined in this place. The merchants would surely expel me. All right, but I must purchase a few items before we depart. Purchasing items? Zhao Yi smiled as he made his way toward the food section. Su Xian gazed at the array of delectable offerings, unable to suppress a swallow. This world has so many wondrous foods aside from energy porridge, all brimming with aroma and color. Merely gazing at them invokes a hunger within me. Excuse me, I would like to purchase some fried chicken. Certainly. The vendor greeted Zhao Yi warmly, casting a disdainful glance at the silver-haired maiden beside him. What would you like? I'll take 30 buckets of fried chicken. 30 buckets? The vendor was taken aback. That is quite expensive. You realize that there are no farms here on Aina Duo, and all the raw materials for this fried chicken are sourced from other planets? Each bucket costs 20 energy crystals. Su Xian was left flabbergasted. Our daily rations amount to only 1 energy crystal for each of us. 1 bucket of fried chicken could sustain us for 20 days. Commander, are you certain about this purchase? Do not worry. After Zhao Yi settled the payment, the vendor was elated and hurried to the kitchen. Su Xian tugged at Zhao Yi's sleeve. Commander, won't this spoil? I have heard that fried chicken is best when freshly made. Zhao Yi chuckled. It is not as though I will consume it all alone. Nevertheless, it is a tad pricey, so we shall only have 1 piece each after returning. Once we have ample energy crystals, we can indulge as we please. Su Xian's eyes widened. You bought this for us? That is not necessary. The fried chicken is far too costly, 600 energy crystals. Commander, perhaps you should reconsider. It is too late for that. They have already begun preparing it. Zhao Yi glanced at Su Xian. If you do not wish to partake, I shall have no choice but to discard it. Well, Su Xian felt a mix of reluctance and a flicker of anticipation, warmed by the thought. She had never tasted fried chicken in her life. Here is your fried chicken. The vendor joyfully handed over a large bag of freshly made fried chicken, and Zhao Yi quickly received it with 3 hands. The enticing aroma enveloped them. How delightful! Would you like to have a piece? Su Xian swallowed hard, but shook her head. No, let us return and eat together. Very well, let us go. As Zhao Yi and Su Xian walked back, he experienced a fleeting sensation. In a past life, such an occasion would have been deemed a date. Little did he expect that, having been single on Earth, he would find himself out with such a beautiful maiden in this world. They proceeded towards the abandoned factory on the outskirts, with Himao and his companions closely trailing behind. The tantalizing scent of fried chicken was nearly irresistible to them. Their plan shifted to capturing Zhao Yi and Su Xian, with the intention of devouring the fried chicken. 30 buckets of fried chicken contained 300 pieces, ample sustenance to satiate their hunger. As they ambled into the outskirts, the group finally prepared to act. A robust man with bare ears and dark skin obstructed Zhao Yi's path. Black Bear Man? Zhao Yi stared, momentarily taken aback by the imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. This race was known for their low technological advancement, yet they possessed a fierce love for combat and bloodshed. They had supposedly been eradicated not long ago. To his surprise, they were now present in Aina Duo. Seeing the potential danger, Su Xian shielded Zhao Yi from behind. What is the matter? This does not concern you. We seek the individual behind you. Looking for me? Zhao Yi inquired with a smile. What business do you have with me? We require something from you. Zhao Yi and Su Xian turned to see 4 individuals emerging from the shadows, their expressions menacing, clearly no ordinary adversaries. Looking for something? I believe you have mistaken me. I possess nothing of value. If you truly seek something, I suggest you visit the Federation Security Bureau. Himao stepped forward from the crowd, a sneer upon his lips. I was not mistaken. You are indeed the commander of the gospel, are you not? There is an item that was previously in your possession, and if you return it to its rightful owner, we may come to an understanding. Zhao Yi and Su Xian quickly realized that this gang was none other than interstellar pirates. They could hardly believe their audacity in appearing in Aina Duo. Su Xian warned, "You are in Aina Duo. Do not presume that you can commit such acts and escape unscathed. I advise you to leave at once, lest you face the consequences." Chapter 42. Unaware of imminent death, consequences are to be borne by oneself, and I am filled with dread. However, Mao remains completely unconcerned. First, eliminate this silver-haired maiden, and take the man with us for a thorough interrogation. Understood. The Black Bear man grinned as he approached Su Xian, his energy weapon aimed at her. Vaporize. A beam of light shot towards Su Xian, resulting in a colossal explosion. The onlookers scoffed. Although the silver-haired girl hailed from a warborn race, she was still flesh and blood. Faced with an energy cannon, she would likely be reduced to nothing. Now it's your turn. Will you return with us willingly, or shall you endure some suffering? Zhao Yi chuckled, exhibiting no concern for Su Xian standing beside him. How could this man still find amusement when death loomed so close? The Federation truly disgusts. The silver-haired girl was prepared to sacrifice herself for him, yet he remained utterly indifferent. A few could not help but spit in disdain. Zhao Yi smiled wider. "If you wish for my departure, you must first seek my deputy's consent." As the smoke cleared, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Su Xian, who had just been struck by the energy cannon, was still alive and unscathed. "How is this possible? How are you still alive? Did you augment yourself?" The Black Bear man was incredulous. A mere flesh and blood body could hardly withstand an energy cannon, let alone ordinary bullets. The only explanation was that this silver-haired girl was composed of some extraordinary material. "Su Xian, handle that Black Bear man. I will take care of the rest." Understood. Su Xian said no more, propelling herself towards the Black Bear man. The silver-haired girls were not merely renowned for their exceptional combat skills and awareness. They were equally formidable in close combat. However, since the onset of interstellar warfare, this trait had become less pronounced. Even the most skilled melee fighter could hardly withstand a direct hit from a primary energy cannon. The Black Bear man gaped as Su Xian appeared before him, his arms, thicker than a thigh, swung forcefully in her direction. Su Xian leapt gracefully, evading his grasp with a flying kick that landed squarely on his face. Saliva, tears, and blood erupted. The Black Bear man grimaced in pain, stumbling back a few paces. Mao and the others were dumbfounded. Was she truly this fierce? Were they not supposed to have formidable allies? How could they be unable to subdue even a silver-haired girl? The Black Bear man, tough-skinned, shook his head, his anger causing his dark face to redden. His other prosthetic limb transformed into multiple flying blades aimed at Su Xian. Die! Su Xian remained undeterred, charging forward to strike the Black Bear man's face once more. The Black Bear man felt dizzy, crashing heavily to the ground. The flying blade struck Su Xian, creating ripples upon impact. Mao and the others were astonished. Was this truly an energy shield, one meant for personal use? This was improbable. Were the Federation not eager for the silver-haired girl's demise? How could she possess an energy shield? Now, it is your turn. Explain why you have come here. Su Xian stood poised beside Zhao Yi, ready to spring into action at his command. The energy shield Zhao Yi had provided rendered her nearly invincible in close combat. Mao and the other four did not expect the situation to unfold this way. They hastily drew their weapons, directing them at Zhao Yi and Su Xian. "Brothers, let us charge together and take down that woman first. Even if she has an energy shield, it cannot withstand too many attacks." "Very well." Zhao Yi shook his head helplessly. Could they not cooperate? Must he resort to force? He handed the fried chicken to Su Xian, cautioning her not to ruin her purchased food. A mechanical arm behind him unleashed a beam directed at Mao. Before anyone could react, Mao was left with nothing but a pile of clothes. Disintegration ray. The onlookers were stunned. This man was carrying a T2, 5-level disintegration ray. Only an energy shield could counter such a device. Do you all wish to meet the same fate? They hurriedly stowed their weapons, realizing they lacked energy shields and would perish if struck by Zhao Yi. Brothers, let us speak amicably. There is no need for violence. We are all civilized beings here. Murder is a crime. Zhao Yi pointed his mechanical arm at them. Now, tell me, who sent you? Sean, Lord Sean. Sean. Zhao Yi frowned. This was clearly a minor captain of the space pirates. Where is this Sean currently located? Was it you who fought against the Solaro Empire? The group nodded vigorously, yes. Indeed. We intended to retrieve the cube of 6 faces, but to our surprise, you turned and fled. And where is he now? Not far from planet M787. On a derelict celestial body. Zhao Yi continued. What were the losses from the last battle? We lost 2 T2 class starships, 3 T1 class starships, and currently have 3 remaining. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. You seem quite compliant. You are aware of the key to the cube of 6 faces, correct? The group shook their heads vigorously. No, truly. We do not know. We only know we must retrieve this object. Even Lord Sean may not be aware of the key. Then who does know? The Black Bear Lord, who is also Lord Sean's elder brother. Zhao Yi crossed his arms. It seems I must show you a bit of color. Do you think you can deceive me with such words? The group knelt, bowing their heads. We truly do not know. Su Xian interjected. Commander, how should we handle these individuals? Should we inform the colonel? He would eliminate their fleet, and our departure from the territory would be much safer. Zhao Yi pondered. No. The matter of the cube of 6 faces must remain confidential. The colonel appears laid back, but is remarkably cautious. He would indeed eliminate this Sean, yet before doing so, he would likely compel him to disclose his motives. Upon finishing, Zhao Yi glanced at the group before him. The mechanical arm behind him lifted once again. The group understood this was a death sentence, that the inquiry about the key was merely a ruse. We will fight back. They attempted to retrieve their weapons from the ground, only to be struck by the disintegration ray. They disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Zhao Yi took the fried chicken and said, let us go. All right. Su Xian saw nothing amiss. They sought to kill her, so it was only natural for her to retaliate. They had brought this upon themselves. In this age, the populace of various planets was abundant. The nearby pirate fleet seemed likely to target them. Chapter 43. The construction of the starship begins following their skirmish with the Solo Empire. Although they had suffered the loss of several starships, they still retained a formidable strength. It remained uncertain whether the T2 class vessel, the Gospel, could withstand a confrontation with them. Fortunately, we had received this information in advance. The Gospel had undergone a transformation, and they were likely unaware of the current state of our starships. Zhao Yi continued, moreover, I intend to unlock this 6-faced cube to discover what lies within. Unlock. Su Xian was taken aback. Isn't the 6-faced cube supposed to be unopenable? The only way to access it is with a key. Zhao Yi explained. Indeed, the 6-faced cube is a creation that surpasses the technology of the Federation. However, apart from the key, there exists another method of access. A tool from AT3 class maintenance bay that can forcibly unlock it. This is another reason I require the T3 class maintenance ship. What is sealed within the 6-faced cube must be extraordinary. Su Xian and Appo's eyes widened. The T3 class maintenance ship? That must be even more difficult to acquire than a key. As silver-haired maidens, how could the lieutenant possibly lend us a T3 class maintenance ship? You shall see soon enough. The two returned to the dilapidated factory, undeterred by the earlier confrontation with the Star Pirates. The silver-haired maidens took advantage of their rare leisure time to chat and play games around the factory. Sister Su Xian, Commander, you're back. Su Ran rushed over, drawn by a delightful aroma. Wow, what smells so good? Is that the scent of meat? Commander, what delicious food have you had? Zhao Yi smiled at the lively group of silver-haired maidens. I wouldn't indulge alone. I brought you fried chicken. However, funds are limited, so each of you can only have one piece. Fried chicken? The group was dumbfounded. They had only heard of such a delicacy, never tasted it. Su Ran exclaimed in disbelief. Commander, did you really buy us fried chicken? Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. The two placed the fried chicken on the table, and the other silver-haired maidens hurried over. As the lid was lifted, they beheld the golden, crispy chicken within. Su Huan couldn't resist reaching for a piece, only to have Su Ran swat her hand away. Su Ran, what are you doing? Su Huan rubbed her hand, irritated at being struck by her slightly smaller companion. Su Ran turned to Zhao Yi. Commander, this must be expensive. Are you truly giving it to us? Yes. Hurry and eat. It will taste worse if it gets cold. If you don't eat it, it will spoil. Upon hearing this, Su Huan quickly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth, causing the other silver-haired maidens to swallow in anticipation. Each of you can have a piece. All right. Facing a food they had never tasted before, they formed a line. The commander actually bought this for them, a notion they would have never dared to imagine before. This is the first time I've tasted something so delicious. Forget the energy porridge. This is what food truly is. The Federation may not consider them worthy, but the commander was different. They licked their fingers, yearning for more of the remaining fried chicken, yet they understood that having one piece was already a blessing, with the rest reserved for their absent sisters. Zhao Yi observed the scene and sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. If he belonged to their regiment, he would likely choose to retaliate against the Federation. Commander, aren't you going to eat? Su Huan asked curiously. I've already eaten, he replied. Then that extra piece is mine. Su Huan swiftly snatched another piece and stuffed it into her mouth before Su Ran could react. You glutton. The commander was merely being polite, and you actually ate it. Su Ran lunged forward to reclaim it, but their size difference rendered her futile. Zhao Yi's lips twitched as he witnessed Su Huan consume even the bones. It felt akin to Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. The following morning, a massive maintenance vessel hovered over the abandoned factory. Su Xian emerged, astonished, covering her mouth. This was the sole T3 class maintenance vessel of Elnad, but had Zhao Yi truly managed to acquire it? It was utterly unbelievable. Commander, come quickly. Su Xian called out to Zhao Yi inside the factory. What is it? The maintenance vessel has arrived. Zhao Yi approached and looked up to see the imposing maintenance vessel looming above him. Truly, as a T3 class maintenance vessel, its exterior was strikingly distinct, housing the most advanced equipment and instruments within. This vessel was designed for the construction and repair of T3 class starships. A middle-aged man wearing a military cap descended from the ship, flanked by a contingent of guards. Where is Zhao Yi? Here. Zhao Yi raised his hand. Humph. The man scoffed. While I don't know what scheme you've concocted to convince the lieutenant, it is absolutely impossible for us to assist you in constructing a starship. You must build it yourselves. That won't be necessary. We already intend to construct it ourselves. The man was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, How arrogant. You think you can construct a starship with just yourself and a few humanoid automatons? It's laughable. The lieutenant has only given you 15 days. I am eager to see what you can manage to create. Zhao Yi shot back. It will certainly be better than what you could construct. You. The middle-aged man sneered, unwilling to engage in a war of words with Zhao Yi, knowing that time would reveal the truth. Without their assistance, they likely wouldn't even know how to operate the equipment aboard the T3 class maintenance vessel. Should any issues arise with the vessel, they would bear the consequences. With a dismissive warning, the maintenance vessel's captain departed. There was little else they could do. They certainly could not defy the lieutenant's orders. Without delay, Zhao Yi led his team aboard the maintenance vessel. The silver-haired maidens were elated at the sight of the various equipment, yet a hint of melancholy lingered. Commander, using a T2 class maintenance vessel is manageable for us, but this T3 class maintenance vessel, Zhao Yi smiled, addressing the two. Fear not. You two are the most proficient in machinery and development aboard the Gospel. I will provide you with a brief explanation, and you will grasp it. The two were momentarily taken aback. Commander, do you understand T3 class maintenance vessels? Of course. Who do you think I am? Your commander. You can rely on me for anything. Pointing upward, Zhao Yi asserted his authority. The two gazed at him in admiration. Thank you, Commander. They were eager to learn about this new technology and equipment, and a proper explanation was just what they needed. Zhao Yi began to introduce the silver-haired maidens from the research and maintenance departments to the equipment from the very beginning. After several hours of detailed introduction, Su Yin and Su Wan finally grasped the workings of the instruments and devices. They were exceptionally clever. The current technology was more than sufficient for constructing T2 class starships. Chapter 44. A new mission. You two, along with your teams, are to commence the construction of the Gospel. Should you encounter any issues, Do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Very well. The two individuals were filled with enthusiasm, hastily directing the silver-haired maiden and the multifunctional robot to begin the building process according to Zhao Yi's blueprint. Zhao Yi entered a workshop within the hall, a space adorned with the most advanced tools and instruments currently available. Even the personnel assigned to maintain this vessel seldom ventured here, as they were not well acquainted with such sophisticated equipment. Zhao Yi possessed top-tier maintenance and research skills, enabling him to navigate this environment with ease. He placed a Rubik's Cube on a device known as the rule modifier, an apparatus capable of altering the fundamental rules governing objects. For instance, it could modify a planet's gravity or density. Although the device had been intentionally downgraded for the sale of this vessel to the Solar Federation, it was still effective for adjusting the rules of the Rubik's Cube. Before Zhao Yi's eyes, a cascade of garbled text appeared, representing the rules in a data format. To utilize this object, he needed to familiarize himself with all the data and items involved. Otherwise, merely investigating a single code could consume countless hours. Zhao Yi's gaze remained fixed on the screen, while mechanical arms behind him tapped away incessantly. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Yi finally completed the rule modification. Witnessing the Rubik and Apo's S-cube emit a radiant glow before reverting to its original form, he exhaled in relief, grateful that the cube had not triggered a self-destruct sequence. The sole rule he had altered allowed the cube to be opened without a password. Gently rotating the cube in his hand, a beam of light emerged from within. To his astonishment, it revealed a T3 level energy core. Zhao Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated finding such a treasure inside. From T2 onward, starships or fighters required energy cores in addition to their hulls. The energy core could amplify the efficacy of energy crystals, enabling the use of energy shields. The T3 energy core was beyond the capabilities of both the Solar Federation and the Solaro Empire to produce. They could only construct T3 starships. Thus, the ongoing battles had been fought with T1 and T2 starships. T3 starships were too precious to deploy unless in a dire conflict. Zhao Yi could hardly believe his fortune. No wonder the interstellar pirates had been relentlessly pursuing him. Losing such an item would incite panic in anyone. If he possessed this core, he could construct a T3 level energy shield. The thought filled Zhao Yi with excitement. A T3 energy shield represented a qualitative leap over the T2 variant. He promptly returned the energy core to the Rubik's Cube, deciding to focus on it once the starship was completed. As for a T3 starship, redesigning it would be a lengthy endeavor, and he lacked sufficient energy crystals. With a T2 starship and a T3 energy shield, it could be classified as a T2 5-level starship. It would surely struggle against a T3 starship, yet it could easily overpower a T2. To put it plainly, should that interstellar pirate named Sean engage him with the remaining starship, it might not even breach his shield. Suddenly, Zhao Yi noticed something else. After placing the energy crystal back, he discovered a small card within the cube. His previous focus on the energy crystal had caused him to overlook it. The card contained only a date and an address, marked with a standard Solar Federation location, set for 1 month hence. Could this energy crystal belong to the Solar Federation? It seemed those interstellar pirates were tasked with a job for someone within the Federation, with this energy crystal as their reward. Who could it be? A T3 energy crystal was not something just anyone could acquire. Upon examining the address further, he realized its significance. The interstellar pirates had not obtained the cube, and thus remained oblivious to this location. If he went, he could uncover the identity of the individual behind this. Should he inform the Major? After some contemplation, Zhao Yi decided against it. Acquiring a T3 energy crystal from the Federation suggested a status far beyond that of the Major. As for the card, he chose to set it aside, uncertain of his whereabouts in a month. Exiting the workshop, Zhao Yi observed the silver-haired maidens busily working, alongside numerous robots transporting various materials. The hull's external structure had already taken shape. These too were learning swiftly. It appeared that 15 days would suffice to construct the starship. With that in mind, Zhao Yi busied himself by procuring materials for the particle beam main cannon. There was no need to purchase a T2 energy core from the black market, saving him a significant amount of energy crystals, allowing for maximization of the cannon's power and size. The Glory, a T-3 repair ship, was tirelessly being constructed day and night. Meanwhile, the bald Major Lin Fu received new orders and was engaged in a tense discussion in the conference room with his colleagues. This was troublesome. Who should they dispatch? Regardless of who it was, the mission would require solitary action since it involved operations within Solaro Empire territory. Although a starship could remain undetected, could they accomplish the task? Major Lin sat in silence, deep in thought. Recently, they had received news that the Solaro Empire was engaging with a group of mercenaries on the northeastern battlefield. Should these mercenaries align with the Empire, the situation on planet M787 would become perilous. Currently, the military forces between the Solaro Empire and the Solar Federation in the northeastern theater were balanced, with neither side daring to make the first move. However, the inclusion of these mercenaries would complicate matters. Major Lin, you must speak up. If M787 falls again, the next battleground will surely be Erwogia. Major Lin remained silent, reflecting on his earlier hesitations. Had he chosen to fight alongside the silver-haired maidens or provided them with some T-2 starships, the current predicament would likely be different. An officer suggested, perhaps we should send the G-29 fleet? Impossible. They suffered significant losses in the previous battle, and after departing M787, only the annihilation cannon would remain. If the Solaro Empire attacked, the G-29 would still perish on M787. It would be better to take a risk. If we could persuade the mercenaries to join us, or even remain neutral, it would be sufficient. Such a feat is easier said than done. The Solaro Empire will undoubtedly obstruct our efforts. Why not deploy the Gospel? I have heard that their starship is nearing completion. The room brightened at this suggestion. That could work. Even if they fail, the silver-haired maidens aboard the Gospel would surely be eliminated. Major Lin sighed again. If the Gospel was crewed by Federation personnel, they would undoubtedly be among the elite. Yet, because they were silver-haired maidens, the Federation seemed eager for their swift demise. For the sake of pride, they were willing to overlook everything. Chapter 45. Was this starship crafted by a single individual? Colonel Lin Fuzhong, what is your perspective? The expressions of several individuals directed towards Colonel Lin were laden with intrigue. I believe it is feasible. There is no vessel more seasoned than the Gospel for solo missions. Perhaps success is within reach. Moreover, even in failure, the losses would be minimal. If we could bring down a few starships from the Solarian Empire, that would be even more splendid. The others chuckled upon hearing this. As Colonel Lin concluded, his smile faded. Despite their shared management of the graceful vessel, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Since Colonel Lin had voiced his opinion, it was time for everyone to express their stance. Agreed, let the Gospel set forth. I have no objections, as long as we can dispose of the Gospel. Just ensure my border defense and patrol forces remain uninvolved, the silver-haired maiden remarked casually. Seeing the unanimous agreement, Colonel Lin rose. Since we are all in accord, we shall dispatch the Gospel. I will take it upon myself to relay the news. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. Half a month later, the Glory repair ship was concluding its final tasks. Inside, a magnificent starship floated within the workstation, resembling a dazzling pearl radiating an otherworldly glow. The exterior was crafted from the most advanced T-2 grade protective armor, capable of withstanding cosmic rays and other harmful substances. However, in terms of defensive main cannons, it did not possess the formidable capabilities of T-1 grade hard armor, though this armor was typically complemented by energy shields. Excellent. Let us ensure the main cannon is installed properly. Zhao Yi gestured with an OK sign. The walkways on either side of the workstation were filled with silver-haired maidens, brimming with excitement as they beheld the newly minted Gospel. A steel beast in its own right. They had a new warship. It was simply unbelievable. Not only had they survived, but they were also witnessing the birth of the new Gospel. Su Xian approached, her stunning visage illuminated with joy and excitement. Like the other silver-haired maidens, she rejoiced and cheered for the Gospel's inception. Commander, there is someone seeking you outside. Who is it? The captain of the Glory. Zhao Yi sighed, noting their punctuality. They had managed to adhere to every second of their 15-day allowance. Let us go. The gospel has just been completed, so we shall return the glory to them. Su Xin stepped forward to help Zhao Yi don his cloak, and the group departed the glory. In the open area outside, the crew of the glory engaged in casual conversation, recounting their leisurely exploits during the borrowed 15 days. Captain, they have arrived. One of the crew members pointed out to Zhao Yi and the others. The mustachioed captain approached with a hint of mockery. The 15 days are up, and I see you've barely grasped how to utilize the equipment aboard this vessel. Unfortunately, we must reclaim the ship. Laughter erupted among the others. To dare construct a starship in just 15 days, what audacity! Moreover, they had never encountered a T3 grade repair ship. How could they possibly succeed? Zhao Yi smiled faintly. Unperturbed, I was initially puzzled as to why, despite possessing such an impressive repair vessel, the production speed of the federal T2 grade starships remained sluggish. Now seeing you all, it is clear the operators are lacking. In just 15 days, we not only completed the starship, but also produced dozens of star-class fighters. The crowd fell silent, their faces turning a shade of deep crimson. Was this not a veiled insult to their capabilities? You're courting danger, daring to insult us? Who has insulted you? I merely referred to the previous operators of this starship as inept. Casting a glance at the individuals before him, Zhao Yi feigned remorse and patted his head. My apologies. I forgot you were indeed the operators of this starship. Truly my bad. With a sharp tongue, you'd better unveil your starship for us to see. If you claim we are incapable, I'd like to witness the fruit of your labors. A subordinate chimed in. Boss, you're really putting them in a tight spot. Their starship probably can't even fly. The mustachioed captain laughed heartily. That's right. After all that bravado, they can't even get their starship off the ground. No matter how poor we may be, we're still vastly superior. Laughter echoed through the air as they realized Zhao Yi was merely posturing. Amidst their jeers, a brand new starship emerged from the glory. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the crowd stared in disbelief at the magnificent vessel hovering above. They had indeed succeeded in constructing it. And it was stunning. Impossible. They had spent months familiarizing themselves with this starship, and even now, some instruments and equipment remained unfamiliar. How could they have achieved such a feat in just 15 days? It was unfathomable, absolutely impossible. The mustachioed captain could hardly believe his eyes. Surely this was a dream. Captain, their main cannon appears to be a particle beam cannon. This assembly is a brand new spiral beam cannon. And the hangar opening. Could there really be fighters on board? Impossible. To construct a T2 grade starship, including fighters, in just 15 days? This speed far surpassed their own capabilities. Although much of the work on the T3 grade glory was automated, it was certainly not this swift. Zhao Yi chuckled. Do not compare your capabilities with ours. Take your glory and depart. We have no need for it at the moment. You, is this your starship? Not far away, bald-headed Colonel Lin Fu approached with others, gazing up in astonishment at the gospel. The group immediately saluted. Colonel Lin. Colonel Lin, what brings you here? The captain of the glory inquired with a sycophantic smile. Colonel Lin gestured towards the newly crafted gospel. Is this the new gospel you all have constructed? It's quite impressive, surpassing the beauty and grandeur of your previous vessels. And its speed has notably improved. The captain of the glory was at a loss for words, scratching his head awkwardly. Colonel Lin, of course, understood that they had not constructed this starship and taunted. Have you had enough rest? Quite enough. You've had ample time off. Why not hasten the departure of the glory? I expect the upcoming starship production tasks to be expedited. Understood. The group, now keenly aware of their place, hurried aboard the glory to return. Once the glory departed, Colonel Lin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the starship in the sky. The blueprints Zhao Yi had shown him were quite peculiar, yet the exterior of this starship exuded a distinctive character, with its designs appearing remarkably rational. It was hard to fathom that it originated from the same individual who had produced the earlier blueprints. Chapter 46. This task is entrusted to you all? Is that a particle beam cannon? Colonel Lin Fu looked somewhat astonished. Isn't that the T2 class main cannon? Where did you acquire it? I constructed it myself. Constructed it yourself? Where did you find the funds? Colonel Lin was utterly shocked. The research level for the particle beam main cannon is not particularly advanced. Even complete products can be found on the black market. However, transforming raw materials into a finished product still requires considerable effort. They managed to produce a starship while simultaneously crafting the main cannon. Zhao Yi explained, regarding the previous blueprints, you were quite correct. There was no need for so many secondary cannons. Thus, I decided to adjust the number of secondary cannons to 10, and use the remaining funds to fabricate this particle beam main cannon. Stop flattering me. I ask you why you needed so much money. You never intended to follow your own blueprints from the beginning, did you? Zhao Yi rubbed the back of his head. Colonel Lin, you are truly mistaken. I initially planned to build 108 secondary cannons. It was you who enlightened me. Indeed, age brings wisdom, Zhao Yi remarked, giving a thumbs up. One must never underestimate the power of flattery. A smile can open doors. With such compliments, Colonel Lin chose not to respond further. The cannon was already constructed. What could be done now? Moreover, Zhao Yi and his team were about to embark on a mission, and it was too late to make any changes. May I now take a look at your starship? Of course, Zhao Yi replied, leading the way while Colonel Lin followed closely behind. The remaining silver-haired girls exchanged glances and boarded the starship together, feeling somewhat puzzled by the apparent camaraderie between Colonel Lin and Zhao Yi. Once aboard the starship, Colonel Lin was astounded by its design and structure. You built a T2 class starship? How does this vessel relate to your previous blueprints? The budget aligns, Zhao Yi explained. Both the blueprints and the physical vessel belong to the 100,000 class starship category. Moreover, it lacks an energy shield, at best categorizing it as T1. 5. Not reaching T2 standards. You truly did not acquire a T2 class starship energy core? Zhao Yi shook his head. Certainly not. Furthermore, the funds for the starship and main cannon leave insufficient resources to purchase an energy core. Colonel Lin remained silent, sensing Zhao Yi's untrustworthiness. If there truly was no energy core, the ship and Oppo's hull was unnecessarily extravagant. The protective armor on the exterior was evidently inadequate, without an energy shield. The vessel could hardly withstand a shot from a main energy cannon, let alone a hit from a particle beam cannon, which would penetrate it effortlessly. Yet, Zhao Yi was unwilling to divulge more, so he refrained from questioning further. I have a task to assign to you, Colonel Lin stated. What task? The offensive of the Solaro Empire in the northeastern battle zone has encountered obstacles. Your success has allowed the Federation to reclaim planet M787. Yet the Solaro Empire's ambitions against our Federation remain unquenched. They have dispatched 3 starships towards Toddy Star. What are they doing there? Zhao Yi inquired curiously, sensing they might also be headed to Toddy Star. Toddy Star is a region neglected by both the Federation and the Empire, home to its own factions, notably the infamous Blood Wolf mercenaries. According to our intelligence within the Empire, they intend to engage with this mercenary group to combat us. Are the mercenaries so foolish as to meddle in the conflict between 2 great nations? Colonel Lin sighed. Previously, they would not have, as aiding either the Solaro Empire or the Federation would lead to retaliation. However, it is now evident to all that our Federation is faltering. The Blood Wolf mercenaries are known for their ruthlessness. They may very well collaborate with the Solaro Empire. If the Empire can subdue the Federation, the notion of retaliation becomes moot, and they stand to gain significantly. Zhao Yi stroked his chin. If I were a member of the Blood Wolf mercenaries, I would indeed be tempted. The Solaro Empire is likely to offer substantial rewards. If the Federation does not change, the difficulties ahead will only intensify. Colonel Lin nodded. Therefore, your mission is to travel to Toddy Star and persuade the Blood Wolf mercenaries to align with us. Zhao Yi chuckled. Is that even possible? What benefits could the Solar Federation offer to entice the Blood Wolf mercenaries to abandon a victorious Solaro Empire? That would be akin to courting death. If that happens, the Solaro Empire would undoubtedly be the first to eliminate them. Even if they are spared now, once the Federation is dealt with, they will still be targeted. Those who have survived this long are hardly so naive, Colonel Lin acknowledged, aware of the challenge at hand. If that proves impossible, then ensure they remain neutral. As long as they do not engage us, the northeastern battle zone will maintain its balance. Behind them, Su Xian and the others listened quietly, surprised that the Federation had reached such a dire situation that even nearby mercenaries seemed to be losing control. When a whale falls, all life flourishes, Zhao Yi mused. If the Federation truly collapses, many small factions and the Empire will feast. Slavery, energy, technology. Zhao Yi sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Am I not permitted to refuse? If I remember correctly, Toddy Star is entirely within Imperial territory. Indeed, we previously had interstellar routes to Toddy Star, but they have long been seized by the Solaro Empire. Are you suggesting I should not return? Colonel Lin was about to say more, but was interrupted by Zhao Yi. All right, I understand now. Since this task has been assigned, I will do my utmost. However, I wish to clarify one matter. If the silver-haired girls truly serve for 5 years, will the Federation really grant them identity and freedom? Su Xian and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They had not anticipated Zhao Yi would pose such a question. In the past, they would have long perished on the battlefield. Zhao Yi's arrival had shattered this tradition, allowing them to survive to the present. Colonel Lin wore a blank expression. I cannot say. There are no precedents for such matters. However, if the Solar Federation were to cease to exist, what value would their identity and freedom hold? Everything must revolve around the Federation, yet personally, I hope the silver-haired girls can attain their identities. It would be a boon for the Federation. Su Xian and the others were taken aback. They did not expect Colonel Lin to voice such sentiments. Colonel Lin continued, do not misunderstand. I am not aiding the silver-haired girls. Everything I do is for the Federation. I merely believe that, given the current situation, the Federation should abandon tradition and embrace the silver-haired girls to survive the war. Upon finishing, a look of sorrow crossed his face. As a member of a historically significant family within the Federation, the Lin family had dedicated themselves to its cause. Yet now, at such a critical juncture, he felt it was time for change. Chapter 47. What is the purpose of entering the room? Colonel Lin Fuzhong continued, Zhao Yi, your talents have been duly recognized, and our Lin family is willing to nurture you. I present you with a choice. Should you wish, I will transfer you to a new fleet. Zhao Yi exclaimed, are you implying that I want and amp? Oppos, have to go to the gospel? Lin Fu shook his head. This mission will be undertaken by others. But the gospel must certainly set sail. Su Xian's eyes flickered. She was curious about Zhao Yi's choice. This mission was unlike the previous ones. Even during their assignments on planet M787, Zhao Yi could always retreat to the escape pod and return to the elegant vessel. However, if they ventured to Tao Star, there would be no one to rescue them should peril arise. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi declined, I will not remain behind. As the commander of the gospel, I must share life and death with my starship and subordinates. Subordinates? Is this the first time you've referred to the silver-haired girl as a subordinate? Although we share similar perspectives on her capabilities on the battlefield, I have not yet reached such a level. Well, the mission has been conveyed. You shall depart tomorrow. Be cautious on your journey. I await your good news. Once Lin Fu departed, Su Xian approached. Commander, are you truly not considering staying? Not at all. After investing so much to construct the starship, I cannot part with it. Su Xian blinked, feeling a flicker of delight within her. Su Ran interjected, Commander, I noticed several lounges on my way here. Did you design those for us? Of course. We will no longer need to sleep wherever we find ourselves. The rest areas within the ship are ample, although not overly spacious. Each individual will certainly have their own bed and designated space. The silver-haired girls were filled with excitement. Who wouldn't appreciate the luxury of proper rest? After all, they had previously endured sleeping on cold metal. Suran, take some people to procure food. We have sufficient energy crystals left, so we needn't purchase energy porridge. Just acquire some inexpensive vegetables and rice. Su Ran instinctively glanced at Su Xian upon receiving the crystal card, pondering if even the cheapest rice and vegetables would still cost a significant amount. Zhao Yi spoke. Stop looking at her. I am the commander, and this money is mine. Su Xian chuckled helplessly. Go on. The sooner you return, the better. Aim for the most economical options. Elated, Su Ran set off with Su Huan and others. With their departure scheduled for tomorrow, they needed to ensure all provisions were prepared today. While the other silver-haired girls scrambled for beds, Only Su Xian lingered by Zhao Yi and Apos' side. Commander, isn't this money intended for purchasing energy cores? With Colonel Lin Fu having left, should we consider a visit to the black market? Although such a visit would be known to Lin Fu by that time, they would have already set off. Zhao Yi smiled mysteriously. No need. I possess something even better. What is it? Su Xian tilted her head, intrigued. Come to my room and see. I have a marvelous treasure to show you. A marvelous treasure? Su Xian felt a twinge of unease at his words, unable to pinpoint why it felt odd. Upon reaching his room, Su Xian's face flushed. Commander, is it appropriate for me to enter your room? What is inappropriate? If you do not come, how shall I show you? But what could possibly require us to go into a room? Su Xian felt a wave of shyness. Certainly something wonderful. Come quickly. Before Su Xian could refuse, Zhao Yi took her hand and pulled her inside, shutting the door behind them. Not far away, Su Chun emerged from her hiding spot, adjusting her glasses. Look, I told you these two are not simple. The other silver-haired girls gave her a thumbs up. Su Chun, you truly are the gossip queen. There's nothing within the fleet that escapes your notice. Su Chun replied proudly, of course. As the leader of the medical team, it is my duty to care for the lives and mental well-being of everyone aboard. What could those two be doing in there? Could it be, oh, how embarrassing. Su Chun rolled her eyes. What is there to be shy about? When a man and a woman share a space, what else could they possibly do? After saying this, her own cheeks reddened slightly. The other silver-haired girls wished they could find a hole to hide in. Glancing at one another, they felt a wave of shame. They had never encountered such matters before. The commander, aware of the silver-haired girl's prowess, wouldn't he dare make any advances. Su Chun, seeing you so shocked, I thought you had experience in romance. Turns out you're just like us. Su Chun hastily clarified, I am a theoretical expert. Quick, if we don't hurry over to listen, we'll miss out. Su Chun dashed ahead, pressing her ear against the door. The other silver-haired girls hesitated briefly before following suit. What are they saying inside? Shoo, keep quiet, it's hard to hear. They all hurriedly covered their mouths, straining to listen, barely catching snippets of conversation. Why is this so large? Su Xian's voice stunned them all. Who would have thought that the normally serious Su Xian would exhibit such boldness? Zhao Yi responded, of course. This is exceedingly rare. Not only is it large, but it's also powerful. Really? Can I try it? Are you sure? Outside, the silver-haired girls and Apos, faces flushed like erupting volcanoes, some nearly fainting, steam practically rising from their heads. What scandalous words! What are the commander and Su Xian doing inside? Could it be? Surely, Su Xian wouldn't be so casual. Perhaps they were merely examining something else. Just looking. Why are you all so anxious? Su Chun, no wonder you wanted us to come and listen. Su Chun straightened up and smiled. You don't know? But I was the first to sense something amiss between them. Huh. How did you discover it? Su Chun, did you all know that last time Su Xian was poisoned? Yes. The commander saved her. Without him, Su Xian would have likely perished. Su Chun nodded. You all only know that. After Zhao Yi and Su Xian regained consciousness, they were found sleeping together in my room. Is that true? Su Chun beamed, absolutely. She spun a tale with embellishments, yet she hadn't lied. The two indeed had shared a moment in her room, albeit merely leaning against one another. Inside the room, Su Xian remained unaware of the eavesdroppers outside. The two admired the energy core in Zhao Yi's hand, marveling at its magnificence. Who could have imagined that such a splendid treasure would be nestled within this six-sided cube? Is there no way to test it? Unfortunately, we cannot test it. However, with this in our possession, our hopes remain alive. Su Xian gazed at Zhao Yi and Apos' ST3 level energy core, nodding enthusiastically. These were things she had previously never dared to dream of, now right before her eyes. Zhao Yi sighed, regrettably, based on Colonel Lin Fu's previous comments. Even if you complete 5 years of service, it seems unlikely you will regain your citizenship and freedom. Chapter 48. Sister. I miss you so much. Su Xian shook her head, expressing that these matters were inconsequential to her. All that mattered was to continue living alongside her sisters. If she could also survive alongside the commander, that would be even better. The last few words were barely audible, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Zhao Yi did not perceive anything unusual about Su Xian and Apos' demeanor. Of course, I will be with you all, and I intend to transform the current state of the Federation. Eventually, they will realize that the only path to survival lies in fighting alongside you. At that point, you will be free. Let us hope, Su Xian replied, lifting her gaze to ask, do you know why the Federation refuses to accept us? Arrogance, hubris, and antiquated beliefs. Accepting you would mean admitting their previous mistakes. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Exactly. So even if the Federation were to be annihilated, they would never acknowledge us. Then I shall create a new Federation, Zhao Yi declared. Su Xian paused, her eyes glimmering. She sensed that Zhao Yi was earnest in his words. A new Federation? She wondered if she would ever witness such a day. Even if such a grand endeavor were achievable, it certainly could not be accomplished overnight. Noticing some movement at the door, Su Xian signaled for Zhao Yi to be silent. Zhao Yi stowed away the energy core, and the two stealthily approached the entrance, where they could hear the faint sound of whispers from outside. Su Chun, outside, was growing increasingly anxious. Why had it suddenly gone silent? Stop making noise. I can't hear anything inside. We didn't make a sound, the others protested, looking innocent. Suddenly, the hatch swung open, and a startled Su Chun stumbled inside. The others froze, feigning nonchalance as they attempted to slip away. Come back here. Su Xian crossed her arms, visibly displeased. What are you all doing? Nothing. Just passing by to ask if you all would like some food. Su Ran bought a lot of delicious things. Su Chun stood up and glanced at the two. Huh? Why are you both dressed? Weren't you two looking at something? What was it? Zhao Yi, curious, asked. Did you hear something? I heard a little, something about a treasure or something. We'll just pretend we didn't. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's face turned crimson. Zhao Yi chuckled, aware that they had misunderstood the situation. It would be better to clarify matters to avoid any unfairness towards Su Xian. Actually, we were examining the energy core. It's quite confidential. Zhao Yi intended to inform the silver-haired girls, as they would be the ones utilizing the energy shields in the future and were currently wholly loyal to him. Energy core? T2 level? You don't need to hide to look at that, do you? T3 level T3. The group was taken aback. Such items were exceedingly rare, even within the Federation. If they possessed a T3 energy core, the Federation could commence small-scale production of T3 starships equipped with energy shields. Zhao Yi revealed the energy core. The group displayed expressions of astonishment and shock. Is it really a T3 energy core? Commander, where did you acquire this? It's a secret, Zhao Yi replied, looking at them. So, please do not misinterpret Su Xian's intentions. There is nothing between us. Oh, Su Chun appeared disgruntled. This gossip had turned out to be unsubstantiated, tarnishing her credibility among her peers. Who would listen to her gossip in the future? I will teach you all a lesson later for eavesdropping in front of the commander. If it had been any other commander, would you still be standing here? Su Xian lightly tapped Su Chun on the head. Do not presume that the commander's kindness grants you license to act recklessly. Any slight misstep could provide the Federation with leverage against you. Who would save you then? The others cradled their heads, filled with regret. Yes, we understand our mistakes. Zhao Yi decided to let Su Xian handle the matter. It was better that way. Return to your rooms and reflect on your actions. You will not be having dinner tonight. What? No way. Su Ran is bringing food back tonight. Can we perhaps negotiate? They pleaded, recalling how they had long craved the fried chicken from before. While tonight's meal was not fried chicken, it was still a rare delicacy. Missing the first meal of the day felt tragic. Su Xian's expression remained resolute. Stop whining. If you continue, I'll ensure you miss dinner tomorrow as well. Now, leave. Yes, yes. The group, with downcast faces, reluctantly retreated to their rooms and shut the doors. As for you, Su Xian turned to Su Chun. Su Chun quickly stood at attention. I'm the same as them. I'll return and reflect, skipping dinner tonight. Without waiting for Su Xian and Apos' response, she dashed away. She was the mastermind behind this escapade and feared the consequences of staying. Su Xian sighed. Commander, if you must punish someone, then let it be me. I am the one who failed to discipline them. Zhao Yi shook his head. It's fine. I rather enjoy this atmosphere. You may continue to call me Commander. Absolutely not. Su Xian waved her hands. I shall still address you as Commander. That is perfectly acceptable. Zhao Yi and Su Xian toured the ship, which he had designed not only with a resting area, but also with entertainment and fitness zones. These areas were currently bustling with silver-haired girls. The fitness area, in particular, dazzled Zhao Yi. The girls possessed fair skin, except for Su Huan. At this moment, they were sweating profusely while exercising, creating a most captivating scene. However, was their strength not a bit excessive? Can you really lift such heavy equipment? This is meant for pushing, not lifting. Commander, would you like to give it a try? Su Xian inquired curiously. Forget it. Zhao Yi was sweating nervously. If he participated, he would surely embarrass himself. Commander, so this is where you are? Su Huan, wearing a tank top, approached and playfully patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder. My apologies. I forgot I shouldn't pat you. Zhao Yi rubbed his shoulder. It's fine. I'm just working on my fitness. Indeed. Zhao Yi looked down and was taken aback by Su Huan's striking figure. What do you need from me? My fighter jets, where are they? Zhao Yi suddenly remembered. Yes, the fighter jets have yet to be assembled. The Major has already checked. There should be no issues. Let us move the materials from the warehouse and start assembling them. We leave tomorrow, and the starship must be combat ready. That's what I've been waiting to hear. Su Huan enthusiastically patted Zhao Yi's shoulder again before turning to rally her sisters to transport the materials from the warehouse. The new gospel ship boasted its own assembly and maintenance workshop, allowing for swift installation. Before long, 30 of the latest Qing Yuan fighter jets appeared in the hangar. Su Huan rushed forward, embracing one of the fighter jets and Oppo's wings. Little fighter, I've missed you so much. Chapter 49, Meteor Shower? Su Xian gazed at the fleet of fighter jets before her, exclaiming, Is this for real? 30 aircraft. Zhao Yi replied proudly, Of course. Our starship now boasts T3, level energy shields, T2, level particle beam cannons, and spiral electromagnetic secondary artillery. With 30 T2, level Shinwei fighters and 20 Qingyuan mechs at our disposal, we can face any adversary that dares to approach. The group was exhilarated, never having imagined that one day they would not only have enough to eat, but also possess such formidable weaponry. All right, calm down. Everyone should rest well today. We depart tomorrow. Yes. On planet M787, Wang Rushuan was delighted as she admired her freshly manicured nails. Suddenly, an elder appeared on the screen, his hair white and dressed impeccably in a suit. Grandfather, why are you calling? I wanted to check on you. I heard you've annihilated the 39th fleet of the Solaro Empire. Those old geezers have been singing your praises. Wang Rushuan stretched out her hand, increasingly pleased with her manicure. I didn't expect Su Yun to have such capabilities. It was her, was it? You certainly don't hide it at all. What is there to hide? But why are you calling so late, grandfather? I wanted to ask about someone. Who? The commander of the gospel, Zhao Yi. You should have met him, right? Sort of, Wang Rushuan replied dismissively. The elder continued. Lin Fu reported to me that he believes Zhao Yi could be persuaded to join our ranks. However, aren't the commanders of the gospel usually the least competent? I'm curious to hear your thoughts. I haven't interacted with him, but it's evident he has some intelligence. However, he is rather straightforward, wearing his disdain for the Federation and sympathy for the silver-haired girl on his sleeve. Young and reckless, like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. The elder paused. Though his approach towards the silver-haired girl differs from ours, our goals align. Once his current mission concludes, bring him back to the capital star. Why? I want to see for myself if this lad is as formidable as Lin Fu claims. The following day, the fully prepared gospel departed from the port. Its destination set for Taohidi Star. The journey would take a week. Originally, Taohidi Star lay between the Federation and the Empire, with direct interstellar routes available. However, due to the relentless advance of the Solaro Empire, most of these routes had fallen under their control. Commander, we have 2 routes to Taohidi Star. The first is the traditional interstellar route, a passage frequented by merchant ships and large fleets, offering minimal cosmic radiation and debris, thus ensuring safety. Su Xian, standing beside Zhao Yi, inquired, her white shirt adorned with a small bow tie. Many silver-haired girls watched her secretly, feeling that Su Xin appeared even more beautiful. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. If we take this route, are we likely to encounter the Solaro Empire's fleet? Yes, currently. All materials and supplies transported from the Solaro Empire will utilize this route, and it is frequented by Imperial patrols. And the other option? The alternative involves traversing through NM 315 planet using interstellar jumps, advancing along the Wobal White Dwarf system. This path is quicker but fraught with dangers, as it is uncharted, with potential encounters of asteroids and spatial anomalies. What a difficult choice, Zhao Yi mused. The main route risks encounters with the Solaro fleet, although their patrol ships are T2 level. If they discover our starship carries a T3 level energy core, they will swarm us like rabid dogs. Even if they are unaware, they 1T overlook a Solar Federation ship appearing suddenly. The alternative route is inherently unsafe, and while patrols 1T venture there, pushing through 1T be a simple task either. Let us take the alternative route. Understood. Su Xin showed no hesitation regarding Zhao Yi's decision. She simply needed to fulfill her role as the deputy commander and execute his orders flawlessly. The massive Gospel adjusted its course, soaring toward NM 315 planet. In the vast cosmos, the Gospel resembled a shooting star. Not far behind, Sean trailed with the remaining 3 T2 level starships, moving at a leisurely pace. Recently, the footage transmitted back from the mission involving He Mao's demise confirmed that the Gospel was still operational. After spending some resources to gather information, Sean learned that the new Gospel had just departed that day. Excited, Sean stood before the screen. Gospel, you've made us wait long enough. I wonder who can assist you now. He Mao's death was fortuitous. Without it, they would not have found the Gospel. The other officers wore amused expressions, as He Mao had truly believed he could ascend to a leadership position. Yet, he validated their assumptions with his demise, confirming that the Gospel had indeed returned to their vicinity. Have you analyzed their destination? Based on their current trajectory, it appears they are headed for NM 315 planet. NM 315 planet? Isn't that a low-level civilization world, lacking even sentient beings? Indeed, the only interstellar route near NM 315 is the one they are taking. Sean furrowed his brow, perplexed by the Gospel and Oppo's intentions for NM 315. Forget it. Let an Oppo's just follow them. NM 315 planet will be their doom. Understood. In the vast cosmos, the Gospel traveled leisurely along its course. Commander, just ahead lies NM 315 planet. We are about to exit the Solar Federation's territory. Zhao Yi remarked in astonishment. Does that mean you are free? Su Xin smiled. Yes, theoretically, the small bombs implanted in our bodies can no longer be detonated. However, Commander, do not misunderstand. We want to leave. Roaming the Solaro Empire's territory aboard a Solar Federation starship is tantamount to courting death. Zhao Yi shrugged. Well, with the T3 level energy crystal on board, we should be able to survive for 5 years without issue. Look, there are shooting stars outside. Several silver-haired girls stood by the starship window, excitedly watching the brilliant meteor shower, some clasping their hands together in silent wishes. Zhao Yi approached and indeed saw the shimmering meteors streaking across the sky. Ding! As the host observes the meteor shower, endowed with extraordinary talent, you have attained astronomy LV. Max. In an instant, a torrent of astronomical wonders, knowledge, and cosmic disasters flooded Zhao Yi's mind. Wait, this position shouldn't have meteors. Chapter 50. You are surrounded. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow as he gazed at the meteor streaking across the sky, sensing something was amiss. According to his knowledge, such meteors should not appear in this location. It must be something else. Yet, there it was, unmistakably a meteor. The onlookers felt an unsettling shift. Why was the meteor approaching them? The silver-haired maidens' faces turned as pale as snow. Should we activate the energy shield? One of them stammered. While a shield could indeed withstand a meteor of this magnitude, its duration would be insufficient due to their limited crystal reserves, which were also needed for their subsequent voyage. What shall we do? One suggested. We could maneuver behind planet NM 315 and use its body as a shield. Agreed. Activate the energy shield. Understood. A blazing meteor hurtled toward them, some meteors possessing even greater force than their energy main cannon. This does not appear to be a mere meteor, Zhao Yi observed, astonished. Is that the wreckage of a starship? Su Xian pondered aloud. The only entities nearby are the Solar Empire and the Solar Federation. The rest consist of primitive civilizations, mercenaries, and space pirates. These starships seem numerous, likely belonging to either the Federation or the Empire, yet I have not heard of any conflict occurring here. I wonder where they originated. However, this was of little concern to them. They needed to vacate this area. Otherwise, even the T3 class starship shields would not withstand the onslaught. With the energy shield activated, they navigated through the debris of starship wreckage until they finally reached the far side of planet M315. Zhao Yi regarded the planet he had chosen as a shield. This world was devoid of intelligent life, though it did harbor nascent forms of sentient beings. Regrettably, the ensuing chaos would likely lead to their extinction. Millions of years of evolution obliterated in an instant. "Commander, look over there," one called out. Zhao Yi turned to see a colossal starship wreck drifting past an M315. Larger than their own vessel, the Gospel. It and Opos. An interstellar aircraft carrier. Sean and his companions marveled. Why has the Gospel stopped? Have they detected us? No, if they had. Shouldn't they be fleeing? Sean waved dismissively. Forget them, let us pursue at once. Understood. Zhao Yi waited for over 10 minutes as the wreckage drifted by. All right, let us set off again. Commander, 3 starships have appeared behind us. Their allegiance is unknown. Unknown allegiance? Could it be? Su Xian's voice trailed off as her gaze turned to Zhao Yi. He understood all too well, apart from the interstellar pirate named Sean. No one else was following them. Prepare for battle. Yes, sir. Alarms blared aboard the Gospel, and the silver-haired maidens promptly took their positions. Main cannons, fighters, and secondary weapons all entered a state of heightened alert. Deploy reconnaissance drones. Yes. Charge the main cannon in advance. Affirmative. We need not rush the energy shield. Let us wait until they are within range. Understood. Su Huan, commence takeoff. Your task is to hinder their fighters from approaching. Once we activate our shield, they may choose to retreat. We cannot allow their aircraft near us. This time, we shall ensure they cannot return. Understood. The hatch before Su Huan opened, revealing the pitch-black cosmos outside. The throttle was pushed to the maximum, and 30 divine might fighters surged forth in an instant. They had never engaged in such a bountiful battle and were brimming with anticipation. 30 fighters, and no matter how many the enemy sent, they felt unperturbed. Report. The reconnaissance visuals are back. A total of 3 T2 class starships, 1 aircraft carrier, 1 interstellar destroyer, and 1 battleship. A battleship? Su Xian exclaimed. Commander, the battleship poses the greatest threat to us. The destroyer's main cannon has a shorter range than ours, and Su Huan should be able to handle the aircraft carrier-S fighters. Zhao Yi nodded. Advance towards the battleship. Prepare the main cannon. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Sean was issuing commands on his end as well. Lord Sean, shall we close in on them or sink their ships first? They seem inclined to resist. Sean chuckled. Even if they possess T2 class vessels, they cannot match our might. Begin charging the main cannon, but do not engage yet. All fighters launch. Understood. They dismissed the new Gospel entirely. Even if it was a T2 class starship, what of it? They were equipped with T2 class vessels, long-range battleships, and agile destroyers. The opposing force hardly seemed to match. The massive interstellar aircraft carrier opened its 4 hangar bays, unleashing over 100 T1 class fighters and more than 30 T2 class fighters, swarming out like a hive of bees. The leading starship had previously deployed even more fighters, though they had suffered considerable losses in battles against the Solar Empire. Lord, the enemy has deployed their fighters. Oh, the Gospel has fighters? This revelation exceeded Sean's expectations. The Gospel's reconstruction was understandable. After all, without starships, these silver-haired maidens would perish, and the Federation would not allow them to languish. Yet, the new Gospel seemed to possess a formidable configuration, even boasting interstellar fighters. How many? 30. Only 30? A voice filled with arrogance echoed in Sean's ear. Rest assured, my lord. It will not take long for us to eliminate all 30 of those fighters. Shan languidly replied. Very well, I leave it to you, Zhongguang. Let us make it quick. If your fighters can destroy the Gospel's main cannon, we can board their ship. I would rather not have to blast the Gospel apart and then seek out the cube. Understood, my lord. Await my good news. Zhongguang chuckled, stretching lazily. Brothers, let these silver-haired maidens witness what true skill and power look like. Charge forth, slay them. Boss, shall we capture a silver-haired maiden for some taste? The brothers had long been envious. Don't be foolish. Don't you know they have bombs implanted within them? Be cautious, or the Solar Federation might blow you up along with them. I was just joking. They lamented the fact that such exquisite silver-haired maidens could only be admired from afar. The foolish Federation was truly squandering such treasures. Sister Su Xin. We have detected over 100 enemy fighters deployed. Only 100 or so. Are we afraid? Not afraid. The group replied proudly. Chapter 51. New weapon. Prior to the arrival of the Gospel, the interstellar wars they participated in were chaotic battles involving thousands of aircraft. Surviving for 4 years in such a hostile environment meant that their skills and awareness had long surpassed those of the indolent interstellar pirates. They were unafraid even when piloting T-1 class fighters, let alone now with the superior Shenwei fighters in their possession. Suddenly, the silver-haired girl fixed her gaze intently on the front and the screen. Thud! Before the warning signal of the fighters sounded, the Shenwei, equipped with electromagnetic laser cannons, opened fire. A flash of light erupted, and distant sparks appeared. Zhongguang was taken aback. Their side hadn't even spotted the enemy, yet they had already lost several fighters. What the hell is happening? What class of fighter is that? Its range is absurd. How are they aiming? Fear not. We have so many fighters. Let us annihilate them. The two sides clashed in the cosmos, with electromagnetic sparks and beams of light from weaponry erupting chaotically. The battlefield was engulfed in explosions and flames. The Shenwei piloted by the silver-haired girl danced gracefully like a butterfly, evading the surrounding explosions and attacks. Zhongguang was stunned to see a beam hurtling toward him. Fortunately, the energy shield protected him. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as those T-1 class fighters. Su Huan, observing the scene, remarked with a tinge of regret, "Old turtle, your shield is quite robust." A voice reached Su Huan's ears. "Su Huan, are you all right?" "No problem," she replied. "I upgraded your fighter and equipped it with a T-2 class dark matter gun." "What? Such a thing exists? Isn't it still in the development stage by the Federation?" Su Huan was astounded. Zhao Yi smiled. Due to system rewards, he had become almost omniscient, albeit within the confines of the Federation. The Federation's civilization level in the cosmos was classified as a Type 2 civilization, akin to the Solaro Empire. Type 3 civilizations could construct T-3 class repair ships and T-4 class starships. Higher civilizations transcended starships, wielding weapons like rule-based armaments and causal bombs. Zhao Yi had yet to master such advanced technologies and weaponry. Give it a try. I've heard that dark matter weapons can disperse ordinary energy shields. After ending the communication, Su Huan grinned at her fighter. Due to their size, interstellar fighters typically carried weapons of limited power. Their strength lay in sheer numbers, akin to ants overwhelming an elephant. When two T-2 class fighters clashed, they could engage for an extended period, requiring multiple hits to defeat one another. However, this time was different. Su Huan flipped the controller, switching the onboard weapon to the dark matter gun. She aimed at a distant T-2 class fighter. Yet, to her surprise, she saw nothing launch from her interstellar craft. Had the commander been deceived? What is this? Nothing at all. Then, she witnessed a sudden breach in the energy shield of the targeted T-2 class fighter, followed by an explosion. Su Huan was left in awe. The energy shield seemed to repel, scattering outward. Incredible. This weapon is invisible. Realizing the weapon and Oppo's potency, yet sensing a hint of danger, Su Huan pondered. An unseen weapon could indeed catch foes off guard, but it might also yield unforeseen consequences. In the command center, Zhao Yi nodded in satisfaction at the footage transmitted by Su Huan. "Is this the dark matter gun? It's invisible?" Su Xin exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Yi chuckled. Though it's unseen, it exists in reality. It can repel surrounding matter, including energy shields. However, the invisibility aspect does pose some risks. Indeed, one could inadvertently strike themselves, necessitating further refinement. Zhang Guang, witnessing the scene from his fighter, was rendered speechless. Magic. This must be magic. It can pierce their seemingly invulnerable shields. This is utterly bizarre. After utilizing the weapon twice, Su Huan switched back. Feeling that while the dark matter gun could penetrate energy shields, it still lacked the effectiveness of her electromagnetic cannon. Lord Shan's fighter was left in tatters. It was acceptable to bully civilians or ragtag forces, but facing the silver-haired girl, born for combat, offered little hope. Moreover, the silver-haired girls aboard the Gospel were elite among elites. Lord Shan, astonished to see the fighters on his screen turn red, realized this indicated their systematic disappearance. What is happening? How could they be so decimated? I don't know. It feels like there are enemies all around, and our weapons can't touch them. Damn it. Useless. Shan slammed his fist on the table, frustrated that every encounter with the Gospel seemed to bring forth various misfortunes. Previously, he had managed to escape. Now, he found himself once again overmatched. What should we do, my lord? We lost 30 fighters, while the enemy hasn't even scratched one. Shan, seething with rage, took a deep breath, fall back. Yes, regrettably, the prior battle against the Solaro Empire had cost them too many ace pilots. Otherwise, they would not be in such dire straits. Upon hearing the retreat order, Zhang Guang and the others hastily made their escape. For staying behind would be tantamount to seeking death. Su Huan and her comrades pursued relentlessly, attacking as much as they could. It was only when the vice cannons of the destroyer struck that they finally halted, continuously harassing and attacking Shan's fleet. Waves rippled across the shields of Shan's interstellar aircraft carrier. The weapons from the fighters merely diminished the shield's energy gradually, making a breach impossible. Seeing Zhang Guang enter the command center, Shan bellowed, "You useless wretch dare return? Someone hang him. Please spare me, my lord. I bring vital intelligence." Zhang Guang stammered in fright. Vital intelligence? What kind? This battle is not my fault. They possess a new type of weapon capable of penetrating our energy shields. Penetrating shields? Impossible. If the Federation had such technology, would we be in this predicament against the Solaro Empire? Indeed, it's absolutely true. Shan contemplated. If what this fool said was genuine, it meant that even the energy shields of the interstellar aircraft carrier could be compromised. Just then, the ship trembled violently. Boom. The hull shook incessantly, alarms blaring and red lights flashing overhead. What is happening? My lord, the enemy has employed some peculiar device that penetrated our energy shields and struck us. This is it. Zhang Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that this weapon could even breach the shields of a T-2 class starship. Chapter 52. You have truly gone to great lengths to deliver your demise. How infuriating. Strike me. The secondary cannons unleashed a relentless barrage upon Su Huan, the projectiles falling like rain. Inside the cockpit, Su Huan cheered, feeling no trace of anxiety as she elegantly weaved through the onslaught. How remarkable. I never expected this dark matter gun to possess such formidable power. Alas, if only I had more than just a few rounds. Reorienting her fighter, Su Huan launched another assault against the interstellar carrier, its counterattacks proving utterly ineffectual. If you dare, use your main cannon against me. Not good. The Gospel has locked onto us. An operator aboard the interstellar carrier exclaimed in urgency. What? Shan turned to see a brilliant light streaking through the cosmos towards them with alarming speed. Impossible. How could its range exceed that of our battleship? Boom. The distant battleship trembled violently, its energy shield dimming significantly. Although it managed to absorb the impact, the T-2 level energy core had sustained damage, leaving it vulnerable to further harm. Zhao Yi, seated in the command room, took a sip of water and smiled at the reconnaissance footage. With a T-3 level energy core, one feels invincible. What is a T-2 level core in comparison? A single shot can nearly obliterate it. Su Xian and Apos, eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly possible for a single shot to diminish the energy shield to such an extent? Zhao Yi chuckled lightly. The particle beam cannon operates according to the energy core's capacity. A T-1 class starship can indeed mount a particle beam cannon, but it can only harness 70 of its potential. Given that the firepower is comparable to that of the energy main cannon, T-1 class starships naturally opt for the more economical energy main cannon. However, with a T-2 level energy core, the particle beam cannon can unleash its full 100 power, which is why T-2 class starships predominantly equip them. As for T-3 level energy cores, they can deliver an astounding 130 of the damage. Su Xian's eyes widened further. This is the first time I have encountered such information. Of course. When have you ever had such abundant firepower before? Su Xian's lips twitched slightly. The commander truly showed no regard for appearances. They had only ever utilized energy main cannons, never having access to the T-2 level particle beam cannons. Su Huan, bring down that battleship. Understood. With a mischievous smile, Su Huan commanded 30 divine fighters to attack the battleship from various angles. Boom. The battleship's energy shield flickered back into existence, but faded almost immediately. The crew aboard the battleship was in despair. What is happening to our energy shield? The energy core is damaged and cannot be utilized. How could this be? We only endured a single shot from the main cannon. These fighters lack significant power. Just then, a tremendous explosion rocked the vessel as its protective armor began to crumble under Su Huan's relentless assault. Bang! Another deafening crash erupted as the particle beam cannon aboard the battleship detonated, the entire barrel collapsing askew. Do not hold back, sisters. Let them know our strength. Yes, Sean and Apos. S face in the command room was a mask of fury. He had anticipated a smooth victory, only to witness such chaos. Not only had numerous fighters been destroyed, but the battleship was on the brink of collapse. Lord, what shall we do now? The battleship is incapacitated, and their main cannon is more powerful than ours. Forget it. Target the gospel with the remaining main cannon and obliterate it. Yes, the interstellar destroyer and the interstellar carrier abandoned the beleaguered battleship, recognizing that intervening now would only jeopardize their own safety. Their objective was to dismantle the gospel. The three main cannons began charging. The opposing force and Apos' immense power must not be allowed to fire again. 3 beams of particle energy surged forth simultaneously. Even with a T-2 level energy shield, it would be impossible to withstand the onslaught of 3 particle beam cannons. Zhao Yi sipped his tea leisurely. All right, activate the energy shield. Yes. A faint blue shield enveloped the gospel, rippling as the 3 beams struck its surface. However, the shield proved remarkably resilient, dissipating the full force of the particle beam cannon. Once the light faded, the gospel remained unscathed. The silver-haired maiden aboard the ship was ecstatically surprised. It was her first encounter with the power of a T-3 level shield. Not a single beam had managed to penetrate. Sean, staring at the footage relayed back, was utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? How can they withstand 3 particle beam cannons? This is a T-2 class starship. Has the Federation deployed some cutting-edge technology? A trembling officer speculated. Nonsense. Even if the Federation possessed T-3 class starships, they would be few in number. They wouldn't spare them for these silver-haired girls. But we are powerless against them. Should we consider retreating? Retreat. Sean glanced at the nearby battleship still under siege, then at his dwindling fleet of fighters. What had once been a fully equipped fleet was now reduced to this pitiful state. How humiliating. He would surely be reprimanded by Brother Black Bear upon his return. Yet to remain would be even more disastrous. They might perish here. Withdraw. Back to the X-22 star region. Yes. They adjusted their course towards the X-22 star region. Su Huan, reveling in the battle, noticed the enemy's retreat. Wait, why are you running away? Are you abandoning this battleship? Commander, they are attempting to flee. Zhao Yi chuckled. They wish to escape? Let them pay a price for that. The gospel's main cannon had cooled sufficiently to fire again. Adjusting the angle revealed that it could only target the destroyer, with the interstellar carrier positioned behind it. Commander, we are in a compromised position. We cannot strike the interstellar carrier. Switch the main cannon's energy source to dark matter energy. Yes. This would be the final vestiges of dark matter energy. Let us see what effect it produces. In interstellar warfare, the greatest reliance of starships is their energy shields. If this proves ineffective, the tide of battle will shift dramatically. The main cannon locked onto the destroyer's location. Fire. An invisible wave of energy surged forth into the distance. Meanwhile, Sean remained in the command room, fuming and contemplating how to explain this debacle upon return. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted outside the window. Rising to his feet, he was met with the shocking sight of the destroyer that had been trailing him exploding into fragments. How could this happen? What of the energy shield? Then, the very hull of his ship began to tremble, the metallic structure seemingly disintegrating, and soon, he was engulfed in a fiery inferno. Chapter 53. In times of tension, one seeks to grasp something. What on earth is happening? Su Huan gazed in astonishment at the explosion of the ship's hull, momentarily forgetting to engage the battleship. Commander, 2 starships have suddenly exploded. They were struck by our dark matter cannon. I never anticipated its power could penetrate 2 targets. It seems they are utterly defenseless without their energy shields. Remarkable. Su Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, their combat relied on technology to compensate for equipment deficiencies. Now, experiencing the sensation of dimensional warfare was simply exhilarating. In the command room, Su Xian spoke up. Commander, what should we do about the remaining battleship? Should we board for combat? No need. Boarding may lead to casualties. We can simply approach and fire another main cannon shot at them. Understood. Su Huan, you may return to base now. Come back immediately. Although she hadn't fully satisfied her thirst for battle, Su Huan complied with Zhao Yi's orders. The crew on the battleship was left in a state of shock, wondering what had just transpired. How could 2 starships detonate in succession without any visible attack? What should we do now? Run. What other choice do we have? How can we escape? The propulsion system was destroyed during the previous attack. Can't you repair it? Once they finish charging, we're doomed. Just then, a brilliant light flashed at the window. It's over. They have truly arrived, leaving no opportunity for escape. Boom! Without the protection of energy shields, the battleship was pierced by the particle beam cannon, resulting in a tremendous explosion and shower of sparks. All right, let us go salvage and see if there's anything of value. Yes. The remaining tasks were left to the silver-haired girl while Zhao Yi reclined in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. With the attacks handled by the particle beam cannon and dark matter energy, and defense managed by the T3 grade shields, it was blissful. The Federation would find it exceedingly challenging to eliminate them. The final year was no longer an unattainable dream. Commander, Su Huan rushed in through the door, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhao Yi quickly summoned Su Xian. Su Xian stepped in front of Su Huan and said, Enough, you've frightened the commander. Yes, let us speak civilly without resorting to violence. Su Huan scratched her head and chuckled awkwardly. I was merely expressing admiration for the commander. This dark matter gun is so formidable. Can we equip everyone with it next time? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Do you think it grows on trees? I spent all the remaining funds extracting dark matter, which only sufficed for that 1 cannon shot. You expect us to equip everyone? Although we are considerably better off than before, we are not yet affluent enough for that. Then does that mean we cannot use it? Currently, yes. This substance, better termed as the power of money rather than dark matter energy, requires exorbitant costs to extract. Su Huan shrugged. All right, but regardless, we now possess a trump card weapon. I never dreamed I would one day engage in combat with 3 T2 starships and emerge victorious. It's fantastic. Next time we encounter the Solaro Empire, we shall show them our might. The silver-haired girls around her sparkled with excitement, many surrounding Zhao Yi, bombarding him with questions, to which he patiently responded. Feeling akin to an elder brother among this charming and beautiful group, Zhao Yi felt a sense of camaraderie. After searching for half an hour, the gospel found some energy crystals and wreckage. The wreckage could be sent to the onboard recycling workshop to extract useful materials. All right, gospel. Proceed to the designated location and prepare for interstellar jump. Yes, the gospel reached the specified position and began charging. An enormous energy fluctuation would precede the jump, detectable by any surrounding sensors. Thus, This function could only be utilized during travel. Employing it in battle would render them sitting ducks. Target: Wobble White Dwarf. Yes. Interstellar jumping is a technique that folds three-dimensional space, allowing rapid traversal across extensive areas while circumventing difficult routes. An energy sphere, roughly the size of the vessel, appeared before Zhao Yi's gospel. It slowly glided inside. This was Zhao Yi's first experience entering a spatial jump route, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness. Although this interstellar jump technology had matured over centuries, minor errors could still occur, and the consequences of such failures were dire. Commander, there's no need to be anxious. We should pass through this spatial jump in about 3 minutes, with the exit located at Wobble White Dwarf. Let us hope so. Zhao Yi continued. We have a saying where I come from. What saying? Su Xian blinked curiously. Having undergone numerous interstellar jumps over the past 4 years, she was no longer anxious or fearful. Zhao Yi whispered, if one feels tense, holding on to something will alleviate the tension. Su Xian paused, seemingly grasping Zhao Yi's implication. Observing the other silver-haired girls monitoring the jump space, she stealthily reached out her delicate hand to grasp Zhao Yi's. Is this all right? Su Xian blushed slightly. Zhao Yi nodded subtly, surprised that Su Xian had genuinely agreed. The last time they held hands was when he mistakenly thought she was a robot. Back then, he and T felt this warmth before she pulled away. This time, her hand felt soft, trembling slightly. Both were filled with tension, leaving Zhao Yi bemused. Why does holding hands feel akin to an illicit affair? How absurd. Su Xian averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed like an apple. Wait, why am I holding the commander's hand? This is rather strange. Her heart raced like a drumbeat. No, this is to prevent the commander from feeling too anxious. But is there a saying like that in the Federation? Commander. A silver-haired girl observing suddenly turned her head, causing both to hastily release their grip. What is it? We have detected a slight rift in the spatial jump. A rift? Zhao Yi was taken aback. His fears had materialized. If this spatial jump route were to rupture, it could potentially trigger spatial chaos. And they might end up anywhere. If fortunate, in empty space. If unfortunate, colliding with a planet. Accelerate. Zhao Yi commanded as he stood up. However, the intense energy reaction would accelerate the collapse of this space. Zhao Yi shook his head. We must leave this space now. The appearance of the rift will only hasten the collapse. This is not the time for hesitation. Understood. The silver-haired girl piloting the starship frantically pressed buttons, increasing the vessel's speed. Zhao Yi was restless, gripping his own hand again. It's all right. We will surely make it out. Chapter 54. Spatial Disturbance. This revelation offered Zhao Yi a great sense of reassurance. He gazed at Su Xian, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we cannot afford to perish now. The good days have only just begun, and dying at this juncture would be utterly disheartening. The pitch-black leap tunnel began to manifest cracks resembling a spider's web, which gradually disintegrated, revealing a distorted planet and the ship's hull beyond. Exiting from this location could potentially result in the upper half of the gospel appearing in one place, while the lower half materialized 1,000 miles away. Commander, we're about to exit, came the call. Good, was the reply, as the starship accelerated to its maximum velocity, the exit now within sight. In the next moment, the white dwarf star, Wobble, emerged before the gospel. We're out. We're safe. I knew we could do it. The silver-haired maidens could not contain their joy as they leapt to their feet, embracing one another in celebration. They had once again survived. Disaster had always lagged behind them. Commander, it's fortunate we heeded your advice to accelerate, or we would have lingered in that tunnel much longer. Su Ran turned around, only to find the command post utterly vacant. Sister Su Xian? Commander. The group stood, bewildered and dazed. Could it be? Have both commanders been left behind in the spatial leap route? A glance back revealed that the leap tunnel had vanished. What now? Su Huan exclaimed in exasperation. The others were in despair. They had grown accustomed to following Zhao Yi's commands, and now both he and Su Xian were absent. What do we do? What do we do? They can't be dead, can they? Stop spouting nonsense. Su Huan shouted vehemently. They were swept away just moments before reaching the exit. We should search the nearby planets. We ought to be able to locate them. But if they end up in the vastness of space, the silver-haired maidens might survive a little while in the cosmos, but the Federation's people would not fare well, while those from the Empire could adapt to the cosmic environment but would ultimately face starvation. I have a plan. What kind of plan? The Federation has signal devices targeting us. If we can get the Colonel to conduct a search, we might be able to locate them. But we've already left the Federation's territory. Can we still find them? Let us give it a try. This area was once under Federation control, so perhaps we can still track them down, even if we can pick up Sister Su Xin's signal. Would the Colonel waste time and resources on a single silver-haired maiden? Isn't there still the commander? It seems the Colonel cares quite a bit about him, Su-ran asserted, her earnest demeanor instilling confidence in the other silver-haired maidens. All right, let us connect with the Colonel. The screen before them flickered to life, revealing the Colonel busy at work in his office. Zhao Yi, what brings you to me? Have you reached the mission site? What did the Blood Wolf mercenaries say? Do you require anything? Colonel, the commander, he. Where is he? Colonel Linfu raised his head, frowning. Where are the others? Where is 9,844? They were swept away by turbulence during the spatial leap. What? Colonel Lin leapt to his feet, incredulous. He had just introduced Zhao Yi to Wang, and now the man was dead? Dead? No. Su-ran hastily clarified. They were swept away at the very last moment and should be nearby. We want to request your assistance in searching for Su 9844, as she is likely in the same vicinity as the commander. Colonel Lin fell silent. Being caught in spatial turbulence left little hope for survival. However, searching for a signal should pose no issue. It would only cost a bit of energy. 9844 was inconsequential. But Zhao Yi must not perish. Wait for my news. With that, Colonel Lin ended the communication. A group of silver-haired maidens fidgeted restlessly. Did he agree? Or did he not? Su Huan exploded with rage. Damn it. I'll pilot the divine might back to Enoch. I'll hold a knife to his throat and demand a location. The others hurriedly restrained her. Calm down. He may arrive shortly. Indeed, let us wait a bit. There's no use in rushing. If only we had thought to install a locator on the commander, they lamented, reflecting on their earlier hopes for Zhao Yi's disappearance. Now wishing fervently that he would return. It hurts. Where am I? Zhao Yi rose to survey his surroundings, discovering himself amidst a peculiar forest filled with yellow trees that made him dizzy and nauseous. What sort of planet was this? Sitting up, he recalled that he had been on the Gospel, encountering spatial distortion. Su Xin. Where did she go? He had held Su Xin's hand, pulling her along, which meant she was likely in danger. Zhao Yi hurriedly got to his feet, but apart from the yellow trees, there was nothing else in sight. Above him, several celestial bodies hung in the sky, not too distant. Good grief, I can't be the only one here. Will the Gospel be able to find me? As he pondered, the ground began to tremble. Zhao Yi looked up in astonishment. A cloud of dust was rising not far away, as if something was approaching. It appeared to be a monster. Zhao Yi turned and fled, but these creatures were faster than he could run. What in the world? Turning back, he was horrified to see bizarre creatures crawling on four legs, adorned in what seemed to be belly bands, resembling spiders. Their upper bodies were humanoid, wielding wooden spears. Were these the natives of this planet? What fate awaited him if they captured him? They had spotted Zhao Yi as well, shouting in an incomprehensible language while encircling him. Brothers, what are you doing? The creatures exchanged confused glances, continuing their unintelligible chatter. Wait, I have a translation device. Zhao Yi rummaged through his pocket, only to be dismayed to find it broken, presumably damaged during the spatial turbulence. Seriously, what do you want? As two of the beings approached, Zhao Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Should he use the disintegration ray? No, he reconsidered. With his portable energy shield, they posed no threat. One of the natives shouted to the sky, and a distant echo responded. Suddenly, Zhao Yi felt himself lifted into the air, glancing up. He saw a gigantic bird grasping him and soaring away. The natives followed closely behind. Were they intending to take him back as a source of sustenance? He had not anticipated that these planetary natives possessed farming techniques. Chapter 55. The old man loses his horse. How can one know it is not a blessing? However, the sky is quite pleasant, allowing for the observation of whether Su Xin can be seen. Zhao Yi gazed around. This planet seemed relatively small. And if Su Xian truly resided here, she should be easy to locate. Gradually, the large bird carried him over yellow woodlands to an open area. This clearing lay atop a cliff, adorned with earthen structures and several caverns that appeared to be the dwellings of the indigenous people. What is that? Zhao Yi noticed a figure not far away. Could it be Su Xian? She sat in a chair, surrounded by peculiar indigenous individuals who chattered animatedly, their words incomprehensible. The great bird set Zhao Yi down beside them and departed. Commander, I can't believe they actually found you, Su Xian exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. She had previously worried about Zhao Yi's safety, and seeing him unscathed relieved her greatly. The other indigenous people, upon seeing Zhao Yi, erupted into joyful exclamations. Curiously, Zhao Yi inquired, "Where are we?" Su Xian shook her head. "I don't know, but we must be close to the gospel. I wonder if Su Ran and the others can find us." Zhao Yi turned to observe the nearby indigenous people. "What are they saying? It seems they recognize me." "Recognize you?" Su Xian nodded, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "I have a simultaneous translator. They say I am the queen." Zhao Yi was taken aback. "That cannot be true. This planet clearly does not partake in interstellar warfare. How could they have seen you? Have you crash-landed here before?" Su Xian shook her head again. "I don't quite understand either, but they certainly seem to admire me. I asked them to find you, and they actually succeeded." Zhao Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that the priority now was to return to the gospel. While it was pleasant to cultivate the land with Su Xian here, he could not neglect the people aboard the ship. At that moment, an indigenous person adorned with feathers approached and began to chatter. Su Xian nodded silently, then turned to Zhao Yi to translate. "He wants to take us somewhere." "Where to?" "I don't know. Do you want to go?" Zhao Yi nodded. "All right. Let us see what they intend. This place is quite close to the Federation and Empire. Perhaps there is a starship or spacecraft that has landed here, and we might be able to contact the gospel." "Okay." Su Xian's agreement brought evident delight to the feathered indigenous man, who blew a whistle. Two large birds soared in from the distance. Zhao Yi sighed in exasperation. "Here we go again. Can't we try a different mode of transportation?" This time, the strange bird did not snatch Zhao Yi away but squatted down, waiting for Su Xian and Zhao Yi to climb aboard. Su Xian looked back at Zhao Yi, who nodded in encouragement. She then climbed onto the creature's back. After Zhao Yi joined her, Su Xian felt a wave of reassurance. At least she was not alone in this unfamiliar place. Had she come here alone, she surely would have been overwhelmed. The strange bird let out a call and spread its wings, soaring into the distance. The other large bird carried several indigenous individuals. After a while, they arrived at a waterfall on this planet, where a stone-carved statue stood majestically before them. The strange bird circled the statue several times before finally landing in front of it. Upon alighting, Zhao Yi gazed at the immense statue with astonishment. "Su Xian, doesn't this look remarkably like you?" Su Xian looked up, equally astonished. The statue was vibrantly colored, clearly beyond the capabilities of these indigenous people. Its facial features and body were strikingly lifelike, resembling her immensely. "But I don't have wings. This statue indeed resembles me, but only in facial features. They must have mistaken me for someone else." Zhao Yi circled the statue, examining it closely. The hair, ears, and eyes bore a strong resemblance to hers. The presence of a pair of wings was peculiar, reminiscent of angels from Earth. Could it be that the angelic race existed in the universe? Perhaps angels had once visited Earth, and humanity recorded their presence, only to lose contact later, relegating them to myth. It seemed they had indeed misidentified her. The statue must have been crafted eons ago. Zhao Yi mused aloud. "Such a long time ago?" "Yes," Su Xian replied. "This technology is not something they could achieve. Clearly, other civilizations must have visited this place, or this planet was once home to a high civilization that later perished due to some catastrophe." The indigenous people chattered excitedly, pointing at Su Xian and then at the statue, before kneeling and bowing repeatedly. What did they say? They claimed there is no mistake. "I am the person depicted in the statue." Zhao Yi chuckled. "They probably view this statue as a miracle, seeing that it resembles you so closely, hence their fervent reverence." At that moment, a colossal object descended from the sky, stunning the indigenous people into silence. Their bodies trembled. and they appeared ready to flee but were too intimidated to do so. The gospel! Su Xin exclaimed joyfully. They found us. That was quite swift. The massive gospel hovered above Zhao Yi, and from it descended a dozen silver-haired maidens, led by Su Ran. The young girl rushed towards Su Xin, enveloping her in a long embrace. Sister Su Xin, we finally found you. It's all right, but you all were quick to locate us, Zhao Yi remarked, walking over. I thought you would take days to find us. By then, you would have become the queen of this place. Huh. Su Xin interrupted Zhao Yi and Appo's jest. Never mind that. Commander, how did you find us? Su Ran wiped her tears. We contacted Colonel Lin. He searched for Sister Su Xin's location and informed us. Colonel Lin Fuzhong? Yes. This revelation surprised Su Xin. Although Colonel Lin did not express the usual disdain and vitriol that many in the Federation directed at them, there had still been an air of condescension. She had not expected him to utilize search equipment this time. Seeing so many silver-haired maidens descend, the indigenous people quickly knelt before them. Su Ran inquired curiously, are they the inhabitants of this planet? Yes, but since you are all here, we should depart. Wait, while we were exploring this planet, we discovered that it possesses energy crystals. Energy crystals? Zhao Yi's excitement surpassed Su Ran's. Those are valuable. Where are they? About 300 kilometers from here. Zhao Yi glanced into the distance. Wait, if there are energy crystals here, wouldn't the Federation or the Empire have discovered them? If they had found them, they would have begun mining. Su Ran shrugged. I don't know. It may relate to specific characteristics of this planet. We did not detect anything while outside, but upon entering the atmosphere, we confirmed the presence of energy crystals, though perhaps not in large quantities. Let us go. Lead us there. All right. Chapter 56. They must be deities. Several mechs were launched from the gospel, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud that sent dust swirling high into the air. The indigenous people were left dumbfounded, having never witnessed such colossal metal entities that could actually move. This was indeed a miracle. They must be divine beings sent from the heavens. Let us proceed, one said. Indeed, responded another. Zhao Yi and Su Xin, along with their companions, boarded the Qingluan and soared towards the energy crystal signal point. The Qingluan moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived. 10 mechs hovered in the air above an expansive, crystal-clear lake that stretched endlessly beneath them. Is the crystal truly beneath this water? Zhao Yi inquired. Yes. Those aboard the gospel indicated that the signal originates from the center of the lake, they affirmed. Without a second thought, Zhao Yi plunged into the lake. With a tremendous force, the mechs sliced through the water, parting it as they descended. Upon reaching the lakebed, Zhao Yi spotted a glimmering energy crystal partially exposed. Weave struck gold. This time, we have truly found it. He reflected on the old adage, a blessing in disguise, realizing that a spatial anomaly had serendipitously led them to a concealed energy crystal. The location was ideal for extraction. If the crystal's reserves were substantial, it might even finance the construction of an entire fleet. Emerging from the water, Zhao Yi exclaimed, Indeed, there is an energy crystal below. Let us commence extraction. Su Xin furrowed her brow. But isn't it unwise? We've already delayed here. The Federation instructed us to hasten to Tadi Star. Any further delay could result in a military tribunal. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, acknowledging her concern. If they failed this mission, even if they returned alive, they would surely face repercussions. Yet, abandoning the energy crystal felt akin to ignoring a fortune found on the road. What if we leave a portion of our team here to extract while the rest proceed to Tadi Star? We could execute both tasks simultaneously and return for them after completing our mission. Zhao Yi proposed. That sounds feasible, he continued. The Federation cannot monitor our locations in real time. They wouldn't know we have personnel on this planet. As long as we all return together, it will suffice. Then it is settled, Su Xin concurred, though she felt a twinge of regret about leaving the crystal behind. They returned to the area where the indigenous people were gathered, and Su Xin shared their plan, to which the natives readily agreed to assist. Their familiarity with the planet and Appo's ecology would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Next came the decision of who would remain. 100 individuals would stay, but a leader was necessary. I believe we should select from among you, Zhao Yi stated, surveying the group before him. Su Huan, Su Ran, Su Wan, and Su Yin. Each was well acquainted with Zhao Yi and possessed the character and capability suited for leadership. As they exchanged glances, Zhao Yi declared, "Time is limited. Let us draw lots to decide." "Wait." Su Wan raised her hand. "Isn't Sister Su Xin drawing lots?" "Indeed. Sister Su Xin would seem the most qualified," the others chimed in, gazing expectantly at Su Xin. Zhao Yi shook his head. "That will not do. Su Xin is my second in command, and I require her for numerous tasks." Su Xin shrugged, feigning helplessness, with a hint of pride and amusement. "It's not that I do not wish to stay. The commander forbids it." "Huh. You must be harboring feelings for Sister Su Xin," Su Huan remarked playfully, leaving the others in shock. Only someone as carefree as Su Huan would speak so boldly. "Please, do not speak so recklessly," Zhao Yi stammered, grappling with how to respond. How could one explain such a straightforward comment? Who wouldn't he admire someone as beautiful as Su Xin? Yet, was it appropriate to voice such sentiments? Su Huan, unfazed, continued. "I was merely jesting. How could a Federation officer possibly be with us?" "Commander, I'm just teasing. Do not take it to heart," Zhao Yi muttered softly. "It's not entirely impossible." At that moment, Su Xion's face flushed crimson. "What did you just say?" Su Huan inquired, her curiosity piqued, while the others watched with wide eyes. Realizing her implication, Su Huan gasped, "Commander, you cannot seriously have feelings for Sister Su Xian. Enough of this chatter. Let us skip the drawing and have you remain behind." Zhao Yi feigned irritation. "No, let us still draw lots. That was just my jest." After the drawing, the result was that Su Huan would stay. This arrangement was quite favorable, as Su Huan was a mechanic and could handle any equipment or robotic malfunctions that might arise. Stretching lazily, Su Huan said, "All right, I shall remain. It's just like a holiday, after all. Please focus on extracting the crystal. Minimize contact with the planet's other creatures," Zhao Yi instructed. "Understood." Just then, an indigenous person atop the mountain sounded a horn. The natives, as if witnessing a ghost, scattered in panic. Some brandished weapons and charged outward, while others took refuge in caves. "What is happening?" Su Xian asked one of the fleeing natives. The individual babbled in a frenzy before darting away. Su Xian's expression turned serious. "They said that the running wolves are coming." "Running wolves?" "The name suggests they are predators of this world." "Let us investigate," Zhao Yi suggested. The group approached the village entrance, where they beheld enormous creatures emerging from the yellow forest. They bore resemblance to wolves, but seemed to float in the air. "Are these the running wolves?" Su Huan remarked, unimpressed. "They appear weaker than the creatures on M787. The indigenous people were in a state of alarm, chattering anxiously as they gestured for Zhao Yi and his companions to retreat. The running wolves, numerous and bewildered by the sight of Zhao Yi and Apos' group, paused momentarily, having never encountered beings like them. Yet, their instinct to hunt prevailed, and they charged toward Zhao Yi and the others. With astonishing speed, the wolves launched themselves, appearing to spring from the ground like coiled springs. The natives quickly raised their spears, preparing to repel the initial assault. Zhao Yi chuckled. "Their speed is impressive. No wonder they are called running wolves. We cannot allow these creatures to harm our allies, so let us eliminate them." "Understood." The silver-haired girls, armed solely with their sidearms, proved more than capable of dealing with these airborne beasts. Each running wolf that fell only heightened the astonishment of the indigenous people, who regarded Zhao Yi and his companions as deities. In that moment, Zhao Yi grasped the concept of dimensional warfare. To the natives, these creatures were formidable adversaries, while to him, they were mere playthings. After brief instructions to Su Huan, Zhao Yi chose not to linger on the planet and boarded the gospel, departing from the world below. Chapter 57. The need for additional funds. The gospel proceeded along the route toward the Wobble White Dwarf. Having successfully navigated the most perilous segments via spatial leap technology, the journey ahead required a slight detour. "Commander, Colonel Lin Fuzhong wishes to connect," came the notification. "Put him through." Colonel Lin, seated in his office, exchanged a smile with Zhao Yi across the screen. "Zhao Yi, Congratulations on your survival. Thank you, Colonel. If it weren't for your assistance, our reunion would not have come so swiftly. Enough of the pleasantries. How long until you reach the territory of the Blood Wolf mercenaries? Approximately 3 to 4 days. Well, we can offer the Blood Wolf mercenaries up to 1 million energy crystals or goods of equivalent value, and they must join us. And if they refuse? Zhao Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. Should they decline, we shall strive to maintain their neutrality. For that, the Federation is willing to provide 500,000 energy crystals. It is a lucrative deal. They need only remain passive to gain such wealth. Zhao Yi pondered this. It does sound enticing, yet it also suggests the Federation's lack of confidence. I will adhere to the mission directives, but it is prudent to temper expectations. Regardless of the outcome, the Empire will undoubtedly learn of your whereabouts. Exercise caution. Your return journey will be fraught with challenges. Understood. Once the communication ended, Zhao Yi turned to Su Xian. What do you think the Blood Wolf mercenaries will decide? Su Xian analyzed carefully. I believe they may not accept, though 500,000 energy crystals is substantial. Participating in this war could yield even greater rewards. Furthermore, the Federation appears to be in a state of decline. The Blood Wolf mercenaries might ally with other mercenaries to fight. Zhao Yi nodded, appreciating Su Xian's insight. She was indeed a clever woman. Indeed, persuading them to remain neutral is a formidable task, let alone turning them against us. Should the Blood Wolf mercenaries choose to aid the Empire, we would be in danger, especially since they are already preparing to confront the Federation. Su Xian blinked. The commander seems unfazed. Do you have a plan? Zhao Yi smiled faintly. The Blood Wolf mercenaries support the Empire because they perceive it as victorious. However, should they realize that the Federation is not so easily vanquished, there may be room for negotiation. When risks outweigh rewards, they will surely refuse, provided they are not foolish. But does the Federation possess such capability? Zhao Yi smiled subtly. Whether the Federation possesses such power is inconsequential. What matters is convincing the Blood Wolf mercenaries that the Federation still harbors the strength for a counteroffensive. Days later, on the planet Taodite, this small planet had fallen under the control of the Blood Wolf mercenaries, with its indigenous populace reduced to slavery, forced to perform various tasks. At the planetary port, 3 starships were docked, their flags unmistakably identifying them as emissaries from the Solaro Empire. Lord Bloodwolf, the emissaries of the Solaro Empire seek an audience. In the opulent hall, a robust man clad in wolf pelts feasted voraciously with one hand, while the other embraced a scantily clad maiden, once the princess of this planet, now a mere plaything of the Blood Wolf. The Solaro Empire? One of his subordinates ventured. Indeed, it is presumed their visit pertains to the war against the Solar Federation. The Blood Wolf narrowed his eyes. It seems the Solaro Empire's advances have not gone as planned, if they are now seeking us. Indeed, it is rumored that the G-39 fleet of the Solaro Empire was annihilated at planet M787 not long ago. Yet even so, the Federation's defeat remains inevitable. The Blood Wolf nodded slightly, caressing the maiden beside him, eliciting a pained expression from her, though she dared not protest. Fearing the wrath of this formidable figure, let them enter. Yes. Upon hearing this, the maiden spoke. I shall take my leave. Who permitted your departure? Kneel. The Solaro officials entered, casting complex glances at the kneeling maiden. Were they being flaunted, or was it a display of power? Such a small mercenary group indeed lacked awareness of their limitations. The Blood Wolf approached, hands clasped behind his back. What brings the Solaro Empire to my humble Taodite? I am truly honored. The leading white-haired man responded, Lord Bloodwolf, we come bearing a lucrative proposition. What sort of proposition? An energy planet. An energy planet? The white-haired man nodded. We intend to continue our military campaign against the Solar Federation and would like you to partake in the spoils. Should you agree? Once the Federation falls, we shall grant you an energy planet, and all its resources will belong to you. The Blood Wolf scoffed derisively. What a grand offer, one I can scarcely digest. You, a nearby Solaro official, seethed with indignation. They had come here to extend a courtesy, yet he was rebuffed. The white-haired man shot him a warning glance, silencing him. Is there something that displeases Lord Bloodwolf? Of course, we are not children. Do not attempt to deceive me with empty promises. I require tangible assurances. Setting aside who might emerge victorious in the conflict with the Federation, how can I trust you to deliver on your promise of this planet? What if it is a barren rock? Or worse, you simply fail to deliver? Who shall I hold accountable? The white-haired man chuckled. It appears Lord Bloodwolf harbors doubts regarding our intentions, which is understandable, given this is our first collaboration. The Federation and Oppo's state of decline is evident. Capturing them is merely a matter of time. Should you miss this opportunity, you may not see another. The Bloodwolf was not swayed by empty rhetoric. If subduing the Federation is truly so simple, why seek my assistance? Since there is little more to discuss, I must kindly ask you to leave. My resources are limited, and I have nothing to offer you. The white-haired man remained steadfast. Lord Bloodwolf, please do not be hasty. Since you are uninterested in the energy planet, we are prepared to offer you 1 million energy crystals, contingent upon your involvement in this conflict. This is a battle between superpowers. What use would a mere mercenary like me be? The white-haired man's expression hardened. Are you suggesting Lord Bloodwolf is unwilling? Does a proud mercenary fear? The Bloodwolf grinned wickedly. You misunderstand. I merely require a better offer. 2 million. I am willing to deploy forces to assist you. You truly are bold, asking for 2 million. With that, I could assemble a fleet of my own. 1,500,000. 1 million. The Bloodwolf's gaze sharpened. Allow me a moment to contemplate. I have other guests arriving shortly. Let us see what they propose. Chapter 58. The negotiation begins. Guests? Who might they be? Are they other mercenaries? If the Bloodwolf Lord is acquainted with other mercenaries, we could arrange a joint payment. No, if you have no pressing matters. You may wait a while, or I could have my subordinates show you the local customs of this planet. He gestured toward the girl kneeling on the ground. There are plenty of such maidens around. No need, we will wait right here. The Bloodwolf smiled slightly. He had recently received news of the Solar Federation's arrival. Their timing was impeccable, as it allowed him to negotiate a higher price with the Solaro Empire, and later, he could turn against them. Once they arrived, there would be no turning back. He had heard that silver-haired maidens were particularly beautiful. My lord, the envoy from the Solar Federation has arrived. The representatives of the Solaro Empire were taken aback. The Solar Federation? How did they come here? Wait, how did they travel this route without our supply fleet or patrols noticing? Damn it. Contact the fleet immediately. The Solar Federation shall not leave here alive. The Bloodwolf scoffed. You underestimate me. This is not your Solaro Empire. Whatever grievances you have can be discussed outside my territory. The representatives of the Solaro Empire fell silent. The fleet had not yet been notified, as they believed the Federation could not possibly leave alive. Let them in. Understood. Zhao Yi and Su Xian entered. They were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the girl kneeling on the ground, clearly a part of some extravagant game. The Bloodwolf assessed Su Xian. Indeed, she was stunning with a perfect figure, making the earlier princess seem rather dull by comparison. You are the Solar Federation? He mused. Unfortunately, you arrived a tad slower than the Solaro Empire. With that, he glanced at the earlier envoy from the Solaro Empire. Clarifying matters made it much simpler. They were merely required to raise their offer. To the Bloodwolf, the Solar Federation was simply a pawn to leverage against the Solaro Empire. Zhao Yi exchanged glances with the envoy from the Solaro Empire, both scoffing. Bloodwolf Lord, we have been dispatched with the hope that you will side with the Solar Federation. We promise you 1 million energy crystals as a token of our gratitude. Haha. While I am unsure how you arrived here, you certainly underestimate the Bloodwolf Lord. You believe 1 million energy crystals will sway me? Dream on. Scoffed a member of the Solaro Empire. Indeed, everyone knows the current state of the Federation. The Bloodwolf Lord is not so foolish. The Federation is quite bold. This is truly amusing, another member laughed. The Bloodwolf shrugged. You heard it. 1 million is simply insufficient. The silver-haired man from the Solaro Empire stood. Bloodwolf Lord, we are willing to offer 1 million energy crystals, provided you eliminate these Federation representatives right here. Su Xian's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that the Solaro Empire would be willing to make such a significant sacrifice to win over the Bloodwolf mercenaries. In comparison, The Federation had shown no sincerity. Very well, the Blood Wolf replied. If I were indeed inclined to fight for the Solaro Empire, I would not hesitate to kill these individuals now. However, my minimum price is 2 million energy crystals, and we reserve the right to refuse any tasks. Of course, as mercenaries, we cannot shirk our duties, but we will not undertake missions that are certain to end in death. Agreed. 2 million it is. The silver-haired man nodded in agreement, casting a sly glance at Zhao Yi. It was unexpected that the Solar Federation had sent representatives, but regrettably, as long as the Blood Wolf was not foolish, he would not join a federation on the brink of collapse. 120,000 was indeed a considerable sum, akin to picking up money off the street. The Blood Wolf unsheathed his longsword. Even in this advanced technological era, he still cherished such cold weapons. The chilling steel piercing through an enemy's flesh, the warm blood splattering everywhere, sent his adrenaline soaring. Firearms may indeed make killing easier, but that ease stripped away the thrill. What a pity, such a beautiful maiden would meet her end this way. Yet, there must be many more like her aboard the starship. Surely 1 or 2 could be dispatched. Wait, Zhao Yi stepped forward. What? Are you preparing to beg for mercy? The Solaro Empire members laughed. They had long heard that the Federation was cowardly, and today confirmed it. Even combat was left to the silver-haired maiden. Would she soil her trousers in fear now? You wish to plead for mercy? The Blood Wolf inquired, intrigued. There was a unique flavor in savoring the fear of an opponent before delivering the fatal blow. Is it not true that you joined the Solaro Empire because you believe the Federation will inevitably fail? Why else? Do you truly believe the Federation can outmatch the Empire? The Blood Wolf shrugged. You did indeed hold your ground on planet M787, but that is utterly meaningless. Once the Solaro Empire and Apos' supply lines are restored and their fleet is prepared, they will launch an even fiercer assault. Do you think the Federation can withstand that? Zhao Yi smiled. You are correct, but allow me to inform you that the Federation is not so easily defeated. If I were you, I would maintain a neutral stance. This is not a warning, but a caution. Joining the Solaro Empire now could very well lead to your becoming cannon fodder. Nonsense. You know full well the state of the Federation. You are merely a breath away from collapse. I doubt your humanoid walking weapons have much left. Indeed. Why should I trust you? The Blood Wolf retorted. If the Federation truly had a chance of victory, it would be wise to proceed cautiously. Blood Wolf Lord, if you do not believe, why not find a secluded spot for a more thorough discussion? The Blood Wolf's eyes narrowed. Could this individual truly possess some hidden card? He should not dare deceive himself. The consequences were all too clear. Blood Wolf Lord, do not trust this fellow. Who knows what he might do when face to face with you? The Blood Wolf turned. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Not at all. Merely advising caution. This individual is crafty, and it never hurts to be careful. The Blood Wolf snorted. Come with me. Very well. Zhao Yi instructed Su Xin to wait in place, following closely behind the Blood Wolf. Su Xin appeared anxious. She was worried for Zhao Yi yet remained rooted where she stood. Humph, what an ignorant young man. The Federation must have sent him to his doom. I believe so. Could he be contemplating an attack on the Blood Wolf? That would be splendid. This way, we wouldn't have to pay. And the Blood Wolf mercenaries would take revenge on the Federation themselves. True enough. Several members of the Solaro Empire exchanged glances at Su Xin, filled with envy and jealousy. Why did the Federation possess a silver-haired maiden while their side was filled with old men? Chapter 59. Beware of your life. Blood Wolf led Zhao Yi into a room and turned to him, saying, All right, speak quickly. I have little patience. And should you dare to deceive me, you will discover what true cruelty entails. Zhao Yi, unruffled, replied, Blood Wolf Lord. I regret to inform you that the war between the Solar Empire and the Solar Federation is about to undergo a significant change. Oh, what change? Blood Wolf inquired, intrigued. The Federation has developed a new type of weapon capable of shattering energy shields. What do you think such technology would mean in interstellar warfare? Shatter energy shields? Blood Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief. If such technology truly existed, then energy shields would become obsolete. A T-1 class starship might even be able to destroy a T-3 class starship. The Solar Empire currently holds the upper hand due to its considerable fleet of T2-class starships. Without this advantage, the silver-haired girl's combat prowess is formidable. This was the desired effect Zhao Yi aimed for, to instill fear in Bloodwolf so that he would refrain from getting involved in this murky affair. If he were frightened, no amount of benefits from the Solar Empire would sway him. Do you think I would believe you? If the Federation possessed such technology, how could they suffer such a defeat? Bloodwolf scoffed, nearly giving in to provocation. Zhao Yi smiled knowingly. That is the Federation's trump card. It will not be easily deployed. Moreover, the Federation has yet to engage in battle with any starships above T2 level. What you have witnessed is merely the surface. Just the silver-haired girl and T1-class starships could repel the Solar Empire's onslaught. What if the secret weapon, alongside T2-class starships, were to join the fray? What would the outcome be? Bloodwolf's eyes narrowed suddenly. Zhao Yi's assertions held weight. If the Federation's T2-class starships entered the battlefield, the Solar Empire would find itself in a stalemate. At that point, if the Federation deployed a weapon capable of penetrating energy shields, the result would be catastrophic. Yet, at the end of the day, this was merely Zhao Yi's perspective. I do not believe it. The Federation's technological prowess cannot produce such a weapon. Indeed, the Federation's dark matter weapon was still in the development phase, but Zhao Yi had already made enhancements rendering it usable. The only drawback was the exorbitant cost of dark matter extraction, yet who would know? Smiling, Zhao Yi sensed the need to apply some pressure for Bloodwolf's conviction. If the Bloodwolf Lord does not believe me, we can certainly put it to the test. A test? Bloodwolf raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yi nodded. As it happens, I possess this new weapon and can demonstrate its capabilities. Seeing Zhao Yi's confident demeanor, Bloodwolf felt a flicker of uncertainty. Was this individual truly deceiving him? Did the Federation genuinely possess such a weapon? Very well, let us proceed. Please take me before a T2-class starship. Lead the way. Bloodwolf guided him back to the earlier hall. The Solar Empire representative stood, asking, Bloodwolf Lord, what is your decision? If you are willing, we could take these two individuals into our Empire's custody. Just wait. Bloodwolf coldly retorted, leading Zhao Yi outside. As they passed by Su Xin, Zhao Yi playfully winked, which eased her concerns. However, upon observing Bloodwolf's demeanor, it was evident he was no longer at ease. Upon arriving at the port, Bloodwolf gestured toward one of his starships, stating, This is the White Tiger, a T2-class protective vessel. Can your weapon penetrate its shield? Absolutely, Zhao Yi replied without hesitation. Bloodwolf muttered skeptically, then go ahead and try. Very well. Zhao Yi and Apos' mechanical arm extended, aiming at the White Tiger docked at the port. Bloodwolf, filled with trepidation, asked, This weapon won't sink my starship, will it? Not at all. This is merely the minimal output of the new weapon, but it will certainly cause some damage. That will suffice. Bloodwolf, reassured by the lack of imminent danger, consented. The White Tiger activated its energy shield, enveloping it in a soft blue glow. All right. You may fire. It has already been fired. Bloodwolf. I didn't see anything. Suddenly, realization dawned on Bloodwolf. Are you trying to trick me? I will ensure you regret this. Just as he contemplated how to punish Zhao Yi, a breach appeared in the starship and Apos' energy shield, revealing a massive hole in the hull. Both Bloodwolf and his subordinates were left dumbfounded. What just happened? How did this starship sustain damage? Neither the protective armor nor the energy shield seemed to have any effect. What is going on? How could I not see anything? Zhao Yi chuckled. The new weapon developed by the Federation operates invisibly. Unless you possess specialized observation equipment, you would remain oblivious to my actions. Are you threatening me? Not at all. I am merely stating facts. If such a weapon were to appear in interstellar warfare, do you believe the Solar Empire's fleet could withstand it? Bloodwolf's resolve wavered. Such an invisible weapon was terrifying. All fear arises from the unknown. If Zhao Yi were to eliminate him at that moment, his subordinates would be none the wiser. Observing Bloodwolf's reaction, Zhao Yi continued, The Solar Empire's offensive is indeed swift, but this is not the opportune moment to join forces. I suggest you contemplate your position. Bloodwolf Lord. Bloodwolf scrutinized Zhao Yi. If I maintain neutrality, what benefits will the Federation offer me? Benefits? The mere fact that the Federation has entrusted me with this weapon to demonstrate to you is the greatest benefit, surely preferable to meeting a mysterious demise. Bloodwolf's face burned with fury. The Federation is indeed arrogant. Do they not fear that I might join the Solar Empire? Would we not all perish together? Zhao Yi shook his head. The Bloodwolf mercenaries are renowned not for their ferocity, but for their longevity. No amount of benefits outweighs the value of life. I need time to consider. You may remain at the port for now. Very well. Bloodwolf ordered the repair of the damaged vessel while investigating the nature of the weapon that struck it, warning everyone to keep the matter secret. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. He had no desire to attract attention for exposing the Federation's new weapon. Upon returning to the hall, a representative from the Solar Empire stood and asked, Bloodwolf Lord, what is your final decision? In a fit of rage, Bloodwolf approached the kneeling princess, drawing his sword and plunging it into her, splattering hot blood everywhere. The Solar Empire was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had transpired during Bloodwolf and Appo's meeting with the Federation? If you were genuinely angered, why not simply deal with those Federation individuals? As his subordinates entered to remove the corpse, a heavy silence enveloped the hall. After a moment, Zhao Yi spoke, Bloodwolf Lord. My subordinates and I shall return to the starship and await your response. Very well. As Zhao Yi departed, a Solar Empire envoy interjected, Bloodwolf Lord. What precisely did the Federation convey to you? If they are willing to offer a higher price, we of the Solar Empire could certainly accommodate that. Chapter 60 The end has come. Bloodwolf sat silently in his seat. A higher price? What good would that do? If the Bloodwolf mercenaries were annihilated or severely weakened, what would the money be worth? Even if he survived, those enemies would undoubtedly come to hunt him down, making the money a mere pittance for them. Bloodwolf Lord, would you care to speak? One of the representatives from the Solaro Empire interjected, clearly agitated. Annoyed, the Bloodwolf Lord retorted, Get lost. Come back tomorrow. The few individuals exchanged glances, bewildered. The white-haired man sensed something had gone awry with Bloodwolf, but realized staying would only complicate matters. They ultimately decided to leave the hall. Once outside, the envoy from the Solaro Empire expressed his displeasure. What is wrong with Bloodwolf? Wasn't he agreeable before? How did everything change after just one outing? It seems he and Appo's not dissatisfied with the price, but rather feels threatened. The white-haired man squinted, contemplating. Threatened? Does the Federation even have that capability? If they could threaten Bloodwolf, they would have done so already when the war began. He shook his head. I cannot say for sure. We will have to wait for the outcome tomorrow. What if Bloodwolf refuses to assist us? If he declines, we have no choice but to invest more time and resources. Regardless, the Federation's defeat is already inevitable. The others nodded in agreement. Then let us return to the starship. No matter what Bloodwolf decides, I shall not let these Federation scoundrels off the hook. Indeed, how dare they disrupt our plans? They turned their gaze toward the Gospel, a mere T2 class starship. Even without the Solaro Empire's fleet, their 3 ships would suffice to handle the Gospel. On board the Gospel, the silver-haired maidens rushed to greet Zhao Yi and Su Xian upon their return. Commander, how did it go? Many were observing our starship earlier. Should we prepare for battle? Zhao Yi smiled and shook his head. There is no need. The Bloodwolf mercenaries will not oppose us. Su Xian, curious, inquired, Commander, what exactly did you say to him? He returned looking quite pale, and I thought he might attack you. I merely issued a gentle warning, making him aware of his obligations. A warning. The others were taken aback. The Federation had sent them to humbly plead for assistance, at the very least seeking a compromise. That Zhao Yi had dared to issue a warning was akin to standing idly by while collecting money. Was Bloodwolf truly so easily swayed by a warning? If he remained obstinate, he would need to contemplate the matter overnight. Then does that mean the 500,000 energy crystals will be handed over to him? No need. We shall not part with that sum. What? The group was stunned. Su Xian began to understand why Bloodwolf was so furious. Not only had he received nothing, but he had also been threatened, unable to mount any form of resistance. Let us connect with the Colonel and report these developments while requesting additional time for the mission. Understood. Meanwhile, in the Elegance conference room, The members anxiously awaited news from the gospel. It was acceptable for Zhao Yi and his team to risk their lives, but it would be preferable to resolve the situation. Do you think Bloodwolf will acquiesce? 500,000 is no small sum, and it merely requires him to refrain from interfering on his own turf. Yet, I feel that if I were in Bloodwolf's position, I would symbolically assist the Solaro Empire, possibly securing a better reward. Indeed, we should prepare for the worst. What if Bloodwolf allies with the Solaro Empire? The Northeast War Zone would be the first to suffer, especially after the previous setbacks the Solaro Empire faced here. Colonel Lin remained silent. Currently, they could only keep a wary eye on the movements of the Solaro Empire, for the addition of a mercenary could spell serious trouble. We're exhausted. Colonel, the Gospel requests to connect. The Gospel? Have they completed their mission? Uncertain, but they may have intelligence to report. The group exchanged glances. They must have encountered Bloodwolf. We just don't know how the negotiations went. Connect them. Yes. Colonel Lin saw Zhao Yi's visage appear before him. Colonel Lin, have you arrived at Totstar? Yes, although we were slightly delayed. The Empire arrived first and seemed to have reached an agreement with Bloodwolf. A wave of anxiety washed over the group. The Solaro Empire was remarkably swift in their actions. What did they say? We're unsure about the prior discussions, but upon our arrival, they finalized their deal in our presence. The Solaro Empire is willing to pay 1.2 million energy crystals to hire them. 1.2 million. The group leaped to their feet in disbelief. Goodness. The Solaro Empire is indeed generous. One might think they were not faring poorly in the war. 1.2 million. That's money taken from our Federation and Oppos's resource planets. Now they're using it against us. What a cunning strategy. Oh, we may have to prepare to retreat. The Solaro Empire is offering more than we are, and their chances of victory seem greater. What are we to do? Sigh, have we ultimately failed? Colonel Lin sighed. All right, I understand the situation. The Solaro Empire is aware of your presence. Exercise caution on your way back. The others fell silent. Being discovered on enemy territory could spell disaster. Yet, they could not voice such thoughts in front of their adversaries. Zhao Yi explained, we might arrive a few days later than anticipated. This connection is to request additional mission time. More time? Why? Colonel Lin was puzzled. Since the Solaro Empire had offered such a substantial sum, Bloodwolf would surely agree. Shuden and Oppos, we be fleeing now? Staying means certain death. Did Zhao Yi not realize this? Zhao Yi clarified, because under my persuasive tone, the Bloodwolf Lord may agree to remain uninvolved in our conflict. What? The news struck the group like a ray of sunshine. Surely, Bloodwolf could not be so foolish as to forego 1.2 million. Indeed, what difference is there from free money? Colonel Lin, taken aback, asked Zhao Yi, how did you manage that? Did Bloodwolf truly agree? Almost certainly. It is quite normal for my skills to convince him. Hurry and transfer the funds so I can provide for Bloodwolf. Understood, you are permitted to return late, but this must be handled properly. After ending the communication, the group remained in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 61. Alive in just a few fleeting minutes, they transitioned from confusion to despair and finally ignited a flicker of hope, albeit with a hint of bewilderment. How did the Bloodwolf come to agree? Could it be that the Bloodwolf is deceiving Zhao Yi, luring him in with promises of payment only to eliminate him afterward? Surely not. While these mercenaries may be unscrupulous, they still hold their credibility in high regard. If they were to swindle us out of 500,000, who would seek their services again? Moreover, the Solaro Empire would certainly take note. I find myself somewhat inclined to trust Zhao Yi. Has he ever engaged in anything remotely conventional? The group pondered. Recalling that he has never conducted himself in a typical manner, he began by combating pirates and even sold them schematics, provoking their fleet to seek vengeance. Subsequently, he instigated the M787 planetary war, capturing a high-ranking commander and destroying the planet-destroying cannon. Now, he has managed to keep the Bloodwolf mercenaries neutral, which is no small feat. Alas, he cannot return. What a remarkable talent to have found himself aboard the Gospel. Indeed, if he were to return, it would be a significant achievement. It is a pity. The loss of these autonomous weapons is trivial compared to the loss of our valiant Federal soldiers. Federals are never reluctant to extol their own, for praising the Federation is tantamount to praising oneself. As for the silver-haired maiden, her contributions, however substantial, are merely expected. After all, their lives are in her hands, and allowing them to live is the greatest grace. Lin Fu urged for the funds to be swiftly transferred to Zhao Yi. Aboard the Gospel, Su Xian innocently inquired, "Zhao Yi, didn't the Blood Wolf refuse payment? Why then?" Zhao Yi chuckled softly. "The Blood Wolf may not seek payment, but we certainly do. Once our mission is complete, where does the Federation allocate its funds? What shall we do with the 500,000 energy crystals? Perhaps treat everyone to a grand feast?" The audience exchanged incredulous glances. Is that truly an option? Having deliberated the matter throughout the night, the Blood Wolf ultimately resolved to withdraw. The decision to abstain from joining the conflict resulted in only a minor financial loss. However, had he involved himself, he might have risked his very life. The following morning, the Blood Wolf summoned the attendants of the Solaro Empire and Zhao Yi. "After careful consideration, I have decided to withdraw from your game. Both of your representatives must leave today." "What?" The Solaro Empire's envoy stepped forward, perplexed. "Blood Wolf Lord, why is this? We were in agreement before." "Indeed, if you have any concerns or grievances, voice them, and the Solaro Empire shall certainly accommodate you," another added. The Blood Wolf shook his head. "No need for further discussion. My mind is made up. Take your people and leave at once. Do not provoke me here, for I will not differentiate between imperial or federal personnel." With that, he ordered his subordinates to escort both parties away. Outside, a member of the Solaro Empire cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yi. "You are indeed cunning. Although the Blood Wolf mercenaries have refrained from joining, your alliance remains doomed." Zhao Yi shrugged. "Let us see then. Why would such an astute individual as the Blood Wolf choose not to join? It is because he believes your empire stands no chance of victory. Arrogance. The moment your starship departs Tahiti, it will be your demise. Mark my words, not even the gods can save you." The emissary of the Solaro Empire departed in a huff. This predicament was entirely Zhao Yi and Appo's fault. Had he not interfered, the Blood Wolf would not have hesitated. "That rascal is doomed." Zhao Yi smiled slightly, addressing Su Xian beside him. "Let us prepare to depart." "Right." They returned to the starship to make preparations. "Commander, the Gospel is ready. The port is clear, and we can depart at any moment." Lastly, Su Xian added, "We observe that the Solaro Empire's vessels also seem poised to depart, yet they remain stationary." Zhao Yi chuckled. "They are merely waiting for us to leave, intending to follow in our wake." Su Huan reclined with her hands behind her head, feet propped on the table, leaning back. "Then I shall make them regret it. My sister's war machine can hardly contain itself. Patience, should they wish to follow, let them. We shan't waste time on them." "Understood. Destination, Podermado. We shall also retrieve the others on our return." Zhao Yi nodded. "Indeed, but we must first visit a certain place." "A place? What location?" Zhao Yi produced a card. "Since the Federation's funds have arrived, we ought to indulge ourselves. I recall there is a neutral city nearby named Podermado." Su Xian checked the data. "Commander, your memory serves you well. It is indeed a neutral city where merchant ships often stop to rest before heading to the Federation or the Empire. There is little interest from either side due to the lack of resources. Then let us proceed there. However, should we linger too long, we might find ourselves encircled by the Empire." Zhao Yi waved dismissively. "No matter. We need not fear encirclement. Set course for Podermado." "Understood." The Gospel gradually departed from the Blood Wolf's port, while the Solaro Empire's starships slowly followed suit. Tensions escalated before their departure from Tahiti, and a fierce battle was imminent. Aboard the Solaro Empire's starship, the crew watched the Gospel in the distance, seething with a desire to obliterate it. "Cursed Federals! I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." At such close range, merely deploying secondary weaponry could annihilate it. Do not let them escape. Federals may be incompetent in all endeavors, but their capacity for retreat is unparalleled. The secondary weaponry has limited range, primarily designed to prevent boardings or aerial assaults. Yet its firepower is considerable. At this proximity, 3 starships unleashing dozens of secondary cannons simultaneously would overwhelm any energy shield in short order. A silver-haired man sipped his tea. Do not rush. He cannot evade us. The path to the Federation lies upon our territory. If he entered undetected, can he truly exit in the same manner? Indeed, he is as good as dead. On Tahiti, the Blood Wolf observed the departing Gospel and Solaro Empire starships gradually fading into the clouds. Come forth, my lord. You summoned us. Deploy a reconnaissance craft to trail the Federal starship. Understood. The Federal vessel is bound to be attacked by the Solaro Empire, and the Blood Wolf is eager to uncover the secrets behind Zhao Yi's audacity. Chapter 62. There is no escape. The starships of the Solaro Empire were momentarily bewildered by the unexpected direction of their counterparts' movement. What is happening? Shuden and Apos. They be returning to the Solar Federation? Why are they heading this way? I have no idea. Are they perhaps planning to defect? It and Apos, as plausible. Considering how the Solar Federation has treated the silver-haired girl, one would think someone would have defected by now. But if they were truly preparing to defect, why engage in negotiations? They could simply flee. Well, I can't say for certain. It seems there are towns and neutral zones ahead, possibly anticipating our attack and aiming to reach the neutral zone first. That could be the case. I've heard that the silver-haired girl has explosives implanted within her. If she were to defect, she might be detonated. That explains why we have yet to hear of any rebellion or surrender from her. The neutral zone forbids any force from opening fire. Violators would find it impossible to conduct business in the area. The Solaro Empire is indeed powerful in this vicinity, but its merchants still need to trade. Reckless aggression would jeopardize their planetary commerce. Dawn and Apos. Let them escape. Pursue them. Understood. The Gospel and the 3 Solaro Empire starships set course for Port Mado. Just as they exited the range of Tahiti's star, the Gospel abruptly accelerated, vanishing from sight. Damn it, they're so fast. Charge the main cannon and target with the secondary cannons. Fire. Yes. Upon leaving Tahiti, the 3 starships of the Solaro Empire opened fire desperately. However, the Gospel's speed was overwhelming. Many of the secondary cannon shots missed entirely, with the remaining shots merely bouncing off its shields ineffectively. Blast it! How can that vessel be moving so swiftly? The crew was astonished as they observed the flickering lights on the screen. Starships could fly, but not at such extraordinary speeds. On the Gospel, the crew felt a mix of exhilaration and tension. Is this the speed of a T3 energy core? Indeed, it is impressively fast. Zhao Yi chuckled. This is still due to our starship being T2 level. If it were stronger, we might be moving even faster. How thrilling! When will we possess a T3 starship? Su Huan exclaimed excitedly. The energy shield on the Gospel absorbed another strike from the enemy and Apos' main cannon, remaining unharmed. Even a particle beam cannon would struggle to penetrate it, let alone the secondary fire. Zhao Yi nodded. We will acquire one eventually. Commander, we have exited the range of the Solaro Empire's secondary cannons, but we have now entered their main cannon's range. Adjust our course toward the planet Bidar. Understood. This was not an empty void of space. The celestial bodies here provided ample cover for the Gospel. Both sides sought to annihilate each other in their combat, yet the terrain offered opportunities for escape. As the 3 Solaro starships prepared to fire, the Gospel vanished again, only to hide behind another planet moments later. Blast it! Always running. Why not face us like men and fight honorably? Exactly. What's with this cowardice? Frustrated, the Solaro crew pondered. Should we position a fleet ahead to intercept them? If they don't head for Port Mado, we can have the front fleet eliminate them. But what if they do enter Port Mado? Then we would be able to pursue them. Several crew members nodded, notifying the nearby G-88 fleet to encircle and intercept. The G-88 fleet, composed entirely of T2 starships, was a formidable force returning for a rest. Major Afton requests a connection. A man with hawk-like eyes, seated and perusing a newspaper, turned a page and inquired, Isn't Afton seeking the Blood Wolf? Let him in. Yes. The Major focused on the projection of the white-haired man before him. Afton, what do you need? There is a Solar Federation starship ahead of you. Stop it. The Solar Federation? Impossible. This is Imperial territory. Indeed, why would I deceive you? The Major turned to his assistant. Do we have any enemy starships within our monitoring range? None, but there are many starships at the Empire's edge. Edge of the Empire? You mean Port Mado? Yes. The Major looked back at Afton. Are you saying this Solar Federation starship is heading to Port Mado? That seems to be the case. We're pursuing from behind, but this vessel is incredibly fast. You just need to intercept it up front and prevent it from advancing. Is that all? Do I need to take action? Afton shook his head. No need. It's just a rat. Once it has nowhere to run, I'll personally eliminate it. Very well. How did the talks with the Blood Wolf go? Failed. What? The Major stood abruptly. How could that happen? Does the Blood Wolf not understand the current situation? Afton sighed. It was nearly a success. But this suddenly appearing Solar Federation starship ruined everything, so I must eliminate it. The Major sat back down. You'll need to explain this to Her Majesty yourself. After ending the communication, the G-88 fleet began to move, forming a semicircular blockade to prevent the Gospel from penetrating further into Imperial territory. The Gospel, meanwhile, was alerted by the silver-haired girl of the approaching fleet. Commander, it seems a fleet is closing in from the front. We are now trapped between an interception ahead and pursuers behind. Not to worry, we are about to enter Port Mado's range. Zhao Yi approached the window, gazing outside. Port Mado was a colossal planet, boasting a population in the hundreds of billions, frequented by numerous merchants from surrounding planets and countless starships traversing the starry expanse. Here, one would encounter a myriad of beings from various worlds. Following orders, the Gospel halted at the designated position, where a blue-skinned being with two heads approached, rubbing its hands together. Docking time is calculated daily. How long do you wish to stay? Let us start with 3 days. All right, 3 days. Does this include meals? No need. The blue-skinned being appeared slightly displeased, realizing it would lose considerable earnings. It collected the payment and left without further pleasantries. Look, Solaro Empire vessels. Zhao Yi turned to see the starships of the Solaro Empire docking right beside them. Several starships had clustered together, drawing a crowd of onlookers. A Solar Federation starship? How can Solaro Empire vessels be docked together? Weren't they just at war? Why are they arriving one after the other? The Solar Federation starship is doomed. Stepping outside means certain death. There's no way to hide here. Port Mado does not allow starships to linger for long. Chapter 63. Purchasing a starship. As Zhao Yi turned his head, he noticed the envoys from the Solaro Empire descending. Such courtesy, he remarked, to escort us here. The onlookers trembled with rage. This audacious young man dared to smile in the face of danger, oblivious to the peril that awaited him. You need not concern yourselves with our fate. We shall thrive regardless. If you wish to be arrogant, now is the time. I hope you can maintain such nonchalance later. They retorted. They remained vigilant, watching Zhao Yi closely, for their departure was contingent upon his. Su Xian approached, inquiring, Commander, what are we purchasing here? Starships. Zhao Yi replied with a smile. Starships? Su Xian was taken aback. Are we truly buying such things? Indeed, Zhao Yi reassured her. We are now quite affluent. There is no need for anxiety. Reflecting on their substantial funds, Su Xian realized that they could indeed afford at least 2 T2 level starships. Su Ran, Su Huan, you two go procure some food. With our newfound wealth, let us indulge in a feast and host a gathering tonight. A gathering? Fantastic! Su Huan exclaimed, her excitement evident as saliva dripped from her mouth. Come on, Su Ran, let us hurry. I and Oppos, VE heard that food in Port Mado is significantly cheaper than in the Federation due to reduced transportation costs. Is that so? Then let us buy in abundance. Zhao Yi glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan, with Su Wan absent, you are tasked with acquiring essential materials and equipment. We may need to assemble the starship ourselves. Understood. But do we have sufficient space for everything? Su Yan queried. The new gospel was indeed spacious, yet much of it was allocated for quarters and various facilities, with the remainder designated as hangars and maintenance lines. Zhao Yi chuckled. Do not worry. Simply focus on purchasing. He held no concerns for their safety. This was not the Federation, and they could defend themselves without hesitation, equipped with the personal shields he had provided. Let us proceed, he urged. Su Xian nodded in agreement. The appearance of silver-haired girls in Port Mado was quite a rarity, drawing many curious glances. This race held considerable intrigue in the cosmos. not only due to their formidable combat prowess, but also because their exquisite features aligned with the aesthetic preferences of many. "This is the first time I have seen a silver-haired girl so beautiful," one remarked. "What a pity she is a slave of the Federation. That man must be a Federation citizen. Do they not resist?" Another mused. "Strange. I thought the Federation and the Empire were at war. The roads should be blocked." Unfazed by the murmurs around her, Su Xian had never ventured beyond the Federation's territory, unlike the disdain and insults typically directed at them by Federation citizens. The crowd's reaction was more one of curiosity and intrigue. Zhao Yi surveyed the surroundings, noting the diverse array of beings present. There were even minotaurs and a delightful cat girl adorned with ears, prompting him to wonder which planet she hailed from and whether she could be taken home. "Commander, look ahead," Su Xian exclaimed, pointing out a procession of Zerg creatures marching down the street. Zhao Yi was taken aback. The presence of Zerg was unexpected, given their notorious reproductive capabilities and aggressive nature. While this place welcomed all beings, predominantly humanoid, such distinctly alien races were indeed rare. The Zerg marched in unison, led by a spider-like creature towering nearly 2 meters tall, clad in robust biological armor. Passers-by swiftly parted ways to avoid conflict. "I and Oppos. VE heard there are many Zerg with unique abilities. I wonder if that and Oppos is true," Su Xian pondered. "It is indeed true," Zhao Yi affirmed. "All Zerg follow the will of the Queen Ant, forming a genuine matriarchal society." Su Xian contemplated. "So, she is akin to a queen?" "Close enough," Zhao Yi replied. "But the Empire also has a queen. Is it a matriarchal society as well?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "Not quite. The Empire venerates its royal family, and this generation just happens to have a female ruler. The Federation, on the other hand, is governed by a council of elite families." "Oh, I see," Su Xian remarked. "Commander, there are starships for sale ahead." Her excitement was palpable as she dashed toward the sign. The prospect of shopping exhilarated her. "Let us enter and take a look." Inside, the proprietor, a rather dim-witted wooden automaton, greeted them with a series of thuds with each movement. "What can I assist you with? We have brand new starships, secondhand, fighters, and used mechs, from new to old. We have it all." Upon entering, Zhao Yi discovered numerous starship models, each precisely scaled to reflect the vessels they currently possessed, with options to magnify specific sections for closer inspection. "I would like a maintenance ship," he stated. "A maintenance ship?" The automaton echoed, nodding. Although maintenance ships were available for borrowing in the Federation, the time constraints and logistical challenges were cumbersome. Owning one would afford him the freedom to create whatever he desired, and the maintenance ship itself functioned as a substantial storage facility for materials he purchased. The wooden figure pondered for a moment. "We happen to have 3 second-hand maintenance ships." Before Zhao Yi, 3 ship models appeared, each labeled with the corresponding specifications. After examining them, he magnified the details. Among the 3, only one was a T2 level maintenance ship. The other 2 were T1 level. "What is the price for this T2 ship?" Zhao Yi inquired. "Ah, discerning customer. This T2 level ship is 90% new, with only 0.3 light years on the clock, sturdy and durable, priced at 200,000 energy crystals." Zhao Yi chuckled. "Do you truly expect to sell it for 200,000? The automaton displayed an awkward smile. "This is a maintenance ship. If it were any other starship, I would certainly sell it to you at a lower price. Do not underestimate my understanding. While the design and functionality of this maintenance ship are indeed T2 level, many components have been replaced with inferior alternatives, and the external armor has been repaired, replacing numerous parts." The automaton was taken aback. It had not anticipated that Zhao Yi could discern such details merely from the model's projection. "Ah, discerning customer. What would you offer?" 100,000. 100,000 is impossible. I would incur a loss. Zhao Yi had heard this argument many times before. "How about this? I will purchase another starship as well. You can sell me this one for 100,000. Chapter 64. What use are you to us? After some contemplation, the wooden figure agreed. primarily because the maintenance costs for the starship stationed here were uncertain. So what type of starship are you purchasing? He inquired. Bring me an interstellar aircraft carrier, Zhao Yi stated. Following this, Zhao Yi prepared to mass-produce the Shunwei fighters, as the space aboard the Gospel was too limited to accommodate many aircraft. It was imperative to utilize all the silver-haired maidens on the ship as combat assets. A starship carrier capable of docking 200 Shunwei fighters would constitute their strongest force. Here lies the interstellar carrier, Zhao Yi remarked, selecting AT-2 class star carrier. Do not throw prices at me indiscriminately. I can discern the value of this starship. Customer, I have already recognized your prowess, the merchant responded. Meanwhile, Su Xian, standing nearby, sparkled with admiration, realizing the commander was well-versed in everything, even bargaining. If she were the one buying these starships, she could only negotiate a minor discount. It was astonishing to discover that purchasing a second-hand carrier involved such intricacies. 2 starships cost 200,000 energy crystals. While the energy core for the maintenance ship was of little consequence, the interstellar carrier required at least AT-2 level energy core. Fortunately, the remaining funds were sufficient. Once the starships were procured, Zhao Yi and Su Xian drove to the port. The representatives of the Solaro Empire stood dumbfounded. They were puzzled as to why the Federation had come to Port Medu, only to discover they were purchasing second-hand starships. These Federation folks are astonishingly foolish. Have they truly bought 2 starships? Isn't that slowing their pace? One scoffed. Surely, they do not believe that acquiring 2 additional vessels can match us? Another laughed. One of them is merely a maintenance ship. How ridiculous to buy such a logistical vessel now. The group erupted in laughter, mocking the Federation's apparent folly. As they departed from the neutral zone, Zhao Yi was left to ponder how they would maneuver with 2 dilapidated starships. The silver-haired maidens were ecstatic upon seeing the new vessels. Commander, you are incredibly wealthy. You truly bought 2 starships? One exclaimed. These ships are even larger than our gospel. What are their names? Zhao Yi stroked his chin, realizing he needed to bestow names upon his starships. The maintenance vessel would be called Xiang, while the interstellar carrier would be named Qingyun. The name Gospel was rather unappealing. Any name would suffice, reflecting the Federation's questionable taste in aesthetics. The silver-haired maidens were thrilled by the names. Zhao Yi nodded. All right, from now on, you may need to separate onto different starships. Su Wan would be the new captain of Xiang, though she was presently absent. Thus, Su Yin would temporarily assume command. With a total of 40 personnel from the maintenance team and some protective staff heading to the Xiang. Understood, Su Yin responded, her excitement palpable. While the other silver-haired maidens yearned for fighter jets and advanced weaponry, she merely desired a more professional research and manufacturing center. Though Xiang was somewhat outdated, she was determined to restore it to its former glory. This vessel belonged to them. Zhao Yi glanced at the others. The command of Qingyun will be entrusted to Su Yao. A silver-haired maiden, cutely adorned with 2 ponytails, looked momentarily stunned. Me? Zhao Yi affirmed. Su Xian will remain with me aboard the Gospel, and I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Su Yao blushed, glancing around shyly. I never imagined the commander would notice me. Zhao Yi acknowledged the group. I remember each of your talents. Although your character may be somewhat timid, you always accomplish what must be done, even in adversity. However, next time, be bold and willing to try, for though you may fail, without attempting, you shall not grow. Su Yao nodded earnestly, her ponytails swaying adorably. Su Huan inquired, you aren't an amp, Oppos, T appointing Su Yao as commander just because she has ponytails, are you? Su Yao's face turned crimson as she touched her pigtails, her mind racing with thoughts. Ridiculous. Zhao Yi sighed, questioning if he truly appeared that way. Among the silver-haired maidens, Su Huan was particularly troublesome, always exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. Su Huan, you will also head to Qingyun. The plan is to accommodate 200 various models of fighters, as well as combat robots and mechas. Su Huan exclaimed, 300 aircraft? 200. Zhao Yi mused, wondering if she was even listening. The other combat team members were ecstatic, applauding one another. The most frustrated among them were those aboard the Gospel. The gunners had primary cannons, and the navigators had their own tasks, leaving the combat team feeling superfluous. Despite Su Xian's reassurances that they were all part of the same team, everyone wished to contribute to the gospel's efforts. They could only cheer during battles, feeling utterly useless. However, the situation had changed. They now possessed their own starship and fighters. From now on, Ziyang will commence the production of 100 Shenwei fighters. The remaining hangar space will be allocated for the development of the next generation of fighters. Next generation fighters? Zhao Yi confirmed. Indeed, T3 class fighters, though developing them is no simple task. Moreover, we cannot acquire the energy cores for T3 class fighters, so they can only be classified as T2. 5. That is still impressive. I trust in you, Commander. Su Huan made a gesture of encouragement. Zhao Yi smiled wryly, realizing this would be one of the last opportunities to interact with her. All right, that concludes personnel assignments for now. Tomorrow, we will visit the respective starships. Today, Su Ran has procured a significant amount of food, so let us enjoy a splendid meal this evening. Yes, I want fried chicken like last time. This time, not only fried chicken, but I heard there will be other delicacies and desserts. Zhao Yi chuckled and returned to his quarters. After purchasing the starships, food, equipment, and materials with 500,000 energy crystals, little remained. With the last bit of funds, Zhao Yi acquired some eternity diamonds, which could extract dark matter. It is prudent to have a reserve of dark matter energy. In the X-22 star domain, the Black Bear Lord sat in his seat, weeping profusely. Second brother, why did you have to leave us? How am I to live without you? At the very least, you should have brought the cube back before departing. Not long ago, the Black Bear Lord received news of his younger brother, Lord Shan's death, a revelation that rendered him breathless. With his brother gone, did that not signify the cube would remain unretrieved? What a waste. You were given a fleet and still failed to bring back the cube. What use are you to me? Chapter 65. I will blast you to the skies. The Black Bear reduced everything around him to rubble. His subordinates dared not utter a word. The third brother, White Crane, stepped forward and said, Brother, it is now impossible to reclaim the cube. In light of recent events, both the Empire and the Federation will undoubtedly intensify their patrols. Any attempt on our part would be tantamount to seeking death. The Black Bear turned and resumed his seat. Am I not aware of this? However, within that cube lies something bestowed upon us by that esteemed individual. What are we to do if we do not retrieve it? White Crane interjected. For now, we need only ascertain the contents within. I believe we can send the Shadow Clan to investigate. The Black Bear pondered for a moment. You raise a valid point, but what if the Federation has already accessed it? Should we not inform that esteemed individual? White Crane firmly rejected the notion. No. If the cube has indeed fallen into the hands of the Federation and has been opened, that individual would have long since caused us trouble. Informing him now would likely incite his wrath, resulting in our demise to prevent future complications. Indeed, let us summon the Shadow Clan, the Black Bear agreed. From the shadows emerged 5 figures, cloaked entirely in black, their appearance unnoticed by anyone. They stood silently by. You 5, bring back the cube if you can. If not, ascertain its contents. Understood. Wait, he called out to the departing 5. Make sure to take reagent number 1 and reagent number 2 with you, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Yes, the 5 figures vanished once more. That night, aboard the Portmanteau, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and cheer. Su Huan and another silver-haired girl stood atop a table, chugging beer with great enthusiasm. Wiping her mouth, Su Huan shouted, Delightful. The other silver-haired girl giggled quietly. Such boisterousness was rare among them, as most remained reserved. Yet, their mouths were hardly idle, savoring flavors they had never experienced before. Su Yao and Su Ran indulged in delectable desserts, their mouths full. So many treats, Su Ran. You are truly impressive, Su Yao praised. Su Ran beamed with pride, of course. The items I purchased are both delicious and affordable. After a few bites, Su Ran choked on a piece of bread, quickly tapping her chest in distress. Observing this, Su Huan offered a cup. Drink this, it'll help you swallow. However, as Su Ran took a sip, she accidentally sprayed Su Huan and Apos' face. Irritated by her soiled attire, Su Huan exclaimed, What are you doing? You made me drink this awful concoction. See, You and Oppos, Re's still a little child. Adults like us enjoy drinking, she retorted. ISN and Oppos. T that right, Commander? Zhao Yi quickly shook his head. No, I don and amp. Oppos, T, don and amp. Oppos, T include me in this. Zhao Yi denied with fervor. He preferred beverages that were less potent. Amidst the raucous ambience, Su Xian felt as though she were in another world. Perhaps this was how the silver-haired girls had lived before, but now everything had changed. Thank you, Commander, they exclaimed. It had been a long time since they felt such joy. Why thank me? This happiness is well-deserved. They chose to come despite knowing the dangers of this mission. The Federation may disregard them, but I do not. A blush crept onto Su Xian's cheeks, for Zhao Yi treated them as kin. To encounter such a commander at the twilight of their lives was their fortune. Meanwhile, the Solaro Empire watched in bewilderment as these Federation individuals reveled in a banquet. Were they mad? Celebrating their impending doom? Did they not realize that the Solaro Empire had them surrounded? Or were they simply delusional? Perhaps this was their final feast. How could they not indulge? Haha, well said. Once they leave Port Mado, it will be their end. In 3 days, 20 aircraft had been constructed. The pace was not swift, primarily because they were still acclimating to the T2 class repair ship, which, due to its affordability, was laden with outdated equipment. Commander, we can depart from Port Mado at any time. Let us leave and retrieve Su Wan and her companions. Understood. However, we must navigate past 3 Solaro Empire starships. I wonder if our fleet will follow us. Should we eliminate them all? Zhao Yi shook his head. The current gospel ship boasted dark matter energy and T3 class shields, capable of engaging 3 foes. Yet, there was no necessity. Such actions would only draw more Solaro Empire starships to them. We shall proceed on our path. Once we exit the neutral zone, we will accelerate. Yes, the Solaro Empire personnel, upon witnessing the gospel ship flee, hastily gave chase. Although the Sun Federation starships had also increased to 3. One was a repair ship and another a dilapidated cosmic aircraft carrier, which, while capable of long-range support and strikes, could not withstand close combat against secondary artillery. Brothers, let us ensure they do not escape this time. Yes, the gospel ship sailed ahead, relentlessly pursued by the Solaro Empire's vessels, with a reconnaissance aircraft observing closely. Blood Wolf watched from his quarters, scrutinizing the unfolding battle. He had not anticipated the Sun Federation acquiring 2 starships. Why did they not construct their own? Surely, the Federation possessed the capability. Unbeknownst to him, the funds were originally allocated for him. Sun Federation, I wonder if you will employ such special weapons when attacked. He remained convinced that the Sun Federation was merely posturing. These relentless Solaro Empire starships would serve to validate his suspicions. As soon as they exited the neutral zone, the Solaro Empire and Oppos' ships commenced fire. Electromagnetic projectiles relentlessly targeted Zhao Yi. Utilizing their agility, Zhao Yi and his crew took refuge behind celestial bodies. Major Beckley, Afton requests to connect. Proceed. Major Afton began. I just detected that the Sun Federation starships have left the neutral zone. Are you in pursuit? Indeed. Shall I extend support? Beckley chuckled. We need no assistance to deal with these misfits. Thank you for your help. They must have seen that you blocked their path, prompting them to alter their course. Very well, I shall withdraw. Major Afton yawned before terminating the communication. The Sun Federation could hardly be a match for Major Beckley. Those starships were among the finest of the T2 class, more than capable of handling the Federation and AMP, Oppos' ragtag fleet. They and AMP, Oppos, still evading. How troublesome. They were heading toward the uninhabited zone. Beckley glanced at the map ahead and laughed heartily. They truly seek to avoid the path of paradise while barreling into the gates of hell. The celestial bodies ahead are sparse. Let us see where they will hide. Charge the main cannon's energy. I intend to blast them to the skies. Chapter 66. The aircraft that do not exist in the database upon the gospel. Zhao Yi was utterly perplexed. How could these individuals trail behind him like persistent shadows, determined to escalate matters to such an extent? If I don't assert my authority, will they truly consider me a mere plaything? Commander, what shall we do now? Prepare Su Huan on Qin Yun. This operation is entrusted to her. We must ensure that my starship remains unharmed. Understood, Su Yao replied earnestly. One after another, the Shunwei fighters ignited their engines and soared toward the Solaro Empire's starship. Su Huan aboard the fighters was brimming with excitement. The moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. If these imperialists were intent on courting death, they need not blame anyone but themselves. Oh, they've even deployed fighters. Let them come, she declared. The Solaro Empire and Oppos's personnel remained undeterred. What of the fighters? The opposition could only muster T-1 class aircraft, which lacked shields. A single hit would spell doom. To be frank, even being cannon fodder seemed slightly beyond their qualifications. Indeed, the secondary cannons of the 3 Solaro starships were unleashed against these fighters, each electromagnetic projectile bursting forth into the cosmos. These electromagnetic orbs possessed moderate lethality, but boasted an expansive range, perfectly suited for dealing with unarmored fighters. However, as the skirmish progressed, confusion began to set in. These interstellar fighters, why were they so remarkably swift and efficient? They even surpassed the Solaro Empire's current mass-produced T-2 class aircraft, the Monarch. What was happening? After all this time, not a single aircraft had been downed. Major Beckley, infuriated, fumed. These fighters are as bothersome as flies. Their beams of attack incessantly striking against our energy shields. Major, these fighters appear somewhat anomalous. They don't seem to be T-1 class. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Federation equip a starship with a silver-haired maiden with T-2 class fighters? A nearby staff officer contemplated. Major, could they have procured them from Port Mado? Since they've already acquired interstellar carriers, they might have also purchased a batch of fighters. Procurement? That's a possibility. But even procured T-2 class fighters shouldn't exhibit such exceptional performance. Compare the data in the database. Ascertain the origin and model of these fighters. Yes, the operator swiftly tapped on the screen, but the results yielded nothing. The group was dumbfounded. Could it be? The very fighters attacking them had never before appeared. At least not encountered by the Empire. How could this be? Were these fighters birthed from a civilization unbeknownst to the Empire? How could this happen? Even second-hand T-2 class fighters from Port Mado should be outdated models. How could there be fighters we've never seen before? Damn it, where on earth did they come from? The detection instruments indicated 50 fighters, signifying that this unknown model had achieved mass production. Beams of light struck against the starship's energy shields, creating ripples. This is bad. Our energy shields are on the verge of failing. A soldier shouted. Without interstellar carriers, their only means to counter these interstellar fighters lay with the secondary cannons. If the secondary cannons couldn't hit, they were left to endure the assault. The power of T-2 class fighters, while indeed minor against a starship, was intolerable when faced with sustained barrages. Damn it, this is infuriating. Why are these fighters such a nuisance? Major, what are our options now? If we pursue any further, the energy shields may not hold. Major Beckley was at a loss for words. He had anticipated an easy confrontation with the Federation Empire. Who could have imagined that so many fighters would suddenly emerge? Each was piloted with exceptional skill, and not a single one had been downed after all this time. Cease the pursuit. Begin charging the main cannon. We'll give them a parting gift before they flee. Understood. The Major smirked. There were no celestial bodies to use as cover here. Although their fighters presented a considerable challenge, it was unfortunate that once the main cannon fired, they would be left with no escape. The massive particle beam cannon began to pulsate with light, signaling its imminent discharge. Commander, the opposing starship is preparing to fire the particle beam cannon. What should we do? Let them come. The 2 ships beside you. Engage them from a distance. Yes. Zhao Yi adjusted the starship and Oppos's angle, ensuring the gospel remained at the rear. It was impossible for them to maneuver around and strike the other 2 starships. Meanwhile, the main cannon of the gospel began to charge. Now that battle had commenced, it would be all or nothing. Brilliant beams of light flared as 3 particle beam cannons hurtled toward Zhao Yi. Beckley laughed maniacally from the command room. Fools. Do you think you can simply block us? We'll take you out first, then deal with your remaining starships. Moments later, the soldiers of the Solaro Empire exclaimed in astonishment. Major, they seem unharmed. Ah. Beckley was taken aback, rushing to push aside the soldiers in his way. The reconnaissance images revealed that the 3 starships were entirely unscathed, their energy shields still intact. How could this be? How is this possible? Stumbling, Beckley nearly fell, realizing that 3 particle beam shots had failed to penetrate their defenses. Had they missed? No. The feedback indicated they had indeed struck. They simply hadn't breached the shields. Could it be T3 class energy shields? The Federation actually equipped a silver-haired maiden with such technology. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Major, the enemy is launching an attack. Beckley was roused from his daze by his subordinate shaking him. Activate the shields immediately. Yes. A soft blue glow enveloped the starship, and the vessel began to tremble as the radiant energy from the opposing particle beam cannon blinded them all. This is bad. The energy shields are about to shatter. Impossible. How could they not withstand even a single shot from the main cannon? Beckley suddenly recalled that many of the earlier fighter attacks had struck their energy shields. Their shields were not at full capacity. Yet, how could they not withstand even a single particle beam shot? Beckley stood disoriented amidst the frantic movements of Solaro Empire soldiers surrounding him. Their efforts were in vain. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Beckley felt the particle beam cannon penetrate the front of the starship. Everything around him began to explode and disintegrate, a searing wave of heat engulfing him, ultimately vanishing into flames. He had initially thought to conquer the opposition, only to find himself undone. The jester was none other than himself. Boom. The starship Beckley occupied erupted in a colossal explosion, the particle beam cannon piercing its hull before the light faded into the void of space. The entire vessel was reduced to rubble, drifting aimlessly among the stars. The personnel aboard the other 2 Sorrow Empire starships were stunned into silence. After a long moment, they reacted. Major. The Major is dead. What exactly are we facing? Immediately relay this information to the Empire. Yes, sir. Should we continue the pursuit? No. We will cease the pursuit. If we continue, we may also perish. The crew was drenched in sweat, realizing they would have been the next target. It's terrifying. 3 particle beam cannon blasts couldn't sink them. It must be a T3 energy core. Damn it, we can't transmit our message. Their signals were completely cut off. There and Appos, SA jammer nearby. Meanwhile, Su Huan was deploying jammers around the area, as ordered by Zhao Yi. Now that they had recognized the Evangelo and Appos' exceptional capabilities, they couldn't and Amp, Appos, T be allowed to escape. Don and Amp, Appos, T panic. Their jammer has limited range. We can escape in the blink of an eye. Return to base immediately. Full speed ahead. The 2 remaining Empire starships began to change course, their rear thrusters emitting a dazzling light. Just then, the thrusters of both starships exploded simultaneously. Rumble the starships shook from the explosions, causing the Sorrow Empire personnel inside to stumble. What happened? Report immediately. Captain, our thrusters have been destroyed. What? The crew was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Don and Amp. Appos, T we have energy shields? How were the thrusters attacked? We Don and Amp. Appos, T no. A gap suddenly appeared in the energy shield. And then the thrusters exploded. The crew members were at a loss. They couldn't transmit the situation, and now with the thrusters destroyed, escape was impossible. Although there was a backup thruster, it was too slow. Inside the Divine Might fighter, Su Huan laughed, watching the nearly crippled starships below. The commander's dark matter weapons are indeed powerful. A single shot to a critical area can take them out. It was a pity that Zhao Yi had instructed her to use the weapons sparingly, or else she could have taken on both starships alone. Switching to conventional weapons, Su Huan joined the assault to break down the enemy's energy shields. Various weapon beams continuously struck the starship shields, weakening them. Su Huan and the others became more enthusiastic. Since joining the military, they rarely had the opportunity to dominate the Empire. This time, they were finally getting their fill. Damn it, our energy shields can't hold. With the final barrage, the energy shields on the Sorrow Empire starships finally shattered. It was rare for starship energy shields to be breached by fighters. Usually, starship combat involved main cannon fire, with fighters providing harassment and cleanup. But in this situation, they were sitting ducks. Boom, 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 fighters flew across the starship surfaces. targeting the main and secondary gun positions and obliterating them. Without the protection of energy shields, these weapons had little defense. After completing the cleanup, Su Huan and the others waited for Zhao Yi to arrive. Due to the surrounding jammers, she couldn't relay the situation to the Evangelo. The Evangelo approached the battlefield at full speed. "Is everyone ready?" Zhao Yi asked the silver-haired women before him. The assault team, led by Su Ran and Su Xian. Zhao Yi was preparing a boarding action to seize all the valuable assets from the enemy starships. The Azure Cloud and Purple Sun were quite empty. And since the enemy was being so generous, there was no reason to decline. "Ready. Enter the fighters." "Yes, sir." Su Huan led a team into the T2 class mech. Azure Phoenix. The other team was led by Zhao Yi and Su Huan. "Commander, I see them," said the silver-haired woman piloting the Evangelo. "Dock alongside one of their starships." "Yes, sir." The Evangelo slowly moved alongside a nearly crippled starship, maintaining synchronization. Rumble 2 metal gangways extended from the side of the Evangelo, directly penetrating the enemy starship. With its surface secondary guns destroyed, the starship had no chance to resist. At this point, the Soro Empire soldiers aboard the starship realized they were about to be boarded. "Brothers, since we can't escape, let's take as many of them with us as possible." "That's right. Let's fight them. Avenge the Major." "Brothers, charge." The soldiers grabbed their weapons and charged toward the boarding point of Zhao Yi and the others. The other starship could only watch helplessly. These guys were planning to come one by one, and they couldn't even provide support. Thud, 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 one by one. Mechs entered the enemy starship through the gangways. The first impression was one of precision and beauty, incomparable to the dilapidated feel of the Federation. The sudden rise of the Empire was not accidental. They had invested their resources in research and starship construction, while the Federation spent their money on unnecessary gimmicks and appearances. "Let and amp. Oppos. Esco, Commander," Su Xian said, hearing movement ahead. "Wait a moment." Zhao Yi walked to a certain spot in the starship, forcefully pulling open a metal panel to reveal various wires. The mech used both hands to tear all the cables, connecting one end to the mech and Oppos' body. Su Xian asked in confusion, "Commander, what are you doing?" "Starships have self-destruct functions. To prevent them from destroying everything, I'm disabling it. But we need to hurry. Even with the jammer, the Empire can detect anomalies and detonate the starship using a higher-level transmission method." "Understood." Rumble's Soro Empire soldiers, armed with energy guns, surrounded the corner. Peeking around, they were dumbfounded. The enemy had brought mechs. "What are you afraid of? Fight them." The Soro Empire soldiers emerged from their hiding places, firing wildly at the mechs. Swish, 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 beams of light struck the surface of the mechs. Then, the energy shields activated, causing the Soro Empire soldiers to despair. These mechs were T2 class. They didn't and Oppos to even have a chance to trade a life for a life. When did the Federation and Oppos' equipment become so luxurious? "Hold them off. Give me some time." "Yes, sir." The silver-haired women piloted the mechs, retaliating with simple bullet-type weapons against the flesh and blood bodies. Da-da-da, the rotating machine gun turrets fired bullets like rain, tearing the Soro Empire soldiers to shreds. The two mechs advanced slowly, mowing down any Soro Empire soldiers in their path. If there were turns, they would send another two mechs to advance. Chapter 68. Terrifying developments as the assault advanced along various routes. The forces of the Solaro Empire found themselves utterly unable to evade the onslaught. Continuous battles erupted within the ship's hull. The silver-haired maiden, protected by her mech, was beyond the capabilities of the flesh and blood soldiers of the Solaro Empire. In no time, she had pushed her way to the heart of the vessel. Furthermore, they discovered an abundance of useful items. "The command room," Su Xian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Turning to the commander, she declared, "I've located their command center." Zhao Yi nodded slightly, instructing the silver-haired girl to search other areas, ensuring that every threat was eradicated. Subsequently, he decided to utilize both robots and personnel for transport, which would expedite the process. Upon reaching the entrance of the command room, Zhao Yi forcefully kicked the door open. With a resounding crash, the metal door was sent flying. Inside, The soldiers of the Solaro Empire raised their weapons, aiming at the two mechs that had intruded, bracing themselves for a fierce confrontation. Who are you? Are you truly Federation soldiers? The captain demanded, glaring at them from behind the control console. Zhao Yi chuckled softly, of course. Have you ever seen such a beautiful silver-haired maiden from another planet? The soldiers of the Solaro Empire were momentarily taken aback, their irritation quickly surging. Regardless of whether you are Federation or not, you are doomed. With that, the captain, seated in the center, pressed a switch, his eyes narrowing as if sensing something. Zhao Yi observed the display with quiet amusement, eventually inquiring, "What are you doing? You seem quite entranced. Are you waiting for something? Perhaps self-destruction?" The captain and Apos' eyes flew open, a look of shock crossing his face. What? Self-destruction? Inside the mech, Su Exine smiled, a hint of admiration in her gaze. The commander had indeed managed to temporarily disable the self-destruct system of the starship. How had he accomplished such a feat? It was unlikely he had prior knowledge of the Empire's ship model. There was an air of mystery surrounding Zhao Yi. The soldiers of the Solaro Empire were left dumbfounded. They had prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Empire, only to find their fate in such disarray. Zhao Yi lifted the rotating machine gun of his mech. "If you wish to die, I shall accompany you, but I have no desire to perish just yet, so I shall take my leave." Gunfire erupted within the command room as bullets whirled through the air, marking the end for the soldiers of the Solaro Empire, who met their demise in bitter resignation. "All right, notify the others and the robots to come and assist with the transport." "Understood." Meanwhile, Major Afton, anxiously awaiting news, received alarming information. "What? Major Beckley's ship's signal has vanished?" "Yes, we are currently unable to receive any signals from their starship." Afton gasped in disbelief. The absence of a signal could indicate a few possibilities, the most common being that it was either jammed or destroyed. Destruction seemed unlikely, as the opposing side could not possibly overpower Beckley's fleet. Thus, it must have been jammed. If it were jammed, their starship should have swiftly exited the jamming zone. Or perhaps the jamming device was launched by Beckley himself to prevent the Federation from calling for help. This was indeed a possibility. "Major, what should we do now? Shall we proceed to provide support?" It would take several hours to reach them, and it is possible that Major Beckley has not yet left the jamming area. "Send out the fastest reconnaissance craft. I need to ascertain what has transpired." "Yes, sir." A small exploration vessel was dispatched and swiftly vanished from sight, its functions minimized to solely detection. This craft was the fastest of all the Empire's assets. "All right, we've nearly completed the transport. Let us move to the next ship." "Understood." Mechs and robots busily transported food, weapons, ammunition, and energy supplies. Given a little more time, Zhao Yi could have dismantled the entire starship into parts to bring back. However, the ship itself was best left behind. Zhao Yi had no desire to carry a bomb capable of detonation at any moment. As the corridor bridge was retracted, the remaining Solaro Empire ship became aware of their fate. The occupants within were likely all dead, awaiting a similar destiny. The Gospel adjusted its course, heading toward another starship. Just then, the last remaining ship of the Solaro Empire initiated self-destruction. Since death was inevitable, they would not allow their possessions to fall into the hands of the Federation. Watching the distant explosion, Zhao Yi felt a twinge of regret. Within the ship, Su Huan expressed her exhilaration. "Commander, with this dark matter energy, we could potentially stand a chance against T3-class starships. While our aircraft may not sink a starship, we can certainly immobilize it." The recent battle felt surreal to her. The aircraft was not only powerful but also effective against starships, a notion that had previously seemed unthinkable. Zhao Yi smiled. "Do not underestimate it. This weapon is our trump card, to be used only in critical moments." The reason for its deployment this time was that we had no intention of letting the enemy escape. "Understood." "Commander, the reconnaissance craft that was tailing us has departed." A silver-haired girl spoke up. "Did it come from the Bloodwolf mercenaries?" "Yes, it must have witnessed the entire battle." Zhao Yi was unfazed. Moreover, since they had already showcased their weaponry, it was unlikely the Bloodwolf would want to provoke the Federation. Having seen the Empire's starship rendered impotent, their own flimsy vessels would be of no concern. What spoils have we acquired? Commander, we have secured several days' worth of food, over 3,000 energy crystals, various instruments and equipment, and we also retrieved a complete T2 class starship energy core, albeit slightly damaged. However, it can be repaired. That is indeed a valuable find. While I am indifferent to the rest, this T2 energy core is essential for constructing a T2 class starship and is a regulated item within the Federation, making it difficult to procure. Let us depart and rendezvous with the others. Understood. The group sealed the corridor bridge and set off into the distance. On Tahuti Star, the Blood Wolf leader stared in astonishment at the footage transmitted back. The very weapon capable of penetrating his shield had indeed been deployed in actual combat. The thrusters of 2 Solaro Empire starships had suddenly exploded, a result of that extraordinary weapon. The Blood Wolf felt his scalp tingle, beads of sweat trickling down. The Empire and Apos S3-star ships had been utterly helpless against the onslaught. Thankfully, he had been wise enough to refrain from joining the Solaro Empire. Otherwise, he would have been destined to become mere cannon fodder. Come in. My lord, you summoned us. 2 officers entered, their faces marked with confusion. The Blood Wolf leader appeared as though he had encountered a ghost, his visage pale. Chapter 69. The Federation's new weapon. Delete all data from this reconnaissance aircraft. Understood. It seemed that the Blood Wolf Lord and Apos S intense reaction was indeed related to the reconnaissance aircraft. But what kind of data could provoke such anxiety? This piqued the curiosity of his 2 subordinates, although they knew too much could be detrimental in their line of work. Go on, go on. As the 2 were about to depart, Blood Wolf called them back. My lord, do you have further instructions? After a moment of contemplation, Blood Wolf inquired. What do you think about joining the Federation? The 2 were taken aback. They had already found it peculiar that they hadn't and AMP, Apos, T aligned with the Solaro Empire. Why forsake such a promising opportunity? Despite the inherent dangers, the benefits would surely outweigh the risks. Moreover, the Federation was no longer the entity it once was. Joining the Federation now seemed even more illogical. My lord, joining the Federation is not out of the question, but what price would they offer us? One subordinate suggested. Indeed, we could undertake some lighter tasks for the Federation, pocket the rewards, and then vanish. What happens after that would concern us not, the other added in a hushed tone. Since Blood Wolf seemed inclined toward this notion, they chose to acquiesce. Navigating human relations was not a challenge for them. Blood Wolf's concerns stemmed from having witnessed the Federation's secret weapon. Would they silence him if he chose not to join them? After all, his starship could not withstand such a weapon. However, joining the Federation would mean he was in the same boat as them, at least until the weapon was officially revealed. By then, everyone would be aware of the new weapon, and his prior knowledge would pose no issue. The Federation has provided us with nothing, save for some peculiar reasons. Upon hearing Blood Wolf's words, his 2 subordinates were left speechless. Could Blood Wolf have lost his mind? Why would they join a nation destined for defeat with no benefits to gain? Was this not a recipe for disaster? Furthermore, why relinquish the bounties offered by the Solaro Empire? This was an energy crystal worth 120,000. We will heed your command, my lord. The subordinate with long hair stated earnestly. The other, feeling contempt for his colleague and Apos S obsequiousness, adopted a more humble demeanor. The accomplishments of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps are solely due to your sagacious leadership, my lord. I find this plan feasible. The long-haired subordinate felt a wave of nausea. How brazen of you to say that. Is this plan truly viable? Blood Wolf inquired, slightly nodding. Very well, let us deliberate further. In a couple of days. Accompany me to a nadir. Is it decided then? With a wave of his hand, Blood Wolf dismissed them, and the 2 left reluctantly. After Zhao Yi and his team exited the battlefield, Major Apton's reconnaissance aircraft arrived at the location where the signal had vanished. The cosmos was strewn with wreckage, and the once mighty starships lay in tatters, adrift in space. What transpired? Has Major Beckler perished? Apton sprang to his feet, his comrades equally bewildered. They had initially presumed that the cloaking device had been launched by Apton to prevent the Federation from alerting their allies. Alternatively, they thought it might have been the Federation's doing, but Apton felt there was no need to leave the cloaking range. Never had they imagined such an outcome. All 3 starships had plummeted, and the Federation's vessels were nowhere to be found. Major, it appears Major Beckler is in grave peril. Should we? Apton returned to his seat, lost in thought. If he had followed earlier, would the outcome have differed? Or would he have met the same fate? There was only a single enemy starship. Could it be that the Federation had developed new weaponry? Immediately relay this information to the Empire. Yes. In the capital of the Soloro Empire, a colossal palace floated in the void, and within one of its chambers, a somewhat adorable young empress sat upon her throne, visibly irate. What is happening? Can someone explain this to me? Why has Major Beckler, sent to recruit Bloodwolf, met his demise here? The ministers below bowed their heads, hesitant to speak. Despite her youth, the Empress was ruthless, and with the fate of the entire empire in her hands, no one dared to oppose her. Are you all mute? A middle-aged man with a military cap and a mustache stepped forward. Your Majesty, according to reports, Beckler encountered a Federation starship while en route to the planet where Bloodwolf's mercenaries are stationed. A battle ensued at location XX-24, resulting in unfortunate defeat. The Empress curled her lip in disdain. What a disgrace, losing to a Federation starship. Their vessels are mere scrap metal. How many do they have? How many is unknown. The middle-aged man shook his head. That is not the case. Initially, there was only one Federation starship, but they purchased a second-hand interstellar carrier and a repair ship from Port Mado. Some ministers who were still unaware of the situation thought they had misheard. One starship? Even if they acquired a second-hand vessel, that would amount to at most 2 starships. And could a repair ship even engage in combat? General March, are you serious? In the conflicts between the Federation and our empire, victories have been scarce, often reliant on numerical superiority. Their vessels are T1 class. Indeed, if you were to tell me there were 10 enemy starships, I could comprehend that. But how could 2 possibly defeat Beckler? Even an old second-hand carrier, without fighters, lacks combat capability? Are you suggesting our Empire's starships are so ineffectual as to be bested by a single Federation vessel? The Empress shifted uncomfortably on her throne. When had the Federation become so formidable? Or was there another reason? March continued. The situation is indeed bizarre. I suspect the Federation possesses new weaponry. According to Major Apton's investigative report, one of Beckler's starships was destroyed by self-detonation, while another had engaged in battle. The starship Beckler was aboard sustained severe damage, likely from a main cannon breach. The assembly was left in profound shock. General March, are you implying a single enemy starship could pierce ours while simultaneously defeating another? The last one self-destructed out of fear? This is absurd. Are you certain of this investigative result? If I did not know you better, I would suspect you were a spy for the Federation, attempting to sow discord among our ranks. March remained silent. The situation was indeed absurd. However, he had thoroughly reviewed the analysis report and found no discrepancies. The Empress blinked. So, you mean to say the Federation has developed new weapons? Otherwise, Beckler would not have lost so easily. Indeed. And what precisely is this new weapon? That remains unknown. However, I believe we should remain vigilant. Yet others did not share this sentiment. The Federation's frequent victories had fostered a sense of arrogance and complacency. The notion of needing to guard against the Federation was unacceptable. Chapter 70. Return. I do not share that sentiment. If the Federation truly possesses new weaponry, why have they not deployed it? It is well known that the Federation and Oppos S3 war zones are facing relentless defeats, with 1/3 of the planets now under our control. Is this their strategy? I can understand General March and Oppos' fear. After all, his subordinates have just suffered a setback. In terms of strength, our expeditionary forces are indeed superior, while your city defense troops have grown complacent from a prolonged period of inactivity. What did you say? General March exclaimed, his face turning red with anger. He claimed to be fine, but his subordinates were another story. Indeed, our city defense forces have not engaged in battle for too long, but they would certainly perform well if called to the front lines. Perhaps it's best to avoid such a risk. Losing too many planets would be troublesome. The Federation might think our empire has become inept. The Queen raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Enough. Silence, everyone. At last, the room fell quiet. I have a general understanding of the situation. Beckley's demise may be related to the Federation and Oppos' new weaponry, but without any leads, We must remain vigilant yet prudent. The northern and northwestern war zones will continue their advance, and the northeastern war zone must reclaim planet M787. Understood. What is the status with the Bloodwolf mercenaries? The Queen inquired. March, you once suggested that enlisting the Bloodwolves could expedite our progress. March lowered his head, confessing, before this meeting, I spoke with the Bloodwolves. They have declined Beckley's invitation and expressed sympathy for his fate, but they possess no intelligence regarding the Federation. Utterly useless. The Queen scoffed. March, you seem to be losing your edge. If you cannot fulfill this role, perhaps you should resign and take a rest. The position of commander of the capital's defense bureau is crucial. March was taken aback. Was he to be dismissed over such a trivial matter? Observing the reactions of others, it appeared some were reveling in his misfortune. Your Majesty speaks wisely. I have felt unwell lately and could use a break. Then it is settled. We will discuss your position at a future meeting. March looked up and said, Yes, but I still believe we should prioritize the Federation and Oppos' new weaponry. No need. Let them come, the Queen declared, rising with an air of authority as she exited the hall. The other ministers could not suppress their amusement. General March, oh no. You no longer hold a military title, Count March. Might as well tend to your little patch of land and not let the Federation intimidate you. The Federation's new weaponry? They haven't even mastered their starships yet. What new weaponry could they possibly possess? The Empire is entirely unconcerned with how the Federation achieves victory. It is merely a reflection of the incompetence of the city defense forces. If the expeditionary forces were in command, the outcome would undoubtedly be different. Commander, you've arrived. On Energy Star, Su-Wan greeted Zhao Yi and the others with palpable excitement. The days of waiting were finally over. Zhao Yi stood by the lake, which had been drained by Su-Wan, leaving behind a vast abyss from which robots continuously extracted energy crystals. How many have we harvested? Commander, we have a total of over 3,000 energy crystals. Although we have many workers, this cavern is not easily excavated. 3,000 is quite respectable. For now, we need to store these energy crystals. If we cannot change the Federation, we must create an alternative. However, both options require funding. Very well. Leave the robots here. You all return to the starship with us. We must depart. Su-Wan blinked in delight. That sounds wonderful. I've longed to return to the gospel. Zhao Yi turned, half-jokingly saying, By the way, you no longer need to return to the gospel. What? Su-Wan was taken aback. What was happening? Was she being dismissed? No. The silver-haired maiden had not been discharged, merely deemed unfit for duty. Su-Xin and the others wore faint smiles. You and Oppos. LL understands soon. Zhao Yi and his team ascended to the gospel amidst the natives' prayers, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the horizon. Upon reaching space, Su-Wan and the other silver-haired maidens were astonished to find they now possessed 3 starships. My goodness, we are truly on the rise. Do we actually have our own repair ship now? Does this mean we no longer have to rely on others? Indeed, and this repair ship is classified as T2 level, with you as its captain. Su-Wan was so thrilled she nearly leaped. Does this mean we have our own research laboratory and workshop? Yes. Originally, we lacked sufficient equipment and instruments, but the Solarian Empire insisted on gifting us some. We could not refuse their generosity. However, these are general-purpose devices. We will procure specialized equipment once we reach El Nado. Fantastic. The other silver-haired maidens were equally excited. They had feared their final days would be devoid of hope. Yet this commander had brought them surprise after surprise. Commander, can these 3 starships reach El Nado? Su-Xin expressed her concern. According to the Federation's laws of war, any spoils must be reported for redistribution. Although our 2 starships are not technically spoils, they were acquired through the Federation and Oppos' funds. If El Nado discovers this, the others felt deflated upon hearing this. Yes, these starships belong to them now, but that might not hold once they reached El Nado. The 300 of them had emerged from the battlefield, having claimed many spoils, yet not a single good item would be left for them. Even food would be hoarded, with any discovery resulting in execution. Zhao Yi chuckled. You are correct. If these starships are discovered, they will be lost. Thus, we must conceal them. Conceal them? In the Federation and Oppos' border region lies a planet called Ingwu Meteor. This planet is devoid of life, and the Federation had previously explored it, finding only useless resources. The cost of extracting and transporting these resources often exceeded their value. Su Xian understood. You mean we should hide the starships on this planet? Precisely. Such a planet, lacking value and strategic significance, is seldom visited. All right, we will follow the commander's lead. Destination, Ingwu Meteor, full speed ahead. The massive fortress city of El Nado welcomed the gospel back once more. After securely hiding the starships, excitement radiated from everyone's faces. In future operations, they could deploy 2 starships. Furthermore, given that Ingwu Meteor lies outside the Federation and Oppos' jurisdiction, it would not be easily discovered. For no one would waste resources meticulously exploring a planet of no value. In the vast expanse of the universe, such celestial bodies are exceedingly abundant. Chapter 71. Disagreement on the proposal. Very well. Su Xian and I shall report in. You all prepare for your own matters. Zhao Yi addressed the group, stating that there were still over 6,000 energy crystals aboard the gospel, and they had ample food supplies for the time being. What they truly required was to repair the instruments and equipment aboard the ship. Su Wan, I entrust this money to you. Rest assured, I will manage it well. Su Wan was filled with excitement, having already contemplated what to purchase. These items were essential for the maintenance of the ship. With this funding, they could not only construct and repair, but also engage in research and development. They had relied on Zhao Yi for their survival during this period. Although elated, a sense of disparity lingered within her. How could they, with their inherent pride, fall behind others? They must showcase the capabilities of the silver-haired maidens to Zhao Yi. By the way, Commander, Su Wan called out to Zhao Yi, who was about to leave. What is it? Could you show me the data related to dark matter energy? Su Wan inquired softly, her curiosity piqued by the energy that could bypass shields and was invisible. Zhao Yi was indifferent. Although Su Wan was a mechanic, she possessed strong capabilities in research and development akin to Su Yin. During his absence, the combat aircraft aboard the gospel had been assembled and studied by the 2 of them. If you want to see it, go ahead. It's in the documents in my office, and there's no password. Su Wan and Su Yin were overjoyed. Such an opportunity had been unimaginable before. Not to mention the dark matter energy developed by the commander, even data on T2 class weapons and starships was seldom shared with them. Thank you, Commander. No problem. Perhaps you may discover something I have overlooked. We shall take our leave now. After Zhao Yi and Su Xian departed the gospel, they made their way toward the office. Utterly unaware that they were being observed by members of the Shadow Clan, concealed in graceful shadows. They had long since memorized Zhao Yi and Oppos' appearance and the gospel. If anyone knew the whereabouts of the cube or what lay within it, it was undoubtedly Zhao Yi. It's him, follow him. Understood. The figures vanished from sight. At the federal office, a beautiful female officer ushered Zhao Yi to the conference room before bowing and departing. Upon opening the door, the elegant senior officers turned to him. Zhao Yi, you have returned. A rare smile graced the faces of the officers. Thanks to Zhao Yi, their lives had been extended a little longer. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Commander Zhao Yi has completed the mission. Please give your instructions. Take a seat. Thank you. Once seated, the officers could not help but praise him. Zhao Yi is truly talented. Your surprises keep growing. Indeed, we were still contemplating how to deal with the Blood Wolves edition, and you managed to negotiate with them. While it is somewhat regrettable that the Blood Wolves cannot join us, achieving their neutrality is quite an accomplishment. We are hosting a celebratory banquet tonight. You must come, Zhao Yi. Me? I think I shall pass. Zhao Yi chuckled. He was unaccustomed to such occasions and preferred to return to find Su Xian, whose presence was both refreshing and comforting. What point is there in mingling with these rugged men? Seeing the slight displeasure on the others' faces, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu intervened. Zhao Yi, do not refuse this time. It is your due. Let us set aside the banquet for now and discuss the current situation. The room fell silent as they listened to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu and Oppos' report. He surveyed the attendees, his expression somber. Although the Blood Wolf mercenaries did not join the Solar Empire, the pressure from the Empire on them remained substantial. According to reliable sources, another fleet from the Empire was en route to planet M787, and coupled with the fleet stationed nearby, this offensive was formidable. In the vicinity of their fleet, there were only 5 fleets, with the G-29 fleet yet to replenish its forces and starships since the last battle. The group's side, every front in the Federation is strained, and the support I requested from the capital has yet to arrive. How could it? Our northwest and northeast war zones are relatively stable. The northern war zone is the most critical, housing the Empire and Oppos' elite, and the situation there is dire. Their logistics and reinforcements are insufficient to prioritize us. However, we cannot easily cede control of our territory to the Solar Empire. Without our protection, halting effective resistance would prove exceedingly difficult. The conversation flowed with each person contributing their thoughts, while Zhao Yi remained a silent listener. This matter did not concern him. His primary goal was merely to survive. If the Federation were to fall, it might even serve his interests and those of the silver-haired maidens. Su Xin and the others were reluctant to leave due to their inherent nature, embodying traits of justice, kindness, and courage. They wished to protect their kin and the Federation and Oppos' supporters. Yet, should the Federation cease to exist, such aspirations would vanish. Recently, the Council of Elders issued a document proposing the use of T2 level weapons by autonomous weaponry. What are your thoughts? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu inquired, glancing at his audience. Currently, the Federation was governed by the Elder Council, comprised of the Lin family, the Wang family, the Yuan family, the Qin family, and the Sun family. These 5 families formed the foundation of the Federation. Under their influence, the Federation had expanded to its current state. The proposal regarding the silver-haired maidens using T2 level weapons originated from the Lin family, with support from the Wang family. On the surface, the 5 families appeared harmonious. But behind the scenes, they had already split into 2 factions. One faction believed that the silver-haired maidens were mere weapons devoid of rights. Even if the Federation were to perish, the age-old decision would not change, and they would never recognize the silver-haired maidens as human. Conversely, while the Wang and Lin families agreed with this notion, they had made a slight concession in light of the current circumstances. They argued that the silver-haired maidens, possessing formidable combat abilities, should first aid in toppling the Empire, during which time certain benefits could be afforded to them, such as reduced service periods, access to more weaponry, and permission for injured or non-combat capable maidens to reside on planets rather than being forcibly decommissioned. All of this was purportedly for the sake of the Federation, rather than out of sympathy for the plight of the silver-haired maidens. Upon hearing this news, the group fell silent, exchanging glances. Yuan Jianya shook his head. Let us not forget what we have done to the silver-haired maidens. If we were to grant them T2 level weapons or higher, I fear we would not need the Empire to destroy us. We would perish ourselves. Our patrol and guard teams are equipped with T2 class starships solely to keep these silver-haired maidens in check. If they acquire weapons of such caliber, who can guarantee what they might do in their final moments? Chapter 72. The arrival of the Blood Wolf mercenaries. The crowd nodded in unison. The complexities between the Federation and the silver-haired maidens had not emerged overnight. Indeed, the war had claimed countless silver-haired maidens. Their silence was a testament to the leverage we held over them. Should we release our weapons and even grant them citizenship? Who could predict the consequences? A careful consideration is warranted. There have been incidents involving humanoid autonomous weapons. The deployment of T2 class weaponry must be approached with caution. Let us not forget who transformed the silver-haired maidens into autonomous weapons. It was the Federation. Even if we are willing to embrace them, the grudge of a fallen nation cannot be easily resolved. Zhao Yi sat to the side, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Federation's current predicament was not without cause. Even as the enemy loomed ominously, they were preoccupied with how to handle the silver-haired maidens, seeking excuses for their own actions. Colonel Lin Fu surveyed the room, grasping the current situation. The agreement with the Lin and Wang families was a minority opinion. The majority still adhered to the old ways. It appeared that enacting change would not be a simple endeavor. If altering the rules proved impossible, perhaps the entire Federation must be transformed, so long as it could survive. Lin Fu's gaze sharpened, determination settling in his heart. This matter would be revisited, for the future remains unpredictable. Yuan Jianya stepped forward, asserting, "There is no need for further discussion. According to the Federation's war law and the management law of humanoid autonomous weapons, the sole purpose of these silver-haired maidens is to serve in warfare. Had they not been deemed useful, they would have perished in the genocide a century ago, rather than lingering to this day." Being a member of the Yuan family, Yuan Jianya naturally opposed the idea. Currently, the silver-haired maidens were under Lin Fu's command. But this could change, with Yuan Jianya being a formidable contender. The silence that followed indicated the tension between the two powerful families. Others chose to remain neutral until one side gained a decisive advantage. At that moment, a female officer knocked and entered. "Colonel Lin Fu, we have received news from the City Defense Forces." The mention of City Defense Forces startled everyone. Could it be that the Empire was advancing? What news? "The Blood Wolf mercenaries have anchored 28 starships not far from Alandra." The Blood Wolf mercenaries? The room fell silent. Hadn't they recently declared their non-involvement in the conflict with the Empire? Why had they suddenly arrived? Was their earlier refusal to engage merely a ruse to lower our guard? Had they perhaps reached an agreement with the Empire unbeknownst to us? Lin Fu shook his head. That is not the case. If they had truly allied with the Empire, they would be acting in concert with them. Their incursion into our territory suggests they are merely cannon fodder. I refuse to believe the Blood Wolf is that foolish. Indeed, if they were truly collaborating with the Empire, they would have first secured M787 to pave the way. Do they genuinely believe 3 fleets can capture a fortified city? The Blood Wolf mercenaries were adept at maneuvering through hostile territories for a reason. Their presence here hinted at ulterior motives. The female officer spoke again. "The Border Defense Forces report that the Blood Wolf wishes to communicate with Colonel Lin Fu." Everyone turned to Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, what is happening?" Zhao Yi shrugged. "I have no idea. Perhaps the Blood Wolf wishes to join us." He genuinely could not fathom why the Blood Wolf had come at such a time. They could not simply be here for tea, could they? Yet, even an ambush would not be executed so brazenly. Were they perhaps seeking to defect? The others exchanged glances, then chuckled softly. "Zhao Yi, while your optimism is commendable, the notion that the Blood Wolf would defect is far-fetched. The Federation possesses little that could entice the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Indeed, these mercenaries were, at their core, businessmen. No one would engage in a losing venture." Many officers laughed at Zhao Yi's naivety, concluding that his recent success was merely a stroke of luck. Colonel Lin Fu remained silent for a moment before stating, "Let them in." "Yes, sir." The conference room was soon filled with the projection of the Blood Wolf representative, who stood and greeted Colonel Lin Fu. "It has been a while." Colonel Lin Fu did not reciprocate the joviality. "Blood Wolf, you are audacious indeed to arrive at E and Opos, NATO with a fleet. Did you truly believe we would allow you to return unscathed?" Others chimed in. "Blood Wolf, do you think the Empire collaborates with you out of goodwill? They seek to exploit you. How could you be so naive as to walk willingly into your own demise? The Alandra fortress is not to be trifled with. Alandra was a bastion constructed centuries ago by the Federation to defend against the Empire, capable of safeguarding surrounding star systems. To breach the Federation's interior, one must first conquer it. For countless generations, it had never fallen." Realizing the misunderstanding, the Blood Wolf quickly clarified, "No, you are mistaken. My purpose in coming here is not related to the Empire." "Then what is it?" "I intend to lead my fleet to join the Solar Federation and become its mercenaries." The room fell into stunned silence, their minds reeling. "Are you serious?" Lin Fu and the other officers exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend this unexpected twist. Would this individual truly forsake the Empire, which offered him greater chances of success, to align with them? Unbelievable. Yet, it was clear this was tied to the Empire in some way. Lin Fu prepared to inquire further, "What do you hope to gain by joining us? Surely you do not intend to work for free." The Blood Wolf replied with a smile, "As for the mercenary fees, that is for you to decide. But we do have certain demands regarding the missions." While they feared retaliation from the Federation, it seemed illogical to undertake a mission that would lead to their assured demise. The Blood Wolf stipulations left everyone bewildered. They had witnessed mercenaries join the fray for profit before, like vultures drawn to the scent of death. Yet now they spoke of fees as if they were benevolent. The crowd turned their attention to Zhao Yi. Could the Blood Wolf's sudden allegiance be connected to him? I must ask, is your decision to join the Federation related to Zhao Yi and Amp Oppos's previous visit to Taudi Star as a retainer? What did he say to you? Colonel Lin Fu inquired with curiosity. The Blood Wolf, however, would not disclose information about the Federation's new weaponry in front of so many. Who knew whether these individuals were worthy of such knowledge? The more one revealed, the more mistakes one might make. Chapter 73. What? The Blood Wolf has joined us. Indeed, there is a certain connection with Zhao Yi. He enlightened me that one must not merely scratch the surface when it comes to war. I believe that joining the Federation is a more prudent choice. Surface? Prudent? The crowd was left perplexed. Anyone could discern the disparity in strength between the Federation and the Empire, regardless of the superficial or deeper aspects. To claim prudence was even more nonsensical. The Blood Wolf was clearly withholding the true reason. Is that the only reason? Yes, the Blood Wolf replied earnestly. Now both the Empire and the Blood Wolf are aware that the Federation possesses new weaponry, while it seems the Federation itself remains oblivious. Colonel Lin Fu scrutinized the Blood Wolf before him, a wide smile adorning his face, his demeanor sincere. To the unknowing, this middle-aged man would appear harmless. Yet, Lin understood that mercenaries are as cunning as wolves. A moment's carelessness could result in betrayal, even from their own master. Since the Blood Wolf has stated this, we, the Federation, are willing to offer 500,000 energy crystals as a fee for your service. As a member of the Federation, you must consistently prioritize the Federation's interests and refrain from actions that could harm it. You must respond to the Federation's summons, though we shall grant you certain rights of choice. 500,000, combined with the previous 50,000, totals 1 million, for a duration of 3 months. However, this still falls short of the Empire's offer of 1.2 million. The crowd turned to the Blood Wolf, uncertain of how he would respond. Under normal circumstances, he would not accept such a price. The Blood Wolf immediately agreed. Very well, the Blood Wolf mercenaries are willing to accept. The crowd was stunned. What was the Blood Wolf up to? Many shook their heads at Lin Fu, deeming the situation too peculiar and advocating caution. The best course of action would be to allow the Blood Wolf to return and maintain neutrality. However, Colonel Lin Fu perceived an opportunity. If the Blood Wolf truly wished to join them, the landscape of the northwest battlefield could be dramatically altered, even paving the way for a counteroffensive. With 3 fleets and over 3,000 mercenaries, the Blood Wolf commanded 28 starships, half of which were T2 class, and even one was T3 class. Such power could dominate any region. The Soloro Empire would need to assess its own capabilities before attempting to consume the Federation and the Blood Wolf. Since you have agreed, you are now a part of the Federation. I hereby assign you your first mission. Proceed to the D452 area of M787, where all fleets must remain closely aligned. D452. Zhao Yi blinked in surprise. This area was rather special. It was the closest point to the Soloro Empire, also within the range of the Annihilation Cannon. If the Blood Wolf were to gather its fleet at this location, the cannon could potentially obliterate all 3 fleets with a single shot. The Blood Wolf understood this all too well. It was an uncomfortable feeling to place one's life in another's hands, but what choice did he have? Knowing the Federation's secrets, he had no choice but to prove himself in this manner. Very well, I will now command the fleet to move. The crowd and Oppos's mouths fell agape, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Wait, the Blood Wolf actually agreed to this. If not for an ulterior motive, then surely the Blood Wolf's mind was unbalanced. The aides surrounding the Blood Wolf were equally astonished. The figure before them was unlike the one they knew. How could he entrust the lives of his comrades to the Federation? After ending the communication, Colonel Lin Fu addressed the crowd. What are your thoughts? They exchanged glances before finally shaking their heads. Having come this far, they remained uncertain of the situation. The only thing they knew for certain was that it undoubtedly pertained to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, you previously visited the Taudi Star. Do you believe the Blood Wolf harbors any ulterior motives? What exactly did you discuss with him that compelled him to disregard everything and join the alliance? Zhao Yi chuckled, his words a mix of truth and deception. It could be considered an unconventional tactic. Any rational individual would choose to aid the Empire. And given the meager benefits we offered, I sought to see if I could intimidate the Blood Wolf. Intimidate? How did you manage that? The crowd was intensely curious. I made him believe that the current state of the Federation was due to our failure to reveal our trump card. Once it was unveiled, they would merely be cannon fodder. Lin Fu furrowed his brow. Is this trump card something you concocted? Of course. Our own people are aware that the Federation lacks any true trump card. The only one we possess is the silver-haired girl, who has already been severely beaten. Did this really frighten the Blood Wolf? The crowd remained skeptical. Zhao Yi continued. I noticed that the Blood Wolf is inherently cautious and astute, yet plagued by doubt. The Empire and Apos' ease in defeating us led him to believe there was a slight chance of success. However, I never anticipated he would choose to join us. Colonel Lin Fu and the others fell into a contemplative silence. The situation was exceedingly absurd. If Zhao Yi and Apos' words were to be believed, then the Blood Wolf still warranted vigilance. Nonetheless, they found themselves well within the reach of the annihilation cannon, so there should be no significant issues. Announce the Blood Wolf's integration into our Federation across the universe and observe the Empire's reaction. Certainly, if the Blood Wolf is genuinely committed to joining them, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. Colonel Lin Fu rose. Very well, I will report the Blood Wolf's status to higher authorities. Feel free to attend to your matters. Do not forget tonight and Apos' celebration. Very well. Zhao Yi desired to decline, but was met with Lin Fu and Apos' gaze, compelling him to acquiesce. Reluctantly, Zhao Yi shrugged and agreed. The news of the Blood Wolf joining the Federation sent shockwaves throughout the universe, prompting various factions to speculate on the reasons behind the Blood Wolf mercenaries' decision. Many suspected it to be an imperial conspiracy, intending to orchestrate an internal betrayal at the opportune moment. The strength of the Blood Wolf mercenaries was indisputable, ranking among the most formidable in the vicinity. Numerous acquaintances of the Blood Wolf sought to connect with him for clarification, yet all were rebuffed. He too felt troubled by the situation. The affairs between the Empire and the Federation had ensnared him as well. However, considering the situation from another angle, it could be seen as a blessing. Having witnessed the weapon firsthand, he now possessed an additional avenue for survival. At the very least, it was far superior to those mercenaries who had aligned with the Empire. The Empire, on the other hand, was equally astonished by the Blood Wolf's decision. Confusion, doubt, and anger permeated the atmosphere. The noble Empress could not accept the Blood Wolf's choice. You must either remain neutral and refrain from involvement, or join the Empire. Everyone is aware of the conflict between the Empire and the Federation, yet you opt to side with the Federation. This is a blatant affront to the Empire. Stephens, the Empress commanded from her throne, her gaze imposing. A man clad in military attire bowed his head. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? I order you to capture Ernatala within 3 months. The Blood Wolf mercenaries must be obliterated. I want everyone to witness the consequences of offending our empire. Stephens raised his head. And what of the Blood Wolf himself? The Empress's youthful visage bore an unwavering resolve. Capture the Blood Wolf. I wish to see him repent for his actions in the capital star. Chapter 74. The arrival of the Shadow Clan. Colonel Stevens nodded slightly. Although the Empress had issued a death order, capturing El Nado was far from an easy task given the current situation. Until reinforcements were prepared, the offensive in the Northwest Theater would have to be slowed down, even necessitating some defensive adjustments to guard against a counterattack from the Federation. Stevens dared not voice his concerns. The Empire was currently not lacking in manpower. While he felt incapable, there were many who believed they could succeed. The celebration banquet was held at the most renowned hotel in the fortress city, where the hall was resplendent, filled with the tantalizing aroma of food that beckoned all. The guests, mostly affluent and elite, exhibited no desire for the lavish spread before them, as such delicacies were merely commonplace in their lives. Zhao Yi navigated through the crowd, occasionally greeting unfamiliar faces and discreetly pocketing delectable morsels when no one was watching. Candies and chocolates were treasures he wished to share with Su Xin and the others, who had never tasted such delights. If only his pockets were larger, he would have taken everything. for it seemed wasteful to let these delicacies go to waste on those who took them for granted. Zhao Yi. He quickly turned to find Colonel Lin Fu approaching. What were you doing just now? Lin asked, somewhat puzzled by Zhao Yi and Apos' apparent nervousness. Such a reaction was indeed rare during the Blood Wolf incident. Zhao had been the most composed of them all. Zhao Yi offered an awkward smile. Nothing much. I was just lost in thought, and your sudden call startled me. Lin threw an arm around Zhao Yi and Apos' shoulder. It seems the Blood Wolf situation is genuine. The Empire is not only recalling its fleets, but the nearby fleets are also consolidating their formations in response. They fear our counterattack, Lin chuckled. And placing the Blood Wolf at the forefront means if the Empire attempts a sneak attack, it will be on them. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. That's a good thing. Indeed. I've reported the situation here, and the Council is quite curious about you. I'm returning soon, and you should accompany me. Returning? To Capital Star? Zhao Yi and Apos' mouth fell open in astonishment. He had never anticipated he would one day return to Capital Star. What about my subordinates? They One and Apos' be leaving, will they? Not at all. They'll remain in El Nado temporarily. All right then, I shall follow your lead, Colonel. As long as his subordinates were safe. He felt it prudent to delay as much as possible. When the 5 years were up, he was eager to see how the Federation would react, whether they would insist on Su Xin and the others continuing their service despite their wishes, or allow them to become citizens. Regardless of the choice, the Federation would end up as a laughingstock. On this trip back, I have a place to show you. What place? You'll find out when you get there, Lin replied mysteriously before departing. Zhao Yi took a bite of the cake in his hand. Realizing that Colonel Lin was not as simple as he appeared, he harbored many secrets. After stashing away the treats, Zhao Yi excused himself and left. At the entrance, Su Xin rushed over, her face flushed from the night breeze. Commander, have you been waiting long? Not at all. She shook her head. Just a moment. Zhao Yi glanced at the time, incredulous that she could consider 3 hours a mere moment. Here, try this. He offered her a candy. Upon tasting it, Su Xion's eyes widened in surprise at the sweetness. She focused intently on the candy once more. How is it? Sweet, Su Xion smiled softly, savoring the lingering satisfaction it brought her. I'm glad you like it. Take the rest back for Su Ran and the others. They will surely enjoy it. As Su Xion relished the sweetness in her mouth, she felt a warmth within her heart as well. Commander, can I have that? She shyly pointed to the candy wrapper in Zhao Yi and Apos' hand. What do you want that for? It and Apos' pretty, she replied shyly. Zhao Yi opened his hand and handed it to her, having intended to discard it. Su Xion carefully accepted it, as though it were a precious treasure. Slowly unwrapping the crinkling candy wrapper adorned with a design resembling a starship or perhaps a planet. I don't understand you. Let's head back, Zhao Yi remarked, bemused by her attachment to a mere candy wrapper. The once fierce and spirited Su Xion now resembled a little girl in her innocence. Okay. Placing the candy wrapper close to her heart, Su Xion hurried to catch up with him. As they ventured toward the outskirts, Zhao Yi suddenly halted. This was where they had encountered the space pirates, and he sensed something amiss, as if unseen eyes were upon them. Unlike the disdainful gazes of others, this one bore a menacing intensity, as though they were being hunted. Commander, what in Apos' wrong? Su Xion inquired, curious. Zhao Yi remained silent, surveying the desolate street devoid of streetlights. A few homeless individuals huddled nearby, using a metal barrel to warm themselves. Nothing seemed suspicious. How strange. Could it be his imagination? Just as he pondered this, 2 more homeless men approached, their figures illuminated by the firelight, casting long shadows on the ground. Commander? Su Xion turned, intrigued by Zhao Yi's unusual demeanor. No worries. Let's head back. Just as they passed the 2 men, they suddenly brandished weapons and lunged at Zhao Yi. Quick as a flash, Su Xion kicked the weapon away and subdued both men before anyone could react. Commander, be cautious. There may be others lurking. Zhao Yi glanced around, noting that the men who had been warming themselves had fled in fear, leaving only the 2 incapacitated on the ground. Who are you 2? Why did you attempt to ambush us? The assailants remained silent, rising to their feet with an unnatural grace, as if the earlier assault had no effect on them. Su Exine furrowed her brow, astonished that her attack had seemingly failed. Had she miscalculated? Commander, they Don and Oppos. T seemed quite right, she observed. I noticed. Stay alert. As they spoke, the two men charged at Zhao Yi again with alarming speed, exhibiting no signs of injury. Zhao Yi and Amp. Oppos' mechanical arm extended behind him, firing a disintegration beam at one of them. In a flash of light, the assailant disintegrated into a cloud of dust, carried away by the wind. The other, undeterred, continued to rush toward Zhao Yi. As Su Exine stepped forward to restrain him, she quickly realized the assailant possessed immense strength. She withdrew a dagger to sever his tendons, but it had no effect. Chapter 75. The conceptual weapon of shadows. It was as though this individual had no need for such things. Could it be a prosthetic limb? Su Exine furrowed her brow, but the sensation she had just experienced while striking down was unmistakably real. Each blow had met flesh. Suddenly, Zhao Yi spoke. Their shadows are problematic. Strike at their shadows. He keenly observed that although the vagabond he had just vanquished had turned to dust, his shadow remained in place. Despite its desperate attempts to disguise itself as another form, Zhao Yi was able to discern its true nature. The shadow had not vanished alongside the vagabond, which undoubtedly indicated something amiss. A flicker of realization crossed Su Exine's eyes as she thrust her dagger toward the vagabond's shadow. With a sharp clang, the blade intended for the shadow instead struck the ground, while the shadow itself split apart, narrowly evading her attack. Su Exine was taken aback. It was her first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. The shadow could alter its form. Almost immediately, two dark figures leapt from the shadow, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of other objects in mere breaths. The remaining vagabond crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! The host has discovered the shadow kin, endowed with exceptional talents, and has acquired a conceptual weapon of shadows. Su Exine yearned to pursue, but Zhao Yi called her back. It was prudent not to provoke unknown entities, especially since she had just obtained a new weapon. What was that thing? Su Exine returned, still somewhat dazed. The notion that shadows could transform into living beings was truly unfathomable. That is the infamous shadow kin, Zhao Yi explained. Their racial trait allows them to conceal themselves within the shadows of other objects. Does that mean they can enter our shadows? Su Exine instinctively stomped on her own shadow. Fortunately, it appeared there was no issue. Zhao Yi chuckled softly. Not quite. They can only infiltrate the shadows of inanimate objects. What about those two vagabonds? Su Exine questioned. Perplexed. They certainly appear to be living beings. They are no longer considered living. They had already perished. Thus, trying to render them immobile is futile. The true adversaries are the entities lurking within their shadows. Su Exine nodded in silence. I see. Commander, you possess considerable knowledge. What shall we do about those two shadow kin? They and Oppos, VE hidden themselves, and we cannot ascertain their whereabouts. They will undoubtedly return to seek us out. Let them be. If they dare to emerge again, we shall ensure they do not escape next time. Agreed. After the two departed, in a dim corner, two dark figures emerged from the shadows, observing the scene ahead. Failed. Indeed, the silver-haired girl is formidable. Were it not for our race and Oppos' innate abilities, we might not have returned. From another direction, two more shadows emerged. However, if we consume the first reagent, we should emerge victorious. Patience. We must ensure absolute certainty. We shall act when Zhao Yi is alone. Understood. Zhao Yi and Su Exine returned to their temporary quarters, the same abandoned factory. However, due to the prior efforts of Su Exine and her companions, the environment was relatively pleasant. Zhao Yi distributed candies, nuts, and other snacks among them. The group was filled with curiosity about the candies, having only seen them before. Su Ran popped one into her mouth, her eyes lighting up with delight. At that age, who could resist the allure of such sweet treats? So delicious, so sweet, she exclaimed, caressing her cheeks in satisfaction. The other silver-haired girls expressed similar enjoyment. Zhao Yi smiled gently. Witnessing their joy brought him happiness. Where are Su Yan and Su Wan? They went to purchase some equipment in the morning and are currently calibrating it. Is that so? I'll go take a look. With that, Zhao Yi headed toward the gospel. The Xiang was still outside the Federation's jurisdiction, so the instruments and equipment were temporarily housed aboard the Gospel. Upon entering the Gospel's hall and lounge, he found it filled with various apparatuses. Su Yin and Su Wan were engrossed in a device, oblivious to Zhao Yi's presence, observing their intense focus. Zhao Yi felt a surge of emotion. If the Federation could set aside its prejudices, these two might contribute significantly to research and development. Ultimately, the Federation was still envious and fearful of the silver-haired girl's talents. After a moment of watching, Zhao Yi did not interrupt them but placed the candies aside. They would likely discover them during their break. He then hurried back to his room. Not long after Zhao Yi departed, Su Yin wiped the sweat from her brow. It and amp, Oppos, is truly remarkable. The dark matter energy that the commander is studying, while difficult to extract, repels all known entities. No wonder it can penetrate energy shields. Indeed, I cannot fathom how the commander came to join our fleet. Do you think it could have been intentional? Su Wan paused, nodding slightly. That seems to be the only explanation. With his qualifications, he could easily have remained on Capital Star. What an Oppos is this? Su Wan noticed the candies beside her, picking one up and glancing around to find no one nearby. This appears to be candy. Candy? Did the commander give this to us? Perhaps. Let an amp, Oppos, eat. The two were utterly thrilled. They had heard that those engaged in mental labor often favored chocolate and sweet treats. Yet they had only ever heard of them without tasting them. They unwrapped a piece and placed it in their mouths, their entire mouths flooded with sweetness. So delicious. A warmth filled their hearts, a flutter of emotion coursing through them. They had not anticipated that the commander had thoughtfully brought them candies, concerned they might be distracted. All right, let us continue our efforts. Yes, we must prepare a surprise for the commander. Returning to his room, Zhao Yi reflected on the encounter with the Shadow Kin. Having acquired a new weapon, the conceptual weapon of shadows, knowledge and technology related to it filled his mind. The next step was to actualize it. Retrieving the necessary equipment and materials from his room, Zhao Yi began modifying his mechanical arm. This conceptual weapon of shadows lacked offensive capabilities. It was functional in nature, requiring relatively simple materials. The challenge lay in its implementation. Time passed, and the mechanical arm before him emanated a pitch-black glow, its entire structure appearing somewhat dimmed. Zhao Yi reattached the arm. According to the system's description, any object struck by his mechanical arm would be drawn into another realm, the realm of shadows. This was quite similar to the abilities of the Shadow Kin, effectively granting objects the capacity to enter the shadows. However, it was worth noting that this conceptual weapon could only be utilized against inanimate objects, rendering it somewhat impractical. But could it be employed to conceal a starship? Chapter 76. Journey to the Capital Star. However, Zhao Yi soon abandoned this idea. Setting aside the energy aspect, even if he could endow the starship with such capabilities, it would require the absence of personnel on board to activate it. In their absence, the starship would merely become a sitting target. After some contemplation, Zhao Yi devised a brilliant plan. Since this ability could not be applied to living beings, he would create inanimate constructs, endowing them with the powers of the Shadow Clan, thereby crafting shadow robots. This concept was indeed worth exploring. He would conceal them within his own shadow during ordinary times and release them as needed. At this moment, a knock echoed through the door. Who is it? Commander, it's me, Su Xian. What is it? Zhao Yi inquired with curiosity as he opened the door. Upon opening, Su Xian was taken aback. She noticed Zhao Yi's reddened eyes, wondering if he had not slept the previous night. Commander, are you engrossed in your research again? I apologize for the interruption, but Colonel Lin has sent someone over. Zhao Yi glanced at the sky, realizing that morning had arrived without his notice. Time had flown by. He had only intended to modify his mechanical arm, yet it had consumed so much time. All right, I understand. Su Xian stood still, contemplating before softly asking, Commander, are you being reassigned elsewhere? After speaking, she felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she could comprehend the rationale. Given Zhao Yi's talent and command, it was indeed fitting for him to be placed in a more advantageous position. His journey from nothing to his current stature implied that he could achieve even greater feats in other starships or fleets. If Zhao Yi were to leave, It was likely they would not meet again. For some reason, Su Xin felt a pang in her heart. Zhao Yi recognized her misunderstanding and smiled, saying no. Colonel Lin merely mentioned that someone wishes to see me at the capital star. It's just a temporary return. You all wait for me here. I shall be back shortly. Really? Su Xin asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Of course, I still have the Xiang and Qingyan out there. How could I bear to part with them? Su Xin smiled and turned to the silver-haired girls behind her, calling out, Dawn and Apos. T worry, sisters, the commander Isen and Apos, T leaving. Huh. Zhao Yi stepped out, bewildered, greeted by a throng of silver-haired girls. Upon hearing this news, they erupted in excitement, some clapping in celebration. Su Xin chuckled. They thought you were departing from the gospel. So they prepared to send you off. But since you're not leaving, let us consider this a non-event. Zhao Yi was speechless, yet felt a surge of happiness within. These silver-haired girls had begun to see him as one of their own, relying on him somewhat. Upon leaving the gospel, Zhao Yi beheld a grander and more magnificent starship, a T3 class cosmic vessel. His mouth agape, he realized that this was a genuine T3 class starship. Equipped not only with a T3 energy core, but also the T3 exclusive supernova laser cannon, a weapon capable of simulating a galactic explosion, possessing immense power and extensive range. This apparatus ought to have been deployed on the front lines, yet here it was, serving as a transport for the Federation, utilized only for the journeys of significant figures. The aide waiting at the entrance spoke up, Commander Zhao Yi, Colonel Lin is awaiting you. Understood. After bidding farewell to Su Xin and the others, Zhao Yi boarded the colossal starship. Zhao Yi, you have arrived, Lin Fu greeted as he waved his hand, signaling others to leave. Once they departed, Zhao Yi inquired with curiosity, Colonel Lin, is there some matter regarding our return to the capital star? Leaning back in his chair, Lin Fu replied, not much. Just to congratulate you on your promotion. Promotion? Lin Fu nodded. If all goes as expected, you will be elevated to lieutenant as a reward, allowing you to lead up to 5 small fleets away from the gospel. Well, I think the gospel is quite satisfactory. Zhao Yi expressed indifference. Previously, he had intended to remain in the rear, but after encountering Su Xin and the others, his perspective had shifted. He desired to ensure the survival of these silver-haired girls. Lin Fu cast a glance at Zhao Yi. I recognize your intent to save the silver-haired girls aboard the gospel. I perceived it from your very first day. However, the entire alliance is not limited to the gospel. There are silver-haired girls elsewhere. The northern war zone has become a battlefield of carnage, with casualties among silver-haired girls numbering in the thousands daily. Will you not save them? Zhao Yi's gaze sharpened as he looked at Lin Fu. What exactly are you implying, Colonel Lin? By leaving the gospel, you are simply relinquishing one starship's silver-haired girls. But you could be saving the silver-haired girls of the entire Federation. Zhao Yi shook his head. I have never considered saving anyone. They do not require my consideration. Encountering Zhao Yi's refusal, Lin Fu appeared unperturbed and shifted the topic. What do you think of this starship? The T3 class vessel, once used by the Empire in the Northern War Zone, required 50 ships to sink just one. Zhao Yi seated himself nearby. Such a remarkable vessel should be employed on the front lines, should it not? If the silver-haired girls were able to wield such weapons, the current state of warfare would likely be drastically different. Lin Fu nodded. Indeed, yet the Federation currently does not even permit the silver-haired girls to use T2 class weapons. Do you truly believe they would allow them access to T3 class? Zhao Yi recalled the suggestion Lin Fu had proposed in the conference room, which had drawn unanimous opposition. Wouldn't the Federation members simply take up arms themselves? The Federation will not act until every last silver-haired girl has perished, Lin Fu laughed heartily. Thus, the present Federation is not what you and I envision. We must instigate change, for only through change can we save the Federation. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Colonel Lin. Could it be that he harbored intentions of a coup? Was this visit a means to recruit him? The prospect of rising through the ranks would only enhance their chances of success. However, Zhao Yi held little interest in such matters. If he lacked the capability to save all the silver-haired girls, then preserving Su Xin and her companions was already commendable. Lin Fu continued. Both you and I understand that the current Federation is doomed. To alter this situation, we must start with the silver-haired girls. You desire fair treatment for them, while we wish for the Federation to survive. Zhao Yi inquired, so why me? My existence should hold little significance to you. Without you, we have been searching for like-minded individuals. Although your views differ slightly from ours, our goals align. In our endeavor to ensure the Federation and Oppo's victory, we are willing to ally with anyone who can be of assistance. Zhao Yi began to grasp the situation. This group was genuinely preparing to subvert the Federation. Very well, we have arrived at the capital star. Zhao Yi gazed outside, witnessing the familiar scenery. Chapter 77, A Paradise Beyond the World. The capital star was the original planet established by the 5 great families, which later evolved into the central hub of the Federation. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, filled with bright lights and joyous celebrations. The entire planet radiated prosperity, and the bustling scene evoked in Zhao Yi a nostalgic sense of returning to Earth. Unbeknownst to the casual observer, the Federation was on the brink of a life-or-death struggle. A colossal screen broadcasted news from the front lines, reporting a recent victory for the Federation, where the Imperial Legion suffered a loss of 2,000 personnel, while the Federation only incurred the loss of 20. Zhao Yi was left speechless. While the Imperial losses were likely accurate, the Federation seemed to have neglected to count the silver-haired girls. After all, autonomous weaponry was not considered human. A massive T-3 class spaceship anchored at its designated point, and Colonel Lin Fu adjusted his hat, ready to disembark. Zhao Yi, let us take a look around. We still have some time before our meeting. All right. They navigated through the roads of Capital Star, soon arriving at a military base. In Zhao Yi and Oppo's understanding, this place was heavily fortified, making it nearly impossible for ordinary citizens to enter, patrolled by armed guards and monitored by robots around the clock. However, with Colonel Lin leading the way, Zhao Yi effortlessly passed through the security checks and entered the base. Do you know what this place is? Zhao Yi shook his head. No. This is the production center for autonomous weaponry. Autonomous weaponry. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Did that not refer to Su Xian and her companions? Did this imply that they were produced here? Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Su Xian and the others lived during their formative years. As they descended underground, Colonel Lin guided Zhao Yi through the metallic corridors of the base, flanked by numerous small rooms of varying sizes and environments. Some resembled classrooms, while others appeared to be activity rooms. Zhao Yi glanced into one room, where approximately 100 children, around 3 or 4 years old, stood motionless, perfectly aligned. Are these the silver-haired girls? Inside the room, a group of children gazed curiously at Zhao Yi through the window. Normally, at such a tender age, they would be full of energy and wonder, but they were swiftly reprimanded by the nearby federal personnel, often facing punishment. Zhao Yi observed other rooms, each housing similar silver-haired girls. The younger ones practiced basic standing and movements, while the older ones began learning various skills and repairs. Are all the occupants here silver-haired girls? He inquired, intrigued. Colonel Lin nodded slightly. Indeed, the cultivation of silver-haired girls is quite systematic. They are produced here for structured learning and training, with strict controls at every stage. Only through such methods can qualified autonomous weaponry be produced. Zhao Yi remained silent, surveying the surroundings. These silver-haired girls had never been regarded as human, raised solely according to necessity. Yet, how had so many silver-haired girls come to be? Suddenly, he noticed a little girl strikingly similar to Su Xian, her youthful face already bearing an unsettling indifference and maturity, reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Su Yun. It was astonishing to see such resemblance among them. Could it be that the silver-haired girls are? Colonel Lin turned to respond. Indeed, they are the product of cloning technology. Currently, there are thousands of varieties of silver-haired girls, each with distinct abilities. The one designated as 9,844 aboard your vessel excels in command, but is less adept with machinery. Some autonomous weapons specialize in maintenance, while others focus on research. This is the culmination of the Federation's century-long research, ensuring that silver-haired girls find their appropriate roles. Zhao Yi forced a wry smile. It seemed that this rationale still provided some measure of support for the silver-haired girls. I do not fully grasp your intentions, but there are indeed individuals within the Federation who care for them like you do. However, if you wish to save them, the only way to effect change in the Federation is to join us. Your individual strength is negligible, but together, we possess the power to overthrow the Federation. Continuing onward, the two arrived at an enormous chamber filled with numerous stasis pods, their walls and ceilings adorned with them. The sight was both awe-inspiring and eerily unsettling. The beings within the stasis pods required no sustenance, yet they remained motionless, akin to a state of suspended animation. This is the repository of silver-haired girls, Colonel Lin elucidated. Once they reach a usable stage, they are stored until needed. At its peak, the storage capacity for silver-haired girls reached an astonishing 300,000. But now there are merely 100,000, a figure that continues to dwindle with ongoing production. It is likely that the stock of silver-haired girls will soon be exhausted. And by then, even if the Federation comes to its senses, it will be too late. Zhao Yi gazed into the open stasis pods, realizing the origins of the silver-haired girls. No wonder Su Xian was reluctant to leave the Federation. She must be aware that countless sisters remained here. If he departed, those sisters would perish. Surveying the surroundings, he understood that Su Xian and her companions had emerged from this very place. After serving outside for 4 years, the inevitable outcome remained death. All right, let us depart. Yes. Colonel Lin turned to leave the military base. He had conveyed all that needed to be said, and now it was up to Zhao Yi to make his choice. After exiting, they boarded a vehicle heading towards the apex of Capital Star. This dome housed the members of the 5 families of the Council, utilizing the Federation's most advanced defensive technologies, having acquired an energy shield from a level 3 humanoid civilization. Even the most cutting-edge T3 class supernova laser cannon could not breach it. As they approached, security personnel greeted Lin Fu and Zhao Yi. Despite Lin and Appo's presence, they still underwent several checks, ultimately leading to the temporary confiscation of Zhao Yi and Appo's mechanical arm before being granted access. Walking within the dome, Zhao Yi was struck by the beauty and tranquility of the place. The members of the 5 families seemed to reside in a paradise, leisurely and untroubled. Some recognized Lin Fu and greeted him, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. All right, we have arrived. The two approached a building that appeared somewhat aged on the outside. Yet the interior was remarkably renewed. Colonel Lin, the council has been awaiting your arrival. Understood. They entered a conference room, where the grand doors opened to reveal 5 men and 1 woman seated within. No, it was 5 men and 1 woman, surprisingly accompanied by an infant. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Was there truly a child present in such a formal setting? Please, take a seat. The only elderly woman spoke, appearing to be at least a century old. The lifespan of Federation citizens was comparable to that of humans on Earth, with the fortunate living to their 80s or 90s, while the less fortunate might not survive past their 60s. Chapter 78. The infant. Despite the relentless advancement of technology, various viruses, bacteria, and unknown ailments continue to afflict the citizens of the Federation. The higher the technology, the more bizarre the ailments that arise. In the room, aside from the elderly woman, there were 4 others, a middle-aged man cradling an infant, and 2 frail old men who appeared to be on the brink of death. The last of the group was somewhat younger, approximately in his 50s or 60s. Is this Zhao Yi? One of the old men, leaning on a cane and with only a few teeth remaining, inquired. Indeed, he was the one who had represented the Federation during the negotiations with the Blood Wolves on planet M787. What planet? The old man leaned in, straining to hear. M787. What of that planet? Has the Empire attacked? Zhao Yi found himself at a loss for words. What sort of gathering was this? Was this the ruling council of the Federation, populated entirely by the elderly? Moreover, this old man couldn't even hear properly. Yet he hadn't thought to acquire a hearing aid. Colonel Lin Fuzhong patiently explained the situation, and eventually, the group understood. It turned out that this young man was indeed the individual they were to meet. The man holding the infant suddenly spoke. Elder Qian said that Zhao Yi has performed admirably and has been promoted to lieutenant. Zhao Yi saluted and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Qian. The infant began to babble, and after a moment, the middle-aged man continued. Elder Qian wishes to know if you would like to join the Qian family as a godson. The elderly men, leaning on their canes, chimed in, Elder Qian, are you adopting another godson? How enviable. When will we get to exchange our bodies? In this condition, Elder Qian is surprisingly endearing. Zhao Yi was somewhat perplexed by the scene before him. Was Elder Qian the man holding the child, or was it the infant itself? As he looked up, he caught the infant's gaze. The child appeared adorable, yet its expression was that of an adult. Its eyes were scrutinizing Zhao Yi intently. Indeed, a child of this age should be lively and energetic, yet this infant remained quiet except for its occasional babbling. Perhaps Elder Qian, due to developmental issues, could not speak, and this man was merely his spokesperson. I am grateful to Elder Qian, but I believe I am quite content aboard the gospel. The youngest man interjected. You should be aware that the self-propelled weaponry aboard the gospel will inevitably become obsolete within 5 years. Are you still willing to remain there? He was the head of the Wang family, the grandfather of Wang Rushuan. Yes, I am. How rare. While others would do anything to escape, you seem eager to go back. The infant babbled once more, and the man holding him continued. In that case, we will not press the issue. Prepare yourself. The gospel will embark on its next mission soon. Colonel Lin will discuss the specifics with you. Understood. Let us go. Elder Qian's playtime is over. The playtime was not a whim of Elder Qian, but rather a necessity for the infant to enhance its physical form. Although the being within the infant was an ancient entity of hundreds of years, it still had to undergo the growth process. Lin Fuzhong led Zhao Yi outside. Once outside, Lin spoke, are you perplexed? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. This council is not what I expected, had I not seen it within this dome. I might have thought it was a senior dance troupe. Colonel Lin chuckled. I was quite surprised the first time I saw it too. At that time, Elder Qian had not yet transformed into an infant. Despite our advanced technology, the cycle of life and death is inescapable. Even with prosthetics, nothing compares to one's own body. Thus, the Federation adopted a brain-machine interface to back up memories, enabling them to be retrieved in suitable bodies for the attainment of immortality. The infant was indeed the suitable vessel for the head of the Qian family. Zhao Yi was not surprised. This aligned with his earlier thoughts. The infant represented the most powerful voice within the Federation. The thirst for power prevented these individuals from easily relinquishing their existence, a stark contrast to the Empire. By the way, what is the Gospel's next mission? It concerns an expedition. If I were you, I would consider stepping back for a time. As the days draw closer, the Council seems increasingly anxious. According to the plan, the Gospel should have already met its demise, yet it has not suffered a single casualty thus far. Hence, I can only say that this mission is fraught with peril. Zhao Yi remained unfazed. The Gospel has never been an easy endeavor. I can survive even in the direst of circumstances. Let us hope so. Zhao Yi suddenly asked, may I visit the research department? The research department? Lin Fuzhong, intrigued, agreed to Zhao Yi's request. Before leaving, he intended to return to the Lin family and conveniently deliver Zhao Yi to the capital's research center. During Zhao Yi's tour of the research center, Lin Fuzhong returned to the Lin family within the dome. Master Wang, you are here as well? Lin Fuzhong entered to find the head of the Wang family, the youngest member of the council, who still had some time before needing to exchange bodies. Where is Zhao Yi? In the research center, the Wang family head remarked. This individual aligns with what my granddaughter described. He has indeed not left the gospel. Do you believe he will assist us? Just then, the matriarch of the Lin family approached. I have observed Zhao Yi. If he truly managed the affairs of Planet M787 and the Blood Wolves, his capabilities are formidable. Moreover, he seems to have a good rapport with the silver-haired girl. Everyone nodded in agreement. Overthrowing the entire Federation would not be a simple task. Elder Qian had existed since the inception of the Federation, and his hidden cards were undoubtedly numerous. To topple such a colossal entity, they would need to be more than adequately prepared. Currently, only the Wang and Lin families were allied among the 5 great families. The remaining 3 opposed restoring the silver-haired girl's identity. A confrontation was inevitable. At this juncture, Zhao Yi's presence was crucial. He might be able to rally the silver-haired girl, a force not to be underestimated. 9844 served as the silver-haired girl's spiritual anchor, and the relationship between the two was exceedingly delicate. Lin Fuzhong, seated thoughtfully, remarked, "There is no need to rush. Once the gospel is completely destroyed, it is highly likely that Zhao Yi will align with us. Even if he does not, his involvement will still benefit our plans." The Wang family had expressed concern, but will that not place Zhao Yi in danger? There may indeed be some risk. After all, he is the commander of the gospel, and it remains uncertain whether he will return alive from this mission. Chapter 79. The Shinto robot, however. Su Yun holds a position of esteem among us, akin to that of Su Xian among the silver-haired maidens. Should Su Xian meet her demise, she would undoubtedly acquiesce to our plans. The head of the Wang family nodded slightly. "It seems your earlier suggestion for me to allow Wang Ruxuan to enter G29 for training was intended for this very day, wasn't it?" "Indeed. While the other prominent families hesitate to venture to the front lines, our participation will grant us access to the silver-haired maidens, a crucial asset for the battles to come." A sigh escaped him. The 5 major families have remained ensconced within this dome, becoming increasingly oblivious to the happenings beyond. It is time for a change. The others exchanged knowing smiles. To them, Zhao Yi was merely a pawn. Whether he lived or died, he could still serve a purpose. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was being guided through the largest research and development facility in the capital star, where most of the models used by the Federation originated. This place was a hub for the Federation's most elite scientists and cutting-edge technologies. Is this the Mecha Development Room?" Zhao Yi halted at the sign at the entrance. The accompanying staff member nodded, confirming, "Indeed. I had thought that Mecha Development had ceased," Zhao Yi remarked. The staff member chuckled. That was true, but after some incidents on planet M787, the Federation's higher-ups decided to allocate a portion of funds to continue mecha development. Zhao Yi grasped the implications. This matter was, in fact, connected to him. "May I enter?" "Of course." As a representative of one of the 5 major families, Zhao Yi had no issues with access, for the mecha development was not shrouded in secrecy. Upon stepping inside, he observed numerous staff members sketching designs and discussing matters, while a large screen displayed various parameters and appearances of the latest generation mechas. This is the T3 class mecha. With prior data and theories, the redevelopment process is proceeding smoothly. Unlike T3 class starships, T3 class mechas do not require excessive energy. The energy core of a T2 class fighter is sufficient for their operation. To enhance the mecha's versatility, we must consider the capabilities to be equipped. Notification: observing T3 class mecha development, gifted with the Shinto technology and blueprints. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely visiting the development room would trigger a system reward. Initially, he had only sought to ascertain the current level of the Federation's technology. And yet here was an unexpected boon. "Lieutenant Zhao Yi," a nearby staff member queried, puzzled, "would you like to explore other areas? If possible, that would be preferable." Unfortunately, subsequent visits to the shield development and the main cannon, as well as starship weaponry, did not elicit any further system prompts. This was hardly surprising, as the development of starships and main cannons was merely a rehash of old techniques, which Zhao Yi had long mastered, thus rendering him immune to system notifications. "By the way, may I borrow a workshop?" "Certainly." The staff led Zhao Yi to a workspace, provided him with the necessary materials, and then departed. Zhao Yi commenced the creation of his T3 class robot, Shinto. Unlike mechas, robots operated entirely on commands. While both the Federation and the Empire had once explored automation, they soon recognized the potential dangers if such technology fell into the wrong hands. Consequently, aside from limited industrial applications and a few combat robots, automation had not seen significant advancements. After all, what could surpass the efficacy of a silver-haired maiden? As Zhao Yi meticulously assembled and tested components at the workbench, the materials required for Shinto were relatively straightforward, with the primary challenge residing in the automation aspect, an issue the system adeptly resolved. Before long, a small robot, half his height, stood quietly before him. Utilizing its overhead camera and sensors, it began to assess its surroundings. In terms of armaments, it was outfitted with the latest close combat weapon, the Interstellar Blade, a melee weapon crafted using plasma beam technology. Its compact design allowed for enhanced agility in confrontations. The drawback of this weapon was its close-range limitation. However, it possessed formidable attack power, capable of slicing through even T2 class fighter shields. For ranged weaponry, it was equipped with a spiral electromagnetic cannon and a broader range of interstellar bombs. Moreover, this robot itself functioned as a particle beam bomb, capable of unleashing tremendous force upon destruction or self-detonation. Transform. At Zhao Yi's command, the robot crouched down, altering its form until it resembled a spider with 8 legs. This modification was inspired by a game from Earth. It could infiltrate fighter jets or starships to cause havoc, though its effectiveness remained uncertain. Finally, he endowed the robot with the ability to merge into shadows. As a non-biological entity, it did not contravene the principles governing shadow-based weaponry. A mechanical arm behind Zhao Yi rose, casting a black beam upon the robot. Its surface sheen dulled, and it seemed to be enveloped in darkness. Now, the robot could slip into the shadows of non-living entities. This posed a complication, as Zhao Yi himself was a biological being. Only upon death would he not count. How will this robot follow me? Zhao Yi pondered, his gaze resting on his mechanical arm. He wondered if it could conceal itself in its shadow. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Upon entering, the staff member surveyed the area, but found nothing amiss. Curious, what could this person be doing in the workshop? He glanced at Zhao Yi with intrigue. Zhao Yi smiled. "Oh, I'm merely repairing my mechanical arm. Colonel Lin Fuzhong is looking for you. If there is nothing else, we should head over." "Is that so? Then let us go." Zhao Yi placed his tools on the table and followed the staff member outside. Awaiting him outside was Colonel Lin Fuzhong. Upon returning to the starship, Colonel Lin briefed him on their upcoming mission. "Your task this time is to proceed to the northern war zone." Zhao Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Among all the conflict zones, the northern front was the most brutal and merciless. Of the 300 silver-haired maidens aboard the Gospel, fewer than 10 hailed from the northern region. As the majority had perished, those remaining were mere rookies, yet they had no choice. There was simply no one left to deploy. Indeed, Lin confirmed, this mission is more perilous than any you have undertaken thus far, as the Blood Wolf mercenaries have joined forces in the Northwest War Zone. The Empire seems to have temporarily shifted its focus, reallocating some fleets to the northern front. Our objective is to thwart their support. Otherwise, the Northern War Zone will swiftly fall. And how many personnel will participate in this mission? Chapter 80. What is this thing that can also stealth? The Northern War Zone of the Empire has deployed a total of 3 fleets, the T-23, the 88 Fleet, and an elite deep-sea fleet. In contrast, we have mobilized 5 fleets, as the enemy has withdrawn, and such a large force is unnecessary here. As for the mission of the Gospel, it is unrelated to these fleets. Zhao Yi furrowed his brows. The situation seemed more complicated than it appeared. Lin Fu continued, "Although the Blood Wolves have joined our Northwest War Zone, numerous other mercenaries have also allied with the Empire. Your mission is to impede a mercenary group called the Forest People, ensuring they cannot arrive before our fleets are in position." The Forest People? What is their configuration? The Forest People are not large, possessing about 8 starships, with 4 T2 class and 4 T1 class. While this configuration is indeed smaller than the Blood Wolves, it still constitutes a legitimate fleet. This mission appears manageable. It seems less perilous than the one on planet M787. Which fleet will we be sending? Will I be harassing them or providing support? Lin Fu shook his head. Due to our limited fleet numbers, you will need to undertake this mission independently. Independently? Zhao Yi was taken aback. The Gospel is merely 1 starship. Are you seriously suggesting that 1 starship confront an entire fleet, Colonel Lin Fu? Zhao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, I am serious. This task is assigned to the Gospel. I trust the purpose is clear. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Understanding the implication, it was intended for the Gospel to be sunk. Lin Fu spoke earnestly. Such a federation is indeed not worth lamenting. If you wish, I can find a reason to let you rest first, and have someone temporarily replace you. However, venturing forth may mean you won't return, and even you might not be able to turn the tide. Zhao Yi shook his head, refusing once more. Never mind. I will remain aboard the gospel. Lin Fu did not press the matter. Zhao Yi's fate, whether life or death, was still of value to him. Let us go. Upon returning to the port of Anado, Lin Fu set Zhao Yi down, and the two stood conversing by the harbor. Night had fallen, and the city was ablaze with lights. Lin Fu gazed into the distance. Upon my return, I will assign the mission to you. You shall depart tomorrow. Understood. Be cautious. Though the odds are slim, I still await your return. You have a knack for surprising me. I will do my best. Zhao Yi turned and headed towards the dilapidated factory. During his absence, he wondered what Su Xin and the others were up to. Though the time apart has been brief, he found himself missing them. Perhaps it is true that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Clatter, clatter. In the stillness of the night, Zhao Yi and Appo's footsteps echoed loudly on the metallic surface, reverberating through the empty alley. Back to this place. Zhao Yi surveyed his surroundings. He had returned to this alley once more, having been ambushed here twice already. It seemed a third encounter was imminent. Not far off, several dark figures stood, their forms shrouded in an obscuring mist that made them difficult to discern. Are you Zhao Yi? The leader of the shadows spoke, his voice as indistinct as his silhouette, barely audible unless one listened closely. The Shadow Clan? What could compel them to seek me out repeatedly? If they have come this time, they shall not leave unscathed. The shadow spoke, rest assured. We will not depart until you reveal what lies within the cube. The cube? Zhao Yi understood. This group was indeed sent by the one called Black Bear. The cube holds great significance for them. If that is the case, tell me where Black Bear is, and I shall provide you the cube. You have no room for negotiation. Today, you will either surrender the cube or divulge its secrets. With that, one shadow lunged forward, seamlessly merging into the shadow of a nearby object upon landing. This shadow darted between various shadows at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Zhao Yi, leaping high and aiming a sharpened dagger towards his ankle. They did not wish to kill Zhao Yi, but incapacitating him temporarily was acceptable. At that moment, a black blade of light suddenly emerged from the shadow beneath Zhao Yi's feet. The shadowy figure was caught off guard, rushing towards the blade and being cleaved in two, blood splattering in a chaotic array of colors. The three figures in the distance were stunned. How could this be? How could a blade of light emerge from the shadows? Then, they beheld a small figure, cloaked in darkness, emerging from the shadow. Fixated intently on the remaining three members of the Shadow Clan, Zhao Yi smiled. In this world, you are not the only ones capable of traversing the shadows. Shut up. Kill him. Seeing one of their own fall, the remaining three charged at Zhao Yi simultaneously. Zhao Yi's mechanical arm began to whirl, unleashing a disintegration beam forward. But the adversaries had anticipated this and evaded. When hidden within shadows, they could avoid most attacks. Die. A shadow leapt from the shadow of an object behind Zhao Yi, swinging a weapon towards his head. With a sound of impact, Zhao Yi's surface rippled as a faint blue energy shield deflected the blow. The shadow was momentarily bewildered, having not expected someone to possess a personal energy shield. Failing to land the hit, the figure retreated into the shadows again. Soon after, a second figure leapt out from another direction. Aware of Zhao Yi's energy shield, they did not rush. After all, personal energy shields are limited in size and deplete rapidly. With patience, they could take turns attacking to wear Zhao Yi down. Another shadow leapt high, delivering a flurry of strikes before retreating. Laughter echoed from the shadows below. Huh? You said you would deal with us, yet you cannot even track our movements. How will you confront us? Enough chatter. I want him to reveal everything he knows, and then we will avenge the fourth. Gazing at Zhao Yi's pitiful state, they relished the thought of tormenting him to death. Zhao Yi's energy shield dimmed significantly, its integrity on the verge of collapse. Brothers, he is nearing his limit. Zhao Yi chuckled at this, commanding his robot to follow as a shadow descended. A scuffle erupted within the shadows. What the hell? How did that thing get in here? Watch out. Its starry blade is too sharp. Chapter 81. The flashy encounter. Zhao Yi fixed his gaze upon the shadow from which the robot had just emerged. Capturing the three individuals would prove challenging, for they could emerge from various directions to confront him. However, this time, he merely needed to guard the entrance through which the robot had entered, patiently awaiting their emergence. Before long, A dark figure burst forth from within, and with a swift motion, Zhao Yi and Amp, Oppos, S mechanical claw seized the adversary and Amp, Oppos, S head and forcefully slammed it against the metallic wall with a resounding thud. The captured member of the Shadow Clan struggled desperately, but to no avail. He could not escape Zhao Yi and Amp, Oppos, S mechanical grip. In that moment, Zhao Yi and Amp, Oppos, S mechanical arm began to rotate ominously. No, no, no. The Shadow Clan member cried out in terror, fully aware of what was to come. The disintegration ray, once struck by it, death was inevitable. Help me. A flash of light ensued, and the head ensnared in the mechanical grasp was reduced to dust with a mere flick of Zhao Yi and Oppos' wrist. Since you choose to hide instead of confronting me, I shall send the robot to seek you out. This was a T3 grade robot, far surpassing the Shadow Clan in both agility and strength. The Shadow Clan's prowess lay in their ability to conceal themselves within shadows. Once that skill was compromised, they were rendered powerless. Before long, a lifeless body of the Shadow Clan emerged from the shadows, bereft of its life force and thus incapable of stealth. Soon after, the last member of the Shadow Clan leapt out from the darkness, with Shintu closely behind. Although the robot bore some damage, it would merely require part replacements shortly. What on earth is that? The Shadow Clan member glared at the robot beside Zhao Yi. It appeared small, yet its speed was astonishing, exceeding even that of their clan. Had he not been quick on his feet, he might have perished within the realm of shadows. Can you reveal the location of the Black Bear now? Seeking death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the Shadow Clan member and Oppos' eyes. With his 3 brothers slain, he was intent on making Zhao Yi pay. He pulled a reinforcement potion, gifted by the Black Bear, from his pocket and swallowed it. Power surged within him, a chaotic force colliding within his body. Anger and exhilaration ignited a desire to annihilate everything in sight. Zhao Yi observed the Shadow Clan member before him as his form continually morphed. The mist enveloping him thickened, rendering his body increasingly indistinct, like a swirling fog. Now, Zhao Yi commanded, and Shinta charged forth wielding the interstellar blade, moving with remarkable speed. Yet the empowered Shadow Clan member grasped it effortlessly. Ha ha. This is of no use to me, perish. Though his transformation was incomplete, the Shadow Clan member felt confident in his ability to vanquish the robot. With a slight tightening of his grip, the robot's protective armor began to yield as if made of paper. It was this very entity that had caused the demise of his 3 brothers. The Shinto robot erupted in a tremendous explosion, the sound reverberating like thunder. When the smoke and flames dissipated, a deep crater marred the metal street, leaving not a trace of the Shadow Clan member behind. Zhao Yi waved away the remnants of smoke. Did I not warn you? This contraption explodes upon damage, though perhaps I failed to mention that. He shrugged. Regardless of what he said, the opponent could no longer hear him. Although Shintu had been destroyed, the outcomes of their initial engagement were still commendable. Furthermore, being able to conceal oneself within shadows meant that Shintu could accompany him anywhere. Commander? Zhao Yi turned to see Su Xin and a silver-haired girl rushing towards him in a flurry. What brings you here? We heard commotion and wondered if the commander had run into trouble, but lo and behold, it truly is you, Su Huan exclaimed nonchalantly. Commander, are you unharmed? Su Xin anxiously scanned Zhao Yi for injuries, relieved to find none. I'm fine. The Shadow Clan ambushed me here. Again with them. Su Huan clenched her fists. These nuisances are relentless. If I cross paths with them again, they shall feel the might of my iron fists. That won't be necessary. They have been eliminated. Eliminated? The group appeared bewildered, yet they grasped the situation. Given the recent explosion and the state of the scene, it was evident that the enemy had been obliterated. Let us return. We have a new mission from above. Upon their return to the Gospel's operations room, department heads gathered. Just then, Colonel Lin Fuzhong conveyed the assignment. As the group reviewed the task, disbelief washed over them, their eyes widening in astonishment. This mission requires us to thwart an entire fleet and Oppos' assault? Seriously? Are we really expected to confront a fleet with just the Gospel? The absurdity of the task left them astounded. They had thought that destroying the annihilation cannon and representing the delegation to the Empire was audacious enough, yet this new mission proved even more formidable. Zhao Yi chuckled. What do you think? We could simply flee from the mission. After all, we only need to vacate the Federation's jurisdiction. Su Xian shook her head. We shan't. If we choose not to go, other silver-haired girls will undoubtedly be sent in our stead. The group nodded in agreement. Su Ran turned to Zhao Yi, inquiring, Commander, do you plan to accompany us this time? Of course. If I do not go, who will ensure your safe return? Smiles appeared on their faces, accustomed to Zhao Yi's unwavering presence. Very well, since there are no objections, let us delve into the details. According to the mission briefing, they were to proceed to Hugh's Star, where the forest mercenaries would be advancing towards the northern war zone. Suwon raised her hand. If memory serves correctly, that planet lies within the Empire, does it not? Indeed, but since they are advancing from within the Empire towards the northern war zone, we can only intercept them on that planet. While interception is feasible, they boast 8 starships. Can we truly stand in their way? Zhao Yi smiled. If it were solely the gospel, it would be impossible, but we possess 2 additional starships. Once we reach the Xiang, we shall continue producing the Shenwei fighter jets. The firepower of the Shenwei is more than sufficient to contend with T1 grade starships. Su Huan interjected, I hold no fear for T2 grade starships. We can pierce them with dark matter energy. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Do you genuinely believe dark matter is as common as cabbage, easily extractable? The remaining dark matter we possess is reserved for emergencies. This mission is not about annihilating the enemy, but merely stalling them. Understood. Zhao Yi continued, regarding the enemy and Oppos as configuration. We currently know of 4 T2 grade and 4 T1 grade ships. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering starships from the Empire. The mission duration is set for 1 week. Once the time elapses, our other fleets will be positioned at the designated location, marking the completion of our task. Chapter 82. The Annihilation of the Blood Wolf. Su Xian rested her finger on her chin, contemplating the challenge ahead. Although the task appeared formidable, we possessed T3 level shields, coupled with the formidable Shenwei fighter aircraft, which instilled a flicker of hope for victory. Indeed, I must demonstrate my prowess to them. Su Huan rolled up her sleeves and threw a few punches into the air, resembling a tomboy. Let us not underestimate the situation. While the Sinmin mercenaries may not be as formidable as the Blood Wolves, they are seasoned mercenaries with substantial combat experience. Fortunately, their alliance with the Empire is merely an attempt to seize a share of the spoils. They are likely to withdraw should the casualties be excessively high. After the meeting, Zhao Yi retreated to his quarters to construct a Shinta robot. He recalled the Shadow Clan's experience with enhancement drugs, which had proven lethal. It was somewhat amusing that they had been obliterated. However, this incident indirectly validated the utility of the Shinta robots. After crafting 4 robots from the available materials, Zhao Yi endowed them with the abilities of the Shadow Clan, subsequently instructing them to conceal themselves within the shadows of mechanical arms. The next step was to prepare for the execution of the mission. Zhao Yi approached the safe in his room and retrieved a slip of paper. This note, taken from the time of acquiring the cube, indicated that only 2 weeks remained until the 1-month deadline mentioned. Once this task is completed, the time will have come. If I am free then, it may be worthwhile to see what unfolds. The following day, the grand vessel, the Gospel, departed the port, heading towards the Yingwu meteor stream. Colonel Lin Fu and several officials waved farewell to the departing fleet. An officer nearby remarked, the Gospel's mission appears fraught with peril. These individuals should have perished long ago. It is a mystery how they have survived until now. The best outcome would be their mutual destruction with the Sunmen. That would be most advantageous. Laughter erupted among the group. Enough. Wang Rushuan, standing aside, felt quite displeased. As the commander of G-29, she had no specific mission this time, merely tasked with remaining near planet M787. Why is Major Wang so irate? It is simply because I find you all intolerable, nothing more. You. The others were rendered speechless. But due to her status, they could only snort in indignation and refrain from further comment. Wang Rushuan gradually grew perplexed. Since interacting with the silver-haired girls of G-29, She had discovered many of their admirable qualities, integrity and kindness. Yet, it was precisely these traits that had allowed the Federation to manipulate them. Witnessing the Federation's ingratitude towards the silver-haired girls who fought on their behalf filled her with revulsion. She increasingly yearned for a reformed Federation, one that would usher in a true era of peace. With superior weaponry and starships, the silver-haired girls would undoubtedly expel the Empire. On planet M787, the Bloodwolves received their orders and commenced their movements. Over 20 fleets set forth from the Federation's territory towards the northern battle zone. Within the conference room, Bloodwolf issued directives to his subordinates. Lord Bloodwolf, do we truly intend to venture into the northern battle zone? I have heard that the conflict there is intense, not only for us, but for many other mercenaries who have also deployed. Indeed, aside from us Bloodwolves, the rest have allied with the Empire. The Empire is advancing aggressively. I've heard they plan to reach the Federation's capital within 3 months. Bloodwolf chuckled. Those fools probably remain unaware of the Federation's new weaponry. Their journey will surely lead to their demise. Addressing his audience, he continued, since we have declared our intention to fight alongside the Federation, we cannot betray that commitment. Who would trust us thereafter? Yet the northern battle zone is fraught with danger. 50,000 energy crystals hardly justify such a risk. Dissent brewed among the ranks regarding Bloodwolf's alliance with the Federation. Mercenaries traditionally operated for monetary compensation, but having received 50,000 energy crystals, they were now expected to undertake perilous tasks, which strayed from the Bloodwolf's usual conduct. I frequently hear inquiries from our men regarding our alliance with the Federation. Bloodwolf's expression hardened. What? Do I require your approval for my decisions? Step forward if you have something to say. The crowd instinctively retreated, for anyone bold enough to speak would surely face dire consequences. Bloodwolf sneered. Since there are no further objections, let us depart swiftly and not waste time. Yes, sir. The entire fleet commenced its journey along the interstellar route as instructed by the Federation. Every maneuver was meticulously monitored, with any misstep likely to attract the attention of the escorting patrols. After all, they were mercenaries possessing T3 level starships, and their escort consisted of the Federation's own vessels. Once Bloodwolf concluded the meeting, his cadre gathered privately in a small room to converse quietly. Lord Ho, what is truly happening? Has Bloodwolf not briefed you? Lord Ho, the deputy leader of the Bloodwolves, typically remained uninvolved, his authority overshadowed by Bloodwolf alone. He shook his head. I am unaware. Bloodwolf has shared nothing with me. However, we need not worry. He knows his limits, and we must simply follow his lead. One officer murmured. I overheard some subordinates discussing matters. Discussing what? They say Bloodwolf sold us to the Federation, which is why he accepted 50,000 energy crystals in exchange for our alliance. Unbeknownst to Bloodwolf, he had seemingly accepted a substantial sum, preparing to send them into the northern battle zone to fight with abandon. Lord Ho was momentarily taken aback. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Bloodwolf has fought alongside us. How could he betray us for money? The cadre sighed. This has indeed occurred before, but this situation is uncommonly suspicious. The previous Bloodwolf would never have placed us in such perilous circumstances. Indeed, we have always aimed for minimal losses while maximizing benefits, gradually strengthening ourselves. This sentiment resonated with the group. The Bloodwolves had thrived due to Bloodwolf's leadership, yet this recent decision was perplexing, verging on incomprehensible. Lord Ho inhaled deeply, his expression revealing concern. I have noticed the recent changes. Lord Ho, some claim that Bloodwolf is under external control. The current Bloodwolf is not the one we once knew. Lord Ho sprang to his feet. Who? Who said that? I do not know. It is merely what is being circulated below. Lord Ho, if there is indeed an issue with Bloodwolf, you must assist your comrades. Are you implying that Bloodwolf is dead, and Lord Ho, you must? Chapter 83. Preparing an ambush. Lord Ho felt a chill run down his spine. He had never envisioned such a scenario. Should the Bloodwolf Lord discover their intentions, it would cost him dearly. With a nervous and fearful gaze, he addressed the assembly. You all, we share the same sentiment. Since the Bloodwolf Lord intends to betray us, we cannot simply await our demise. To survive, We must be ruthless. This is the lesson imparted by the Blood Wolf Lord, came the resolute reply from the others, who nodded in agreement. They had already conspired prior to approaching Lord Ho, intending to draw him into their scheme to bolster their chances of success. Should he refuse, they would resort to eliminating him. When shall we strike? One inquired. Our plan is to act as soon as we reach the northern war zone. The moment the Federation's guard departs, another responded. Lord Ho remained indecisive. A failure would undoubtedly spell doom for them all. Have no worries, Lord Ho. We possess half of the starships at our disposal. While the Blood Wolf commands T3 class starships, our personnel are aboard as well. As long as the energy shields remain inactive, they are of little consequence. Moreover, we can seize a prime opportunity to incapacitate the Blood Wolf quietly. With no bloodshed, the mercenaries will merely be renamed, transforming into your own forces, my lord. My own. Lord Ho paused, a smile flickering across his lips, though he quickly dismissed the notion. The Blood Wolf possessed a mechanical core, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary individual to vanquish him. Destroying the core along with the T3 class starship would be an even greater challenge, as other ships would not stand idly by. A shifty-eyed officer produced an object and declared, "This is Ling Long, a remarkable device that can disable the mechanical core. With it, even an ordinary person could easily slay the Blood Wolf." Ling Long, where did you acquire this? Lord Ho inquired, intrigued. The officer did not hesitate to divulge. It was provided by the Empire. The Empire? You. Blamed the Blood Wolf for being foolish. He rejected the Empire's generous offers, opting instead to join the Federation, leading his comrades to their demise. This is the consequence of his choices. The officer's eyes darkened, revealing a calculating nature. He had awaited this day for a long time. Taking a deep breath, Lord Ho understood that the matter had escalated to this point. Even if he were to decline, inquiries in the future would inevitably lead back to him. The Blood Wolf, with his character, would not let him off the hook. Furthermore, these individuals would not allow him to remain ignorant of the situation. What are our chances? He pressed. 60%, but if you join us, our odds will soar to 90%, came the confident reply. And after we eliminate the Blood Wolf? The officer with the sharp features whispered. Once the Blood Wolf is dealt with, we shall ally with the Empire. When the time comes on the battlefield, we can simply turn and pledge our allegiance to them. Can the Federation pursue us then? This notion left Lord Ho feeling uneasy. The Blood Wolf and Oppos' mercenaries were young and hot-blooded, having rebelled on multiple occasions, each time suppressed by the Blood Wolf's overwhelming force. My lord, time is of the essence. This is an opportunity for us. Whether we assist the Federation in battle or rebel, death awaits either way. Why not choose the path with promise? Very well, it is settled. We shall act once the Federation departs, Lord Ho concluded. The room filled with mutual smiles. Their era was on the brink of arrival. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi had arrived at Yingwu Meteor and located his concealed starship. 3 starships set course for their destination. This mission was to unfold within the Empire's territory, necessitating utmost caution to remain inconspicuous until the presence of the Sunmin mercenaries was confirmed. They adjusted their speed to the slowest possible to minimize detection. Commander, ahead lies Hugh's star. What is our battle strategy? One inquired. Zhao Yi scrutinized the data. Hugh's star was hardly habitable, while it housed some life forms. They possessed no intelligence. The planet featured 2 satellites in regular orbit, which could serve as shields for them. Pointing to one of the satellites, Zhao Yi instructed, Ziyang and Qin Yun shall conceal themselves behind this satellite to avoid being targeted by the enemy and Oppos' main cannon. Understood. The advantage of the interstellar aircraft carrier lay in its ability to maneuver using the terrain. The unique starfighter could engage without direct confrontation, merely requiring the deployment of their aircraft. As for the repair ships, they were devoid of combat capability, serving solely as logistical support. Su Yao, with her twin ponytails, spoke up, Commander, what about your team? We will engage in guerrilla tactics. The T3 class energy shields are formidable. However, even they cannot withstand repeated assaults from particle beam cannons. Rest assured, the Gospel and Oppos' maneuverability is exceptional. We will conceal ourselves and launch a strike. The enemy will inevitably pursue us, at which point the Shunwei fighters will engage. Our first step is to eliminate all of the enemy's T1 class starships, Zhao Yi added. Su Xian nodded slightly. Half of their fleet consists of T1 class ships. If we inflict significant losses, they may retreat. Zhao Yi snapped his fingers. Precisely. We only need to obstruct their advance. We must avoid prolonged engagement. Now, let us prepare according to the plan, he instructed. The silver-haired young women in the meeting room saluted, their youthful faces reflecting determination and resolve. Zhao Yi affectionately ruffled Su Yao's hair, urging her to attend to matters aboard the interstellar carrier, as her focus should remain on her ship's affairs. The team began their preparations, ensuring energy, firepower, and deployment were all in order. Su Huan and the others conducted final checks on the fighters. A great battle loomed ahead. They were set to face a formidable fleet, distinctly different from any previous engagements. Fortunately, they were no longer reliant solely on the gospel. 2 days later, a fleet emerged from within the Empire, led by T2 class escort vessels, followed by interstellar carriers, destroyers, and battleships. Although they maintained formation, the crew members appeared lethargic, knowing they were days away from their destination. This was Empire territory. The presence of the Federation was unlikely. A group of Sunmin mercenaries sat on the metallic floor, playing cards, their faces flushed with intensity as they engaged in a heated dispute. Damn it, can you play cards? I put down a pair of 3s while you put down a pair of 2s. How the hell should I know? You play it wrong. Pair of 2s is weak. Yours is a 3. Are you an idiot? We are farmers. You think you can outplay me? Shouldn't you wait for him to play a high card before you bet? Seeking death. One mercenary brandished his dagger, a cruel smile adorning his face as he aimed to teach the other a lesson. Such occurrences were commonplace among mercenaries. A disagreement often escalated into a brawl. After all, the starship was equipped with medical facilities. As long as one had breath in their body, they could be saved. Chapter 84. An ambush awaits. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the crowd erupted in shouts. Zhang San, strike him. End him once and for all. Coward. Are you capable or not? Fight him. Li Si, they and Oppos, VE drawn blades. What are you waiting for? Draw your gun and take him down. Amidst the cacophony, Zhang San and Li Si resembled jesters, exchanging blows in the center of the fray. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated from outside the window, drawing curious gazes as the crowd gasped in awe. A T1 class destroyer erupted into a spectacular display of fireworks in the vastness of space. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, ominous red lights began to flicker within the ship, accompanied by a deafening roar. An enemy attack was imminent. How could this be? Wasn't this territory under the Empire's control? Who dares assail us? Panic ensued. Hurry back to your posts. What the hell? Are we going to perish here? Didn't joining the Empire promise us a life of luxury? And now, a starship is gone in an instant? Frantic, the crowd scrambled to their positions. The leader of the forest dwellers, a green-skinned Yalu with the name Antoine, rushed anxiously to the command room of the interstellar aircraft carrier. What is happening? Where did this attack originate? According to the trajectory analysis, the assault stemmed from the nearby Hughes star. Wasn't this anticipated? The enemy must have been lying in wait at this position, undetected. Damn it. Antoine fumed. His own starship lost just like that. Counterattack. I want them obliterated. Yes. The energy main cannon began to charge, and the particle beam weapon powered up. The energy shields activated, and the supply forecasts commenced. While the defense formation of the escort ships was initiated, orders flowed through the ranks, and the starships surged forward, aligning in formation with their cannons aimed at Hughes Star. As soon as the enemy activated their thrusters, they would be discovered. They and Oppos, removing. Antoine inquired urgently, how many enemy starships are there, and in which direction are they heading? There is only one starship, disengaging from our main cannon's range. One? Antoine was momentarily taken aback. How could a single starship dare to ambush them? Was this akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, seeking demise? Their sole advantage lay in ambush tactics, and now that they had revealed themselves, what was there to fear? Wait, could this be a trap, luring us in for a complete annihilation? Composing himself, Antoine sensed a hint of conspiracy. Conduct precise scans of Hugh's star. Understood. The results soon emerged. Near the second satellite of Hugh's star, 2 more starships lurked. Launch reconnaissance drones immediately. Yes. Several small reconnaissance crafts launched from the hangar, soaring towards Hugh's star. However, before they reached their designated position, they were obliterated by AT-2 class Divine Might fighter piloted by Zhao Yi. Typically, in interstellar warfare, reconnaissance drones were often disregarded. They served merely to relay images. And the nature of space battles revolved around direct confrontation, leaving little room for such trivial matters. Yet Zhao Yi was aware that the enemy had detected the Qingyun and Xiang, albeit unaware of their specific models. Damn it, they destroyed our reconnaissance drones. Antoine was furious. The enemy was devoid of honor. Moreover, after the ambush, they fled, lacking any sense of integrity for a fair fight. My lord, should we pursue them now? Are there really only 3 enemy starships? Antoine remained skeptical. 1 starship was no different from 3. Facing a fleet meant certain death. The precise scans indeed revealed only 3 starships. Antoine pondered, what if there were more than 3? Would that not spell his own doom? Inform the Empire. Yes. What was the distance of the enemy and Oppos' attack? Their range is similar to our battleships. Antoine nodded slightly. Be wary of deceit. Let us not pursue for now and await a response from the Empire. Understood. In the Solaro Empire, what? There are federal starships near Hugh's star? The Supreme Commander of the Northern Theater, Gustav, gazed at the incoming information in astonishment. It was true that the Empire and the Federation occasionally infiltrated each other's territories, given the vastness of space. However, such incursions typically involved reconnaissance missions. Neither side bothered with a couple of starships. Engaging in other tasks was tantamount to courting death. A scant number of starships could not fulfill their objectives, while a larger fleet would risk encirclement and gradual destruction, making escape impossible. The Federation likely feared mercenaries escalating the pressure in the Northern Theater, hence deploying starships here on a mission destined for failure, aiming merely to buy time. Gustav nodded slightly. To dare to ambush in this position, one must admire their courage. But alas, they shall perish here. How many starships do they have in total? What is their capability? According to the Forest Dwellers and Oppos report, only 3 starships had been detected, one of which was at least a T-2 class battleship, boasting immense firepower that could pierce a T-1 class destroyer with a single shot. 3 starships? Gustav was bewildered. Could 3 truly withstand the Forest Dwellers and Oppos mercenaries? Their starships could easily carve a path while firing upon the move, right? The enemy might be wary of ambushes, prompting us to provide support. Gustav waved his hand dismissively. These mercenaries were notoriously unreliable, shunning dangerous tasks. If the Empire were in their position, they would undoubtedly charge headlong into the fray. Are there any other starships nearby? 3 T-2 class Eagle destroyers are patrolling in the vicinity. If they proceed from this direction, they could flank the Forest Dwellers starships, leaving the enemy no escape. Very well. Relay the order for these 3 starships to assist. Yes. On the Gospel, Zhao Yi noticed that the enemy had ceased their pursuit and halted, puzzled. He had anticipated a tightening noose around them, yet the enemy was no longer in pursuit. Did they not seek vengeance for their starships? Zhao Yi furrowed her brow, expressing her uncertainty. Commander, do you think they sensed something amiss? Zhao Yi replied, it's unclear whether they detected the anomaly or if they simply fear us. In any case, they are no longer falling for our ruse. What now? Zhao Yi smiled. How long until our main cannon is charged and ready? At least 10 minutes. Then we shall wait. Are they within our range? Indeed. Zhao Yi and Oppos' eyes brightened. Commander, earlier you opposed firing at maximum range. Were you attempting to make them believe our main cannon's range is comparable to theirs? Zhao Yi snapped his fingers. Exactly. Unaware that our starship utilizes a T-3 class energy core. They must assume our particle beam cannon has a similar range to their main weapon. Chapter 85. They possess advanced weaponry. They have ceased their advance, undoubtedly believing they are out of our range. Little do they know, the range of our main cannon exceeds their estimations, and soon they shall receive a most unexpected surprise. Indeed, The crowd erupted with excitement, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of being able to strike the enemy while remaining untouched themselves. However, Su Xian, with a hint of concern, inquired, but could this not pose a danger? If they remain stationary, might they alert nearby Imperial starships? There exists such a possibility. Yet our mission is to obstruct the enemy's advance. Even if reinforcements arrive, our objective remains unchanged. Su Xian nodded in agreement, saying, "The commander is correct. Then let us fire another shot." The Gospel ceased its navigation, maintaining its position and keeping a safe distance from the distant Sunmin fleet. Meanwhile, aboard the Sunmin and Apos' flagship, Antoine observed the flickering lights on the screen with a furrowed brow. Have they truly halted? Indeed, it appears they may be attempting to deceive us. Seeing that we do not pursue, they have chosen to stay put. Antoine felt a twinge of pride. Do they think they can outsmart me? How foolish. The crew raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, our Lord is formidable." If they genuinely wish to flee, why would they stop to await our approach? Clearly, something is amiss. Do they believe us to be naive? They must have an ambush prepared ahead. Antoine waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference for a moment. The pain of the earlier losses of starships had lessened. Is there any news from the Empire? Yes, 3 Eagle-class T-2 destroyers are en route, preparing to launch an assault from the enemy's flank. Excellent. Once they are in position, we shall take the initiative. Even if the enemy has set a trap, we will ensure they find no refuge. Antoine and Apos' lips curled into a smile as he gazed at the screen. Brothers, I await your support. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated the window. Has someone initiated a main cannon attack? Antoine hurried to the window, witnessing a dazzling beam racing towards the fleet. The foremost escort vessel fired an intercepting energy cannon, illuminating the cosmos. The escort began firing its intercepting energy cannon, a radiant beam launched at the incoming light. However, it proved futile as the distant brilliance struck a nearby T-1 class battleship. A tremendous explosion erupted, the larger hull prolonging the display of fiery splendor, much to the spectators' and Apos' delight. Antoine was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Have I lost another starship? Which main cannon possesses such might to obliterate a colossal battleship? What on earth is going on? How could the battleship explode? Could there be enemies lurking elsewhere? The crew grew anxious. Could the Federal forces be lying in wait not ahead, but on the flank? One of the junior officers spoke up. Based on the trajectory, the attack came from the starship directly ahead. There are no other starship models in the vicinity. What? Antoine questioned his own hearing. The earlier distance was beyond the reach of a T-2 class starship. Not even the most powerful battleship could strike from such a range. Are you certain it was the Federal starship? Indeed. Antoine gasped. In a matter of minutes, he had lost 2 starships, and now he could not even grasp the enemy's tail. Infuriating. This is an utter disgrace. When have we, the Sunmin, ever endured such humiliation? Antoine slammed his fist on the table, causing a cup to clatter to the floor. The atmosphere in the hall turned heavy with tension. My lord, what should we do now? The enemy seems to possess an unexpectedly long range, capable of penetrating our escort's countermeasures. Could they be T-3 class starships? Nonsense. The Federal T-3 class starships could not possibly be here for this mission. Even if they were, they would face annihilation on Imperial territory. Antoine refused to believe the enemy was T-3 class. If they truly were, why not employ a supernova laser cannon? A single shot could result in the loss of 3 or 4 starships on our side, especially given our current dispersion. However, remaining idle is not a solution. If they charge their weaponry, the next moment could be disastrous. Antoine understood well. Standing still made them nothing more than stationary targets. Yet, advancing could lead them directly into an ambush. Let us move to this area and await Imperial support, Antoine directed, indicating a location on the map. Understood. The Sunmin fleet adjusted course, taking refuge behind a nearby planet. Unless the enemy entered their firing range, there would be no angle from which to strike. On the Gospel, Su Xian reported on the enemy's movements. Commander, they have concealed themselves. Shall we pursue? Zhao Yi shook his head. No need. Our mission is merely to prevent their advance. They would do well to remain there for a week. That would allow us to return home directly. The silver-haired young women aboard the starship smiled at the prospect. If only it were that simple, but such smooth sailing was unlikely. Commander, bad news. What is it? To our 60 and Opos clock, we detect 3 starships approaching. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. It seems the Imperials are arriving. With their approach, we can no longer attend to the Sunmen. Dispatch reconnaissance drones immediately. Yes. Whoosh. Several reconnaissance drones launched from the Gospel. They swiftly reached the vicinity of the 3 Imperial destroyers, unnoticed by the Imperial fleet. Their rapid advance posed no threat of alerting the enemy. The Imperial starships established contact with the Sunmen. What is the current situation? How many enemy starships are present? The Imperial commander inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Antoine hesitated. It appears there are merely 3. We previously engaged 1 and lost 2 starships. The Imperial commander frowned. Your fleet encountered 1 enemy starship and lost 2 vessels? Why are you hiding? You see, we suspect the enemy possesses unique weaponry with extraordinary range and power, rendering our advance impossible. In truth, an assault could be feasible, as the main cannon requires cooling and recharging. However, Antoine feared an ambush. Naturally, he could not disclose this to the Empire. What if they chose to engage recklessly? Chapter 86. Annihilation of the new weapons? Could it be? Recently, there were whispers within the Empire that the Federation might possess new weaponry, the very weaponry that had taken down Major Berkeley. Could this be the new weapon? If so, he was eager to observe whether this new armament truly lived up to its legendary reputation, or if it was merely exaggerated claims. He cast a glance at Antoine, refraining from voicing his suspicions to avoid alarming the timid mercenary. What new weaponry? It seems you are merely seeking excuses due to your own cowardice. Antoine chuckled awkwardly. Then, my lord, what shall we do? The Imperial commander, wishing to avoid further delay, replied, All right, you may commence your assault. We shall launch our attack together from this position. Understood. After ending the communication, Antoine instructed his subordinates to proceed slowly, waiting until the Empire's starships entered enemy range before leisurely advancing forward. Meanwhile, the entire crew of the Gospel was already prepared. Commander, the Empire and Opos S-3T2 class destroyers have entered range. Commander, the Sunmen and Opos S-6 starships have begun their advance. They are attacking us collectively. Currently, our only option is to retreat towards the 12 o'clock direction, but doing so would take us deeper into the Empire's territory, leaving the Qingyun and Xiang without satellite protection. The crew looked up at Zhao Yi, awaiting her command. Whether to advance or retreat, they would execute her orders unconditionally. The command rested with Zhao Yi. They only needed to trust her. The Gospel's crew had long since become a cohesive unit, led by Zhao Yi. Even if she were to use Xiang and Qingyun as bait, they would perceive no issue. Zhao Yi sat in her seat, contemplating. The Empire's approach was swifter than she had anticipated. Fortunately, they appeared to underestimate her, sending merely 3 T2 class starships. The Sunmen had already lost 2, but with the addition of the Empire's 3, their strength had increased. Retreating was not an option. This would not only open a path for the enemy, but also lead to encirclement within the Empire's territory. Abandoning Xiang and Qingyun was equally out of the question. Thus, only one strategy remained: to break through towards either the Sunmen or the Empire and utilize their limited forces to decisively defeat one side. Although such a scenario seemed improbable, the enemy's 2-pronged encirclement had afforded her this opportunity. Zhao Yi raised her head, having made her decision. Su Xian, I intend to strike down the Sunmen. What are your thoughts? The Sunmen? Are we to engage them directly? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Our initial mission was to intercept the Sunmen, but we did not anticipate the Empire's rapid advance. Even if we manage to repel the Empire this time, they will return. Truly holding our ground for 7 days is impossible. Therefore, if we can crush the Sunmen, they will be unable to proceed to the northern theater, thereby accomplishing our mission. Su Xian smiled. If this news reached Colonel Lin Fuzhong, he would likely be astounded. You tasked us with a defensive operation, and we turned it into a complete annihilation? Commander, we unconditionally support you. Su Huan laughed heartily. Being overly defensive is too cowardly. I find this annihilation approach quite commendable. Good. Seeing the agreement among her comrades, Zhao Yi began to outline the operational plan. Su Yao, you and the Qingyun will rotate around the satellite to avoid direct combat with the Empire's destroyers. Understood. Came Su Yao and Amp, Oppos, enthusiastic reply via holographic projection. Su Huan, lead the Shunwei to support Qingyun. Refrain from using dark matter, as its deployment may attract the Empire and Amp, Oppos' attention. Yes. Understood. The Gospel adjusted its course, advancing towards the Sinmin. Its shields should hold, but they must defeat the enemy before the shield's energy was depleted. Understood. The three starships began their maneuvers, with Xiang and Qingyun adjusting their trajectories based on the positions of the Empire's three starships, ensuring the enemy could not find an angle to strike with their main cannons. It was akin to a game of hide and seek. The Gospel soared towards the Sinmin. Antoine was taken aback. He had witnessed the Gospel and Amp, Oppos' prowess before. Why was this phantom-like vessel approaching him? There were closer Imperial destroyers. Why were they fixated on him? Move quickly. I merely wish to pass. Antoine hastily connected with the Imperial forces. My lord, the enemy is on the move, heading towards us. Let them come. You engage them, the Imperial commander replied with a roll of his eyes. Even if they are worthless, there must be limits. They simply have one starship. And yet they expect us to support them? Are you joking? You are here to assist the Empire in battle, and now you wish to be a burden? Hold your ground. Do not let them escape. We will eliminate the two other starships behind the satellite before coming to your aid. With that, the Imperial commander terminated the communication. This time, not a single Federation starship would escape. Lieutenant Al, we cannot lock onto the enemy's starship. They seem to be deliberately evading us. Lieutenant Al smirked. Do we know what model their starship is? We do not. Our reconnaissance drones were destroyed by their aircraft. There are aircraft? Indeed, and they are of a type not present in our database. We have yet to encounter them, but they are likely T2 class fighters. Al nodded slightly. That indicates they possess at least one interstellar carrier. That's a substantial vessel. Even without shields, it can withstand a few hits from the main cannon. Yet an unprotected interstellar carrier is merely a target. Lieutenant, shall we pursue? Yes, since they are evading us. Let them discover the consequences. By Shui. Pursue them in a clockwise direction. The two of us will follow counterclockwise. Let us see how they evade. Understood. After a moment, one of his subordinates added, however, this situation is somewhat peculiar. The Federation shouldn't allow T2 class starships and fighters to enter Imperial territory. Should we inform Commander Gustav of this? Lieutenant Al shook his head. No need. Commander Gustav has his hands full managing the entire northern front. We shouldn't bother him with this minor issue. Understood. The three starships divided into two groups near the satellite. One starship positioned at the front to intercept, while the other two pursued from behind. Regardless of how the enemy attempted to evade, they would be found by the destroyers. Su Yao, what is the situation on your end? Noticing something amiss, Zhao Yi sought out Su Yao. The enemy has split into two routes. They seem intent on preventing our escape. Though somewhat anxious, Su Yao had already devised a strategy. Chapter 87. Unless their starship is not T2 grade, what do you plan to do? Su Yao began. Originally, if three ships were approaching from one direction, I would have been forced to separate from the Gospel. However, their division into two paths has provided me with an opportunity. I intend to follow the Gospel and first sink the interstellar destroyer that stands in our way. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, just in time. The Qingyang is still in need of a first kill, so I leave that to you. Understood. Currently, the Shunwei fighter jets number 70, which constitutes a formidable force. T2 class starships are indeed powerful, yet they cannot withstand the barrage of so many T2 class starfighter attacks for long, Su Yao explained. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. All the starfighter jets emerged from the hangar, their target unmistakably the lone destroyer. The interstellar destroyer, swift and armored, lacked significant firepower and had few secondary guns. Engaging head-on with an interstellar carrier would depend entirely on whether the opponent afforded them an opportunity. Lieutenant Air, we are drawing closer to the enemy. One of the crew announced. Excellent. My radar indicates they are heading in your direction. Exercise caution, came the reply. Understood. Just after ending the communication, the Bai Shui discovered a multitude of starfighter jets appearing in space. They flew in a precise formation, launching relentless attacks with their spiral electromagnetic cannons. Ripples formed on the surface of the Bai Shui. At that moment, the Bai Shui was unaware of the gravity of the situation, preparing to activate its shields while focusing on the fighter's assault to locate the Qingyun. The advantage of the interstellar carrier lay in its ability to annihilate foes and provide long-range support. Although it used this satellite as a shield, it simultaneously left no escape route. The commander of the Bai Shui smirked slightly, observing two dots on the screen that were inexorably approaching. Truly a death wish. While the type of the other starship remained unknown, it was assumed to be T1 class. Otherwise, it would have engaged them head-on rather than evading. Meanwhile, the Sunmin mercenaries were in a frenzy at the sight of the gospel accelerating towards them, their minds racing with thoughts of please don't come any closer. My lord, we are entering their firing range. What should we do? The mercenaries trembled with fear. Their range surpasses ours by a great margin. Should we retreat or attack? Antoine inhaled deeply, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. They could only advance through the enemy and Oppos' fire. If the enemy retreated, they would be attacked by Imperial starships. And if they fled elsewhere, it would be even better. They had no intention of pursuing this peculiar starship. Charge! The Sunmin mercenaries silently prayed. It was akin to a lottery. Whoever was selected by the enemy would meet their demise. A brilliant light illuminated the cosmos once more. This light emanated from the main cannon of the gospel. Although the frigates desperately attempted to intercept, the T1 class starship, devoid of energy shields, was as fragile as paper, blooming into a magnificent flower of destruction in the vastness of space. This flower was named Death. The crew aboard the T1 class destroyer had not even reacted before they perished. Antoine and Oppos' mind was steady. A perfectly functioning fleet had already lost 3 ships before reaching the designated position. Now, he intended to make the enemy understand their might. Fire! Did they truly think they could treat them like soft persimmons? The remaining 5 starships, aside from 1 interstellar carrier, unleashed their main cannons upon the gospel. Die! For beams of light soared from different directions, illuminating the universe. Ahaha! Antoine and Oppos' expression twisted with malice. If I weren't concerned about potential ambushes, would I fear you? How dare you come out, simply seeking death? On the other side, the Bai Shui slowly began to realize something was amiss after being assaulted by the starfighter jets. Why is their attack so fierce? Why are they so fast? Why does their firepower seem inexhaustible? Ripples outside the energy shield cascaded like raindrops. The crew aboard the Bai Shui trembled in fear within their vessel. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the entire ship began to tremble, a sign that the energy shield was on the verge of collapse. Lieutenant Air, we are under heavy attack. The energy shield is about to give way. Lieutenant Air was startled within his starship. What is happening? Have you encountered 2 enemy starships? No. We are being attacked by starfighter jets. Counterattack. Use the secondary guns to shoot them down. Hold on. We are nearly there. The secondary guns aboard the Bai Shui continued their barrage. Yet, these fighters seemed ghostly, evading every shot. The sole hit was deflected by the energy shield. Over 70 fighters. All T2 class. This configuration is exceedingly formidable. Is this truly not the Federation's main starship? Boom. Another thunderous explosion followed, and the Bai Shui's energy shield shattered, exposing its protective armor beneath. Su Huan smiled faintly. Daring to send a single starship to obstruct us, let my sisters show them our prowess. Beams of energy lasers struck the Bai Shui, causing the starship to erupt in explosions and flames. The Shunwei fighter jets, running low on ammunition or energy, would return to the Qingyun for resupply. Showcasing the advantage of the star carrier, it could launch attacks through starfighters before the enemy even detected its presence and replenish their ammunition simultaneously. Bai Shui. Lieutenant Air stared at the disappearing lights on the screen, frozen in place. No way. An interstellar destroyer has fallen so quickly. The power of these starfighter jets is astonishing. Lieutenant, The Bai Shui is gone. What should we do? Chase. The Sun Min forces rallied. Let us see where they run. Indeed. Once we locate them, we can use the particle beam cannon to strike the interstellar carrier and avenge the Bai Shui. But first, the Sun Min needed to hold their ground and not retreat. Su Yao observed the signals on the screen, smiling slightly. Su Huan, splendid work. Did you really need to say that? Su Huan still grappled with the reality of this young girl being her superior. The Qing Yun and Ziyang adjusted their course, pursuing the gospel. Meanwhile, Antoine's smile abruptly faded aboard the Sun Min interstellar carrier. My lord, it seems the enemy is relatively unscathed. What? Antoine was bewildered, nearly stumbling. His main cannons had clearly struck the enemy, yet their signal remained intact. Impossible. Impossible. Are you certain the previous attacks hit them? One of his subordinates hastily replied. We definitely hit them. The energy signal from the enemy is immense. It could not have missed. Moreover, even if one of the shots strayed, the remaining ones would still penetrate AT-2 class energy shield unless. Chapter 88. They actually fled? Unless their starship is not of T2 grade. Hiss. Antoine inhaled sharply. If this starship is not T2 grade, then everything makes sense. This contraption is T3 grade. That is why it could strike them from such a distance, and why it remained unscathed when hit. Have they provoked something truly formidable? How infuriating. Antoine slammed his fist on the table. It and Oppos. Actually a T3 grade starship, pretending to be harmless while retreating. We were all deceived. The Empire is using us as cannon fodder. Didn't they claim that T3 grade starships would not be deployed to the front lines? This must be a trick by the Empire. My lord, what shall we do now? We just detected that the enemy is still advancing towards us, and we have no idea who the next main cannon shot will hit. What shall we do? Antoine bellowed. To hell with the Empire. We must retreat. Yes. Everyone had been awaiting this command, already adjusting their course to flee, silently praying that the enemy would not pursue them. Is it not possible for them to stay behind? Aboard the Gospel, the crew was elated to see the Sun Min fleeing. The energy shields had indeed withstood all enemy attacks, but they could not endure many more. If the enemy chose to engage and deployed their starfighter simultaneously, the Gospel could fire its main cannon only twice more before being sunk. However, the Sun Min were not about to stick around. If they did not flee now, when would they? Commander, shall we fire again? Although they are retreating, we could still prepare for one more shot if we follow them. A gunner aboard the Gospel inquired. Zhao Yi shook his head. No, if we corner them, they might retaliate fiercely. The crew chuckled at this. The mission had started perilously, but who would have thought these mercenaries would only know how to run? In this case, we need not remain here for a week. I wonder how Colonel Lin Fuzhong will react to this news. Commander, the Qing Yun and Ziyang are right behind us. Su Yao? She took down the destroyer? Yes, but the other two destroyers are still behind them. What shall we do? Should we eliminate the other two as well? Zhao Yi shook his head. Let them come closer. Do not engage in prolonged combat. We will return to the Federation. Taking them down would waste time and might attract more fleets. Indeed, as long as the Sun Min do not appear in the Northern War Zone, our mission will be deemed complete. The Federation would be unable to create trouble for Su Xin and the others. Inside the Empire's destroyer, Lieutenant Al trembled with rage upon learning that the Sun Min had retreated. Having lost a starship, they were on the verge of encircling the Federation, and yet the Sun Min fled? They actually retreated. These mercenaries are utterly unreliable. Connect me to the Sun Min. Yes. After a while, an Imperial soldier shook his head. The enemy has refused all communications. It seems they are determined to vacate the battlefield. Damn! Lieutenant Al slammed his fist on the table. This mission not only failed but also resulted in a loss. It is an utter disgrace. Lieutenant, what shall we do? Immediately connect with Commander Stevens in the Northwest War Zone. Yes. The image of Commander Stevens from the Northwest War Zone appeared before Lieutenant Al. Among the three war zones, Stevens was currently the most at ease. Due to the deployment in the Northwest War Zone, he was unable to launch an offensive. Although the Empress had only granted him 3 months, there was still ample time. As long as progress was made in the Northern War Zone, his subsequent offensive pressures would be greatly alleviated. Al, what do you need? 3 Federation starships are fleeing towards the northwest war zone. Please assist in encircling them. Federation starships? How did they end up here? I'll briefly explain the situation. They had been dispatched for support due to the Sun Min being blocked. Little did they know the Sun Min would flee, resulting in the loss of a ship, the Snow White. Upon hearing this, Stephen sighed. I have always said these mercenaries are unreliable, but Her Majesty is too obstinate. Not only did the Sun Min offer no assistance, but they also caused losses for our empire. Lieutenant Al shared some resentment. Indeed, that is the reality. Now the Federation starships are escaping. I could pursue them, but it would take some time, especially since there are starfighters nearby harassing me, slowing my speed. Stevens took a sip of coffee. Let me check. There happen to be 3 fleets from our northwest war zone nearby, ready to carry out the task. That would be splendid. Thank you for your support, Commander. It is not support. We all aim to deal with the Federation. After ending the communication, Lieutenant Al smiled slightly. This time, let us see where you can run. Aboard the Gospel, the silver-haired girl responsible for detection cried out in panic. Commander, it's bad. Over 30 starships are approaching us. Over 30? Zhao Yi hurried to the screen, and indeed, numerous light points surrounded them. They would encounter the enemy in about an hour. So many have come. Su Xin was also surprised. The enemy seemed determined to annihilate them. Commander, we have starships converging from all directions. Even the Gospel cannot withstand so many attacks. Not to mention that Qin Yun and Xiang are following closely behind. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, the encirclement is continuously tightening, and we cannot push forward. What shall we do? Zhao Yi's expression grew grave. Since returning to the Federation via the Northwest War Zone is not feasible, we must head to the Northern War Zone. We will reach the Northern War Zone first, then return to Innova from within the Federation territory there. However, I am concerned whether our energy crystals can sustain such a long journey, Su Xin said with some apprehension. Zhao Yi sighed. We can only take it one step at a time. The Northwest War Zone has relatively few skirmishes, so these fleets are idle. But there is almost no one in the Northern War Zone to obstruct us as long as we do not approach the Empire's inhabited stars. Yes. Zhao Yi connected with Su Huan and Su Yao. Su Yao, adjust our course towards the Northern War Zone from the Granhan star domain. Understood. Su Yao did not ask why. She would simply execute her orders. Su Huan, fire dark matter energy to disable the propulsion systems of the 2 pursuing Imperial destroyers behind us. Yes. Su Huan piloted her fighter towards the Imperial destroyers under the cover of other Shenzhou fighters. She noticed that while the energy shields on the starship were still active, the propulsion systems erupted in explosions. Chapter 89. I will not let you go. Lieutenant AI Air was bewildered by the explosions emanating from the starship. What was happening? How could the thrusters have exploded? His subordinates hurriedly investigated the situation aboard the starship. We don't know. The energy shields are intact, but the thrusters are damaged. It seems someone tampered with them. Tampered? Lieutenant AI Air was momentarily taken aback. Everyone present was Imperial. Could there be a spy among them? That seemed unlikely. Even if there were spies from the Federation within the Empire, it would be absurd for them to reveal themselves at this juncture, especially knowing the Federation's precarious position. Report. Sir, the thrusters of the Sunblade-class destroyer are damaged and cannot continue pursuit. What? Another destroyer is also damaged? Lieutenant AI Air sensed that this situation was far from simple. Yes, it appears there are internal issues, but we need a further investigation. Lieutenant, what should we do now? Furious, AI Air realized that the simultaneous malfunction of 2 starships could not be mere coincidence. Something sinister was at play. Can the thrusters be repaired? How long will it take? We are currently replacing them with backup thrusters, but it will take about half an hour, and the backup thrusters lack some speed. Damn it. Lieutenant AI Air was exasperated. In half an hour, he had no idea where the enemy might escape to. Fortunately, they were within Imperial territory. As long as the enemy traveled at maximum speed, detection would not be overly difficult. Hurry with the repairs. Let them have a half-hour head start. Let us see how they can escape General Stevens's encirclement. Yes, sir. At that moment, another Imperial soldier reported, Lieutenant AI Air. We have detected that the enemy's 3 starships have altered course. Where are they headed? They are moving towards the northern battle zone. We could have intercepted them. But now AI Air understood. This was undoubtedly the work of the Federation's aircraft, preparing for their retreat. Stevens's fleet was en route to the northwest battle zone. It would be impossible to catch up with them now. Lieutenant AI Air, they are already behind us. Damn it. Immediately contact Commander Gustav. Yes, sir. Gustav was in the command room, studying the battle situation. The northern battle zone was under intense pressure, but with support from the northwest. They could breach the enemy's defensive line. It was a race against time. Would their fleet arrive first, or would the Federation S? The northern battle zone was poised to achieve a glorious victory. Commander, Lieutenant AI Air requests a connection. Connect him. Gustav settled into his seat. An AI Air's holographic projection appeared before him. Has the mission been completed? How many Federation starships? 3. Gustav was momentarily taken aback. Who is the commander of those 3 starships? I don't know. Is there no data? No, they are all new starships we have not encountered before. Gustav casually inquired. If there is no data, then so be it. Will the Forest People's fleet arrive on time? In 5 days, we will initiate a full-scale assault. The Federation has also dispatched several fleets, but as long as we act first, their arrival will be futile. Bloodwolf was originally assigned to Stevens. But since they have ventured into the northern battle zone, Her Majesty the Queen has tasked me with handling them. They won't be able to escape this time. Lieutenant AI Air felt embarrassed. We lost contact with the Forest People's mercenaries. They probably have already fled. What? Gustav nearly leaped from his seat. What is going on? How could they have run away? Don't they want payment? Mercenaries may be unreliable, but they usually value their reputation. They were overwhelmed by the Federation's starships. Currently, we have also lost 1 starship, and the other 2 have lost power. Gustav doubted his hearing. What exactly happened? Explain it clearly. It's like this. AI Air recounted the events, leaving Gustav in stunned silence. So the Federation's starships suffered no damage. But our forest people have been crushed, and the Snow White has been lost. Gustav's eyes widened in disbelief. This is too bizarre. Indeed. General Stevens intended to intercept them, but they have already adjusted their course towards the northern battle zone. Commander Gustav, there is something suspicious about those starships. I suspect they possess new weaponry. Otherwise, my 2 starships could not have sustained simultaneous damage. Enough. Gustav, furious, could scarcely find words. Do not make excuses for your incompetence. All my starships are at the front. I have no spare resources to help you catch mice. Return to your designated position and await the military tribunal's judgment. But Gustav was unwilling to hear any further explanations from AI Air. With the 8 starships from the Forest People, a total of 11 starships had pursued the enemy's 3 starships. Not only had they lost 4 starships, but they were also being pursued. It was humiliating. Even AI Air felt ashamed to speak of it. Forget it. Let us focus on the northern battle zone. Although the Forest People may not arrive in time, the northern battle zone will still launch an offensive. Does the Federation think the Bloodwolf mercenaries can hold on for long? Impossible. They are in a precarious situation. Ha ha ha. Lieutenant AI Air hung up the call, seething with indignation. How dare he call me incompetent? Gustav had no idea what was happening here. The enemy undoubtedly possessed new weaponry. Otherwise, our thrusters could not have been destroyed. Lieutenant, should we return now? Return? AI Air smirked coldly. To return now would be to seek death. Not only would we fail our mission, but we would also suffer heavy losses. What should we do then? To survive, we must capture those 3 Federation starships. Gustav does not believe they have new weaponry. We must find a way to prove him wrong. AI Air's subordinates were taken aback by his command. But the enemy's firepower is not inferior to ours. We know they have a heavily armed battleship and a star carrier. Just these 2 alone are beyond our capability to confront. Not to mention we cannot keep pace with their speed. AI Air smiled slightly. Indeed, that is the normal course of events. However, their route to the northern battle zone may lead them past the B7 star. The Death Star? AI Air nodded. Exactly. The B7 star is quite unique within its range. All energy shields, thrusters, main cannons, and fighters become inoperative. The only way to traverse it is through inertia. Chapter 90. The mercenaries have been driven away, and we shall engage them in a landing battle. Are they not formidable? I wish to ascertain whether their melee combat skills rival those of their starships. The expressions of my subordinates revealed their apprehension. Indeed, B7 is a planet notorious for its peril, hence its moniker, the Death Star. Most would opt to circumvent it, for who knows what might transpire during transit. However, what if they choose not to pass through? The route to the northern war zone is the most expedient. Should they truly avoid it, we would have no choice but to retreat. After articulating his thoughts, Ayer surveyed the assembly. Do you harbor any doubts? After some contemplation, the group concluded that whether or not the Federation and Oppos' starships reached B7 seemed inconsequential to them. We shall heed the Lieutenant and Oppos' counsel. Very well. Let us first repair the propulsion system, then we will navigate through the Imperial interstellar route, allowing us to reach B7 ahead of them. Agreed. The Gospel, having seen no pursuers behind them, was a source of relief for Su Xian. Commander, they have ceased their pursuit. Should we return to the northern war zone or head to the northwest? Let us proceed to the northern war zone. If we turn back, we risk being encircled. They will not let us escape so easily. Indeed, Zhao Yi reclined in his chair, feeling a sense of ease. This mission was not as arduous as he had imagined. It seemed almost effortless. Ultimately, it was a testament to his enhanced capabilities. The Federation remains oblivious to the existence of 2 additional starships at his disposal. These assets are rightfully his. Zhao Yi contemplated expanding his power while remaining concealed, enabling him to exert influence when it truly mattered. Connect me to the Colonel. Understood. At that moment, the Colonel was engaged in a meeting in the elegant chamber, following the transfer of the Imperial fleet from the Northwest War Zone. A period of tranquility had finally arrived. Not only was Zhao Yi assigned perilous combat missions, but the battlefield itself had also been relocated. Peace had at last graced the Northwest War Zone. Well then, let us deliberate on our evening meal. We always dine in the same location. Perhaps we should explore a different venue? A different place? How many dining options are available in our current locale? Perhaps we could venture to the nearby Byman Star. It is a food production world with a plethora of delectable offerings. I concur. We have been preoccupied with repelling the Imperial invasion and have had little opportunity to escape our duties on Aranata. Now that we have a moment to breathe, we must indulge ourselves. Laughter erupted among the group. Colonel Lin Fu felt exasperated. He had summoned them to discuss military supplies and armament preparations. While the Empire had shifted its focus to the Northern War Zone, Aranata must remain vigilant, for it serves as the gateway from the northwest to the Federation's interior. How did the discussion suddenly shift to dinner? Colonel Lin Fu, what is your opinion? Yuan Jianya inquired with a smile. I am amenable to anything. Colonel, are you not concerned about the Gospel? What is there to worry about? If they fail their mission, they are doomed. What concern is it of ours if the Northern War Zone is affected? The mission is complete. They cannot possibly succeed. The room erupted in laughter. Others around nodded in agreement, their thumbs raised in approval. Indeed, this sentiment was entirely accurate. The group continued their boisterous discussion, accustomed to this camaraderie, particularly directed toward the silver-haired girl who was long overdue for her demise. Colonel Lin Fu surveyed the assembly. This federation was indeed beyond redemption. From Elder Qin downward, all present were hopelessly entrenched in their rigidity. Colonel Lin Fu, the Gospel's Zhao Yi requests a connection. Zhao Yi, considering the time, they should have arrived at Hugh's Star by now, perhaps even encountering the Sinmin forces while requesting assistance. Ha. Colonel Lin Fu responded nonchalantly, let him in. Yet, internally, he felt perplexed. Zhao Yi and Oppos' character was not one to solicit aid from the Federation, knowing full well that they would not come to his rescue, especially given their location within Imperial territory. Zhao Yi and Oppos' projection materialized before the group. Observing the multitude in the meeting room, he remarked with a grin, esteemed officers, you are indeed burdened with responsibilities. Each time I see you managing affairs, I am filled with admiration. The others scratched their heads, somewhat sheepish, for they had just been discussing dinner plans. Zhao Yi noted their reactions with a silent scoff. Zhao Yi, if you have matters to address, please proceed. Yuan Jianya interjected irritably. Colonel Lin Fu, we are being monitored by the Imperial Fleet, Zhao Yi reported, deliberately ignoring Yuan Jianya's presence. A smile crept across the faces of the others. It was as they suspected. The Empire had discovered them. It was reasonable to assume that lurking at Hugh's Star posed little risk, provided they exercised caution. However, engaging the Sinmin forces would inevitably expose them to the Empire's scrutiny. Colonel Lin Fu's countenance darkened, and he sighed. I previously advised against your presence there. Now you see the trouble it has caused, do you not? So what now? Do you require assistance? Zhao Yi shook his head. We do not seek aid. We intend to depart from Hugh's Star and proceed to the Northern War Zone. Thus we may not communicate further to prevent interception by the Empire. Departing from Hugh's Star? The assembly rose abruptly. Zhao Yi, what are you planning? Are you defying orders? Your mission is to obstruct the Sunmin mercenaries and Oppos support, and you dare to flee at such a critical juncture. Do you understand the severity of this transgression? You are courting death. And not just for yourself. Those autonomous weapons will be scrapped as well. Colonel Lin Fu remained silent. Zhao Yi was determined not to engage in such reckless behavior. Was there something he was concealing? Zhao Yi chuckled. There is no need for concern, esteemed officers. I am not so unscrupulous as to disregard my duty. The Sunmin forces have been vanquished by us. They shall not venture to the Northern War Zone. Nonsense. Yuan Jianya interjected vehemently. You dare to make such claims? The Gospel is merely a pseudo-T2 class starship, while the opposition boasts a fleet of 8 starships. How can you assert that you have defeated them? Merely stalling for time is an achievement in itself. Zhao Yi scoffed. So the esteemed officer acknowledges that we are merely a pseudo-T2 class vessel. What then? Is the purpose of our involvement? Do you truly believe the Gospel lacks the capability to intercept? We assert that we have already triumphed, yet you remain skeptical? Yuan Jianya's face flushed with anger. Zhao Yi, as a soldier of the Federation, you are to execute orders without questioning their rationale. Then let me reiterate. The Sunmin have been defeated, mission accomplished. We now seek to navigate to the Northern War Zone for a strategic retreat. Is there a problem with that? Yuan Jianya was rendered speechless in his fury. Colonel Lin Fu interjected. Enough. Since you claim to have completed your mission, what will you do if the Sunmin re-emerge in the Northern War Zone? Chapter 91. Stealthy development upon hearing Zhao Yi and Oppos' words. Everyone raised their heads to look at him, their disbelief palpable. Could Zhao Yi truly vanquish the forest dwellers? Was this a jest? A single starship against a fleet. And he dared to pursue them? If the forest dwellers appear in the Northern War Zone, the Gospel will willingly bear the consequences, someone declared. Very well. Colonel Lin Fu interjected, yet to voice his thoughts. Yuan Jianya stepped forward, stating, This is your assertion. Military orders are immutable. Should the forest dwellers manifest in the Northern War Zone, the onus falls upon your Gospel. Do not harbor grievances when that time comes. Naturally, Zhao Yi replied, his chin raised with an air of arrogance. Let us await the outcome. Colonel Lin Fu remarked. You claim you were discovered and pursued by the Empire? Indeed. Zhao Yi affirmed. Very well. Command of the situation is now yours. Connect with us once you reach the Northern War Zone. Understood. Yuan Jianya added. Do not harbor illusions of allowing the 9,844s to escape. According to collective responsibility, should they flee, others will bear their burden. Rest assured, I have only heard of fleeing Federals, never of a silver-haired maiden retreating, Zhao Yi said with a meaningful smile. This incited considerable irritation among the assembly, their faces burning with indignation. If the elegant maiden truly faltered, they surely would flee. Colonel Lin Fu observed the group and Oppos' agitation with a slight smile. Enough of this. Let us ponder where to dine. Just then, an officer entered, announcing, Colonel Lin Fu, we have new developments. Developments? What kind? The forest dwellers have withdrawn. What? The room erupted in astonishment, a myriad of expressions surfacing, shock, confusion, and disbelief. The forest dwellers truly retreated? Yes, according to a recent announcement from the forest dwellers. They have exited the Empire to venture to other planets. This news appears to be directed at us, indicating their neutrality. A collective gasp ensued. Just moments ago, they had mocked Zhao Yi's claims, And now it seemed reality had turned the tables. Staring blankly at one another, they were at a loss for words. This was illogical. They had sent the gospel to its demise, not to achieve glory. Colonel Lin Fu clapped his hands, proclaiming, "This is splendid news." The forest dwellers not only refrained from entering the northern war zone but have also withdrawn from the empire, significantly alleviating the burden on both the northern war zone and the Federation. The group exchanged awkward smiles. While the northern war zone had indeed become less pressured, it held no relevance for them. They were not part of it. Instead, they felt a sense of embarrassment. The gospel's time of obsolescence had long passed, yet they had repeatedly been proven wrong, surviving time and again. Humph. Yuan Jianya scoffed, pushing back his chair and departing the conference room. The meeting concluded hastily, leaving dinner plans unresolved. Aboard the gospel, Su Xian and her companions chuckled at Zhao Yi's retorts. Su Huan laughed heartily. "I've only seen federals flee. I've never encountered a silver-haired maiden in retreat. Commander, you truly dare to speak such words." Zhao Yi shrugged. "I merely speak the truth." Su Ran chimed in. "Each time we fight to protect the federals, it leaves me uneasy. However, knowing that there are individuals like you among the Federation, Commander, makes our sacrifices and efforts feel worthwhile." Zhao Yi regarded the silver-haired maidens before him, all clones with predetermined paths laid out by the Federation. "Do you possess memories of your past? Past memories? Are you referring to events after entering the battlefield?" One silver-haired maiden inquired curiously. "We only recall growing up in the orphanage, where we were tasked with various duties each day, facing penalties for unfulfilled tasks. Indeed, when we departed, there were many younger sisters remaining. We wonder how they fare now." Observing the wistful expressions of the maidens, Zhao Yi chose not to elaborate further. Their younger sisters were likely already on the battlefield, the newly developed silver-haired maidens thrust into action before they could even be preserved. "Remain vigilant, after all. We are still within the Empire's territory." Understood. 2 days later, the gospel continued its journey within the Empire, skillfully avoiding inhabited planets and opting for remote routes. Perhaps due to improved rations, the silver-haired maidens appeared even more radiant than before, both in complexion and beauty. "Commander, we are approaching the B7 star. In a couple of days, we shall arrive at the northern war zone," Su Xian reported as she approached Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi nodded absently, his mind preoccupied with other matters, specifically the suggestion made by Colonel Lin Fu. It was evident that they were plotting to upend the entire Federation and sought his allegiance. Yet, their true intentions likely did not align with his desire to liberate the silver-haired maidens. This was merely a step toward their ultimate goal. Were they genuinely motivated by power? Or did they truly wish to save the Federation? Regardless of their intentions, the persecution of the silver-haired maidens would not cease. Once stability was restored, the new Federation would not spare them. "Commander?" Su Xian inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had not anticipated seeing the commander lost in thought. Zhao Yi snapped back to reality, taking a step back upon noticing Su Xian's proximity. "What is it? Why are you so close?" Su Xian blushed slightly, her face tinged with a hint of crimson. "I was curious about what you were thinking." "Nothing much. Where are we headed now?" "We will soon arrive at the B7 star. This planet is rather unique. And our starship will." Before she could finish, the ship and Oppo's propulsion system ceased, leaving even the main cannon and energy shields inoperative. The silver-haired maidens aboard felt no surprise, having anticipated this scenario upon learning about B7. Su Xian shrugged. "Our starship operates this way. We will need to rely on inertia from now on." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "This reminds me of the events that transpired at the V12 star. At that time, I had just joined the gospel, and you all were quite resistant to me." Hearing this, the group smiled. Time had indeed passed swiftly. Su Xian nodded. "Yes, back then. We thought we had a commander destined for doom, yet you managed to lead us to survival." Zhao Yi surveyed the surroundings. "If you were to regain your citizenship after 5 years, what would you do?" The group hesitated momentarily before shaking their heads with wry smiles. "That day may never come." "What if?" Zhao Yi encouraged. "Always think positively. Even if it did happen, we would continue to serve in the military," Su Xian replied earnestly. This revelation surprised Zhao Yi. "I had thought you would seek a tranquil life. Are you not yet weary of battle? Chapter 92. The delivery person Su Xin elucidated. It is because our entire lives are devoted to the preparation for war. A sudden tranquility renders us unaccustomed, particularly since we possess no skills beyond combat. Regardless of whether we regain our identities, we will remain in the military until we meet our demise in battle. Indeed, it is permissible to relax occasionally. Yet should we cease all activity, thoughts of our sisters who fought alongside us resurface. Only by remaining on the precipice of life and death can we stave off such musings. The others nodded in agreement, prompting Zhao Yi to reflect deeply. At their age, they ought to be unrestrained. Instead, they are compelled to numb themselves through warfare. Commander, the time spent with you has been immensely joyous. When the day comes that we are no longer here, you must continue to live well. Zhao Yi rolled her eyes. Do not utter such ominous words, Ba? At that moment, alarms blared throughout the ship. Zhao Yi sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Reporting to the commander, 2 starships are approaching us. Approaching us? Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. That cannot be. Within the confines of this planet, are not all planetary engines rendered inoperative? How could anyone approach us? It appears they are not utilizing planetary engines. Zhao Yi approached the window and indeed beheld a colossal interstellar destroyer. Upon closer inspection, it was an imposing behemoth, emblazoned with the insignia of the Empire. Zhao Yi's pupils constricted. Was this not the Imperial starship that had pursued them at Hughes Star? Why had it appeared here? Commander, there is another on our flank. 2. That was indeed correct. One of the 3 starships had been dispatched by them, leaving these 2 remaining. However, their planetary engines were clearly destroyed by Zhao Yi, so how had they maneuvered to their front? Commander, they are beginning to close in on us. Do not worry. Their main cannons and energy shields are likewise non-functional. Prepare for a jump to engage. Yes. Zhao Yi fixed her gaze on the starship outside. Under normal circumstances, they would never have been able to draw so near without being annihilated. They had been granted this opportunity by B7, albeit only as a fleeting chance. In a long-range confrontation, they could not contend with the gospel. In close quarters, they were even less capable. These fools were essentially delivering themselves to them. With a thunderous roar, the metallic armor on both sides of the gospel was breached, and several corridors began to connect. Su Yao Su Wan and the others were filled with anxiety. They could only witness the gospel under siege through the window, utterly powerless to intervene. What should we do? The gospel is under attack, and it will take us several more hours to navigate past B7. Fear not. They are surely no match for Sister Su Xin and the commander. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have recklessly charged forth, but now they could only silently pray. Lieutenant AI Air, having observed the successful connection, laughed heartily. No matter what new weapons you possess, here, we are all equal. Allow me to demonstrate the indomitable spirit of Imperial soldiers. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes, the corridors opened, and Imperial soldiers alongside combat robots surged forth. Upon entering the gospel, they were astonished to find it utterly vacant. Where is everyone? Has the enemy abandoned their starship? The opposite side appeared equally still. Had they concealed themselves? It is said that silver-haired maidens are valiant in battle, yet it seems they are afraid of us. Laughter erupted, tinged with arrogance. Should they triumph over these 3 starships? Accolades awaited their return. If they were to discover the legendary new weapon, soaring to greatness would not be a mere dream. AI Air approached from behind. I was wondering what those 2 concealed starships were. It turns out one is a repair ship. How laughable. Indeed, they did manage to frighten us for a moment. Lieutenant AI Air is truly formidable, ambushing them here, leaving them with no escape. AI Air sneered. Well, most of their personnel are likely aboard the interstellar carrier. Let us swiftly obliterate this starship. Once we have exited the B7 range, we shall use our main cannons to destroy the interstellar carrier. Yes. The group hastily rushed into the gospel, yet wherever they went, they found no one. Strange. Where are their personnel? They looked up at the command room. Still devoid of occupants. AI Air had initially intended to initiate the self-destruct sequence, but this starship was absent from his database. After much fiddling, he found nothing. Damn it. Prepare explosives to detonate this starship. Yes. Before long, gunfire erupted within the starship. AI Air was taken aback. What is happening? Where is the gunfire coming from? A soldier rushed in, breathless. Lieutenant, the silver-haired maidens have infiltrated our starship. They had engaged in combat with the soldiers sent to retrieve explosives. AI Air was bewildered. They had come to find the enemy, yet the enemy had managed to infiltrate their own starship. Where are the personnel stationed on the starship? They should be holding them off while we encircle them and eliminate them from both sides. They have already perished. What? AI Air was incredulous. The personnel he had brought were all elite soldiers. While some had boarded the federal starship, the remaining troops should have been sufficient to hold for some time. Lieutenant AI Air, they are returning with a plethora of supplies. AI Air hurriedly exited the command room, only to spot the silver-haired maidens in the corridor, laden with items from their starship, equipment, energy sources, crystals, and copious canned food. What the hell? AI Air was on the verge of collapse. While he searched for them aboard the starship, they had gone shopping on their own starship, and at no cost. Su Xian had also spotted the enemy, instructing the silver-haired maidens carrying supplies to hide, while she piloted her T-2 class mech at the forefront. In an instant, chaos erupted. Various weapons unleashed a cacophony of laser fire, turning the interior of the starship into disarray. Although the mech's energy shield could not be activated, its formidable firepower and sturdy exterior kept the Imperial forces from raising their heads. How could they possess such powerful mechs? Could this possibly be their new weapon? Lieutenant AI Air, we cannot hold our position. Retreat to the command center. Await the support of the other starship. Yes. Lieutenant AI Air led his troops back to the command room, hastily sealing the door, with all weapons trained on the entrance, holding their breath in anticipation. Chapter 93. They truly possessed new weapons now trapped. Their only hope rested upon the other starship's crew as they embarked on a demolition mission at the thrusters. Once their task was complete, they would come to their rescue. Little did they know, the opposing forces had already been dealt with by Su Rant's team. In the command room, AI Air gasped for breath, feeling as if something was constricting his throat, a suffocating sensation enveloping him. Is this what it feels like to face death? The other Imperial soldiers shared his trepidation. The realities of dying and the anticipation of death are worlds apart. They could sense time slipping away, as if they could hear the echoes of life reaching its conclusion. Creak! Suddenly, a sound emanated from behind them. Turning around, they were taken aback. A peculiar entity emerged, wielding the starry blade, and effortlessly beheaded an Imperial soldier. Almost simultaneously, another similar robot appeared from a different direction. With a swift stroke of the starry blade, another Imperial soldier was cleaved in two. AI Air hastily commanded his soldiers to retaliate. A barrage of weaponry was unleashed upon Shin Tu, who quickly dove into the shadows. The Imperial forces were thrown into disarray. What manner of creature was this? It could conceal itself within the shadows. Throughout the cosmos, they had only heard of the Shadow Clan and the Zerg possessing such abilities. But never had they encountered a robot exhibiting this power. Shintu did not afford them a moment to react. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily stunned, he leaped from the shadows and dispatched two more. Chaos ensued amongst the Imperial soldiers. Every time they attempted to strike, the robot vanished, only to reappear from the ground, walls, or even the ceiling. AI Air sought to report the situation, but the B-7 star obstructed any means of communication. The new generation of mechas, capable of infiltrating the shadows, revealed that the Federation possessed numerous assets unknown to the Empire. Mach had previously warned them, yet his cautions fell on deaf ears. The Empire would inevitably pay the price for their hubris. Before long, silence enveloped the command room. Su Xian piloted his mecha into the space, furrowing his brow. He felt no sorrow for the demise of the Imperial soldiers. It was merely the aftermath that would require some tidying up. After eliminating the Imperial forces, Zhao Yi and his companions gradually retrieved all useful items from the Imperial destroyer. Even the useless components were disassembled for parts, destined for the maintenance ship. Upon departing the B-7 star region, Su Yao and Su Wan hurriedly contacted Zhao Yi. Upon learning that everyone was unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The maintenance ship returned to repair the gospel. Zhao Yi, exhilarated by the contents of the warehouse, noted that aside from food supplies, the materials salvaged from the two destroyers could be utilized to manufacture several Shinwei fighters. Regrettably, they had exhausted the T2 energy cores for the starship. However, they had secured a considerable amount of energy crystals. This was not an attempt to hunt them down. It was akin to receiving a delivery. Commander, we discovered a bounty of delectable provisions. What is this? Su Ran exclaimed, holding up a canister with excitement. Zhao Yi glanced at it. It was merely standard military rations. Although the Federation soldiers also consumed such provisions, they were typically reserved for them, not for the silver-haired maidens. Zhao Yi opened a can and handed it to Su Ran. She squinted at it and, like a curious kitten, sniffed. This seems to be meat. Yes, this is quite common aboard Federation starships, but I didn't expect you to be unfamiliar with it, Zhao Yi explained. Of course I've seen it. I just didn't know what was inside. Eat up, with Zhao Yi's encouragement. Su Ran retrieved a small dagger and scooped out a portion. This meat appears to have been processed. It's quite flavorful. Indeed, Zhao Yi replied, bemused. He hadn't anticipated a mere can could bring her such joy. He planned to develop his strengths in secrecy, yet seemed devoid of suitable allies. Days later, the Bloodwolf mercenaries successfully arrived at their designated location, tasked with restraining the Imperial maneuvers at the northern front. Bloodwolf chuckled as he read the news. The Forest clan had swiftly withdrawn from the Empire, though the reasons remained unspoken. It was evident they had suffered a setback. His foresight to join the Federation early on proved wise. Come in, Bloodwolf called, noticing a knock at the door. Lord Bloodwolf, you summoned us? Lord Ho entered with several aides aboard the T3 starship. Have you arranged the matters I entrusted to you? Bloodwolf inquired, observing Lord Ho's trepidation. The latter felt a rising anxiety. Should their plans unravel, their fates would be sealed. Lord Ho, what troubles you? Bloodwolf detected his unease and questioned with a hint of wariness. Seeing the reaction, the aides hastily explained, actually, both Lord Ho and I harbor some concerns. Concerns? Pray, elaborate, Bloodwolf urged. Lord Bloodwolf, our prior engagements in battle mainly involved acts of assassination and theft. Our role was to create disturbances, seizing starships from within enemy lines, wreaking havoc, and retreating whenever pursued. This merely offered our employers slight assistance while drawing enemy fire. However, direct confrontations are rare. Feigning understanding. Lord Ho nodded. Lord Bloodwolf, it is not that we fear. We are simply perplexed. Bloodwolf acknowledged their sentiments. I understand your perspective, but times have changed. There are many matters regarding our alliance with the Federation that I cannot disclose, yet I assure you that I will consider the safety of every brother. We shall not undertake missions that are certain to end in death. Then we naturally trust you, Lord Bloodwolf, the group replied, forcing smiles while their hearts grew somber. It was evident that Bloodwolf was indifferent to their fates. The day would likely end in death, either for Bloodwolf or for them. Lord Ho stepped forward. Lord Bloodwolf, as per your instructions, all fleets have reached their designated positions. Excellent. We must not be careless this time, Bloodwolf affirmed. Lord Ho continued. Lord Bloodwolf, I have a small suggestion. Speak. With battle imminent, I propose we hold a grand feast tonight. It would serve to reward our brothers and bolster morale. Old Ho, that's a splendid idea. Ensure it is executed flawlessly, Bloodwolf replied, unconcerned. The mercenaries frequently hosted feasts, especially with war on the horizon. Very well, we shall take our leave. Once outside Bloodwolf's starship, their expressions shifted dramatically. It appeared that Bloodwolf indeed intended to disregard their welfare. Rather than considering their interests, the Federation was pushing them into a perilous situation, and Bloodwolf seemed to accept it as normal. Chapter 94. Rebellion. The Lord turned to the Marquis and said, Marquis, do not hesitate any longer. The Bloodwolf has brought this upon himself. Since he has shown no mercy to our brethren, we must not feel guilt in our actions. Indeed, Marquis, are you prepared? I am ready. We shall see what the night brings. As darkness fell, the Bloodwolf's T3 class starship, the Bloodwolf, was ablaze with light, and the air was thick with the scent of wine. The grand hall was crowded with mercenaries, who reveled in drink and laughter, their spirits high, though some began to show signs of intoxication. The Marquis and several officers sat together, their gazes frequently darting toward the Blood Wolf at the main table. Everything was set. It was time to act. To the Blood Wolf, I raise a toast. The Marquis stood, lifting his goblet, and the Blood Wolf responded in kind. Marquis, I have a question that troubles me. Speak. I have heard whispers that you have sold us all to the Federation for personal gain. Is there any truth to this? The previously lively gathering fell into a hushed silence. Fear etched on the faces of the mercenaries as they turned to the Marquis. When had he grown so bold as to question the Blood Wolf directly? Was he courting death? The Blood Wolf narrowed his eyes at the Marquis. This coward had suddenly posed an unsettling question. Who said such things? The Marquis, though anxious within, maintained a facade of nonchalance. It matters not who spoke. We merely wish to know if it is true. And if I were to say it is not, then I suggest we retreat from our current position. Assisting the Federation is a path to our demise, and to serve them for a mere 500,000 energy crystals raises many suspicions. For the sake of our brothers, we must avoid this treacherous waters. The Blood Wolf lit a cigarette, intrigued by the Marquis and Apo's intentions. Did he truly believe he needed to report his actions to the Marquis? Old Marquis, are you seeking death? One of the Blood Wolf and Apo's subordinates, Sang Biao, barked angrily. The Marquis turned to the crowd behind him. I believe many share my sentiments. Why should we aid the Federation when the Blood Wolf has offered us no explanation? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Though they had feared questioning the Blood Wolf's decisions, the presence of dissent changed the dynamics. Sang Biao, enraged, drew his weapon, aiming it at the Marquis. You seek death? Anyone who shares your thoughts shall meet the same fate. Instantly, those behind the Marquis stepped forward. Do not be angry, Blood Wolf. Let us withdraw from this commission. Even if the Alliance demands compensation, it is preferable to risking our lives. We are terrified. If we encounter the Empire, the Federation will not protect us. Indeed, consider it. Blood Wolf. Rising to his feet, the Blood Wolf stated, I spare you only because you emerged from the blood-soaked battlefield with me. Old Marquis, who prompted you to act thus? Speak, and you shall be spared. A glint of cruelty and indifference flashed in the Blood Wolf's eyes. He had no intention of letting the old Marquis go, but perhaps he could do himself a favor before the end. The old Marquis and Apo's heart raced. Yet he declared, Blood Wolf, this is the consensus of all our brothers. If you possess the courage, kill us all. Seeking death, the Blood Wolf murmured. A secret the Blood Wolf harbored was that half of his body was prosthetic, and a T3 class mechanical core was embedded in his chest. This device not only safeguarded him, but also endowed him with immense power. Even the weapons of a starship might not suffice to take his life. Before anyone could react, the Blood Wolf's hands transformed into two long cannons, aimed at the trembling Marquis. Farewell, old Marquis. Just as he prepared to fire, the Blood Wolf found himself unable to move. Impossible. How could the T3 class mechanical core malfunction? A subordinate of the old Marquis produced a glowing object. The old Marquis leaned in urgently. Why, Zue, is this truly safe? Of course. Otherwise, with the Blood Wolf's temperament, you would not be standing here now. The Blood Wolf was taken aback. How could this be? His mechanical core was rendered ineffective? The old Marquis laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Blood Wolf, did you truly believe yourself invincible? Had we not prepared thoroughly, would we have allowed you to descend? Having squandered his opportunity, the Blood Wolf now faced his demise. The captains of other starships, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee, their personal guards trailing behind. Their only desire was to return to their own vessels. As this place had become perilous, the old Marquis did not hinder their escape. Once the Blood Wolf was dead, those wise enough would submit willingly. Protect the Blood Wolf, Sang Biao shouted, launching an attack against the old Marquis and his men, while the Blood Wolf's guards simultaneously countered. Others hastily escorted the Blood Wolf away. Do not let him escape. They understood all too well. Having made their choice, they could not allow the Blood Wolf to live. Sang Biao and his men fought desperately to buy time, using their formidable bodies to barricade the doors. However, it was not long before the door was shattered to pieces. Zue spat in disdain. Foolish idiot, sacrificing everything for the Blood Wolf and Apos' life. How truly foolish. The group raced after the Blood Wolf, while others rushed to secure the exits of the starship, ensuring the Blood Wolf could not escape. What shall we do now, Blood Wolf? A few asked, carrying him as they stumbled through the chaos, the sounds of conflict echoing behind them. They were intimately familiar with the starship. Escape was near impossible. The Blood Wolf understood. To my quarters. Understood. The Blood Wolf's quarters were fortified, and once inside, they took a moment to catch their breath. Contact Arua. Yes. At this moment, the old Marquis ordered some of his men to return to their starship, publicly declaring that the Blood Wolf had perished. The other captains either fled alone or aligned themselves with the old Marquis. Naturally, some remained loyal to the Blood Wolf, knowing the old Marquis would not spare them, and banded together to fight back. The cosmos was ablaze with fire and light. The Federation starships stationed in other sectors were bewildered. Had the Blood Wolf become intoxicated? Why was he attacking his own? Arul. The officers convened to deliberate on how to deal with the gospel. The head of the Qian family was furious to learn that the gospel still survived, demanding they devise a swift solution. He had no desire for a silver-haired maiden to last for 5 years. Frustration loomed over them. How had this transpired? A cigarette dangled from the mouth of one officer, his face etched with concern. Chapter 95. The rescue operation. He simply couldn't comprehend how the gospel had been driven away by the forest wolves. Colonel Lin, we are in serious trouble. A strikingly beautiful female soldier rushed in, her face etched with fear and urgency. What has happened? The Blood Wolves. The Blood Wolves. The Blood Wolves? The crowd was taken aback. The involvement of the Blood Wolves indeed raised suspicions. Could it be that they were feigning allegiance? The haste of her report suggested that perhaps the Blood Wolves had turned traitor. The female soldier gasped for breath. The Blood Wolves are engaged in infighting. 5 starships have fled, and 7 have already crashed. Colonel Lin inhaled sharply. They had suspected that the Blood Wolves might be pretending to join them, but never had they anticipated that they would resort to fratricide. What could be the reason? I don't know. The northern war zone of the Federation is completely at a loss. They want to approach, but fear friendly fire. The crowd furrowed their brows. With the imminent battle at hand, these mercenaries had gone mad. Perhaps, in a twisted way, this could be seen as a silver lining. If the Blood Wolves were busy fighting among themselves, they might not have the capacity to plot against them. However, what if the Empire intervened? The presence of the Blood Wolves would certainly ease their burden, but in the current scenario, they were in no position to intervene, left in the dark about the unfolding events. Just then, a communication request from the Blood Wolves came through. Blood Wolves? What is your situation? Colonel Lin inquired anxiously as he connected the call. The Blood Wolves appeared furious, yet helpless. Damn it. These little bastards have dared to rebel. Rebel? You couldn't suppress them? It seems to be related to the Empire. I have been restrained by some strange force, or else this wouldn't be happening. Colonel Lin, tell the Northern War Zone to send assistance. If they can quell the rebellion, I will owe you a favor. The gathered individuals exchanged glances. Was this truly genuine, or merely a scheme? Colonel Lin interjected. This matter requires further deliberation. Deliberation? The Blood Wolves were taken aback. The rebellion had arisen precisely because they sought to join the Federation, and now the Federation was hesitating? By the time you deliberate, I may well be dead. Colonel Lin explained. Blood Wolves, it is imperative that the Northern War Zone assist you swiftly. Our escort fleet has already departed. Very well, but make haste. My Blood Wolf ship can hold out for a while longer, but not for long. If reinforcements arrive too late, I will be unable to participate in the ensuing battles. Understood. After ending the communication, Colonel Lin turned to the others. What are your thoughts? Could this be a conspiracy? How could a rebellion occur so suddenly? It seems unlikely to be a conspiracy. Otherwise, the Blood Wolves would suffer significant losses. There would be no need to reach such a state. I suspect the Empire's involvement. This rebellion by the Blood Wolves must have been orchestrated by them. The Blood Wolves' refusal to join the Empire has incited their wrath, leading to the insurrection of their subordinates. Listening to the discussions around him, Colonel Lin suddenly spoke. Contact the commander of the Northern War Zone, Commander Yuan. Yes. Moments later, a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. He was the legitimate son of the Yuan family and currently held the position of commander of the Northern War Zone of the Federation. Lin, what brings you to me? I heard there were issues with the Blood Wolves. Do you have any information? That and Oppos. That's precisely why I called. Colonel Lin succinctly recounted the events. If the starships of the Northern War Zone could intervene, there might still be a chance for rescue, allowing the Blood Wolves to owe them a favor, thus facilitating future arrangements. Commander Yuan immediately declined. There is nothing I can do. The starships of the Northern War Zone are currently engaged in a standoff with the Empire and cannot spare any resources. Moreover, the Blood Wolves are notoriously treacherous. Who knows if this situation has been premeditated? But if the Blood Wolves join the Federation, our chances of victory will undoubtedly increase. Commander Yuan shook his head once more. I do not trust mercenaries. They merely act for the highest bidder, devoid of honor or dignity. Furthermore, as you mentioned, our intervention may only lead to the possible rescue of the Blood Wolves. If we fail, we would lose both our troops and our reputation. Seeing Commander Yuan's reluctance, Colonel Lin could only end the communication. With a long sigh, Colonel Lin appeared somewhat helpless. The three fleets of the Blood Wolves were still engaged in combat, and it seemed they could not rely on these mercenaries. The strength of the Federation had been severely diminished. Colonel Lin, we have done all we could. There is nothing we can do if the Northern War Zone refuses to assist. Indeed, this is the result of the Blood Wolves' own actions. The others urged. In truth, the fate of the Blood Wolves mattered little to them, as it would not affect their standing in the Northwestern War Zone. Just then, the female soldier who had previously left returned. Colonel Lin, the Gospel is requesting a connection. The Gospel? Colonel Lin paused momentarily before realizing they must have reached the Northern War Zone. Connect them. Wait a moment. Yuan Jianya suddenly interrupted Colonel Lin. What is it? The Gospel should currently be in the Northern War Zone, correct? Yes. Seemingly aware of Yuan Jianya's intentions, Colonel Lin warned. The Gospel is a starship of the Northwestern War Zone and has no authority to engage in combat operations in the Northern War Zone. This could not only disrupt Commander Yuan's battle plans, but also lead to unavoidable consequences. Yuan Jianya smiled. I have no intention of endangering my family's people. The Gospel indeed cannot execute combat missions in the north, but it can undertake rescue operations. Rescue? The crowd quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting they assist the Blood Wolves? Exactly, Yuan Jianya affirmed. The Gospel should have been scrapped long ago, but it has survived against the odds. Now is a perfect opportunity to send them into what could be a fatal situation. In a melee involving over 20 starships, the Gospel would undoubtedly be doomed. Colonel Lin hesitated to refuse, but then reconsidered. If the Gospel were indeed destroyed, Su Yun would lose her pillar of support in the silver-haired girl. Wang Rushuan and Su Yun shared a good relationship, and the subsequent developments would not change much. Fine, let's first ascertain the location of the Gospel. If they truly are in the Northern War Zone, let them undertake the mission. Upon connecting the call, Zhao Yi saluted. Colonel Lin, the Gospel has arrived in the Northern War Zone of the Federation and will return to Enchantress in approximately 1 week's time. Do not rush. How far are you from the Northern Fleet of the Federation? Chapter 96. Has a ship arrived? After nearly an hour of navigation, the crowd erupted into smiles. Zhao Yi seemed to grasp the situation. Colonel Lin Fu, the war in the Northern Theater is on the brink of eruption, and the Gospel ship has sustained some damage, necessitating an immediate return for repairs. You cannot afford to wait. You must head to the Northern Theater right now. Why? The Blood Wolf mercenaries are facing troubles, as some of his subordinates have rebelled, leading to internal conflicts aboard the starship. By unanimous decision, the Gospel will undertake a rescue mission, and coordinates will be sent to you shortly. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that he was being sent to the heart of the battle, a task that could very well lead to his demise. However, according to the laws of war, they had no right to refuse. Indeed, Zhao Yi replied with a hint of resignation. We must depart immediately. There can be no delays. After ending the communication, Su Xian beside him chuckled wryly. I never imagined we would have a mission upon our arrival. Indeed, I just didn't expect the Blood Wolf to encounter issues. Zhao Yi pondered, recalling his previous encounter with the Blood Wolf, a cunning and resourceful figure, Yet it seemed even he was not invulnerable. Let us change course and seek the Blood Wolf. Understood. In the northern theater of the Empire, Gustav examined the report in his hand, stroking his mustache. The Blood Wolf is truly foolish, surrounded by a band of imbeciles. Let them slowly destroy each other. The officers under him raised their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, Commander, what a brilliant strategy. A mere act of rebellion has rendered the Blood Wolf powerless, and soon we shall capture him. Indeed, although the forest folk have not yet reached their designated position, it appears the Federation is suffering greater losses. He commanded, relay the orders. Once the Blood Wolf's men return to our side, we shall launch our offensive. This time, we must seize Alika. Yes, Alika, a border fortress city akin to a graceful dancer, had long obstructed the Empire's advance. But this time, no one could save them. The Imperial fleet commenced a large-scale movement, arriving at their designated positions. The Federation was equally prepared. The absence of the Blood Wolf's influence left them somewhat beleaguered. All eyes were on the Blood Wolf mercenaries, for their conflict would herald an all-out war between the Empire and the Federation. The Blood Wolf secluded himself in his quarters, the external clamor gradually fading. He understood that the ship was now filled with the Lord's men, his own forces having been nearly annihilated. Damn it! How dare they act so brazenly? He thought to himself, if he were to survive, he would ensure these scoundrels understood the meaning of fear. His eyes filled with wrath. The Blood Wolf had never anticipated such treachery from these cowardly fools, who even possessed items that impeded his mechanical core. Blood Wolf, are you in there? A crooked voice called from outside, accompanied by the Lord and his men. Blood Wolf, no need to hide. Come out. This is rather embarrassing. No one will come to your aid. You may as well step out boldly. Oh, I forgot. Your mechanical core is rendered useless, so you cannot move, can you? Perhaps your brethren could assist you? The gathered crowd glanced at the silent Blood Wolf, their gazes fixated on the entrance. Their palms were clammy with sweat. It would be disingenuous to claim they were not anxious. The Blood Wolf attempted to reassure them, saying, no need to be nervous. They cannot breach this door. Once the Federation arrives, we shall live. Nods of agreement followed. They could only cling to hope. The Lord outside continued, Big Zhuang, are you in there? I remember you have a brother, correct? Surely you do not wish for him to perish, nor for yourself to meet the same fate. If you open the door, I assure you, my men will not harm a single one inside. Our sole objective is the Blood Wolf. A moment of hesitation swept through the room, hearts wavering. They exchanged glances, each reluctant to take the first step. The Blood Wolf's lingering authority and ferocity echoed in their minds. The Lord outside added, do not fret about the Blood Wolf. He is powerless now, or else we would not be in this predicament. Take your time to think. We have all the time in the world. Once the external starships are dealt with, we shall drag the Blood Wolf to the Empire. By then, even if you open the door, it will be of no use. Do not say I did not give you a chance. With that, the voice outside fell silent. Inside the room, a dozen men felt uneasy. What should they do? Should they surrender the Blood Wolf? They deliberated in front of him, none daring to make a decision. The Blood Wolf, anxious, urged them, they are manipulating you. They cannot open this door, so they wish for you to do so. They cannot leave the Federation's territory. Reinforcements are on the way. The group wrestled internally. If they remained, they would surely face death once they reached the Empire. Yet, if they surrendered the Blood Wolf, they risked their own demise if the Federation truly arrived. Big Zhuang spoke up. Brothers, we mercenaries have always banded together for profit. No one can be blamed. If the Federation does not arrive within 2 hours, we shall hand over the Blood Wolf. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Big Zhuang turned to the Blood Wolf and said, Lord Blood Wolf, do not take offense, even if we stand firm. Returning to the Empire means certain death for us as well. It would be wise to grant us a chance at survival. The Blood Wolf fell silent. Those facing death rarely heed reason. Moreover, they were indeed united by their shared interests. Outside the room, the Lord and his crooked-faced companion exchanged satisfied smiles. Their plan had succeeded. The Blood Wolf was rendered powerless within. Even if those inside refused to open the door, their mission was to capture the Blood Wolf alive and bring him to the Empire, a situation that played perfectly into their hands. How many starships remain? The Lord inquired. We have lost 5 of the 12 ships under our control, and 6 have fled to unknown locations. Only 2 of the remaining 10 are still resisting. The Lord nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. These would have been valuable assets. The crooked-faced man reassured him, "Do not worry. Once we reach the Empire, we shall become high-ranking officers. What are these starships compared to that?" The Lord mused, considering the prospect of enjoying the comforts of the Empire without risk. "Report. A starship is approaching us." "What?" The Lord exclaimed in shock. "Is it a Federation starship? Did you not say that their ships could not come to our aid?" The crooked-faced man appeared equally bewildered. "Indeed, the Federation's ships are occupied defending the Empire. They cannot dispatch any to assist us. Could it be an Imperial ship? Do not panic. How many starships are approaching?" 1. Chapter 97. Who dares to strike me? You truly dare to strike. A solitary vessel? Lord Ho exhaled in relief. He had anticipated the arrival of a fleet, yet it turned out to be merely a single starship. What was there to fear? A crooked smile crept across his face. "Lord Ho, you seemed quite startled earlier. And you, Warren and Appos, T?" The two erupted into hearty laughter. A lone starship posed no threat. It was evident that this was a reconnaissance mission sent by the Federation. Given the current state of the battlefield, the Federation would not choose to engage. An impulsive attack would only create vulnerabilities in their front lines. The Gospel. Naturally, Zhao Yi could not allow Xiang and Qing Yun to accompany him to the battlefield. After temporarily concealing the 2 starships, he made his way towards the Blood Wolf. The distant battlefield was filled with flashes of light and explosions. Debris and corpses drifted through the void, painting a grim picture reminiscent of an apocalypse. The Blood Wolf had suffered significant losses, Zhao Yi murmured. "Indeed, I wonder if he is still alive? What a nuisance, making us come all this way for nothing." Su Xian inquired, "How do we proceed?" According to Colonel Lin Fuzhong, the Blood Wolf should be aboard the T3 class starship Blood Wolf. We shall head directly there. Directly? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Display the Federation's flag. Let us see who dares to attack us. Understood. The Gospel glided through the remnants of war, boldly approaching the Blood Wolf. The T2 and T1 class starships engaged in combat were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Where did this starship come from? It has ventured into the heart of the battlefield without fear of death. Report. A starship is approaching. What kind of starship? Both sides engaged in battle turned their attention to the Gospel, bewildered by the Federation insignia displayed above. The mercenaries on the Blood Wolf side would certainly not fire upon the Gospel. It was a Federation vessel, undoubtedly there to rescue them. Likewise, the starships under Lord Ho's command dared not attack. They were merely rebels, and this conflict was internal to the Blood Wolf's mercenaries. Regardless of whether Lord Ho or the Blood Wolf emerged victorious, their future service would likely still be owed to the Federation. To attack a Federation vessel now would be tantamount to courting death. Zhao Yi observed the 2 opposing starships with a smirk. What did I say? They wouldn't dare to attack us. Su Xian nodded slightly, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, they seemed somewhat intimidated. Of course. At the end of the day, they are merely mercenaries and lack the courage to confront the Federation. Let us hasten to the Blood Wolf. Yes, the Blood Wolf. Lord Ho stared in astonishment at the approaching Gospel. This fellow truly had some audacity, daring to traverse the war zone. And his own starships were merely watching? This starship seems somewhat familiar. He mused aloud. I feel as though I have seen it before. Lord Ho suddenly recalled. Isn't this the starship we encountered on Tohedi? The emissary from the Federation arrived aboard this vessel. The crooked smile came to a realization. I thought it looked familiar, but how did this starship evade Imperial pursuit? And how did it manage to arrive here? Who knows? Are we still going to engage? If we don't, it will come closer. The crooked smile scoffed. Of course. We will engage. What is one starship to fear? Besides, when we reach the Empire, we will have to confront the Federation as well. If we can capture this starship, it may yield some benefits. Well said. Lord Ho seized the communicator and commanded all starships to aim at the Gospel and attack. At this distance, the main cannon was unnecessary. The charging time alone would suffice to end the conflict. Though his subordinates were reluctant, they adjusted their aim, targeting the gospel with the secondary cannons and other weaponry. Electromagnetic cannons, antimatter bombs, cosmic missiles, various weapons unleashed a barrage toward the gospel. The surface of the gospel illuminated with a protective barrier, successfully deflecting all incoming fire. Damn it, we were so close, Zhao Yi muttered in exasperation. As long as he was near the Blood Wolf, these starships would not dare to fire. Just as they were about to arrive, they initiated their attack. Su Huan chimed in with a grin. Commander, since they have dared to strike, let us show them no mercy. Release us at once. I want them to know our prowess. Zhao Yi shook his head in refusal. Return fire with the secondary cannons. It is meaningless to deploy you at this moment. Our mission is to rescue the Blood Wolf. Very well. Su Huan sighed in resignation. She had hoped for a grand fight, only to find herself sidelined. The Gospel's secondary cannons retaliated against the nearby T-1 class starships, striking true as these vessels lacked energy shields. Lord Ho and the Crooked Smile sensed something was amiss. With so many starships attacking simultaneously, even energy shields would struggle to endure for long. Why had they not yet sunk it? Their own starships were sustaining damage instead. The mercenaries on the Blood Wolf side felt a pang of dread upon witnessing the Gospel under attack. These brutes dared to fire upon a Federation vessel. Yet, upon seeing the Gospel remain unscathed, they were astounded. This starship seemed different. This was a sight they had only witnessed aboard the Blood Wolf, a T-3 class energy shield. Hope rekindled within them. They joined forces with the Gospel to battle. Lord Ho and the Crooked Smile were thrown into a state of panic. What shall we do? That vessel appears to possess a T-3 class energy shield. A T-3 class. Impossible. The Federation's T-3 class starships are not stationed at the front lines. Regardless, they were drawing closer to the Blood Wolf. With a resounding boom, both realized that the enemy was preparing to board the starship. At that moment, the other starships ceased fire to avoid harming the Blood Wolf. The Crooked Smile, Lord Ho, and even the Blood Wolf were aboard this very vessel. Command over the Blood Wolf belonged to its own captain. Without his presence, the starship could not operate. Fear not. While their starship may be formidable, they cannot possibly outnumber us. If they aim to sink us, we stand no chance, but if they wish to engage in close combat, we may still have an opportunity. Agreed. Immediately organize personnel to eliminate them. Waves of Blood Wolf mercenaries rushed toward the corridor, weapons aimed at the metallic door. Once it opened, they would ensure the silver-haired girl met her demise. With a thunderous crash, the assembled crowd swallowed nervously. Tension, fear, trepidation. The silver-haired girl was notorious for her disregard for life in this universe, combined with her exceptional combat skills. Few could emerge unscathed from her grasp. As the metallic door opened, the mercenaries prepared to fire only to be stunned. The figures within the corridor were not the silver-haired girl, but rather a battalion of cold, imposing mechas. While the mercenaries were still processing this shock, the mechas had already launched their assault. Chapter 98. I am reluctant to save you within the Blood Wolf. Chaos erupted, echoing the horrors of a hellish battleground. The mercenaries, once defiant, now fled in abject terror. What was there to fight for? Only those equipped with prosthetics could still muster some resistance. For the others, hope was utterly extinguished. The few weapons that struck the mechs merely rippled across their formidable armor. The mech S-Core derived from T-2 class interstellar fighters, designed to withstand the onslaught of capital ship weaponry, rendering it impervious to handheld arms. Panic-stricken, the crooked-mouthed one recoiled, urging, "My lord, we must flee. The Federation has summoned formidable forces." He quickly turned, only to find his lord's presence had vanished. Though not the wisest nor the bravest, his lord possessed an uncanny instinct for survival. The moment the metallic door had swung open, he had already boarded an escape pod. "By the heavens, you left without me?" The crooked-mouthed one was distraught, and, with no time to ponder, dashed towards the escape pod. The fate of the Blood Wolf and the Empire had become irrelevant. Survival was the sole priority. Yet, upon reaching the escape pod, he was met with despair. The wretched lord had launched all the escape pods into the void. "Curse you!" The crowd despaired, realizing the lord's ruthless betrayal, leaving them to stall for time. Outside, Their starship had fled, abandoning them. The crooked-mouthed one and his companions gazed helplessly as the vessel that had once accompanied them now turned its back, racing towards the Empire's domain. Damn it! The Lord must have alerted them. This was all mine. Frustration welled up within him as he struck the metallic wall, a tempest of emotions, anger, regret, and bitterness. The cacophony of screams and metal clashing reverberated behind them, a grim reminder of their impending doom. They had meticulously calculated their success, only to be thwarted by the arrival of an enemy vessel. Zhao Yi, piloting his mech, approached the group, raising his electromagnetic cannon. The crooked-mouthed one fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. I was coerced. It was all the old lord's plan. Spare me, and I shall serve you like a beast of burden. Before he could finish, Zhao Yi obliterated his head, uninterested in their futile pleas, nor did he recognize the so-called old lord, having no need for a servant. Commander, what is this? After dispatching the group, Su Xian noticed an object rolling out from beside the crooked-mouthed one's corpse. Zhao Yi exited the cockpit, revealing the item to be a rare mineral known as linglong. Linglong? What is that? Zhao Yi explained. Linglong originates from Linglong Star, a rare mineral with significant properties. It emits a unique magnetic field capable of shielding mechanical cores. Understanding dawned upon Su Xian, who was aware that these semi-mechanical beings required a core for their prosthetics to function properly. Without it, their limbs were merely ordinary mechanical components. She was astonished that they possessed such a valuable item. Zhao Yi wiped it on a nearby corpse and pocketed it. Why would they be in possession of this? Su Xian inquired. To combat the Blood Wolf, Zhao Yi replied. Individuals like Blood Wolf typically have their own means of survival, as may well be the mechanical core. Yet, who would have thought that someone would wield Linglong against him? Let us find Blood Wolf. The group scoured the ship until they reached a tightly shut door leading to Blood Wolf and Appo's chamber. Inside, De Zhuang and his companions faced Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf, do not hold this against us. The Federation has not arrived for so long. They likely abandoned us. We had no choice but to hand you over to the crooked-mouthed one, or we would all perish. Indeed, once you are gone, we shall light a few more incense sticks in your memory each year. They stuffed a rag into Blood Wolf's mouth. Let us go, brothers. As they opened the door, they were met with Zhao Yi and his comrades. The group hesitated, recognizing Zhao Yi's familiar face. And upon seeing the silver-haired maiden beside him, realization struck. These are Federation personnel. Their presence signaled the end for the crooked-mouthed one's faction. Blood Wolf, upon seeing Zhao Yi, was filled with fervent excitement, desperately attempting to shout through the rag. De Zhuang promptly removed it, saying, My lord, please do not blame us. We were left with no options. Blood Wolf's gaze flickered with menace as he coldly replied, De Zhuang, it is no small feat that you have endured this long. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. If I were in your position, I would have made the same choice. De Zhuang trembled, regretting his decision. His companions quaked in fear, realizing that siding with Blood Wolf might have led to prosperity, yet now they were unsure of their fate with him restored to power. Furthermore, with Federation forces present, resistance seemed futile. Blood Wolf, indifferent to their plight, turned his attention to Zhao Yi. I did not expect it would be you. Whatever happened to the crooked-mouthed one? Crooked-mouthed? I do not know him, but all aboard this ship are dead. Dead? So be it. Blood Wolf felt a twinge of regret. He had yearned to personally exact revenge on the traitors, but survival was paramount. Did you find anything of value on them? This. Zhao Yi produced the Linglong mineral. Blood Wolf's eyes gleamed. This very item had obstructed his mechanical core, leaving him immobile. Yes, deactivate it, and I shall be able to move. Today, I owe you a debt of gratitude. De Zhuang, kneeling below, dared not raise his head. With Blood Wolf regaining his mobility, they feared he might seek retribution first against them. Fear and helplessness enveloped them. All they desired was to survive, yet it felt increasingly elusive. Zhao Yi regarded Blood Wolf and then De Zhuang. I am rather disinclined to deactivate this. What? Blood Wolf was taken aback. Zhao Yi, do not jest. Without it, how can I move? Was the Federation supposed to send you to rescue me? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, they sent me to rescue you. But they were unaware of your survival. Judging by their tone, most likely, they presumed you dead. Disregarding Blood Wolf's astonishment, Zhao Yi turned to De Zhuang. What is your name? Li Zhuang. Everyone calls me De Zhuang. Chapter 99. You might as well die, De Zhuang. Do you think you would still survive if Blood Wolf were to regain his mobility? De Zhuang lifted his head. A look of astonishment on his face. What do you mean? Blood Wolf exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yi, what are you trying to do? Hurry up and turn that thing off, or I will make you regret it. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. The Federation sent you here to save me. Seeing Blood Wolf's insolence, Su Xin attempted to confront him, but Zhao Yi stopped her. It was crucial not to allow the opponent to gain the upper hand. Su Xin stood aside, utterly curious about the commander's intentions. What do you mean? De Zhuang asked timidly. My meaning is quite straightforward. If you believe that Blood Wolf would not turn against you, I shall deactivate this device. However, if you think he would not spare you, now is your chance to eliminate him, and you need not live in fear any longer. Blood Wolf, now agitated, exclaimed, De Zhuang. I have already stated that I do not blame you for this. Do not let your thoughts wander astray. We are like brothers. Once this matter is resolved, each of you can attain a position of authority. The kneeling individuals glanced at Zhao Yi and then at De Zhuang, perplexed about what was to happen next. De Zhuang picked up a weapon from the ground and, trembling, approached Blood Wolf. Indeed, he was well aware that by choosing to hand over Blood Wolf, he would not be spared regardless of the outcome. Yet, a flicker of fear remained. He worried that Zhao Yi might be playing him. I believe Blood Wolf will spare me. I will heed the words of the Lord of Blood Wolf, De Zhuang finally said weakly. He hoped that Blood Wolf would let him off the hook after this incident. Blood Wolf sighed in relief. His life was indeed spared by De Zhuang. However, being the cunning and ruthless individual he was, he would not forget De Zhuang. Once this matter concluded, he could easily find a reason to eliminate him. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and Blood Wolf fell to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. The surrounding individuals, including the silver-haired maidens, were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Zhao Yi would actually fire a shot. Wasn't the Federation supposed to send them to rescue Blood Wolf? How could he have killed him instead? Blood Wolf lay in a pool of blood, still clinging to life, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Why? Did you not promise not to kill me? Zhao Yi smiled. I never said I wouldn't kill you. I merely stated that if De Zhuang forgave you, I would turn off this device. But I never promised to spare your life. Blood Wolf was unwilling to accept his fate, but he was powerless to change it. The Ling Long still operated, and the mechanical core could not pull him back from the brink of death. Zhao Yi had his own plans for killing Blood Wolf. He intended to support a mercenary who would serve him, providing a perfect cover and assistance when necessary. It was evident that the timid and fearful De Zhuang was far easier to control than Blood Wolf. De Zhuang, dumbfounded, quickly knelt down and begged for mercy, prompting the other subordinates to follow suit. With Blood Wolf dead, they knew that a single misstep could lead to their own demise. You are De Zhuang, correct? From today onward, you shall be the leader of this mercenary group. Me? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Precisely, but to ensure your obedience and control over others. I will install Blood Wolf's mechanical core within you. Zhao Yi had no desire to install such a device himself, as it would require replacing most of his organs and limbs, leaving him vulnerable. If that day were to come, he would end up like Blood Wolf, unable to move. Very well, De Zhuang acquiesced. Although he would have to obey Zhao Yi from now on, at least he had survived and even become the leader of a mercenary group. The loss of the other starships was inconsequential. The Blood Wolf was a genuine T3 class starship. Zhao Yi dragged Blood Wolf and Appo's lifeless body to the command center. Using his fingerprint to revoke Blood Wolf's authority and subsequently editing himself as the administrator of the Blood Wolf, with De Zhuang wielding the power. The name was changed to Tianyuan. Following this, surgery was performed on De Zhuang. With his medical expertise, Zhao Yi swiftly installed the mechanical core. Zhao Yi sat nearby and warned, De Zhuang, the mechanical core has been successfully installed. Most individuals will not pose a challenge for you. However, should I entertain even the slightest thought, you will meet your end without a burial place. During the surgical procedure, Zhao Yi subtly manipulated a few things. As long as he wished, De Zhuang's prowess would be rendered useless. I dare not. De Zhuang hastily knelt, demonstrating his submission. Very well. How many Bloodwolf starships can you recover? De Zhuang shook his head. It may be difficult. Most of the starships fled during the previous skirmish. If they learn of Bloodwolf's death, they are unlikely to return to heed my call. Similarly, the ships that Old Ho departed with will not return. They have gone to the Empire. Currently, apart from this Tianyuan, there is nothing left. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. The loss of the other starships did not concern him. Bloodwolf must have had considerable savings, right? Yes, the assets are distributed across various starships, but the Tianyuan holds the most. After saying this, De Zhuang quickly led Zhao Yi to Bloodwolf's treasury. Upon opening it with his authority, Zhao Yi was left astounded to find countless energy crystals and rare items inside. This was indeed a windfall. Zhao Yi feigned calmness, coughing lightly. There is not much here after all. De Zhuang nodded slightly. Indeed. There are roughly 5 million energy crystals here. It would be splendid if we could add the crystals from the other starships. But for now, this is sufficient. Zhao Yi nodded. I will take half. The other half you can use to recruit mercenaries. Understood. De Zhuang cautiously inquired. Should we change the name of our mercenary group? Change it to White Phoenix Mercenaries. White Phoenix. De Zhuang was somewhat puzzled. That name did not seem particularly imposing. Yes. Henceforth we shall be known as the White Phoenix Mercenaries. Indeed. The silver-haired maidens busily transported the energy crystals, their faces radiant with excitement. If these resources were utilized wisely, their strength would significantly increase. Moreover, the existence of a mercenary group offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Commander, we have finished the transport and are ready to depart. Indeed, just as he was speaking, a brilliant light erupted from the distant window, seemingly illuminating the entire universe. What is happening? Zhao Yi asked in shock. Report, Commander. The Empire and the Federation are engaged in battle. On this day, the Empire launched its third offensive, and without the Bloodwolf mercenaries as a flank. The Federation's starships were swiftly encircled. Although the Federation still held a numerical advantage, their outdated weaponry rendered that advantage nearly ineffective. We must retreat. After giving a few instructions, Zhao Yi followed the silver-haired maidens as they departed from the Tianyuan, heading back to the Gospel on their way to the Northwest War Zone. Chapter 100. The complete destruction of the Bloodwolf mercenaries. Su Exing gazed silently at the flames outside. Those were her sisters, and after this battle, it remained uncertain how many would survive. What and Appos is wrong? Zhao Yi approached and inquired. Nothing. Su Exing shook her head, aware that should she voice her concerns, Zhao Yi would undoubtedly seek a solution. Yet, she did not wish to burden him further. Zhao Yi stared out the window in silence. They needed a little more time. Now was not the moment to sever ties with the Federation. The majority of the silver-haired maidens still resided within the Federation, and it was imperative to maintain control over it. Connect me to Colonel Lin Fuzhou. Understood. Colonel Lin was in his office, immersed in paperwork and strategizing. The Northern War Zone was destined to fall. Time was of the essence. After the demise of the Gospel, Su Yun would become the spiritual pillar for the silver-haired maidens. If she could be integrated into the plan and incite turmoil outside, they could divert most of the capital starships away. That would present them with an opportunity. As for the dome, being from one of the 5 major families, dismantling it would not pose a challenge. Although Su Yun would inevitably perish, she would undoubtedly consent for the sake of her compatriots. At this thought, Lin Fu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It seemed that toppling the entire Federation might not be as arduous as anticipated. Colonel Lin Fuzhou. Come in. A female soldier entered and reported, Colonel Lin. Captain Zhao Yi requests a connection. Zhao Yi. Colonel Lin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be searching for the Bloodwolves? Why was he contacting him now? By now, he should have arrived at the Northern War Zone. Connect him. Yes. Zhao Yi and Appos S projection materialized before Colonel Lin. Colonel Lin, how goes the mission? Colonel Lin inquired nonchalantly, though his mind was rife with questions. Zhao Yi appeared to be unperturbed, which was rather puzzling. The Gospel should not have possessed such capabilities. Zhao Yi replied, by the time we arrived, the Bloodwolves were already defeated. A significant number of starships had fled, some escaped beyond the Federation's borders, while others retreated to the Empire. I suspect this incident may have been orchestrated by the Empire, aimed at crippling the Federation and Appos' combat strength. Colonel Lin nodded slightly. And what of the Blood Wolf? It is a T-3 class starship. It hasn't reached the Empire, has it? Zhao Yi shook his head. No, after the Blood Wolves fell. I rescued some of the crew. They were unwilling to partake in this battle and have since departed. Colonel Lin sighed. Zhao Yi, you are misguided. The Blood Wolf is a T-3 class starship. It should have been brought to the Federation. The crew and Appos' fate is inconsequential now. With the Blood Wolves gone, that starship ought to belong to the Federation. Zhao Yi smirked inwardly. He understood its classification well, but there was no way he would relinquish it to the Federation. It was his to command. However, he feigned regret, saying, I had no choice. In a real fight, my gospel would not stand a chance against the Blood Wolf. Colonel Lin sighed again. Fine, I understand. Once you return to the Elysium, remain on standby. Understood. After hanging up, Zhao Yi couldn't suppress his laughter. The Federation was blissfully unaware of how much longer it could endure. The next day, during mealtime, the cafeteria was alive with laughter. They no longer had to endure the unpalatable energy porridge, thanks to the resource aid from the Empire and the Blood Wolves. While the Gospel's food supply was not abundant, it was sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Su Ran stood by the window, contemplating the day and Appos' menu. Fried noodles or fried rice. Both were delectable options she had enjoyed before. However, having both presented a dilemma. How troublesome. I didn't face such difficulty when I was eating energy porridge, she mused. Perhaps I could have half of each. Upon receiving the prompt, Su Ran exclaimed joyfully, yes, that's the solution. But realizing her error, she quickly turned around, only to find Zhao Yi standing right behind her. Commander, may I eat both? Of course, but if you waste any, you'll be punished with a day of fasting. Then I must eat. Su Ran grinned as she carried her bowl and chopsticks to the dining area. Zhao Yi dined alongside the silver-haired maidens, having previously consumed energy porridge. This food posed no challenge for him. Though somewhat monotonous, it was quite palatable. Finding a quiet spot, he sat down, only to be approached by a group of silver-haired maidens shortly after. Commander, Su Yao exclaimed in surprise, may we sit here? Certainly. Zhao Yi welcomed them. Relishing the company of such charming maidens, what could be more delightful? Amidst their banter, filled with hope for the future, Su Xian rushed over. Commander, something significant has occurred. Significant? What is it? Zhao Yi looked up at Su Xian, curiosity piqued. Commander, look. A screen materialized before Zhao Yi, displaying recent major events. The Cosmic Express broadcasted intriguing happenings from across the universe. As he ate, Zhao Yi glanced at the shocking headlines. The first reported the fall of the Erica fortress. Not merely captured, but obliterated. The formidable floating fortress city of Elysium had been completely destroyed, with its inhabitants unable to escape. This act not only showcased the Empire's might, but also expressed its fury, serving as a warning to the Federation: surrender quickly, or face dire consequences akin to those of Erica. It aligns with our suspicions. When the Blood Wolf was operational, it contributed 3 fleets and a T-3 class starship, granting them a fighting chance. With that power lost, the starships from the northwest and northern war zones are more than capable of annihilating Erica. Su Xian pondered. Given the timing, Elysium could initiate a counterattack. Yet there seems to be no movement from their side. Zhao Yi chuckled. You can't expect that. They will only pray they do not meet Erica's fate. They will not take the initiative. Hence, the Empire felt emboldened to amass starships from 2 war zones for a full-scale assault. Although the Federation responded promptly, it stood no chance against the Empire and Appos' overwhelming firepower and considerable numbers, aided by mercenaries. Su Xian sighed. Indeed, with Erica gone, the Federation and Appos' defenses will be even more challenging. Indeed, Zhao Yi concurred, glancing at the other news. The internal conflict within the Blood Wolf mercenaries was also making headlines. That fierce battle had split the Blood Wolf mercenaries into 2 factions: the Qinma mercenaries, who sided with the Empire, and the Baifeng mercenaries, who occupied the former Blood Wolf ship, now known as the Tianyuan. Su Xian smiled, recognizing that this mercenary group was indeed their own. The subsequent news lacked any further intrigue. Chapter 101. My wish. Zhao Yi extracted a piece of paper from his pocket. Today was the day designated for their meeting. Regrettably, he was unable to attend, choosing instead to feign ignorance of the matter. Meanwhile, on a distant planet within the cosmos, a man clad in a Federation military uniform awaited someone who never arrived. Were Zhao Yi present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For this man was none other than the middle-aged individual who had previously embraced Elder Qian during a council meeting. Realizing the futility of his wait, the middle-aged man departed hastily. Days later, the gospel arrived at the enchanting planet of Inua. Upon docking at the designated location, Zhao Yi instructed Su Xian and Su Ran to procure essential supplies and energy cores, vital resources for the construction of interstellar fighters and mechs. Though costly, Zhao Yi possessed ample funds. With time on his hands, he began developing T3-class interstellar fighters in the laboratory, which represented the pinnacle of his engineering capabilities. Beyond this level, he could not innovate further without rewards from the system. Simultaneously, officers on Inua were in a state of disarray. The reason was simple. In 1 month, the gospel would complete 5 years of service. Complicating matters, while the northern war zone was ablaze with conflict, the northwestern war zone remained eerily tranquil, making it impossible to find a mission that could lead to their demise. Initially, they considered transferring the gospel to the northern war zone, hoping to sacrifice it in the brutal battles there, yet the northern war zone opposed this plan. With only a month remaining, and accounting for travel and procedural delays, they had merely a fortnight left. Should they reach the 5-year mark, the northern war zone would surely bear the blame. Consequently, the proposal was swiftly dismissed. Why was it that this group seemed invulnerable to danger? Every mission posed lethal risks, yet they continued to survive. Discussing this matter further proved futile. It was imperative to devise a remedy instead. Colonel Lin Fu, puffing on a cigarette, remained perplexed. The Federation's Erica had been obliterated, and soon the capital star would follow suit. They needed to regain control of the Federation before that day arrived and subsequently deploy T3 and T2 starships, if feasible. As they deliberated, the screen before them flickered to life, revealing projections of the Elder Council. To their astonishment, the figure leading the assembly was Elder Qian. Yawning and appearing somewhat drowsy, the middle-aged man beside him spoke. It is unacceptable that the gospel remains intact. Who can provide an explanation? The assembly trembled in fear, never anticipating a direct communication from the Elder Council. Yuan Jianya stepped forward, asserting, the survival of the gospel is quite perplexing. I believe it is tied to their commander. His name is Zhao Yi, is it not? He was involved with the M787 planet, correct? Colonel Lin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, not only with M787, but also in thwarting the Sunmin mercenaries and dealing with the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Master Li expressed his admiration. This young man possesses considerable skill. Indeed, his abilities were noteworthy, yet his close association with the silver-haired maidens set him apart from most Federation personnel, which raised concerns among the assembly. Master Wang interjected. Let us not dwell on Zhao Yi for now. We should discuss how to handle the gospel. Master Sun added. If Zhao Yi is indeed the one orchestrating the gospel's survival, I propose we reassign him away from the vessel. While this was a valid suggestion, it was not a foolproof solution. The crew of the gospel was perilously close to the 5-year mark, and this mission would likely lead to their demise. Elder Qian's confidant proposed. The Qian family suggests assigning the gospel a reconnaissance mission. A reconnaissance mission? The assembly frowned, sensing that this task seemed somewhat trivial. Indeed, a reconnaissance mission to be conducted at I-9867 meteor. Upon hearing this, the assembly paused in disbelief. Are you certain it is this planet? I-9867 meteor lies beyond the Empire's northern borders. In an instant, realization dawned upon them. This was indeed a death sentence. To reach I-9867 meteor, they would have to traverse the entirety of the Empire. Regardless of the silver-haired maiden's prowess, executing such a mission was impossible. Previously, the gospel had achieved miraculous feats, yet this time would be different. Once they penetrated the Empire's interior, it would surely annihilate them. Even if they survived, The prospect of returning from such a distant mission was bleak. Very well, Colonel Lin announced, since there are no objections. We shall assign the Gospel the reconnaissance mission at I-9867 Meteor and simultaneously transfer Zhao Yi away from the ship. Colonel Lin turned to his family head and Master Wang, who subtly shook their heads, signaling him to refrain from interference. Understanding their intent, he replied, "Then I shall take charge of this matter." "Agreed, let it be so. We have matters concerning the northern war zone to attend to, so we shall take our leave." After concluding the communication, the assembly members scratched their heads in uncertainty. "Colonel Lin, you will handle this situation. We shall not involve ourselves further." With a sigh, Colonel Lin responded, "Zhao Yi, this time you shall have no choice but to depart." Yet he understood the decisions made by the Lin and Wang families. Once the Gospel was destroyed, regardless of Zhao Yi's desire for vengeance or to rescue the remaining silver-haired maiden, cooperation with them would be essential. Victory would necessitate sacrifice, and the Gospel would be that sacrifice. Aboard the Gospel, the crew engaged in playful banter. Su Wan continued her mechanical studies, while Su Huan trained diligently, beads of sweat glistening on her tanned skin. As Zhao Yi and Su Xian strolled through the starship, Su Xian occasionally cast furtive glances at Zhao Yi. "Su Xian, in a month, you shall be free. Is there anywhere you wish to go?" Zhao Yi inquired with a smile as they entered the lounge. After 5 years, he too would take a break, perhaps even embark on a proper date. Time truly flew by, mused Su Xian, feeling somewhat dazed. She had never anticipated reaching this point alongside them. "After 5 years, I wish to visit the orphanage." Zhao Yi remained silent. That place was a military base. An entry was no simple feat. "I am certain it can be done," she insisted, her cheeks flushing at Zhao Yi's expression. "Of course, I have another wish." "Another wish? What might that be?" "Well, it pertains to you, Commander," she replied softly. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. "Me?" Su Xian nodded slightly. "I am immensely grateful for the assistance you have provided us during these days." I. Chapter 102. The final mission. Before Su Xian could finish her words, Su Ran rushed in. "Commander, Colonel Lin Fu requests your presence along with Sister Su Xian." Zhao Yi and Su Xian exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the final mission was imminent. The Federation would not allow them to squander this month without purpose. The upcoming task would undoubtedly be far more perilous than any before. A sudden sense of relief washed over Su Xian. She had wanted to suggest a date with Zhao Yi to experience the splendor of the Federation, to visit uncharted planets and locales. They existed solely on the battlefield, blissfully ignorant of other matters. Yet, upon reflection, she dismissed the thought. The last mission was fraught with danger, and survival was uncertain. It would be a regret, regardless of whether Zhao Yi would acquiesce to her wishes. "All right, let us head over immediately," Zhao Yi declared. After Su Ran departed, he turned to Su Xian and asked, "What were you about to say?" "Nothing of consequence. Let us hasten to the office. Colonel Lin seems rather anxious." As they traversed the graceful streets, they noted a significant reduction in the number of people. Those remaining hurried by, lacking the spirit that once taunted Su Xian. The Empire and Apos' offensive instilled fear. With even Alaka having been obliterated, M787 and the graceful city itself could be next. All they desired was to escape this place. Yet the exorbitant costs of interstellar travel confined them here. Rumor had it that flights from their city were booked solid for 2 months ahead. With a furrowed brow, Zhao Yi escorted Su Xian to the office. She remained outside while Colonel Lin summoned Zhao Yi privately. "Welcome. Please, take a seat," Colonel Lin said, standing by the window. Drawing a cigarette. Curiously, Zhao Yi inquired, "Colonel Lin, what is the mission of the Gospel this time?" "Do not be hasty. You are aware of Alaka and Apos' fate, are you not?" "Indeed. I have learned of the Blood Wolf mercenaries' losses, which led me to suspect the northern front might falter. However, I never anticipated the Empire would annihilate Alaka." Colonel Lin nodded slightly, taking his seat. "I did not foresee the Empire and Apos' actions either. Hence, I extend another invitation for you to join us. It is not too late. Otherwise, the Federation is bound for destruction. Once the silver-haired maidens are extinguished, even the Federation and Apos' own efforts will be futile. We must seize control before such a calamity unfolds. Zhao Yi shook his head. This matter feels too distant for me. My focus is on the immediate tasks at hand. With a sigh, Colonel Lin picked up a nearby document. The orders from above are clear, effective immediately. You are to be reassigned from the Gospel to a new fleet. Zhao Yi's pupils dilated in shock. Why? There is no reason to be given. Your talents are wasted aboard the Gospel. The Northern Front is in dire need of capable individuals. Your rank will elevate to Major, commanding a fleet of 10 starships. Zhao Yi hesitated. He was reluctant to depart from the Gospel, especially with the silver-haired maiden on the verge of liberation. Is the Federation preparing to take action against the Gospel? He countered suddenly. Previously, Colonel Lin had suggested his reassignment, but after Zhao Yi and Apos' refusal, the matter had been dropped. This time, however, the tone felt different. You have always been aware of this, haven't you? The Federation will not permit the Gospel to survive 5 more years. Their existence has brought disgrace upon the higher-ups, and retribution is due. My previous recommendations were merely warnings, but this time, it is an edict from above, and I am powerless to resist. Zhao Yi shook his head vehemently. No, I cannot abandon the Gospel. I promised them 5 years of life. Colonel Lin rose and placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Look at it with a clearer perspective. There are many worthy individuals beyond the silver-haired maidens. Within the Federation, there are numerous distinguished young women. Should you desire, I could even introduce you to some beautiful young ladies among the 5 elders. The silver-haired maidens are merely instruments of war. Outside of conflict, they know nothing and possess no skills. Zhao Yi stood abruptly. You insult me and all the members of the Gospel. Calm down. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to invoke Article 132 of the Federation and Apos' war law to detain you. The outcome remains unchanged. The Gospel must undertake its missions. The Gospel has survived thus far due to your leadership, which is why they wish for you to leave. Zhao Yi chuckled softly. The Federation law. According to the supreme laws of the Federation, if there are no active hostilities in the commander's area, they are granted a 15-day preparation period before reassignment. As it stands, the Northwest Front appears to be devoid of conflict, affording me those 15 days. Colonel Lin was taken aback by Zhao Yi and Apos' invocation of the supreme law. However, the Northwest Front has consistently been in a state of war. Your legal argument holds no weight. Zhao Yi pressed on. In that case, it becomes even more complicated. During a state of war, as the commander of the Gospel, I can refuse this reassignment. The principle of warfare prevails. Colonel Lin's gaze hardened. That is a command applicable only under special circumstances. Are you truly unwilling to leave the Gospel? If you wish for me to depart, it can only occur after 15 days. However, that time will pass swiftly. Will the Gospel be able to complete its mission in time? Colonel Lin inhaled deeply and sat down. Anticipating Zhao Yi's refusal, he rephrased his approach. Very well, if you are so insistent. Let us agree that you will remain with the Gospel until this final mission is completed. Zhao Yi's face lit up with joy. There was but 1 month left for the Gospel. Regardless of how it was perceived, this would indeed be the final mission. Once it concluded, whether he continued with the Gospel or not would be irrelevant, as Su Xin and the others would be free. Thank you, Colonel Lin. Zhao Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. And what precisely is this final mission? A reconnaissance mission. A reconnaissance mission? Zhao Yi and Apos' brow furrowed. His first task as commander had also been a reconnaissance mission, which had nearly cost them their lives. Once again, he harbored a foreboding sense that this task would not be simple. Colonel Lin smiled. You are aware that the Northwest Front is currently void of hostilities, thus the majority of assignments are reconnaissance, focusing on monitoring the Empire's movements. And where will this take place? Due to the sensitive nature of the matter, the specifics will remain classified until your departure. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Such practices were not uncommon in the military. To prevent spies and traitors from leaking information, the location of missions was often disclosed only on the day of departure. When will we set out? Time waits for no one. You will depart in 3 days. Chapter 103. Spend a day with me, go ahead. After Zhao Yi departed, Colonel Lin Fu dialed the numbers of the Lin and Wang families. The figures of the two family heads materialized before him. Is he still unwilling? Indeed. He must be on the gospel. Then let the silver-haired girl make her own choice. Lin Fu expressed his confusion. Why not let Zhao Yi accompany the gospel to his demise? It won't affect our plans. The Wang family head shook his head. That young man possesses considerable talent. It would be a pity for him to perish. Furthermore, once all personnel aboard the gospel are annihilated, Zhao Yi will undoubtedly embark on a path of vengeance, which will create chaos for the Federation with our slight assistance. Understood. Colonel Lin Fu quickly grasped that Zhao Yi remained merely a pawn in their game. If he was unwilling, then he would be compelled to cooperate. Zhao Yi stepped outside the office, momentarily taken aback. Su Xian, who had always waited for him outside, was nowhere to be seen. Where was that face that always lit up with surprise upon his exit? Su Xian. Zhao Yi glanced around, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that another assassin from the Shadow Clan had arrived? At that moment, Su Xian was brought before Colonel Lin Fu. Colonel Lin Fu, you called for me? Su Xian asked, perplexed. Although she had encountered him numerous times, this was the first instance he sought her out alone. Please, have a seat. Yes. Su Xian sat down earnestly, her gaze fixed ahead. This is your mission on behalf of the gospel. Colonel Lin Fu handed her the mission report. Su Xian and Apos, as confusion deepened. Shouldn't such matters be entrusted to Zhao Yi? Why was it assigned to her instead? As she perused the document, her pupils dilated in shock. Colonel Lin Fu, this mission. Lin Fu sighed. There's no choice. This is a direct order from Elder 5, and we have no authority to discuss it. Su Xian quietly examined the task on the paper. Proceed to I-9867 for reconnaissance. If her memory served her correctly, that star was the northernmost in the Empire. To reach it, they would have to traverse the Northwest War Zone, crossing countless star systems and planets. Even if there were no hostilities between the Empire and the Federation, the journey would take over a month. Moreover, the current conflict between the Empire and the Federation was severe. Colonel Lin Fu interjected. This mission comes with no support, no logistics, and no deadline. You should understand its implications. Su Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Indeed, surviving the next 5 years seemed exceedingly difficult. This final mission could very well be their grave, as they would ultimately be eradicated by the Empire. They would not permit Federation starships to rampage within Imperial territory. Lin Fu sighed again. You have served in the Northwest War Zone for nearly 5 years. Now is the time for you to fulfill your final role. Su Xian lowered her head and inquired. Does the commander know about this mission? He does not. According to Federation orders, he must depart from the gospel. But he is reluctant to leave, which is why I sought you out. You should be aware of the mission's purpose. It would be best not to involve him. A hint of resentment and helplessness flickered across Su Xian's exquisite face. This final task was not only perilous, but also meant separation from the commander. Perhaps this was the best choice after all. I understand. When do we depart? I told Zhao Yi 3 days hence, but in reality, you will leave the night after tomorrow. Understood. Very well, you may go. As Su Xian stepped outside, she spotted Zhao Yi, who had been searching for her, with tears shimmering in her eyes. She was uncertain whether to confide in him about the mission. If Zhao Yi accompanied her, it would surely lead to death. Perhaps it was time to be a little selfish. Su Xian. Zhao Yi turned in surprise upon seeing her and hurried over. Where have you been? I thought someone had taken you away. I just went to the restroom, Su Xian replied, feeling a bit shy as she wiped her face. You've been crying? No, I merely splashed some water on my face. Oh, Zhao Yi sensed something was amiss with Su Xian, but as she did not wish to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. By the way, what is the mission? Su Xian feigned curiosity. It's a reconnaissance task. We'll depart in 3 days, so we still have time to prepare. Su Xian nodded slightly. It seems this mission isn't too difficult. Zhao Yi shook his head. Don't be too complacent. Our first reconnaissance mission aboard the Gospel was on M787, and it was a harrowing experience. But we survived. Recalling those past events filled Su Xian with joy. Indeed, we will survive this time as well. Commander, let us explore the city of El Nado today. Zhao Yi was taken aback by Su Xian's request. This was the first time she had asked him to do something. But I still want to return to develop the T-3 fighter. We should focus on preparations. Observing Su Xin's pleading expression, Zhao Yi decided to relent. He took her hand and said, "All right, let us enjoy ourselves today." The two wandered through El Nado. Now that Zhao Yi had money, he could afford to buy Su Xin any delicacies or toys she desired. Yet, she only purchased some candies, tucking them into her pocket. "Is this all you want?" Su Xin nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon a poster on a wall. "What is this?" "A movie, Titanic." "A movie?" Su Xin was unfamiliar with the term. She only knew of battles and had no knowledge of such things. Feeling embarrassed, she thought to herself how she didn't even know what a movie was. Zhao Yi chuckled. "Come on, we have time today, let us watch it." He too was curious about what movies in this world would be like. "Hello, 2 tickets, please." The ticket seller, a federal citizen, was momentarily taken aback, astonished to see a silver-haired girl coming to watch a movie for the first time. "You can, but she cannot." "Why not?" "She is not human. How can she watch a movie?" Zhao Yi sneered, pulling out an energy crystal. "Is this enough? I want to book the entire theater." The ticket seller was dumbfounded. Business had been declining in El Nado, and he gulped, smiling as brightly as a blooming flower. "All right, please proceed to Hall 1. Zhao Yi strode confidently into the theater with Su Xin. Su Xin whispered, "Isn't this too extravagant?" "Not at all. We can easily rob a few starships for more than enough funds." Su Xin was left speechless. There was undeniable truth in his words. Their money had all been acquired through robbery. As the theater screened Titanic, Zhao Yi finally understood the distinction from Blue Star. Chapter 104. Everyone, cheer up on Blue Star. Watching a movie is akin to reliving a classic. The two of them felt as though they were aboard the Titanic, with the latest technology immersing them in the experience as mere spectators. Su Xin, however, was weeping uncontrollably. Watching the protagonists, she felt her own fate was equally tragic. Before meeting Zhao Yi, she thought little of it. Countless silver-haired girls lived similarly. Yet, after knowing Zhao Yi, she yearned for a different life, one seeking freedom. However, the burden of her mission prevented her from leaving the Federation, as her kin and sister were still there. Zhao Yi, noticing Su Xin's tears, felt a pang of anxiety and wanted to embrace her. In the end, he merely grasped her hand tightly. As night fell, Su Xin and Zhao Yi had spent the day together. A smile graced Su Xin's lips. Could this be considered a date? Upon returning to the Ark of Salvation, the two were immediately surrounded by other silver-haired girls. "Where have you two been? We were waiting for you." Su Ran looked at them with suspicion. "We attended a meeting," Su Xin replied, seizing the opportunity to speak. Yes, the meeting took longer than expected." "Really?" "Indeed." The silver-haired girls ceased their inquiries. "What is this task all about?" Zhao Yi chuckled. "Just a small task, nothing to worry about. I'll head to the research room. You all can chat among yourselves." Once Zhao Yi departed, Su Xin and Apos' demeanor turned serious. "All officers, gather in the conference room." "Huh, at this late hour. Wake everyone up." "Understood." Seeing Su Xin and Apos' expression, Su Ran felt the long-lost authority of the big sister returning. This sensation was all too familiar. She knew something significant was about to unfold. In the conference room, silence enveloped the room. Su Huan remained her usual nonchalant self, a lollipop dangling from her mouth. Su Ran, noticing her, exclaimed, "You're sneaking snacks." "So what? Are you going to hit me?" Su Huan delighted in teasing Su Ran, who was simply too adorable. Laughter erupted from the others. Su Xin, with a stern expression, declared, "Enough." "Silence, everyone." Upon seeing the big sister genuinely angry, Su Huan promptly put her feet down, while the others looked at Su Xin in astonishment. What exactly was happening? Su Xin lifted her gaze. "This mission is exceptionally unique. We will not be bringing the commander along." "What?" The crowd questioned if they had misheard. Not bringing the commander? This group would have perished on planet M787 without him. Su Xin, what exactly? The Federation can no longer afford our survival. The final mission involves reconnaissance at the I-19867 meteor. What? Eyes widened in disbelief. ISN and Apos' The I-19867 meteor located at the northernmost edge of the Empire? Yes. How do we even get there? We have only a month left until our 5-year service is up, and now we are tasked with something so outrageous. Su Xian nodded. Indeed, this is the final task, with a high chance of death. We are all destined to perish. It is merely a matter of sequence. But Su Huan abruptly stood, throwing her lollipop to the ground. Damn it, let us fight back. The previous tasks, while absurd, still held a chance of survival. But this one is a death sentence. Su Xian regarded her. It doesn't matter if we fight back. What about the sisters in the welfare home? What about our kin elsewhere? Let us not forget, countless compatriots fell before us. Without them, we wouldn't even have been born. Su Huan deflated like a punctured balloon. Yes, they might not care for themselves, but the sisters in the welfare home were still so young. They should not have to die. Moreover, they bore bombs. Should they dare to oppose the Federation, death would be instantaneous. Little did they know, the so-called welfare home now housed merely over 100,000 silver-haired girls, with the rest either serving or having perished in battle. Thus, we cannot take the commander. He should not die here, Su Xian concluded, her eyes softening. Remembering Zhao Yi, she felt a flicker of happiness in what might be her final moments. Su Ran sobbed, I can't bear the thought of losing the commander. Su Huan grit her teeth, don't say that. Do you want the commander to die with us? Su Ran cried even harder. She didn't want Zhao Yi to perish alongside them, yet she couldn't bear the thought of being separated from him. It was her first encounter with a Federation individual who genuinely cared for them. Su Xian affirmed, the commander has been with us long enough. Our survival thus far hinges on him. This time, we must confront the mission ourselves. But Su Ran struggled to articulate her thoughts. Su Chen shrugged. What a pity, we want to get to see the gossip between Su Xian and the commander. Su Huan smirked. Yes, among all of us. You must be the most reluctant, right? Su Xian remained silent, her head bowed. Once more, silence enveloped the conference room, each individual lost in their thoughts. After a time, Su Xian spoke. The commander believes we are merely on our 3rd day of missions, so tomorrow night, I will concoct a reason for him to return to the factory, and we will set off directly. Understood. Very well, it must be done. Remember, for the next 2 days, do not act strangely, especially you. Su Ran, no more tears. Su Ran wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. Got it. Su Xian continued. This mission may well be our last. So if there is anything you wish to do in these 2 days, do so. If you need money, feel free to ask me. Though desolate, there were still many intriguing things on the Ark of Salvation. Waving her hand to dismiss the others, Su Xian remained seated in the conference room, extracting a piece of candy wrapper from her pocket. This wrapper belonged to the first candy Zhao Yi had given her, its sweetness lingering in her memory. That sensation felt as if it had just occurred. She could only hope Zhao Yi would not blame her upon learning of her decision. The following day, Zhao Yi emerged from the research room, yawning. Indeed, developing the T3 class fighter was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. It would likely remain unfinished before their departure. However, that was of little concern. There would be ample time for research during the reconnaissance mission. As he walked through the starship corridor, Zhao Yi sensed something was amiss. The Ark of Salvation seemed unusually quiet today, devoid of the usual chatter from the silver-haired girls. They were silently attending to their tasks, maintaining weapons, tending to the starship, cleaning, and so forth. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, their eyes sparkled with surprise, though it quickly dimmed. Commander? Su Wan approached, looking somewhat unwell. Feigning irritation, Zhao Yi remarked, What is the matter? Why does everyone seem so lethargic? You all look worse than me, and I haven't slept a wink. Chapter 105, Playing Games Indeed. Who possesses your spirit? Su Huan remarked sarcastically from the side. Zhao Yi, instead of being angered, chuckled. Look, it's still Su Huan who has the spirit. Never forgetting to tease me. The silver-haired girl nearby smiled, yet a shadow of melancholy crossed her face as she realized such days would soon come to an end. At this moment, Su Huan spoke up. Commander, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? You'll find out when we get there. With that, Su Huan took Zhao Yi's hand and led him towards her research room. Commander, look here, Su Huan said as they reached an empty space. Zhao Yi was puzzled, thinking, what is there to see in a place devoid of anything? Is this the emperor's new clothes? Su Wan, with a gleeful expression, responded, this is the shield that Su Yin and I developed. A shield? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Su Wan nodded slightly, lifting her weapon and aiming it at the air before them. A laser shot forth, and to their astonishment, the laser was reflected away. Zhao Yi stammered, is this dark matter? Yes, it is the dark matter shield that Su Yin and I created. Su Wan exclaimed joyously. Zhao Yi inhaled sharply. While he was aware of their talents, he had not anticipated they could develop a shield based on dark matter. The dark matter main cannon utilized a repulsive principle to tear through energy shields. Similarly, the dark matter shield employed the same principle to disperse attacks, conserving energy and proving more effective than traditional energy shields. Traditional shields released an equal amount of energy to counteract incoming attacks, while the dark matter shield merely required repulsion to dissipate the assault. Zhao Yi gave a thumbs up, impressive. This could be crucial in dire moments, a shield of unseen energy. Su Wan beamed at his praise, but soon her expression turned contemplative. Unfortunately, Su Yin and I can only create shields of this size. Expanding the range will require further research. Zhao Yi dismissed her concerns. Take your time with the research. I believe you'll be ready for the RD department after 5 years, and I'll recommend you then. The RD department of the Federation? Can a silver-haired girl like me really gain entry? Absolutely. Your talents surpass 99 of the Federation. In 5 years, you two will be a part of it. I will be a part of the Federation. Su Wan murmured in disbelief, but the memory of Su Xian's situation rendered her silent. She couldn't reveal their impending departure. Putting on a smile, she said, you're right. I'll count on you then, Commander. Rest assured. Ding. Viewing the basic dark matter shield, extraordinary talent, obtained the complete technology of the dark matter shield. Zhao Yi was astounded. He hadn't expected that merely observing Su Wan's shield development would activate the system. This girl truly was his lucky star. With the newfound knowledge of related technology in his mind, he comprehended why Su Wan's energy shield could not be enlarged. However, he refrained from mentioning the fundamental shield's shortcomings, believing it essential for Su Wan to discover them herself for her growth. After bidding farewell to Su Wan, he encountered Su Ran, noticing her slightly swollen eyes. Who hurt you? He inquired, surprised. How else would my eyes be swollen? Allergy. Allergy? Zhao Yi, sensing her reluctance to divulge the truth, chose not to press further. Commander, I wish to go out for something delicious. Could you lend me some money? Zhao Yi, although puzzled by Su Ran's request, handed her some money, cautioning her to be careful while out. The entire day felt peculiar, as numerous silver-haired girls approached him with various odd requests. Some asked him to repair things, while others simply wished to chat. Zhao Yi found himself playing the role of a caretaker, discussing trivial matters with these young ladies. He also shared tales of Blue Star, which they listened to with wide-eyed wonder, astonished that such a world existed. However, with little else to occupy his time, after all, he couldn't spend all day developing warplanes. He decided to indulge them for a while. By the way, Commander, I'm planning to host a gathering in the starship tomorrow night. Is that all right? Su Xian inquired with a twinkle in her eye. Zhao Yi nodded, certainly. We set off the day after tomorrow, so it's a perfect opportunity for a gathering beforehand. Su Ran, I'll give you some money to buy some good food. No need. You've already given me some this morning. Understanding now that the young girl had prepared in advance, Zhao Yi realized they must have been plotting this for some time. All right then, since you're all set, I shall simply enjoy myself. The following day, the silver-haired girls arose early to adorn the starship's hall. They decorated it with festive supplies according to their aesthetic. Zhao Yi couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief at some of the items that had no business being there, yet they were all used as decorations. He chose not to comment, content as long as the silver-haired girls were happy. As night fell, the starship was filled with laughter and the tantalizing aroma of delectable food. The silver-haired girls chattered excitedly, as if returning to simpler days. Zhao Yi sat in his seat, smiling, when Su Xian approached, saying, Commander, this is for you. For me? Zhao Yi noticed a small box in Su Xian's hands. Yes, keep it on you. Can I open it? He was genuinely curious. as this was the first gift a silver-haired girl had given him. Not until tomorrow. All right. Zhao Yi shrugged. Perhaps this was what one might call a sense of occasion. After stowing the gift, he conversed with Su Xian for a while longer before being pulled to the center of the hall by Su Huan. Commander, let us play a game. A game? What kind of game? Zhao Yi was taken aback by the exuberance of the silver-haired girls today. Su Huan grinned. It's simple. We'll fill a cup with water and pass it using our mouths. The team that does it the fastest wins. Zhao Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. He had seen such a game before, usually played by couples who shared an unspoken understanding. While he was familiar with these silver-haired girls, they hadn't reached that level of intimacy yet. Perhaps it would be best to decline. No way. The group vehemently protested, tugging at Zhao Yi's arm and pleading. With no choice, he relented. All right, I'll join you. Great. I want to be on the Commander's team. I also want to be on the Commander's team. No, I want to be with the commander. Amidst the playful chaos, Su Xian eventually used her authority to secure a spot on Zhao Yi's team. As the competition began, Zhao Yi's heart raced. He found himself face to face with Su Xian's stunning visage, her mouth grasping a disposable cup, her gaze fixed intently upon him. With so many silver-haired girls watching, he had no option but to awkwardly accept the cup she offered. Chapter 106. You have all departed. The distance between them felt so intimate that one could almost hear the heartbeat. Su Xian's face flushed instantly. After taking the cup with his mouth, Zhao Yi turned to hand it to Su Huan, as she stood right beside him. Su Huan wore a mischievous grin, seemingly ready to tease Zhao Yi at any moment. Just then, Su Xian paused the game. Wait, she said. What's wrong? Su Huan replied, slightly annoyed. We were just having fun. Su Xian looked at Zhao Yi and said, Commander, we are departing tomorrow, and I left something at the factory. What did you leave? My uniform. Though the silver-haired girls wore the same attire every day, they each had 2 sets for rotation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Xian added, Commander, could you help me retrieve it while my sisters and I continue playing? Zhao Yi sighed in relief, removing the cup from his mouth. Sure, you all take your time. I and Amp, Oppos, LL go get it. It and Amp, Oppos, S quite careless of you to forget something so important. Sorry, Su Xian replied earnestly, though it was unclear whether she was apologizing for forgetting her belongings or for what was to follow. As Zhao Yi stood up and walked towards the starship and Oppos' exit, all the silver-haired girls turned to watch him. Is he leaving? Yes, let's set off as well. Okay. Su Huan approached, teasingly saying, Sister Su Xian, you're quite the trickster. Are you afraid I might play with the commander? You're just talking nonsense, Su Xian retorted, blushing as she pushed Su Huan lightly. The silver-haired girls dispersed to various positions within the starship. The previously lively atmosphere was replaced by an eerie silence. Target, I-19867 Meteor, prepare for departure. Came the call from the command room. Su Xian glanced down at Zhao Yi, who was leisurely making his way to the factory. Yes, the silver-haired girls began checking the various conditions aboard the starship. Inside the dilapidated factory, Zhao Yi turned on the lights and indeed found Su Xian's neatly folded uniform on a chair. Well, there it is, he thought, somewhat surprised. He had initially assumed Su Xian was concocting an excuse to leave, not expecting that she had genuinely forgotten her clothing. He resolved to give her a proper lesson on being more responsible. Holding the uniform in his hands, he noted the faint scent of Su Xian. It was incredibly soft. But as he exited the factory, he was taken aback. Why is the gospel ignited? He wondered. No, why is it starting to move? With a resounding boom, the gospel adjusted its course and began to soar into the distance. What? I haven't even boarded yet, and the gospel is leaving? Zhao Yi was dumbfounded, clutching the uniform as he quickly connected with Su Xian. A projection of Su Xian appeared before him. Commander, she greeted. How did the gospel ignite? I haven't boarded yet. Aren't we departing tomorrow? You didn't forget me, did you? Su Xian's expression turned melancholic as she finally replied, I'm sorry. This time, we are going on the mission ourselves. Commander, please do not forget us in El Nado. What? Just then, the communication ended, and in the next moment, the gospel vanished from view. No. This isn't right. Zhao Yi's mind raced. He needed to have the El NATO patrol team intercept the gospel. Without him, they surely wouldn't survive. At that moment, a hand rested on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Colonel Lin Fu. Zhao Yi turned, surprised to see him waiting at this hour. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Colonel Lin gazed at the port. The gospel has left? Yes. It took off on its own. Colonel Lin, please order the patrol team to bring it back. I haven't boarded yet. Don't they know I'm still down here? Colonel Lin sighed. They have their choices. Sometimes you must respect that. Zhao Yi lowered his head in silence, fully aware of the underlying reasons. He just couldn't fathom that Su Xian would choose to leave him behind for his safety. Did she not trust him? No matter the mission, he would ensure their survival. Sensing Zhao Yi's confusion, Colonel Lin spoke again. Do you know where this mission is headed? Where? I-19867 meteor. Zhao Yi froze. The I-19867 meteor, the northernmost point of the Empire? Indeed. Are you out of your mind? Sending a starship to I-19867 meteor is tantamount to a death sentence. What value does this have for the Northwest War Zone? Are we sending a group of elite veterans to die? Is this the Federation's rule? Zhao Yi's emotions swelled with anger and confusion. I cannot speak for the valor of the Federation before the silver-haired girls, but it would be a travesty if it were to survive now. Calm down. This ISN team I command. It comes from the Council of Elders. You are aware of their stance on the silver-haired girls. I've protected you all multiple times. But this is a direct order from the Council. I cannot intervene. After speaking, Colonel Lin patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. You should reflect on this. Zhao Yi was at a loss for words. Even if I-19867 meteor were a place of certain doom, all he desired was to be with the gospel. Wait. The gospel heading to I-19867 meteor would mean it had to leave the Federation's territory. The Federation's intent was clear, whether the gospel survived or not. As long as they did not return, it would suffice. This was merely a ruse to avoid serving the 5-year term. Seeing Zhao Yi calm down, Colonel Lin assumed he had come to terms with the situation. Once you understand, many things can shift in an instant. Let go, and you will find peace. Zhao Yi turned to ask, if the gospel is gone, what about me? Do I return to the capital star? No. You will stay in El NATO for half a month to recuperate and reflect. After that, arrangements will be made. Zhao Yi remained silent, gazing into the vastness of the starry sky. Su Xian, we shall meet again. Meanwhile, aboard the gospel, Su Xian sat at her station, exhaling deeply. She feared she might be unable to resist bringing Zhao Yi along. Arriving at Zhao Yi's quarters, Su Xian initially intended to see how he lived aboard the starship. However, upon entering, she found Su Huan and Su Ran already there. What are you doing? We and Oppos, rechecking to see if the commander forgot anything. At this distance, we can still send it via the escape pod. Is there anything? Su Xian asked curiously as she stepped into Zhao Yi's room. It was clean and tidy, almost a bit austere, unlike the indulgent lifestyle one would expect from a Federation citizen. What is this? Su Huan exclaimed, picking up a disc from the table. It seems to be a song. A song? The commander writes songs? Su Huan chuckled, picturing Zhao Yi composing music, which seemed rather amusing. Although Zhao Yi was wise, calm, and composed, his demeanor didn't quite align with that of a songwriter, as if he lacked any artistic sensibility. Shall we give it a listen? Su Ran inquired, glancing at Su Xian. After a moment of thought, Su Xian nodded in agreement. Chapter 107. Emptiness, loneliness, and coldness. As the disc was inserted, a beautiful melody resonated throughout the starship. Beyond the world lay awaiting, an anticipation of love as the dark night slowly unfolded. The flickering dust warmed every existence, and tomorrow would surely come. The listeners were deeply moved by the song, feeling the hope and adventure it conveyed. Su Xian picked up the disc's packaging. This song seems to be called Wandering Away. Su Huan burst into laughter. It does bear a resemblance to us. Aran and Oppos. We essentially wandering as well? Perhaps the commander was aware of this day and placed this song here. Su Xian was slightly taken aback, but reasoned that it was unlikely. If the commander truly knew they were going to wander alone, he certainly would not have agreed. Perhaps he hoped to join us on this journey. Upon hearing this, Su Ran began to weep. Woo-woo, I miss the commander. Why didn't Oppos we bring him along? he would certainly agree to be with us. Su Xian rebuked her. You are being selfish. We cannot let the commander accompany us to our demise. He still has a long life ahead, while we have reached our end. But we never asked the commander. Perhaps this is not what he desires. Su Xian fell silent, ushering everyone out of Zhao Yi's room and sealing the door permanently. No one was to enter this place again. It was time to prepare for slumber. Yes, Su Ran wiped her tears and began to carry out Su Xian's orders. Aboard the Gospel, there were 300 silver-haired maidens, each representing a voice. Although they had brought ample food and supplies, there would inevitably come a day when they would be exhausted. Thus, Su Xian decided to place 200 of the silver-haired maidens into slumber, as the combat mission of the Gospel did not require so many. They would fall into sleep, no longer needing sustenance. This meant that 200 maidens might never awaken again, and perhaps they would be shot down before the Gospel was even roused for them. Slumber equated to death. Su Xian gathered everyone in the hall. This slumber would be determined by drawing lots, and no one voiced any complaints. Drawing a lot meant the possibility of never waking again. Su Ran drew the slumber lot, leaving 100 silver-haired maidens. Su Xian snatched the slumber lot from Su Ran's hand and said, The Gospel currently lacks combat aircraft. I believe it is better for me to enter slumber. Su Ran shook her head. No need. Perhaps entering slumber now is a blessing in disguise. Outside, I may still remember the commander. The others fell silent. She walked to the slumber pod and lay down. Will we never see the commander again? Su Xian nodded. Yes, but our sisters may yet meet him. With Zhao Yi around, perhaps our sisters will truly welcome a day of freedom and peace. Indeed, there are many other sisters in the Federation. Who knows who might encounter Zhao Yi? Su Ran obediently lay in the slumber pod as Su Xian pressed the switch. Instantly, the pod was filled with gas. The 200 silver-haired maidens fell into a deep sleep, and Su Xian ordered them to be pushed back into the starship and Appos' interior. This farewell might be their last encounter. The remaining 100 silver-haired maidens silently returned to their posts. 100 was still too many, but there was no choice. They had only so many slumber pods. Su Xian returned to the command room. We are about to leave planet M787. Change the power of the thrusters. Yes, although they understood that entering the Empire would mean death, Su Xian and her companions wished to prolong their lives for as long as possible. After changing the thruster power, their speed would decrease, reducing the chances of detection by the enemy. By abandoning the safe interstellar route, they might hold out for a week. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi returned to his room, somewhat dazed. Just a moment ago, he had been chatting with Su Xian and envisioning the future, and now he found himself utterly alone. Even though he knew this farewell would not last long, the image of Su Xian's every smile and frown replayed in his mind like a cherished memory. She was so enchanting. Unconsciously, Zhao Yi gathered the remaining garments of Su Xian into his embrace. Ah, yes, these were Su Xian and Appos' belongings. He retrieved a small box that Su Xian had given him from his pocket. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered a traditional photograph, a large group picture of 300 individuals, many faces obscured due to the crowding. Yet Zhao Yi recognized them all. These were the silver-haired maidens aboard the Gospel. Was this truly Su Xian's last gift? He examined the box further. This is a T3 energy core? Shouldn't this be on the Gospel? Did Su Xian take it out? Lastly, there was a letter. Commander, by the time you read this letter, we should have already departed aboard the Gospel. The time we and Appos' VE spent together has felt like a lifetime, allowing us to experience a different perspective on life. However, this mission cannot guarantee a safe return, so please forgive my decision. Inside the box, you will find our group photo. I hope you will not forget us. When you encounter other sisters in the future, please treat them kindly. Lastly, the energy core, it's too precious to leave behind. If the Empire were to acquire it, it would be a great loss. Therefore, I replaced it with a T2 level starship core and took this one. Signed, Su Xian. Zhao Yi chuckled softly. Did this group of silver-haired maidens truly intend to perish? But he could not allow that. Dazhuang. Zhao Yi picked up the communicator and called for the White Phoenix mercenary group. Su Xian and her companions had left. But that was fortuitous. The White Phoenix mercenaries were precisely what Zhao Yi had prepared for Su Xian. Now was the time to employ them. 300 silver-haired maidens along with a T2 starship would prove invaluable. Boss, did you call for me? Dazhuang appeared before Zhao Yi. How are the mercenaries doing? Currently, the mercenaries possess 4 starships, and with your Qingyun and Xiang, that totals 6. Sensing Zhao Yi's possible dissatisfaction, Dazhuang added, the preparation of the starships is not a problem. As long as there is funding, it can be arranged. However, the crew is somewhat inexperienced and is still being recruited. Zhao Yi nodded. Excellent. You have just received your first mission. What mission? The White Phoenix mercenaries are in a neutral state, allowing free access to various civilizations, correct? Yes, but there are some forbidden zones we cannot enter. You are to enter the Empire's territory and locate the Gospel. The Gospel? You are in the Empire? Dazhuang was somewhat astonished. His boss was indeed formidable. As a federal citizen, Zhao Yi frequently traversed the Empire's territory as if it were his backyard. Enough with the chit-chat. Once you find the Gospel, there will be a silver-haired maiden named Su Xian aboard. You should have met her before. She will be the commander of the White Phoenix mercenaries, but many matters will require your presence. Chapter 108. Wandering Dazhuang ceased to inquire further, realizing that not assuming the role of the leader was indeed a fortuitous decision. After all, should any calamity ensue, the burden of responsibility would rest solely upon him. Although his circumstances had improved compared to before, each day was still fraught with anxiety. His previous betrayal of Bloodwolf had merely been a desperate attempt to survive. Now, with someone capable of taking his place, a sense of relief washed over him. Yes, we shall depart at once. Shortly, I will send you the signal frequency of the Gospel. Please track it. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yi felt considerably lighter. Su Xian and her companions had already evacuated from the Federation. Although the process unfolded unexpectedly, the outcome remained the same. He could either leave the Federation to search for Su Xian or choose to stay. After some contemplation, Zhao Yi ultimately resolved to remain within the Federation, for he could seek out Su Xian at any time. Nevertheless, numerous silver-haired maidens still lingered within the Federation. He intended to instigate a revolution to rescue them all. In the days that followed, Zhao Yi experienced a profound sense of emptiness, loneliness, and coldness. Despite knowing that Su Xian and the others had merely departed temporarily, he found himself missing them dearly. He had long since regarded them as family. 3 days later, within the Empire's territory, the Gospel had already been discovered and pursued relentlessly by the Empire for some time. They were perplexed as to why the Gospel had appeared in this location, but understood that it must be eliminated. The Gospel had sustained severe damage, and its shields were non-existent. However, the Empire was also suffering, having lost 3 T2-class starships from its patrol squadron. What do? We are surrounded, Su Huan exclaimed, observing the red dots on the screen, realizing that an enemy starship had maneuvered to block their path, preparing for a pincer attack. She felt a rising urgency, akin to possessing immense strength, but being rendered incapable of utilizing it. There were no fighters aboard the starship, leaving her helpless to assist. Report: the thrusters have been hit by the enemy's secondary artillery, reducing speed by 50. Report: the hull has sustained 30 damage. Certain areas have been breached, exposing them to the vacuum of space. Su Huan inquired, should we awaken the other sisters? Su Xian's brow furrowed. What was inevitable would eventually arrive. Perhaps today marked the final day for the Gospel. Accelerate forward and engage the enemy with secondary artillery. Otherwise, if we are struck by the rear and Oppos' main artillery, the Gospel will surely plummet. Indeed, our immediate task is to engage closely, deterring the enemy's main artillery from firing at will. Perhaps once our main artillery cools down, we might even eliminate one of their ships. But that would only be one. Other Imperial starships approached from different directions, and before they could arrive, the Gospel could very well be sunk. Suddenly, a brilliant light ignited behind them, illuminating the expanse of space. Su Xian recognized it as the glow of the main artillery. Is that possible? Hadn't it Oppos, they already fired? Su Huan gasped in astonishment. The cooling and reloading times had not yet elapsed. Where had this round of main artillery come from? Then They witnessed the radiant beam traverse through their vicinity, striking the starship ahead. The Imperial vessel was reduced to fragments amidst the flames. What is happening? How could the main artillery strike their own? The crew was bewildered. Even if the enemy and Oppo's targeting system malfunctioned, such proximity would not result in such a significant misfire. Commander, we have detected other starships on the periphery. That recent attack appears to have originated from them. As soon as those words were spoken, an Imperial destroyer behind them erupted in an explosion, disintegrating into pieces. The two starships encircling the Gospel vanished in an instant. Su Xian and her companions were utterly perplexed. Who were these newcomers? It was inconceivable for a Federation starship to appear in Imperial territory. Yet their attack on the Imperial vessels clearly indicated their intent to assist. Su Xian, should we flee? Su Xian smiled wryly. No need to run. Whatever arrives, we shall accept it. Besides, our propulsion system is damaged, and fleeing is not an option. I am weary after these days. During this time, the Gospel had evaded capture, and the silver-haired maidens aboard were utterly exhausted. Having not slept for several days, beyond mere physical fatigue, they faced a far greater issue, spiritual exhaustion. With no direction and devoid of hope, death might even be a form of liberation. Yet, regrettably, they would not see Zhao Yi one last time. Commander, no, Su Xian. It appears to be a mercenary starship, Su Huan exclaimed in surprise, instinctively misnaming her. Such errors had become all too frequent for the silver-haired maiden. As if Zhao Yi still resided aboard the starship. Mercenaries? Su Xian lifted her gaze to the window, confirming that it was indeed a mercenary vessel, bearing the insignia of a phoenix reborn from flames with outstretched wings. This was the White Phoenix mercenary group. Su Xian recognized the emblem. It belonged to the White Phoenix mercenaries, the very group Zhao Yi had supported following Blood Wolf's demise. How had they come to be here? Su Xian. They are requesting a connection. Establish the link. Da Zhuang and Oppo's figure materialized before Su Xian. He recognized her as the silver-haired maiden who had stood beside Zhao Yi. Miss Su Xian, I have been dispatched to assist you. Assist me? Indeed, this is all by Zhao Yi and Oppo's directive. Zhao Yi. The silver-haired maiden felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. They had thought they would never hear news of Zhao Yi again. Yet, mere days later, they found themselves saved through his intervention. A torrent of emotions surged within her. Thank you, but we must still proceed to the I-19867 meteor for our mission. You will be in danger by accompanying us. Da Zhuang responded, according to Boss Zhao Yi, you are to become the leader of the White Phoenix mercenaries, and we shall all follow your commands. But Da Zhuang continued, Boss Zhao Yi also mentioned that you have now left the Federation's jurisdiction. Whether or not to undertake the mission is no longer of consequence. If you wish to save the silver-haired maidens within the Federation, then you must ensure your survival. Other compatriots. Su Xian and Oppo's eyes sparkled with determination. Indeed, her ultimate mission was to rescue her kin. There was no necessity to pursue the I-19867 meteor. Even if she refrained from the mission, there would be no repercussions. Previously, she had feared that the Federation might act against her compatriots. But now it was no longer a concern. The Federation would believe them to be dead. Leader, please advise on our next steps, Da Zhuang prompted. Su Xian bit her lip. It was undeniable that Zhao Yi's suggestions were indeed superior. She had not anticipated that he would arrange a safety net for her. This deepened her reliance on Zhao Yi. It was clear that she could not escape his influence. Connect the bridge. Understood. With a resounding boom, the bridges were established on both sides of the Gospel. Su Xian ordered the transfer of supplies from the Gospel to the other starship, then proceeded to the cryogenic chamber. Upon activating the switch, all cryogenic pods opened simultaneously. Chapter 109. I never permitted you to leave. Su Ran and her companions rubbed their eyes, rising with a look of bewilderment, pondering how they had awoken. How long did I sleep? Where are we? Enough questions. We must get up and head to other starships, came the prompt response. Despite their confusion, they hurriedly joined the throng of movers. Seeing Su Ran, Su Huan exclaimed with delight, Little girl, you've finally woken up. Have you rusted from sleeping so long? Go away. Su Ran, uninterested in banter, swiftly grabbed her belongings, and dashed off. Once everyone finished transporting their items, they boarded the Tianyuan ship. This vessel was a genuine T3 class starship, designated for the habitation and utilization by 300 silver-haired maidens, as per Zhao Yi's instructions. The silver-haired girls were ecstatic as they boarded the Tianyuan. De Zhuang, destroy the gospel. Understood. They knew that for survival, the gospel could not be allowed to remain. Once the gospel was obliterated, the Empire would cease their pursuit, and those from the Federation would believe them dead. The silver-haired maidens pressed their faces against the windows, gazing at the gospel in the cosmos. It lay battered and broken, a shell of its former self. This starship, which had accompanied them for so long, had finally met its end. Thank you, gospel, Su Ran whispered, extending her hand as if to caress it across the vastness of space, the angle making it appear as though the ship rested in her palm. In the next moment, the gospel erupted in a blinding flash, shattered by the main cannon, reducing it to cosmic debris. We're leaving. Yes. The Imperial starships and the Bifone mercenaries brushed past them, continuing towards the direction of the gospel's destruction. Only then did Su Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Everything would end here, only to begin anew. They were no longer Federation citizens, but mercenaries fighting for their own cause. Su Ran turned to Su Xian and inquired, Sister Su Xian, what on earth is happening? Su Xian smiled. It seems we could not evade the Commander's arrangements. The Bifone mercenaries have become our new home. Su Ran, astonished, exclaimed the commander. Is he here? No, but he sent someone to retrieve us. Can we go find the commander? Will he come aboard the starship? Su Xian shook her head, equally uncertain. Su Xian. The sound made Su Xian pause, and the other silver-haired maidens turned to see Zhao Yi and Apos' projection. Commander. The hall erupted with voices of excitement and joy. Zhao Yi smiled. It's been a few days. You all have worked hard. In that moment, the overwhelming emotions within them could no longer be contained, and they began to weep. Though it had only been a brief period, it had been filled with more experiences than they had previously endured. Even Su Huan's eyes glistened with tears. Commander, if you were sending someone to rescue us, you should have told us sooner. We thought we would never see you again, Su Ran said, wiping her tears. She had genuinely believed she would never encounter Zhao Yi once more. It turned out that after a mere sleep, the events that had transpired felt like a nightmarish memory. Zhao Yi spread his arms in a gesture of helplessness. You've wronged me. I wanted to tell you, but you all fled the starship. What? Were you afraid I would slow you down? Su Xian stepped forward. Commander, this is all my responsibility. If there is punishment to be dealt, let it fall upon me. Zhao Yi chuckled. Enough. I didn't come to rescue you to debate right and wrong. I merely wanted to convey how much I missed you. At his straightforward declaration, the faces of the maidens flushed with embarrassment, yet radiated joy. Su Huan, with a teasing tone, said, Commander, you're so cheesy. Do you miss all of us, or just Sister Su Xian? Su Xian's face reddened as she pinched Su Huan, annoyed by her incessant chatter. Zhao Yi laughed. Of course, I miss all of you. I saw the group photo you sent. It didn't do you justice. You're all far more beautiful in person. Laughter erupted once more. Time spent with the commander was always filled with joy. We miss you too, Commander, they chorused. Commander, when will you come to find us? Su Huan asked. Zhao Yi shook his head. In the short term, we will not meet or communicate. I intend to ascertain what Lin Fu and his group are planning. Lin Fu. I hadn't mentioned it before, but it doesn't matter now. Lin Fu and his group are preparing to overthrow the entire Federation. The group's pupils dilated in shock at this revelation. No way. Arin and Apos, they Federation citizens? Why would they turn against the Federation? Indeed, but they believe the current stagnant Federation cannot survive the Empire's onslaught. I wish to see if there is an opportunity to seize control of the silver-haired Maiden's command center. That way, the bombs within you will be rendered ineffective. Su Huan exclaimed with excitement. Then our sisters won't have to obey the Federation's orders anymore? Exactly. That is my intention. The maidens were overjoyed. Though they had survived, they also hoped that other sisters within the Federation would endure as well. Su Xian, however, expressed her concerns. But could this be dangerous? The Federation is a long-established civilization, We do not know how many hidden trump cards they possess. Fear not, I have my own measures. Besides, if the Federation truly falls, the silver-haired maidens will undoubtedly be the first to perish. We must not allow that day to arrive. Su Exine asked, Then Commander, what must we do? Your task is to continually strengthen yourselves. You are no longer Federation citizens, but mercenaries. In the future, consider your actions through the lens of a mercenary. As long as the profits are sufficient, you may engage in battle. If we truly liberate the silver-haired maidens, your strength will be essential for their protection. We understand. Commander, when will we meet again? There will come a day. All right, I must take my leave. Someone is looking for me. Just as Zhao Yi ended the communication, Colonel Lin Fu entered the room. He looked at Zhao Yi and asked, What is the matter? Still mired in melancholy? Well, I wonder how the gospel is faring. Zhao Yi replied, feigning nonchalance. The gospel is gone, but the people aboard are safe. I wonder how the Federation will react when they see Su Exine. Colonel Lin Fu patted him on the back. You should have anticipated this outcome. The gospel may already be within the Empire's territory. He paused before continuing. The Council has ordered you to lead a brand new fleet. A new fleet? Colonel Lin Fu nodded. Yes, after the destruction of Alika, the Council likely recognized certain issues. Merely relying on silver-haired maidens and T1-class starships is insufficient against the Empire. Thus, they are preparing to assemble a T2-class fleet comprised of silver-haired maidens. Chapter 110. The transformation of the Federation. The allowance for the silver-haired maiden to utilize T2-class starships left Zhao Yi quite astonished. It seemed that even the Federation could adapt in times of existential peril, not immutable, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Lin Fu continued, Indeed, we have secured the command of this fleet for you. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. If the silver-haired maiden of the Federation could now operate T2-class starships, it meant that Colonel Lin Fu's objective had been achieved. Would he still seek to subvert the Federation? Colonel Lin Fu, was your aim not to maximize the potential of the silver-haired maiden? It appears that goal has been fulfilled, so what are your subsequent plans? The plans will not alter. We will continue to strategize, and we hope you will join us. Why? Wasn't your mission as you previously stated? Do you not seek to transform the Federation, but rather to attain power? Lin Fu replied, You may interpret it as you wish. You can claim we are in pursuit of power. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We are prepared and will not relinquish our course so easily. This matter cannot be succinctly explained. We genuinely hope for your inclusion. As to avert the tragic fate of the gospel, we must collaborate. Zhao Yi was inclined to acquiesce. Only by muddling the waters could he reap greater benefits. Yet he understood the need to maintain his stance. Allow me to contemplate. I am not in the mood for such discussions at present. I understand. Please rest well. I shall take my leave. Lin Fu recognized that Zhao Yi would not readily agree, yet it mattered little. Once the news of the gospel's demise spread, Zhao Yi would undoubtedly acquiesce. After bidding Lin Fu farewell, Zhao Yi began sketching the blueprints for T3-class interstellar fighters, which would significantly bolster the White Phoenix mercenary strength. The following day, news of the gospel's annihilation emerged within the Empire, shocking the world. They had never anticipated the gospel would find itself in such peril, but upon reflection, a whiff of conspiracy lingered in the air. The graceful crowd finally exhaled in relief, though they understood the gospel had been sent to its demise. Until the news of its destruction was confirmed, a flicker of worry remained. Would the gospel truly fail even this task? Now, with the gospel extinguished, their anxious hearts found solace. Amidst the varied reactions, the silver-haired maidens of the Federation fell silent upon hearing the news. Each year, the gospel had been their beacon of hope. The very presence of 9,844 represented their entire reliance. As they approached the 5-year mark, it had been obliterated. Feelings of resentment and injustice threatened to overwhelm them. Yet, they were compelled to continue fighting, both due to the bombs within them and the desire to shield their compatriots and younger sisters from war. Only when the conflict ceased could the silver-haired maidens be spared from the battlefield. At the El Nado bar, Zhao Yi drowned his sorrows in drink, his despondent demeanor attracting numerous onlookers. He had initially intended to attend the El Nado banquet, but had declined. The other officers, well acquainted with Zhao Yi, sensed no issues. Given his unique bond with the gospel, they assumed he must be deeply saddened by its loss. Little did they know, this was merely Zhao Yi's deliberate effort to appear melancholic. His brooding gaze, disheveled hair, and the soft light casting a melancholic hue on his cheeks contributed to the illusion. Some young women attempted to engage the handsome Zhao Yi, but he rebuffed their advances. Just then, a large hand clapped on his shoulder. Without turning, Zhao Yi muttered, "I apologize, but I wish to be alone today." "What's this? Even you refuse a drink?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Yi turned to see Lin Fu, clad in civilian attire, standing behind him. The bar owner, clearly recognizing Lin Fu, stood nervously in the background, a smile plastered on his face. Behind Lin Fu stood a petite figure, cloaked in a hood, rendering their features indistinguishable, even their gender uncertain. "Colonel Lin Fu, what brings you here?" Zhao Yi inquired. Given the timing, Lin Fu should have been celebrating the gospel and Apos' downfall at a victory banquet. Lin Fu addressed the owner, "Please find us a quiet spot." "Of course, follow me." The owner led the trio to a private room, closing the door behind them. Lin Fu settled onto the sofa, while the hooded figure remained standing behind him. "Please, have a seat." Zhao Yi sat across from Colonel Lin Fu and asked, "Colonel, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Indeed, there is. Did I not mention yesterday that your appointment has been finalized? I had intended to announce it at the banquet, but since you were absent, I had to seek you out here." Zhao Yi forced a smile. "My apologies. I merely intended to enjoy a drink and did not anticipate consuming so much." "Is this related to the gospel?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi noticed a slight tremor in the figure behind Lin Fu. Though it quickly subsided, it did not escape Zhao Yi's keen perception. "Is this individual connected to the gospel?" Lin Fu sighed. "I too did not foresee the gospel's swift demise, yet that is now past. We must look forward. The Federation has many pressing matters awaiting our attention." Zhao Yi nodded. "I understand, but tonight I wish to take a moment to remember." "Quite right," Lin Fu replied. "Though I hesitate to intrude, I must convey what needs to be said. The Elder Council has officially appointed you as the fleet commander of the Z-056 starship, overseeing 10 vessels, all crewed by silver-haired maidens. I trust you have no objections to this?" "None whatsoever," Zhao Yi replied, his exterior unchanging while his heart brimmed with joy. Was this not a fleet delivered to him on a silver platter? This fleet would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in the forthcoming insurrection. Composed entirely of silver-haired maidens, managing it would be a simpler task. The fleet would follow his command, though their primary obligation remained the Federation's missions. Zhao Yi inquired, "May I make alterations to the fleet, such as increasing the number of starships?" "Certainly. Should there be spoils of war, you need only submit 50%. The remainder may be utilized to enhance your fleet. If your forces dwindle or if starships are lost, the Federation will provide certain support." This revelation astonished Zhao Yi. Previously, the management of silver-haired maiden starships fell under the Federation's purview, and the spoils were naturally expected to be surrendered. Now, the privileges afforded to this fleet closely mirrored those of the Federation's own vessels. "Colonel Lin Fu, this fleet possesses such rights. It seems you must have made considerable sacrifices to secure this." "Indeed, but the Elder Council is willing to trial only a portion of this. Hence, I recommended you. If this fleet yields favorable results, we may negotiate for further rights, potentially allowing more silver-haired maidens to pilot higher-tier starships, thereby enhancing their survival rates and staving off imperial aggression." Chapter 111. Are you a babysitter? However, if the results are mediocre, this designation may be revoked. Understood. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "Very well. The Z-056 has arrived at the port. You will assume your duties tomorrow." "All right." Colonel Lin Fu stood up and patted his head, prompting those behind him to step forward. "I almost forgot to introduce you to someone." "Who?" Zhao Yi inquired, gazing at the individual beside Colonel Lin. Upon removing her hood, Zhao Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Su Xin. He was taken aback. The woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Xin. Yet she appeared more youthful and timid, lacking the decisive and formidable aura of Su Xin, instead resembling a fresh graduate stepping into society, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The girl timidly spoke. "Hello, Commander. I am the autonomous weapon number 18522, not Su-Exine. Zhao Yi turned to Lin Fu. Lin Fu explained, for your convenience and management, the Z-056 starship is entirely staffed with newcomers, specifically humanoid autonomous weapons just delivered from the production center. This 18522 is your new deputy commander, someone you should be quite familiar with. 18522 quickly saluted. I will certainly fulfill my duties. Please rest assured. This must be what a silver-haired girl looks like upon joining the military. Timid, shy, yet tinged with excitement. However, after witnessing the actions of the Federation within the military, despair would soon follow. Was Su-Exine also like this back then? Lin Fu rose. Since you wish to continue drinking here, let 18522 accompany you. I shall take my leave. Very well. After Lin Fu departed, 18,522 appeared somewhat awkward, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. She had not anticipated that her first assignment aboard a starship would see her as a deputy commander, nor that the man before her would be her inaugural commanding officer. What surprised her even more was finding herself meeting him in a bar. So, this is a bar, she mused, glancing around curiously, only to quickly lower her gaze when Zhao Yi looked in her direction. Zhao Yi rose. A fleet composed entirely of silver-haired girls. Was this a concern over their potential strength? Commander, where are you going? 18522 hurriedly followed. Zhao Yi turned to regard 18522, momentarily lost in thought. How infuriating. She is just like Su-Exine. With Su-Exine. Su-Yun. Now there was another silver-haired girl. Zhao Yi replied without looking back. Home. Home. Allow me to escort you. No need. You may return alone. But, before 18522 could finish her sentence, she saw Zhao Yi exit the private room, and after a moment's deliberation, she followed him outside. Those drinking outside cast scornful and furious glances at the suddenly appeared silver-haired girl. An autonomous weapon? What is she doing here? It is your kind that has caused such desolation. Truly pathetic. The Federation has nurtured you for so long, and this is how you repay them? They expressed their anger and humiliation, directing their ire at the bewildered 18522. Confused, she wondered what was happening. She had heard at the production center that silver-haired girls were not well received, but had never truly experienced it until now. It seemed to be true. Apologies. 18,522 bowed, genuinely believing the fault lay with her. We will strive harder. Others remained relentless. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhao Yi interjected. Stop wasting your breath on these people. Come here quickly. Yes. 18522 hurriedly followed Zhao Yi out. Before exiting, what did the people from the orphanage tell you? They said we are soldiers of the Federation, and the Federation is currently under invasion. We must bravely stand up and drive the invaders away. 18522 spoke passionately, truly believing in her words. Zhao Yi understood. She had been a weapon in the factory and had never ventured out before. What did you think of the events in the bar? Zhao Yi asked. 18522 pondered for a moment before responding. I understand that there is disdain for silver-haired girls, so we must work hard to change this situation. Zhao Yi fixed his gaze on her. There is only one way to change the situation, and that is to rebuild the Federation anew. Rebuild the Federation anew? 18522 was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning. All right. You may return now. In time, you will understand. 18522 nodded silently, and before leaving, she curiously asked, Commander, was the Su-Exine you mentioned 9,844? You know her? 18522 nodded slightly. My kin do not return once they leave the orphanage, but I occasionally hear news. I have heard that 9844 is the hope of our kind, aboard a starship called the Gospel. I never expected that as soon as I emerged, the Gospel would sink. Upon finishing her statement, 18,522's eyes dimmed. She had hoped to meet this 9844. Zhao Yi remained silent, standing in place. 18522 felt she had spoken too much. She had heard from Lin Fu that Zhao Yi was the commander of the Gospel. However, for some reason, he had not been aboard at the time of its sinking. The Gospel had perished. He must have regretted it deeply. After bowing to Zhao Yi, 18522 hurried away. Zhao Yi watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Such an innocent girl, like many freshly emerged silver-haired girls. Yet, if they could survive for a month, that innocence would soon vanish. Upon returning home, Zhao Yi did not immediately sleep, but instead focused on completing the development of the T-3 class interstellar fighter. The 2-week rest period was nearing its end, and he was finally making progress. The next day, before Zhao Yi had even risen, he noticed someone standing at the edge of his bed, standing upright and quietly watching over him. My goodness. Zhao Yi was momentarily bewildered. When did you arrive? 18522 replied. Commander, you are awake? What are you doing here? After returning home yesterday, I thought you might not rise after drinking so much, so I came early this morning, intending to wake you. I didn't expect you to already be up. With that, 18522 hastily handed Zhao Yi his clothes. Zhao Yi was at a loss for words. You are my deputy commander, not my maid. There is no need for this. It is the same, Commander. Your guard captain has yet to be selected, so I will temporarily assume the role. The guard captain. Zhao Yi's mind conjured the image of Su Ran. What a headache. This 18522 is a blend of Su Ran and Su Xian, perhaps even more Na'vi than Su Ran. After all, Su Ran had lived for 5 years, and although she appeared innocent and adorable, she was not inept. Yet this one was actually worried about whether he would wake up. Chapter 112. The Fresh Recruit's Commander. Why are you not dressed? Are you feeling a bit unwell? Would you like me to assist you? Just go outside. Yes. 18522 hurriedly exited, closing the door behind her. Only then did Zhao Yi rise to don his attire. With her presence, it felt rather awkward to dress alone. Gazing at her visage evoked a sense of familiarity, as if Su Xian were right beside him. Wait, if they were to meet in the future, it would be rather exhilarating, if they did not resemble identical triplets. Once properly attired, Zhao Yi finally pushed the door open and stepped out. 18522 stood at the entrance, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Commander, where are we heading now? To the port. Summon the captains of all Z056 starships to meet with me. Understood. At the port of Arenado, a considerable crowd had gathered, seemingly captivated by an unfolding event. The air was thick with noise and shouts. Commander, it seems something is happening ahead, 18,522 observed curiously. Let us investigate. As Zhao Yi approached, the crowd parted to allow him passage. Now a federal major, his rank commanded respect in Arenado. 18522 followed closely, her eyes narrowing in anger as she witnessed a group of federal soldiers bullying a silver-haired girl, cornering her and hurling insults. How dare you lot even think you deserve a T2 class starship? With those looks, what did you do to convince Colonel Lin Fu to grant you such a vessel? You have 1 day to vacate. Everyone knows not to provoke silver-haired girls. Today, I shall see if you can. Though the silver-haired girl held a command over a T2 class starship, this was merely an experimental policy, and many were oblivious to it. The federal soldiers' ire was directed towards her, incensed that a mere automaton could operate the same starship as them. It was disgraceful. They were mere machines, not even worthy of consideration. Thus, they began their ruckus early in the day. The silver-haired girls, new to the battlefield, were overwhelmed by this display of arrogance. Unable to confront the federal soldiers, they lowered their heads in silence, enduring the verbal abuse from the surrounding crowd, who found amusement in their plight. What's going on here? 18522 shouted as she strode forward, positioning herself protectively behind her kin, her eyes blazing with fury. Yet she understood that the silver-haired girls could not retaliate against the federal soldiers. In that moment, she could only hope they would depart swiftly. 9,844? The federal soldiers paused, momentarily taken aback by her likeness. While they might not recognize all the silver-haired girls, they certainly knew 9844. No, this is not 9,844. It's merely the same model. You startled me. I thought I was seeing a ghost. What am I saying? They aren't even human, so how could they die and return? Indeed, the federal soldiers relaxed slightly. With the gospel now gone, there was no chance of encountering 9,844 again. However, seeing a silver-haired girl of the same model still made them uneasy. How disgusting. The same model of automaton looks so alike. Of course, they are all weapons. Just like the guns we wield, They come off the same production line. So how could they differ? If the Federation can produce them, why not provide each of us with one? Haha. 18522 bit her lip, realizing over the past days that silver-haired girls seemed to be looked down upon within the Federation. What she thought was merely strictness from the welfare office was, in fact, disdain and contempt. Please leave quickly. 18522 urged loudly. The federal soldiers chuckled. So you're their leader, huh? Let me tell you. You have 1 day to vacate these starships, or you'll regret it. We will not leave. These starships belong to our Z-056 fleet. Why should we depart? The silver-haired girls argued back defiantly. You and Apos, re-asking for trouble, Aran and Apos, to you? The federal soldiers, taken aback by the silver-haired girl's audacity, were enraged. One soldier raised his hand to strike 18522. Though young, she possessed a temperament akin to Su Xin and Amp, Apos, S, staring fiercely at the soldier. She showed no fear of the impending blow. Go ahead and strike. I will not back down. This caused the soldier to waver, growing increasingly furious. I will end you. Just as the hand was about to descend, Zhao Yi intervened, seizing the soldier's wrist. What are you doing? Commander. 18522 was surprised. She hadn't expected Zhao Yi to assist them. Though he was their commander, he was, after all, a member of the Federation. The federal soldiers were about to protest when they received a stinging slap across the face from Zhao Yi, the pain searing. The onlookers were astonished. They never anticipated that a major of the Federation would strike his own kind. The soldiers, unable to express their anger, were commanded by Zhao Yi, you disgraceful fools. Get out of here at once. Yes, yes. The soldiers hurriedly retreated, carrying their injured comrade. Turning to her sisters, 18522 gently wiped the tears from their cheeks. Are you all right? We're fine, just endured their insults. As Zhao Yi approached, several silver-haired girls expressed their gratitude. Thank you. It seems not all Federation members are the same. Zhao Yi shook his head. It would be wise to consider us as one and the same. Do not harbor any illusions about the Federation. The silver-haired girls tilted their heads in confusion, unable to fully grasp Zhao Yi's intent. While most Federation members might share similar traits, there were still a few benevolent souls among them. 18522 introduced, this is our new commander, here to summon the captains of the other starships for a meeting. Is he really the commander? They were taken aback, glancing at him shyly. They had expected an old man, but he appeared to be only a few years older than them, igniting their youthful imaginations. Did you hear that? What are you dawdling for? Oh, right. We're on our way. As the other silver-haired girls hurried off, 18522 sighed in resignation. Commander, please follow me. Zhao Yi accompanied 18522 to a brand new T2 class starship, a colossal vessel that would serve as his command center. Upon boarding, the silver-haired girls were filled with curiosity and apprehension regarding Zhao Yi's presence. Chapter 113. Self-introduction. One by one, they saluted, addressing him as commander. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging the group of young women before him. Commander, please wait here. The other starship commanders are on their way. Zhao Yi requested, bring me your data. Yes. 18522 approached Zhao Yi and tapped a few buttons on the screen before him, revealing all the information regarding the Z-056 fleet. Zhao Yi examined it slowly. This Z-056 fleet comprised entirely of T2 class starships, totaling 10 vessels, 1 cosmic aircraft carrier, 2 frigates, 3 destroyers, 2 battleships, 1 repair ship, and 1 cosmic ship. The fleet was manned by 500 silver-haired girls, sufficient to operate the entire fleet, with an additional 50 serving as reserves, though they were rarely needed. In interstellar warfare, it was rare for soldiers to perish while the starships remained unscathed. Most met their end in the explosions of their vessels. The interstellar carrier and cosmic ship were equipped with 100 T1 class interstellar fighters and 50 T2 class fighters. Beyond that, there were only standard armaments, lacking anything particularly remarkable. Zhao Yi opened the control panel and began to type furiously. Beside him, 18,522 watched curiously, sensing something was amiss about this commander, though she could not articulate what it was. Indeed, there was a discrepancy. Zhao Yi quickly discerned that this starship was newly constructed and speculated whether there might be a backdoor present. Upon investigation, he uncovered a command vulnerability. Each starship was equipped with a self-destruct system to prevent capture and to detonate at critical moments to deny the enemy acquisition of the vessel. This was also true for the 10 ships in question. However, the existence of this vulnerability meant that the starships were perpetually in a state of potential detonation. This was evidence of the Federation's distrust, still believing the silver-haired girls to be unreliable. 18522 exclaimed, "What is it?" "A remote detonation system. If you refuse to heed the Federation's orders, or even defect, they can trigger the explosion of the starship." 18522 furrowed her brow. "But do we not already have bombs implanted in us? Why does the Federation still distrust us? Are our objectives not aligned against the Empire? If they do not trust us now, how can we fight together in the future?" Zhao Yi smiled slightly. "The bombs within you can only eliminate yourselves. However, should this starship become irretrievable, it must be detonated. Or, during a mission where death is certain, detonating it might inflict significant damage upon the Empire." 18522 could hardly believe it. "My compatriots have sacrificed so much for the Federation. I never imagined it would come to this. Would they truly trigger our demise solely to weaken the Empire?" Zhao Yi understood that 18,522 found this difficult to accept, as their upbringing had been steeped in Federation ideology. The stark contrast of reality would require time to process. Of course, do not forget, you are not human. You are merely humanoid weapons. To the Federation, you are expendable, akin to starships and fighters. As long as it can harm the Empire, the cost is deemed worthwhile. 18,522's expression dimmed. "Commander, do you truly believe this? Are we merely tools?" Zhao Yi lowered his gaze. "My thoughts are inconsequential." He adjusted the system to rectify the vulnerability. Under normal circumstances, it would remain undetected, only revealing itself when activated. By that point, discovery would be moot. A knock echoed at the door, and a group of timid silver-haired girls stood at the threshold, uncertain whether to enter. Though they were commanders of their respective starships, they were no different from other silver-haired girls, all experiencing the battlefield for the first time. "Come in," Zhao Yi instructed. Yes, the silver-haired girls entered, some appearing apprehensive. Once seated, 18,522 spoke. "Sisters, this is our commander, Zhao Yi." The group clapped to welcome him. Some silver-haired girls smiled, realizing that their new commander was indeed handsome, dispelling the rumors they had heard. 18522 continued, "Commander, I will now introduce you to the captains of each starship. The interstellar aircraft carrier we are aboard is named Victory, as the Federation hopes this fleet will always maintain a record of triumph. You are the commander and captain of the Victory, and I am the vice captain, designated 18522. Zhao Yi felt a moment of nostalgia, reminiscent of his introduction on the Gospel. At that time, it was Su Xian who had introduced him. The difference was that he had been timid and fearful, while Su Xian had instructed him not to fidget. Now, the tables had turned. He was the seasoned one, and these new recruits were the ones who appeared nervous. Zhao Yi interrupted 18522. "Wait. What is it, Commander? Have I done something wrong?" "No, it's just that I have a standard. You must refer to yourselves by your names, not by your designations." Names. The girls exchanged glances. Even in the orphanage, they had been forbidden from using their names. If discovered addressing one another by name, they would face severe punishment. Yet now, this individual was asking them to do just that. Zhao Yi, aware of their thoughts, explained, "Do not worry, it is only for my reference, or else I will struggle to remember you. Is this an order from the commander?" "Indeed." Seeing no other option, 18522 acquiesced. "All right, since it is the commander's order, we shall use our names aboard the starship." The others nodded in agreement. 18522 then explained, "In truth, we each have our names from the orphanage. I am Su Huan. Su Huan, I shall remember you." Su Huan nodded slightly. "This is Su Sha." Zhao Yi observed as they remembered one another's names. The names of the silver-haired girls were not particularly difficult to recall, typically consisting of the surname Su followed by a single character. Initially, he had thought this naming pattern was exclusive to the girls aboard the Gospel, but it appeared to be a commonality among all silver-haired girls. Curious, Zhao Yi inquired, "Why do you all share the surname Su?" Was this bestowed upon you? Su Huan shook her head. We do not know. We only know that the older girls in the orphanage all had this surname. They would give us names, but instructed us to use our designations in front of the Federation personnel. Now, let us report on our next mission, Zhao Yi prompted. Yes. Su Huan stood at the conference table, passionately recounting the mission and upcoming tasks of Z056, seemingly eager to demonstrate her capabilities and ambition. Zhao Yi listened quietly, noting how Su Huan bore a resemblance to Su Xian. He then glanced at the other silver-haired girls. Aside from Su Huan and Su Xian, their appearances differed from those he had encountered on the Gospel. Chapter 114. The battle commences. The Empress of the Solar Empire, adorned in an exquisite ceremonial gown, sat upon her throne, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed downwards. The annihilation of the Federation and Oppos Erica was merely a task that the Empire ought to undertake. There was nothing exaggerated about it. Other civilizations may have faltered against the Federation due to their technological inferiority. However, the Empire surpassed the Federation in both technology and governance. To falter now would be unacceptable. Your Majesty, the battle for Erica has concluded, and the Blood Wolves have been vanquished. What shall we do next? The Empress slightly lifted her gaze to the minister standing nearby. Stevens, I believe I mentioned something to you last month. Do you recall? Stepping forward, Stevens replied, Your Majesty, I certainly remember. You instructed me to conquer NATO within 3 months, but our prior commitment to assist the Northern Front caused a delay in that plan. However, we now possess sufficient forces to commence our advance towards NATO. The Empress nodded slightly. Excellent. Since you are so confident, I shall grant you 1 month to present NATO to the Empire. Yes. Stevens appeared untroubled. NATO was currently isolated and unsupported, surrounded by the Empire and Oppos fleets. A month would suffice. By the way, I have heard of a starship wandering within our empire. What is the situation? Your Majesty, that would be the Gospel. A starship from the Solar Federation, colloquially referred to as the Coffin. The Gospel? Wazn and Oppos. At this very ship that expelled the forest people and destroyed the M787 Star Destroyer? Indeed. How could such an elite unit appear here? Stevens whispered. Although this is an unprecedented situation, we suspect that the Gospel has been in service for too long. The Federation, in a bid to save face, has sent it here to meet its demise. It managed to destroy 5 of our starships before its end. Fortunately, it did not encounter us on the front lines, or the losses could have been far greater. The Empress scoffed. The actions of the Alliance are truly laughable, offering their elite forces as sacrifices. Truly, the heavens favor our empire. That will be all for today. Yes. Days later, numerous Imperial fleets approached NATO, fully prepared to seize M787 and NATO at a mere command. NATO lay desolate. Its capable inhabitants long fled. Even many Federation soldiers had deserted, leaving behind those without any backing. If the Empire chose to occupy NATO, the remaining soldiers could still prove useful. The Federation hastily redeployed fleets from other locations. But these starships were merely T1 grade, and the silver-haired soldiers aboard were new recruits. Cannon fodder. It was evident to anyone that these silver-haired maidens were expendable. They would merely put on a show of resistance, utilizing the repaired Star Destroyer on M787 to extract a slight cost from the Empire. Even if it were a one-for-one exchange, the Federation would still profit. Su Huan stared at the mission briefing on the table, a surge of anger swelling within her. This was no combat mission. It was a death sentence. Noticing Zhao Yi nearby, Su Huan lowered her head. I apologize, Commander. I spoke out of turn. It is of no consequence. Zhao Yi examined the mission briefing in his hands. Indeed, it is a mission destined for death. The Empire commands 8 fleets, totaling over 100 starships, most of which are T2 grade, and there are even 3 T3 grade starships among them. Our side has merely 3 fleets, totaling 32 starships, all T1 grade. It is no different from a death sentence. The only potential for damage lies with the Star Destroyer on M787. It appears the Federation is preparing to abandon NATO. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Su Huan nodded earnestly. After spending several days in his company, she noticed that Zhao Yi differed from other Federation members. They consumed the same energy porridge and slept in the same communal quarters. Of course, it was a mixed-gender setting, and Zhao Yi was the sole occupant of his area. His manner of speaking also differed from that of other Federation members, showing a certain affinity towards her silver-haired sisters. On one occasion, Su Huan had stealthily observed Zhao Yi entranced by a photo album, discovering it filled with images of silver-haired maidens, presumably crew members of the Gospel. Zhao Yi must miss them dearly. Yet, they were all gone. It was no exaggeration to say that the Empire could obliterate their starships with the deployment of just 3 T3 grade starships. Su Huan questioned, "Aren't we supposed to unite against the Empire? Why have the Federation's T2 and T3 starships retreated while we still advance?" Zhao Yi smiled. On one hand, the withdrawal from a NATO requires time. Many assets must be destroyed to prevent them from falling into Imperial hands. On the other hand, to the Federation, silver-haired maidens are mere consumables. Their deaths hold little significance. How can it be? Like this? Su Huan slumped in her chair. Her comrades and sisters were nothing more than expendable assets to the Federation. This overwhelming disparity left her mind reeling. Zhao Yi recognized this as part of the growth process for the silver-haired maidens. Some arrived early, while others came later. It was better for them to realize the truth sooner rather than later. It appears our mission is not listed here. Snapping back to reality, Su Huan asked, "So what shall we do?" Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. "If we are not assigned a mission by nightfall, we shall temporarily withdraw from a NATO." Withdraw from a NATO? Su Huan was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhao Yi's desire to flee. "Correct," Zhao Yi affirmed. "A NATO will be the vortex of this conflict. In the face of the formidable Imperial starships, remaining here would only result in our annihilation. Preserving our forces is paramount." Su Huan's expression faltered. "But if we leave, my sisters will." Zhao Yi chuckled. "Do you truly believe that staying here will guarantee their survival? They will still perish, including the 500 of your kin aboard this fleet. Will you choose to let them all die together, or will you lead the remaining sisters to safety?" The other silver-haired maidens in the conference room fell silent. Their pride and dignity rendered them unable to abandon their comrades. Yet remaining would only place more of their kin in jeopardy. I. Zhao Yi interjected, "This is my command. You need not deliberate further." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the projection of Colonel Lin Fuzhong appeared before them. "To the Z-056 fleet, your orders have arrived." Upon hearing this, the group shuddered, and Zhao Yi inquired, "What is our mission?" Colonel Lin responded, "The Empire's assault is formidable. The directive from above is to conserve our remaining forces. You are to proceed to the Hongfang Comet." Chapter 115. T3 Class Starfighter approaches Hongfang Comet. This is situated behind the enchanting planet of Anado. Indeed, the Empire is determined to capture Anado this time, and they have dispatched reconnaissance starships to Hongfang Comet in preparation for their next offensive. Your task is to impede these starships. Understood. Suddenly, Zhao Yi interjected with a question. "Colonel Lin, where are you now?" "I am reporting my mission from the capital star. I will come to find you once you arrive at Hongfang Comet." "Yes, understood." Zhao Yi ended the communication and turned to Su Huan and the others, saying, "You are all aware of the mission from above. We are now preparing to head to Hongfang Comet and eliminate any Imperial starships we encounter along the way. Are we simply abandoning Anado and the other starships?" "Abandoning? I see." Su Huan silently nodded. Whether it was Colonel Lin and Apos' orders or Zhao Yi and Apos', she had to forsake those compatriots. Indeed, if she couldn't and Apos' save her fellow countrymen, how could she expect the commander to rescue everyone? At the port of Anado, 10 T2 class starships slowly departed, the Federation's ships having left long ago. They were the last batch. The remaining starships would share the fate of Anado. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the distant cosmos, as if to light up the entire universe. It was dazzling and splendid, yet it heralded death. Zhao Yi gazed out the window. Is that the annihilation cannon? If they have fired, it signifies the Empire's assault has commenced. Sensing the Federation's weakened state, the Empire hastened their attack. From afar, the cosmos erupted with flashes of light and explosions. That location was the M787 planet. "We must go." Yes, the Victory began its voyage, advancing towards Hongfang Comet under the protection of other starships. Zhao Yi rose to leave the command room, leaving Su Huan in a daze. Why was the commander leaving at this moment? However, she dared not inquire further. With Zhao Yi gone, she had become the temporary commander. Report the locations of all starships. Maximize reconnaissance power to check for any signals of Imperial starships along the route. Understood. Su Huan and the other silver-haired girls gazed out the window. Their compatriots were engaged in battle not far away, while they could only choose to flee. This feeling was quite distressing. Zhao Yi returned to his room and connected with Su Xian. At that moment, Su Xian appeared disheveled, resembling a scruffy cat, and the sun was shining brightly outside, suggesting pleasant weather. Commander, Su Xian hurriedly wiped her face, only managing to make it dirtier. What are you doing? We are now outside the Empire and Oppo's territory, mining crystals. Mining crystals? Su Xian nodded. Do you remember that planet where I was called an angel? I recall. We ended up on an unknown planet due to spatial distortion. Yes. When we retreated, there were quite a few energy crystals left there. I thought they might be useful, so I came here first. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. You did well. These funds will also strengthen our capabilities. Commander, did you contact me for something specific? Su Xian asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Since their narrow escape last time, Zhao Yi hadn't connected with them. This communication seemed more than just a simple check-in. The Empire has launched an attack on Anado. An attack on Anado? That was quick. Where are you, Commander? Su Xian and Oppo's voice trembled slightly. After all, Zhao Yi was working in Anado. Did his message mean he wouldn't survive? I am on a starship, en route to Hongfang Comet. Su Xian sighed in relief. That's good. Commander, if things go awry, you can come to the Bifeng mercenaries. I just hope you remain safe. There's no need to worry. This communication is to inform you that the Federation may not last much longer. After you finish mining crystals, head to Zhuran Star. Zhuran Star? The southernmost planet of the Federation? Indeed. The Empire is located in the northern part of the Federation, and Zhuran Star is currently the safest place. Afterward, Colonel Lin may implement a plan. I intend to destroy the control center of the silver-haired girls before proceeding to Zhuran Star. You must capture Zhuran Star before we arrive, providing us with a respite. Su Xian and Oppo's expression turned serious. Understood. Once Zhuran Star is taken, I will rally the other silver-haired girls to come. After a brief pause, Su Xian asked, Commander, are you serving on another starship now? Yes, in a fleet composed entirely of silver-haired girls and T2 class starships, which will be instrumental in our plans. Su Xian hesitated. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Forget you? Zhao Yi chuckled. What are you laughing at? There is a deputy commander here who looks exactly like you. It would be impossible to forget. Zhao Yi compared Su Xian to the somewhat innocent Su Huan. The resemblance was striking. Su Xian blinked, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. She is she, and I am I. You still cannot forget me. I will not forget you. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. After bidding farewell to Su Xian, Zhao Yi opened it to find Su Huan standing outside. Commander, what brings you here? Do you need something? Yes, we detected Imperial starships. Imperial starships? Zhao Yi was taken aback that they had indeed found Imperial vessels in this location. Following Su Huan to the command room, he inquired, what is the current situation? Commander, we have detected 3 Imperial starships to our northeast. What shall we do? Since they have been discovered, it is an opportune moment to test our new weapon. New weapon? Su Huan was puzzled. When did the Z-056 fleet acquire new weaponry? How come she was unaware? Zhao Yi led everyone to the hangar, where they found only a few dozen aircraft, leaving the space somewhat vacant. Su Huan dashed to the center of the hangar, bewildered. Where are the aircraft? Where are our T-1 and T-2 class fighters? She was shocked. Their entire fleet had limited aircraft, and now they were all missing. I sold them all as scrap metal. Sold them? Of course. With the proceeds and my savings, I used the funds to construct T-3 class starships. With that, Zhao Yi pulled away a white cloth, revealing the starfighter within. Staring at the brand-new aircraft and its impressive firepower, everyone was rendered speechless. This Su Huan touched the surface of the starfighter, feeling its icy exterior as if she were in a dream. This is truly a brand new starfighter, one that the Federation has never seen before. Commander, how did you come by this starfighter? Of course, I designed it. You? Su Huan found it hard to believe. While Zhao Yi had indeed shown extraordinary capabilities, the notion that he had independently designed and manufactured T3 class starships seemed overly far-fetched. Chapter 116. This starfighter is remarkably powerful. This device has yet to be mass-produced by the Federation. The Victory-class ship astonishingly employed the T3 class interstellar fighter ahead of schedule. Zhao Yi elucidated. This interstellar fighter is equipped with a supernova fission cannon, and its defenses comprise both T3 class interstellar shields and dark matter shields. The secondary armaments include spiral laser cannons and dark matter machine guns. Through Zhao Yi's research, it was found that while dark matter possesses excellent characteristics, particularly its ability to bypass defenses, its offensive capability is not formidable, and it is costly to produce. However, when designed as projectiles, it becomes highly effective, allowing for the destruction of enemy star-class fighters or critical positions at minimal expense. The assembled crew listened in astonishment. The supernova fission cannon was understandable, as it was installed on T3 class starships, but the purpose of the dark matter machine guns and shields remained unclear. Sensing their confusion, Zhao Yi remarked, "This mission primarily aims to familiarize you with this fighter. For now, refrain from engaging with the dark matter aspect." Understood. All right, prepare for departure. The combat team boarded the fighters and sequentially exited the Victory-class ship, circling a few times before heading towards the Imperial starship's location. The maneuverability and performance of the fighter left them utterly astounded, creating an exhilarating sensation as if they had become one with the machine, effortlessly directing it without concern for errors. Is this fighter truly that formidable? Indeed, the T2 class fighter I piloted previously pales in comparison. It is indeed remarkable. I wonder where our commander acquired such technology. The team was brimming with excitement, sensing that this starfighter could even challenge interstellar threats. Meanwhile, the Imperial reconnaissance starship remained oblivious to the impending danger. Their mission was to scout the actions of the Empire during a potential attack. Gentlemen, while our task is straightforward, we must remain vigilant. Yes, they do not belong to the front lines of interstellar combat and are slightly inferior in firepower, yet still far superior to the Federation's T1 class starships. If we encounter Federation starships, we still possess a fighting chance. Report, Lieutenant. We have located a Federation starship. As expected, the lieutenant remained unfazed. Encountering Federation starships in this area was to be anticipated, given it is their territory. How many starships do they possess? 10 starships. 10. The lieutenant paused momentarily, realizing that such a number was beyond their capacity to contend with. Even against 10 T1 class starships, they would not stand a chance. 10 starships constitute a complete fleet. Their 3 starships are merely fast destroyers, with one being a cruiser. Have they detected us? They likely have. They dispatched interstellar fighters towards us. Interstellar fighters? Are you suggesting their starships have not approached, only their fighters? The lieutenant was taken aback. Indeed, these interstellar fighters are remarkably swift and will soon enter our attack range. The lieutenant smirked. We have indeed been underestimated. The Federation cannot possibly believe these starships can eliminate us, can they? Let us show them otherwise. Yes. The Imperial starships commenced their maneuvers. Whoosh! The all-new T3 class interstellar fighters zipped past the Imperial starships at astonishing speeds. The Imperials were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered such fighters before, and upon comparing with their database, discovered these fighters were not listed. Where on earth did the Federation procure such advanced technology? Fire upon them, the lieutenant shouted in frustration. Regardless of what these machines are, they are merely fighters. As long as they are fighters, our starships will not falter. Besides causing disruption, what further utility could they possess? The silver-haired pilot gazed at the nearby Imperial starship, her countenance aflame with anger. Having recently emerged from the orphanage, she had come to view the Empire as a ruthless adversary. Were it not for them, so many of her compatriots would not have perished. Yet, They were unaware that a far greater issue lay within the Federation itself. Sisters, let us demonstrate our strength. Yes, as she squeezed the trigger. Supernova fission cannon rounds were unleashed. A resounding explosion echoed as the distant starship's energy shield erupted in a colossal blast. The explosion was so powerful that even the starship itself felt the impact. While the blast was indeed mitigated, the aftershocks caused the ship to tremble. The Imperials had never encountered such formidable star-class fighters. Are we mad? Is this truly an interstellar fighter? Its power is astonishing. Lieutenant, we are unable to hit them at all. As she spoke, the starship quivered once more. The energy shield, which initially withstood the starship and Oppo's attacks, struggled to hold against the relentless barrage of supernova fission cannon fire. Report: the energy shield has sustained a 30 damage. If we remain here, we will likely be unable to withstand further assaults. Report: several additional interstellar fighters have been dispatched. What should we do? Return fire. They are merely fighters. Even T2 class fighters cannot withstand significant attacks. Understood. The starship's secondary weapons began firing electromagnetic cannons, which detonated across a vast area in the cosmos. The silver-haired soldiers, on their first battlefield, felt a surge of anxiety. Many were struck by the electromagnetic blasts. The Imperial lieutenant laughed heartily. Is that all? Although their fighters pack a punch, the operators are lacking. Taking them down is no issue. The crew exhaled in relief. At this rate, their fighters would surely succumb first. How could their fighter shields possibly compare to those of a starship? Yet, as the battle progressed, an unsettling realization dawned upon the lieutenant. One fighter had already endured 5 hits from the electromagnetic cannon, yet remained airborne, seemingly unaffected. Is this not absurd? How can it continue to fly after being struck? This is unreasonable. The silver-haired soldiers themselves were perplexed, but they understood one thing. The energy shields of this interstellar fighter were remarkably robust, providing ample protection. Sisters, their attacks seem ineffective against us. Advance. Yes, the silver-haired girls intensified their assault, abandoning evasive maneuvers in their fervent desire to obliterate the starship before them. The 3 Imperial starships trembled incessantly, causing the lieutenant to stumble to the ground, rising in disarray. What on earth is happening? Our T2 class starships are being thrown into disarray by a swarm of small fighters? Retreat. Seek cover. These new fighters are exceedingly peculiar. Immediately begin data capture for the database. Yes. Chapter 117. Were you merely attempting to rob us, and yet you resorted to self-destruction? The crowd hastily piloted their starships away into the distance. They could neither engage these aircraft effectively nor withstand their formidable power. If I cannot defeat them, can I not at least evade them? Aboard the Victory, the crew was astounded by the might of this aircraft. It was no longer merely a fighter. It could even be likened to a small starship, its power rivaling that of a T1 class starship. Commander, is this aircraft truly of your design? Su Huan inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Of course. Do you think the Federation would possess such an exceptional fighter? Zhao Yi replied. However, the pilots in the combat team still require further training. Zhao Yi had previously observed a stark contrast between the fighters piloted by Su Huan and this one, akin to comparing an adult to a child. Were Su Huan to pilot such an aircraft, it was likely she would not be hit even once. Had the silver-haired girls not been shielded by T3 class starship defenses, they would have likely been shot down countless times already. Blushing slightly, Su Huan admitted, indeed, once they return, I will enhance their training. Zhao Yi did not chastise them. After all, they were truly novices, and one could not expect every individual to possess the prowess of Su Huan. Su Huan had spent 5 years on the battlefield, whereas countless others had not survived even a fraction of that time. Seeing that Zhao Yi did not seem angry, Su Huan smiled. If these aircraft were to be widely distributed, would the Federation not be able to triumph over the Empire? Even we novices can utilize them so effectively. My sisters would undoubtedly exploit these aircraft to even greater effect. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Huan to make such a statement. While widespread distribution would indeed enable the Federation to secure victories, do you believe the Federation would permit you to operate such advanced starships? Prior to your arrival, All silver-haired girls were piloting T1 class starships. They wouldn't even grant you T2 weaponry. Do you truly think they would allow you access to T3 class starships? Su Huan and Appo's expression dimmed. Indeed, the Federation had no trust in them. Not only had they implanted bombs within them, but they had also tampered with the starships. In critical situations, the Federation could even trigger the destruction of their starships directly. Zhao Yi continued, thus, the only way for the silver-haired girls to escape this fate is to establish a new Federation. Only then will they have a chance at survival. Commander, will a new Federation truly come into existence? It will, he assured her. Just then, Zhao Yi received a message from the combat team. Commander, we have incapacitated all 3 enemy starships, destroying their secondary cannons and other weaponry. Zhao Yi was equally astonished. Although he had created these fighters, this was their first combat engagement, and he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. The test had yielded remarkable results, with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, validating the considerable effort he had invested. Excellent. Continue patrolling the vicinity. We will join you shortly. Yes, sir. After ending the communication, Zhao Yi directed the starship to hasten their approach. However, it seemed the Empire's forces were aware of their impending fate. Some chose to escape in escape pods, while others opted for self-destruction alongside their starships. This infuriated Zhao Yi. They were on the verge of capturing them, and yet they chose to self-destruct. Was this truly human behavior? He had merely intended to rob them, and yet they refused to cooperate. What utter nonsense. The silver-haired girls felt somewhat embarrassed. Commander, should we still proceed? No. Redirect to the Hongfang Comet. Understood. Although the spoils were lost, Zhao Yi recognized that the T3 class fighter had indeed succeeded. On the Tianyuan, Su Xian stared at the data transmitted by Zhao Yi, feeling perplexed. What is this? Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be blueprints of some sort, seemingly for a starfighter. She recalled that before departing, Zhao Yi had been developing a T3 class starfighter. Had he succeeded? She quickly summoned Su Wan and Su Yan, the 2 most mechanically inclined among the silver-haired girls. As they examined the blueprints, their eyes widened in astonishment. This design is nothing short of genius. This fighter will surpass all previous models. Su Xian, intrigued, asked, is it really that impressive? Indeed, just from the design concept alone, it is extraordinarily powerful. If successfully developed, T1 class starships would no longer hold relevance, as these fighters could fully replace their value and role. Is it truly that formidable? Su Xian was taken aback. T1 class starships were equipped with powerful energy cannons, and their capabilities differed significantly from those of fighters. Su Yan nodded slightly. The stagnation in fighter development has largely stemmed from limited weapon options. The small particle beam cannon has reached the zenith of fighter technology. Yet due to the energy core limitations, its effectiveness is minimal. However, Zhao Yi has abandoned traditional designs, opting for the vastly more powerful supernova fusion cannon, elevating the fighter and Appo's capabilities to an entirely new level. Curiously, Su Xian inquired, why do the Federation and Empire not employ this supernova fusion cannon? While its power is immense, its recoil and effects are significant, making it suitable only for T3 class starships. Zhao Yi's newly developed supernova fusion cannon can be adapted for use in fighters. Although its power is diminished due to size constraints, it remains superior to all previous fighters. Both Su Yan and Su Wan were filled with excitement and bewilderment. They had initially believed that after developing the dark matter shield, they were drawing closer to Zhao Yi. Yet, in just a month, he had managed to create such a revolutionary fighter. They found themselves unable to keep pace with him. Was he even human? A T3 class starfighter would require a team several years to develop. Yet he accomplished it alone in merely a month. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Let us quickly attempt to produce a prototype based on these blueprints, Su Xian urged, her excitement palpable. Their mission had arrived, and they needed to arm themselves adequately. The T3 class starfighter would significantly enhance their firepower. Agreed. Unable to contain their eagerness, they boarded the Xiang to begin constructing the first T3 class starfighter. Before long, a T3 class starfighter emerged, though its weaponry was not yet fully equipped. All right, let us now test this fighter and Oppo's performance. Who shall pilot it? Within a second, they unanimously chose Su Huan, the fearless one. Su Huan was pushed forward, a look of helplessness on her face. What is going on? It's my cardio time. Can't this wait? Look at this. Su Yin pointed towards the fighter not far away. Chapter 118. Commander, I apologize. Su Huan initially regarded the situation with indifference. Yet upon witnessing the aircraft, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was simply magnificent, its streamlined design, robust and reliable armor, a panoramic skylight. And yet where was the firepower? Bewildered, Su Huan found herself in a state of confusion, having transitioned from elation to perplexity. Where is the weaponry? Is this a reconnaissance aircraft or a leisure craft? Am I supposed to pilot this merely to navigate the air? Su Yin clarified, this aircraft is intended to be equipped with a supernova fission cannon, which has not yet been developed. For now, you are merely testing the aircraft's maneuverability. Oh, she replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, Su Huan promptly took her seat in the cockpit. The reason was simple. She relished the thrill of testing new aircraft, exhilarating and fresh. However, she doubted this model could surpass the Shenwei. After all, the Shenwei was crafted by the commander, while the origins of this aircraft remained uncertain. As the fighter jet emerged from the hangar and soared into the cosmos, the exceptional handling and unparalleled speed thrilled Su Huan, prompting her to apologize for her earlier remarks. While she might feel guilty towards the commander, she found this aircraft to be more user-friendly than the Shenwei. Despite its lack of armament, Su Huan could already discern the aircraft and Oppo's extraordinary capabilities. Its controls were incredibly smooth, and its performance surpassed that of the Shenwei. How does it feel? Came Su Xian's voice from her earpiece. It feels incredible. What is the name of this aircraft? Let me check. Su Xian opened a file sent by Zhao Yi, which prominently displayed the name Black Crow. Black Crow? Su Huan silently nodded, noting the aircraft's dark appearance. Who named it so casually? Commander. Who else could have designed this aircraft? Su Huan was taken aback, realizing why the aircraft felt familiar. It was indeed designed by the commander. In that case, I don't Oppo's feel guilty towards the commander anymore. I was wondering how those two fools, Su Yin and Su Huan, could possibly develop such an effective aircraft. Nearby, Su Yin and Su Huan clenched their fists. If only they could overpower Su Huan, they would certainly give her a piece of their minds upon her return. The aircraft developed by the commander is truly remarkable. Please tell him that I, Su Huan, acknowledge his work, she declared boldly, performing daring maneuvers in the air. Su Xian rolled her eyes. Does the commander really need your approval? Hurry back here. Understood. Subsequently, Su Xian and the others urged Su Yin and her team to develop the supernova fission cannon, as it was of paramount importance for T3 class interstellar fighters. In truth, since the T2 class Shenwei, conventional weaponry had struggled to strike Su Huan and her companions. They lacked weapons rather than performance and defense. On the Victory, Zhao Yi sat in the dining hall, consuming energy porridge. Having returned from prosperous times to this arduous era left him somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, this challenging period would not last long. Su Huan rushed in, noticing Zhao Yi's meal. Commander, why are you eating this again? If Colonel Lin finds out, he will certainly scold us. Enough. If you can eat it, so can I. Besides, are you more afraid of Colonel Lin's scolding than mine? Su Huan whispered. The commander would truly scold me. What is it that you need from me? Oh, Elda has been occupied, Zhao Yi said, and a new screen appeared before him. In just 6 hours, the Empire had seized Elda. The speed and efficiency astonished many other civilizations. Before the conflict commenced, onlookers assumed both sides would be evenly matched, possibly allowing smaller civilizations to benefit from the ensuing war. Instead, the Empire dominated overwhelmingly. This was even with the Federation's valiant silver-haired maiden fighting on their side. Otherwise, they might have lost even quicker. I anticipated this outcome long ago. It is of no surprise to me, Zhao Yi concluded, turning off the news and continuing to eat his porridge. Su Huan lowered her gaze. My sisters have perished, yet the Federation has not reported it. Quite normal. However, they died to protect their own as warriors and heroes. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Zhao Yi reassured her. Though the Federation has not reported them, they live on in our hearts. Commander, must we truly change the Federation to find a way out? Indeed. Su Huan felt a wave of emotion, tilting her head to gaze out the window. I wonder if I will ever see that day. Zhao Yi paused slightly, as this angle allowed him to glimpse Su Xin's shadow. She too had once longed for the arrival of such a day. Su Huan turned to the commander, her cheeks flushing under his intense gaze. Commander, what is it? Nothing, just recalling someone. Who? Not anyone in particular. Seeing that the commander was unwilling to elaborate, Su Huan chose not to press further. A silver-haired maiden rushed over in a flurry. Commander, we have arrived at Hongfang Comet. Have we? Zhao Yi and Su Huan approached the window, gazing at the celestial body outside. It was a habitable planet of the Federation, appearing stunningly beautiful, reminiscent of Earth. 2 frigates flew from the planet, guiding all Z-056 starships to their designated positions. Hongfang Comet was located 3 light-years behind Elda and would be the Empire's next target. Moreover, this planet was one of the Lin family's territories. Zhao Yi suspected that Colonel Lin might take action before the planet was captured, otherwise it would be too late. Soon, the silver-haired maiden would learn whether she could attain freedom. Please, all personnel and autonomous weapons, disembark from the starship and proceed to the residential area. Please, all personnel and autonomous weapons, disembark from the starship and proceed to the residential area. The starship and Oppo's announcements echoed continuously. Zhao Yi and Su Huan exited the starship, stretching their limbs upon reaching the ground. It felt reassuring to be grounded once more. Major Zhao, you're here too? A girl descended from a nearby starship, attempting to greet Zhao Yi with a smile. Zhao Yi paused momentarily. Who are you? Wang Rushuan suddenly remembered that Zhao Yi had not met her before. Their last encounter had been on planet M787. I am Wang Rushuan, commander of the G029 fleet. Oh, I see. Apologies for not recalling you immediately. No worries. Strictly speaking, this is our first meeting. Standing beside Wang Rushuan was Su Yun, who looked surprised upon seeing Zhao Yi before lowering her head. What a coincidence. Are you also docked here? Zhao Yi engaged in small talk. Yes, we are merely passing through. We plan to continue on to Huaiwa planet in a few days. Chapter 119. The planet Huaiwa, a resource-rich world situated near the capital star, was of immense significance. However, it seemed illogical to venture there at this moment. An imperial assault on Huaiwa would merely present an opportunity to the Federation. Su Huan glanced at Su Yun, astonished, covering her mouth. She had discovered that this silver-haired girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Yet, Su Yun exhibited no surprise, considering the passage of time. She was already in her 4th year. Perhaps soon she would be assigned to a completely new vessel. Reflecting on her first encounter with Su Xin, she remembered her own astonishment, akin to what she felt now upon seeing this silver-haired maiden. I shall proceed inside first, Wang Rushuan announced, exchanging a brief greeting with Zhao Yi before heading toward her quarters. Su Yun paused as she passed Zhao Yi, raising Su Huan and Oppo's vigilance. Did this sibling know the commander? Did Sister Su Xin say anything before her demise? Su Yun inquired softly. Zhao Yi hesitated. Su Xin was, in fact, not dead. Yet, this was a truth he could not disclose. She didn't utter a word. To prevent me from accompanying her, she even deceived me into remaining behind, leaving me to watch as they departed, only to later hear of their crash. Su Yun smiled faintly. That certainly sounds like her style. Perhaps before long, I too shall join her. Not necessarily. Su Yun seemed to grasp the intentions of Colonel Lin Fu. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Never place your trust in the Wang and Lin families. While they may seem slightly better than the other 3 families, it is purely due to the circumstances. I understand, she replied, accepting the complete photograph of the gospel from Zhao Yi. Su Yun's eyes widened. Is this Sister Su Xins? Yes, keep it, he replied. But Zhao Yi chuckled. Do not worry, I have a backup. Su Yun finally accepted the photograph, expressing her gratitude. It is fortunate that Sister Su Xin encountered you before her passing. Let us refrain from speaking of death so often, until the final moment. No one knows what fate holds. I shall take my leave. In the distance, Wang Rushuan awaited, and upon Su Yun's arrival, she gradually advanced. Observing their silhouettes, Su Huan marveled. It's astonishing that we look identical. Zhao Yi, aware that Su Huan remained oblivious to their origins as clones, smiled. Perhaps you are twins. Separated for some reason. Commander, you must not regard me as a mere child. She appears older than I, Su Huan retorted. Moreover, I am well informed about the origins of these silver-haired girls. It feels peculiar to meet my own clone for the first time. Oh, so you are aware, Zhao Yi replied. Slightly embarrassed. Commander, do not underestimate me. Although I am indeed 4 to 5 years younger, I comprehend the essential matters. Su Huan replied with a proud smile. Nonetheless, I find her shoulder-length hair quite stylish. Perhaps I should try a similar look? Feel free to experiment, Zhao Yi suggested. On second thought, I prefer my own appearance. Su Huan twirled a strand of hair, her demeanor adorably playful. Let us proceed. As night descended, Su Yun arrived at the Z056 residence, knocking on the door. It was Su Huan who opened it, both momentarily stunned, as though gazing into a mirror. Is Major Zhao here? Yes, he is. What brings you here? Su Huan replied. Her wariness piqued, sensing an unusual connection between the girl before her and her commander. Oh, Colonel Lin Fu has returned. He requested Major Zhao to attend a meeting. Coming. Zhao Yi emerged from within, departing with Su Yun. Su Huan wished to join, but recognized her lack of standing. She was merely a silver-haired girl, without such authority. Once they had left, Su Xian looked around the somewhat disheveled residence, rallying the silver-haired girls to clean it up. Since she could not accompany the commander, she could at least improve his living environment, a task within her capabilities. Upon arriving at the Lin family villa, the lively hall was adorned with an array of delectable foods. To an outsider, it might seem the Federation was thriving. Colonel Lin Fu greeted Zhao Yi with laughter. Zhao Yi, you finally made it. Indeed, I wonder what urgent matter requires my presence at such a late hour? Of course, there is business at hand. We are preparing to take action. Zhao Yi and Appo's pupils dilated, surveying the assembly. Were these individuals all in agreement with Colonel Lin Fu? Among the silver-haired girls, only Su Yun remained, while the others were Federation members. They gathered around, drawn in by Lin Fu's declaration. Do not be alarmed. They are all part of our united front. This is Colonel Yin Fu, serving in an institution on the capital star. This is Professor Luo Hai, working at the Research Institute. And this is Wang Kong, a scion of the Wang family and a close friend of mine. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Finally, Lin Fu introduced Zhao Yi to the group. This is Zhao Yi, the current commander of Z056 and the sole commander overseeing the T2 grade silver-haired girl fleet. The crowd applauded, which made Zhao Yi feel somewhat bashful. After a brief pause, Lin Fu continued, Zhao Yi, you are aware that Inuo Duo can no longer be held. The next target is Hongfang Comet. We must accomplish our reform before Hongfang Comet is occupied. The crowd raised their hands in solidarity, pledging loyalty. Curious, Zhao Yi asked. Colonel Lin Fu, what strategy do you intend to employ? The Federation is a towering tree that cannot be toppled in a day. Any misstep could lead us to ruin. Indeed, I have dispatched Su Yun and others to Huaihua. That location is crucial. Huaihua? Zhao Yi questioned, perplexed. Although Huaihua was a significant resource star for the Federation, its control by Lin Fu would yield little benefit. Lin Fu elucidated, in 2 weeks, the Capital Star's patrol fleet will embark on a new round of patrols. During this period, the defenses of the Capital Star will be notably weakened. Su Yun will seize Huaihua, creating a diversion to draw the attention of the remaining guards at the Capital Star. Once they are distracted, we will have our opportunity. The assembly listened intently as an officer stepped forward. Colonel Lin Fu, what if the Capital Star's fleet does not depart? It will depart. For Huaihua is one of the Federation's most vital resource stars, and the closest Capital Star will undoubtedly respond. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Though the defenses of the Capital Star may be thin, if we act recklessly, they will certainly take notice. To return to the Capital Star, the fleet must have orders from the Council of Elders, and we cannot preemptively position the fleet. Time appears to be against us. Chapter 120. I believe the plan is feasible. The crowd nodded in agreement. Due to the surveillance of the capital star, the starship could not enter the capital star at all. Even if they could lure the capital star's escort and patrol fleets away, it would be futile. When they launched their attack, the capital star could easily recall those starships. Colonel Lin Fu explained. Indeed, so in 1 week, our family head will host a birthday banquet, coinciding with our elder and Appo's 300th birthday. By then, you will all board your own starships to attend the celebration. Although 1 ship per person may seem modest, collectively, they constitute a formidable force. Your mission is not to destroy the capital star, but to buy time for the ground forces to seize the dome. Zhao Yi pondered, stroking his chin, and then, if successful, this matter will be sealed. The outside world will still believe the 5 elders are in control, while in reality, the heads of the remaining 3 families have already been placed under our house arrest. Subsequently, we will reform the Federation, legislating to restore the citizenship of the silver-haired maidens, enabling them to operate starships of T2 level and above. Isn't this precisely what you desire? After saying this, Colonel Lin Fu patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. Surprise illuminated the faces of the crowd. This plan is indeed viable, whether in terms of timing, location, or camaraderie. Fortune seems to favor them. It appears feasible. I feel the success rate is quite high. Yes, we will attend the birthday celebration, and they certainly will not suspect our covert operations. Colonel Lin Fu and Appo's plan was impeccably crafted. Colonel Lin Fu smiled. You flatter us. While the plan is indeed feasible, the specific execution relies on each of you. In a week and Appo's time, assemble your elite subordinates and head to the capital star. What about the bombs? Zhao Yi countered. Bombs. Zhao Yi nodded. The current Federation uses bombs to control the silver-haired maidens. Once you reform the Federation and restore their citizenship, will you still resort to bombs? Colonel Lin Fu and Appo's smile abruptly faded. The matter of the bombs will not be removed for the time being. We do not have that much time. And our primary objective is to thwart the Empire's offensive. I promise that when the Empire ceases its attack and peace is restored to the Federation, the bombs within the silver-haired maidens will certainly be removed. Colonel Lin himself was uncertain of what would follow, but he was confident that laying out the big picture was crucial. Zhao Yi chuckled. I see, but there is still something I do not quite understand. Go on. Su Yun is tasked with the bait operation, yet the Federation can easily initiate a detonation to prevent Su Yun's actions without sending a starship. If Su Yun were to perish, how would we proceed with our mission? Colonel Lin Fu smiled. Rest assured, although our Lin and Wang families cannot control the center for the silver-haired maidens, we can discreetly remove the bombs from all the female soldiers aboard the G-029 starship. At that point, they will realize they cannot detonate the bomb within Su Yun and will have no choice but to dispatch a starship. They will not permit any silver-haired maiden to fall beyond their control. Zhao Yi began to understand. The Lin family indeed had a method to remove the bombs. They simply were unwilling. Despite their differences from the other 3 families, they still regarded the silver-haired maidens as weapons, believing merely that these weapons had not been utilized to their full potential. Standing quietly to the side, Su Yun remained silent. She was aware that she would meet her demise on Huaihua planet, yet she harbored no resentment. After serving for 4 years, even if she did not go to Huaihua planet, she would still be reassigned to the gospel ship, destined to die alongside her sisters. Since death was inevitable, why not save her compatriots? With the Lin and Wang families in power, the Federation at least retained a glimmer of hope for victory. As long as the war ceased, the fate of the silver-haired maidens would also come to an end. All right, does anyone have any other questions? None. The crowd shouted in unison. Zhao Yi raised his hand. Actually, I have another question. What question? Colonel Lin Fu was somewhat exasperated. Zhao Yi had many inquiries. Since you have all planned it out, does my involvement matter? Colonel Lin smiled. No. You are crucial. Your presence significantly enhances our chances of success. Chances of success? Colonel Lin Fu began. Indeed. You have concealed it from everyone, but not from me. What do you mean? The reconnaissance mission on M787. The mechs you created are far from mere rudimentary designs. Colonel Lin Fu regarded Zhao Yi with a knowing smile, as if to say, I see through you. I later inquired with the captured soldiers of the Empire, and they revealed that it was a brand new T2 level mech, nothing like the peculiar design you later showed me. Realizing that the other party was already aware, Zhao Yi no longer concealed the truth. Then why are you just now revealing this, Colonel Lin? Because I know your design skills will undoubtedly be useful in the future. You think I am unaware of the gospel ship and the aircraft you have been developing? I have merely been waiting for this moment. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Ground warfare is not so straightforward. Aside from the dome, the five elders possess many other secret weapons. Particularly the head of the Qin family. No one knows what he truly has. We wish for you to develop a T3 level mech for our use. A T3 level mech? Colonel Lin nodded. Yes, we can provide all the necessary materials and equipment. This T3 level mech can considerably enhance our success rate in ground combat. Of course, we will not ask you to do this for free. After the Federation is reformed, not only will the silver-haired maidens gain their freedom, but you too will be able to join the new Elder Council and oversee development matters. That sounds quite appealing. After contemplating, Zhao Yi decided to agree for the time being. If Colonel Lin Fu and his faction did not take action, he would have to postpone his plan to seize Zhuoran Star. He needed Lin Fu to ignite the fuse so that he could reap the benefits amidst the chaos. All right, I will consider the design. We have 2 weeks before departure, and you must complete the design within a week. We will produce it directly on Capital Star, and those we bring along will board the mechs and head toward the dome. Does anyone have further questions? None. All right, dismissed. The crowd dispersed, and Zhao Yi followed Su Yun as she walked alongside Wang Rushuan. What is the matter? Is there something else? Wang Rushuan turned to ask. Zhao Yi smiled. May I speak with her for a moment? Wang Rushuan looked on skeptically. What? Now that your 9844 is gone, do you wish to take my vice commander? Su Yun's face flushed slightly. Is there something you need? Noticing Zhao Yi's hesitation, Wang Rushuan interjected. He is probably concerned for your safety, feeling uneasy about your undertaking a mission that is surely fatal. Chapter 121. Development of new mechas. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Don and Amp. Oppos. T say that Su Yun and I have anything in common. ISN and Amp. Oppos. T it so? Wang Rushuan retorted. All right. Let and Oppos. S give you two a moment. Wang Rushuan said with a mischievous smile. Su Yun, make sure you come back on your own. Don and Oppos. T run off to the victory. Su Yun's face flushed, and before she could respond, Wang Rushuan had already walked away. Su Yun turned to Zhao Yi. Major Zhao, is there something you need from me? This mission is far too perilous. On the day of execution, after you attract attention, head straight for Zhuoran Star. Huh? Why? If I leave, One and Amp. Oppos, T it make things even harder for you? Will we still be able to capture Capital Star under such circumstances? Zhao Yi explained. Your task is merely to draw the Capital Star's guards away, not to engage them in battle. Besides, with the might of Fleet G029, we are no match for the Capital Star's guard. They possess T3 class starships. Su Yun chuckled. Major Zhao, you need not worry about that. We silver-haired maidens fear not death. Accepting this mission is the collective wish of all of us in Fleet G029. If we can help our compatriots survive, we shall die without regret. Death is indeed inconsequential. But if you do this, you may never see Su Xian again. And if survival is possible, why choose to court death? Su Xian? Su Yun furrowed her brows, perplexed as to why Zhao Yi mentioned Su Xian. Had she not perished within the Empire's domain? She is not dead, Zhao Yi revealed. Realizing that perhaps only by mentioning Su Xian could he persuade Su Yun. On one hand, it could save her. On the other, Fleet G029 was a formidable force not to be underestimated. Having them on his side would enhance the safety of Zhuoran Star. Su Yun's pupils dilated, and she grasped Zhao Yi's arm. What did you say? Su Xian is alive. You mustn't be deceiving me. I have no need to deceive you. Do you truly believe I would use Su Xian's fate as a ruse? Realizing she had overreacted, Su Yun quickly withdrew her hand. Then, where is she now? Is she in danger? Do not panic. Su Xian is currently en route to Zhuoran Star. You must not perish. You must reach Zhuoran Star to meet her. The light in Su Yun's eyes seemed to shift. Confusion and uncertainty clouded her features as she warned, "If you dare to mislead me, I will ensure your demise. Rest assured, follow my plan." Su Yun inhaled deeply. "Very well, I will agree to your method. When the Federation's starships arrive, I will retreat." Enough said. I must take my leave. At the Lin family and Appo's villa, a few individuals observed Zhao Yi and Su Yun from the window. "Colonel Lin, is this Zhao Yi truly reliable? Is it wise to share our plan with him?" Lin Fu chuckled. "Though this fellow possesses considerable skill, he is still rather youthful, clearly infatuated with the silver-haired maidens. After Su Xian's demise, he has shifted his focus to Su Yun." The others laughed heartily. "Indeed, but we cannot blame him. At his age, he has had little exposure. The silver-haired maidens are undeniably beautiful, but is it not more torturous to admire what one cannot touch? Can he truly create mechas? I believe he can. Although I have yet to see the mechas he has crafted, I doubt they would falter against the Empire's ground forces. Then, that is sufficient. With such weaponry, our odds of victory have improved." With that, they toasted joyfully, feeling as though the Federation was already within their grasp. Upon returning to the Victory, Zhao Yi instructed Su Huan to summon the fleet commanders from various starships. They arrived carefully, entering the conference room with a sense of trepidation. At that moment, the room was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of what was unfolding. Zhao Yi addressed them. "I have gathered you here to announce something of great importance." Everyone lifted their heads, eager to hear his words. "We plan to rebel against the Federation alongside Colonel Lin Fu." What? The news left them stunned, and they struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Commander, are you suggesting we rebel?" "Indeed. This." They stared at one another, bewildered and at a loss for words. Due to the bombs implanted within them, they had never considered confronting the Federation. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. The mere thought of it would lead to their demise at the hands of the Federation. "Commander, are you certain? Is it wise to divulge this information to us? This is a course of action that must be taken. Only with the Federation's downfall can you truly attain freedom." Freedom. The group felt a sense of confusion. They had initially believed that leaving the orphanage would grant them freedom, yet it now seemed they had merely exchanged one prison for another. By now, you should have realized that, in the eyes of the Federation, you are nothing more than expendable pawns. In the Battle of Arua, the silver-haired maidens lost 3 fleets while the Federation lost only 1. The remainder either fled in escape pods or surrendered. Do you consider this reasonable? Naturally, they did not. Yet they felt powerless to change their fate. "Commander, your idea is commendable, but can it truly succeed? Indeed, we all have bombs within us. If the Federation learns of our rebellion, we may meet our end in an instant. The Federation has existed for an unfathomable length of time, with deep-rooted foundations. Without thorough preparations, rebellion is unlikely to be a simple task. I believe that even if Colonel Lin Fu and his faction were to triumph, our fate would remain unchanged. With a control center in existence, we would never attain true freedom." Zhao Yi nodded. "Indeed, this is our greatest dilemma. Therefore, my involvement in Colonel Lin's plan serves another purpose." "Another purpose?" The group exchanged glances, intrigued. Zhao Yi continued. "Colonel Lin Fu has decided to take action in 2 weeks, and at that time, we must launch a surprise attack on the control center and destroy the controller." "What must we do?" "Once the operation commences, I will take 10 individuals to Capital Star. Your initial task is to follow the rebels, and when the opportunity arises, proceed to the control center and obliterate it." 10 individuals? They were taken aback, initially expecting a grand scheme, only to find it was rather reckless. Moreover, how can 10 people possibly dismantle the heavily fortified control center? Zhao Yi noticed their skepticism. "Rest assured, I will not lead you to your deaths. I will develop a new type of mecha, and with its assistance, destroying the control center amidst the chaos of Capital Star will be entirely feasible." Chapter 122, Photographs and New Mecha? Indeed, let's not dwell on this new mecha for now. When it is completed, you shall witness its capabilities. Although a sense of uncertainty lingered among the crowd regarding the ability of a single mecha to obliterate the control center with merely 10 individuals, They chose to place their trust in Zhao Yi. Everything he had accomplished thus far seemed incredible, yet he had brought each endeavor to fruition. Yes, Commander, they affirmed. Zhao Yi continued, once all matters are concluded, you shall pilot the starship towards Zoroan's star. If you wish to spare your sisters at the welfare home from a fate akin to yours, heed my instructions. Understood, we shall follow the commander's lead. Zhao Yi settled into his seat, observing the expressions of those around him, reminiscent of luring innocent maidens. Regardless, their agreement sufficed. It was a means to ensure their survival. Colonel Lin Fu contemplated his own plans, unaware that he too harbored intentions. As for the mecha schematics Lin sought, Zhao Yi intended to provide them with the designs he had originally developed for the M787 mecha, which would sufficiently counter standard ground weaponry. The T3 grade mecha he was developing would be reserved for Su Huan and her team. That evening, Zhao Yi reached out to Su Xin to reiterate the plan. Su Xin was taken aback by the swift progression of events, yet she was prepared. Upon learning that Su Yun had also joined the endeavor, her joy was palpable. Commander, I still have a question, she ventured. What is it? Currently, the White Phoenix mercenaries have relatively easy access to Zoroan's star, and our fleet has reached 8 starships, providing us with a degree of security. However, what happens next? Zhao Yi smiled gently. Do not fret about the subsequent events. If all goes as anticipated, the Federation will face significant losses during the Capital Star conflict. By then, we will possess the G029 fleet at Zoroan's star, alongside the White Phoenix mercenaries and the Z056 fleet. This constitutes a formidable strength. Su Xian pondered this and deemed it feasible. Even if they were ultimately driven away, it mattered little. As long as she was with the commander and her comrades, even a life of wandering would be acceptable. Days later, Zhao Yi requisitioned substantial materials under the pretext of testing the mecha. A portion of these materials was utilized to construct the Shinta robot, while the remainder was allocated for the creation of new T3 mechas. The new mecha was named Golden Cicada, an innovative T3 grade transforming mecha. It not only excelled in terrestrial combat, but could also morph into an interstellar fighter in space. However, due to its size, it was considerably larger than typical starfighters. While its maneuverability and firepower may not rival that of the Black Crow, its advantage lay in its versatility. Capable of engaging in all-range combat and penetrating building interiors without issue. Store these materials and components. Zhao Yi instructed the engineers aboard the starship. Though they were novices, their innate talent shone through, and they swiftly grasped the components Zhao Yi required. Yet, they were puzzled as to why they were constructing such items. With an impending confrontation with the Federation, shouldn't they be creating something immediately useful? And where, after all, were the legendary mechas? Zhao Yi did not clarify. While these components appeared insignificant, they would assemble into the Golden Cicada when the time called for it. Commander, our current stock of materials may be insufficient for these components. One engineer noted. What a pity. Had we emptied the Empire's 3 starships back then, we would not be in this predicament. Then we shall have to dismantle a starship. Zhao Yi replied calmly. Dismantle a starship? The crowd was taken aback. The very purpose of constructing the starship was for warfare. Yet now they were repurposing it into mere components for battle. It was indeed paradoxical. Zhao Yi was no stranger to such undertakings. With practiced ease, he sketched a blueprint and directed the engineering unit to dismantle according to his design. The onlookers were bewildered, yet they complied with Zhao Yi and Oppo's instructions. After all, these starships were under his management, and even if Colonel Lin Fu were to learn of it, he would likely remain silent. Could he possibly inform the Elder Council? If he did, Zhao Yi warned, he would not hesitate to reveal everything, leaving no room for fear. The Z056 fleet was bustling with activity, drawing the attention of personnel from other fleets. Lin Fu had inquired previously, but Zhao Yi had deftly concocted an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Commander, this is for you. Zhao Yi replied, accepting the envelope from Su Huan. Upon opening it, he discovered an invitation. It bore a request for him to attend a banquet on the Capital Star, accompanied by a pass granting access for one of his starships to the capital's vicinity. Zhao Yi rose, stating, continue your work. I must find Colonel Lin Fu. Rest assured, Commander, we shall accomplish our tasks, Su Huan replied, her youthful enthusiasm evident as she brimmed with energy. What is this? Su Huan noticed an item left behind by Zhao Yi and picked it up. It was a photograph. The image depicted silver-haired maidens beaming with radiant smiles, and at the center stood a silver-haired girl strikingly similar to herself, though clearly older by 4 or 5 years. Just gazing at her exuded wisdom, intelligence, and gentleness. Is this Sister Su Xin? Although it was her first encounter, she recognized the familiar visage immediately. Upon glancing up, she noticed that Zhao Yi had already departed, leaving her to wait for his return to return the photograph. She had not anticipated that the commander would carry such a cherished memento. A sense of bewilderment washed over Su Huan. Zhao Yi was her first commander, and through their time together, she had felt his magnetic charm, decisive, brave, and remarkably considerate. Initially, she believed he would remain with the Z-056 fleet for eternity. Yet this photograph instilled a sense of melancholy. Would the commander ultimately depart from the victory ship? Zhao Yi arrived at Colonel Lin Fu's villa, where attendees were engaged in discussions regarding the intricacies of the rebellion. Upon his arrival, Colonel Lin Fu greeted him warmly. Zhao Yi, what brings you here today? I have successfully developed the mecha you requested. Oh, so soon? Colonel Lin Fu had initially allocated Zhao Yi a week for this task, making the expedited timeline feel somewhat pressing. He had not expected Zhao Yi to complete the mecha in merely 4 days. His abilities were indeed remarkable. As Zhao Yi retrieved the blueprints from his pocket, he was momentarily taken aback. His photograph was missing. No, it should have been in his pocket. Is something wrong? Lin Fu inquired, sensing the shift. Nothing of consequence, Zhao Yi replied nonchalantly, dismissing the thought that it might have fallen somewhere. He would search for it upon his return. If it remained lost, he would simply print another copy. This is the new generation of mecha I have developed. The crowd hastily gathered around, including several researchers from the institute. Their curiosity piqued. What would a mecha developed solely by one person look like? Chapter 123. I have my plans. Though mecha technology has languished for quite some time, it is not something that can be developed by just anyone. Moreover, the young man before them had only spent a few days in research. It seemed unlikely that he would achieve anything remarkable. Yet, this sight left them utterly astonished. Holy cow! The crowd could not help but exclaim in disbelief. This mecha was nothing short of perfection. Not only was its design formidable, but its concepts were also wildly imaginative yet entirely rational. The onlookers were left in shock. It turned out that mecha could be approached in such a manner. The room fell silent as the crowd stared, mesmerized by the blueprints in front of them. This was not a case of their ignorance. Rather, Zhao Yi's vision was simply too avant-garde. For a century, mecha had not seen any significant development, and Zhao Yi had innovated independently without any reference materials. In just 4 short days, he had created a mecha that could be deemed flawless. This talent and capability ignited a sense of envy among them. Major Zhao, is this truly your creation? One individual trembled as he gazed upon the blueprints. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, of course. Is there anywhere else that sells blueprints for such mechas? The crowd hastily shook their heads. No, we are merely curious. We heard you were previously the commander of the gospel, but the commander of this starship is rather unique. Zhao Yi chuckled. As for my achievements, there is no need for embarrassment. My academic performance was indeed lackluster. It seems I am more of a practical player, and my skills have only improved since joining the military. Colonel Lin Fu interjected. This matter is not significant. We shall discuss it later. Tangjia, what do you think of this mecha? Can it breach the defenses of Capital Star? A middle-aged man stepped forward. The firepower of the defense team is not overwhelmingly advanced. Their mission is merely to ensure the safety of the residents of Capital Star. This mecha is more than sufficient. Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly. Looking at Zhao Yi with delight, Zhao Yi, well done. With these blueprints, we can conquer the heavens. By then, the Federation will be ours. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as if victory was already assured. Just as Colonel Lin Fu reached for the blueprints, Zhao Yi snatched them away. What are you doing, Zhao Yi? Lin Fu and the others were taken aback. Don't be alarmed. What exactly are you planning, Zhao Yi? Opposing us at this point is not a wise choice. The crowd placed their hands on their weapons, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Zhao Yi glanced at the others, and Lin Fu understood, signaling them to leave. Colonel Lin, this person leave now. Yes. Understanding Zhao Yi's character, Lin Fu knew he wouldn't engage in such antics without reason. Furthermore, if Zhao Yi truly intended to act, he wouldn't be so superfluous. Now, you may speak. Colonel Lin, my objectives diverge from yours. Upon hearing this, Colonel Lin felt relieved, having anticipated something more dire. It appeared that Zhao Yi's motives revolved around the silver-haired girl, making him easier to manage. What you desire is to save the silver-haired girl. But with the Empire's ongoing invasion, how can she remain unscathed? Our task is to collaborate. Once we repel the Empire, we will ensure freedom for all silver-haired girls. Zhao Yi shook his head. How can I trust you? You must trust me. Did you not design this mecha for our use? Only with it can we seize control over the silver-haired girls. Indeed, but I require certain assurances. Speak. Zhao Yi proposed. Remove all the silver-haired girl bombs from the Z-056 fleet. Colonel Lin Fu shook his head. That is unlikely. Removing the bombs from the silver-haired girls will draw the attention of the control center, which is managed by the Qian family, and we cannot interfere. The removal of the bombs from the G029 silver-haired girls is the limit. Any further actions would alert the control center. By then, not just the Z056, but all of us would be in peril. Zhao Yi recognized that Colonel Lin would not acquiesce. It was his trump card over Zhao Yi. If the bombs were indeed removed, and Zhao Yi absconded with his people, who would Lin Fu turn to for help? Then let us find another way. Tell me the location of the control center. This was Zhao Yi's true objective. As for which of the 5 families had control over Capital Star, it was of no concern to him. Colonel Lin Fu hesitated, pondering why Zhao Yi sought the command center's location. However, he soon realized he was overthinking it. Even if Zhao Yi knew the location, his status and position would prevent him from entering. As for destruction, that was even more impossible. The control center was one of the most crucial bases in Capital Star, second only to the defenses of the heavens, and arguably more vital than the production center. Revealing it could demonstrate goodwill and assuage Zhao Yi's suspicions. Zhao Yi, why do you want to know this location? What? Unable to share? I've brought the mecha blueprints. You cannot refuse to release the silver-haired girls, nor can you withhold the location of the control center. That seems unreasonable, does it not? Colonel Lin Fu feigned difficulty, but ultimately nodded. Very well, I will tell you. In his hand appeared a holographic model of the planet, the model of Capital Star. As the model magnified in Lin Fu's grasp, he pointed to a specific location. This is the control center for the silver-haired girls, overseeing each one. The silver-haired girls have their own identification numbers. Only when a girl with a specific number dies can that number be reassigned to another. Having spoken, Colonel Lin Fu provided Zhao Yi with the location information. Rest assured, since I have divulged this to you, it is indeed the correct location. However, I advise against taking any action against it. I do not even know what lies within. I merely seek to discern your sincerity. Zhao Yi handed over the blueprints. Here are the blueprints for you. Our next meeting will be at Capital Star. Indeed, take care. Zhao Yi departed from Lin Fu and Appo's villa and paused at the entrance of the Z056 residence, ultimately deciding to proceed to the G029 fleet and Appo's quarters. Major Zhao Yi, what brings you here? Upon seeing Zhao Yi at the door, the silver-haired girl could not help but glance at him curiously. Is this the commander of the gospel? They held great admiration for him, having assisted Su Xian. I am looking for Su Yun. Su Yun, she is currently with our commander. Should I summon her? Yes, please. Major Zhao Yi, what brings you to seek our little beauty? Wang Rushuan, dressed in casual attire and smiling, approached, followed by the cold and composed Su Yun in military garb. Chapter 124. Commander, are you going to leave us? This girl is not unattractive. She embodies the quintessential beauty of the Federation, contrasting with Su Yun's unique charm. Major Wang, please don't jest with me, Su Yun said. Wang Rushuan smiled dreamily. You have someone of the same model in your fleet, yet still seek out our Su Yun. Isn't that a case of having one's cake and eating it too? Zhao Yi felt a wave of exasperation. This fellow enjoyed making light of himself. Well, since you have matters to attend to, I shall not intrude further. With that, Wang Ruxuan hummed a tune and departed. Major Zhao, did you need something from me? She asked. This is for you. Wang Ruxuan took the item Zhao Yi handed her. Slightly bewildered, it appeared to be an empty container, devoid of any contents. Zhao Yi leaned in and whispered something in her ear. This action caused Su Yun's ears to flush. They were too close. The other silver-haired maidens nearby gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths. How exhilarating. The two were whispering so intimately. Su Yun and Oppo's pupils dilated in shock, the earlier embarrassment evaporating, replaced by sheer astonishment. Is that true? Of course, it and Oppo's true. Though its duration is brief, it can only be activated at critical moments. I see. Where did you acquire this? Su Yun was taken aback, realizing that the Federation had yet to develop such technology, yet Zhao Yi had already deployed it in combat. Zhao Yi chuckled. I developed it myself. Those Su Wan and Su Yun assisted me significantly. Are they truly alive? Indeed. You will know in a week. All right. Su Yun lowered her head, her anticipation palpable. By the way, is Wang Ruxuan taking you to the capital star? She intended to, as she has been rather kind to us. Knowing that going on a mission likely means death, she hoped to take me to the capital star for a chance at survival. However, I declined due to your plans. And she assumed I wanted to assist my compatriots, so she did not press further. This reassurance eased Zhao Yi's mind. Only Su Yun was privy to this plan, and he genuinely worried about her going to the capital star. What would become of G029 then? I and Oppos am leaving now. All right. Su Yun lingered at the door for a moment before turning around and spotting Wang Ruxuan standing behind her. Are you still watching after everyone has left? Wang Ruxuan asked with a hint of amusement. Commander, you didn't and Oppos go in? I wanted to see if there was any gossip between you two. But I didn't expect such closeness. When did this start? Su Yun's face flushed again, recalling Zhao Yi's earlier whispering. No, this is all for the sake of the plan. Commander, you're joking again, Wang Ruxuan said, noticing the object in Su Yun's hand. What is this? Oh, it's just an empty bottle Zhao Yi gave me to use for flowers. A token of love? Absolutely not. Wang Ruxuan chuckled. I won't tease you any further. Why don't you come with me to the capital tomorrow? Once everything is settled, I'll have my grandfather agree to your union with Zhao Yi. No, thank you. Very well. If you and Oppos made up your mind, I shan't and Oppos interfere further. Commander, I shall take my leave. All right. After Su Yun departed, Wang Ruxuan contacted Lin Fu. Colonel Lin, Zhao Yi visited just now. Oh, what did he want? Lin Fu inquired, intrigued. Nothing much. He seemed to be looking for Su Yun. Colonel Lin smiled slightly. To him, Zhao Yi was merely a man driven by emotions. With Su Xian gone, he sought out Su Yun. Such individuals are easier to control. If they insist on hanging from the same tree, their little one can do. Understood. Wang Ruxuan continued. Is there any way to ensure Su Yun's survival? She is crucial to our future plans. Perhaps she could make Zhao Yi obedient. Lin Fu replied. Su Yun's demise is not a concern. There is another aboard the Z056 starship. Zhao Yi will serve our purposes. After ending the communication, Wang Ruxuan sighed. She wasn't particularly keen on Su Yun's death. After years of camaraderie, she had grown accustomed to having someone capable by her side. Yet, if Su Yun was determined, there was little she could do. Zhao Yi returned to his quarters, searching around and asking the silver-haired maidens outside, but none had seen the photograph. This left him puzzled. He would need to print another copy. Just as he approached his room, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Standing before him was Su Xian. Su Xian. No, wait, you are Su Huan. Why are you dressed like that? Su Xian, Su Huan, and Su Yun bore striking resemblances, almost as if they were triplets, yet their hairstyles and characteristics varied. Su Xian was calm and collected, with an air of aloofness and shoulder-length hair. This was Zhao Yi and Oppos' first impression of Su Xian. Later, she would show a gentle reliance on him. Su Yun, while also somewhat aloof, appeared slightly more tender, her hair cropped neatly at shoulder length. Su Huan, the youngest, possessed a youthful charm, often sporting a high ponytail. Now, however, Su Huan let her hair down, momentarily making Zhao Yi think Su Xian had returned. Su Huan was surprised that Zhao Yi recognized her so quickly. "Commander, did you just mistake me for Su Xian?" She had never met Su Xian, but was aware that she was the vice commander of the gospel. The person in the photograph. Zhao Yi turned and walked into the room, with Su Huan following and closing the door behind them. It was just for a moment. "After all, you two do look quite alike," Zhao Yi said nonchalantly as he sat in a chair. "Then you could treat me as Su Xian. Wouldn't that help the commander?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "You are not Su Xian. You are your own person, though you may share a resemblance. Each individual is unique." "Is that so?" Noticing Su Huan's unease, Zhao Yi shifted the topic. "What brings you here so late?" "Oh, this belongs to you, Commander." Su Huan pulled a photograph from her pocket. "You dropped this before you left. I intended to return it, but I've been waiting for you to come back." Zhao Yi's eyes lit up as he eagerly took the photo. "Indeed, this is it. Thank you so much. I was wondering where I had misplaced it. It turns out it was with you." Gazing at the photograph, he was momentarily stunned. The image of Su Xian bore an exact resemblance to Su Huan's current appearance. Initially, he thought Su Huan may have altered her look, but now it seemed she had intentionally styled herself this way. "Do you have anything else to discuss?" Su Huan approached Zhao Yi, leaning closer. "Commander, are you truly planning to leave us?" Chapter 125. "The commander will soon be seen. I do not wish for you to depart," I stated. "You think too much. I shall not leave you," Zhao Yi replied. His brow furrowed as he pushed Su Huan away. She was too close, even to the point of catching a faint whiff of her scent. "And if Sister Su Xian returns, will the commander leave then?" Zhao Yi was taken aback. "Who told you she would come back?" "I certainly did not mention this to you." "How did she come to know?" Su Huan spoke up. "I guessed it. You keep her photo close to you, revealing your concern for her and the others. Yet, your sorrow over their deaths seems rather muted. I surmise they might be safe." Zhao Yi was astonished by the depth of Su Huan's thoughts. While he had indeed shown sadness during moments of vulnerability, it had not lingered for long. "You are only partially correct. Su Xian and the others are indeed significant to me. Otherwise, I would not keep this photograph. However, I do mourn their passing. Yet I recognize there are more pressing matters at hand that require my attention," Zhao Yi clarified. "And what are those pressing matters?" "Before her demise, Su Xian entrusted me with the care of our comrades. For your sake, for Z056, and for the silver-haired girls still alive, my duty is to protect you all." "You're lying." Su Huan pouted. "What is the matter with you today?" Zhao Yi queried, perplexed. With her head bowed, Su Huan struggled to articulate her feelings. After seeing the photograph of Su Xian and the others, she realized she could never compare to the people of the gospel. This realization stung, prompting her to consider dressing like Su Xian to gauge Zhao Yi and Apos' reaction. "Commander, if Sister Su Xian and the others return, whom would you choose?" "Enough with the questions, child. Such a scenario is utterly improbable." He then pushed Su Huan out of the room. "Commander, don't push me. I am being serious here. Do you harbor feelings for Sister Su Xian?" "I could." Before she could finish, Zhao Yi had shut the door, leaving Su Huan in a state of fluster. Ultimately, she decided to leave instead of knocking. Zhao Yi returned to his room, exhaling deeply. It had been over a month since he had interacted with Su Huan and the others. This month had fostered a sense of reliance from the silver-haired girls upon him. The more unfair treatment they faced within the Federation, the more they clung to him. This feeling was entirely different from that of the Gospel and Apos' crew, who had transitioned from disdain to acceptance and ultimately dependence. The girls of Z056 were akin to neighborhood younger sisters, always relying on him from the very beginning. Regardless of the circumstances, he wished for their well-being. "Su Xian, if you do not return soon, our home shall be stolen away." The following day, Zhao Yi encountered Su Huan during breakfast. Reminiscing about her bold actions from the previous day, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How daring she had been to enter the commander's room. The thought made her feel shy, wondering if the commander viewed her as someone trivial. If Zhao Yi had truly mistaken her for Su Xian, she would not have rejected him. "Commander." "Yes, prepare yourself. We are about to depart." "Understood." Seeing Zhao Yi act as if nothing had happened eased Su Huan and Apos' tension, making her feel less awkward. Commander, G029 has already set sail for Huaiwa planet. Sister Su Yun asked me to convey her thanks. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, aware that the crucial moment was imminent. After finishing his preparations, he summoned all the captains of Z056 for a meeting. With the impending battle, he needed to relay the plan to the silver-haired girls. Su Huan. This time we will head to Capital Star aboard the Victory. After Su Yun and the others fire the first shot, chaos will erupt in the skies. Su Huan nodded slightly. And what about us? Do we need to accompany the commander? Zhao Yi shook his head. I will descend to Capital Star with others. You remain aboard the starship, prepared for immediate combat. If anyone approaches, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Su Huan voiced her concerns. Will you be in danger? Once the battle at Capital Star begins, we will be unable to support you. Do not worry, I can handle myself. He continued. Those I call forth will accompany me to Capital Star. Su Ran, Su Ting. Your task is to destroy the control center. The silver-haired girls were filled with excitement and determination. Yes, we shall accomplish our mission. I will also enlist Shintu's assistance for you. Shintu? What is that? The group looked puzzled. Zhao Yi smiled. A type of robot that will aid you in battle. Yes. Once the mission is completed, you will return to the Victory. If I do not return within half an hour, you must leave Capital Star and head to Zhuran Star, where someone will be waiting for you. Su Huan shook her head. No, we will not abandon you. If you do not come back, we will seek you out. The others nodded in agreement. Yes. We will find you. Commander, I do not wish to be left behind. Zhao Yi chuckled. Indeed, you all are quite alike. You must leave first so that I can make my exit. Naturally, the girls did not believe his words. They were resolute in waiting for him, refusing to depart until he did. Reluctantly, Zhao Yi acquiesced to their insistence. Su Huan then asked, has anyone already arrived at Zhuran Star? Yes. We simply need to go there. Curiosity piqued. Su Huan and the others wondered who awaited them at Zhuran Star. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Huan, causing her pupils to constrict. Could it be that Sister Su Xin and the others were alive and waiting at Zhuran Star? Observing Zhao Yi and Apos' expression, it seemed plausible. Zhao Yi continued. As for the other starships you leave behind, once you receive news of the rebellion at Capital Star, depart immediately. Without the control center, no one can command you. If other starships attack, retaliate without hesitation, even if they are Federation vessels. Understood. Zhao Yi proceeded to outline additional details. The Victory departed from Hongfang Comet, setting course for Capital Star. Meanwhile, the White Phoenix mercenary fleet entered Federation territory. After De Zhuang and others presented themselves for inspection, 8 starships boldly traversed the cosmic lanes. Their mission was to reach Zhuran Star ahead of Zhao Yi and secure complete control. Su Huan was brimming with enthusiasm, exercising while exclaiming, we will soon see the commander. I wonder if he has been keeping up with his training. It would be unfortunate for him to become a weakling. The others smiled faintly at her exuberance. It has been over a month since we parted with the commander, hasn't it, Amp? Apos, Tiet? Su Ran leaned on the table, feeling a bit bored. How delightful it would be if the commander were aboard the starship right now. Chapter 126. The Swarm. He always manages to find intriguing matters. I have diligently practiced Gamoku for quite some time, preparing to avenge this grievance. Su Xian shook her head in resignation beside him. The commander is still too indulgent towards them. This cannot continue. If they truly seize Zhuran Star, this planet will require their guardianship. Sister Su Xian, what is that? Su Ran pointed out the window. The group looked up to see what appeared to be a massive insect soaring through the cosmos. This enormous creature was as large as a starship, its hard exoskeleton reflecting the light. The sacred beetle ship. Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. Sacred beetle ship? The group paused, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Su Xian explained. The sacred beetle ship is a transport vessel belonging to the insectoid race. You can think of it as their version of a starship, albeit a biological one. Biological? It's that massive and can move so swiftly through space. Su Xian nodded. Indeed. The insectoid race is known for its bizarre creations. Nothing is particularly surprising. But why is it appearing within the Federation's territory? It must have obtained permission, otherwise. How could it enter? The group remained skeptical. Although the insectoids are rare, they can still be seen on neutral and trade planets. Xin was still puzzled. The insectoid race is inherently aggressive, with their society being a militaristic one, relying on plunder for development. Typically, civilized nations would not permit their entry. Isn't that inviting a wolf into the fold? Especially given the current state of the Federation, the arrival of the insectoids filled her with foreboding. The gigantic sacred beetle flew past the Tianyuan, heading in another direction. Is that towards the capital star? Su Ran leaned against the window to observe. Yes. It seems the capital star may be in turmoil. Shouldn't we inform the commander? No. Contacting the commander now might expose us. The Baifeng mercenaries are ostensibly unrelated to Zhao Yi. Su Ran lowered her head. Then, let us hope the commander proactively reaches out to us. Capital Star. Beneath the celestial dome, the 5 elders convened to deliberate the state of the war. Seated in the center was Elder Qian, who could only chirp and babble, waving a toy to exercise. Elder Qian stated that the Empire's assault was evident, aimed solely at annihilating our Federation. Our envoy for negotiations has already met with failure. The Empire desires nothing but our demise. The group sighed in response. An elderly lady leaned on her cane, declaring, "The Empire is truly overstepping, even in death. We shall take them down with us." Elder Qian, how many silver-haired maidens remain in the production base? A middle-aged man inquired. The stock has been depleted, and few silver-haired maidens are currently in production. If we are to continue fighting, we will have to enlist early. The elderly lady struck the ground with her cane. What a useless bunch of wastrels. I warned you a century ago to stockpile more. Look, no one believed me. What good is it to say this now? Who could have anticipated such rapid consumption? Sighs echoed once more. One individual turned to the head of the Lin family, Old Lin. How has the proposal regarding silver-haired maidens utilizing T2 class starships fared? The head of the Lin family replied slowly. During our retreat from the Yinhua, we destroyed 3 Empire starships with 0 casualties. The silver-haired maidens could achieve the same with T1 class starships. Thus, it seems there is nothing particularly special about using T2 class. Regardless, I believe entrusting weapons to autonomous machines is unwise. These beings will never coexist peacefully with our Federation and will surely turn against us at the first opportunity. Indeed, I think we should return the Z-056 starship to the Federation for management. The long-silent head of the Wang family spoke. Entrusting the starship to the Federation? Do they not already possess enough starships? Yet their performance during the war has been less than commendable. Old Wang, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Simply stating the truth. Enough of this bickering. It serves no purpose. The voice of the middle-aged man from the Qian family interrupted, representing the stance of Elder Qian. The others fell silent, refraining from further disputes. The infantile head of the Qian family began to babble. The middle-aged man continued. Elder Qian asserts that regardless of the circumstances, the Federation is currently no match for the Empire, which is why he has summoned an ally. An ally? Does our Federation still have allies? All the mercenaries are with the Empire. Indeed, the only competent Bloodwolf mercenaries were divided by the Empire's schemes. The middle-aged man shook his head. Elder Qian states that this external support is not of humanoid civilization. What is it then? It is. The middle-aged man pointed, and the group turned to see a serpent-like creature approaching, gliding with its elongated body, its upper half resembling human arms, its mouth incessantly flicking a crimson tongue, appearing quite terrifying. Surrounding it were small insectoids crawling about, resembling tiny dogs, densely packed. Upon sight, the group sprang to their feet. The insectoids. How did they come to be here? They recognized the leading creature as one of the insectoid factions, the stinging serpent. Of course, you summoned me, the stinging serpent hissed. Slithering closer to Elder Qian, its voice filled with a dreadful resonance. We have an agreement. If the insectoids join the battlefield, we require the consumption of 100,000 lives per day. 100,000? The elders exchanged glances. Elder Qian, you have truly brought the insectoids into our midst? They are marauders. We cannot comply with such a demand. Merely 100,000. Once the Empire arrives, you one and amp. Oppos, to be able to protect even a single soul. The stinging serpent climbed atop a pillar, surveying the assembly from above. Humans are indeed insignificant. We have tasted various delicacies across the universe. yet none is as delectable as humans. Of course, the silver-haired maidens are even more exquisite. Silver-haired maidens? The assembly was taken aback. This transaction involved silver-haired maidens? The middle-aged man supporting Elder Qian spoke. In addition to the demand mentioned by the stinging serpent, they have another condition. When the Empire withdraws and proposes peace, we must provide them with a habitable planet and all our stock of silver-haired maidens. The four elders exchanged worried glances. Such a critical matter had never been disclosed by Elder Qian. The Wang and Lin families felt a wave of unease. They had initially planned to seize the Federation. Yet now the insectoids had unexpectedly joined the fray. Chapter 127. I want to eat. But the arrow is on the string and must be released. Regardless of what comes next, they must act within a week. Head of the Lin family, I have heard that you are celebrating a grand birthday soon. I extend my early congratulations. The serpent, with both hands clasped in a gesture of human-like congratulations, appeared rather bizarre. Humph. The serpent scuttled about on the rooftop, expressing its boredom. This place is too dull. I shall take my leave while you continue your discussion. Begone. The head of the Wang family seethed with indignation. Once the insect swarm departed, the gathered individuals turned their attention to Elder Qian. Elder Qian, what is the meaning of this? Why did you allow the insect swarm to enter? Indeed, even if there was previously a possibility for peace with the Empire, the arrival of the insect swarm has rendered negotiations impossible. Elder Qian, do you not understand the threat posed by the swarm? Centuries ago, they sought our annihilation. Had it not been for the intervention of advanced humanoid civilizations, we would have long been devoured. A middle-aged man remarked. Elder Qian suggests that since there is no longer room for negotiations, the inclusion of the insect race may present a chance of victory, unless, of course, any of you have a method to defeat the Empire? However, the insect race is unlikely to be easily appeased. Rest assured, I have made arrangements with them. Their conditions are simply to provide them with sustenance and the silver-haired maiden. Elder Qian yawned, indicating his fatigue. Elder Qian is weary. You may all return now. The remaining members of the four families reluctantly rose to depart. The Lin and Wang families promptly disseminated the news of the insect race's involvement, causing a considerable stir. Many began to worry about the implications of the swarm's presence on their plans for the capital star. What shall we do? How did they manage to summon the insect swarm? Inviting a deity is easy. Dismissing one is troublesome. Even if this strategy could instill fear in the Empire and lead to peace, persuading the swarm to withdraw would not be a simple task. Lin Fu pondered for a moment. Since this situation has already occurred, further discussion is futile. The good news is that, according to our intelligence, the insect swarm numbers only in the thousands on the capital star, primarily consisting of low-tier red dogs, which pose little threat. This revelation alleviated the tension among the crowd. But what if we conquer the capital star and the swarm returns? Yes, at that point, we would face three threats: the Empire's aggression, the swarm's retaliation, and the remaining family's counterattacks. Lin Fu reassured them. This is not a concern. If the swarm truly approaches, what do you think the Empire would do? Regardless of past grievances, the Empire and the Federation would temporarily set aside their differences. On one side lies an alien civilization, and on the other, a humanoid one. The Federation may become enslaved and colonized by the Empire, but should they fall to the insect race, it would spell extinction. The crowd naturally recognized this point, their minds easing considerably. With external foes present, they would undoubtedly confront the swarm together. Precisely, our priority remains seizing the capital star. We shall address other matters afterward. Indeed, let the plan proceed as intended and disseminate this information. Understood. Victory flag. Zhao Yi was also taken aback by the arrival of the insect race. Yet, this matter bore little relevance to him. Once it concluded, he would enjoy his twilight years on Zhuran's star. As long as others did not provoke him, he would refrain from instigating them. Commander, we are approaching the capital star. Su Huan excitedly pointed to the nearby celestial body. The capital star. The silver-haired maidens originate from the capital star's production base. If one were to be precise, the capital star is akin to their homeland. At long last, we have returned. Commander, are you from here as well? Indeed, though my previous return was somewhat hasty. This time, however, we can reside here for a while. Naturally, not all silver-haired maidens are permitted to descend. According to regulations, Zhao Yi is allowed to bring a maximum of 10 silver-haired maidens to the capital star. After undergoing inspection, Zhao Yi and Apos' starship was granted passage and docked at the interstellar port. Surrounding them were starships arriving for the birthday celebration and festivities. Zhao Yi recognized several individuals he had encountered at the Lin family and Apos' villa. They greeted him with a nod. The banquet was still days away. With ample time on his hands, Zhao Yi decided to take Su Huan and a few others to explore the capital star. Although they were born here, it was likely they had never lived on this planet. Do you see that? This is Zhao Yi, your senior. Upon descending, Zhao Yi found himself surrounded by a throng of capital star residents. Elder Lin and Apos' birthday was a day of celebration for the Federation. Such festivities occurred 5 times each year, with the entire city reveling, and commanders from outside returning as well. Master Ame? Zhao Yi was surprised to see Master Ame accompanied by a group of students. Master Ame smiled upon spotting Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, I never imagined you would be promoted to major in just half a year. You are truly impressive. I initially brought my students to broaden their horizons. I did not expect to see you here. Teacher, you flatter me. Master Ame continued. To be honest, when you joined the military, I thought you would not last long, yet we frequently see news of your exploits on Capital Star broadcasts. Master Ame remarked. Indeed, we are aware of your infiltration of the M787 system and negotiations with the Bloodwolf mercenaries. Zhao Yi began to understand. This was likely an attempt to mislead the inhabitants of the capital star and other planets into believing the front lines were proceeding smoothly while masking the reality of the situation. As expected, the Federation reports only good news, not the bad. Few knew of the occupation and destruction of Ame and Alika. When shall we drive the Empire away? Soon, I hope. Zhao Yi. A familiar voice called from nearby. Turning, Zhao Yi was surprised to see Shen Feng, still maintaining his carefree demeanor. You have finally returned. I actually came back previously, but I just did not inform you. You rascal. Shen Feng, noticing Zhao Yi and Apos' military insignia, held back his previous comments. Next year, I will also enlist. Remember to look out for me then. Next year? That is not far off. Indeed, back then, you were my subordinate in Go. Who would have thought you would become a colonel in the blink of an eye? If I had enlisted 6 months earlier, wouldn't that major rank be mine? Go away, Zhao Yi playfully retorted. Shen Feng chuckled, glancing at the silver-haired maidens nearby, recalling Zhao Yi and Apos' earlier words. You wouldn't genuinely take action, would you? So impressive? Nonsense. Let us talk later. I must report in first. Go ahead. After Zhao Yi departed with the silver-haired maidens, Su Huan curiously remarked, I never expected the commander to know so many people in the Federation. Chapter 128. The battle commences. Target. The Federation indeed. I am. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. When the capital star erupts into conflict, they will suffer the consequences. Next time, they must be advised to hide properly. After reporting, Zhao Yi took Su Huan and others for a leisurely stroll to experience the splendor of the capital star. The advancement of technology has not only enhanced weaponry, but also elevated the levels of entertainment and experience. There were many things that Zhao Yi himself had yet to try. The inhabitants of Capital Star continued to look down upon the silver-haired girls, their disdain unmasked. This saddened the fresh recruits of Z056. Yet, upon reflection, they found solace in the thought that it was precisely for this reason that their sisters should thrive in a new world, a realm where no one would scorn them, where everyone could strive for their own aspirations. This old world would be theirs to dismantle. In a secluded area, a dozen Shinta robots emerged from the shadows cast by Zhao Yi's 3 hands. These were the creations he had manufactured and stored during this period. Su Huan and the others gaped in astonishment. What are these? How do they emerge from the shadows? This is Shintu, and they will assist you in destroying the factory. The group widened their eyes, initially puzzled about what Shinta truly was, but were astonished to learn it could emerge from the shadows. This skill was astonishing. With their help, obliterating the command center was entirely feasible. Go, lie in wait for the right moment. At Zhao Yi and Appo's command, the Shintu of the Starblade vanished instantly, moving through the shadows, traversing uninhabited areas. Days later, the grand banquet finally arrived. Everyone awaited this moment. Fleets from various planets began to mobilize. At the outer spaceport of Zhuron Star, the White Phoenix mercenaries were replenishing their supplies. Energy crystals had temporarily been entrusted to the Federation, but would soon be reclaimed. Su Xian gazed upon the city before her. Although small, it radiated tranquility. The two starships of the Federation were docked at the pier, their soldiers basking in the sun and playing cards, seemingly at ease. Only those with connections could secure such favorable assignments. Once Zhao Yi signaled, they would commence their operations. On Huaiwa Planet, the G-029 fleet prepared. On Hongfang Comet, the Z-056 fleet stood ready. At the capital star, numerous fleets commanded by various officers awaited. As the impending war loomed, the atmosphere of Capital Star was eerily calm, tinged with a hint of heat and restlessness. Major Zhao, shall we depart? Wang Rushuan awaited beneath the Victory. Very well, let us go. Zhao Yi descended from the starship, accompanied by 10 silver-haired girls. During this time of preparation, they had already transported the mech materials to a vacant house, where the 10 silver-haired girls would retrieve their equipment. How slow. Let us move. Wang Rushuan pouted. The two walked side by side, appearing casual, yet their hearts were filled with tension. Suddenly, a loud bang startled Wang Rushuan, causing her to pale. Turning around, she discovered that a balloon had burst in the celebration square. It's quite nerve-wracking. Indeed, especially now that the day has arrived. Rest assured, we will succeed. Zhao Yi turned to the silver-haired girls behind him. You all go as well. Avoid any conflict with others. Understood. Wang Rushuan paid no mind to the silver-haired girls' departure. As self-propelled weapons, they could not enter beneath the dome. They would likely engage in skirmishes at the periphery with other members. At this moment, the main thoroughfare of the Federation was bustling with people, who sang and danced in merriment. Zhao Yi, I'm over here. Zhao Yi turned to see Shin Feng, that fellow, ever eager to join in the revelry. You two are out here? Wang Rushuan inquired curiously. Sort of. Wang Rushuan glanced at the time. Hurry back, we cannot be late. Understood. Upon approaching, Shin Feng was exceedingly cheerful. Who is that beside you? She looks quite lovely. I suggest finding a Federation girl. Afterward, you could introduce her to me. Get lost. She belongs to the Wang family. The Wang family? Then never mind. Shin Feng was well aware of the distinction between the 5 great families and ordinary folk, thus abandoning the notion. Zhao Yi quietly remarked to the bustling crowd, let us find a place to hide. Hide? Yes, trust me, it will be worthwhile. Shin Feng hesitated. It was a celebration, and he was being told to hide? Was this a new game? However, seeing Zhao Yi's serious demeanor, he acquiesced. All right, I will return. After bidding farewell to Shin Feng, Zhao Yi and Wang Rushuan made their way to the dome. They underwent thorough inspections before being allowed entry. Initially, there was an intention to temporarily confiscate Zhao Yi and Appo's mechanical arm, but it was guaranteed by Lin Fu, a member of the 5 great families. You have arrived? The head of the Wang family approached. Indeed. Please, take a seat. It will commence shortly. The lawn beneath the dome was adorned with an array of delicacies, and members of the 5 elder families mingled with invited guests, seemingly oblivious to any irregularities. Zhao Yi casually glanced around. Although those present were members of the 5 great families, their cliques were evident. Most of the Lin family mingled with the Wang family, while the Sun family gravitated towards the Yuan family. As for the Qian family, they were the most powerful in the Federation, positioned at the very center of the square. Elder Qian cradled a bottle, sipping milk. Once the arrival of guests reached a satisfactory level, he instructed a middle-aged man to escort him to another area to rest. The head of the Lin family ascended the stage at the center of the venue. Looking down with excitement, I am deeply honored that you all could take time from your busy schedules to attend my banquet. Today, I hope to provide you with an unforgettable experience. Please enjoy yourselves. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Following this, various performances took to the stage. Lin Fu checked the time and discreetly summoned a group towards the control panel. To seize the sky, it was imperative to allow the mechs outside to enter. On Huaiwa planet, G029, a silver-haired girl turned to report to Su Yun. Sister Su Yun, there is only 1 minute left. Shall we commence? Yes, prepare to fire. Understood. The G029 starship began adjusting its position, with all secondary cannons aimed at the planetary defense facilities and military installations. The Federation would not anticipate this. What is happening? Did the G029 fleet just move? Who cares? Let us continue drinking. Perhaps they are off to fulfill a mission. What a pity. It's not every day you see silver-haired girls. Their figures, their faces, simply perfect. Imagine the joy of spending a day or two with them. With your ambitions. Those silver-haired girls are all equipped with bombs. Do you not fear being blown to bits while indulging in pleasure? At 9 o'clock Federation time, the G029 commenced fire above Huaiwa planet. Chapter 129. Turmoil in the Federation. A barrage of electromagnetic projectiles rained down from the sky. Military bases and defensive installations on the ground erupted into a sea of flames. Explosions, fire, and anguished screams filled the air. This incident later came to be known as the onset of the Federation's disintegration. The inhabitants of Huaiwa planet could scarcely believe that a silver-haired girl would dare to open fire upon them. The entire Huaiwa planet was engulfed in explosions and blinding light. The outer starships were still adjusting their trajectories when they were sunk by G029. Such a sudden turn of events left the survivors on Huaiwa planet in shock. Quick! Inform the Federation. We are under attack by the silver-haired girl. Hurry and initiate the detonation. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed. Su Yun stood atop her starship, coldly observing the distant mushroom clouds. With her arms crossed, she surveyed the chaos on the planet below, feeling an indescribable sensation. The Federation, who had once looked down upon and scorned them, were perishing, yet her heart remained unperturbed. There was neither a sense of liberation nor the satisfaction of revenge. It felt as if she had merely completed an ordinary, almost mundane task. Perhaps she had never regarded them as enemies or considered the Federation's people as human. Continue the bombardment. In half an hour, we shall proceed to the warehouse to transport the crystals. The other silver-haired girls were momentarily taken aback. We are to transport crystals? Wasn't our mission to ambush the Federation's starships and draw them all in? Su Yun shook her head and began broadcasting across the ship. Sisters, the mission has changed. Once the Federation and Oppo's starships arrive, we will head to Zhuran Star. Zhuran Star? Why? What is happening? Confusion filled the ranks of silver-haired girls. This plan differed significantly from what Wang Rushuan had communicated to them. Having prepared for certain death in this endeavor, they wondered if something had shifted. Su Yun continued, initially. We were willing to sacrifice ourselves for our compatriots, but now we must not only save our kin, but also ensure our own survival. Zhuran Star awaits us with Su Xin and the others. The entire G029 fleet was left speechless in astonishment. Su Xin. She is alive? Su Xin was the pillar of the silver-haired girls, yet news of her death had spread throughout the empire not long ago. Now, Su Yun claimed otherwise. In the command room, a curious silver-haired girl asked, Sister Su Yun, is what you say true? Sister Su Xin is really not dead? Indeed. This plan has been devised by myself, Su Yun, Zhao Yi, and others. We will establish our own homeland on Zhuran Star. Our own homeland? Su Yun nodded. Yes, thus we cannot return empty-handed. We must gather as much of this planet's resources as possible. We will require funds for our future endeavors. Understood. In the capital star, Tianxiong, news of the events on Huaiwa planet reached swiftly. Arrogant. Do these humanoid automatons dare to rebel? The head of the Sun family fumed. I warned you that these silver-haired girls were untrustworthy, yet you did not listen. Detonate all humanoid automatons of G029. Understood. In the square, the previously bustling crowd fell silent. They were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The G029 fleet of silver-haired girls had taken an offensive stance against the Federation, a notion utterly unfathomable. Such a phenomenon had not transpired in over a century. I have always said these humanoid automatons were no good. They would inevitably turn against us. Indeed, They had shown no mercy when attacking their own masters, despite their earlier hesitance against the Empire. We should simply destroy all humanoid automatons. The Federation would not suffer such calamity in their own conflicts. Lin Fu and his associates feigned surprise while inwardly reveling in amusement. Let them explode. Su Yun and her companions' explosives are already useless. With no other options, Elder Qian and the others had to dispatch starships. This is not good. The remote detonation has malfunctioned. What? The elders of the 4 prominent families were astounded. This was their means of controlling the silver-haired girls. Now it was rendered ineffective. The head of the Wang family feigned astonishment. How could this happen? Did they tamper with it? This controller has never failed before. Indeed. Did we not just dispose of a batch of disobedient automatons yesterday? Why has it failed today? The head of the Lin family interjected. Now is not the time to discuss why the detonation failed. We must eliminate these silver-haired girls swiftly. Otherwise, if word spreads to others, more will follow their example. The head of the Sun family nodded eagerly. Elder Lin is right. These wretched beings must learn the consequences of provoking the Federation. Truly audacious. Who allowed them to survive? But now, without the means to detonate, how shall we proceed? Presently, the Capital Stars Guard team is closest. We must not allow them to escape. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace for our Federation. Agreed. Where is Elder Qian? Elder Qian is nowhere to be found. The crowd looked around, puzzled by his absence. A member of the Qian family spoke up. Our family head drank some milk and was feeling drowsy, so he went to sleep. At this hour? Let us dispatch the guard team. Very well. The elders of the major families concurred, and the guard team stationed near the capital star began their advance toward Huaiwa planet, expected to arrive in half an hour. Despite the efforts of the 5 Elder Council to suppress the news of the events on Huaiwa planet, it spread nonetheless. Many other civilizations became aware of the situation. Is this true? The silver-haired girls actually attacked the Federation? How strange. The Federation has always maintained tight control over them. How could this occur at such a critical moment? The Federation had yet to eliminate these silver-haired girls, indicating that the situation was askew. For most civilizations, this became a topic of casual conversation. However, for the Soul Empire, it bore a different weight. The Queen, still in her nightgown and yawning, entered her study. Her drooping eyelids struggled to stay open as she weakly inquired, "Stevens, what brings you here so late?" On one knee, Stevens replied, "Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen." A grave matter? What could be so grave? The Empire has already fallen. What else could possibly occur? With that, the Queen yawned once more. "I have just received intelligence from our spies. The Federation is currently experiencing a rebellion." Instantly, the Queen perked up, rubbing her eyes. "What did you say? The Federation is in rebellion?" Though the Federation had its flaws, its inhabitants were typically timid and cautious, unlikely to engage in such acts. Stevens affirmed, "Indeed. But according to the reports from our spies, the attackers near Huaiwa planet are the Federation Fleet G029. Chapter 130. You have come prepared, G029? That fleet number sounds so familiar. Indeed, the M787 planet was reclaimed by them, and Tang In and Apos S39th Fleet perished in battle. Yes, indeed. The Empress rose and paced back and forth. So the silver-haired girl has instigated a rebellion. It is quite rare. Don't they possess that control center? Yes, but it seems the control center has no effect on G029. It is uncertain whether it is a coincidence or part of a conspiracy. The map unfolded. Yes. The Empress settled back into her seat, and a projection of the cosmos appeared before her. The planet Huaiwa is positioned here. If the Federation truly intends to annihilate it, they could resort to encirclement. Otherwise, G029 has ample room for escape and could slip away if we are not vigilant. The Empress pondered, "Stevens, as the commander of the Northwest Theater, what course of action do you propose we take?" "I believe we should remain inactive and wait until the other planets near Huaiwa gather their forces for a siege. We might seize the opportunity to capture 1 or 2 planets, which would present a significant advantage for our empire." The Empress clicked her tongue. "How dull." "Dull?" The Empress curled her lips. "It is far too tedious. I want you to mobilize the forces immediately and press forward." Press forward? If we advance now, the Federation will not abandon their front lines. Do you wish to assist G029, Your Majesty? The corners of the Empress and Apos' mouth twitched upwards. This is the first time I have witnessed the silver-haired girl rebel. Let us lend her a hand. I wish to see how far they will escalate this turmoil. Perhaps it may yield unexpected delights for us. The Empress of the Empire harbors no sympathy for the silver-haired girl. Rather, she finds the prospect of the unfolding drama amusing. In the capital star, within the celestial dome, what was once a jubilant banquet had turned gravely serious. They received reports from the front lines indicating that the unscrupulous Empire was assembling fleets at this critical moment. Damn it, the Empire must have received intel. What is happening? The head of the Wang family approached inquiringly. The Northwest Theater Stevens is coordinating a massive army, clearly aware of the situation regarding Huaiwe. How shameless. If that is the case, will the surrounding starships be immobilized? What if G029 escapes? This would be an eternal disgrace for our Federation. Though they voiced dissatisfaction, the heads of the Wang and Lin families felt a measure of relief. In this scenario, G029 could stall for more time. Once the fighting commenced, retreat would be impossible. Glancing at the time, only 10 minutes remained until the agreed hour. In the plaza beneath the celestial dome, the Lin and Qin families exchanged knowing glances, fully prepared. Old Wang, why do you keep checking the time? Is there an urgent matter? Inquired the head of the Sun family curiously. It is nothing, merely awaiting the cake cutting. Old Lin, today is your birthday. We were so busy we nearly forgot. It is unexpected that such events would transpire on your special day. It is of no concern. At 9:40 p.m. Federation time, the appointed hour arrived. The rebel forces of the Lin and Wang families donned their long-prepared mechs in the major cities of the capital star, appearing in the bustling plaza. The surrounding residents were bewildered by the sudden manifestation of mechs. What is going on? How can there be mechs here? Perhaps it is some new performance? It certainly seems so. Our Federation has achieved commendable success at the front lines, warranting a celebration. The mechs advanced towards the surrounding defense troops. The unexpected arrival of mechs left the ground forces of the capital star in a state of confusion. They were unaware of the mechs and Apos' purpose, having received no prior notice. Wasn't their duty simply to maintain order in the chaotic district today? Could these mechs be part of a display? Boom! A laser shot forth, causing explosions in its wake, leaving a trail of flames. The air filled with the acrid stench of charred remains and blood. In a mere 0.1 seconds, screams erupted. Panic ensued as the people fled in terror, their eyes wide with fear. The once vibrant and harmonious plaza had transformed into a hellish nightmare. The Station Federation soldiers were caught off guard, evaporated amidst the heat and lasers. The mechs continued their advance, their objective being the dome above. The ground forces merely served as collateral. Throughout the capital star, mechs of various purposes emerged. Some were tasked with demolishing military bases, others obstructed ground troop reinforcements, while others pressed towards the celestial dome. Thunderous roars. The inhabitants within the dome sensed something amiss as the ground trembled violently. What is happening? Where are those explosions originating from? Look over there. They gazed upward at a nearby building, witnessing it slowly collapse, followed by the rise of a mushroom cloud. At that moment, Wang Rushuan and the others had already readied their weapons. A soldier burst in, exclaiming, "It is dire." What has transpired? Across the capital star, mechs have appeared in various locations, ruthlessly slaughtering our ground troops. Mechs. Elder Sun was taken aback. How can there be mechs here? How did they infiltrate the capital star? Could they possibly be from the Empire? That is implausible. How could they bypass the inspections? I do not know, but due to Elder Wang and Apos' birthday banquet, the inspections were even stricter than usual, unless... The soldier trailed off. Unless those mechs were brought out by one of the elders. Elder Sun realized the implications. This banquet belonged to Elder Lin, thus he was undoubtedly involved. Old Lin Yu. Before he could finish, the head of the Lin family drew a gun, aiming it at the head of the Sun family. Both sides and Apos, guards and family members drew their weapons, tensions escalating. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment. Old Lin, what do you mean by this? The head of the Lin family laughed heartily. I sincerely apologize, but if the Federation continues under your control, it will surely perish. Therefore, I choose to take charge of the Federation. Do me the courtesy of surrendering peacefully, lest this turn into an unpleasant affair." The head of the Sun family chuckled in anger. "You alone dare to oppose us 4 families? Even if you capture the capital star, the other planets will not heed your command. Of course, I am not alone." The head of the Wang family stepped forward. "Now it is 2 against 3. Old Wang, you too." The heads of the Sun and Yuan families were left in shock. They had never envisioned a day when they would confront other elders. Having lived so long, their instincts had dulled. "It seems that you have indeed come prepared. Those who dare to resist shall perish. Everyone, raise your hands." Chapter 131. The Silver-Haired Maiden Revolts. Both sides gazed at one another, their eyes locked in a tense standoff, awaiting the first strike. Meanwhile, the 10 silver-haired maidens accompanying Zhao Yi had successfully assembled the latest golden cicada mecha. This mecha was a notch superior to those employed by Lin Fu and his comrades outside. "Sisters, we represent our entire kin. We must succeed and cannot afford to fail." "Understood." The golden cicada, resplendent in gold, sprouted 2 gliding wings, poised to ascend under the thrust of its engines. At that moment, the ground forces of Capital Star arrived. "Everyone, raise your hands." Upon witnessing the contents of the warehouse, they were momentarily stunned. "My goodness, there are mechas here, and they are unlike any we've seen outside." The silver-haired maidens paid no heed to the Federals. Soaring into the sky, they transformed into interstellar fighters, heading straight for the control center. With a thunderous roar, the golden cicada broke through the rooftop, vanishing into the ether. The other mechas outside gaped in astonishment, realizing there were indeed formidable opponents. They glanced at their own mechas, feeling a stark sense of inferiority. Though their mechas boasted fierce firepower and high defenses, they lacked the capability for flight. What kind of mecha were they facing? Regardless, they resolved to fulfill their own mission, assuming these mechas were assigned by Elder Lin for other tasks. Ignoring the departing silver-haired maidens, they advanced towards the heavens. At the control center, the area managing the silver-haired maidens was under tight security. Mere mortals found it exceedingly difficult to glean information about this place. Since the inception of the silver-haired maidens, it had never faced an assault until today. The entire control center was awash with alarms and red lights, the shrill sounds piercing through the air as though they could perforate one's very mind. There, a squad in military attire detected suspicious activity ahead and rushed forward. Just then, half-human-height robots emerged from the shadows beneath their feet, wielding interstellar blades, swiftly severing their throats before vanishing back into the shadows. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed as another wave of reinforcements arrived. They were met with a grim sight, a floor littered with corpses, yet not a single enemy in sight. What is happening? Where are the intruders? Not sure. We just heard the call for aid. Curse it, who did this? It feels utterly surreal. We should leave quickly. Leave? If this place falls, none of us will survive. Search thoroughly. Yes. Cautiously, they began their search, their formation widening. At that moment, a figure concealed in the shadows. Shin Tu sprang forth, the interstellar blade in hand slicing through the air, decapitating a soldier. Bang! The others turned in alarm, witnessing the beheaded soldier slowly kneeling, blood gushing forth, his head rolling aside. Panic ensued. They were unfazed by death as long as the intruders were dispatched. Yet, in their ignorance of the nature of these intruders, how could they fight back? Suddenly, vibrations resonated from above the building, as if something outside was attacking them. Shin Tu emerged from the shadows, the interstellar blade glinting with deadly sharpness, capable of taking a life with the slightest flick. In the blink of an eye, the scene transformed into a hellscape, strewn with dismembered limbs. After dispatching these foes, Shin Tu pressed on, intending to coordinate with the airborne golden cicadas to obliterate the entire control center. Within the control center, the Jiang family, responsible for managing this area, was in a frenzy. Hurry, relay the intelligence to the Celestial Dome. We need the defense forces dispatched. Initially, they believed this would be an easy task, only to find themselves in turmoil after 50 years of service. Had I known, I would have never come here 50 years ago. The message was sent out, but received no response. They were oblivious to the chaos engulfing Capital Star. Who had time to care about the control center? Above the building, 10 golden cicadas took turns raining down destruction, their heavy weaponry effortlessly demolishing an anti-aircraft gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Though these fighters were not as swift as the divine might, they were still far beyond what the defensive installations could withstand. As they adjusted their trajectories, they were soon obliterated by incoming fighters from another direction. At 9:50 a.m. Federal Time, Su Xian glanced at the time on her wrist and commanded the Tianyuan to open fire. In an instant, the two starships docked at Zhuoran Star erupted into flames, the deafening explosions resonating through the air. The ground forces had yet to react before being shattered by the Black Crow fighter piloted by Su Huan. Among all battlefields, the conflict in the Zhuoran Star sector began the latest but concluded the quickest. The two starships docked there represented their sole means of aerial defense. Yet they stood no chance against the 8 starships, one of which was a T-3 class ship belonging to the Bifeng mercenaries. The residents of Zhuoran Star, already few in number, were left in disbelief upon witnessing the chaos. Mercenaries are attacking the Federation. Before they could ponder further, the explosions and screams drove them into the pre-built air raid shelters. Shortly thereafter, Su Huan reported, "Sister Su Xian, all standard structures have been eliminated. We can commence landing." Very well. Su Huan, lead the combat team to begin the landing. Ensure the complete destruction of the Federation and Oppo's forces on this planet before the commanders arrive. Understood. Should any other Federals dare to resist, they were to be mercilessly eliminated. This was not a matter of personal vendetta for Su Xian. It was merely a preemptive strike to eradicate all potential threats. One could not govern a planet with a soft hand. As the starships docked at the pier, a group of silver-haired maidens disembarked. The residents of Zhuoran Star were bewildered. Aren't these humanoid weapons from our nation? Why are they attacking us? Though the reason was unclear, some brazen residents, accustomed to flaunting their bravado, ventured onto the streets. Hey, what is wrong with you? Have you lost your minds? Who ordered you to attack us? You vile creatures, you shall all perish. This matter is far from over. Where is your commander? Activate the bombs and obliterate these weapons. Their initial fear morphed into arrogance. They had assumed perhaps a band of star pirates masquerading as mercenaries had arrived. Instead, it was the Federation and Oppo's humanoid weapons, which only incited their ire. Su Huan coldly declared, "All personnel, proceed to the designated location or face execution without mercy." Execution without mercy? Who do you think you are? You and Oppo's, merely dogs of the Federation? No, not even dogs. Before the words could fully escape, Su Huan shot her down. Chaos erupted instantaneously. You dare fire upon a Federation citizen? Have you lost your minds? Which unit do they belong to? Relay this information to the control center of Zhuoran Star. They can directly connect with the control center of Capital Star. These humanoid weapons must be made to pay the price. Shock, fear, and anger swirled within the hearts of the residents. These self-proclaimed humanoid weapons, often regarded as lesser than dogs, had the audacity to strike at them. Su Huan glanced at the time. They have already been warned. All who defy orders will be annihilated. Understood. The weapons in the hands of the silver-haired maidens opened fire, turning the obstructing Federals into mere splatters of flesh or forcing them to flee in terror. This turmoil quickly spread throughout the residents of Zhuoran Star, rendering them too frightened to emerge. Chapter 132. The turmoil of the firmament. This situation indeed facilitated the movements of Su Huan and the others. Sister Su Xian. The suppression on Zhuoran Star is proceeding smoothly. All those who dared to obstruct us have been eliminated. Su Xian nodded silently, her feelings mirroring those of Su Yun, her emotions remaining undisturbed. The Federation had bullied them, insulted them, and slaughtered them, igniting within her a nameless fury. Yet now, there was no sense of vengeance. Perhaps she no longer regarded the Federation as human. The starship proceeded towards Huaiwa Planet. Huaiwa Planet. Why here? ISNT, the commander stationed at the Capital Star? Su Ran inquired curiously. Since we have already captured Zhuoran Star, we should retrieve the commander. Su Xian shook her head. There is no need for us to worry about the commander. This is also the commander's order. Currently, the G029 starship is at Huaywa planet, and they are merely T1 class starships. If we do not provide support, they may be in peril. Su Ran was naturally aware of the G029 starship, comprised entirely of silver-haired girls from the Northwest War Zone. However, regarding the commander, Su Xian placed a comforting hand on Su Ran's shoulder. Do not worry. The commander will definitely return. You stay here and wait. With that, Su Xian led the other fleets towards Huaywa planet. At Huaywa planet, Su Yun gazed at the screen displaying numerous red dots, all belonging to the Federation's capital Stars Guard. Sister Su Yun, they are coming. A total of 20 starships. All T2 class or above. What shall we do? Under normal circumstances, they would have prepared for death, as their opponents' numbers and firepower far exceeded their own. However, now that they knew Su Xian was alive, they no longer wished for death. They wanted to live alongside Su Xian, which would serve as the best punishment for the Federation, showing them that they could thrive. What about the movements of other planets? Other planets have not yet acted, likely due to the Imperial forces' pressure. Su Yun was taken aback that the Empire would intervene, but it was fortuitous, as it would help them stall part of the enemy. G029 Fleet, all personnel take note, prepare to retreat. We will maneuver a distance before heading to Zhuoran Star. Everyone, ensure your survival. Do not engage in unnecessary combat. Understood. The G029 fleet began to adjust its course, departing from Huaywa planet, sailing towards the distant horizon. Federation Capital Guard. Colonel Sun, they have fled, likely out of fear. Colonel Sun sneered. How could such insignificant creatures not flee? They say silver-haired girls are valiant in battle, but I see it as mere exaggeration. If they were truly capable, why would they shy away from confronting us head-on? Indeed, our Federation and Oppos' plight is largely due to the silver-haired girls. If we had taken matters into our own hands, we might have even reached the Imperial capital. Exactly. They dare to rebel. Truly, they seek their own demise. Colonel Sun declared, if they wish to flee, they must first seek our permission. Full speed ahead. We aim to crush them within half an hour. Yes. At that moment, a soldier stepped forward to report, Colonel Sun. Trouble is brewing. What is it? A rebellion has erupted at the capital star. What? The capital star? Everyone present was stunned into silence, questioning whether they had misheard. Speak again. What is happening at the capital star? Report. The capital star is under attack by unknown mechas in great numbers. The capital star requests our immediate support. A video feed of the capital star appeared before them, revealing mechas annihilating their ground defenses. Colonel Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Where did these mechas come from? Unknown, but Elder Sun has ordered us to return at once. Could it be that the firmament is in turmoil as well? Yes. Within the firmament, the Wang and Lin families have conspired to rebel. Damn it. I knew those two families were up to no good. Colonel Sun cursed vehemently. But he understood that now was not the time for such discussions. You lead the starship to pursue G029. I will return with the others to provide support. Understood. While the G029 starship situation was significant, the matter of the capital star was of even greater importance. Colonel Sun, commanding AT-3 class starship along with 12 others, retraced their route. The remaining 72 class starships were more than sufficient to deal with 10 T1 class starships. At the capital star, within the firmament, the square filled with musical fountains was charged with tension, the air thick with oppression. The members of the Lin and Wang families were unhurried, awaiting the arrival of the mechas. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, a middle-aged man cradling Elder Qian approached, stating, Elder Qian has instructed you to lower your weapons and discuss matters amicably. Zhao Yi, hiding nearby, grumbled, if you're going to fight, then fight. Why all this needless chatter? I have places to be. The head of the Sun family interjected, Elder Qian, they intend to rebel. Eliminate them swiftly. Eliminate us? The head of the Wang family laughed heartily. Currently, the area outside the capital star is filled with our people. What do you intend to fight us with? Do not forget, the capital star also has a guard. I have already informed them of the situation here. The head of the Sun family retorted, exasperated. No need to say more. The mechas outside are undoubtedly orchestrated by the Lin and Wang families. Before long, they will return, and your ground troops will be of no use. The capital star was surrounded by the Qian, Sun, and Yuan families, which was precisely why the Wang and Lin families had taken such a desperate gamble. If the status quo did not change in a few hundred years, the Lin and Wang families would be completely marginalized. Elder Qian stifled a yawn, while the middle-aged man's expression turned icy, since they refused to relent. Do not blame Elder Qian for disregarding past friendships. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Fu fired the first shot, eliminating Yuan Jianya, the person he despised most. This man had always opposed him during the elegant dances, and now he was rid of him. Boom. The entire firmament transformed into a sea of flames. Elder Sun and Lin had yet to react when they were reduced to mere ashes. However, they would not perish. Their memory data would be backed up within their family territories, and upon finding suitable bodies, they would be reborn. Destroy them. The capital star must be seized. They had long viewed the three families with disdain. Attack. Despite the desperate resistance from the Qian, Sun, and Yuan families, they were clearly no match for the premeditated assaults from the Wang and Lin families. Without external support, the rebels had already routed the members of the three families. Elder Yuan, still alive, bore a melancholic expression. His demise mattered little, but the capital star would now belong to the Wang and Lin families. Chapter 133. The battle unfolds. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, yet for them, it was an utter humiliation. Most crucially, the capital star held dominion over the control center and production base of the silver-haired maiden. With these two assets, she was compelled to obey the commands of the Lin and Wang families, which was the crux of the matter. With a thunderous roar, the forces of the Lin and Wang families surged forth, their momentum overwhelming. Elder Yuan, trembling beside an infant, exclaimed, "Elder Qian, what shall we do? Is the capital star truly yielding to them?" Elder Qian, with a pacifier in his mouth, gazed fiercely. A middle-aged man cradling him spoke up, "Elder Yuan, fret not. Have you forgotten our esteemed guest is here?" Esteemed guest? Elder Yuan was momentarily taken aback, only to be jolted by the sounds of agonizing screams from outside. What is happening? Are they fighting amongst themselves? The members of the Lin and Wang families, bewildered, scrambled to retreat, confronting swarms of crimson hounds. These creatures, roughly the size of dogs, donned formidable biological armor, impervious to laser weapons unless struck head-on. Their vitality was astonishingly resilient. Do not flee. Fight back. The Lin and Wang families hunkered down, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the encroaching hordes. Yet, the swarming insects, moving with astonishing speed, charged through the onslaught. They plunged into the crowd, commencing their feast, rendering the armed humans utterly defenseless. "Help me! Get them away!" Panic spread as the swarm advanced, and cries of despair filled the air. The vast sky above transformed into a hellish nightmare, filled with screams, roars, and wails. While Elder Lin endeavored to organize a coherent counterattack, the throngs had descended into madness, their will to resist shattered. Wang Rushuan and Apos' pallid visage glistened with beads of sweat. "Is this how we perish?" Zhao Yi observed in bewilderment. The narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Just moments ago, victory seemed assured for the Wang and Lin families, only to be swiftly overturned by the insect onslaught. The capabilities of the insect swarm in interstellar warfare remained uncertain, yet their advantage on the ground was undeniable. The biological armor provided unparalleled defense. A red hound spotted Zhao Yi and charged, but before it could close the distance, Zhao Yi and Apos' third hand dismantled it effortlessly. Fortunately, the hounds were preoccupied with the crowd and did not notice him. The head of the Yuan family emerged from a burrow, trembling at the horrifying scene before him. The swarm was terror-inducing, especially in such confined quarters. "Elder Qian, you appear quite appetizing." A thorn serpent coiled around a nearby tree, its gaze fixed intently on Elder Qian and Elder Yuan. The middle-aged man remarked, "Just focus on your own matters." The serpent hissed, "Then I shall devour them all." Lin Fu, faced with inevitable defeat, wore a dazed expression. "It's over, all is lost." With despair evident in his eyes, he shed tears of anguish. Just then, The Wang family patriarch pointed behind them, exclaiming, "Look! A multitude of mechas has arrived from beyond the sky." Indeed, they still had the combat mechs developed by Zhao Yi. Though the emergence of the insect swarm had been unforeseen, they had endured long enough for the mechs to arrive. The occupants of the mechs were astonished by the chaos unfolding above. "We did not anticipate the presence of insects within," they shouted, immediately mobilizing for rescue. The surface of the sky shimmered with ripples. Although Zhao Yi's mechs boasted formidable firepower, breaching the protective barrier of the sky, which surpassed current federal technology, remained a daunting task. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, the protective shield vanished. Elder Qian and Elder Yuan turned to flee. The swarm was formidable, yet they stood no chance against the mechs, especially since this was merely the most primitive of insect breeds. The thorned serpent, fixated on the approaching mechs, assessed the situation. In other circumstances, it would not regard such inferior machines with any seriousness. However, today, their numbers were insufficient to contend with the onslaught. With a thunderous rumble, the mechs advanced, unleashing a carpet of explosive firepower. The air was thick with the scent of charred remnants. The red hounds, the lowest tier of the swarm, were rendered utterly useless against the mechs and Oppo's overwhelming might. No matter how robust their defenses, they were shattered under the relentless barrage. Lin Fu and the Wang family patriarch erupted into boisterous laughter upon witnessing the turn of events. If not for Zhao Yi and Oppo's mechs, they might have met their demise today. Their gratitude was directed towards Zhao Yi. But where was Zhao Yi? The crowd turned, scanning their surroundings, but he was nowhere to be found. "Wang Rushuan, have you seen Zhao Yi?" Wang Rushuan, her pallor easing, shook her head. "No, he seemed absent earlier. Forget about him for now. Locating Elder Qian and Elder Yuan is paramount." Meanwhile, Zhao Yi remained hidden, observing the unfolding battle with keen interest. With the sky now sealed, he could make his exit. Yet, he chose to linger, eager to witness the outcome of this fierce confrontation. The thorned serpent let out a furious roar and lunged forward, ensnaring a mech with its body. The once impenetrable armor of the mech began to buckle under the serpent and Oppo's grasp. "Attack! Focus your fire," Lin Fu commanded, and the other mechs unleashed a barrage upon the ensnared mech and the serpent. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, both the mech and the serpent were reduced to mere fragments. Lin Fu laughed heartily. "Brothers, follow me. Annihilate the Qian and Yuan families." Elder Qian and Elder Yuan, having fled to the innermost sanctum of the sky, were in disarray. Elder Qian's pacifier had vanished amidst the chaos. "Elder Qian, what should we do?" Elder Qian mumbled incoherently, and a middle-aged man interjected, "Elder Qian advises not to worry. He still has a trump card to play. We must hasten to the Qian family villa." "A trump card?" Elder Yuan pondered whether Elder Qian was merely offering consolation or genuinely possessed a hidden advantage. But in this moment, he had no choice but to follow. The G-029 fleet fled through the heart of the Federation, with pursuers closing in. "Sister Su Yun, the starship behind us, is preparing to fire. What should we do?" Su Yun and Oppo's brow furrowed. Although the G-029 fleet had taken flight first, it was no match for the speed of T-2 class starships. They were on the verge of being overtaken. The Federal Defense Fleet erupted in laughter as their particle beam cannons locked onto the last ship of the G-029 fleet. With a resounding boom, a blinding light erupted. The G-029 fleet had seemingly been sentenced to death in the eyes of their pursuers. A starship devoid of shields, struck by a particle beam cannon, faced but one inevitable fate: destruction. Chapter 134. The capital star is ours. The silver-haired maidens aboard G-029 were acutely aware that their end was near. Though they yearned for survival, circumstances dictated otherwise. Nevertheless, they had successfully altered the course of battle. Their compatriots would undoubtedly endure. Su Yun observed the particle beam cannon approaching. Her expression grave. The dark matter energy provided by Zhao Yi had been arranged according to his instructions. Yet, could it truly withstand the particle beam cannon? In an instant, the cannon loomed before the silver-haired maiden starship. At that moment, it appeared as though an unseen force had intervened, splitting the beam like a river. diverting it around the starship toward 2 other directions. The onlookers within the starship were left bewildered. What was happening? It felt akin to a river parting. With her eyes closed, Su-Yun inhaled deeply, her hand resting on her chest, still feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat. They had succeeded. Although she was uncertain how this had transpired, it had indeed saved their lives. Su-Yun, what is the nature of the attack from the opposing side? One asked. It's something Zhao Yi provided, but I cannot elucidate how it works, she replied. Zhao Yi, the commander of the gospel? Yes. It is time for us to strike back. Indeed, G029 is not to be trifled with. The opposing forces have attacked us, and we must retaliate. The members of the Federal Guard looked on in confusion. What was happening? How could the opposing side still maintain all their ships? Had they missed their mark? It seemed improbable. Their attacks had been based on the energy readings from the enemy, and even if the enemy had moved, they could not possibly evade a particle beam cannon with such speed. Despite voicing their doubts, the reality remained that the enemy had not lost a single ship. At that moment, G029 launched its counterattack. A pale blue energy shield illuminated, and the energy cannon and Oppo's assault dulled its brilliance significantly. This is outrageous. A T-1 class starship should not withstand a particle beam cannon without consequence. What are we to do? Panic ensued among the crew. Fire. I refuse to believe they can maintain this luck indefinitely. Understood. The Federal starships remained undeterred. Their mission was to obliterate G029, and they could not afford to falter. At the capital star's control center, chaos reigned, filled with explosions and alarms. The corridors were strewn with corpses, and any remaining animate object had been vanquished by Shin Tuesday. In large-scale operations, the robots wielded by the interstellar beings were of limited use. However, in covert assassination missions, they excelled. All defensive systems had been dismantled, and the descent had commenced. 10 golden cicada mechs transformed mid-air, landing as individual golden machines. Let us destroy the controllers. With that command, the mechs entered the building through the shattered walls, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. The grisly scene rendered the silver-haired maidens pale. Is this the might of Commander Shin Tu? It is astounding. No wonder we encountered no formidable resistance. They must have all perished here. Let us proceed to the control center. Upon reaching their destination, they found their appearances and identification numbers displayed on the screens. Here, the Federation could effortlessly manipulate their lives. With the press of a button, even a silver-haired maiden thousands of light years away could be detonated. For a century, they had lived in such terror, compelled to fight for the Federation. Yet today, all of that would come to an end. Shin Tu? The group noticed Shin Tu nearby, some sustaining injuries and damaged armor, yet unaffected in ability. Recognizing the arrival of the cicadas, they understood their mission was complete. In the blink of an eye, Shin Tu vanished into the shadows. Now, let us act. The silver-haired maidens unleashed their fury through the cicadas, directing varied assaults upon the instruments, as if to vent their discontent and anger. They had only recently joined the military, yet the world outside appeared starkly different from their expectations. Lacking the perspective of Su-Yun and Su-Xin, they felt compelled to express their grievances and rage. Let them perish. We are liberated. Indeed, the Federation shall not control us any longer. Time passed before they finally ceased. Panting heavily, the control center lay in ruins, with shattered circuits and instruments sparking erratically. Let us find the commander. Agreed. The cicadas ascended once more, transforming into interstellar fighters, soaring towards the celestial expanse. Above the capital star, a multitude of starships had assembled, poised to engage the returning capital star guard. On the Victory, the silver-haired maidens paced restlessly. From their aerial vantage point, they could observe the fierce ground battle, yet remained unable to join in. Su-Huan, we have news from the commander. The commander? How is he? Su-Huan inquired eagerly. He reports that he is in the heavens. The Qian family has been defeated, and the capital star now belongs to the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Su-Huan exhaled in relief, although they would ultimately confront the Lin and Wang families. For this moment, they were allies. If the Lin family secured the capital star, at least their safety was assured. When will he return? The commander instructed us to head to the orphanage. ensuring that all records of the silver-haired maidens and our other sisters are evacuated. Other sisters? Suhuan paused momentarily. Indeed, many other sisters remained in the orphanage, and leaving them behind would expose them to the Federation's malice. Yet, she was also concerned for the commander. At that moment, the silver-haired maiden piloting the cicada mech made contact. Suhuan, we have destroyed all the controllers. The Federation can no longer exert control over us. Joy illuminated their faces. Finally, that day had arrived. Excellent. Hurry to support the commander. We shall proceed to the orphanage to retrieve the remaining sisters. Understood. With renewed determination, Suhuan felt empowered by her sister's support, ready to execute Zhao Yi's mission. The Victory began its voyage, leaving the surrounding starships in a state of confusion. What is happening? Why is the Victory departing? The Capital Guard is about to return. Who knows? Should we also depart? We must hold our ground. They might be executing another mission. There's no choice. We cannot establish contact with the heavens. Let us proceed as planned. The departure of the Victory had minimal impact. Such a defensive battle relied primarily on the main cannons. Those arriving at the capital star were at least aboard T2 class starships, no inferior to the Capital Guard and Oppos S vessels. Under the celestial canopy of the capital star, Lin Fu and the Wang family patriarchs laughed heartily, nearly in a state of delirium. Ultimately, they had emerged victorious. The capital star would henceforth be theirs. Chapter 135. The time bomb. The silver-haired girl is also their asset. Relying on her and the support of their family, they effortlessly control 2/3 of the Federation. The remainder will gradually align with them. Otherwise, they will face annihilation at the hands of the Empire. A report comes in. The Qian family has retreated to their villa. Lin Fu sneers coldly. They have run out of options. Attack them and annihilate them. As they step over the corpses on the ground, they advance towards the Qian family villa. Inside, Elder Yuan trembles in fear, glancing at the Qian family members rummaging through the safe. It's over. All is lost. Although we may survive, the capital star will likely fall into the hands of the Lin and Wang families. Having prepared for so long, they certainly will not let us escape. I found it. A middle-aged man from the Qian family exclaims, handing something to Elder Qian. Elder Qian, clasping a controller in his small hands, beams with joy. What is this? A time bomb. The middle-aged man replies with delight. A time bomb? A temporal weapon? Elder Yuan gasps, realizing that even a Tier 3 civilization cannot produce such a device. Yet Elder Qian possesses one. The middle-aged man smirks. Elder Qian anticipated this day centuries ago and buried the time bomb beneath the sky. Now is the moment to use it. Elder Yuan swallows hard. While he has only heard of time bombs, he has never seen one. What exactly does this time bomb do? Elder Qian gazes ardently at the controller, mumbling excitedly. The middle-aged man explains, this time bomb is quite primitive. It allows living beings within its range to revert to the past. Revert to the past? Elder Yuan is stunned. Does this mean everyone in the sky will be resurrected? Their time will reset to before the attack? This is our chance to turn the tide. The middle-aged man clarifies, it's not that powerful. It only affects living beings and inanimate objects. It cannot resurrect the deceased. I see. Then is there any hope for a turnaround? Of course. If we return to the past, their memories will also revert, and before they can react, we will strike first and seize victory. Elder Yuan is overjoyed. As long as they can win, he is indifferent to how it is accomplished. However, they have mechas. Even if we attack first, we may still be overpowered when they respond. The middle-aged man chuckles. Elder Yuan, where will the mechas be before the sky is attacked? Where? Elder Yuan asks. On the streets. The middle-aged man nods. Yes, the sky will return to normal. Even if they rush over afterward, they will be kept outside. This time, we must not allow them to breach the sky. Understood. Is the programming ready? Almost. Just then, the basement door of the villa is blasted open. A row of mechas strides in, deflecting the counterattack from Elder Yuan's side. Their sturdy shells and energy shields can withstand even the secondary cannons of starships. How can such toy-like weapons harm them? Lin Fu emerges from behind a mecha, addressing Elder Yuan and Elder Qian. What a mess you're in. This is unlike your usual style. Elder Yuan signals for the attack to cease and rises. Lin Fu, how dare you rebel against the Federation? You will meet a terrible end. A terrible end? You are in no position to make threats. Who can ensure my demise now? The capital star is under our control. You have two choices. Flee with your tails between your legs or be hunted down to your demise. Once your backup center is destroyed, you will truly perish. The head of the Wang family interjects. You cannot blame us. You should have anticipated this before targeting our two families. However, if you kneel and beg us, we might grant you a swift end. Elder Yuan retorts, is that so? Look at this. With a cold smile, Elder Yuan presses a switch on Elder Qian's controller. A blinding light erupts. Lin Fu and the head of the Wang family exclaim in shock. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Various weapons are unleashed towards Elder Qian. Yet, upon encountering the white light of time, everything begins to retreat. The head of the Wang family and Lin Fu find themselves backtracking, and the mechas return to the streets. In the next moment, beneath the sky, laughter and joy prevail once more. The hellscape transforms back into scenes of food and flowers, but many are now absent. The time bomb cannot resurrect the deceased, thus forcing the erasure of what cannot be reverted. Zhao Yi stands in bewilderment, sensing something is amiss. As if something has happened that he cannot recall. The remaining individuals are frozen in place, seemingly lost in recollection. Checking the time. It is now 9 o'clock by Federation standards, with half an hour until the operation. Both Elder Qian and Elder Yuan return to this point in time. Yet due to the programming, their prior memories remain intact. Elder Yuan, secure the sky controller and ensure they do not activate it. Elder Yuan is ecstatic. Although unaware of where Elder Qian acquired the time bomb, the expressions of the Wang family head and Lin Fu suggest they have yet to notice the anomaly. Go quickly and return promptly. With so many missing, they have already sensed something wrong, though they have yet to act. Understood. After Elder Yuan departs, Elder Qian instructs the remaining individuals to quietly install some explosives. Most of the living individuals present are enemies. Zhao Yi senses something is off and approaches Lin Fu and the Wang family head. This situation is unusual. Our numbers and those of the Qian family have significantly dwindled, and even the Lin family head is missing. Indeed, they were just here. How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? At that moment, explosions erupt outside the sky. Although the internal state has reverted to before the rebellion, time outside has not changed. The crowd is dumbfounded. What is happening? It's not yet 9:30. Why are they fighting outside? They exchange glances, uncertain of what to do next. Zhao Yi's pupils dilate in realization. No, our time has been altered. Fighting has already begun outside. It's no longer 9 o'clock. Temporal weapons. Zhao Yi had not anticipated that Elder Qian possessed such high-dimensional armaments. Lin Fu and Elder Qian come to the same conclusion. So many have vanished because they had already perished, and this memory has been lost to them. Though termed a time weapon, its activation resembles a status reset, and the dead cannot be reverted. Attack! Lin Fu shouts, and the sounds of various weapons erupt around them. Chapter 136. No one can die. The electromagnetic cannons, incendiary shells, and laser guns began to unleash their devastating power. The Lin and Wang families were caught completely off guard, resulting in significant casualties. Explosions erupted in various corners of the square, leaving a grim scene of bodies strewn across the ground, accompanied by cries of despair and flashes of fire. Elders Qian and Yuan grinned malevolently, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the enemy's remaining forces while they were still disoriented. Damn it, our memories have been tampered with. We must have driven them to the brink before this. Don't speak, we must hold on. The mech troops outside will undoubtedly arrive soon. Counterattack. Lin Fu and the members of the Wang family were forced to flee in panic, but fortunately, the Qian family had suffered fewer losses, preventing them from completely exterminating the opposition. With a thunderous roar, the energy shield of the sky dome reactivated, leaving the incoming mechs to attack from the outside, unable to assist those trapped within. The head of the Wang family cursed under his breath. Damn it. Something must have gone wrong with the controller. After they altered our memories and states, they surely fortified the controller first. Lin Fu, sheltered behind cover, exclaimed, "Is there really a weapon that can modify our memories?" Of course, I heard during casual conversation that the old man, Qian, buried something underground. I thought it was a joke, but it seems that this device has erased part of our memories. Enough of this. Their numbers are fewer than ours. Let us proceed to activate the controller. Once it is operational, this place will belong to us. Agreed. The members of the Wang and Lin families left a portion behind to confront Elder Qian while the rest advanced towards the controller. Meanwhile, fleets near Capital Star began to converge on the location. Some belonged to the Qian family, while others were tied to the Wang and Lin families. This decisive battle would commence and culminate at Capital Star. Whichever family could seize control of Capital Star would gain dominion over the silver-haired maiden, a formidable power. The Solar Empire would not let this opportunity slip away. Under the Queen and Apos' orders, Stevens led the fleet from the Northwest War Zone to invade the Federation and Apos' territory with overwhelming force once more. The pursuit between G029 and the Capital Star and Apos' Guard fleet continued unabated. However, both sides were beginning to falter. Zhao Yi's supply of dark matter for Su Yun was already dwindling. To fend off the attacks from the particle beam cannons of the starships behind them, their reserves were nearly depleted. The Capital Star and Apos' Guard fleet was becoming increasingly anxious. They could deceive themselves once or twice, but having blocked 7 particle beam attacks without losing a single ship raised their suspicions of unknown tactics at play, potentially threatening their lives. What should we do? Can we truly destroy this starship? It feels like they possess something formidable. Could we be in danger if we pursue them further? Damn it. What other choice do we have? Our mission is to eliminate G029. Report. One of our starships has been destroyed. What? Everyone gasped in shock, as if they had swallowed a fly. How could this happen? The enemy's starship remained unscathed while their own vessel fell victim to the opposing energy main gun. This was an utter disgrace. Continuing the chase could result in total annihilation. Silence enveloped the group. This assertion was not an exaggeration. They could not strike their foe, yet the enemy could retaliate. Even energy shields had a limit. If they pressed on, they might all perish. At that moment, a soldier turned anxiously. Report. Connection with Colonel Sunday. Colonel Sun? A projection of Colonel Sun materialized before them. Has G029 been eliminated? Proceed to Capital Star immediately. Colonel Sun spoke with urgency. But what? G029 has not been destroyed. They are fleeing too swiftly. What? G029 has not been eliminated? What have you been doing? How can it take so long to eliminate a T1 class fleet? The group bowed their heads in silence, contemplating whether to speak the truth. Yet, they feared that Colonel Sun would not believe them, perceiving their words as mere excuses. How many starships does G029 have left? Colonel Sun inquired, striving to maintain composure. 10 starships. 10. Colonel Sun was taken aback. I distinctly remember when I assigned this task to you. G029 had 10 ships. How has not a single one been taken down in all this time? Are your brains made of pig fat? The group held their breath, feeling the weight of his words. G029 had lost no ships, but they had lost one. Wait. Why have I not received any signals from the Binyao? It sank. Colonel Sun rubbed his temples in frustration. This crew had grown too complacent at Capital Star. They were more foolish than pigs. Even a few pigs could not be sunk by a T1 class starship. Achieving such a feat required a level of incompetence beyond the ordinary. However, this was not the time for such reflections. The people of the Sun family had already contacted him, revealing that the entire conspiracy was orchestrated by the Lin and Wang families. Following their departure, the Sky Dome had come under attack, and the Sun family head had perished. If they did not return soon, Capital Star would fall into enemy hands. Return immediately to provide support at Capital Star. Colonel Sun clenched his teeth before ending the communication. Understood. The group resignedly adjusted their course towards Capital Star. They were uncertain of the punishment that awaited them upon their return, but they were relieved to escape the bizarre G029. Was this a stroke of good fortune? G029. Su Yun sighed in relief as the red dot on the display disappeared, slumping into her seat. If the enemy had launched another particle beam cannon, their fleet would not have endured. In that moment, the enemy had retreated. She realized this was all due to the events unfolding at Capital Star. She hoped to hold on long enough to assist Zhao Yi and her sisters. Sun Yun initiated a fleet-wide broadcast. Sisters, the Federation's guard fleet has retreated. We have survived. We have survived. We can continue to live. The silver-haired maidens aboard the starship rejoiced, embracing one another in ecstatic celebration, tears streaming down their cheeks. They had survived. They had successfully escaped the clutches of the Federation and could continue to live on. They would not face forced decommissioning in 5 years. Amidst the cries of joy, some silver-haired maidens wept louder, as years of suffering had finally come to an end. Su Yun, too, shed tears, having grown accustomed to the life and death of her sisters. She thought she had become numb, but in this moment, she realized she too longed for life. It was only the absence of hope that had rendered her indifferent to everything. Wiping her tears, she spoke with a voice tinged with emotion. Sisters, accelerate towards Zhaoran Star. Until we arrive, no one can die. Chapter 137. You fight. I shall depart first should anyone dare to perish. I shall ensure their demise. A few chuckled softly. Sister Su Yun, if we are all dead, how would you manage to kill us? Regardless, she insisted, you all must not die. The group was momentarily taken aback, astonished to witness such unreasonable behavior from Su Yun. Nonetheless, since Sister Su Yun had decreed it, they acquiesced. In the outer cosmos of Capital Star, the Capital Star Guard advanced under the barrage of the Lin and Wang family starships. The T-3 class starship unleashed a supernova laser cannon, effortlessly obliterating 4 T-2 class starships along with their shields. The fleets of the Lin and Wang families showed no signs of retreat. Having committed such acts, they had no intention of withdrawing unscathed. It was either death or the conquest of Capital Star. Those from the Empire would undoubtedly ponder this. With such formidable firepower and numerous advanced starships, why had they never engaged the Empire? Yet they inflicted grievous harm upon their own kind, fighting fiercely and fearlessly. Above Capital Star, a colossal interstellar aircraft carrier blazed with fierce flames as it plummeted. Its scattered debris transforming into meteors that detonated upon impact. The entire Capital Star had morphed into a scene befitting the end of days. Lin Fu and his companions gazed skyward, acutely aware that the decisive battle in the cosmos had commenced. More would soon arrive at Capital Star to join the fray. As time passed, their chances of victory would dwindle. The outcome must be determined in this very moment. Zhao Yi, Lin Fu called out desperately, but there was no sign of Zhao Yi anywhere. Where could this fellow have vanished to? Lin Fu felt a wave of frustration. He had hoped to witness Zhao Yi's prowess, yet now he was nowhere to be found. Could it be he had already perished? Colonel Lin Fu, where is he? Wang Rushuan inquired, pointing behind her. Lin Fu turned to see Zhao Yi appearing in the sky, walking alone down the street, growing ever more distant. Confusion enveloped the crowd. Hadn't he been within the celestial sphere just moments ago? How had he made his way outside? Zhao Yi! Zhao Yi! Lin Fu shouted with all his might, but his voice was swallowed by the cacophony of explosions and chaos. Even if Zhao Yi had heard him, he would not turn back. The battle within the celestial realm bore no relevance to him. The outcome mattered not, regardless of who triumphed. What was happening? Where was he headed? Lin Fu felt a disorienting haze. Initially convinced he could control Zhao Yi, it now appeared he had underestimated the situation. What is that? Wang Rushuan stared in disbelief at several hovering warplanes surrounding Zhao Yi. How could interstellar fighters materialize here? Moments later, the aircraft began to transform, morphing into mechs that flanked Zhao Yi. No, this cannot be. They were new mechs, even superior to those Zhao Yi had provided them. Lin Fu smiled wryly, realizing, we thought we were leveraging Zhao Yi, but it seems he has been playing us all along. Could this turmoil have been part of his calculations? A wave of dread washed over them. Such a reserved and patient individual was indeed the most terrifying. Commander, as the golden cicada's landing hatch opened, a silver-haired girl rushed out, her excitement palpable. Commander, quickly get in. It's dangerous here. Zhao Yi did not hesitate. After all, they were in the heart of battle, where peril lurked at every turn. Just then, small robots, Shen Tu, scurried toward him, diving into the shadows of his mechanical arms as they approached. After gathering them, Zhao Yi piloted the mech forward, while the silver-haired girl perched upon its arm. How did the mission go? Was the control center destroyed? With Commander Shin 2's assistance, we easily obliterated the control center, the group replied joyfully. That is excellent. And Su Huan? She went to the orphanage. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, his gaze drawn to a massive starship above the city. The Victory, surrounded by fallen starships, all elite forces of the Federation, had met their demise. Not on the front lines, but at their own hands. Meanwhile, at the production base, Su Huan anxiously searched for others in this familiar place. But all the Federation personnel had already hidden away. She opened room after room, finding them empty. Where have our sisters gone? She opened another door, only to find nothing again. Could they be in the restricted area? The restricted zone served as both the warehouse for the production base and the storage for adult silver-haired girls. Entry was forbidden for them, and discovery meant immediate termination. Yes, to the restricted area. The group followed Su Huan deeper into the production base until they reached a massive iron door. Upon opening it, they were met with clusters of young silver-haired girls huddled together, their faces painted with fear. Sisters? The young silver-haired girls gazed at their visitors, excitement replacing their terror. Typically, once a sister ventured out, she would not return. Yet, they had reunited against the odds. A throng of children clung to Su Huan's legs, reluctant to let go. Sisters, why have you come? What is happening outside? Is it a celebration? Did they leave us here to play? The cacophony outside led the naive, silver-haired girls to mistake the sounds for festive firecrackers. Yet the noise was far too thunderous. Some of the younger girls sat on the ground, munching on their fingers. Seeing the situation, Su Yun offered no explanations but stated decisively, "Those who can walk, follow me. Those who cannot, hold on tightly. We must leave swiftly." Yes, a group of silver-haired girls mobilized, bringing their younger sisters out of this confinement. Su Huan glanced around the warehouse, seeing rows upon rows of dormant pods, each labeled with a number and date. The sight left her astounded. This place must have housed many of their kin, yet now only these young sisters remained. There was no time for contemplation. Su Huan led them out of the warehouse to search for the data and DNA resources of the silver-haired girls. Who goes there? A guard spotted Su Huan, only to be swiftly silenced by her gunfire. The combat instincts of the silver-haired girls were innate, more than sufficient to deal with the Federation personnel. Found it. Su Huan located the data storage room and, uncertain of Zhao Yi's specific needs, decided to take everything. With these resources, the silver-haired girls would finally attain true liberation. Otherwise, the Federation would undoubtedly breed new silver-haired girls. On board the Victory, the silver-haired girls scurried about, busily attending to tasks. The situation outside grew increasingly dire, with a fallen starship nearly crashing upon them. Without the guidance of Su Huan and Zhao Yi, they felt utterly lost, hoping fervently for their swift return. Chapter 138. You are all free. Upon witnessing the opening of the starship's hatch, a group of silver-haired maidens hurried to ascertain the situation. When they saw the commander enter, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. "Commander, you and Apos, back. Are you all right?" "I and Apos am fine. Where is Su Huan?" Su Huan and Sister Su Huan went to bring back the others. They should arrive shortly. As they spoke, a multitude of individuals was drawn into the starship from below, continuously filling the interstellar carrier to capacity. "Commander." Su Huan approached, cradling a small child with silver hair, who eagerly offered Zhao Yi a finger coated in remnants of what he had eaten. The child babbled excitedly in Su Huan's arms. Zhao Yi felt somewhat awkward. "Is this everyone from the orphanage?" "Yes. The remaining ones have either enlisted or have perished," Su Huan replied, a shadow of sadness crossing her face. She had only just learned in the warehouse that she once had so many compatriots by her side, now lost to time. Zhao Yi gently ruffled Su Huan's hair. "Do not dwell on the past. It is behind us. What we must do now is look forward." "Yes, everything that needed to be done is complete." The Victory commenced its ascent into the cosmos of Capital Star. As it emerged, dozens of starships were engaged in fierce combat, with interstellar fighters swarming like wasps. Lasers, electromagnetic cannons, and particle beams lit up the void, and several starships had been reduced to mere fragments. Activate the energy shield. Yes. No sooner had the command been issued than an electromagnetic projectile struck the shield. The origins of the barrage were unknown amidst the chaos. Commander, can our T2 level starship shield withstand this? T2 level? Zhao Yi scoffed. Our starship is not T2, it is T3. T3? The onlookers were stunned, unaware that Zhao Yi had installed the energy core provided by Su Xin onto the Victory. The T3 energy core was more than sufficient to support their escape from the battlefield. With another resounding explosion, several electromagnetic secondary cannons struck the Victory but had no discernible effect. Expressions of joy spread among the crowd. They had initially wondered how they would leave the battlefield in a single starship, but now they could move boldly without concern. While the entire battlefield was embroiled in a struggle for survival, the Victory became a remarkable spectacle. Commander, what is the situation in the skies above? Su Huan and the others inquired. Their curiosity piqued. Their mission had been accomplished, yet the fate of Capital Star remained unresolved. Truth be told, we owe our success in this historic endeavor to Lin Fu. As for the outcome, I still feel that the Lin and Wang families will prevail. Although the Qin family is desperately struggling with their unconventional weapons, their numbers are dwindling. If the Lin family can open the heavens, the contest will be over. The group nodded in silent acknowledgement. G029. Su Yun remained vigilant, monitoring the surrounding developments. News of the Capital Star situation had spread throughout the Federation, prompting nearby starships to rush to aid, while more distant planets contemplated their future. Ultimately, they could only await the outcome of Capital Star. Sister Su Yun, a fleet is returning ahead. A fleet? Su Yun's brow furrowed. Could there still be a fleet intent on our destruction? That shouldn't be. The starships should all be at Capital Star or on the front lines. What fleet is it? The silver-haired maiden replied, it is not a Federation fleet. It is a mercenary fleet, identified as the White Phoenix Mercenaries. White Phoenix. Su Yun recalled the name. It was formerly known as the Blood Wolf Mercenaries, which had stirred considerable trouble in the Northern War Zone before splitting into two factions. This mission was orchestrated by Su Xin. Report. The White Phoenix Mercenaries wish to connect. Put them through. Certainly. Regardless of their intentions, Su Yun saw no reason to refuse the connection. Before them appeared a silver-haired maiden identical to Su Yun. Everyone gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment. Is that you, Su Xin? Su Yun stammered, her voice trembling. Su Yun? It has been so long. It is wonderful to see you all. Su Xin smiled gently. Su Xin. The others were momentarily dazed. Hearing of Su Xion's survival had seemed too incredible to believe. Yet here she was, alive. Many were brought to tears by the miraculous news. The unfolding events were taking a turn for the better. Sister Su Xin, how did you end up with the White Phoenix Mercenaries? Su Xin chuckled softly. It is a long story. At the time, we thought we were doomed within the Empire's borders, but the commander sent the White Phoenix Mercenaries to rescue us. To cover our tracks, we destroyed the gospel, and the outside world believed we had been eliminated by the Empire. Su Yun wiped away her tears. You should have told us sooner. Do you know how many tears your sister shed for you? Su Xin felt a mix of sadness and joy. All that is behind us now. We are heading back to Zhuoran Star. It will be our new home. Home. This word felt so foreign. Could they truly have a home? Indeed. We have come to bring you back. It appears you have managed quite well, said Zhao Yi. He provided us with a bit of dark matter energy, which we used to create a shield for our escape. A dark matter shield? Su Yan and Su Wan could not contain their exclamations. Yes? Is there a problem? Su Xian asked, intrigued. Su Wan explained, the dark matter shield is something Su Yan and I developed, but we had only completed a prototype. I never imagined that in less than 2 months, the commander would have perfected it. Indeed, I was once proud of our research. But now it seems we were overly optimistic. The commander likely knew our shield was insufficient from the start. Su Yan remarked, so that is how it was. We owe a great deal to Zhao Yi. Without him, we might not have made it this far. Well, let us save our thanks for later. We should return to Zhuoran Star. Agreed. Tian Yuan. After ending the communication, Su Xian turned to her sisters. Sisters, our compatriots have arrived. Su Ran expressed her joy. This is wonderful. The commander truly did not deceive us. He promised to save everyone, and he has fulfilled that promise. Su Huan, with her hands behind her head and a smile on her lips, chimed in, "It seems we did not misjudge him. So, shall we go find the commander next?" Su Xian shook her head. "No. Our next step is to let all silver-haired maidens know they have a home and need not sacrifice themselves for the Federation any longer. Prepare for a full broadcast. I want every silver-haired maiden in the Federation to know about Zhuoran Star and Apos' existence." Understood. Chapter 139. A home awaits you in the capital star. The fierce battle in the Celestial Vault has finally reached its conclusion. Elder Qian activated the time bomb. Yet the numerical disadvantage led to their inability to secure the control center. At the moment the control center was destroyed, Elder Qian and his companions were reduced to fragments by the incoming mechs, and even the memory backup of the capital star was obliterated by Lin Fu. The Qian family thus became a mere footnote in history. As for the Sun and Yuan families, they still have other planets and are not yet facing annihilation. They will seek suitable vessels to resurrect their patriarchs using memories. The head of the Lin family also perished, and for the time being, Lin Fu will assume command as the head of the Lin family. Lin Fu exhaled deeply, finding a relatively clean spot to sit. As he surveyed the capital star, it lay in ruins, beset by the ravages of war and littered with corpses. With the conclusion of the celestial conflict, the starships in the outer universe began to withdraw. Continuing the fight would only exacerbate casualties and serve to please the Empire. Wang Rushuan approached, stating, "Uncle Lin, as you predicted, the control center of the silver-haired girl has indeed been destroyed, along with all data and stock in the production base." Lin Fu and the head of the Wang family exchanged bitter smiles. Their intention behind this rebellion was to gain complete control over the silver-haired girl, leveraging her combat advantages alongside their superior equipment to coerce the Empire into negotiations. However, this endeavor now seemed futile. Their extensive efforts had transformed into a wedding gown, benefiting that rascal Zhao Yi. Does this mean that all the silver-haired girls in the Federation are now uncontrollable? Indeed, the Federation is on the brink of chaos. Lin Fu sighed. Although the remaining silver-haired girls were few, due to their valorous nature and the Federation and Apos' actions over the past century, they would become a significant headache for the Federation. In the distance, the screens of a towering building continued to broadcast scenes of the Federation's prosperity, accompanied by scripted dialogues. The war had not destroyed this structure. It merely leaned slightly askew. Well, Uncle Lin, since things have come to this point, it is futile to overthink. At least our two families will not gradually fade from the Federation. That is sufficient. Indeed, our priority now is to defend against the Empire's offensive and the counterattacks from the Sun and Yuan families. As they spoke, Su Xian's image appeared on the building's screen, causing the crowd and Apos' pupils to constrict in astonishment. Wang Rushuan exclaimed, 9844 Su Xian? She is still alive? Is it truly Su Xian and not Su Yun? Wang Rushuan shook her head. I know Su Yun, and although they are of the same model, their experiences differ slightly. This is Su Xian, and she is indeed alive. At this moment, across the Federation, whether affected by the war or not, the broadcast reached all corners. Su Xian gazed into the camera, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Xian, or perhaps you are more familiar with my designation, 9844. To my sisters scattered throughout the Federation, I wish to convey that you are free. The anguish and torment of the past have come to an end. The control center that bound us no longer exists, and the production center that enslaved us has been destroyed. We shall live for ourselves, for freedom. If you wish, you may come to Zhuoran Star and join our home. If you desire to sail away to distant lands, I will offer my sincerest blessings. Regardless, Zhuoran Star will forever be your home. This broadcast ignited a tremendous uproar throughout the Federation. Aboard the silver-haired girl's starship, confusion reigned as they exchanged bewildered glances. This sudden proclamation of freedom left them at a loss, struggling to believe what they had just witnessed. Su Xian was alive and had destroyed the control center. Did this not imply that they were no longer bound to the Federation and Apos' will? Some Federation personnel wielding whips attempted to disperse the silver-haired girls, shouting, "Get away! You are not even human. How dare you seek freedom? I will have the disobedient ones dismantled. They scoffed at the broadcast, asserting that the Federation's long history could not possibly allow the control center to be destroyed. Just as one was about to lash out with the whip, it appeared to be caught by something. Turning around, he found a silver-haired girl gripping the whip tightly, her eyes filled with resentment. Though they shared a common plight, the experiences of the silver-haired girls varied significantly. Some deranged Federation personnel would even lash out at their subordinates indiscriminately. The silver-haired girls had endured in silence, but now they would no longer tolerate it. Release me. Are you seeking death? We no longer fear you. We are going to Zhuoran Star? Seeking death indeed. The Federation personnel, infuriated, were oblivious to the cause of this broadcast, but they knew that this group of silver-haired girls must perish. He brandished a control device, a sinister smile creeping across his face. How dare they oppose him? I shall turn you all into fireworks. At the moment he pressed the remote, the silver-haired girls closed their eyes, bracing for the anticipated explosion and pain. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves unharmed, without a trace of the expected destruction. The Federation personnel stood in shock, furiously pressing the control device. How is this possible? You should have all perished. This control device operated solely in conjunction with the control center, and with its destruction, the remote was rendered merely ornamental. All of you must die. Die? The Federation personnel had succumbed to madness, pressing the device repeatedly. Was what the broadcast claimed truly factual? Could the control center genuinely be gone? No, this could not be real. The Federation personnel collapsed in despair, kneeling to the ground. Suddenly, several shadows loomed before him. Looking up, he saw a silver-haired girl's fist hurtling towards him, striking his face. This punch is a token of our gratitude for your care. Sisters, let us cast this trash aside. We are bound for Zhuoran Star. Agreed. At the Federation front, the majority stationed here were silver-haired girl warships. However, at this moment, they abandoned their previous positions and soared into the depths of the Federation. The front lines had become inconsequential. Their initial purpose in safeguarding the front was to protect their compatriots. Now that the control center and production base had been dismantled, the shackles that had confined them had shattered. They had no reason to remain. As for what would transpire at the front after their departure, it was of no concern to them. On the Empire's side, there was a tacit understanding not to launch an attack. This was entirely unnecessary. The majority of the front lines were composed of silver-haired girls, and their departure equated to the Federation's gates being flung wide open. This development sent the Federation into a frenzy. The commander at the front lines shouted frantically at the silver-haired girl starships, but to no avail. Chapter 140. After the great battle, upon receiving the broadcast from 9844, a singular thought consumed their minds. They must head to Zhuoran Star, where their compatriots awaited them. Anyone who dared to obstruct their path would be deemed their adversary. How detestable, these wretched creatures! The frontline commander, filled with rage and humiliation, had never encountered a silver-haired maiden bold enough to defy his orders. Now, these autonomous weapons had truly revolted against him. Enraged, he bellowed, "Destroy every last one of these silver-haired maidens. Our mercy has made them forget who the true leader is." Understood. The Federation personnel activated the switches, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. These silver-haired maidens were merely weapons, after all. It was only natural for malfunctioning weapons to be rendered useless. As the switches were pressed, the gathered crowd gazed at the distant starship, seemingly unfazed. The fleet of silver-haired maidens continued their voyage undeterred. What is happening? Why does the controller not function? The commander wondered aloud. Could it be true, as 9844 said, that the control center has been destroyed? The capital star was in complete chaos. If the control center were truly obliterated, the deputy hesitated, knowing that if the control center was indeed lost, the ensuing calamity would far surpass the turmoil in the capital. The chaos in the capital could simply lead to a change in management, but without the control center, the silver-haired maidens would cease to exist. In such a scenario, the front line would rely solely on the Federation, and their influence would pale in comparison to that of the control center. No, everyone return. The frontline commander screamed frantically. Sink them. Anyone who dares to flee shall face death. Since the controller had failed, he resolved to obliterate them with the main cannon. Commander, think carefully. Opening fire will provoke a counterattack from the silver-haired maidens, and we still have the Empire and Oppo's starships lurking outside. Indeed, we must allow a path for the silver-haired maidens to retreat. If we engage in battle here, the Empire will be the only one to benefit. It was possible that the control center had merely encountered a minor issue. Acting now would be detrimental. Despite their words, the Federation personnel merely wished to avoid conflict with the silver-haired maidens. Though the silver-haired maidens piloted T-1 class starships, their numbers were not insignificant. Coupled with their combat prowess and experience, it was uncertain whether the Federation could triumph. Even if they did prevail, the Empire would surely seize the opportunity to strike while both sides were weakened. With no other choice, the commander ordered the starships to clear a path. The fleet of silver-haired maidens majestically sailed toward Zhuangran Star. On the Victory, Zhao Yi gazed at the broadcast featuring Su Xian, lost in thought. She remained as beautiful and captivating as ever. It had been over half a year since their first encounter aboard the Gospel, and ultimately, they had aided the silver-haired maidens in establishing their own realm. Commander, look, Su Huan exclaimed, tugging at Zhao Yi and Oppo's hand and leading him to the window. Zhao Yi snapped back to reality and followed her gaze. Outside, a silver-haired maiden's starship bore the scars of battle, evidence of its arduous journey through the flames of war. Their destination mirrored that of the Victory, Zhuangran Star. Commander, this is all thanks to you. Without your efforts, the silver-haired maidens would have fought to the death without ever attaining freedom, the crew expressed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, I truly hope that our fallen comrades can witness this day. But it matters not. Even in death, they will bless our endeavors. Living peacefully and securely alongside our kin was once an unattainable dream, yet now it is finally within our grasp. This triumph is not solely mine. Without your assistance, dismantling the control center and production base would have been impossible. However, we must remain vigilant. The Federation may strike back at any moment. Now we fear them not. We fight for ourselves, and should they dare to approach, we shall ensure they regret it. The silver-haired maiden raised her fist, delivering a fierce declaration with the most endearing expression. Zhao Yi chuckled softly. Very well, we shall see what you are capable of. The day following the Federation's rebellion, news of the event swept across the cosmos. People expressed their astonishment. The once mighty Solar Federation had fallen to such a state, a testament to the unpredictability of fate. Who would have thought that the silver-haired maidens could be so ruthless, orchestrating such a grand operation? The issue lay within the Federation's internal governance. The Elder Council sought to reduce its ranks from 5 to 3, prompting the Lin and Wang families to instigate this insurrection. Elder Qian could not possibly believe that the Wang and Lin families would gradually be consumed by them. It was a classic case of reaping what one sows. What was this? A swarm of insects within the Federation's borders was a mere catalyst. Had the Wang and Lin families not emerged victorious, the Federation would have undoubtedly become the insects' playground. It seems the Elder Council only grows more confused with age. Losing to the Empire might have allowed for a comeback. But inviting the insect race into the fold jeopardizes the very survival of their species. How could they not comprehend such a simple equation? In Port Medu, an eclectic gathering of individuals engaged in spirited discussions at a tea house, sharing their opinions. Regardless of the time, debates about the state of the universe were a common occurrence. At that moment, a swarm of spider-like insects passed by, their compound eyes glaring menacingly at the crowd. The onlookers fell silent, as if encased in ice. These creatures were indeed capable of devouring humans. While the use of force was prohibited on neutral planets, there was little they could do to regulate such matters. Each night, wickedness would seep from every corner of the city. The towering spider warriors strode through Port Medu with an icy demeanor, their 6 legs echoing ominously against the pavement. Parting the surrounding throng, that fool Makas, sent to negotiate with the Federation, has met his demise. What a disgrace to our insect race. I must report this to the Queen. Plans may need to be altered. Yes. A small spider scurried away, utilizing its appendages to relay the message. This information would be disseminated through layers of communication. reaching the home planet before long. The insect race maintained influence on various neutral planets, serving both as observers and information relay stations. Though their transmission speed was not particularly swift, it was highly effective, unlike humans who relied solely on signal towers for communication. In the Solaro Empire, the Federation's turmoil had also yielded considerable gains. Stevens stood before a map, reporting, "Yesterday's rebellion within the Federation allowed our empire to seize 2 resource planets, 2 inhabited planets, and 1 food cultivation planet. These acquisitions will bolster our empire and provide a springboard for further offensives. Some fleets have already reached the front lines, and our supply ships are now fully loaded and en route." Chapter 141. The commander returns upon hearing the news. Everyone nodded in agreement. The turmoil in the capital star of the Federation resembled a stroke of fortune, much like winning the lottery. Initially, the Empire had intended to temper its offensive, allowing time to assimilate the resources acquired and to reorganize its forces. However, the Federation would not permit such a reprieve, displaying an attitude that they would not withdraw until they had decisively defeated the Empire. In a surprising turn of events, they instigated conflict amongst themselves to ease the Empire's burden. The Empress, seated upon her throne, proclaimed, "The entire Federation shall eventually belong to us. Please, enlighten me on the current state of the Federation." Stevens nodded and replied, "Since yesterday, internal strife has plagued the Federation, but it has now begun to stabilize. Following the conclusion of the Capital Star conflict, they seem to have tacitly accepted their territorial claims. The Royal and Lin families have united to form the new Federal Republic in the eastern regions of the Capital Star, while the Sun and Yuan families have rebranded themselves as the Glory Federation." The Empress raised an eyebrow. "Is this not an opportune moment for us? We can dismantle them one by one, conserving our strength." Stevens stepped forward. "Both factions have dispatched envoys seeking peace negotiations with your majesty." "Peace negotiations?" The Empress scoffed. "They were once a united federation, and I had no intention of sparing them. Now they have fragmented into 2 smaller nations. Why should we show them mercy? Why not savor this delicacy that is within our grasp? I recall the Federation boasts several resource planets, do they not?" A noble interjected, "Your Majesty. Although the Empire has triumphed in battle year after year, the populace requires time to recuperate. Since the 2 federations no longer pose a threat, I propose we maintain a temporary peace and collect tribute." Another voice echoed this sentiment. "I share the same thought. The new Federal Republic and the Glory Federation, though arising from the old Federation, are inherently at odds. We might let them contend with each other while the Empire reaps the benefits." The Empress closed her eyes in contemplation. She was well aware that the Empire could gradually consume the Federation. However, this would require time, a commodity she detested. No need for that. The silver-haired girl is no longer among the Federation. Their own people cannot possibly withstand our invincible forces. Stevens, prepare a new offensive strategy, beginning with the Glory Federation. I find their name distasteful. Understood. The court was perplexed by the Empress's motives. She appeared to harbor a profound animosity towards the Federation, seemingly refusing to employ a more advantageous strategy. As subjects, they could only offer their counsel. Should the Empress insist on her course, they were powerless to intervene. The Empress inquired, "Where has the silver-haired girl from the Federation gone? Was yesterday's public broadcast genuine?" It was indeed true. Then, does this imply the individuals aboard the Ark of Salvation have survived? Upon finishing her statement, the Empress's gaze shifted towards Stevens, who was drenched in sweat. He had once assured the Empress that all aboard the Ark had perished. Now, the appearance of 9844 was a blatant contradiction to his previous assertion. The others silently prayed for Stevens, fearing that the Empress's notorious temperament might lead her to exact a severe punishment upon him. She had been known to engage in such actions before. The thought sent a chill down their spines, for while such measures might not be fatal, the ensuing humiliation would linger for a lifetime. The Empress, her gaze lowered, urged, "Speak." Stevens wiped the sweat from his brow. "It is possible that there exists another silver-haired girl of the same model. While the Federation boasts a variety of silver-haired girls, there are few who are command types. This must be a ruse by the Federation." "Nonsense. The Federation's schemes have led to the escape of our own silver-haired girl? The Empress retorted, signaling to a burly man beside her. This man was the Empress and Apos' personal guard, renowned for his skill in suturing. Stevens fell silent, perspiration cascading down his face. Was he destined to face the inevitable? What is your Majesty's command? While Stevens ought to face execution for his deception, given his commendable performance on the front lines, the Empress ordered, sew his mouth shut. It shall be undone in 1 week. Yes, Stevens sighed in relief, grateful that it was merely his mouth to be sewn shut. A week was manageable. Even without food, the technology of their era could sustain life through injections. The other courtiers felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps the Empress had matured somewhat, losing interest in such cruel whims. On Joran Star, fleets of starships docked at the interstellar port following inspections. Groups of silver-haired girls disembarked, their eyes brimming with tears of joy upon spotting countless kin. Some had never before encountered so many of their kind. Sue Exine stood at the port, greeting the arrivals, while other silver-haired girls busied themselves with various tasks, registering, arranging accommodations, and preparing meals. Though the atmosphere was somewhat chaotic, their faces radiated happiness. Sue ran, alongside Sue Exine, diligently recorded the starships, whispering, "Is Sue Exine waiting for someone? Is it not obvious? She must be anticipating the commander. What a cunning ploy, making us work while she awaits the commander." Sue Rand felt a twinge of annoyance, wishing to be the first to greet him upon his arrival. Report. A starship is preparing to dock. At this news, a glimmer of hope illuminated Sue Exine's face. Another starship had arrived. Perhaps it carried the commander. From where does it hail? The Federation's Z-056 starship, the Ark of Victory. Sue Exine's pupils dilated. This was indeed Zhao Yi's vessel. After 2 months, she would finally see the commander again. Her heart raced with a mix of excitement, fear, and anticipation. Allow them entry, dock at position 1. Yes. A colossal starship traversed the atmosphere, drawing the gaze of all present as it anchored gracefully above. A burst of light heralded the arrival of a throng of children who spilled forth from the ship, like curious little ones. They were thrilled to find so many of their kin and raced about in joyous abandon. The silver-haired girls scrambled to catch up, urging, "Children, do not run. You must register first. Are these little ones from the orphanage? Indeed, there are no other places that house such adorable children. That one cannot play. Come back." Some free silver-haired girls joined the chase after the children. Meanwhile, Sue Exine scanned the crowd, her heart sinking as she failed to spot a familiar figure. Her anxiety grew. Had something happened to the commander? Impossible. The Ark of Victory is here. How could anything have befallen the commander? Chapter 142. A New Beginning. Sue Exine. Your uniform. Sue Exine abruptly turned around, only to find Zhao Yi approaching from behind. Commander. He held a military uniform in his hands, his demeanor unchanged from before. Sue Exine and Apos' cheeks flushed slightly, her nervousness intensifying with Zhao Yi and Apos' proximity. It is truly a blessing to be alive. It has not been easy. It took me 2 months to retrieve this uniform, and now it has finally returned to its rightful owner. Please do not let it be lost again. Instead of accepting the garment, Sue Exine embraced Zhao Yi tightly. This gesture left everyone present momentarily stunned. The young ones gaped, oblivious to their own nasal drippings. Sue Exine sobbed uncontrollably against Zhao Yi's shoulder, her tears soaking his attire. "Why are you crying again?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi gently stroked Sue Exine's silky hair. It was fragrant and soft. He could feel the frailty and tremor of her delicate form, and he held her tightly in his embrace. An uproar of gasps erupted around them. They despised the Federation, yet how could they harbor any disdain for Zhao Yi, who cared for them? Instead, they were filled with admiration. Not only was it permissible to embrace Sue Exine, but they also felt entitled to seek his affection for themselves. "Thank you, Commander, thank you," Sue Exine cried. The other silver-haired maidens cast grateful glances in his direction, fully aware that their current situation was largely due to his efforts. He had not only safeguarded the gospel, but had also destroyed the heart of control on Capital Star, bringing the children back with him. Once her emotions had subsided, Su Xian felt a slight embarrassment at being the center of attention. Just then, Su Huan came running from a distance, leaping onto Zhao Yi's back. "Get down." Su Huan clung around Zhao Yi's neck, her body sprawled across his back, completely unbothered by her figure being squished. "If you can hug Sister Su Xian, why can't you carry me too? I told you to work out while I was gone, yet you still look the same. How will you carry others in the future? I want to join." Su Ran pounced from behind, causing Zhao Yi to topple to the ground. The other companions from the gospel soon followed suit, rushing toward him. "Help!" Zhao Yi was buried beneath them. Initially, the sensation was thrilling, but soon it became dizzying, and he found it difficult to breathe. One silver-haired maiden was light, but a swarm was an entirely different matter. "Whose backside is pressing against my face? Why are you taking off my socks? What is this soft thing? Su Xian, save me." Observing the scene before her, Su Huan took a step back. Indeed, the commander was quite familiar with the people of the gospel. Although the members of the Victory were also in awe of Zhao Yi, they would never engage in such playful antics with him, for reasons unknown. A sense of melancholy washed over her. While it was undoubtedly a good thing for her sisters to gain a new lease on life, she did not wish for the commander to be taken away from her. After much effort, Su Xian finally managed to extricate Zhao Yi from the throng. He gasped, "Are you all trying to make my life too easy? Hee, the commander has already run away. You all better get down." Now it was Su Huan's turn to feel discomfort, yet the others paid her no mind, as Su Yan and Su Wan seized the opportunity to punch Su Huan a few times. "That'll teach you to belittle us. Our skills are among the finest in the Federation. We just can't compare to the commander's exceptional abilities." Previously unable to best Su Huan, they now sought revenge. "Su Huan, where are you? Come over here." Hearing the commander call her name, Su Huan jogged over. "Commander." Su Xian paused, slightly taken aback. This person was just like her. "You are." "I am the vice commander of Z056. "Oh," Zhao Yi explained. "After the Gospel's crash, I was transferred to Z056. I wonder if Lin Fu did it on purpose, assigning her as my vice commander." "You both need no introduction. You should be able to deduce the situation from appearances." "I see." Su Huan spoke up. "Sister Su Xian, from now on, you shall be the leader of our silver-haired maidens, and both the commander and I will assist you." "What do you mean by and amp?" "Amp. Oppos. You and the commander and amp. Amp. Oppos." Su Xian frowned. Su Huan smiled. "Of course, I am the vice commander of Z056, and Zhao Yi is the commander. So naturally, we are included." "That cannot be right. According to the order of precedence, he was the commander of the gospel first." Su Xian crossed her arms, visibly displeased. The implication from across was that the commander belonged to her. "Did you forget, Sister Su Xian? The gospel is no more." Zhao Yi, observing the situation, felt that the atmosphere had become a bit too heated. Not far away, Su Chun adjusted her glasses, rapidly jotting notes on paper. The flames of gossip were blazing. "Su Chun, what are you writing?" Su Chun explained, "I am documenting their relationships. Perhaps the commander has a special allure for Sister Su Xian's model, creating a classic love triangle. Who would have thought that within just 2 months, the commander would encounter someone else?" The crowd fell silent. "You make it sound as if the commander is a scoundrel, but he and Sister Su Xian are nothing like that. You don't understand. Many things do not require explicit naming. Listen to me, and you cannot go wrong." Su Chin muttered to herself, if this model truly has such an appeal, then Su Yin might be in danger too. A man's love-hate entanglement with triplets, how exhilarating. The crowd exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding settling in. It seemed that future days would not be dull at all. All right. I did not summon you here to bicker." Su Xian and Su Huan huffed, turning their heads away. "We have just arrived at a new place, and it is the perfect time for everyone to contribute. I need your assistance, and your current behavior is making things difficult for me." Su Huan and Su Xian quickly turned back. "Commander, what do you need?" "I can help." "I can too. Anything you need." Just then, Su Yun walked by, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Zhao Yi. "Major Zhao." The other silver-haired maidens gasped in shock. Good heavens. This was a scene of chaos. The two were nearly at odds, and now a third had arrived. Perceiving the strange atmosphere, Su Yun asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something I shouldn't have?" "No, You arrived just in time. I have tasks for the three of you. Zhao Yi swiftly shifted the topic. Commander, please go on. Su Yun, we have just arrived at Zhuoran Star, and there is no time for you to rest. Aside from this planet, we have nowhere else to go, so I need you to lead some reconnaissance teams to monitor the Federation's movements. Additionally, we must keep an eye on our rear, and it would be best to provide me with a list of other factions. Chapter 143. At last, we must take precautions against potential dangers. Zhao Yi turned to Su Xian and said, You are in charge of arranging the silver-haired girls. For those who no longer wish to engage in battle, they can handle logistics. Although our ultimate goal is for everyone to live for themselves, it may take some time. Until we firmly establish ourselves, everyone may still need to fight. However, I will not force anyone to stay if they wish to leave. Su Xian replied earnestly, Rest assured, Commander, none of the silver-haired girls are cowards. Today and every day, as long as our comrades and you need us, we will not disappoint. Indeed, Zhao Yi affirmed. Su Xian then called out, Is there anyone who wishes to leave? No. The other silver-haired girls shouted in unison, their voices resounding with conviction. Zhao Yi, confident in their bravery, cautioned, Nevertheless, I hope you will exercise caution during combat. You are fighting for yourselves now, and I wish for your survival. Do not worry, Commander. We are not so easily defeated, they assured him. Zhao Yi continued, Su Huan, you are responsible for the maintenance and inventory of the starships. There are many ships here on Zhuoran Star, but many are damaged. Please expedite their repairs to operational status. Understood. Zhao Yi then addressed the others, everyone else. Go rest or engage in tasks within your capabilities. We have just arrived, and we must conserve our energy to accomplish our goals. Yes, sir. Get to work. Su Xian urged. Commander, since you are new here and still unfamiliar with the surroundings, allow me to show you to the resting area. I'll come too. Su Huan attempted to interject, but Zhao Yi and Su Xian had already moved away. With a sigh, Su Huan headed to the port to begin her inventory tasks. Su Yun approached her, inquiring, What is the matter? You seem a bit downcast. Not at all. How could I be unhappy when my kin have truly attained freedom? Su Yun chuckled softly. You need not hide it from me. This is about Zhao Yi, isn't it? Surprised, Su Huan lowered her head and confessed. I merely wish for the commander to notice me more. I am no less capable than anyone else, yet he always sees me as a child. Feeling a surge of indignation, Su Huan thought to herself that despite a few years' difference in age, she was not a clueless little girl. Su Yun nodded slightly, I see. But if you genuinely care for Zhao Yi, shouldn't you be happy for his happiness? Su Huan, lost in thought, replied, You are right. Perhaps I have been a bit selfish. First, I must complete the tasks assigned by Zhao Yi. Indeed, Su Huan suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Yes, as long as I can bring joy to the commander, that is what truly matters. Whether or not I receive anything in return is insignificant. As they walked toward the city, Su Xian and Zhao Yi strolled side by side, the silver-haired girls trailing behind, creating a semblance of privacy with their unhurried pace. Their eyes twinkling with mischief and curiosity. Su Xian broke the silence. Commander, are you still upset about my abrupt departure before? No, I was indeed angry at the time. But afterward, I felt a bit relieved. Relieved? Su Xian tilted her head in confusion, her large eyes blinking. She had expected Zhao Yi to scold her. Yet he did not. Yes, I was angry initially because your actions seemed to imply a lack of trust in me, as if I were incapable of protecting you. Su Xian quickly interjected, That was not my intention. Zhao Yi smiled gently, I understand. You were worried for my safety, and that is what brought me joy. You would rather risk yourself than see me come to harm. Thus, I was able to let go of my anger, knowing you care for me, albeit in a misguided manner. Su Xian, fiddling with the hem of her clothing, asked shyly, So, Commander, you are no longer angry? Zhao Yi softly replied, No. Just being able to see you again is enough. Su Xian's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. If it weren't for the throng of people around them, she would have rushed into Zhao Yi's embrace. During their time on the gospel, she had come to understand her feelings for him. She longed to be with him. Yet, the uncertainty of life and death during that period had compelled her to suppress those emotions. However, after parting, she realized that some things must be pursued, even if they lead to regret. With this thought, Su Xian discreetly took Zhao Yi's hand. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Su Xian had shown such affection. Her hand was soft and smooth. He continued, however, "It is precisely because you all departed that we now have the opportunity to live as we do. I never anticipated this outcome. Thankfully, Commander, you did not forget us. Otherwise, we would have perished at the hands of the Empire." Their eyes met, and the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. The next moment, a kiss seemed imminent. Su Xian's heart raced with anticipation and a hint of fear. However, recalling the other silver-haired girls behind them, she blushed and turned her head away. The other silver-haired girls exchanged regretful glances, wishing they had kept a greater distance. Sister Su Xian, one of the silver-haired girls, hurriedly approached. "What is it? The Federation people are causing a ruckus." "A ruckus?" Su Xian inquired, her brow furrowing. The silver-haired girl nodded. "They are dissatisfied with the food distribution and demand to see you." Only then did Zhao Yi remember that this planet was inhabited by Federation members. After all, it was a Federation planet. Su Xian frowned. These individuals truly lacked memory, having just lost several of their own yesterday, yet they were already stirring up trouble again. Did they really believe the silver-haired girls would hesitate to eliminate them entirely? "Let us go and see what is happening," Zhao Yi suggested. Agreed. They arrived at the settlement of the Federation people, who were now gathered in a single city. Joran Star was relatively small, and due to the majority of its areas being uninhabitable, there were only a few 100,000 Federation members residing there. Most of the supplies relied on merchant ships for replenishment, as the local economy thrived on luxury goods and metals. Once a prosperous resource planet, it had gradually devolved into a mere habitation world, its transformation failing, leaving it impoverished and reliant on handicrafts and luxury goods for survival. Those with any means tended to leave this dilapidated planet. Zhao Yi had chosen this planet primarily for its proximity to the front lines and the safety it offered from the Empire. Additionally, being on the border meant that the Federation would not have a clear path to pursue them. Zhao Yi and Su Xian, guided by the silver-haired girls, arrived in the city where the Federation members were congregated. In the streets, the Federation members waved banners and protested vehemently, attempting to coerce the silver-haired girls into submission, banking on their numerical superiority. After all, the silver-haired girls had previously been dismissed as mere playthings. "Hey, why is this Federation member together with the silver-haired girls? I think I've seen him on television." Zhao Yi, the commander of the gospel. Chapter 144, Disturbance? Drive them all away. So it is him. Those who associate with the silver-haired girl are all ill-fated. The crowd looked up, regarding Zhao Yi with some perplexity. This man is a federal citizen, even heralded as a hero by the Federation. Ugh, what a disgrace, colluding with the silver-haired girl. It has long been rumored that this lad is not particularly bright. Forsaking everything for the silver-haired girl, the crowd grumbled, visibly displeased with Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi remained silent, curious to observe how Su Xian would handle the situation. The relationship between the federal citizens and the silver-haired girl was quite delicate, yet Su Xian's nature suggested she might not resort to extreme measures. "What do you all truly want?" Su Xian asked, her voice tinged with ire. "Do you really believe we wouldn't dare to eliminate all of you? We want nothing more than for you to get far away from here. You wretched automatons, have you forgotten who created you? Were it not for the Federation's assistance, your kind would have perished long ago. How ungrateful you are, forgetting all the Federation has done for you." Su Xian felt a headache coming on as she surveyed the crowd. They had indeed taken control of this planet, but managing these people posed a significant dilemma. If they executed them all, the silver-haired girl's reputation in the cosmos would suffer greatly, affecting future trade relations. However, allowing this rabble to cause disturbances was also too much for the silver-haired girl to endure. The Federation and Oppo's rule over the silver-haired girl is a thing of the past. We are now free, and you are merely a defeated nation. The federal citizens persisted in their insults. If an empire or another nation had claimed this planet, federal citizens would have dared not utter a word, merely hoping to survive. But the silver-haired girl was different. They had never held her in esteem. Su Xin and Apos. S expression darkened. Do not think that this is the Federation. No one here will coddle you. And what of it? This was once the Federation's territory. And now you expect us to accept this? One among them tossed a steamed bun onto the ground, quite pleased with himself. Is this all you have to offer us? Pick it up. Retrieve that bun. Zhao Yi exclaimed, his voice filled with fury. He detested the waste of food. In the future society, not all planets were suitable for agriculture or livestock, compounded by transportation and storage issues, leading to exorbitant food prices. With a growing population and limited supplies, it was outrageous that anyone would waste food. The federal citizens froze, hastily picking up the bun once they saw Zhao Yi and Apos' anger. Zhao Yi frowned. What is going on? Are they eating buns? Su Xin explained. On Zhuran Star, the soil is not arable, and the cost of food transportation is exorbitant. So I had to store all the food after landing. I do not know how long we can sustain this. Then we cannot feed them buns. The federal citizens shouted. Is this how you treat beggars? Su Xin pondered. What then shall we give them to eat? Energy porridge, someone suggested. Energy porridge? Will that suffice? The silver-haired girls are accustomed to it, but this group of federal citizens will surely struggle. Zhao Yi sighed, realizing that Su Xin was being overly compassionate. These people could survive without food. If they died, it was no great loss. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the federal citizens declared, we demand not only food, but for you to vacate this planet. We refuse to coexist with these automatons. Zhao Yi turned. So you mean to say you do not wish to be with them? Of course. These silver-haired girls are not even human. Even foul-smelling swine are better than them. The silver-haired girls nearby wore pained expressions, still subjected to the disdain of the federal citizens. A habit formed over a century could not be easily undone. Zhao Yi sneered. You could have said so earlier. You simply do not want to be with the silver-haired girls, do you? Indeed, that is correct, they affirmed. Su Xin stood perplexed. The federal citizens did not wish to associate with them, but with Zhuran Star being so small, how could they manage it? Zhao Yi leaned closer to Su Xin and whispered a few words. Su Xin gasped, is that feasible? Of course, since they do not wish to live with you. Let them go. People can leave, but the land remains. Very well, if the commander insists, let it be done. The federal citizens watched the two conversing. What are you two discussing? Zhao Yi addressed the crowd. We understand your requests. For the time being, please endure a few more days here, and we shall make suitable arrangements for you. That is more like it. The crowd assumed the silver-haired girls were intimidated and dispersed, reveling in their perceived victory. The silver-haired girls could be subdued with a little force. After instructing the silver-haired girls nearby, Zhao Yi departed with Su Xin. Su Xin expressed concern. We need to transport all these people away. That will require a fleet of starships, and where shall we deposit them? This was Zhao Yi and Apos' plan. Leaving these individuals would only mean feeding them for free. It was better to send them away. Who said we must transport them ourselves? Then how will it be done? The federal citizens could not survive in space. They would need starships to reach nearby planets. You and Apos, LLC shortly. As they conversed, they arrived at a building that had once served as the residence of the federal planet's governor. Following Su Xin's offensive, the governor had fled in a lifepod. Commander, this will be your residence now. Quite nice, Zhao Yi responded. By the way, have De Zhuang brought here? Yes. Zhao Yi entered, and the building was resplendently adorned. Exuding luxury, he strode directly into the office, sinking into a chair. Comfortable, this is the life. Opening a drawer at random, he discovered it filled with photographs of beautiful women. Good heavens, the governor of a federal planet spends his days on such frivolities. Zhao Yi casually pulled one out and began to peruse it. To his surprise, the governor had quite eclectic tastes, featuring images of various fantastical beings, including dragon girls and fish girls. Such oddities were abundant. Indeed, the universe is vast and filled with wonders, even housing elves on some planets. Yet, the photographs appeared slightly inferior when compared to the silver-haired girls. Knock, knock, knock. Commander, the people have been brought in. Zhao Yi tossed the book aside. Come in. De Zhuang and Su Xin entered. Boss, I finally see you. De Zhuang exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. These past days have been surreal. I was merely a member of the Blood Wolf and Apos, S-Guard, and now I have transformed into the leader of mercenaries, only to become the second-in-command again. Following Su Xian's campaign on Zhuoran Star, I find myself with a planet of my own. Chapter 145. Providing sustenance for the insectoids, Zhao Yi found himself somewhat amused, remarking on the limited aspirations of his companion. De Zhuang wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly reassured that all was well. Initially, he had anticipated that Zhao Yi might eliminate him upon their arrival at this location, but it seemed he had overthought it. "Boss, did you summon me for something specific?" he inquired. "You are aware of the situation with the Federals on Zhuoran Star, correct?" "Indeed. I've heard they are causing quite a stir." De Zhuang's face was etched with indignation. It was the duty of loyal subordinates to share in their leaders' concerns and aspirations. "What did your mercenaries do in such circumstances?" Zhao Yi asked. De Zhuang chuckled. "At that time, we were mercenaries, not pirates. We merely sought a place to recuperate and enjoy ourselves before departing on our missions, maintaining a low profile. The locals dared not voice their anger since they knew we would eventually leave, so they endured the temporary peace. We, in turn, paid them no mind." Zhao Yi nodded, recalling the young girl toyed with by the Blood Wolves. Despite her royal lineage, she was utterly powerless in the face of overwhelming strength. However, the impact on the common populace was minimal. Once the Blood Wolf mercenaries departed, life would resume as usual for them, with only a change in royalty. Zhuoran Star was a different matter. The silver-haired girl intended to establish a base here and would not be leaving. This conflict needed resolution. "Is there a possibility of selling these people?" Zhao Yi blurted out. "Sell them? Are you suggesting human trafficking?" De Zhuang replied, incredulous. "Yes, it could not only resolve our issue but also yield some profit," Zhao Yi affirmed. Su Xian was taken aback, realizing this was indeed a novel approach she had not considered. De Zhuang pondered. Not many engage in such activities, primarily because ordinary individuals lack value. Transporting and selling them often results in loss rather than profit. Generally, only certain races are considered for trade, be they strong, beautiful, or possessing unique attributes. And the Federals? Zhao Yi interjected. Pathetic beings, utterly useless. Even if sent to the battlefield, they would require training. De Zhuang expressed his disdain. Zhao Yi sighed, initially contemplating selling the Federals, only to discover that there were no takers. It was understandable. With food prices soaring, trafficking humans was indeed a challenge. Too high, and no one would buy. Too low, and one would incur losses. Outside of specific races, the rest held little value. Suddenly, De Zhuang seemed to have an epiphany, but there might be a pirate nearby interested. "Who?" Zhao Yi inquired. "The third in command of the Black Bear Lord, the Iron Lord, is in the vicinity. They might be in need," De Zhuang revealed. That name sounded familiar to Zhao Yi. He recalled that Shan, who had been following him, was affiliated with the Black Bear. Having neglected the Black Bear due to constraints imposed by the Federation, he was surprised to learn they had influence here. "What use do they have for these worthless individuals?" Zhao Yi questioned. De Zhuang whispered, "I've heard that the Black Bear Lord has some connections with the insectoids. Purchasing these people might be for consumption." "Consumption? For the insectoids?" Zhao Yi was taken aback. De Zhuang nodded. "Indeed, but that is merely hearsay. The insectoids have an insatiable appetite for human flesh, and the Federal's value may solely lie in this." Zhao Yi grasped the situation. "All right, you may leave for now." "Understood." After De Zhuang departed, Su Xian curiously asked, "Commander, are you truly considering handing over these Federals to the insectoids? Isn't that rather unethical?" Zhao Yi sighed. "I haven't decided yet, but if they continue to cause trouble, I wouldn't hesitate to offer them to the insectoids." At that moment, a silver-haired girl entered, stating, "Commander, the new Federal Republic wishes to speak with you." "The new Federal Republic? The one established by Lin Fu?" Zhao Yi asked. "Indeed. Connect me." "Yes." Before Zhao Yi appeared Lin Fu's projection, clad in opulent attire with a white silk scarf around his neck, exuding an air of sophistication. "Zhao Yi, you have truly caused us considerable misfortune," Lin Fu remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his voice, eyes betraying fatigue. Zhao Yi shrugged. "From your perspective, my match must have aided you significantly?" It takes a lot of nerve to say that. You knew we instigated the rebellion for control over the silver-haired girl. Yet, as we fought tooth and nail, you had the audacity to destroy the control center and abscond with all the silver-haired girls and data, Lin Fu retorted. Su Xian chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. From Lin Fu's standpoint, it was indeed a ruthless maneuver. However, from my perspective, it was immensely satisfying. Years of planning rendered impotent by my few days of action, Zhao Yi lamented. You are aware my goal has always been the freedom of the silver-haired girls. That should have been evident. My ultimate aim is not power, which was never the basis of our collaboration. This call ISN and AMP. Oppos. T meant for you to air your grievances. Is it? Lin Fu took a deep breath, recognizing the situation was unavoidable. Of course not. I wish to propose a collaboration. How so? The Sun and Yuan families have seized the other half of the federal territory. I have just received reliable intelligence that the Empire is preparing to act against them. You command a significant fleet. If we coordinate our efforts, they will stand no chance. Zhao Yi considered the proposal. If he agreed to Lin Fu and AMP, Oppos' plan, the new Federal Republic would not dare to retaliate, and the Glory Federation would be hesitant to provoke him. Temporarily agreeing seemed the most prudent course of action. All right, but I have a condition. A condition? Lin Fu inquired. Zhao Yi replied. There are a number of federals on Zhuoran Star unwilling to cooperate and intent on causing chaos. Lin Fu understood, urgency creeping into his voice. Zhao Yi, you are a federal. You cannot be so ruthless. Even the federals who once controlled the silver-haired girls never resorted to mass slaughter. Zhao Yi waved his hand dismissively. What do you take me for? Am I devoid of humanity, psychologically twisted? We are talking about 800,000 individuals, not merely 800,000 pigs. Lin Fu and Oppos' mood lightened considerably. Zhao Yi, as long as you understand, no matter how we engage, these ordinary people are not part of our conflict. You are correct. Thus, I plan to sell them all. Sell them. Indeed, there is a pirate nearby actively seeking to acquire slaves. Since these federals do not wish to stay on Zhuoran Star, I shall fulfill their desires. Is it the Iron Lord? Lin Fu expressed surprise. Didn't he expect you had heard of him? Zhao Yi replied. Zhao Yi, the Iron Lord is not to be trifled with. They maintain certain ties with the insectoids and have ceased to be fully human. Their acquisition of slaves and prisoners serves to provide sustenance for the insectoids. Feigning difficulty, Zhao Yi asked, what should I do then? I have nowhere to send them. I cannot simply slaughter them all, can I? Chapter 146. I provide you with weapons, Lin Fu stated. How about this? I will dispatch a transport ship to retrieve them, provided you do not obstruct us. We will bring back all these Federation members without causing you any trouble. That sounds splendid. In total, we require 6 million energy crystals. So do remember to bring them when you come. More money. Lin Fu was taken aback. Of course, I could sell them to the Titans for a profit. I cannot be the one at a loss, can I? Lin Fu clenched his teeth. If he successfully rescued this group of Federation members, the prestige of the new United Federation would rise, compelling some indecisive nobles and planets to reconsider their stance. Fine, 6 million it is. However, you must join us in confronting the Glory Federation. Deal. Days later, a storm erupted in the cosmos once again. The civilization of silver-haired maidens was officially established. Named the Silver Phoenix Free Nation, occupying the former Federation's Zhuoran Star. This incited a sense of restlessness among some individuals. The silver-haired maidens had garnered considerable admiration throughout the universe, but due to their previous association with the Federation and their explosive devices, no one dared to take action. However, the situation had changed. The silver-haired maidens had formed their own nation, albeit a small one with only one planet. With the explosives now gone, there was no longer a concern of sudden detonation during capture. This stirred the interest of certain pirates and civilizations, who caught a whiff of potential fortune. Capturing the silver-haired maidens for overseas sale would yield immense profits. As for the maidens' fierce demeanor, it held no sway now that the two deterrents were removed. There were ways to handle them. The black market price for the silver-haired maidens soared, yet the supply was scarce, as most of them were either on Zhuoran Star or had perished. Another sensational piece of news emerged. The new United Federation and the Seoul Empire simultaneously declared war on the newly formed Glory Federation, with warships already advancing to the front line. And conflict was imminent. Concurrently, the Silver Phoenix Free Nation also declared war against the Glory Federation. Some speculated that the silver-haired maidens might seek vengeance against the Federation, viewing this as merely their initial step. On the dwarf star of Frin, the capital of the Glory Federation, the members of the Yuan and Sun families were in a state of turmoil. The new bodies for Elder Yuan and Elder Sun had yet to be found, and for the time being, the eldest sons of both families were acting as interim leaders. What are we to do? How is it that three nations are simultaneously attacking us? Who have we offended? Damn Lin Fu, this all started because of him. Instead of maintaining the Elder Council of the Solar Federation, he instigated a rebellion. And now look, all the silver-haired maidens have fled. What's the use of lamenting? Our priority is survival. With three civilizations attacking us at once, how can we withstand this? Perhaps we should negotiate with Lin Fu? All right. The eldest son of the Sun family initiated a connection to Lin Fu, and soon Lin Fu and Appo's image appeared before them. Lin Fu, don't be too ruthless. Do you think the Empire will spare you after they eliminate us? Lin Fu chuckled. You need not concern yourselves with what follows. Compared to the Empire, I find your threat far more significant. I cannot rest easy at night without eradicating you entirely. The members of the Sun and Yuan families trembled with rage. Arrogance. We should have expelled your families from the Federation long ago. Well then, unless you have anything else to discuss, I shall terminate this call. Prepare yourselves for total war. Wait. The eldest son of the Yuan family called out. Is there truly no room for negotiation? We are all of the same root. Why the haste to turn on one another? Lin Fu replied, if you wish to negotiate, it is not impossible. Here's what I propose. Destroy the backup centers of both the Sun and Yuan families and surrender completely. This way, your Glory Federation will belong to our new United Federation, allowing us to unite against the Empire. The Silver Phoenix Free Nation is under Zhao Yi's command. He surely understands the principle of mutual dependence. Together, we can withstand the Empire's onslaught and maintain this delicate balance. That is simply a dream. The head of the Yuan family fumed. They have lived long enough to not desire death. If the backup centers were to be destroyed, both families would be utterly annihilated. Lin Fu shrugged. If you are unwilling, so be it. Blame the Empire for disfavoring you. Even if I do not join the campaign against you, your time is limited. We are merely accelerating your demise. After ending the communication, the eldest son of the Yuan family swept everything off the table in frustration, raising a chair and smashing it in anger. Lin Fu is a despicable scoundrel, indeed. What can we do now? The opposing army is drawing near. It will not be long before they reach Frin. Just then, a soldier entered, trembling. Elder, there is someone requesting an audience. Someone requesting an audience? Who? Buzz. Buzz, it is I? From behind the soldier emerged a peculiar creature resembling a cockroach, albeit one that walked upright, standing nearly 2 meters tall. With antennae like feelers and a thick biological armor on its back, it resembled a swarm. Everyone froze, their tension palpable. What brings you here? The large cockroach raised its hand. Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. I come on behalf of the Queen to assist you. Assist us? Indeed. You are besieged by 3 nations, and surviving is certainly no easy feat thus. The Queen has sent me to help you. You ought to express your gratitude. With that, the large cockroach swaggered to the center of the room and took a seat. The others were infuriated by the cockroach's brazen demeanor. The eldest son of the Sun family glanced around, seemingly confirming that no other swarm members were present. Is this large cockroach the only one? The advantage of the swarm lay in their sheer numbers. Without sufficient quantity, they posed little threat. How do you intend to assist us? 2 options. One is to let our insect clan intervene, but I assume you would not agree. That is correct. We would rather perish at the hands of the Empire than become eternal traitors to humanity, huffed the eldest son of the Sun family. The large cockroach let out a terrifying laugh. You humans are truly laughable. Facing death, you still concern yourselves with your legacy. Is there anything more important than survival? No need to elaborate. We shall not agree. You may leave. The cockroach remained seated, picking up a cup of coffee from the table, regardless of whose it was, and drank it. Therefore, the Queen has instructed me to present you with another proposal. What proposal? To provide you with some weapons. Weapons? The crowd pondered briefly, realizing that weapons could indeed be acceptable, as they would be used against the Glory Federation itself. What kind of weapons? These. The large cockroach produced a set of blueprints from nowhere and tossed them onto the table. The crowd leaned in with skepticism, and upon unfolding the blueprints, they were rendered speechless. Chapter 147. The starship that changes the world. This contraption appears to be the blueprint for a T2 class starship. However, judging by the data, this vessel is significantly smaller than even the most diminutive destroyer, to the point that it scarcely resembles a starship at all. Although the majority of a starship and Oppo's functions are automated, the roles of commander, gunner, analyst, and scout still necessitate human judgment. Yet, the size of this starship seems inadequate to accommodate a substantial crew. What is this? Does a T2 class starship not require an energy shield? Are you out of your mind? Believing that a T2 class starship could alter the course of battle? Is it you who is mad, or is it I? It is absurd. Our glorious Federation boasts not only T2 class starships, but also T3 class vessels. Yet how can this prevent the Empire, the new Federation, and the Silver Phoenix from launching their assaults? The great cockroach slowly remarked, "This is precisely why you humans find warfare so tedious, hiding away in your iron boxes, engaging in petty skirmishes. This T2 class starship is not a conventional vessel. It does not require an energy shield because it is entirely unnecessary. After all, a starship can function with just a single individual. One person." The crowd was taken aback. The Federation and Oppo's starships also claimed to be operated by one person. Yet aside from the federal commander, the rest were merely silver-haired maidens. Can one truly control such a vessel alone? Indeed, if you do not believe me, I can present you with a starship today for you to test. With that, the great cockroach stood and made his way outside. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. If this starship truly possessed such remarkable capabilities, it might indeed lead to victory. Controlled by a single individual, equipped with T2 class firepower, and devoid of the need for an energy shield, the cost would be minimal. Should mass production be feasible, an abundance could be rapidly generated, sufficient even as cannon fodder. Most importantly, once this type of starship engages in battle, larger vessels will be rendered entirely ineffective. A primary cannon requires an extensive charging period, during which it could easily be overwhelmed by smaller ships. Upon stepping outside, the crowd's pupils dilated in shock. Before them stood the starship described by the great cockroach, its exterior and materials resembling their T2 class vessels, albeit much smaller. It was only a few times larger than an interstellar fighter, making it nearly indistinguishable from a starship. Positioned at the front was a primary cannon, seemingly modified and considerably smaller than those typically found on starships. There were no secondary cannons, no command center, no energy storage. "Is this truly your starship?" The great cockroach chuckled. "This is not a starship of our swarm. It is a starship for you. This vessel boasts but a single primary cannon, and its cost is astonishingly low. If you initiate mass production, it would be simple to churn out hundreds, even thousands of them. At that point, would you still fear a fleet of merely dozens of starships?" The group exchanged uncertain glances. "That also depends on whether this starship can indeed function. What use is it to produce a multitude of junk? Regardless of quantity, if they are worthless, they merely squander resources and funds. Though this starship is diminutive, can one truly manage it alone? It must navigate, engage in combat, and aim to fire. It appears at least 5 individuals would be necessary." The great cockroach let out a terrifying laugh. "This starship is a remnant of a civilization we obliterated, designed to operate with just one person. If you doubt it, step aboard and see for yourself." A sense of foreboding washed over the crowd, yet with war looming, they had no choice but to trust the great cockroach before them. The head of the Yuan family turned to a soldier. "You go and test it." "Me?" The soldier hesitated, but fear compelled him to comply. With trepidation, he ascended the T2 class starship, an unsettling feeling washing over him. as though it were not a vessel, but a coffin. As the starship sealed its door, the onlookers observed through the glass numerous black tubes extending from within. These tubes appeared almost sentient, seemingly in search of prey. The soldier's face contorted in terror as he desperately pounded on the starship's hatch, but it remained obstinately shut. At that moment, the tubes seemed to sense his presence and began to ensnare him. "Help! Save me!" The onlookers gasped in horror, instinctively retreating a step. After the black tubes subdued the soldier, they slithered towards his eyes, mouth, and ears, penetrating into his brain. Before long, the soldier ceased his struggles, collapsing lifelessly to the floor, while the tubes continued to writhe within him. Shortly thereafter, the starship and Apos' hatch inexplicably opened, ejecting the soldier and Apos' lifeless body, leaving only his head inside. The eldest son of the Sun family turned, fury in his eyes. "What is the meaning of this? Are you suggesting we board a man-eating starship to engage in battle? Before our foes even strike, we would be annihilated ourselves." The great cockroach chuckled. "There is no need for alarm. This is indeed the process. When we first acquired this starship, it consumed many of our insectoid warriors. However, we later discovered it had its reasons." The eldest son of the Yuan family interjected. "No justification can excuse the consumption of its pilot. I see you are merely toying with us. Depart before we change our minds." The great cockroach shook his head. "It does not consume. The individual aboard is not dead yet." "Not dead? That is impossible. He appears to have lost all breath, lying motionless. How could he still be alive? The body has been discarded. How could he possibly survive?" The great cockroach explained. "His body may indeed be lifeless, but his brain remains active. In simple terms, it is impossible for one person to control this starship. Thus, it extracts the brain of the operator for resource allocation. The human brain's development is insufficient, yet through this starship, humans can relinquish their corporeal forms solely to serve the vessel, utilizing the knowledge possessed by this soldier. It is entirely feasible for one individual to operate the starship." As he spoke, the starship began to take flight, ready to receive commands. The crowd watched in astonishment as it indeed ascended. "Fire?" Upon receiving instructions, the starship launched itself toward a distant mountain peak. The energy beam effortlessly tore the mountain apart, its brilliance vanishing into the sky. The crowd stood speechless, their astonishment palpable. By sacrificing a single soldier, they could acquire a micro T2 class starship. If they sacrificed 3,000 soldiers, they could procure 3,000 micro T2 starships. The power of these vessels rivaled that of T1 class ships, although a single shot may not breach an energy shield. Their collective might would increase exponentially. If deployed en masse, even the Empire would find them formidable foes. The primary cannon of opposing starships could only destroy a handful of their vessels at a time, yet with hundreds of small T2 class starships firing simultaneously. Even T3 class starships would find themselves in dire straits. This capability even exceeded that of the previously encountered silver-haired Maiden and Apos' warships. Chapter 148. Are you willing to part with it? What are your thoughts? The head of the Yuan family inquired. The assembly exchanged glances. "I believe it is feasible. A starship requires merely a single individual to operate. If we abandon this plan, the Empire and the new Federation will inevitably advance, resulting in casualties far exceeding this number. Indeed, possessing such a starship renders us invincible." Observing the consensus, the eldest son of the Yuan family turned to the large cockroach and declared, "We shall take this starship, and we demand the blueprints as well." The large cockroach applauded. "Those who understand the times are true heroes. I commend your decisiveness. Enough of this idle chatter. What is the price for these starships?" "The cost is minimal. When you vanquish the Silver Phoenix Free Nation, I require all the silver-haired maidens." The head of the Sun family furrowed his brow. Perplexed, "Why is your insect race so obsessed with silver-haired maidens? I recall that during your collaboration with the head of the Qian family, the condition was also the acquisition of silver-haired maidens." The large cockroach responded candidly, leaving no room for ambiguity. "Indeed, the silver-haired maidens are of utmost nutritional value to our insect race. Were it not for our restrictions on participating in your human conflicts, we would not need to dance around the issue of providing you with equipment. This is our collaboration. I furnish you with the weapons necessary for victory, and in return, you hand over the silver-haired maidens upon your triumph. The eldest son of the Sun family exchanged a knowing glance with the eldest son of the Yuan family, both silently nodding in agreement. To them, the silver-haired maidens were merely instruments of war. Moreover, they did not currently possess any. This request appeared plausible. We can agree to your terms, but I have one question. What question? The eldest son of the Sun family inquired of the large cockroach. If we refuse your request, what will you do? The large cockroach and Appo's antennae twitched. Ha! You cannot possibly refuse. Even if you were to try, we would seek out the new Federation. Their perspective on silver-haired maidens is one of utilitarianism. I am confident they will acquiesce to my proposal. The assembly exchanged glances. Very well, we accept your terms. Ha! The large cockroach emitted a chilling laugh, its eyes mirroring human amusement. It tossed the blueprints forward. Excellent. This contains all the information on the T2 class starship. Additionally, there is a control center. Once the starship claims the brain, you may utilize the control center to organize and assign tasks. The head of the Sun family grasped the blueprints tightly. From this moment forth, the Glory Federation shall no longer be lambs to the slaughter. They would reclaim all that rightfully belonged to them, and the price would merely be the silver-haired maidens. The large cockroach wore a faint smirk as it departed the confines of the Glory Federation. However, it did not venture far, instead resting on a nearby neutral planet. Before long, it would return once more. The Silver Phoenix Free Nation witnessed several colossal transport ships arriving from the direction of the new Federation. After undergoing inspection, they docked at the port of Zhuoran Star. Zhao Yi, I did not expect to see you here. Disembarking from the transport ship was a striking woman clad in military attire, one of the few individuals Zhao Yi recognized. Wang Rushuan, I can hardly believe you are the one responsible for transportation this time. Wang Rushuan smiled. It was my insistence to come. I wanted to see how you all are faring. She surveyed the surroundings. This planet may be small, but it seems just right for you. Indeed. Did Qian bring the supplies? They have long been prepared. Wang Rushuan produced several energy crystal cards and handed them to Zhao Yi, holding them in his hand. He weighed their significance. With these, they could truly develop Zhuoran Star. By the way, where is Su Yun? Wang Rushuan glanced around. The port was bustling with numerous silver-haired maidens, but none of the familiar faces she sought. She is quite busy. Wang Rushuan appeared somewhat disappointed. Her primary reason for coming was indeed to see how Su Yun was doing. For this former partner, she felt both joy for her newfound freedom and a tinge of regret. She had originally intended to keep Su Yun by her side. Fate had taken an unexpected turn. Wang Rushuan observed the Federation civilians boarding the starship and suddenly inquired, "Will you fight against us?" Zhao Yi chuckled. That question should be directed at me. The silver-haired maidens are not a race prone to aggression, yet they will not be subjugated. Should other civilizations strike against us, we will naturally retaliate. This includes your new Federation. Wang Rushuan nodded silently. Lin Fu and her Wang family would likely not relinquish the silver-haired maidens. However, in the short term, there were too many threats to take action. After exchanging a few casual words with Zhao Yi, Wang Rushuan led the Federation civilians away from Zhuoran Star. Su Ran. Hearing Zhao Yi call her name, Su Ran bounced over eagerly. This lively girl had become even more animated on Zhuoran Star, chattering incessantly. "Commander, did you need me? Please take good care of these energy crystals. Also, summon all personnel of officer rank and above to my office for a meeting." Understood. Su Ran cheerfully accepted the crystal cards. It was not long before Zhao Yi and Appo's office was filled with silver-haired maidens. In the days that followed, they still struggled to believe that what lay before them was indeed real. They no longer had to endure the oppression and humiliation of the Federation. Each day, they could pursue their desires freely. Su Xian rose. "All right, everyone, please settle down. Commander, all officers and above are present. We await your instructions." Zhao Yi, seated at his desk, gazed at the silver-haired maidens below. First and foremost, we must congratulate the birth of the Silver Phoenix Free Nation. You now possess your own country and residence. From this day forth, you are free." The assembly erupted in applause, their faces alight with joy. After a century of waiting, they had finally reached this moment. Zhao Yi continued. "However, governing a nation is not child's play. We need to elect a leader who can guide the Silver Phoenix Free Nation and protect it from external threats." Su Xian stood. "I have already discussed this matter with the other officers. We have unanimously decided that you, Commander, shall be our leader. All silver-haired maidens will heed your command." Zhao Yi paused, taken aback. "Is that truly acceptable? I am not one of you. Ultimately, I am merely a Federation citizen. Do you not fear that I will betray you?" The assembly appeared unconcerned. "Commander, if you truly intended to betray us, why wait until now? Indeed, Su Xian is right here. Would you truly part with her?" Chapter 149. Being remembered by others, a few individuals wore faint smirks as they observed the blush on Su Xian and Amp Appo's face, reveling in their delight. Zhao Yi cleared his throat awkwardly. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall assume the role of the inaugural governor. Of course, if you have any subsequent thoughts, feel free to communicate them directly to me." "Understood." Zhao Yi continued. "Let us first assess the current situation of the Silver Phoenix Free Nation. Su Yun, where are the statistics I requested?" Su Yun stood and replied. "Currently, we are located in Zhuangran Star, allied with the Northern New Federal Republic. To the northwest lies the Glory Federation, with whom we are in a state of conflict. However, due to the overwhelming assault from the New Federal Republic and the Empire, we find ourselves with no necessity to engage. They lack the resources to confront us. To our south lies an illegal zone, populated by numerous star pirates and neutral civilizations. Previously, these illicit territories refrained from approaching Zhuangran Star due to the Federation's oppression. However, the situation has changed, following the disintegration of the Federation into two factions. Surrounding forces are stirring restlessly. Just yesterday, we detected an unidentified fleet patrolling near Zhuangran Star." Zhao Yi scoffed. "It seems we have drawn someone's attention." "Indeed, recently. The black market has placed a price on the silver-haired maidens, and it is likely that more pirates and other factions will soon converge upon us." The silver-haired maidens were incensed, having hoped that once free from the Federation, they could live without worry, only to find themselves the target of increased scrutiny. Zhao Yi, however, was not surprised. After their visit to the neutral planet, he had noticed the unabashed gazes directed toward them, as if wanting to consume them whole. At that time, the Federation had not yet fractured, and the silver-haired maidens bore explosive devices within them, which had prevented any hostile actions. There was no need for leniency towards such individuals. It was essential to take control of their intelligence and data. "Commander, do you mean?" Zhao Yi's lips curled slightly. "We shall take the initiative to strike, catching them off guard. Having just established the Silver Phoenix Free Nation, we must not allow others to underestimate us." "Understood." After Su Yun sat down, Zhao Yi turned to Su Xian. "And what of your side? In the past few days, a considerable number of silver-haired maidens have arrived at Zhuangran Star, and combined with the children we brought back from the capital star, our population has exceeded 10,000. Except for the minors, the remaining silver-haired maidens are capable of rejoining the fight." 10,000, you say? How is our food supply?" Su Xian responded. "Previously, accounting for the Federation and Appo's populace, our food situation was quite dire. However, in the short term, we should not face any issues." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "Even so, we must not grow complacent. Zhuangran Star lacks renewable resources and cannot cultivate substantial crops. In a few days, Su Xian, you must accompany me to the neutral planet to explore the possibility of establishing trade. If feasible, we shall form a merchant convoy, which will not only resolve our food concerns, but also procure essential supplies." "Understood." "Lastly, we must address the issue of our starships." Su Huan stood, stating, "Commander, considering the Z056 and G029 fleets, we currently possess nearly 100 starships. However, most are T1 level refugee ships. We have 15 T2 level ships and 2 T3 level ships." The other silver-haired maidens expressed their joy. While this fleet could not rival that of the Federation Empire, it remained a formidable force in the surrounding cosmos. Nearly 100 starships, including T3 level vessels, was a configuration they had never dared to dream of before. Zhao Yi contemplated before speaking. Su Huan, dismantle all T1 level starships. The others were taken aback. Why must we dismantle them? Wooden and Oppos. T that significantly weaken our strength? Zhao Yi explained. The purpose of T1 level starships is to serve as cannon fodder. In the event of conflict, if the enemy's main cannons are spent on our T1 vessels, we can then destroy their higher-level starships, as their main cannons require time to recharge. You are not cannon fodder. You are elite. The loss of any one of you is a significant blow to us. Therefore, we shall only produce T2 level and above starships, ensuring that with the protection of energy shields, you can exert your maximum combat potential. The group nodded, smiles gracing their faces. No one wished to perish, even for their comrades. Sacrifices would only be made under necessary circumstances. We shall heed the commander and Oppos' orders. Very well. The forthcoming urban development and planetary defense systems must be progressively improved. Even if new planets arise in the future, Zhuangran Star will remain our stronghold. Understood. After the meeting adjourned, Zhao Yi ventured into the city, where immense structures were under construction, surrounded by a flurry of engineering equipment and mechas. Commander, you have arrived, Su Wan said, approaching him after issuing a few instructions. These buildings will serve as the Starship production base and research center. Zhuangran Star previously lacked these facilities. But for its future, we must commence construction immediately. Is there anything you require assistance with? Construction is proceeding smoothly. However, we lack adequate production and research equipment. Though some is available on the starships, the quantity remains insufficient for optimal efficiency, necessitating further purchases. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, recognizing the urgency of forming the merchant convoy. You continue with the construction. I will find a solution regarding the equipment. Understood. Su Wan returned to her command as large construction machinery began erecting steel reinforcements, and soon, 2 enormous complexes would rise. As for the building materials, they could be salvaged from the nearby civilian structures. Given that the Federation had already departed and the 10,000 silver-haired maidens could not occupy so much space. Subsequently, Zhao Yi boarded the Victory. At that moment, silver-haired maidens were installing a supernova laser cannon. Once completed, the Victory would, like the Tianyuan, be transformed into a genuine T3 level starship. Commander, Su Yao greeted him. Now, with her twin tails, she had transitioned from Qin Yun to the captain of the Victory. Where is the data we acquired earlier? It remains aboard the Victory. Do you wish to review it? Indeed. Having not yet examined the data brought back by Su Huan's team, Zhao Yi found himself ready to delve into the information after having managed most matters. Su Yao led him to the research room and then departed. Zhao Yi settled down to scrutinize the records. The silver-haired maiden's previous residence, planet J381, was, in fact, a refuge they had settled upon. They were not indigenous to J381. The Federation had once dispatched investigative teams to other galaxies in search of information regarding the origins of the silver-haired maidens, yet they had found nothing. Chapter 150. Capturing the silver-haired maiden, they appeared to hail from distant realms, far removed from the neighboring star systems. The birth of the silver-haired maiden was indeed a mystery. Zhao Yi pondered whether this silver-haired girl was originally a creation of another, having fled to J381, only to be captured by the Federation before she could establish herself. As he continued reading, it became evident that the Federation and Oppos' research on the silver-haired maidens was exceedingly thorough. From a multitude of varieties, they selected 1,000 for cultivation and cloning, each possessing extraordinary talents across various fields. The Federation began mass production for deployment, and Zhao Yi was already aware of the ensuing events. This institution dedicated to the study of silver-haired maidens had little historical record of them. Zhao Yi then examined the cloning information. Armed with this data and the requisite instruments, he could replicate a silver-haired maiden identical to Su Xian, representing the swiftest method for expanding this race. After shutting down the equipment, Zhao Yi exited the room. At this moment, He had no intention of proceeding, believing that the decision to clone should rest with the silver-haired maidens themselves. Su Xian approached from behind and remarked, "Commander, the Empire and the Glory Federation have already engaged in combat." "Oh, how goes the battle?" "The Empire's offensive is quite fierce. Previously, the entire Federation was no match for them. Now, only the new Glory Federation remains, and they are being utterly routed." This was within Zhao Yi's expectations. This merely demonstrates that Lin Fu's vision is still limited. At the current pace of the Empire's assault, it won't be long before they obliterate the Glory Federation. Then, who will be next? Nevertheless, that does not concern us. During their conflict, we must focus on strengthening ourselves. Indeed, after Su Xian spoke, she did not leave but instead glanced around the corridor of the victory, which was devoid of other silver-haired maidens, all preoccupied with their own tasks. Zhao Yi, slightly puzzled, inquired, "What is it? Is there something else?" Su Xian's cheeks flushed as she hesitated. "Commander, could you lower your head slightly?" "Lower my head." Though perplexed, Zhao Yi complied. Su Xian stood on tiptoe, and he felt a soft sensation upon his lips, his gaze meeting her exquisite face. After the kiss, Su Xian hurriedly averted her eyes, explaining, "Commander, this is a reward for you." She then dashed away, leaving Zhao Yi in a state of astonishment. He touched his lips and smiled, amused by the girl's shyness. In the vicinity of Zhuaran Star, a fleet of interstellar pirate ships lingered at a distance, watching attentively. "Boss, we just detected the military deployment of Zhuaran Star. They possess nearly 100 starships. Although most are T1 class, they are still beyond our capability to confront. Perhaps we should reconsider. While the price of silver-haired maidens is on the rise, we must possess the strength to seize them." The silver-haired maidens were formidable. Even the Empire's regular troops had been bested by them, and it was unlikely they would prevail. Several pirate officers urged caution. This band of interstellar pirates had come with all their possessions, totaling 15 starships. However, upon nearing Zhuaran Star, they realized the folly of their ambitions. Setting aside the silver-haired maiden's exceptional combat prowess, the sheer number of starships was daunting. Other pirate groups had initially joined them, but departed upon learning of Zhuaran Star's defenses, recognizing that engaging would be tantamount to suicide. The iron-fisted lord sighed deeply. Engaging directly is futile. However, the Silver Phoenix Free State and the Glory Federation are currently at war. In due time, a portion of their starships may vacate Zhuaran Star, and we can seize the opportunity then. Exchanging glances, the crew agreed to this strategy. Having already arrived near Zhuaran Star, they were not averse to waiting a little longer. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them. Since the boss has spoken, let us find a nearby planet to temporarily dock and observe whether they depart. After concluding their discussion, the pirates set course for a nearby planet. Days later, the scout finally reported back with news of activity from Zhuaran Star, rushing towards the iron-fisted lord. My lord, we have news." The iron-fisted lord looked up from his drink. "What is it? Speak plainly." "Zhuaran Star has dispatched over 20 new ships from their port." Upon hearing this, the crew's spirits lifted. They had waited long for this moment. Just as I suspected. It appears the Silver Phoenix Free State wishes to partake in the battlefield. What class of ships have they sent? All T2 class. Furthermore, they have nearly dismantled their T1 starships in recent days. The iron-fisted lord chuckled at this revelation. How foolish. Surrounded on all sides, and they choose to dismantle their ships? Even if they aim for elite status, now is not the time for such actions, one officer remarked thoughtfully. However, my lord, even with these ships dispatched, they still have T3 class vessels remaining in port. It would be unwise to act recklessly. The iron-fisted lord considered this. Even the T3 class ships pose no threat as long as we avoid direct confrontation. Avoid direct confrontation? How do we achieve that? We shall employ a decoy to lure the T3 class ships away. Once they are gone, we can use celestial bodies as cover to approach from behind and seize some silver-haired maidens. The officer questioned. But even if we manage to capture a few maidens during the absence of T3 class ships, they will soon pursue us. With our speed, it would be effortless for T3 class ships to catch up. The iron-fisted lord raised a finger, gently shaking it. You fail to understand. Silver-haired maidens are extremely protective of their kin. If we have a silver-haired maiden aboard our ship, they will hesitate to fire upon us. The officer's eyes lit up with realization. In that case, they would only engage in boarding actions, rendering their starship's advantages moot. We might even capture more silver-haired maidens and possibly seize a T3 class ship. As excitement grew among them, they envisioned piles of silver-haired maidens and pristine T3 class vessels. With even a single T3 class ship, they could dominate this star system. The iron-fisted lord stood with his hands clasped behind his back, relishing the praise of his subordinates. Thus, there remains much for you to learn. Power cannot solely be judged by appearances. My lord is wise. If we capture silver-haired maidens this time, we shall prosper. Chapter 151, Run. They are coming for us. As everyone was reveling in their recent triumph, a younger member approached, his expression fraught with anxiety, stumbling in his haste. What is the matter? A senior member inquired, visibly displeased. Boss it and Alpos, bad news. The starship from Zhuoranxing seems to be acting strangely. Strangely? Are they not departing? The Iron Fist Lord felt a heavy weight in his chest, a foreboding sensation creeping in. Could it be that the starship from Zhuoranxing has not left? After all the discussions, it was predicated on the assumption that these starships could indeed leave Zhuoranxing. Otherwise, what was the point of their efforts? The younger member stammered, "They have left, but the direction seems off. Off. Were they not headed towards the glorious Federation? They are heading straight for us. What?" As the gravity of this news sunk in, the room erupted in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. A profound silence enveloped them. They are truly coming for us. The Iron Fist Lord still couldn't grasp the sudden turn of events. Indeed, and their speed is remarkable. They will meet us shortly. The Iron Fist Lord, momentarily stunned, slumped into his chair, his gaze vacant. He had assumed the starship from Zhuoranxing was en route to the battlefield, only to discover they were coming to deal with them instead. Quickly, we must retreat, he shouted, springing to his feet. But, Lord, isn't it advantageous that they are coming? Without T3 class starships as a threat, we might not necessarily be outmatched. Are you daft? What do we possess aside from overwhelming numbers and brute strength? Look at our opponents, a silver-haired girl who can contend with the Empire using T1 class starships. If we do not flee now, we may not escape at all. The earlier euphoria faded as the crowd came to their senses. Indeed, they have over 20 T2 class starships. In terms of both quantity and firepower, how could we have entertained thoughts of defeating them? It was sheer folly. Quickly, let us set sail without delay. Those who haven't boarded the starship are to be left behind. Our priority is to flee. The group hastily adjusted the starship's course, soaring away into the distance. Meanwhile, the interstellar pirates on the planet looked up, mouths agape. What is happening? Why are the starships fleeing? Slow down. We haven't boarded yet. They cried out in vain. But the starships showed no sign of stopping. Soon, they vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to them, their delay in boarding the starship had ultimately saved their lives. In the Silver Phoenix Free Nation, Fleet G001 was formed from a restructured elite force, meticulously selected by Zhao Yi. This fleet comprised 19 T2 class starships, including interstellar cruisers, space battleships, frigates, and destroyers, each with clearly defined roles and a unified objective. The starships were equipped with particle beam cannons, complemented by dark matter energy cannons, allowing for seamless switching between the two. Though the dark matter energy was limited, each starship could fire approximately once. For defense, they utilized T2 class energy shields and dark matter shields. The largest vessel was the previously formidable Victory, which had undergone significant upgrades to its main cannon. Zhao Yi was uncertain whether the Federation had adopted a self-destruct mode. But after altering the route, it was impossible for Victory to be detonated by the Federation. Victory not only completed the main cannon upgrade, but also boasted unique T3 class Black Crow fighters, enhancing its threat level. Commander, we have detected the enemy beginning to retreat. They seem aware of our approach, Su Xian reported, her heart racing from the memory of their earlier kiss. now feeling shy to meet Zhao Yi's gaze. Zhao Yi was not surprised. To maintain maximum speed, they had activated all energy reactors, generating significant energy fluctuations that would make detection improbable. If they wished to flee, they must first seek our permission, he said with a sly smile. Su-Huan, are you ready? Short-haired and slightly tanned, Su-Huan was already seated in the Black Crow. Speaking into her communicator, I am prepared. Shall we proceed? Yes, proceed to intercept them. Use dark matter energy guns to disable their propulsion systems, then shatter their energy shields. This task would be impossible for others. Interstellar fighters typically could not halt a starship unless swarmed by numerous combat suits. However, Su-Huan and her team did not find Zhao Yi's command overly challenging. With superior technology and dark matter energy, even dark matter energy guns could accurately disable propulsion systems. Understood. The Black Crow fighters are departing. Received. This marks our first mission for the Black Crow Squadron. Let us maintain our focus. Yes. One by one, the Black Crow fighters launched from the hangar, vanishing like phantoms in the night sky, reappearing moments later at great distances. Su-Huan felt a thrill. So this was the latest fighter? Previous tests had merely acquainted her with the fighter's capabilities. Now, she was eager to see if the weapon lived up to Zhao Yi's claims. Sisters, we cannot afford to fall behind the Black Crow fighters. True, while they are swift, they lack our capability for boarding operations. Once they disable the shields, the rest is up to us. Yes, the Golden Cicada mechs followed behind. Though they could not match the speed of the Black Crow fighters, they remained unperturbed. Their purpose was to engage in boarding actions and eliminate the enemy's life force. 20 starships trailed slowly behind. Aside from the escort ships preparing to charge their main cannons, the remaining vessels had no intention of firing. Why would they destroy the prize before consuming it? The interstellar pirates, led by the Iron Fist Lord, hurriedly retreated. However, as observed on the screens, the enemy was closing in at an alarming rate. Report. Enemy fighters detected. Fighters? The Iron Fist Lord paused, glancing at the screen. Oddly, his energy sensors had not detected the enemy fighters. Although fighters consume little energy while traveling, it was improbable they could remain undetected at such close range. Approaching the observation deck, he indeed saw a swarm of fighters rapidly approaching, circling their fleet in the next moment. Such swift interstellar fighters were evidently not ordinary. A sense of dread filled the Iron Fist Lord. Open fire. Shoot them down. Yes. 15 starships adjusted their secondary cannon orientations, launching a volley of pale blue electromagnetic projectiles toward the swarm, which erupted in the air like delicate blue flowers. Chapter 152. Truly AT-3 class starship. Though the secondary cannons had an extensive range, the speed of these starships was unparalleled. By the time the electromagnetic cannons fired, they had already soared to safety. The powerful electromagnetic energy continuously surged from the cannon's muzzle, saturating the surrounding space with the firepower of numerous secondary cannons. Yet even so, Su-Huan adeptly exploited the fleeting time gaps with her exceptional skills and formidable performance. The electromagnetic cannons could hardly touch them, let alone keep pace. Awesome. Su-Huan laughed heartily, eager for action. With unmatched performance and control, it was time to assess the might of the weaponry. The space pirates were momentarily dumbfounded. Having never before encountered such swiftness in interstellar fighters, akin to phantoms flitting through the cosmos. Stay calm, everyone. Although these starships are fast, we possess energy shields, declared the iron-fisted lord, attempting to reassure his panicked subordinates. The battle had only just begun. Morale could not falter. Despite the formidable firepower on the opposing side, many starships could surely escape at such a short distance. As long as we reach a nearby neutral planet, they won and amp. Oppos, dare to fire upon us. Brothers, hold steady. Fire the electromagnetic cannons without reservation. Even if we cannot hit them, we must make it impossible for them to aim at us. Understood. Su-Huan piloted the Black Crow fighter, attuning her weaponry to dark matter energy. Now, let us counterattack. Invisible dark matter projectiles surged toward the starship's thrusters. The space pirates felt a tremor in their vessel, and some struggled to maintain their footing. What is happening? The iron-fisted lord inquired anxiously. a sense of inexplicable dread washing over him. "Boss, the starship and Oppo's speed has decreased," came the report. Decreased? How could this be? They were monitoring the thrusters. Just then, another violent shudder coursed through the starship. "Now it's completely incapacitated. It barely glides forward on inertia," said one subordinate. "Boss, our thrusters are inexplicably damaged. The restart has failed." The iron-fisted lord stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "Send someone to investigate immediately." "Yes, sir." Thud, thud, thud. Inside the starship, a group of space pirates rushed toward the thruster compartment. Upon arrival, they were instantly taken aback. The thrusters erupted with explosions, sending sparks flying, while fist-sized holes marred the protective armor. "My lord, the thrusters have been struck by some unknown force and are beyond repair," reported one pirate. The iron-fisted lord finally understood the source of his inexplicable anxiety. He had once heard in a tavern of a new type of weapon wielded by the Federation that could penetrate energy shields of starships. But he had dismissed it with a laugh. If such a weapon truly exists, why are the Federation suffering so badly? Now it seemed that it was not the Federation, but rather the silver-haired girl who possessed such power. "Commence repairs immediately, or we shall all perish." Yes, the mechanics began to make temporary fixes to the thrusters. The odds were slim, but inaction was tantamount to certain death. Some space pirates were ashen-faced, their morale plummeting. Even if they wished to flee, escape was no longer an option. "It's over, it's over. Why did we provoke the silver-haired girl? This is beyond our means. I knew there would be danger this time. It's all over now?" A heavy silence enveloped the starship. The iron-fisted lord realized he could not remain passive. As Zhao Yi's starship approached their main cannon's range, he ordered a strike. Their objective was to disregard the interstellar fighters and destroy several of the starships behind them. Perhaps they could intimidate the enemy into retreating. "Fire the particle beam cannons at the starships behind us." Yes, some starships at a sufficient distance began to unleash their main cannons, sending dazzling bursts of particle beams into the cosmos, blooming like flowers in the dark expanse. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's escort ship fired its ion beam cannons as well. The two streams of energy clashed in the universe, yet several particle beams still struck the victory. Under the protection of the T3 class energy shield, these particle beams were utterly ineffective. "Boss, our particle beams hit, but they did nothing," said the reconnaissance pirate, despair evident in his voice. "It's over, it's all over." Their only reliance, the main cannon, had proven useless. Their adversary showed no fear. "What now, boss?" "They are unafraid of our attacks, and we cannot escape." The iron-fisted lord was drenched in sweat. What could he possibly do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Wait. Logically, the enemy and Oppo's battleship should outrange us, yet we have not been targeted by their main cannon. Indeed, their range should suffice for firing, especially the T3 class starship in the middle. A single supernova laser cannon could obliterate several of our vessels. Not only had they not fired, but their energy capture systems observed that the enemy's main cannons were not even charging. The few that were charging belonged to the escort ships, depleted during their recent defensive firing. A new hope flickered on the iron-fisted lord and Oppo's face. Could it be they intend to capture us alive? This is good, this is promising. If they aimed to capture, it was their last chance for a comeback. As long as they could win aboard their starship and delay the silver-haired girl, perhaps they could repair the thrusters and escape. "Boss, their interstellar fighters have begun their assault. Let them attack. If they seek to capture us, they cannot destroy us." Boss is wise. The iron-fisted lord felt considerably more at ease and added, "Moreover, their peculiar weaponry clearly cannot be sustained for long. Otherwise, they would have already obliterated our secondary and main cannons." "You are right, boss. Enough flattery. Inform the brothers to prepare. They will undoubtedly attempt a boarding action. Set explosives at the exits." Yes, the space pirates busied themselves within the starship, establishing barriers and planting bombs. Su Huan switched her weaponry to the supernova fission cannon. Having already experienced dark matter energy and feeling no surprise at its capacity to devastate the enemy's thrusters, what intrigued her more was the new weapon, claimed to be an enhancement of the T3 class starship's main cannon. "Open fire." The Black Crow fighter unleashed streams of dark energy lines that detonated against the starship's energy shield, producing colossal explosions. Su Huan, seated in her fighter, was left in awe. Indeed, the supernova fission cannon, derived from the supernova laser cannon, showcased formidable power and an expansive range. Chapter 153, Boarding Battle? The advantage is mine. The energy shields of the Iron-Fisted Lord's starship dimmed at a visibly alarming rate. With the propulsion systems incapacitated, the massive vessel became a sitting target. Red lights flashed incessantly within the starship, accompanied by blaring alarms. The crew was momentarily stunned. This was the signal that the energy shield was about to fail. The Iron-Fisted Lord surveyed the panicking space pirates around him, perplexed. What is happening? A thunderous roar answered him, marking the shattering of the starship's energy shield. Sisters, it's our time to strike. The waiting golden cicada fighters transformed in midair, landing as mechanized figures. With the energy shield compromised, they could traverse the starship's surface unfettered. They advanced toward the positions of the secondary and primary cannons, dismantling all defensive weaponry with ease. The Iron-Fisted Lord felt ominous thuds reverberating above, as if some monstrous entity was traversing the ship's exterior. What is going on? He demanded. Report to the Lord. It seems something is landing on the surface of our starship. How is that possible? Apart from these starfighters, what else could there be? They can't abandon their ships to engage us in close combat, can they? The Iron-Fisted Lord was engulfed in dread and ordered his men to prepare swiftly, knowing that combat could erupt at any moment. Initially, he believed they would have time to engage once the enemy starship drew near. Clearly, he had underestimated their unconventional tactics. After neutralizing the threat, the Golden Cicada mech approached the weakest point of the starship, the hatch. With ease, it detonated the entrance. A resounding explosion echoed, followed by a series of blasts from metal walls and floors. These were bombs preemptively planted by the space pirates, whose power was minimal as they were inside the starship. Overly powerful explosives would endanger their own lives. Moreover, they did not anticipate the arrival of this peculiar mech instead of the silver-haired girl. As the smoke cleared, the space pirates beheld the Golden Cicada mech, completely unscathed, its surface merely charred in spots. Doubts crept into the minds of the pirates. Is this something we can defeat? Yet, with no choice left, they resolved to fight. Brothers, we're doomed either way. Let us give it our all. Fight. The looming threat of death invigorated the pirates. The hairs on their exposed skin stood on end. The surge of adrenaline warped their perception of time and space. Laser beams streaked toward the Golden Cicada mech, igniting sparks upon impact. The silver-haired girl showed no mercy. Weapons in hand, the mech unleashed waves of energy upon the crowd, obliterating the starship pirates into mere fragments. In the next moment, the once exuberant pirates felt deflated, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that rooted them to the spot. Is this the entity we could defeat? Is passion enough to combat this? The dominion of the Golden Cicada mech manifested in full force. Such machines dominated the federal capital star and posed an insurmountable challenge for the untrained space pirates. The battlefield erupted into chaos, with pirates screaming in terror, many retreating in haste. Realizing the futility of their situation, the Iron-Fisted Lord hastily boarded an escape pod with the remaining crew, fleeing to the nearby planets, silently praying that the pursuing starfighters would not open fire on them. In the skies above, Su Huan piloted the Black Crow, witnessing the destruction of energy shields across numerous starships. Suddenly, she spotted clusters of escape pods launching from the starship, scattering in every direction. Connecting with Zhao Yi, she informed, "Commander, some pirates have abandoned their starships and boarded escape pods. Should we pursue?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "No need. Our operation was merely to set an example. If we eliminate them all, who will spread the word of today's events?" Su Huan pondered this, realizing that while Zhuaran's star was no longer vulnerable to attacks, it was still susceptible to unwanted attention. If news of this battle spread, Zhuaran's star could potentially avoid numerous troubles. If those pirates intended to regroup, they would first need to assess their own strength. Su Huan turned her attention back to the other starships, using the Black Crow to breach their shields. swiftly followed by the Golden Cicada mech to eliminate any remaining threats within. The teamwork was efficient and precise. By the time Zhao Yi's flagship, the Victory, arrived, 15 cleared starships drifted through the cosmos. Within the Z-001 fleet, the elite soldiers of the silver-haired girl stood in disbelief. In the annals of cosmic warfare, where starships clashed in numerous battles, they had never witnessed a squadron of starfighters dismantle an entire fleet. It was an astonishing spectacle. Is this the might of a T-3 starfighter? Truly formidable. I feel that these T-3 class starfighters could rival starships. Indeed, Zhao Yi concurred. The Black Crow piloted by Su Huan could contend with T-1 starships effortlessly. However, a concern lingered. Even the Black Crow had limited ammunition. Many were returning to replenish supplies. Zhao Yi addressed the crew. This is merely our beginning. We shall acquire even more powerful weaponry. Those who seek to oppress us will pay dearly for their actions. For now, let us recover what is valuable from the enemy. Yes, the silver-haired girl maneuvered their starship alongside the space pirate's vessel, a massive bridge connecting the two. Multifunctional robots and the silver-haired crew descended upon the starship, focused on not wasting a single item. Regardless of its utility, everything was to be salvaged. Zhao Yi observed with satisfaction, feeling his fortunes rise swiftly. Sustaining over 10,000 silver-haired girls was no small feat, but through this reverse plunder, it was feasible. Su Xian approached Zhao Yi, asking, "Commander, should we return to Zhuran Star or explore other locations? How many neutral planets are nearby?" "There are 3 neutral planets close to us, all situated along interstellar trade routes, each thriving commercially, backed by formidable forces." Zhao Yi reflected. "Is the Diamond Lord one of them, as De Zhuang mentioned?" Su Xian nodded. "There is a small neutral planet nearby called Zakaria, rumored to be under the influence of the Diamond Lord." Chapter 154. How much for this silver-haired maiden? The Iron Fist Lord is a close ally of the Black Bear Lord, who previously confronted us, Su Xian added. "So, it's akin to the situation with Shan before?" "Indeed. After Shan's failure, the Black Bear Lord dispatched an assassination squad. But ultimately, did you not eliminate them, Commander Zhao?" Zhao Yi recalled the Shadow Clan from earlier. "In that case, we ought to express our gratitude to the Black Bear Lord. Without him, I would not have obtained the T3 energy core or the talents of the Shadow Clan. Given this, shall we proceed to the Zakaria Star? Are we truly going? The Iron Fist Lord may already have his sights set on us, and we might encounter trouble this time." Although Su Xian harbored no fear of death, she was reluctant to place the man before her in peril. What will happen to the silver-haired maiden on Zhuran Star if he dies? Zhao Yi maintained a composed demeanor, exuding utmost confidence. His Z-001 fleet could traverse this area with ease. The only reason for restraint was that excessive arrogance would hinder trade on neutral planets. And given Zhuran Star's circumstances, trade was their sole avenue. "Very well, I shall observe his actions." With Zhao Yi resolute, Su Xian ceased her concerns. After salvaging the starships of the interstellar pirates, the Z-001 fleet towed the wreckage towards Zakaria Star. Zakaria Star, a small neutral planet located in the southern region of the Federation, may be modest in size, yet it boasts a population exceeding 1 million. Most merchant convoys pause here to rest and procure local specialties before continuing their journeys to other planets. Numerous civilizations and inhabited planets surround it, presenting substantial demand. Apart from the interstellar pirates, ordinary individuals seldom dare to assault merchant convoys, as it would sever their own escape routes. The immense Z-001 fleet had long been detected by Zakaria Star's security forces. Before they could approach, the fleet was intercepted by the planet's guards. They gazed at the T3 class starship before them, harboring a sense of trepidation. While no one would dare engage in open conflict within neutral territories, the sight of such a colossal vessel was enough to send shivers down their spines. The supernova laser cannons atop the ship could effortlessly annihilate T2 class starships. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Z-001 could conquer Zakaria Star if it chose to, but such an act would incite anger among all. And the other docked vessels would certainly intervene. "What brings you to our city?" The Zakaria Star security forces inquired, connecting with Zhao Yi and Apos' flagship. Naturally, we're here to procure supplies. What else could it be? Then what of those dilapidated starships trailing behind you? No need to concern yourselves. We merely encountered some interstellar pirates along the way and decided to bring them along for a lucrative sale. The Zacharias Star security forces began to question their life choices. Which foolhardy pirate dared to rob this fleet? If the Iron Fist Lord were present, he would surely cry foul. What do you mean, robbery? They merely took a cursory glance and were promptly pursued by the Z-001. Is that reasonable? The security forces dispatched smaller starships to encircle the fleet and observe. They noted that Zhao Yi's starship appeared immaculate, devoid of any signs of battle. In contrast, the battered starships behind them exhibited distinctive destruction, with weapon compartments blown apart, while the remaining surfaces were largely intact. It seemed that the damage was not inflicted by main cannon fire. What kind of weapon could dismantle the enemy and Apos' armaments without obliterating the starship itself? Most perplexing of all was the fact that Zhao Yi and Apos' vessel remained unscathed. Even after scrutinizing so many fleets, they had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Is this planet unwelcoming to us? Zhao Yi inquired, a hint of displeasure in his tone. The Zacharias Star security forces quickly regained their composure and replied, Not at all, but you must not cause trouble on Zacharias Star. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Zhao Yi paid little heed to their warning, steering his starship toward the bustling port of Zacharias Star. The port was crowded and chaotic, rife with individuals lurking in the shadows, eyeing the merchants. This was a neutral zone, yet it also harbored its fair share of gray areas, where those pursued or wanted could find refuge. A hooded man gazed skyward, his eyes wide with astonishment. This individual was none other than the fleeing Iron Fist Lord, who was taken aback by the sight of the starships overhead. These folks are truly extraordinary. They even brought their own starships along. He had come seeking the Iron Fist Lord and Apos' assistance, but was surprised to find Zhao Yi and his companions here as well. As people disembarked from the starship, the Iron Fist Lord hastily adjusted his hood and hurriedly made his way into the distance. Zhao Yi, accompanied by Su Xin and the other silver-haired maidens, walked along the roads of Zacharias Star, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Is this the silver-haired maiden? I heard they have declared independence. Do they no longer need to bow to the Federation? She is indeed striking, a pinnacle of beauty among our humanoid civilizations. Who is that man? He does not appear to be one of the silver-haired race, yet all the maidens seem to heed him. You must be misinformed. That man is Zhao Yi. Not long ago, he led the silver-haired race to establish the Silver Phoenix Free Nation. That lad must be reveling in his fortune, surrounded by beauties. Zhao Yi found it amusing how swiftly news spread. He had not anticipated that even in such a remote area as Zacharias Star, his reputation would precede him. Yet, the presence of so many beautiful maidens was indeed a source of joy. Some members of the crowd displayed avarice, their eyes wandering, contemplating the possibility of acquiring a silver-haired maiden. Such an acquisition would not only bring them pleasure, but ensure their prosperity for the rest of their lives. However, they ultimately abandoned the thought. The silver-haired maidens were a warrior race, capable of fending off even those with mechanical enhancements without weapons. It was unlikely they would be able to overpower so many. Wait a moment. Zhao Yi and his companions turned to see a group striding toward them, their demeanor arrogant, forcing the surrounding crowd to part. Leading the group was a bald man with a scarred face, his gaze sizing them up as if they were mere commodities. What do you want? Zhao Yi asked, crossing his arms. The man did not answer Zhao Yi but scrutinized Su Xin and the others, saying, Indeed, these silver-haired maidens are quite lovely. No wonder the black market prices have skyrocketed. How much for this silver-haired maiden? I'll take them all. His tone was unyielding, as if discussing a commonplace matter. Chapter 155. Forming the merchant caravan, the expressions of Su Xin and her companions suddenly turned cold. It was as if they were being treated as mere commodities, and the humiliation they had endured in the Federation resurfaced. However, they did not rush into action. Instead, they awaited Zhao Yi's command. Zhao Yi let out a cold laugh, finding it a sheer waste of time to converse with these individuals. Get lost, he commanded. With that, He continued forward with Su Xin. Their mission for the day was demanding. They not only needed to sell the goods seized from interstellar pirates, but also procure essential equipment and supplies required on Zhuoran Star. Additionally, they were tasked with establishing a new trade caravan to transport resources and earn energy crystals. Zhuoran Star had no inventory of energy crystals. Although they currently had sufficient funds, there would inevitably come a day when they would be depleted. The scar-faced man stared blankly at Zhao Yi's retreating figure as laughter erupted around him, leaving him feeling humiliated. As a prominent figure on Zacharias Star, he felt a surge of anger at being belittled by a mere newcomer. "You little brat, stop right there," the scar-faced man bellowed, his face contorted with rage. The scar across it twisting grotesquely. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow at the obstruction in his path, feeling irked. "Is there something else? You little punk, don't overestimate yourself. Do you think you and your band of silver-haired maidens can walk out of Zacharias Star unscathed? If you behave yourself on Zhuoran Star, I might let you be. But to think you would walk into a trap willingly." Laughter erupted from the others. Although the silver-haired maidens were formidable, they were not defenseless. Their prosthetics were of the latest models. Zhao Yi surveyed his surroundings and noticed a squad of Zacharias Star's guards passing by. They glanced over briefly, but upon spotting the scar-faced man, turned away and continued in another direction. It seemed the scar-faced man held a significant position on Zacharias Star. Even the guards were disinclined to intervene as long as no major disturbances occurred. The scar-faced man grew increasingly arrogant, crossing his arms with a smug expression. "I was going to offer you a little something, but since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, don't blame us for the consequences." With that, his subordinates closed in, brandishing their prosthetics and weapons, showing no concern for any potential resistance from Zhao Yi and his companions. The scar-faced man dramatically flared his cape, revealing two metallic arms, each equipped with weaponry, a blade of the stars and a plasma gun. "You little brat, go to hell." As the scar-faced man raised his hand, he suddenly felt as if all strength had drained from his body. His arms fell limply at his sides. "What is happening to my hands?" Everyone was startled. Not only had the scar-faced man's hands malfunctioned, but their mechanical parts were also failing. Mechanical eyes could not see, arms could not lift, and legs could not support their weight, causing them to collapse to the ground. "What have you done?" Zhao Yi remained silent. He had merely activated the device he carried with him. These thugs flaunting their prosthetics? Zhao Yi raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the scar-faced man and Oppo's face. "I told you to get lost, yet you insist on seeking trouble?" The scar-faced man was stunned. He had actually been struck? In Zacharias Star, someone dared to lay a hand on him. The onlookers gasped, mouths agape, their faces pale with disbelief. The scar-faced man had been hit. Did these silver-haired maidens truly not know who he was? He was the son of the Iron Lord, while Zacharias Star had its own lord. Everyone understood that the true power lay with the Iron Lord, who was also a close ally of the Bear Lord, shadowed by the presence of the Swarm. Those who had previously stood against the Iron Lord had vanished mysteriously, with rumors suggesting they had been consumed by the Swarm. Zhao Yi shook his hand, commenting, "You have quite a thick skin. My hand is sore from hitting you." The scar-faced man and Oppo's face flushed a deep red, humiliated and enraged. "You, it and Oppo's you. I will make you wish for life to be unbearable and death impossible. Damn you." Suddenly, Su Huan charged forward from behind, witnessing such audacity for the first time. Having endured the insults aimed at the silver-haired maidens was one thing, but now Zhao Yi was being insulted as well. This was intolerable. With a single punch, she sent the scar-faced man crashing to the ground, then stomped down hard, exuding a rebellious spirit. "Enough. There's no point in wasting words on such scum. Let us go?" Indeed, her companions agreed. If it weren't their first time on Zacharias Star, eliminating them would hardly be excessive. The subordinates wanted to assist, but within the range of Zhao Yi's device, they were powerless. It wasn't until Zhao Yi deactivated the device that they managed to lift the battered, scar-faced man from the ground. At this point, he was a bloody mess, with a gaping wound on his head revealing metal shards and components. "Damn it, that little witch dared to kick me." His subordinates helped him up. "Boss, what should we do now?" It seems they can suppress our mechanical parts. This kid must be problematic. Let us go find the Iron Lord. Yes. The subordinates hurriedly assisted the scar-faced man away, making their escape towards the Iron Lord. After a brief exploration of Zacharias' star, Zhao Yi noted that the prices here were relatively low, likely due to its location along several interstellar trade routes, resulting in an ample supply of goods. However, for substantial food procurement, it would be wiser to visit resource-rich planets. Suya, what do you believe can be profitable on this planet? A silver-haired maiden stepped forward. Contemplating before responding, Zacharias' star lies within a neutral chaos zone. While there are no large-scale wars, minor skirmishes are frequent. To ensure a safe profit, bringing in food and essential supplies from nearby resource planets would be lucrative. Furthermore, I've observed that luxury and decorative items are priced quite low here. If we transport them to a higher civilization, the profits could be even greater. However, the most straightforward route to reach a higher civilization would be through the newly established United Federation. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, appreciating Suya's insight. Transporting food will ensure our survival on Zhuoran Star, but for long-term development, we must establish our own trade routes. I have decided to leave 10 starships and some of the silver-haired maidens here on Zacharias' Star. They will take orders from you, and your task is to seek out viable trade routes to earn energy crystals. Zhao Yi had reviewed the data. Suya, of this particular model, excelled in eloquence, negotiation, and commercial insight. However, the Federation had deemed such talents unnecessary, relegating her to the status of an ordinary soldier. Chapter 156. You must save me now that he has a stage to showcase his talents. It is to generate profits for Zhuoran Star. Suya was momentarily taken aback, her excitement palpable as she said, "If the commander requires it, I shall exert all my efforts." Well then, since you have agreed, let us proceed. However, we must first deal with the matters concerning the newly established pirates. Leave that to me, Suya replied confidently. Seeing her determination, Zhao Yi was prepared to let her take the reins, aiming to gain some commercial experience. Meanwhile, within a manor on Zacharias' Star, the leisurely Diamond Lord reclined in a rocking chair beside the fireplace, savoring his tea. His golden hair billowed in the breeze, and at first glance, he appeared to be a frail youth, wholly unbefitting of his title. He was called the Diamond Lord due to his volatile temper. No one could predict what might provoke his wrath next. "My lord," a subordinate entered cautiously. The Diamond Lord raised his gaze slightly, inquiring, "Speak quickly if there is something to report." "My lord, someone seeks an audience." "Who is it?" "The Iron Fist Lord." The Diamond Lord paused, perplexed. "What brings him here?" "My lord, it seems he has come alone, without any attendants." "Alone?" The Diamond Lord was unsure of what trickery the Iron Fist Lord was up to, but he felt no fear, having developed a few means of self-preservation after working for the Zerg for so long. "Let him in." "Yes." Before long, the hooded Iron Fist Lord entered, flanked by the Diamond Lord's guard, who stood ready on either side. "Iron Fist, what brings you here?" The Iron Fist Lord, with tears and snot, beseeched, "Diamond Brother, you must help me." The Iron Fist seeking assistance from him. Though many lords in the vicinity were acquainted, they rarely interacted, let alone seek help in such a humble manner. "Iron Fist, what is going on? I heard you came alone." "It's about the silver-haired girl." "The silver-haired girl?" The Diamond Lord narrowed his eyes, having heard of this nation that had suddenly risen on Zhuoran Star, and he was particularly concerned among the nearby lords. The Zerg sought to capture the silver-haired girl, and they had informed him of this task. If the Diamond Lord could capture her and present her to the Zerg, the rewards would be substantial. Indeed, the price for the silver-haired girl has soared, and without the Federation's restrictions, my brothers and I intended to take a chance. Unexpectedly, the firepower of the silver-haired girl was overwhelming. All 15 of my new ships were destroyed and likely sold for scrap by now. The Diamond Lord was taken aback. Although the Iron Fist Lord was not particularly strong, he was not weak either. 15 T2 starships would deter any power from recklessly engaging them. If the silver-haired girl had indeed annihilated all of the Diamond Lord's ships, she would have suffered considerable losses herself. A smile crept onto the Diamond Lord's face. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him. "Iron Fist, though our relationship is not particularly close, We are still compatriots in this territory. Since you have been bullied by the silver-haired girl of Zhuran Star, I cannot stand idly by." The Iron Fist Lord rejoiced at the Diamond Lord's willingness to assist. If he could recover his destroyed starships and regroup his fleeing subordinates, regaining some strength would not be a problem. "Thank you, Diamond Brother. I knew seeking you out would not be in vain. If anyone in this territory is loyal, it is undoubtedly you." The Diamond Lord chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "No need for flattery. How many starships did the silver-haired girl deploy against you?" 20, including T3 starships. T3? That could be quite troublesome. The Diamond Lord regarded the Iron Fist Lord. "How many of their starships did you destroy?" Let and Amp, Oppos, assess the situation. Although the enemy possessed T3 starships, the Diamond Lord had a sizable fleet as well. If they could unite with the Black Bear Lord, defeating her was not beyond the realm of possibility. The Iron Fist Lord appeared somewhat embarrassed, his dark complexion flushing. "They still have 20 starships. Are you jesting? Even if they have T3 starships, it is inconceivable that they could destroy your 15 T2 starships without incurring losses. What? Are you concealing something from me?" The Iron Fist Lord quickly replied, "Diamond Brother, I swear I am not hiding anything from you. They possess a peculiar type of fighter aircraft, exceptionally powerful, capable of obliterating my T2 shields in mere moments." As he spoke, the Iron Fist Lord gestured in the air, fearful that the Diamond Lord might doubt him. In such a scenario, how could my starships possibly withstand their assault? The Diamond Lord was left speechless, his brow furrowing. "A starfighter destroyed the energy shields of your starships? You must be joking. Diamond Brother, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed such a thing possible. They not only possess these formidable starfighters, but also a type of transformable mech. My 15 starships had not even engaged the enemy before being annihilated by these machines." The Diamond Lord shifted in his rocking chair, contemplating. If what the Iron Fist Lord said was indeed true, the silver-haired girl's strength surpassed his expectations. Fortunately, if the Iron Fist had not come to alert him, it might have been his demise. Faced with such formidable power, only a fool would engage. The Iron Fist Lord chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Diamond Brother, when shall we set forth?" "Set forth? What nonsense!" The Diamond Lord regarded him as if he were a simpleton. "Do you take me for a fool? Diamond Brother, you did not say that before." The Iron Fist Lord became anxious. If the Diamond Lord did not mobilize, who else could save him? That was the past. This is the present. But now, who can save me? The Diamond Lord sneered. "What concern is that of mine? Go back to where you came from. Step aside. Everyone, clear the way." A commotion arose from afar as several half-mechanical beings assisted a man whose head sparked with embers into the room. The Diamond Lord, upon seeing this, rose from his chair. What happened? How did it come to this? Chapter 157. Action. Returning to the Lord, young Master Jean discovered a group of silver-haired maidens on the planet Zakraya. He initially intended to purchase them, but instead, he was soundly beaten by them. The scarred man immediately burst into tears, pleading, "Father, you must stand up for me. I heard you desired silver-haired maidens, and upon seeing them, I wished to acquire them as a gift for you. To my dismay, they refused and instead inflicted harm upon me. Look at my head. They have already left me battered." The Iron-Fisted Lord's expression darkened. He felt little familial affection. However, the scarred man was his son, and it was intolerable that someone would disrespect him on Zakraya. Was it not akin to slapping his own face? How could silver-haired maidens possibly venture to Zakraya? The Iron-Fisted Lord and Oppos' companion interjected, "They likely intended to sell my starship and seize the opportunity to conduct business. The newly established Zhuran Star is undoubtedly in need of various supplies." The scarred man quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the fleet of silver-haired maidens comprises over 20 vessels, currently docked at the port of Zakraya. The Iron-Fisted Lord pondered for a moment. If he wished to act against the silver-haired maidens, the current moment presented an opportune chance. He could capture all the silver-haired maidens on Zakraya and then devise a strategy to approach their starships. This would be far simpler than defeating them head-on. Noticing the Iron-Fisted Lord and Oppos' wavering resolve, his companion added fuel to the fire. "Brother, The price for the silver-haired maidens has soared to astronomical heights. They are here on Zakraya, and if they were to return, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. The scarred man howled, "Father, take action. I want that insolent boy to pay dearly. And that vile woman, I shall make her suffer." The scarred man and Apo's face twisted with fury, and his anger ignited. The iron-fisted lord was swayed by their words, but then frowned. Recalling something, although the combat prowess of the silver-haired maidens is formidable, you all are at least half-mechanical beings. Are you simply to stand by and watch me get beaten? His subordinates hastily explained, "We were unaware of what transpired. The moment that fellow named Zhao Yi approached us, our mechanical cores seemed to freeze, rendering our prosthetic limbs immobile." The iron-fisted lord's demeanor turned icy. Could it be that he possesses Linglong? Linglong, what is that? The scarred man inquired, intrigued. It is of no concern to you. Since they have arrived at Zakraya, we must not allow them to depart. The potential of acquiring Linglong alongside the silver-haired maidens is a risk worth taking. No sooner had he spoken, when the scarred man trembled and collapsed, blood pooling around him. The onlookers were taken aback, quickly scanning their surroundings. From the shadows of the scarred man's hands emerged a half-human, half-robotic figure wielding a starblade. It was he who had cleaved the scarred man in two. This was Zhao Yi and Apo's Shin 2, having transferred into the scarred man and Apo's shadow when he had been struck. Under its guidance, it swiftly located the iron-fisted lord. To conduct business on Zakraya, the iron-fisted lord must perish. Otherwise, Siya would surely face difficulties. What manner of creature are you? Where do you hail from? The crowd felt a chill in the air as they surrounded Shin Tuesday. 1, 2, 3. More than a dozen Shin 2 emerged from the scarred man and Apo's shadow, their sensors scanning the vicinity, identifying their targets. "Attack!" commanded the iron-fisted lord, and his subordinates drew their weapons, firing at Shin Tuesday. The estate was engulfed in smoke and flames. Shin 2 dispersed, maneuvering through the shadows. The iron-fisted lord heard the anguished cries of his men, his gaze wild as he scanned the chaos around him. Another scream pierced the air. A subordinate, severed in two by Shin 2, crawled towards the iron-fisted lord, imploring, "My lord, save me." Yet, he was swiftly silenced by Shin 2 and Apo's blade. Regaining his composure, the iron-fisted lord found himself completely surrounded by Shin Tuesday. "What are you?" he demanded, but no answer came. The star blades in Shin 2's grasp glimmered ominously as they surged toward him. Employing three-dimensional combat techniques, they launched simultaneous assaults from the walls, ceiling, and floor. The iron-fisted lord chuckled derisively, evading 3 beams of light with an astonishing leap, simultaneously kicking one of Shin 2 and Apo's robots away. With a resounding thud, the Shin 2 was sent flying, colliding into the approaching reinforcements, leaving a scene of carnage. At that moment, the iron-fisted lord stood as the sole survivor, the others having fallen to Shin Tuesday. The incoming subordinates hesitated at the gruesome sight before them. The iron-fisted lord laughed maniacally. "I knew this day would come. I have long ceased to be human." With a thunderous roar, his clothing tore apart, revealing a black biological armor beneath, its surface riddled with scales. As 2 additional arms sprouted from his armpits, his head began to shed its skin, multiple compound eyes emerging from his forehead, transforming him into a grotesque insectoid creature. "Who sent you?" The Shin 2 remained silent, merely observing the iron-fisted lord. "Ah, I see. You need not speak. It is evident you were dispatched by the silver-haired maidens. I never anticipated they possessed such technology. Is this the work of that Zhao Yi? I shall eliminate you all first, and then I will seek out the silver-haired maidens." With that, the iron-fisted lord charged at one of the Shin 2 robots, while the others converged upon him. Amidst the melee within the estate, the starblades of Shin 2 struck the iron-fisted lord multiple times, yet they failed to penetrate his biological armor, which functioned like a shield, steadfastly protecting him. The iron-fisted lord bellowed with laughter, "Futile. This armor is derived from swarm technology. Ordinary starblades cannot harm me." The Shin 2 robots retreated, diving into the shadows. Running away? The iron-fisted lord was taken aback, feeling a surge of frustration. He had hoped to capture a few robots for study, but to his surprise, they proved to be quite clever, retreating upon realizing they could not defeat him. Not so. They had not fled. One Shin-2 emerged from the shadow of a cabinet behind the iron-fisted lord, its starblade aimed at his neck. The iron-fisted lord's compound eyes afforded him a broad field of vision, allowing him to perceive even the movements behind him. With a powerful grip, he seized the Shin-2 robot, smashing it forcefully against the wall. Chapter 158. Freedom, Unfettered Desire. I thought you had fled, but since you remain, allow me to examine you thoroughly. He was profoundly intrigued by the robots capable of melding into shadows. What manner of technology bestows them with such prowess? If one could also acquire this ability, would that not render one invincible? At that moment, two Shinto robots sprang forth from either side of the Iron Lord, their interstellar blades clashing against his frame, igniting a shower of sparks. Futile. Your weapons cannot harm me. The Iron Lord would not allow their escape. His remaining arms firmly restrained the Shinto robots. Bring me a bag. If these robots can traverse through shadows, as long as there is no light, they cannot move. No sooner had he spoken than a black Shinto robot emerged from behind the Iron Lord. Its form was akin to the others, yet its armor was a pitch-black hue, seemingly capable of absorbing light itself. Even the hilt of its sword exuded no glow of the interstellar blade, as though it wielded nothing but air. The Iron Lord's keen senses prompted him to lower his head in haste. A sharp sound echoed as the two horns atop his head were severed. In shock, the Iron Lord exclaimed, "What is this monstrosity? It cannot even withstand my armor?" In the next instant, he realized he was immobile. The black robot moved with astonishing speed, having already severed both of his legs. The Iron Lord let out a horrific scream, which was abruptly silenced. A gaping hole was torn through his skull as the unseen interstellar blade pierced him. After dispatching the Shin-2, the Iron Lord's subordinates finally arrived with a bag in hand. The bag has arrived. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. The Iron Lord lay lifeless on the ground. My lord, my lord. The younger ones searched frantically, yet the peculiar robot had vanished without a trace. The Iron Lord was dead, and in his own stronghold no less. On the planet Zachariah, numerous patrols and guards scurried about. Su Xian inquired, "What are they up to?" Zhao Yi chuckled. "Perhaps the Iron Lord has met his demise." "The Iron Lord is dead? That is impossible. This planet belongs to him. Entry requires inspection. Who could possibly kill him?" Just then, a squad of armed guards approached Zhao Yi, presenting an image and asking, "Have you seen this?" "No. The situation on Zachariah is precarious. It is best to leave swiftly." With that, the guards hurried off to query others. Once they departed, Su Xian whispered, "Commander, isn't that your robot?" The figure in the image was indeed Zhao Yi and Appo's Shinto robot. Zhao Yi smiled. Indeed, now that this wanted notice has surfaced, the Iron Lord must have perished. Dead. Yes, this individual had ties to the insectoid species, which was detrimental to us. His death will facilitate business in the vicinity. Su Xian nodded slightly. With the necessary matters concluded, Zhao Yi and his companions did not linger on Zachariah, directing their fleet to return with supplies essential for Zoran Star. Meanwhile, Suya and 100 others remained on Zachariah to utilize their resources for interstellar trade, the only means to generate profit in the absence of energy crystals. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Yi left them with Shinto robots and personal energy shields. Simultaneously, the conflict between the Empire and the Glorious Federation raged on. Major Tom was dispatched to raid a resource-rich planet of the Glorious Federation, situated not far from the border. Seizing the opportunity while the majority of the Federation's warships were stationed at the front lines, he aimed to inflict a minor annoyance upon the enemy. Should they retaliate, the front would be left vulnerable. Conversely, if they did not respond, the ground forces of the Glorious Federation could not possibly contend with the might of the warships. Report, Colonel, we are nearing the target planet. Excellent. Have any enemy ships been detected? None detected at present. Major Tom nodded slightly when a soldier entered, stating, "Sir, Stevens Copper wants to connect with you. Bring him in." Moments later, the command room was graced by the presence of Stevens. "Commander Stevens, you called for me?" "Indeed. According to our spies within the Glorious Federation, it seems they are developing new weaponry. Exercise caution. Major Tom chuckled. Commander, there is no need for concern. If the Glorious Alliance truly possessed new weapons, how could they be in such a predicament? Better to be safe than sorry, replied Stevens. Just as Major Tom was about to speak, a soldier hurried in, exclaiming, Report, Major. A multitude of enemy ships is approaching us. Tom sprang to his feet. What? How can there suddenly be so many ships? Didn't TU just report that there were no ships nearby? The ships appear to have launched from the target planet. They may have been lying in wait from the outset. What is happening? Asked Stevens. Major Tom managed a wry smile. It seems we have been ensnared. The enemy has laid a trap for us. Stevens furrowed his brow. That can't be right. We are well aware of the current military capabilities of the Glorious Federation. They could not possibly have excess warships to set a trap at your location. Yet, according to the detection results, that is indeed the case. How many enemy ships are there? Approximately several hundred. What? Several hundred? Naturally, Stevens could not contend with such a formidable fleet. Just then, Zhao Yi and his fleet arrived, filling the skies with T-3 class interstellar fighters, not only abundant in quantity, but also superior in size and firepower. In no time, they dismantled the ships of the Glorious Federation. Years later, tales of Zhao Yi's legendary exploits continued to circulate across the land. While the silver-haired maiden lived the life she had always desired, freedom, unfettered desire.